I've been reborn, returning to the moment when my hypocritical family falsely accused and beat me. In my past life, I groveled in vain and endured nothing but icy contempt. In this life, I flipped the table and cut ties without hesitation. I never expected to accidentally activate the divine-level emotion-devouring system. Their rage and regret toward me would all be converted into my power 100-fold. As I turned to walk away, they suddenly realized my worth, begging me to come home in tears. But belated affection is as worthless as a blade of grass. Watching them kneel and beg so pitifully, I just sneered coldly. Meanwhile, on my system panel, an even more terrifying ultimate ability was quietly unlocking. Chapter 1, Reborn, No More Holding Back. Smack! The crisp sound of a slap echoed through the vast living room. The searing pain and the ringing in his ears yanked Lin Shuo out of his dreamlike days back into reality. Lin Shuo, you're really getting worse and worse these days. If you don't behave at home, that's one thing. How dare you steal your brother's money again just to buy cigarettes? Speak! When exactly did you pick up these bad habits, and who taught them to you? And why would you steal your brother's money? Don't I usually give you allowance? Angry accusations echoed in his ears. Lin Shuo slowly lifted his head, his eyes devoid of emotion as he faced his furious father. What's with that look in your eyes? Lin Shenghong glared with wide eyes, appearing as though he wanted to devour someone. Ha! Lin Shuo's response was nothing but a cold laugh. If it had been over a decade ago, he would likely have feared the so-called father before him. But now, he had been reborn. The body remained the same, yet the person was no longer who he once was. It's somewhat laughable to say. This scene before him was a tragic memory he had never wished to speak of. Because of what he had experienced in this household before his rebirth. Born into the Lin family, he should have grown up with a silver spoon in his mouth, but as an infant, he was abducted by traffickers and sold to a cruel couple. From childhood, he suffered endless domestic abuse, which molded him into an insecure and timid personality. Perhaps it was the wheel of karma turning when he was 15, that heartless couple died in an accident. Coincidentally, just at that time, the Lin family, connected to him by blood, found him and brought him back to his true home. I thought it was the beginning of a new life. Little did I know it was the start of another descent into hell. You damn brat, what's with the attitude? Did I say anything wrong about you? Always hanging out with those shady characters all day long. Just look at yourself, what kind of wretched state are you in now? Lin Shenghong's rage flared even hotter at Lin Shuo's reaction, raising his hand as if ready to deliver another slap. Such an attitude made it seem like the person before him wasn't his own flesh and blood, but rather a stray rat that had crawled out of the sewers by the roadside. Lin Shuo had long been numb to this. Over 10 years have passed. Since being brought back to this family, he, who yearned so deeply for familial love, had believed countless times that he could truly become part of it. For years, he had persistently ingratiated himself with every member of the household, living with extreme humility and caution. Yet, all it brought was distance and isolation. Even scolding. The most ridiculous part was, in the decade plus that he had been lost to this family, they had adopted a replacement. Namely, the younger brother mentioned earlier by Lin Shenghong Lin Fengyu. This replacement enjoyed everything that should have rightfully belonged to Lin Shuo. Received all the love from both parents and several sisters. Looking back at Lin Shuo, who shares blood ties. Not only did he not receive the compensation that had been lost for over a decade, he was instead despised by every member of the household, deemed inferior in every way to the adopted replacement. No matter what he does for this family with all his effort, it always gets belittled and criticized. Sometimes they would even be falsely accused and punished. Like right now. None of your damn business? Thinking of these things, Lin Shuo felt even more indifferent towards the man before him who claimed to be his father. His tone was filled with disgust. What did you say? Lin Shenghong's eyes widened, and he was about to slap immediately. Seeing this, Lin's mother Su Dinglan quickly intervened. Hey, old Lin, don't be so harsh with the child. After all, he's our own kid. With that, Su Dinglan turned to look at Lin Shuo. Shuo, listen to your mom. You were in the wrong this time, so hurry up and apologize to your dad and your little brother. Mom doesn't blame you either. After all, you've been away for so many years, and some bad habits aren't that easy to break. As long as you promise not to repeat it in the future. Upon hearing these words, Lin Shuo almost felt sick to his stomach. This woman, who appeared to be mediating and playing the peacemaker, disgusted him even more than Lin Shenghong, who preferred using physical violence to educate him. Because she was the one who favored Lin Fengyu the most in the entire family, while also being the person most likely to subject him to verbal abuse. He clearly remembered that in the 3 years since he was brought back to the He family, Su Dinglan had compared him to Lin Fengyu more than once. Comparisons were one thing, but she had to criticize him in every single aspect. They even went so far as to fabricate baseless faults. At times, they would intentionally leave him out in the cold, handing over all the goodies bought outside directly to Lin Fengyu right in front of him. In multi-child families, unequal treatment is common. The crucial point is that not a single drop from the Lin family's bowl has ever fallen upon him. What's most infuriating is that once, Lin Fengyu caused a major incident outside. Su Dinglan actually demanded that he take the blame for Lin Fengyu. Ha! Forcing an innocent biological son to take the fall for an adoptive son who committed the wrongdoing. The greatest absurdity in the world. Sometimes Lin Shuo even doubted whether he was truly Su Dinglan's own flesh and blood. How could such a mother exist in this world? Apologize my ass. What's wrong with me talking back? Who cares if I bully Lin Fengyu? Su Dinglan will tell you. I won't change a thing. And I'll burn his face with a cigarette, but when I turn around. Lin Shuo bluntly fired back at him in a loud voice. You? How could you talk to your mother like that? Su Dinglan stared at Lin Shuo incredulously, as if unable to believe the words she had just heard. She felt Lin Shuo had become a completely different person now, utterly unreasonable. What's wrong with the way I'm talking? Do you even deserve to be a mother? In this house, how you treated me is exactly how I'll treat you now. Lin Shuo had barely finished speaking when Lin Qinghong's slap came flying towards him. Although he had already prepared himself and quickly stepped back while raising his arm to block. But Lin Qinghong was incredibly strong, and the slap still sent him staggering several steps. You bastard! Have you gone completely mad? Go ahead and say that again if you dare. Lin Qinghong's eyes instantly burned with rage. His ferocious expression looked as if he intended to skin Lin Shuo alive on the spot. Su Dinglan's chest heaved violently beside them, her eyes slightly reddened. It seemed her feelings had been deeply hurt by those words just now. Lin Shuo! What's gotten into you today? Second sister Lin Xiaolu immediately rose from the sofa, her face cold as she spoke. You usually bully Xiaoyu, and that's enough. Considering you are, after all, my own younger brother, I don't wish to argue with you any further. But you actually said such things to Mom today. What has she done to wrong you? Do you still have a shred of conscience left? I've had enough of you now. Stay in this house if you want it today, but leave early if you don't. Chapter 2, Is it my fault? Upon hearing these harsh words, Lin Shuo shot a sidelong glance at Lin Xiaolu. What did I do wrong? How dare you ask such a question? Lin Shuo took a deep breath and began to loudly demand. Where were you all those years when I was suffering abuse out there? After being brought back to this family for years, has any one of you ever cared about what I went through before? Look at the branded clothes you're wearing. Take another look at my faded school uniform. You know I'm your own brother, don't you? Then why, apart from my school uniform, are there only a few old clothes from the orphanage in my wardrobe? Why is your room so spacious and exquisite, while mine is just a narrow, small storage room that's been converted? Why do I care for you every day, work like a horse for you, yet all I get in return is distance and isolation? Yet Lin Fengyu did nothing at all, he isn't even remotely related to you by blood, yet you all bend over backward to please him. Is it just because I didn't grow up in this family for over 10 years? Was that my fault though? Did I lose myself on purpose? If you wanted to bring me back, why treat me like this? How can it not be wronging me to give birth but not raise me? The accusatory voice reverberated through the spacious living room. Lin Xiaolu froze momentarily. It seemed she hadn't anticipated that Lin Shuo harbored such deep resentment toward this family in his heart. You. She opened her mouth to argue but stuttered incoherently, unable to form a complete sentence. You're clearly going through a rebellious phase. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you'll never learn to behave. Lin Qinghong glared, raising his palm as if to strike Lin Shuo again. This time Lin Shuo was prepared, dodging backwards while grabbing the nearby chair. Lin Shuo, what are you doing? Lin Xiaolu's eyes widened in alarm as she frantically tried to intervene. You little, how dare you? Lin Qinghong was also startled. He never expected that his son, who had always been timid and submissive at home, would act like a completely different person today. Not only did he dare to resist, but his courage was also shockingly bold. Stay away from me. Take one more step and see what happens. Lin Shuo gripped the chair in his hand, his expression chillingly stern. He knew Lin Qinghong's current fortune had been built with no small help from his fists in the past. Even past middle age and no longer as robust as in his youth, he still couldn't measure up to him in terms of strength. That slap which just sent him staggering a few steps was explanation enough. Now holding onto the chair isn't for momentary venting, but to ensure I won't keep suffering losses. Lin Qinghong couldn't help but curse, you little really want to defy heaven. I'm giving you 3 seconds now, put the chair down, or get the hell out of this house forever. Couldn't ask for more. Lin Shuo sneered coldly, every extra second spent in this disgusting house makes me want to vomit, especially when I see your ugly old face. Say it again. Lin Cheng's temples bulged with veins, his fists clenched so tightly they turned scarlet red. I can say it 10,000 more times. Lin Shuo refused to back down, your disgusting old face makes me sick. You neglect your own son and resort to violence at the drop of a hat, yet you're always obsessing over that bastard you brought home. Someone like you doesn't deserve to be a father. Fine. I'm going to beat this ungrateful child of yours to death today. Lin Shuo was clearly provoked to the extreme, his face twisted into a savage snarl like a beast about to devour its prey. Rolling up his sleeves, he stormed forward. Lin Shuo, who was standing nearby, knew her father's temper all too well. Fearful that his rage might lead to something disastrous, she rushed forward to stop him. "Dad, calm down. Move aside." Lin Shuo tried to push Lin Shuo away. At that moment, a figure came rushing down from upstairs. "Dad, don't be like this, brother Lin Shuo just got angry for a moment, don't take it out on him." The seemingly frail young man rushed between Lin Shuo and Lin Shuo, trying to use his thin arms to block the furious Lin Shuo. "Oh no, Xiaoyu, why are you causing trouble at a time like this?" Seeing this, Su Dinglan, who was on the side, feared the boy might get involved and quickly pulled him back. "Listen to your mom, go back to your room and rest. Your brother made a mistake, he needs to learn a lesson. Otherwise, what if he goes out and harms others or society in the future?" "That's not it." Lin Fengyu was so anxious he seemed on the verge of tears. Brother Lin Shuo just craved everyone's attention. He really didn't mean to do anything bad. "Mom, Dad, you have to believe me, brother Lin Shuo isn't bad at heart at all." "Xiao you. Su Dinglan was somewhat at a loss for words. She hadn't expected that her youngest son Mingming, who had just been bullied by Lin Shuo not long ago, would still stand up to speak in Lin Shuo's defense. Her kindness made her heart ache a little, while also stirring some indescribably complex emotions. They're not even blood related, yet they're so well behaved and sensible. Now look at the other one. How can the gap be this big? Xiaoyu, why can't you tell right from wrong?" Lin Xiolu couldn't help but sigh. "Lin Shuo usually bullies you so much, why are you still speaking up for him? The more you act like this, the worse he'll treat you." "That won't happen, I believe brother Lin Shuo definitely wouldn't do that," Lin Fengyu said with a firm expression. "As long as you give brother Lin Shuo a little chance, he will definitely change for the better." "You're right, isn't that so, Lin Shuo?" After speaking, he turned his head to look at Lin Shuo. At this moment, Lin Shuo wore a cold expression, a storm of nausea churning in his throat, nearly making him vomit. Others might not know Lin Fengyu's true nature, but he understood it all too clearly. Right now, this is nothing more than Lin Fengyu's deliberate disguise. The real Lin Fengyu can truly be called a green tea bitch. Over the past few years, he has undoubtedly endured all sorts of special treatment from Lin Fengyu. Those so-called instances of bullying were actually committed by Lin Fengyu, who then deliberately played the victim and pinned all these misdeeds on him. Just like this time's money snatching to buy cigarettes, it was actually Lin Fengyu who robbed him of his pocket money. Then pinned this accusation on him and wrongfully accuse him. Yet now you're suddenly speaking up in his defense. That disgusting face made Lin Shuo almost couldn't control the urge to rush up and slap his mouth swollen. "Xiaoyu, move aside. Your brother made a mistake, and today he must learn his lesson." Lin Changhong was still enraged, but because of Lin Fengyu's intervention, he regained some composure and restrained himself, fearing he might accidentally harm his frail younger son if he acted recklessly. "Dad, if you insist on hitting Lin Shuo today, you'll have to hit me first." Chapter 3. I don't want you to leave. Lin Fengyu's eyes were slightly reddened, as if tears were about to spill over. "I share responsibility for what happened today. Brother Lin Shuo was also forced by his bad friends. If only I'd been a little braver back then. Brother Lin Shuo wouldn't be like this today. Dad, please don't blame brother Lin Shuo. If you must blame someone, blame me." As he spoke, Lin Fengyu lowered his head and began to sob softly. Seeing this, Lin Xiolu and Su Dinglan, who were nearby, felt their hearts ache terribly. "Alright, old Lin, for Xiaoyu's sake, let's put this matter aside for now and give Lin Shuo a chance." Su Dinglan couldn't help but suggest. "Xiaoyu just said today's incident was connected to Lin Shuo's bad influence. I think the problem might lie with those friends. Maybe we should have Lin Shuo distance himself from them and see if he can turn things around before we decide what to do next." "Dad, I think Mom has a point. We can't let Xiaoyu lose heart." Lin Qiulu agreed. "Give Lin Shuo a chance. If it doesn't work, have him write a self-criticism tonight. As long as he shows a hint of remorse, we don't need to be so harsh. Maybe he's just acting out because he's going through a rebellious phase." Seeing his wife and daughter trying to smooth things over, Lin Changhong felt the fire in his heart, but he couldn't keep raging. But when he caught sight of Lin Shuo's smug expression, he nearly lost his temper again. "Write me a damn self-criticism tonight. Keep writing until I'm satisfied. Don't even think about sleeping." With that, Lin Changhong turned and strode toward his bedroom. He feared that seeing Lin Shuo's smug expression any longer would push him over the edge. "Alright, Lin Shuo, are you satisfied now?" Lin Xiolu walked up to Lin Shuo, who still wore a cold expression. She frowned. "I've already forgiven you for today's mistakes. How long do you plan to keep putting on airs? Do you want me to kowtow to you before you're satisfied? Then go ahead and do it," Lin Shuo sneered coldly. "What did you say?" Lin Xiolu's eyes widened in shock, utterly unprepared for Lin Shuo to actually dare suggest she kowtow. "Poof." Lin Shuo shot her a contemptuous look before turning and striding upstairs. "Stop right there. Are you trying to push things too far today?
Just because dad isn't disciplining you, you think you can act all cocky? Do you really believe no one in this family can keep you in line? Fury flared within Lin Shuo. She couldn't understand how someone who'd made a mistake could still be so arrogant. At the same time, she felt a pang of regret. She should have let dad give this little brat a proper beating just now. Without a taste of pain, this brat would never learn her lesson. However, Lin Shuo paid no heed to Lin Xiolu's words. He strode upstairs toward his own room. He had no intention of lingering any longer in this foul, twisted household. Grab what he needed and leave tonight. This child. Is he truly beyond redemption? Su Dinglan watched the scene unfold, unable to stop herself from lowering her eyes and sighing. Mom, don't say that. Brother Lin Shuo is just a little misguided by others. Lin Fengyu, standing nearby, couldn't help but speak up in his defense, his eyes glistening with hurt. You silly child, it's not as simple as him being led astray by others. Su Dinglan gently stroked Lin Fengyu's head. Ever since he came back, you've suffered a lot too. You need to look out for yourself more from now on, or you'll face a lot of hardship when you enter society. Mom, I won't. Lin Fengyu pursed his lips. Actually, brother Lin Shuo takes good care of me. You really shouldn't be so harsh on him. He barely refrains from picking on you when we're not looking. What kind of looking after is that? Su Dinglan sighed. You're just too kind-hearted. If he bullies you again, tell your mother. You can't keep swallowing your grievances. Mom, really, he doesn't. Watching Lin Fengyu still defending Lin Shuo, Su Dinglan was about to say more. But she was interrupted by a shout from upstairs. Lin Shuo! Have you lost your mind? You actually want to leave this family? Stop right there. You're not going anywhere without my permission. Did you hear me? The commotion caught Su Dinglan's attention. She could no longer spare a thought for Lin Fengyu and hurriedly looked up at the second floor. Lin Shuo strode down the stairs, an old bag stuffed to bursting strapped to his back, his face expressionless. Lin Xiolu followed close behind, trying to grab his arm to stop him, but he ruthlessly slapped her hand away. How long do you intend to keep this up? It's time to stop. Seeing she couldn't stop him, Lin Xiolu cried out in frustration. You're insane. Irritated, Lin Shuo snapped back. You were the one who wanted me out of this house just now, and now you're the one trying to keep me here. Lin Xiolu, are you just born to be a pain in the ass? If you ever die, it'll be because you've worn yourself out being so damn annoying. You. His words made Lin Xiolu's face turn from pale to crimson. She never imagined Lin Shuo would utter such venomous words to her. Lin Shuo, where are you going in the middle of the night with that backpack? Su Dinglan frowned. Are you planning to run away from home right in front of us? None of your damn business. Lin Shuo descended the stairs, shooting her a sidelong glance. You? How dare you speak to me like that? Su Dinglan was furious, her voice trembling slightly. I'm your mother. What's wrong with me caring? Hoof. Lin Shuo made no effort to hide the disgust in his eyes. Cut it out. Stop pretending to be some saintly mother. What difference does a mother like you make? You've never hidden how much you despise me being in this house. Why not just seize this chance to cut ties with me? At least then I might have a shred of respect left for you. The words hit Su Dinglan like a thunderclap. She nearly fainted from the shock, her body swaying unsteadily. She pointed at Lin Shuo, unable to form a coherent sentence for a long moment. Lin Shuo. Lin Xiolu, who had followed closely behind, shouted, keep acting like this and see what happens. Don't push me. Lin Shuo paid no heed, striding purposefully toward the front gate. He didn't want to linger a single moment longer in this so-called home. Brother Lin Shuo. Lin Fengyu rushed after him in panic, grabbing his arm as tears welled in his eyes. Don't go. What about mom and dad? What about me? I don't want you to leave. I'll write your self-criticism letter for you. Please, stay. Stop fighting with your family. Hearing these hollow words, then turning to see Lin Fengyu's ugly, feigned expression of reluctance, Lin Shuo felt nauseous. Simultaneously, scenes of past bullying by Lin Fengyu flooded his mind. In that moment, a torrent of rage surged through him. He raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap across the face. The sharp crack echoed through the spacious living room, accompanied by words dripping with contempt. What the hell are you playing at? Chapter 4, The Ungrateful Wolf. The curse and the sharp slap echoed relentlessly through the spacious living room. The sudden scene stunned everyone present, including Lin Fengyu, who had just been slapped. The searing pain in his cheek gradually snapped him out of his shock, causing a savage glint to flicker in his eyes. He never imagined that Lin Shuo, who had always been meek and submissive at home, would dare to slap him today. A wave of intense humiliation surged through him, fueling a deep-seated resentment. But perhaps because pretending had become second nature, he quickly composed himself, his face now wearing an expression of hurt. Brother Lin Shuo, why did you hit me? Did I do something wrong? Lin Fengyu covered his face, his voice choked with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. Keep pretending. Keep pretending. Lin Shuo's expression remained cold as he raised his hand, poised to deliver another slap. Lin Shuo. You've completely lost your mind today.
Lin Shuo rushed forward anxiously, shielding Lin Fengyu behind her. Her beautiful eyes glared fiercely at Lin Shuo, filled with rage.
What did Xiaoyu do wrong? He just wanted you to stay here and you hit him?
Su Dinglan also rushed over to shield Lin Fengyu, her words dripping with reproach and displeasure.
Ha! What did he do wrong?
Lin Shuo seemed to have heard some joke, unable to suppress a smirk, though his eyes were filled with contempt.
What's so funny? What's so amusing?
Lin Shuo, I think you need to see a neurologist.
Lin Xiolu's expression darkened further.
She was growing increasingly suspicious that Lin Shuo's unusual behavior today might stem from some kind of mental issue.
It's you who need to see a doctor.
Lin Shuo stared blankly into Lin Xiolu's eyes.
He knew that no amount of explanation would make any difference now.
These so-called family members never regarded him as part of this household. No matter what he said, he wouldn't gain their trust. Their hearts had always belonged to Lin Fengyu. Rather than waste his breath, he only wanted to escape this suffocating, nauseating hellhole immediately. With that thought, Lin Shuo turned decisively and strode out the front door.
Lin Shuo! Get back here!
Lin Xiolu shouted, if you dare step outside the courtyard gate today, don't ever expect to return to this family.
Lin Shuo offered no response whatsoever.
As he neared the courtyard gate, he suddenly halted, slowly turning to glance back at Lin Xiolu.
It's not too late to apologize to Xiaoyu now.
Thinking Lin Shuo had changed his mind, Lin Xiolu's tone unconsciously carried a hint of smugness.
Poof. Lin Shuo gave a cold laugh. I wish you all the best in the future. What do you mean?
Lin Xiolu froze, unable to grasp why Lin Shuo had suddenly uttered such a remark. But her confusion went unanswered, for after uttering those words, Lin Shuo immediately pushed open the courtyard gate and walked away.
Where the hell are you going? Get back here! Lin Xiolu shouted, trying to chase after him.
But just as she stepped through the gate, her father's voice rang out from behind. Who cares?
Let him rot out there.
Lin Chenghong emerged from the bedroom at some point, his face dark as ink. He hadn't expected that just by stepping into his room for a moment, that little bastard Lin Shuo would nearly tear the house apart.
Dad!
Lin Xiolu tried to say something, but was cut off by a voice from upstairs.
Second sister, why are you bothering with that little brat?
The speaker was Lin Xinshuan, the third child of the Lin family. She had been resting in her room but was drawn out by the heated argument in the living room.
He's out carousing with people all day long. He probably doesn't want us to control him anymore.
We took him in from the streets and raised him all these years. Not only is he ungrateful, but he causes trouble at home every single day.
Even if you picked up a stray dog off the street, once it got used to you, it would wag its tail. But what about him? How many times has he bullied Xiaoyu? It's just as well he's out the door today.
At least he won't be causing trouble in this house anymore.
I certainly don't want to see him in this house anymore. I've put up with him long enough. Lin Xinshuan's words dripped with intense resentment, as if she'd been itching to say this for ages. Enough, Xiao Xin.
Su Dinglan frowned and spoke up, no matter what, Lin Shuo is still your brother.
How can you speak to him like that? What's wrong with saying it? Mom, isn't what I said true?
Lin Xinshuan continued down the stairs as she spoke. Look how swollen Xiaoyu's face is. You should be feeling sorry for him right now. How could you speak to that little bastard Lin Shuo like that? If he hadn't gotten away so fast just now, I would have definitely slapped him back for Xiaoyu.
Hearing this, Su Dinglan didn't bother arguing with her daughter.
She turned urgently to look at Lin Fengyu, whose cheek was red and swollen.
Xiaoyu, does it hurt? Lin Shuo really is, sigh. How could he hit you so hard? Could it be that his time away really did spoil him?
When he gets back, I'll have a serious talk with him for you.
Su Dinglan scolded Lin Shuo with a few reproachful words, her eyes brimming with heartache. Mom, it doesn't hurt.
Lin Fengyu shook her head gently, tears welling in her eyes.
Go find brother Lin Shuo quickly, okay? It's so late out there, it's not safe for him to be alone. Xiaoyu, are you being foolish?
Lin Xinshuan couldn't hold back, her voice tinged with both concern and reproach. He bullies you all the time, and just now he slapped you for no reason. If you don't hold a grudge against him, that's one thing, but why are you still thinking about him now? If you ask me, you should be wishing he'd freeze to death out there.
Third sister, don't say that. Lin Fengyu's voice choked up. Actually, brother Lin Shuo is a really good person. You just don't understand him.
I've heard that line so many times my ears are calloused.
Lin Xinshuan snapped irritably. If that little bastard Lin Shuo had even a shred of goodness, do you think I wouldn't see it? He just takes advantage of your kindness. No, really, it's not like that.
Lin Fengyu tried to defend himself, but Su Dinglan, standing nearby, cut him off.
Enough, enough. Let's not dwell on this. Who's going to go get Lin Shuo back right now?
No matter how immature he is, he's still your brother Xiaoyu's older brother.
It's not safe for him to be out this late. If anything happens, we'll be held responsible.
Hearing this, Lin Xinshuan rolled her eyes.
Whoever wants to go, go. Anyway, I don't think anything could happen to him out there. With all those shady friends of his, who knows who he's off messing around with right now. It's not like this is his first time staying out all night. Why bother? Lin Shenghong, his face dark, added. Don't bother looking for him. Just seeing him pisses me off. Why bring back such a troublemaker? Let him stay out if he wants to. Once he's had his fill of hardship and learned his lesson, he'll come crawling back on his own, no need for us to go looking for him. Seeing her husband like this, Su Dinglan couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 5, I will live for myself. Second sister, what are you thinking about? Lin Shuo looked at Lin Shuo, who had been silent for a long time. You wouldn't be thinking of bringing that ungrateful little bastard back, would you? No. Lin Shuo shook her head gently. I just can't figure out what Lin Shuo meant by what he said earlier. What did he say? Lin Shuo asked curiously. Earlier, she'd been too far away on the second floor to hear clearly what Lin Shuo had said to her second sister as he left. He said, wishing you a pleasant life from now on. That's weird. Is Lin Shuo out of his mind? Lin Shuo snorted twice. Come on, second sister, he probably just wanted to annoy you. Don't dwell on all that nonsense. Hearing this, Lin Shuo still couldn't shake her confusion, her brows furrowed in worry. Alright, it's late. Go back to your rooms and rest. Tomorrow, those who need to work should work, and those who need to study should study. As the head of the household, Lin Shenghong spoke up, intending to put an end to tonight's farce. Old Lin, aren't we really going to look for Xiao Shuo? Su Dinglan still hadn't given up on the idea of bringing Lin Shuo back. No need. Lin Shenghong snorted coldly. Mom, I told you not to bother with that ungrateful little bastard Lin Shuo. Lin Shuo spoke up again, have you forgotten how he just talked back to you? I heard it clearly from my room. You treat him like a son, but does he treat you like a mother? This. Su Dinglan was momentarily speechless. She recalled the harsh words Lin Shuo had hurled at her moments ago. The anger she had barely managed to quell flared up again instantly. She couldn't understand it. Lin Shuo was her own flesh and blood. His occasional immaturity was one thing, but how could he utter such hurtful words to his own mother? In contrast, Lin Fengyu, who shared no blood ties with her, was sensible and well-behaved, always considerate and thoughtful toward her. Why was the gap between them so enormous? Was heaven playing some cruel joke? Or had she committed some sin in a past life? The thought pressed heavily on Su Dinglan's chest. The lingering hope of finding Lin Shuo vanished instantly. Everyone should go to sleep. As for that boy Lin Shuo, let him do as he pleases. Su Dinglan felt weary at heart, unwilling to meddle any further. And sometimes, when she thought about it, how peaceful this household had been before Lin Shuo returned. Never like today, with troubles arising every other day because of him. Under the night sky, Lin Shuo walked the streets alone, a tattered bag slung over his shoulder. He couldn't recall how long he'd been walking. Nor could he recall how far he'd gone. He only knew his heart felt like a bird newly freed, brimming with joy. In the past, he had endured unimaginable suffering at the hands of the Lin family. Even after entering society and ultimately dying alone in a cramped, shabby rental room, he could never shake the psychological shadow the Lin family had cast over him. Before his rebirth, he often regretted why he hadn't awakened sooner to the Lin family's hypocrisy and cruelty, why he hadn't left that twisted and ugly home earlier. Now, he had taken his first step toward a new life. Even now, with no one to rely on and an uncertain path ahead, he felt profoundly fortunate. From this day forward, I will live for myself. Lin Shuo murmured to himself, suddenly overcome by a fierce hunger. He realized he hadn't eaten a single meal all day. The first step was to find a way to fill his stomach. With that thought, Lin Shuo glanced down at his empty pockets, unable to find even a single coin, then looked around. He had no idea where he'd ended up, but every shop in sight had already shut its doors. After all, it was late at night. At this hour, even if he wanted to run a tab or trade dishes for food, it would be as hard as climbing a mountain. With no other choice, he had to keep walking. He prayed he might stumble upon a shop still open. But after 10 minutes passed, the street was lit only by the dim glow of street lamps, with no light emanating from any shops. Starving, Lin Shuo's legs grew weak beneath him, and a bitter smile crept onto his face. Was rummaging through trash bins his only option now? Just as Lin Shuo's thoughts were spiraling downward, voices suddenly reached him from ahead. Against the backdrop of the silent night, the voices reached his ears with surprising clarity. Damn it! That last one was such a waste. We were so close to winning. I told you not to waste the paratroopers. Just send the tanks straight in to steal their stuff. It's not that easy to sneak in. I lost so many tanks to explosions, I couldn't even get close. Old Chin's skills are too good. There's no way to beat him. He just made another $10 off my internet bill. What a ripoff. I'm not playing with him again. The voices faded into the distance, but Lin Shuo's eyes lit up instantly. Internet cafe? That means instant noodles, right? At that thought, the strength drained by hunger instantly returned to his body. He quickened his pace and sure enough, spotted the sign for an internet cafe not far ahead. The problem was, it was on the 3rd floor. There was no elevator, so he'd have to climb the stairs. This posed a challenge for him now, his legs weak from hunger. But his hunger overpowered his fatigue.
Gritting his teeth, Lin Shuo gripped the banister and forced himself up the stairs. The moment he stepped inside, the pungent smell of smoke stung his eyes and made him feel a bit queasy. Ignoring his coughing fit, he hurried to the front desk and tapped the sleeping attendant on the shoulder.
Hey, buddy, got any instant noodles?
Lin Shuo asked, already plotting how he'd manage to get credit later. $1.50 for internet, $6 for all night. The sleepy attendant propped his head up, his half-asleep mumbling clearly showing he hadn't heard a word Lin Shuo had said.
I don't want internet access. I want instant noodles.
Lin Shuo raised his voice a few decibels, trying to rouse the attendant.
No instant noodles.
Sold out.
The attendant yawned. Come back when you want to use the internet.
With that, he immediately dropped his head back down and fell into a deep slumber once more. No matter how much Lin Shuo called out, the attendant didn't stir, as if his soul had already drifted off to another world. Seeing this, Lin Shuo was at a loss for words.
Dude, don't you worry about getting fired for slacking off like this?
Lin Shuo sighed. Since the manager was useless, he turned his attention to the few scattered customers still using the computers. He first skipped over two thug-looking guys, then scanned a sleepy middle-aged man. Finally, his gaze settled on a woman with long, wavy hair. First, she seemed like she'd be easier to talk to. Second, there was an unopened bucket of instant noodles sitting in front of her computer. So Lin Shuo immediately walked over. The woman was intently focused on her computer screen, her fingers flying across the keyboard with a steady clatter as her mouse darted left and right across the screen. Lin Shuo couldn't resist glancing over and was surprised to see she was playing Red Alert.
Chapter 6 If I win, will you treat me to instant noodles? Red Alert was all the rage these days. It wasn't unusual to see people playing it in internet cafes. But female players were a rarity. At least, this was the first time Lin Shuo had ever seen one in person. He initially assumed she was browsing chat rooms or something similar. This thought sparked Lin Shuo's curiosity, but he also feared disturbing the woman's gaming session.
Suppressing his hunger for the moment, he cautiously edged closer. After all, no one likes being interrupted while deeply focused on a game. Her eyes were glued to the screen. Yet no matter how swiftly her mouse darted or how loudly her keyboard clattered, she couldn't reverse the game's current downward spiral. Lin Shuo wasn't a high-level Red Alert player, but he was a long-time enthusiast. Even after just 2 or 3 minutes of observation, he could tell her opponent was several tiers above her in skill. Several waves could have easily crushed her base, but whether out of deliberate taunting or some other reason, the opponent would pull back their tanks at critical moments, leaving the woman a sliver of hope to recover. Yet the units under her command perpetually hovered on the razor's edge between collapse and hope, unable to advance any further. Finally, seemingly unable to endure any longer, the woman hit Alt plus F4 and closed the game.
The next moment, excited shouts erupted from the corner of the internet cafe. Jing! You lost again. Remember to charge me $50 for internet fees. As the words fell, the woman with the big waves, known as Sister Jing, darkened. She snorted heavily, then snapped back irritably, got it. So annoying.
With that, she picked up the instant noodle cup from the table, intending to tackle her late-night snack. But as she stood up, she turned her head and nearly collided with Lin Shuo standing beside her.
Sorry.
Lin Shuo quickly stepped back 2 paces, apologizing repeatedly.
It's fine.
The woman with the big waves didn't seem too bothered, though her gaze lingered a moment longer on Lin Shuo's youthful face before she turned to head to the front desk for the thermos.
Actually, you could have won that round just now. Lin Shuo's sudden remark made the woman with big waves stop in her tracks. What did you say?
The woman with big waves turned back, her eyes locked on Lin Shuo's.
It was winnable.
Lin Shuo replied earnestly, that opponent had plenty of weaknesses. For instance, when you were trading fire with infantry, you only needed to pull back slightly while simultaneously maneuvering your anti-air vehicle to crush them.
Anti-air units move much faster than infantry.
He wouldn't have had time to relocate his infantry units, allowing you to gain a resource advantage at minimal cost.
Oh, right.
After a moment of thought, the woman with the big waves lit up. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement, like a martial arts hero who'd discovered a legendary secret manual. Lin Shuo wasn't surprised by her reaction. After all, this was right when Red Alert had just been introduced to China. The vast majority of players were only slightly better than the AI. Unlike back in his previous life, when Red Alert had already been established in China for years. Even basic tutorials found online, if studied a little, were enough to dominate the scene at this stage.
I can play another match with him for you. Lin Shuo paused. If I win, could you treat me to a bowl of instant noodles? Guaranteed win?
The woman with the big waves asked with a smile.
Guaranteed win. Lin Shuo nodded confidently. All right then.
After saying that, the woman with big waves turned her head and shouted toward the corner of the internet cafe, Hey, Mr. Qin.
Got the guts for another round? If you lose this time, I'll cover your 100 yuan internet bill. Sure thing. Free internet money is free money as long as you don't back out, Sister Jing. The man in the corner didn't even lift his head, responding with obvious excitement. Hurry up.
Wu Mengjing urged, then reopened the game and whispered to Lin Shuo, "Come on."
Got it.
Lin Shuo placed his backpack by his feet and sat down, his gaze immediately focusing on the computer screen.
Entering the LAN room, Lin Shuo selected his specialty, SL. His opponents selected the same faction. The map was Arctic Circle, a resource-rich terrain rich in minerals. Once the game started, Lin Shuo deftly deployed his base vehicle, constructed an electric field and barracks, then began producing dogs to map the terrain while building an engineer to capture the oil well. Wu Mengjing pulled up a chair beside him, watching Lin Shuo's movements.
Her beautiful eyes blinked repeatedly before she couldn't help but ask.
So you can actually capture these things? I always thought you could only dismantle them for fun. Why build dogs first instead of troops? I feel like dogs are so weak they get killed in 2 shots. Though slightly distracted by the barrage of questions, Lin Shuo patiently replied. This thing is called an oil rig. Capturing it gives you 1,000 credits instantly, then it slowly generates more. Building dogs is mainly to clear the black fog on the map and locate enemy bases. Dogs aren't weak at all. They move extremely fast. If the enemy builds engineers or similar units, the dogs can pounce and kill them instantly. Wu Mengjing listened intently and nodded thoughtfully. I see. Then, whether from intense focus or an eagerness to learn, she leaned forward unconsciously. But with limited space at the computer, leaning forward inevitably brought her slightly closer to Lin Shuo. The faint scent of shower gel, like a mischievous sprite with a life of its own, slipped into Lin Shuo's nostrils, distracting him slightly. Quick, quick, quick! He's flying in on a helicopter. The sudden shriek at his ear instantly snapped Lin Shuo back to the screen. He glanced at the unfolding situation and calmly deployed anti-aircraft guns beside the base. He then commanded the newly deployed airborne troops from the barracks and the tanks fresh from the vehicle factory. Splitting his forces, he directed them toward the enemy base recently exposed by the scout dogs. The tanks charged head-on, drawing the enemy's newly deployed main firepower. Meanwhile, the airborne troops arrived from the other flank and attacked the enemy mining facility. The enemy clearly hadn't anticipated this move and hurriedly copied Lin Shuo's tactic, building anti-aircraft guns beside their own mining facility. But Lin Shuo seemed to have anticipated this. The moment the anti-aircraft guns were constructed, he immediately ordered the flying troops to retreat. Simultaneously, the tanks exploited the enemy's momentary inability to react, charging deep into the base and forcibly destroying both the mining facility and the newly constructed anti-aircraft guns. Losing the mining facility meant temporarily losing the economic advantage within the game match. Without resources, they couldn't build new units or structures. At this point, Lin Shuo knew victory was assured. He left his opponent no chance for a comeback, decisively directing his air units and tanks to demolish the enemy base outright. You have won. Staring at the victory notification flashing across the screen, Wu Mengjing's mouth fell slightly open, her beautiful eyes filled with utter disbelief. Chapter 7, Come on, sis, I'll take you out for barbecue. From the start of this match to its conclusion, the entire process lasted less than 5 minutes. Wu Mengjing had never witnessed such an utterly one-sided blowout. Holy crap! Sister Jing, how did you even play just now? Did you get your meridians unblocked or something? Why did I get taken down so fast? The gasps echoing from the corner snapped Wu Mengjing back to reality. Clearly, her previous opponent found the whole thing utterly unbelievable. That's called skill, got it? Wu Mengjing retorted loudly, her beautiful eyes brimming with uncontrollable amusement. Damn it, I refuse to believe it. I was just distracted and didn't give it my all. Let's play another round. The man shouted, his words dripping with reluctance. Fine, one more game. But if you lose, I'm deducting $150 straight from your internet bill. Why 150 yuan? Didn't we agree on 51 games? I lost that last round and should have paid you an extra 100 for internet fees, but I didn't charge you. If you lose again, I won't include that in the total, okay? Damn it. Fine, 150 it is. Today I'll show you my true strength and prove that the title of Jiangcheng's top red alert player isn't just hot air. Yeah, right. You, the top red alert player in Jiangcheng? Wu Mengjing scoffed in disdain. My base is ready. Let's go. Fine. But don't come crying to me later about that $150 you owe for internet fees. After saying that, Wu Mengjing immediately shot Lin Shuo a meaningful glance. But Lin Shuo remained motionless, his eyes fixed unblinkingly on the instant noodles in her hand. Then, accompanied by a series of gurgling sounds, Lin Shuo suddenly felt a bit awkward. Wu Mengjing seemed to catch on, but pretended not to hear. She tactfully let it slide and promptly opened her instant noodles. I'll make it for you. If you win again later, I'll take you out for some barbecue. The word barbecue instantly reignited Lin Shuo's motivation. He replied, sure, his gaze returning to the computer screen as his expression turned focused once more. Seeing this, Wu Mengjing smiled and carried the instant noodle cup to the front desk. But when she saw the network administrator fast asleep, the smile on her face froze instantly. Sleep. Wait till someone steals the money from the drawer and he doesn't even notice.
Wu Mengjing cursed under her breath as she grabbed the network administrator by the ear and twisted it roughly. Ouch! The network administrator, who had been deep in slumber, was instantly jolted awake by the pain.
He sucked in a sharp breath. Ow ow ow. Sister Jing, I'm sorry. Let go. You're going to twist my ear off.
I hired you to work here, not to sleep on the job. Wu Mengjing snapped irritably. You're always slacking off sleeping through day shifts, sleeping through night shifts. If it weren't for Aunt Fang's favor, you'd be fired on the spot.
No, please.
Sister Jing, if you fire me, my mom will beat me to death.
The internet cafe manager's face twisted in misery. It's not easy for me to find a job. Who told you to slack off in school? Now you can't handle the real world. Aunt Fang has broken her back for you. Who's to blame? But I just wasn't interested in any of that stuff. I only have motivation for things that interest me. Otherwise, I just get sleepy. Cut the crap. I never heard you say that when you were gaming. Wu Mengjing snorted loudly, then slammed the instant noodles onto the counter. Hurry up and make this bowl of noodles. Take it to my table. The internet cafe attendant rubbed his ears, which were red from being twisted, then paused in surprise after picking up the instant noodles. Wait, did someone just come in to buy instant noodles? Damn it! Why the hell did that happen? Why did mine suddenly disappear? At that moment, wails from the corner caught both his and Wu Mengjing's attention.
Wu Mengjing hurried back to the machine to check.
You have one.
The four bold characters filled her vision, and Wu Mengjing's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, even more so than just minutes ago.
No way. How could it be so fast?
Wu Mengjing calculated the time, from grabbing the instant noodles to reaching the front desk, plus the brief scolding she just delivered. It all seemed to add up to only about 3 minutes.
And she'd already won?
That's ridiculous. I used the anti-aircraft vehicle engineer to sneak into his house, captured his base vehicle and workshop, then flipped them for profit. He was so stunned he couldn't play anymore, Lin Shuo explained.
What? You can actually play like that? Wu Mengjing looked utterly astonished, as if her worldview had just been completely rewritten.
Yeah, he was too focused on attacking my base and overlooked how fast the anti-aircraft vehicle moves and that it can carry passengers.
Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy to sneak in. Impressive.
Wu Mengjing was at a loss for words to describe her current emotions, stammering for a while before managing only those 2 syllables. At the same time, her gaze toward Lin Shuo sparkled like she'd discovered a treasure, unable to stop her eyes from darting back and forth. Just as she was trying to squeeze out more praise, a discordant voice suddenly cut in from the side.
Damn it! I knew it! Sister Jing, you're cheating. You actually brought in outside help.
The disheveled man with messy hair and stubble wore a face full of anger, his words dripping with accusation.
What's the big deal? I never said I was playing by myself. Wu Mengjing looked away guiltily. Sis Jing, how can you do this? This is cheating.
The scruffy man complained indignantly. I lost $150 in internet fees.
Alright. I didn't really deduct it from your internet bill.
Knowing she was in the wrong, Wu Mengjing quickly added, I'll add that 150 yuan back to your account later.
Is that okay now? Hee, Sister Jing is awesome. Sister Jing is so generous.
The scruffy man instantly beamed with delight, all traces of resentment vanishing. His rapid change of expression left Lin Shuo, watching nearby, feeling rather embarrassed. Next, the man's gaze shifted to Lin Shuo. Young man, you were impressive with those last 2 moves. I've been dominating the internet cafes in Jiangcheng for years, but I've never encountered an opponent who could trade blows with me like you did.
Give me a break. Wu Mengjing rolled her eyes in mock exasperation. Dominated the internet cafes? Have you even been to more than 3?
You just hang around mine all day, sometimes even skipping out on your bills.
And calling that trading blows?
You were getting your ass kicked the whole time.
Ahem. The scruffy man looked slightly embarrassed and cleared his throat to cover his awkwardness.
Pretending not to hear Wu Mengjing's words, he leaned closer to Lin Shuo excitedly.
I think we should exchange moves.
I've got a few secret techniques up my sleeve I haven't used yet. You teach me those moves you just showed, and I'll teach you mine.
We swap them out. How about it?
Lin Shuo was about to respond when his wrist was suddenly grabbed.
Little brother, don't listen to his nonsense about secret techniques.
He's got nothing but 3 cheap tricks up his sleeve, trying to get something for nothing from you. Wu Mengjing bluntly exposed the scruffy man's scheme, then turned to Lin Shuo with a gentle smile.
Come on, ignore him. I'll keep my promise. Let's go grab some barbecue. Chapter 8, A Stranger's Kindness.
With that, Wu Mengjing grabbed Lin Shuo's wrist and started pulling him toward the exit of the internet cafe.
Hey! Hold on, I was having a great chat with this kid here.
The scruffy man, refusing to give up, followed a few steps. Why not take me along for the barbecue?
I could chat with him some more. Sure, I could bring you along. But do you even have any money? Wu Mengjing shot him a withering look. Damn it, look who's talking. Money's the last thing I've ever been short on in my life.
The scruffy man snorted twice before reaching into his pocket. When he pulled out a few crumpled 50-cent coins, the atmosphere turned awkward.
Humph. Money's the last thing you've ever lacked in your life? Wu Mengjing raised an eyebrow, repeating his words with a teasing tone. Ahem. I didn't bring enough cash with me today. Can I owe you this round? The scruffy man looked slightly embarrassed but still had the nerve to say it. On my ass. You're always racking up tabs for internet fees here, and now you want to run up a bill for barbecue too? Get lost. With that, Wu Mengjing lost patience and led Lin Shuo straight out the door. Sister Jing. Once they reached the ground floor, Lin Shuo hesitantly spoke up. What is it? I can walk on my own. Oh, feeling shy?
Wu Mengjing's eyes crinkled as she instantly realized it was her holding Lin Shuo's arm that made him feel awkward.
No.
Lin Shuo shifted his gaze guiltily.
Come on, then look at me.
Wu Mengjing leaned in closer, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Lin Shuo momentarily didn't know how to react. He could tell Wu Mengjing meant no harm, but this was also the first time he'd encountered a woman so openly affectionate toward him.
Alright, I won't tease you anymore.
Wu Mengjing released her grip and pulled a set of keys from her pocket. The barbecue place is a bit far from here.
Let's ride bikes over. With that, she crouched down and unlocked the chain securing an electric bicycle nearby. Once she was mounted, she patted the back seat. What are you standing there for? Hop on.
Hearing this, Lin Shuo hesitated for a moment before finally climbing on. As Wu Mengjing started the bike, a cool evening breeze carrying the scent of shower gel brushed against his cheeks. Lin Shuo stared at the receding street scenes and Wu Mengjing's back as she pedaled, momentarily lost in thought. It wasn't until the mouth-watering aroma of grilled food wafted into his nostrils that he realized they had arrived at the barbecue restaurant.
Uncle Li, the usual.
Wu Mengjing parked the scooter and called out as she stepped inside.
Got it.
The uncle, busy grilling skewers, responded without looking up, clearly familiar with Wu Mengjing. Little brother, order whatever you like, no need to be polite with your big sister. Wu Mengjing picked a spot, then motioned for Lin Shuo to head to the freezer to pick something out.
These will be fine for me.
Lin Shuo picked out some inexpensive vegetarian dishes. For him, just getting a free meal tonight was more than enough.
He really didn't want to burden this kind sister with extra expenses. How could you possibly get full with just that?
Wu Mengjing glanced at Lin Shuo's selections, immediately stood up, walked to the freezer, and began grabbing handfuls of meat skewers, stuffing them into the basket.
No. Sister Jing. We really can't eat that much.
Lin Shuo tried to stop her, but Wu Mengjing seemed to read his mind and said,
well, if you can't finish it, your sister will have to eat it, right? Could you really bear to see your sister come all this way only to go home hungry? This left Lin Shuo momentarily speechless. In the end, he could only watch helplessly as Wu Mengjing handed the basket full of meat skewers to the grilling uncle, then went to the freezer and pulled out 2 bottles of glass-bottled Coke. You can't just eat skewers, you need something to wash it down.
Wu Mengjing smiled as she popped the caps with a bottle opener, setting 1 bottle before Lin Shuo.
Thanks.
Lin Shuo pursed his lips. This kindness from a stranger reminded him of that twisted home that had never given him a shred of affection. It stirred up a sudden wave of indescribable, complex emotions within him. What are you thanking me for? Wu Mengjing blinked. This was something your sister promised you in the first place. You just won 2 games for me. Honestly, a bucket of instant noodles would have been enough. Lin Shuo's voice was soft, for he suddenly felt undeserving of this meal. You're already here, why are you still thinking about instant noodles? Wu Mengjing gave Lin Shuo a light pat on the head.
Enough about that. I still don't even know your name. Lin Shuo.
Lin with the character for forest and Shuo with the character for mysterious. My name is Wu Mengjing. Wu is in sky, Meng is in dream, and Jing is in quiet.
It's beautiful.
Lin Shuo took careful note of the name.
Right? Everyone says so. Wu Mengjing's eyes curved into crescent moons.
As they chatted, the skewered meat vendor brought over a plate of freshly grilled vegetables.
Eat quickly, they won't taste as good once they cool down.
Wu Mengjing urged them warmly, picking up a skewer of grilled tofu herself. Lin Shuo, however, picked up a skewer of grilled cabbage with a touch of awkwardness. At first, he'd tried to maintain some decorum. After all, he hadn't paid a single penny for this meal. But the moment the food touched his tongue, his long-suppressed hunger surged. A powerful hunger threatened to take over his consciousness, compelling him to grab the next skewer without thinking. His initial careful chewing quickly turned into wolfing down the food. Wu Mengjing could tell Lin Shuo was starving, so she didn't compete or rush him, quietly watching him devour the skewers. When the plate was nearly empty, she hurried over to urge the grill master to prepare more. At the same time, the owner's wife brought over a bowl of stir-fried noodles. It had originally been ordered for her own consumption, but she pushed the bowl toward Lin Shuo instead, saying,
"You can't just eat vegetables and meat. Here, I ordered an extra serving of the main dish for you. You have to finish it all, no wasting."
Hearing this, the complex emotions welling up in Lin Shuo's heart grew even stronger. He mumbled a vague thanks while fixing Wu Mengjing with a lingering look, silently vowing within himself.
He would repay this kindness someday. Soon.
The table was piled high with chopsticks. The plate that had held the fried noodles was now completely bare, not even a trace of oil left behind.
Are you full? Want to order some more?
Wu Mengjing asked with concern. She could tell Lin Shuo was starving and worried he hadn't eaten enough.
No, no need.
Lin Shuo felt quite stuffed now and quickly waved his hands, a bit embarrassed.
Sis Jing, thank you. I'm full. Please don't order any more.
That's good. Wu Mengjing got up to settle the bill, then returned to the table and asked, Young man, where do you live?
I can give you a ride home.
At the word home, Lin Shuo's expression stiffened, a hint of awkwardness flickering in his eyes.
This subtle change did not escape Wu Mengjing's keen observation. Chapter 9, Landlord and Tenant. Had a fight with your family? Wu Mengjing asked.
She had already suspected as much. Otherwise, why would this boy in his school uniform be at her internet cafe so late at night?
Sis Jing. Lin Shuo didn't answer the question but countered, Can I stay at your internet cafe for the night?
That might be a bit difficult.
Wu Mengjing declined and advised, no matter what conflict you're having at home, it's still better to go back. For me, wandering the streets is 10,000 times better than being at home.
Lin Shuo lowered his head. After a moment's hesitation, he slowly lifted his shirt. Wu Mengjing thought he was about to do something and was about to stop him, but when she caught a glimpse of what lay beneath the fabric, she froze in place.
Oh my god.
The gasp escaped Wu Mengjing's lips. She instinctively covered her mouth, staring in disbelief at the crisscrossing scars. Her heart felt like it was being tossed by a raging storm, unable to calm for a long time.
How could this happen? Your family.
Wu Mengjing opened her mouth, unable to fathom what kind of family this boy could possibly come from to bear so many scars on his body.
I have no family.
Lin Shuo lowered his clothes and said calmly, At least not in my eyes, they weren't. Wu Mengjing fell silent, her gaze flickering with an unusual emotion as she looked at Lin Shuo. Sis Jing, I don't just want to stay at your internet cafe for one night. Lin Shuo paused before adding, If possible, I'd like to stay at the internet cafe temporarily.
I can clean, do odd jobs, anything.
As long as I have a place to eat and sleep for now, consider it me applying for a job. I'll be an adult in a week and I have my ID with me.
That's not appropriate. Wu Mengjing's response sent Lin Shuo's spirits plummeting.
But he said no more. After all, he was already deeply grateful for tonight's meal. She had no obligation to offer him further assistance. You're still a student, right? Wu Mengjing asked abruptly.
Yes, Lin Shuo nodded lightly. High school?
Right, senior year.
As a senior, how can you spend all day at the internet cafe? And if I recall correctly, the college entrance exams are just a month or two away, right?
Wu Mengjing paused, meeting Lin Shuo's gaze.
Well, I happen to have a spare room available. You could stay there temporarily. As for rent, you can just owe it for now. Focus on preparing for the exams. Once they're over, you can come work at my internet cafe for the summer. I'll deduct a portion of your monthly wages to cover the rent you owe. What do you think?
The unexpected offer left Lin Shuo stunned. He had assumed he might end up on the streets tonight and for the foreseeable future. Yet here was Sister Jing offering him such immense support. For a moment, the indescribable emotions welling up inside him grew even stronger.
Why aren't you saying anything?
Wu Mengjing, who hadn't received a reply for ages, raised her hand and waved it in front of Lin Shuo's face.
You wouldn't be worried about your sister, afraid she'd kidnap you and sell you off, would you? No. Lin Shuo lowered his head and sniffed. Sister Jing, thank you. What are you thanking me for?
Wu Mengjing waved her hand with a smile.
I'm not feeding you for free.
You owe me for all this. If you don't come work at my internet cafe to pay it back later, I won't let you off the hook.
I will pay you back. Lin Shuo's eyes were firm and earnest. Alright, it's getting late. Tomorrow isn't a day off either.
I'll show you to your room, then you should get some rest early. Wu Mengjing grabbed her keys and headed toward the electric bike.
Come on. Lin Shuo climbed back onto the rear seat of the electric bike.
The evening breeze brushed his cheeks as the receding street scene seemed to signal that all past hardships were fading away from him.
Less than 5 minutes later,
Wu Mengjing drove into a nearby old residential complex and stopped in front of a building close to the entrance. She led Lin Shuo up to the third floor, pulled out her keys, and unlocked the door on the right. Click! The crisp click of the switch illuminated the room with a bright light, banishing all darkness.
A warm and lived-in living room came into view. Starting today, you'll be staying in the room on the left. But hold on a moment, okay?
That room hasn't been used in ages and is piled with junk. I'll go tidy it up for you. Wu Mengjing said as she slipped on her slippers and hurried toward the left room.
Wait. Sister Jing. Lin Shuo hurriedly called out, didn't you say it was empty?
But this place.
Huh? What's wrong?
Wu Mengjing halted, a puzzled look on her face.
The room on the left is empty, right? No. Lin Shuo was dumbfounded. Sis Jing, you wouldn't be staying here too, would you? Of course I am.
Where else would I stay?
This is my home.
Where else would I live? After speaking, Wu Mengjing seemed to read Lin Shuo's thoughts. She narrowed her eyes slightly, a smile curling her lips.
You wouldn't happen to be feeling shy about sharing a roof with your sister, would you? I'm not. Lin Shuo forced out the reply. But honestly,
he'd never lived under the same roof with a woman who wasn't related to him.
Relax, I won't do anything inappropriate to you. Wu Mengjing patted Lin Shuo's shoulder with a smile.
So relax and stay here comfortably.
But wouldn't this be inconvenient for you, Sister Jing? Lin Shuo couldn't help asking. What's inconvenient about it? That room's just sitting empty anyway. Might as well rent it out and make some money.
Wu Mengjing paused before adding. Even though that money won't be coming to me directly for now, as long as you're staying here, we're landlord and tenant. After all, as I just said, this isn't about letting you stay here for free. So it'd be best if you helped out with cleaning the house or doing odd jobs around the place.
That way, I might consider giving you a discount on the rent. Hearing this, Lin Shuo didn't say anything more.
Since she didn't mind sharing a roof with him, refusing now would seem a bit pretentious. Besides, he had nowhere else to go, so staying here was his best option.
Sister Jing, thank you.
Lin Shuo expressed his gratitude solemnly once more.
It's a bit too early to thank me.
Wu Mengjing snorted. Hurry up and change into your slippers.
Come help your sister tidy up the room.
I told you, I'm not letting you stay here for free. Otherwise, watch out, I might make you sleep on a cardboard box tonight.
Chapter 10, Who treats him better, outsiders or us?
Lin Shuo could tell Wu Mengjing's words were meant to ease his guilt. So he said no more, quickly changed into his slippers, and followed her to the room to help. There wasn't much clutter in the room, and together they had it mostly tidied up in just a few minutes. Next, Wu Mengjing opened the wardrobe, pulled out the quilt and sheets from the top shelf, and thoughtfully made the bed for Lin Shuo.
All done. From now on, this room is yours for the time being. Wu Mengjing smiled. Sis Jing, thank you.
Lin Shuo expressed his gratitude.
No need to thank me. It's getting late, go get some rest. I'll drop you off at school tomorrow morning on my way. No need.
I can take the bus to school myself.
Do you have any money on you? The simple question instantly made Lin Shuo look embarrassed. See? You don't even have enough for the bus fare. How are you supposed to get to school?
Wu Mengjing blinked.
So I'll have to take you to school after all. That way you can learn the route, so you won't get lost on your way back after class.
But Lin Shuo felt too embarrassed to impose on others and tried to find an excuse to refuse, but Wu Mengjing cut him off immediately.
What buts? Anyway, I'm bored out of my mind most days. The internet cafe doesn't need me to manage it. Alright, it's settled then. Now go to sleep. Good night. Wu Mengjing gave Lin Shuo no chance to refuse.
She blurted out the words in a rush, then promptly exited the room, closing the door behind her. Seeing this, Lin Shuo felt a wave of deep gratitude wash over him. He silently vowed once more to repay this kindness.
Meanwhile, Lin family villa. Click.
The sound of the door opening caught Lin Xiaolu's attention. Sitting on the sofa, she turned her head anxiously. But when she saw her eldest sister, Lin Wanwan, enter, the glimmer of hope in her eyes instantly dimmed.
Xiaolu, why are you still awake so late?
Seeing her younger sister sitting on the living room sofa, Lin Wanwan was slightly surprised. In her memory, Lin Xiaolu had always maintained a disciplined sleep schedule.
She should have been asleep by now. Lin Shuo ran away from home. Lin Xiaolu paused. I'm feeling a bit troubled and can't sleep. Run away?
Lin Wanwan froze for a moment before furrowing her brow.
What kind of nonsense is he up to now? Where are mom and dad? Why didn't they stop him?
They tried at first, but couldn't stop him.
He really got them worked up, and besides. Lin Xiaolu hesitated for a moment. He also hit Xiaoyu. Lin Wanwan fell silent. Her expression darkened considerably. She slipped on her slippers and walked over to sit on the sofa. Tell me what happened at home while I was away. Well, Lin Xiaolu gave a rough account of the events that had unfolded that evening.
As Lin Wanwan listened, her frown deepened. That kid is getting more and more out of control.
It's bad enough he's always doing those annoying things.
But today he actually dared to speak so disrespectfully to dad and mom, and even hit Xiaoyu.
It's better he leaves this household out of sight, out of mind.
It'll spare us all the mess he brings, and Xiaoyu won't have to suffer anymore because of him. Hearing these words, Lin Xiaolu suddenly felt a pang of unease in her heart. For it reminded her of the accusations Lin Shuo had hurled at her before running away from home.
It seemed she hadn't really shown much concern for Lin Shuo all these years.
Perhaps there were reasons behind his rebelliousness tonight. It wasn't simply a matter of him having a bad temper.
What are you thinking about?
Seeing her younger sister remain silent for so long, Lin Wanwan couldn't help but ask.
Lin Xiaolu snapped back to reality and hesitated before replying. Big sis, Lin Shuo is our biological brother, right?
Yes, that's true. But honestly, I wish Xiaoyu were our biological brother. As for a brother like Lin Shuo, who's bad to the core, I'd rather not have him.
But, is Lin Shuo really that bad? Could it be because we haven't been kind enough to him? Xiaolu, have you lost your mind? We haven't been kind enough to him?
Lin Wanzhuan's voice rose several decibels without her realizing it. We brought him back, fed him, clothed him, sent him to the best schools in the city.
But has he ever behaved himself for even a single day all these years?
From the day he was brought home, he's been causing trouble in this house.
Have you forgotten how many times Xiaoyu got hurt and ended up in the hospital because of him?
Lin Xiaolu was momentarily speechless.
Because everything her eldest sister mentioned was undeniable fact. Enough. Go to bed now. Don't let Lin Shuo's nonsensical words cloud your judgment.
Lin Wanwan seemed exhausted from handling company matters all day, her tone laced with weariness and impatience. If you have time, focus on studying the books you're writing. There's no need to waste your energy on him.
We don't owe him anything.
If he wants to throw a tantrum and run away from home, let him. He's got plenty of shady friends out there, why should we bother? If something really happens to him out there, it'll teach him a lesson and toughen up his rotten attitude. Let's see if outsiders treat him better than we do. As the saying goes, you can't teach someone through words alone, experience teaches them in one go. Once he's had his fill of hardship out there, he'll come crawling back. Maybe that stubborn streak of his will finally straighten out. I'm swamped with company matters these days.
I don't have the energy to deal with that kid anymore. Don't bring it up again.
Let's just go to sleep. Lin Xiaolu didn't know how to respond to these words. She could only watch helplessly as her eldest sister rose from the sofa and went to her room to rest. The living room was once again empty except for her. The clock on the wall ticked steadily. Lin Xiaolu's heart, however, refused to settle. She kept glancing toward the window, hoping to catch a glimpse of Lin Shuo quietly returning, yet hesitating to come inside. Throughout this process, his confrontational words kept involuntarily replaying in her mind.
This is so annoying.
After a long while, Lin Xiaolu grew weary of her own behavior.
Why should I care about that good-for-nothing brat? Bullying Xiaoyu is one thing, but saying those outrageous things to mom. And staying out this late? If he's really out messing around, let him suffer the consequences.
Lin Xiaolu muttered a few complaints before heading upstairs to her room, forcing herself to stop thinking about Lin Shuo. But as she reached her bedroom door, the sharp questions Lin Shuo had hurled at her before leaving suddenly resurfaced in her mind. Perhaps influenced by this, she found herself glancing toward Lin Shuo's room as if compelled by some unseen force. A sudden urge surged within her to go check on him.
Chapter 11, I'm going to bring little Shuo back. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Xiaolu couldn't suppress the urge any longer.
She turned and headed toward the corner of the second floor, the room that had once belonged to Lin Shuo. Opening the door, the scene that greeted her left her stunned. The cramped room contained only a worn wooden cot, a desk she had discarded years ago, and a wardrobe missing a door panel. Beyond that, there was no other decoration so Spartan it didn't even have a window. Even the corners of the whitewashed walls bore numerous dirty marks left from where clutter had once been piled. How could this be? Lin Xiaolu stared blankly at the scene before her, a vague sense of unease welling up inside her. She never imagined Lin Shuo's room would be like this. It was even far inferior to the room where the housekeeper lived. Not to mention comparing it to the rooms of her sisters at home, including Lin Fengyu's. Suddenly, she recalled the accusations Lin Shuo had hurled at her before leaving home. It dawned on her abruptly this room had once been used by the family to store junk. And, in 3 years, this was the first time she'd ever set foot inside. Even just hours ago, when Lin Shuo was packing his things to leave this home, she hadn't set foot inside once, hadn't even glanced inside. How could I have been so neglectful toward him? Lin Xiaolu felt a tightness in her chest, and she began to understand why Lin Shuo had been so resentful when he confronted her tonight. He was her own flesh and blood, her younger brother, yet he had received so little care from his own sister. After being lost for over a decade, he was finally brought back to this family only to live in a cramped storage room. He slept on a worn-out wooden plank bed, used discarded tables from the household, and a broken wardrobe. These thoughts stirred a wave of intense self-reproach within Lin Xiaolu. As his sister, she had been utterly unworthy of the role. No wonder Lin Shuo had become the person he was now. Ah! The sigh echoed through the cramped room. Suddenly, Lin Xiaolu caught sight of a photo frame sitting on the desk out of the corner of her eye. Walking over to take a closer look, she realized it was a family portrait. It captured the entire family's radiant smiles. But Lin Shuo was not in this photograph. His presence in the frame was merely a cutout from an extra ID photo, pasted onto the picture. It was immediately obvious how out of place it looked against the rest of the photo. Lin Xiaolu froze in place upon noticing this. Vaguely, a vision appeared before her eyes, a boy with an innocent, naive face, yearning for his family's affection. He carefully cut out his own photo and pasted it onto this family portrait that had originally excluded him. Then he sealed it in the frame, as if doing so would allow him to belong to this family. The thought made Lin Xiaolu's breath catch in her throat, her heart twisting in agony. A wave of overwhelming guilt surged through her like a tidal flood. She finally understood. Lin Shuo wasn't bad. He had simply been neglected by this family for far too long. 3 years. It had been a full 3 years since Lin Shuo was brought back into this family.
Not a single person had thought to take Lin Shuo for a family portrait. It was clear just how deeply this family had neglected Lin Shuo as his older sister. I've been utterly unworthy. Lin Shuo unconsciously picked up the photo frame, her fingertips gently tracing the cutout image of Lin Shuo. A powerful urge surged within her. I must find Xiao Shuo. Early morning. A faint glow seeped through the curtain's slits into the room. Lin Shuo awoke, eyes fluttering open to the unfamiliar yet strangely familiar ceiling. Once his mind cleared, he pinched his arm hard. Ouch! The pain made him instinctively suck in a sharp breath. But at the same time, his heart finally settled, accompanied by a surge of delight. It's not a dream. Lin Shuo murmured excitedly to himself. Before falling asleep last night, he had been constantly worried that everything he was experiencing now was merely a dream. That once his eyes closed and opened again, he would be back in that hellish place. Xiao Shuo. Are you awake? Time to get up and have breakfast. At that moment, Wu Mengjing's call drifted into the room, interrupting Lin Shuo's thoughts. I'm awake. Coming right up. Lin Shuo called back, then immediately got up, dressed, folded his quilt, and hurried out of the room. Wu Mengjing was already seated at the dining table, eating steamed buns and fried dough sticks bought from outside. Spotting Lin Shuo emerge, she immediately urged him. I bought you a toothbrush and towel there in the bathroom. Go freshen up and come eat. Got it. Without saying another word, Lin Shuo headed straight to the bathroom to freshen up. A few minutes later, when he came to the dining table, he found that Wu Mengjing seemed to have already finished her breakfast. She was now holding a notebook and pen, writing something. Sis Jing, you're already done eating? Lin Shuo asked casually as he sat down. Yep. The rest is all yours. Hurry up and eat. I'll drive you to school after you finish. Wu Mengjing replied without looking up. All right. Lin Shuo picked up the steamed bun, his gaze instinctively falling on Wu Mengjing's notebook. Seeing the long string of numbers on it, he felt a pang of curiosity and couldn't help asking. Sis Jing, are you doing math problems? As if. I graduated years ago, why would I torture myself like that for no reason? Wu Mengjing joked half-heartedly. I'm keeping track of my expenses. Keeping track of expenses? Yes. Rent, towels, toothbrushes, breakfast all need to be recorded. When the time comes, you'll have to earn money to pay your sister back. You don't seriously expect to freeload off your sister, do you? No way. Lin Shuo shook his head quickly. He was already incredibly grateful to be staying here. How could he possibly think of taking advantage? Look how flustered you are. Wu Mengjing softened her expression. Sis just keeps track of things. No rush to pay me back. Hurry up and eat breakfast, or you'll be late for school. All right. Lin Shuo took a bite of his bun, watching Wu Mengjing lower her head to continue her bookkeeping. After a moment's hesitation, he couldn't help but blurt out, Sis Jing, I'll actually be able to earn money to pay you back soon, and I can even help you make a fortune too. Ha! Wu Mengjing suddenly burst out laughing. I really can make money. Lin Shuo knew Wu Mengjing thought he was talking nonsense and was about to explain when she suddenly picked up a bun and stuffed it into his mouth. Fine. Sister believes you can make money. Wu Mengjing said in a tone laced with affection, but you're still a student. Making money can wait until after you graduate. For now, just listen to your big sister. Don't fill your head with all that nonsense. Focus on your studies and get good grades, that's what you should be concentrating on right now, understand? Chapter 12, Not Family, Yet Closer Than Family. Lin Shuo felt a bit helpless about this. He could only blame his status as an underage student. Anyone else would have dismissed his earlier words as a joke or the reckless boasts of youth. He knew he couldn't convince Wu Mengjing with anything he had to offer right now, so he had to temporarily suppress that thought. Soon, Lin Shuo finished his breakfast. Wu Mengjing finished tallying the bill. The two changed their shoes and headed out the door. Oh, I still don't know which school you attend, Wu Mengjing suddenly asked as she mounted the electric scooter. Jiangcheng No. 1 High School, Lin Shuo replied. Wow, a top-tier high school. Looks like you're doing pretty well academically? Wu Mengjing sounded surprised. She had assumed his academic performance was merely average, given how skilled he was at gaming last night. I got in by sheer luck. Lin Shuo replied modestly. In reality, his grades ranked among the top 10 in his grade. I see. Wu Mengjing didn't press further. She started the electric scooter and rode toward the school with Lin Shuo. She deliberately rode slowly. As she rode, she called out. See that supermarket sign over there? When you come back, take this road, don't get lost. And that bus stop over there, that's where you'll catch the bus from now on. If I remember correctly, the bus to your school from here should be the 3:15. Later, go check the bus stop sign. I'll look up the map too, just in case I'm mistaken. Lin Shuo felt the breeze brush against his cheeks as he listened to Wu Mengjing's instructions, a wave of warmth rising in his heart. For the first time in his life, he experienced the feeling of being cared for and looked after. Never mind the decade-plus of abuse he endured at his adoptive parents' home. Even in the 3 years since being taken back to the Lin family,
No one had ever treated him the way Wu Mengjing did. He still remembered the morning after his second day at the Lin household. It was a school day. Lin Fengyu, the foster son who had taken his place for over a decade, rode to school in the chauffeured car arranged by the Lin family. He, however, was left behind. Not only did he lack the money for bus fare, he didn't even know the way to school. He had to walk over 10 kilometers under the scorching sun, over 30 degrees Celsius, asking for directions along the way. By the time he finally reached school, he nearly collapsed from heatstroke.
Lin Shuo? Lin Shuo, are you listening?
Wu Mengjing's voice pulled Lin Shuo back from his memories to the present.
Yeah. Sister Jing, I'm listening.
Lin Shuo replied quickly.
But you clearly zoned out just now. What were you thinking about? Did you sleep poorly last night? That mattress in your room is a bit worn out, it probably isn't very comfortable. I'll replace it with a new one today, no charge.
No need, no need. Lin Shuo hastily refused.
I slept soundly last night. No need to change the mattress. I was just thinking about my studies.
Hearing this, Wu Mengjing's brows furrowed slightly.
It wasn't that Lin Shuo's answer was problematic.
It was the word soundly that made her recall the scars she'd seen last night. It also made her involuntarily think about Lin Shuo's family. At that thought, a flicker of pity and complexity crossed her eyes.
Lin Shuo. What's wrong, Sister Jing? You didn't come home all night. Will your family look for you?
No. Lin Shuo answered quickly, his calm voice tinged with a hint of loneliness.
They don't consider me family. To them, I'm just a good-for-nothing son who spends all day goofing off and hanging out with all sorts of unsavory characters. They'd be overjoyed if I left. And before I left, I gave them a good scolding.
Knowing them, they're probably waiting for me to suffer enough out there, crawl back home covered in dust and dirt, and beg them to let me back in. Hearing this, Wu Mengjing unconsciously tightened her grip on the steering wheel, her breathing becoming heavy. It seemed she was resonating with Lin Shuo's emotions.
Later, I'll give you a phone number. If they come looking for you at school, find a payphone and call me.
I'll handle them for you, Wu Mengjing said earnestly.
Ha?
Lin Shuo froze, taken aback by her unexpected words.
Ha what? Do you actually want to go back to that awful home? No.
Lin Shuo pursed his lips, his expression complex.
Sis Jing, aren't you afraid of getting in trouble? Afraid of what? I've never been afraid of anyone my whole life. Wu Mengjing snorted twice.
Besides, you're practically an adult now.
Theoretically, you have the right to make your own decisions. What exactly do I have to fear?
And besides, they've treated you badly. Strictly speaking, it's borderline abuse. If they dare cause trouble, I'll sue them for you.
It's just that gathering evidence is a bit of a hassle.
Anyway, you don't need to worry about that.
Of course not, I'm not helping you for free.
All of this will be charged to your account, the lawsuit fees, lawyer fees, and all the expenses. You'll have to earn money to pay it all back to your sister later. Hearing these words, Lin Shuo felt an even stronger warmth in his heart.
Though Wu Mengjing's final remarks sounded a bit cold-hearted. He could tell she was trying to spare him any psychological burden.
If she truly cared nothing for his feelings, she wouldn't have brought this up at all.
Thank you, Sister Jing.
I already said it'll be charged to the account.
There's no need for thanks. But what if I can't earn enough money to pay you back later?
Oh boy, you'd be in trouble then. Better get ready to work for your big sister for the rest of your life.
Wu Mengjing joked.
Then I'll work for Sister Jing for the rest of my life, Lin Shuo joked back. He felt he already owed Wu Mengjing a huge favor. Perhaps it would take a lifetime to repay it fully.
Good for nothing.
Wu Mengjing's tone suddenly turned reproachful, as if scolding a child. At the very least, you're a student at a top-tier high school. What kind of future do you think you'll have working for your sister your whole life? When I help you, I don't mean you should work at an internet cafe for me. You need to think long-term. Study hard to get into a good university. After graduation, find a respectable job and build a better life for yourself. That's the only way you'll repay me for helping you now and do justice to your own life.
Understand?
These words left Lin Shuo momentarily stunned. Suddenly, he felt as though he were being earnestly lectured by his family.
Lin Shuo, I'm talking to you. Are you listening?
You're so young, a student at a top high school, you have a bright future ahead of you.
How could you even think about working at my internet cafe forever?
It's a shame just a moment ago at home, you were talking about helping me make big money.
Why have you suddenly lost all ambition?
If you suddenly become so unmotivated, your sister will be upset.
Chapter 13, Sister knows she was wrong.
Listening to Wu Mengjing's earnest words, Lin Shuo showed not a hint of impatience. He could tell she genuinely cared about him right now. Therefore, he didn't want to hurt her feelings, so he replied.
Sister Jing, I'm listening. I understand the points you're making.
That's why I was just joking earlier. I never seriously considered working at an internet cafe for the rest of my life. Otherwise, it'd take ages to pay off all that debt, right?
This response finally eased Wu Mengjing's worries a little.
Well, at least you haven't given up. Wu Mengjing's tone unconsciously carried a hint of relief. She genuinely feared that her earlier joke about working for your sister forever might have derailed a young man's promising future.
The electric bike continued moving forward. Both remained silent, neither initiating any further conversation.
When they reached the opposite side of the school gate, Wu Mengjing parked the scooter and pulled out several 10 yuan bills and a few 1 yuan coins from her pocket. Here, take this. Wu Mengjing grabbed Lin Shuo's wrist and pressed the money into his palm.
Use the coins for the bus after school. The bills are for lunch and dinner. Seniors probably have evening study sessions, right?
Lin Shuo hesitated to refuse, but remembering he had no money in his pocket and his meal card balance was nearly depleted, he accepted it.
Jing, thanks. Remember to put this on my tab, I'll definitely pay you back later. Of course. Your sister loves money like crazy. I already put it on your account this morning while you were eating breakfast.
Wu Mengjing chuckled.
Alright, nothing else. Focus on your classes at school. I'm heading back now. Don't wander off after school tonight, come straight to my internet cafe and wait for me. Got it, Sister Jing. Drive safely on your way back. Got it.
As Wu Mengjing rode away, her voice quickly faded into the wind. Lin Shuo stood watching for a moment before turning toward the school gate. But before he could take 2 steps, his arm was suddenly grabbed from behind.
Xiao Shuo.
The familiar voice allowed Lin Shuo to recognize the speaker instantly, while simultaneously stirring an instinctive aversion deep within him. When he turned to see Lin Shuo's face, that aversion ballooned within him like a rapidly inflating balloon.
Who was that woman just now? Did you stay out with her last night instead of coming home? Why did she give you money?
Lin Shuo's face betrayed her anxiety as she spoke, her tone tinged with accusation.
Last night's events had kept her awake all night.
Not knowing where Lin Shuo had gone, desperate to find him and bring him home, she decided to try her luck at the school. So early this morning, she drove to the school gate to see if she could actually run into Lin Shuo. The long wait had nearly driven her to despair, even making her consider calling the police. Until half a minute ago, she finally spotted Lin Shuo among the crowd arriving at school. But she never imagined Lin Shuo was being brought to school on a motorcycle by a stranger with big, wavy hair.
Worse still, that woman was handing Lin Shuo money.
For a moment, she couldn't fathom the reason behind it, and terrible thoughts began to surface uncontrollably in her mind. So she hurriedly got off her bike. But by the time she arrived, the woman with the big waves had already ridden away. She could only grab hold of Lin Shuo, determined to figure out what was going on. Why was her younger brother, who hadn't come home all night, being brought to school by a stranger? None of your damn business. Get lost. Lin Shuo's tone was utterly cold. He yanked his arm away from her grasp. Having endured endless humiliation at the hands of the Lin family in his past life, he now wanted nothing to do with them whatsoever. Much less answer Lin Shuo's questions now.
Xiao Shuo, don't be like this. Seeing Lin Shuo's reaction to her, Lin Shuo felt a sharp pang in her heart. Sister knows she was wrong. These past years, I truly neglected you too much. Last night, I finally understood my mistakes and reflected deeply. Please don't be angry with me anymore, okay? You're crazy.
Her pleading words failed to sway Lin Shuo in the slightest.
He couldn't understand why Lin Shuo had suddenly become like a different person.
Just yesterday, she was screaming at him to get out of the Lin family. Yet after just one night, she de-adopted this pitifully pleading expression, begging for forgiveness. Such a drastic shift made Lin Shuo suspect she was up to something. As the saying goes, a weasel paying New Year's calls to a chicken, it never comes with good intentions. Moreover, Lin Shuo vividly remembered how, in his previous life, when that substitute Lin Fengyu had caused a major disaster outside. The Lin family members who had isolated him, cold-shouldered him, and never once given him a friendly look had suddenly changed their tune in a similar manner. They took turns, each with their own scheme, trying to win him over, deceiving him or emotionally blackmailing him into taking the blame for Lin Fengyu. Now, reborn and wiser, how could he foolishly trust a single word from the Lin family again? Get lost. Disgusting. Lin Shuo repeated the words in a cold tone, his face bearing no trace of concealment in its disgust. With that, he turned and walked away. But Lin Shuo stood her ground, blocking his path. Xiao Shuo, I truly know I was wrong. Lin Shuo's face bore a look of profound remorse. Last night, when I entered your room, I finally understood that everything you told me last night was absolutely true. These past years, I, and the whole family, haven't truly cared for you at all. That's why you've become this way. You're not a bad person at heart. What you said to me last night and to Mom too was just in the heat of the moment, right? Now I understand you've been harboring resentment. You can blame me all you want, it's all my fault. But please, don't go hanging out with those unsavory characters outside anymore. Otherwise, sooner or later they'll drag you down even further. If you get tangled up in something dirty, there'll be no turning back. People outside can't be trusted like family. So, sweetie, Xiao Shuo, listen to your sister. Let's go home first. Once we're home, I promise I'll take good care of you and make up for all the years I've failed you. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you, okay? As Lin Shuo's voice grew increasingly pleading, Lin Shuo's expression turned more and more impatient. Especially when he heard those last few words, he felt like he might vomit.
What nonsense about outsiders being untrustworthy compared to family.
That statement might hold true for most families.
But in the Lin family? Ha!
In his previous life, it was precisely because he trusted these so-called family members that he ended up dying alone in utter misery.
Xiaoshua, don't just stare at your sister like that. Sister truly understands she was wrong.
Please talk to me, Xiao Hui.
Please? Chapter 14, I don't know her well.
Lin Xiolu's tone grew increasingly pleading. Seeing this, Lin Shuo sneered coldly.
You'll give me whatever I want, right?
Yes.
Whatever you want, I'll do it. I promise. I truly want to make it up to you. Fine.
Since you put it that way, go handle something for me right now.
What is it? Kick Lin Fengyu out of the Lin family.
At those words, Lin Xiolu's expression froze instantly. Her voice faltered. She hadn't expected Lin Shuo to make such an outrageous and unreasonable demand.
Didn't you just say you'd follow through on your word? Why are you now asking me for reasons?
Lin Shuo's tone dripped with sarcasm, instantly stirring a wave of intense shame within Lin Xiolu.
This isn't a trivial matter. I need to know the reason.
Lin Xiolu stammered in response. After all, Xiaoyu hasn't done anything wrong.
How can I just casually kick him out of the house? Ha! Lin Shuo suddenly burst out laughing. What are you laughing at?
Lin Xiolu was utterly baffled, especially when she detected a hint of anger in Lin Shuo's laughter.
I'm laughing at your foolishness. Do you even know what Lin Fengyu has done to me?
Lin Shuo's tone thickened with contempt. Keep looking at Lin Fengyu through rose-colored glasses. It won't be long before you see his true colors. I'll say it again, wish you all the best in your future life. With that, he couldn't be bothered to argue further with Lin Xiolu. He turned and sprinted toward the school gates. He knew the Lin family were a bunch of fools who wouldn't see reason until they were forced to.
No amount of explanation would make a difference, it wouldn't earn them a shred of trust. Xiaoshua, what do you mean? Don't run so fast. Come back. Lin Xiolu panicked.
She couldn't make sense of Lin Shuo's words.
In her memory, hadn't Lin Shuo always been bullying Xiaoyu? Could it be that things weren't as the family saw them?
At the same time, she couldn't fathom why Lin Shuo had brought up last night's remark again.
She desperately needed a clear explanation.
But Lin Shuo had already sprinted to the school gate, where he was talking to a teacher on duty. When she rushed over to question him further, the teacher immediately blocked her outside the school gates.
May I ask what business you have here?
The teacher's face was stern, his voice sharp.
I just...
Lin Xiolu opened her mouth to explain, but the words she was about to say caught in her throat. She suddenly remembered that over the past 3 years, the Lin family had never revealed anything about Lin Shuo's identity. To this day, the entire business community of Jiangcheng remained unaware of Lin Shuo's existence, believing Lin Fengyu to be the Lin family's biological son.
The reason
was that her parents didn't want Xiaoyu, whom they'd raised for over a decade, to suffer psychological harm from public scrutiny. Beyond that, they also didn't want the Lin family to become the subject of ridicule. Thinking of this, Lin Xiolu felt even more speechless. He was clearly the Lin family's biological child, yet he couldn't be acknowledged as part of the Lin family in public. Now that she thought about it carefully, how utterly absurd and ridiculous this situation was. A wave of intense guilt began to wash over Lin Xiolu. Because she dared not defy her parents' wishes and reveal Lin Shuo's true identity. Facing the increasingly stern gaze of the duty teacher, she could only suppress her inner turmoil and reply.
I'm friends with that student from earlier. I wanted to ask him something. Is that so? The duty teacher's brow furrowed. But that student just told me he doesn't even know you. You showed up at the school gate out of nowhere, pestering him and causing him considerable trouble. What?
Lin Xiolu's face went blank, her heart stabbing with pain as if sliced by a knife. She never imagined Lin Shuo would deny knowing her in front of others. Clearly. He used to follow her around constantly, calling her sister over and over without getting tired of it. In a daze, she suddenly recalled how she had once despised Lin Shuo for calling her sister and constantly clinging to her. She had even scolded him more than once, telling him to stay away and never call her sister in front of others. So, was she the one responsible for this current situation? At this thought, Lin Xiolu's face paled. Overwhelmed by intense regret, her throat felt as though an invisible hand had clamped down on it, leaving her gasping for breath. I don't care who you are or where you came from, but if you dare come to the school to harass students again, don't blame me for calling the police. The duty teacher's voice was stern and sharp, standing like a guardian deity at the school gate, refusing to let Lin Xiolu take a single step inside. At the word police,
Lin Xiolu panicked instantly.
She feared Lin Shuo's identity would be exposed, bringing punishment from her parents. Hurriedly tossing out an "I'm sorry," she turned and fled in a panic. Back in the car, Lin Xiolu stared through the windshield at the school gate where Lin Shuo had vanished, her eyes brimming with unmasked sorrow.
Xiaoshua. I'm sorry. I will definitely bring you home. Inside the school,
Lin Shuo stepped into the classroom of his homeroom class. He walked over to his usual seat and sat down.
Morning, Lin Shuo. The bespectacled boy at the desk next to him greeted him. His name was Fei Shuwen. He was one of the few people Lin Shuo could call a friend at school. Morning. Lin Shuo nodded and returned the greeting. About last night. I'm sorry. Fei Shuwen's face bore an embarrassed apology. I really wanted to help you, but I just couldn't bring myself to. Lin Fengyu and his friends. It's okay. I don't blame you. It wasn't your fault to begin with. Lin Shuo cut him off. At the same time, he recalled something related to the events he had experienced since his rebirth last night. In his memory, Lin Fengyu had not only stolen his money on the way home from school last night but had also brought along several troublemakers both from school and outside to bully him near the bus stop he passed every day after classes. Fei Shuwen rode the same bus and often walked home with him after school, so he naturally witnessed everything. But because Fei Shuwen was timid by nature and came from a less fortunate background, he dared not offend Lin Fengyu. He hadn't dared to intervene to help him, only hiding nearby. Lin Shuo didn't blame him. In fact, he felt a considerable sense of guilt. Because of their close friendship, Fei Shuwen sometimes got caught in the crossfire. Despite this, Fei Shuwen never deliberately distanced himself from Lin Shuo at school. Instead, after being caught in the crossfire, he would wipe the shoe marks off his clothes and face, reassuring Lin Shuo that it was nothing, that they just needed to endure it. He promised that once they got into universities outside the city, Lin Fengyu would no longer be able to bully them. Thinking of this, Lin Shuo felt even more bitter inside. Chapter 15, Get down on your knees and beg me. Are you really okay? Fei Shuwen's worried voice interrupted Lin Shuo's thoughts. What could possibly be wrong with me? Lin Shuo offered a smile. Don't worry about it. It wasn't your fault and you've suffered enough because of me. If anything, I should be the one apologizing to you. Don't. Fei Shuwen hurriedly protested, we're friends. Why say things like that? Then why did you just apologize to me like that? Lin Shuo raised an eyebrow, his teasing tone making Fei Shuwen feel a bit embarrassed. He dropped the subject, bent down to retrieve a plastic bag of spicy strips from his desk, then leaned in close to Lin Shuo like a thief. Want some? Is that even a question? Lin Shuo reached out without hesitation, snatched a spicy strip, and popped it into his mouth. The taste he hadn't savored in years blossomed on his tongue, stirring a wave of nostalgia within him. It wasn't that he hadn't eaten spicy strips in the years before his rebirth. But back then, the spicy strips sold weren't the dime-a-piece snacks from the school gate kiosk anymore. Nor did they carry that same feeling of sharing them with friends during his youth at school. Fei Shuwen. A sudden shout caught both their attention. What's up? Fei Shuwen looked up in panic, expecting trouble. Looking up, he saw it was the class monitor. You were in charge of cleaning the back area yesterday, right? The trash hasn't been taken out. Oh, sorry. I'll go right now. Fei Shuwen remembered it was true and hurriedly got up to take out the trash. But perhaps because he was in such a hurry, his movements were a bit too abrupt, and he accidentally bumped his chair into the desk behind him. And on that very desk, someone was leaning forward, head resting on their hands, fast asleep. Fei Shuwen's accidental bump made a noticeable noise, instantly waking the sleeping student. Tisk. The student lifted his head and glared at Fei Shuwen with a look of displeasure. Fei Shuwen's face instantly paled with fright, and he froze in place, unable to move. Sorry. Lin Shuo, who was nearby, immediately stepped forward. He was just in a hurry to take out the trash and accidentally bumped into him. He didn't mean anything by it. Hearing this, the other person's gaze shifted to Lin Shuo. After sizing him up with a few glances, he remained silent and lay back down to continue sleeping. Seeing this, Fei Shuwen exhaled deeply in relief, only then noticing his palms were drenched in cold sweat. That scared the hell out of me. Thank goodness he didn't hold it against me. Fei Shuwen cautiously made his way to the back corner, his face radiating relief like someone who'd narrowly escaped disaster. Calm down, stay cool. Lin Shuo walked over and patted Fei Shuwen on the shoulder. He knew Fei's reaction stemmed not just from timidity, but also from the identity of that student. If memory served him correctly, that student was named Du Juanguang. He had once been a prominent figure at Jiangcheng No. 1 High School. So prominent that even though this person had faded from Lin Shuo's memory long ago, he still remembered him vividly. And the reason for that fame could be traced back to his freshman year. It was a rainy day. Some students at school had provoked a group of local thugs. Taking advantage of the school's lunch break when teachers had gone to eat, the thugs borrowed several sets of school uniforms to sneak into the campus and confront the student. But they picked the wrong target, Du Juanguang. The result? Du Juanguang lost his temper and took on several of them at once. He beat them so badly that half of the thugs ended up in ambulances on their way to the hospital. Lin Shuo still remembers Du Juanguang standing like a god of war amidst the fallen thugs, clutching a chair smashed nearly beyond recognition. From that moment on, Du Juanguang became famous. He became a figure the entire school knew not to mess with. So Fei Shuwen's reaction just now was perfectly understandable. My heart nearly jumped out of my chest just now. Fei Shuwen was still shaken.
Although Du Juanguang had never bullied other students at school, nor had he ever picked on Fei Shuwen personally. In his eyes, Du Juanguang was still infinitely more terrifying than Lin Fengyu, who bullied him every other day.
Look how scared you are. Lin Shuo gave a helpless smile.
He understood Fei Shuwen's feelings.
Thanks a lot for that earlier.
Those spicy strips are all yours later.
Fei Shuwen's eyes brimmed with gratitude.
He was certain that without Lin Shuo's intervention, he would have ended up getting beaten up.
No need to thank me.
It was just a word. If that guy really wanted to pick on you, with his build, I couldn't have stopped him anyway. Lin Shuo waved it off, then bent down to pick up the trash can in the corner.
Go sit down.
I'll take care of the trash for you.
Hey. How can that be?
Fei Shuwen felt terribly guilty and tried to stop him.
But he was even more frail than Lin Shuo and couldn't resist the latter's insistence. It's no big deal. I'm already here. Just emptying a trash can.
If you really feel bad, just let me have a few extra spicy strips later as a reward, Lin Shuo replied.
Well, fine.
Fei Shuwen couldn't argue and let Lin Shuo carry the trash can out of the classroom.
The trash disposal area was behind the teaching building. Not far away was a small school store.
After dumping the trash, Lin Shuo planned to buy 2 bottles of soda, one for himself and one to bring back for Fei Shuwen. But as he turned toward the shop, he collided head-on with several figures both familiar and loathsome to him.
Lin Fengyu. And the usual entourage always trailing behind him. The group clearly spotted him too. They exchanged glances before immediately closing in.
Seeing this, Lin Shuo frowned and began backing away to avoid being trapped in the middle. His voice turned cold as he demanded.
What do you want? Ha! You dare ask what we want?
Lin Fengyu shed the facade he usually wore in the Lin household, his eyes filled with venomous hatred. He hadn't forgotten the slap Lin Shuo had delivered last night. A lowly nobody he'd bullied at will for 3 years actually dared to rise up against him? The very thought filled him with humiliation. What infuriated him most was that, to hide his true nature from the Lin family, he'd been forced to feign indifference last night. The result left him so agitated he barely slept all night. He'd assumed that after last night's incident, he wouldn't see Lin Shuo again anytime soon and wouldn't get his revenge. But who would have thought that scumbag Lin Shuo would actually dare to show up at school? And he just happened to run into him. Ha! Damn it, the heavens had finally opened their eyes. This is school. I advise you not to push your luck. Lin Shuo spoke in a hushed tone, his eyes darting warily over Lin Fengyu's henchmen, wary of any sudden tricks they might pull. So what if it's school? If I want to take you down, who cares about school? What can you possibly do to me? Lin Fengyu sneered coldly. Lin Shuo, I'm giving you a chance. Get down on your knees and beg me. If you make me happy, I might consider letting you off. Chapter 16, Turn the Tables. Hearing these threatening words, Lin Shuo's response consisted of only 2 characters. You. Lin Fengyu's expression darkened instantly. He couldn't fathom where Lin Shuo's audacity came from. In the past, Lin Shuo would have begged for mercy in such situations. But now, not only was Lin Shuo unafraid, he dared to curse at him. This was a complete reversal of the natural order. Damn it! You're dead meat today. Lin Fengyu roared in rage, raising his hand to slap Lin Shuo. But then Lin Shuo raised the trash can in his hand and slammed it down, landing it perfectly on Fengyu's head. The bin still held remnants of grime caked onto its walls, filth that had accumulated over years without cleaning. As it slammed down on Lin Fengyu's head, it scraped against his hair and face. A pungent, fermented stench instantly flooded his nostrils. In that instant, Lin Fengyu instinctively felt his throat churn violently. Before his mind could process it, Lin Shuo delivered a heavy kick to his waist. Eat your own filth, you piece of... Accompanied by the furious shout, Lin Fengyu lost his balance from the kick and crashed face first into the ground. Grunt! Several henchmen who had been hanging around Lin Fengyu all day finally snapped into action. Cursing under their breath, they swarmed forward, trying to grab Lin Shuo. But how could Lin Shuo let them catch him? He had prepared for this. After kicking Lin Fengyu, he turned and ran. Catch him. Kill him. Lin Fengyu, regaining his senses, was nearly beside himself with rage. Even though he'd managed to pull the trash can off his head, the filth still clinging to his face and hair made him want to vomit. The pungent, sour stench lingered at his nostrils, as if it had seeped into every inch of his skin. Never in his life had he endured such humiliation. Today, Lin Shuo would pay the price. But, just as he and his henchmen were about to catch up to Lin Shuo suddenly bellowed. Teacher! In the distance ahead, a teacher happened to be passing around the corner. Upon hearing Lin Shuo's voice, the teacher immediately halted and turned to look in their direction. Seeing this, Lin Fengyu and his group turned pale with fright and halted abruptly. For that teacher was none other than the school's notoriously strict and impartial dean of discipline, Yang Jiahao. What's going on? Yang Jiahao frowned, his keen senses detecting something amiss. Principal. Lin Shuo rushed to Yang Jiahao's side, his face twisted in indignation. These students are trying to bully me. What? Yang Jiahao's voice shot up several decibels.
A cold, scrutinizing gaze swept over Lin Fengyu and the others. You lot, come here. Hearing this stern reprimand, Lin Fengyu and the others felt their scalps tingle. Director, it's a misunderstanding. One of the boys with the crew cut tried to explain, but Yang Jiahao raised his hand, poised to smack him on the head. Startled, he ducked his head and scrambled backward. What misunderstanding? Do you think I'm blind? If you weren't bullying a classmate, why were you all chasing after him? Yang Jiahao snorted coldly. No. Director, please hear me out. Lin Fengyu forced himself to speak up. We were just messing around. Playing around? Yeah, just messing around. We're really close. As Lin Fengyu spoke, he shot Lin Shuo a warning glance. If you dare say another word, just you wait until after school. But this little gesture didn't escape Yang Jiahao's notice. He shot Lin Fengyu a vicious glare, causing Lin Fengyu to quickly lower his head in fright. Come on, Lin Shuo, don't be afraid. Tell me what happened. Why were they chasing you? Yang Jiahao spoke up. He knew Lin Shuo. Not only was he the dean of students, but he also taught classes to the senior class. He kept a close eye on the top students in the entire senior class. Principal, I don't know them well. I was just taking out the trash in the back when my hand slipped and some garbage splashed onto him. As Lin Shuo spoke, he deliberately glanced cautiously at Lin Fengyu. Seeing this, Yang Jiahao's frown deepened. Go on. What happened next? With the principal backing you today, you can speak freely. Reassured, Lin Shuo swallowed hard as if gathering courage and continued. Then I apologized to them right away, but they wouldn't accept it. They said I had to kneel and apologize, or else they'd kill me. I was terrified, afraid they'd gang up on me, so I ran away as fast as I could until I ran into you, Director. Hearing this, Lin Fengyu and the others glanced at Lin Shuo's innocent victim expression and nearly choked on their anger. Especially Lin Fengyu. He could see right through it. Lin Shuo was using the very tactics he'd grown accustomed to wielding against the Lin family, now turning them on him to make him sick. In that moment, he wanted to kill Lin Shuo. What's your explanation? Yang Jiahao shot Lin Fengyu a sidelong glance. Seeing the smeared filth still smudged on his face, he found himself trusting Lin Shuo's account even more. Director, it really wasn't like that, Lin Fengyu was utterly speechless. He could tell the dean had already sided with Lin Shuo. No amount of further explanation would make any difference. What about him? Weren't you chasing him just now? Is my eyesight failing, or do you think I'm so easily fooled? Yang Jiahao's tone grew even more displeased. All day long, you don't focus on your studies. The college entrance exams are almost here, and you still have the nerve to bully other students over trivial matters? The group hung their heads, not daring to breathe a word. You're excused from morning class. All of you come to my office. Each write an 800-word self-criticism, then run 3 laps around the track. If any of you write poorly, I'll call your parents immediately. Hearing this, Lin Fengyu and the others turned as pale as ghosts. Each of them inwardly wished they could tear Lin Shuo limb from limb. What are you all standing around for? Get moving. If I don't see you in my office when I get back, double your laps. The sharp reprimand sent Lin Fengyu and the others scrambling to their feet, not daring to linger for even a second. Yang Jiahao watched them leave, snorting disdainfully through his nostrils. Then his gaze returned to Lin Shuo. Lin Shuo, if something like this happens again, don't hesitate to come talk to me, okay? Don't let this kind of thing affect your studies. After all, we're in the crucial final stretch before the college entrance exams. Yes, sir. I understand, Principal. Lin Shuo nodded earnestly. Alright, morning classes are about to start. Get back to your classroom. Yang Jiahao said, walking toward the academic building. Chapter 17, I will make you pay. Lin Shuo watched the principal's retreating figure, his heart suddenly filled with mixed emotions. In his previous life, he had actually had many opportunities to protect himself by leveraging all the resources around him. But the tragic abuse he endured as a child in his adoptive parents' home had forged a timid and insecure personality within him. Compounded by the indifference and isolation from his own family, this ultimately led him to endure Lin Fengyu's bullying silently for years in his previous life. Those who could have helped were right before his eyes, like the dean just now. Yet he always lost his courage at the slightest threat from Lin Fengyu. Now that he thought about it carefully, he was truly pathetic back then. Lin Fengyu had precisely exploited this weakness to run rampant over him. In truth, he wasn't particularly formidable. He was nothing but a paper tiger, a schemer who bullied the weak and feared the strong, lacking any real skill. He could be dealt with easily. Rebirth, it's truly wonderful. Thinking of this, Lin Shuo couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He then walked to the back of the classroom building, picked up the trash can he just slammed onto Lin Fengyu's head, and returned to the classroom. What took you so long? Fei Shuwen approached him with concern the moment he sat down. You didn't run into Lin Fengyu, did you? Yep, you guessed right. I did run into him, Lin Shuo replied with a smile. Are you okay? Fei Shuwen's eyes widened with concern. I'm fine. I gave him a taste of his own medicine. He's writing a self-criticism in the office with his henchmen right now. Ha? Fei Shuwen was momentarily stunned.
It wasn't until Lin Shuo briefly recounted what had just happened. After hearing it, Fei Shuwen's face was filled with disbelief, his mouth gaping wide enough to fit an entire egg. "You really dumped the trash can on his head," he blurted out. "What else could it be?" "I don't make stuff up without proof," Lin Shuo shrugged.
"Aren't you afraid he'll come after you? What's there to fear? I'll fight fire with fire. If he dares to ambush me after school, I'll fight him tooth and nail. I've got nothing to lose. At worst, he loses his life, and I go to jail." These words filled Fei Shuwen's eyes with even greater astonishment. He found it hard to believe these words were coming from Lin Shuo. After all, the old Lin Shuo would turn pale at the mere mention of Lin Fengyu. There was no way he could be like this today, let alone talk about resisting Lin Fengyu. "Lin Shuo, you seem like a different person now." Fei Shuwen observed Lin Shuo closely as he spoke. "Really?"
Lin Shuo feigned confusion.
"In what way?" You seem more confident than before."
Fei Shuwen stroked his chin, then gave him a suspicious look.
"You wouldn't happen to be Lin Shuo's twin brother, would you?" "Twin brother? What are you thinking?" Lin Shuo was both amused and exasperated.
"I've seen it on TV shows. When someone's personality suddenly changes, it's always because an identical twin shows up out of nowhere, or a shape-shifting monster takes over the original person," Fei Shuwen said earnestly. "Ha. Lin Shuo's eyes darkened with feigned menace, his tone half joking. "Well then, I suppose I am that kind of shape-shifting monster you mentioned."
"Fine then, monster. Want some spicy strips?"
"Sure."
"All right."
The two shared the spicy strips once more. "By the way, you should go home alone after school for a while," Lin Shuo suddenly suggested.
"Huh? Why?" Fei Shuwen asked urgently. "I'm at odds with Lin Fengyu now. He won't let this go easily."
"You need to stay as far away from me as possible to avoid getting caught in the crossfire."
"Well, okay."
Fei Shuwen nodded lightly. He desperately wanted to help, but he knew his own limitations. He knew that with his timid nature and skinny frame, it would be a miracle if he didn't cause trouble.
"All right, class is about to start.
Quickly stash those spicy strips away before the teacher arrives." Lin Shuo glanced at the clock on the wall and hurriedly reminded him. But as he sat up straight, ready to pull his textbook from the drawer, he suddenly felt a bit uneasy. He turned his head, following his gaze. Du Juanguan, seated behind Fei Shuwen, was staring straight at him. This left Lin Shuo feeling inexplicably puzzled. Had he done something to provoke him? What was the meaning behind this sudden stare? Had he said something wrong earlier? As he pondered this, the homeroom teacher entered the classroom, and Du Junguang's gaze immediately shifted away. Seeing this, Lin Shuo felt it inappropriate to ask outright, so he temporarily suppressed his curiosity and focused his attention on the morning reading session. For the reborn Lin Shuo, the college entrance exam was actually something from many years ago. Much of the knowledge had long since flown out the window. Fortunately, his memory and learning ability had always been strong.
Moreover, knowledge doesn't truly vanish just because it hasn't been used in ages.
It was merely buried deep within the recesses of his memory. When he tried to relearn these concepts, they emerged like awakened spirits, gradually breaking through the surface. Lin Shuo was experiencing precisely this phenomenon. As the morning reading session progressed, many forgotten things quickly began surfacing in his mind. Gradually, he regained the study rhythm he had in his senior year and became engrossed in it. Before he knew it, the entire morning reading period had passed.
"Hey, Lin Shuo, isn't that Lin Fengyu and his entourage over there?"
During the break, Fei Shuwen pointed out the classroom window.
"Aren't they being punished with extra laps?"
"Yep." Lin Shuo glanced out the window. Though the classroom building was some distance from the playground, he could still make out Lin Fengyu's figure. It was also clear that Lin Fengyu was exhausted, panting like a dog. He ran 2 steps and gasped for breath 3, desperate to collapse and rest. Yet under the principal's watchful eye, he had no choice but to keep dragging his heavy, aching legs forward in a slow jog. His movements grew increasingly uncoordinated from exhaustion, gradually resembling a mindless freak, ugly and comical.
"That's so satisfying." Fei Shuwen couldn't help muttering under his breath, clenching his fists.
At this moment, nothing in school brought him greater satisfaction than seeing Lin Fengyu humiliated.
"It's not enough. This is still too easy on him."
Lin Shuo's expression remained unruffled.
"Because he wanted to see more than just this. You're not cooking up some nasty scheme, are you?" Fei Shuwen couldn't help asking.
"Of course not," Lin Shuo chuckled. "I just want to thank him for all the care he's shown me over the years."
Meanwhile, on the sports field, "Keep running. Don't stop until you've finished 3 laps."
Under the principal's stern reprimand, Lin Fengyu dragged his aching calf muscles forward with great difficulty, his entire being on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, as if guided by some unseen force, he glanced toward the direction of the teaching building. Soon, he spotted a crowd gathering at the windows, watching him and his henchmen make fools of themselves. Though he couldn't make out their faces, he knew Lin Shuo was definitely among them. At that thought, a fierce hatred surged in Lin Fengyu's eyes. "Just you wait. You bastard. Tonight, I'll make you pay." Chapter 18, Who's the bastard calling me that?
A day passed quickly. Before they knew it, it was time for school to let out. Lin Shuo, it seems like it's your turn for duty today. Let me help you clean up. Fei Shuwen glanced at the duty roster scribbled in the corner of the blackboard and walked to the back to pick up a broom. Ah, it's just sweeping the floor. I can handle it myself. You should hurry home. Otherwise, if you run into Lin Fengyu later, you'll probably get beaten up. Lin Shuo quickly snatched the broom back, his tone urgent. I've been beaten before, it doesn't matter. I can't just stand by and watch you get picked on by him. Fei Shuwen shook his head gently, stubbornly wanting to stay. But Lin Shuo's stance was unyielding. Cut the nonsense. Hurry up. I bet Lin Fengyu will be waiting for me on my way home tonight. When that happens, I'll have to fight them. I won't have time for you. But... Fei Shuwen hesitated, wanting to say more, but Lin Shuo practically dragged him out of the classroom. Hurry up. If I see you still here after I finish cleaning, don't blame me for turning on you. Lin Shuo put on a stern face, feigning menace. He genuinely didn't want Fei Shuwen to suffer the consequences. Moreover, he had already devised a plan to extricate himself while simultaneously delivering a painful lesson to Lin Fengyu. Having Fei Shuwen tag along would only complicate things. Fine. With no other choice, Fei Shuwen shouldered his backpack and left on his own. Students in the classroom began leaving one after another until only Lin Shuo and the other two students on duty for the day remained. Since Lin Shuo and they were only casually acquainted, they rarely interacted on a daily basis. So they simply assigned their respective cleaning zones and got to work. Lin Shuo was assigned the back rows. He quickly swept the floor, then slipped unnoticed toward a corner piled with discarded desks and chairs. Bending down, he wrapped two broken, rusty steel chair frames in newspaper and slipped them into his backpack. He then gave a casual nod to the other two students still leisurely cleaning before shouldering his bag and leaving the classroom. The sky had grown dim after evening study ended. Lin Shuo walked alone toward the bus stop. He sensed someone following him. He quietly unzipped his backpack, tucked the newspaper-wrapped steel rods inside his clothes, and cut them with his left hand to prevent them from falling or giving himself away. Sure enough. Just as Lin Shuo neared the bus stop, several figures suddenly darted out, forming a circle to block his path from both front and back. And leading them was none other than Lin Fengyu. You bastard! Where do you think you're going? Lin Fengyu advanced with a savage expression, lunging to grab Lin Shuo by the collar and drag him into a nearby alleyway. Everything that had happened today made him want to skin Lin Shuo alive and tear him limb from limb. Who are you calling a bastard? Lin Shuo swatted away Lin Fengyu's outstretched hand, sneering sarcastically. You bastard! I'm talking about you. Blinded by rage, Lin Fengyu didn't pause to think before the retort burst from his lips. The expressions of the few henchmen mingling around him instantly turned awkward. Lin Fengyu quickly realized something was off, his face turning as ugly as if he'd swallowed a cockroach. Furious and humiliated, he shouted. You bastard! Get over here! I'll kill you today! Seeing this, his henchmen surged forward, ready to drag Lin Shuo into the alley as they always did. But unexpectedly, Lin Shuo swiftly drew a hollow steel rod wrapped in newspaper from his clothes and struck the first buzzcut guy who approached with two powerful blows. Ah! Gah! The panicked screams froze the others in their tracks, halting their advance. Seizing the moment, Lin Shuo lunged forward in a single stride, bringing the baton down twice on Lin Fengyu's face. Thud! Thud! Two dull thuds echoed as the completely unprepared Lin Fengyu was struck, his head reeling. Only when the sharp pain hit did he panic, stumbling backward and urgently covering his face. As he covered his face, a damp sensation filled his palms. Lowering his hand, he saw it was blood. Brother! Brother Fengyu! The expressions of his henchmen nearby froze. You're bleeding from your nose. Damn it! Lin Fengyu instantly flew into a rage. Meanwhile, Lin Shuo had already pushed through the entourage's encirclement and sprinted over 10 meters toward the bus stop. Catch him! With Lin Fengyu's furious roar, the henchmen took off in pursuit. Several among them were athletic scholarship students recruited by the school. They quickly caught up to Lin Shuo's pace. Lin Shuo knew this well and decisively turned into a small alley ahead. The alley was a dead end. Several henchmen, including Lin Fengyu, followed him in. Seeing Lin Shuo stop, they all wore vicious expressions. Run! Why aren't you running anymore? I'll see where you can run today. Lin Fengyu panted heavily, his eyes blazing with fury so intense it seemed almost tangible. Yet, Lin Shuo showed no panic, instead maintaining a calm and composed demeanor. This reaction only fueled Lin Fengyu's rage further. What the hell are you playing at? He bent down to pick up a stick from the ground, then lunged forward, ready to strike Lin Shuo. But suddenly, a vicious dog bark froze him in place. From the trash heap behind Lin Shuo emerged several stray dogs, their fur matted and disheveled, baring their teeth. In the dim light, their eyes seemed to glow green, like starving wolves poised to pounce. Gore! Lin Fengyu's face paled. His entourage beside him panicked as well. Even little Cutie could tell these snarling strays were the kind that absolutely meant to bite. And indeed, that was exactly what happened.
When Lin Shuo had passed by here before, he had tried feeding these strays and nearly got bitten, an incident that left an indelible impression on him. Later he learned that this filthy, cluttered alley was the territory where these strays survived. Outside, these strays would tuck their tails and avoid crowds. But here, they banded together, ready to drive off any creature that might threaten them.
At this moment, Lin Fengyu and his companions, including Lin Shuo himself, undoubtedly appeared as threatening figures in the eyes of these stray dogs.
Their constant bared teeth and low growls were a clear warning.
Lin Fengyu, today I'll give you a special gift.
As Lin Shuo spoke, he pulled a crumpled paper ball from his pocket and tossed it toward one of the stray dogs. The moment the paper landed on the stray dog's head, he sprinted decisively toward the alley exit.
Chapter 19, Get Lost If You Understand.
The stray dogs in the alley were already on high alert. The paper ball struck one of the dogs squarely on the head.
Though it didn't hurt, to them it was undoubtedly a provocative act. Instantly, it ignited their instinct to retaliate. Woof! Woof! Woof!
Accompanied by chilling barks, several stray dogs bared their fangs and charged toward Lin Fengyu and his companions. Lin Fengyu panicked at the sight. He instinctively turned to flee, but Lin Shuo, who was also charging forward, collided with him violently.
The unexpected collision knocked him off balance, sending him tumbling to the ground.
The few henchmen mingling nearby were now scared half to death by the charging strays. Fearing they might get bitten, they abandoned all concern for his safety and fled over 10 meters away without even looking back.
For a moment, the dim alley was left with only Lin Fengyu. Help! Help me!
Hearing the dogs barking behind him, Lin Fengyu cried out in terror. He frantically tried to flee the alley, but in his panic, he stumbled and fell again. That single stumble allowed one of the stray dogs to catch up to him, sinking its teeth viciously into his buttocks.
A
piercing scream split the sky.
The excruciating pain nearly shattered Lin Fengyu's composure. His survival instinct surged to its peak in that instant. His mind went blank as he crawled and rolled, wailing, out of the alley. The stray dog that had bitten his but seemed to understand the rules of this human society, knowing that its bite would bring terrible consequences. It turned, gave a soft bark to its companions, then led the pack in a mad dash out of the alley, abandoning the place they once called home. But Lin Fengyu, whose mind was consumed solely with escape, clearly failed to notice this. Hearing the stray dog's footsteps as they fled the alley, he mistakenly thought they were chasing after him. Terrified, tears blurred his vision, snot dripped from his nose, and his mouth was covered in it. He was utterly miserable. When he finally sensed no movement of stray dogs behind him, he hurriedly turned his head to glance back. Seeing that the stray dogs truly weren't following him anymore, he breathed a sigh of relief. But before he could stop, he suddenly collided with someone passing by. He lost his balance and fell backward uncontrollably. The man he collided with didn't move. He looked down at the snot smeared on his clothes, veins bulging on his temples. He hesitated for a moment, glancing at Lin Fengyu's pitiful state, but ultimately said nothing and prepared to walk away. But Lin Fengyu, driven half-mad by the stray dogs, suddenly cursed in a voice thick with tears. Damn you! Can't you see where you're going?
At those words, the man halted abruptly, spun around, and grabbed Lin Fengyu by the collar. He hoisted him off the ground like a puppy. After being yanked up by his collar, Lin Fengyu tried to curse a few more times. But the moment his feet left the ground, he suddenly realized something was terribly wrong. His panic intensified when he recognized the man's face.
Du Juan? Lin Fengyu, are you looking to die today? Du Juan's face darkened. Have I been too lenient with you, so you've gotten cocky? No. Du Juan, let me explain.
Before Lin Fengyu could finish, Du Juan grabbed him by the collar and slammed him hard against the wall. His buttocks were already raw from a stray dog bite, the bloody wound still throbbing with pain. Now, the impact sent his buttocks crashing into the wall first. The pain felt like a handful of coarse salt had been rubbed into the wound, nearly knocking him unconscious from agony.
I'm warning you.
I don't care how you act like a big shot at school. But from now on, keep your tail tucked between your legs around me.
Otherwise, don't blame my family for not giving yours any face. Got it? Du Juan's tone dripped with menace, his eyes fierce as a predator ready to strike. Understood. I understand. Lin Fengyu responded, trembling with pain.
His face was drained of color, and he dared not meet Du Juan's gaze.
Got it? Now get out.
Du Juan barked, then flung Lin Fengyu aside like a discarded piece of trash. Caught off guard, Lin Fengyu's backside slammed hard against the ground. The wounds that had worsened from the recent impact immediately oozed more blood. The excruciating pain felt like knives piercing his bones, causing his eyes to roll back as he nearly fainted.
His entire body twitched uncontrollably, as if electrified. But Du Juan didn't even glance back.
He turned his head, casting a sidelong glance toward the corner. Take this trash back. With that, he strode toward the bus stop. Only after he had been gone for quite some time did his henchmen, who had fled earlier, cautiously approach. They had noticed Du Juan disciplining Lin Fengyu long ago. But intimidated by Du Juan's notorious reputation as a bully at school, none of them dared approach him for a long time. They feared ending up even worse off than Lin Fengyu. Brother, are you okay? A crew member with a crew cut helped Lin Fengyu to his feet and asked with concern.
You idiot, do I look like I'm okay?
It took Lin Fengyu a while to recover from the pain. Hearing the question, he couldn't hold back and cursed loudly. He then shoved the crew cut sidekick away forcefully, almost slapping him. Seeing this, the crewman quickly let go and stepped back, his face turning awkward as he pressed his lips together without a word.
Damn it, Lin Shuo. Du Juan. You're all gonna pay for this. I'll kill you both someday.
Lin Fengyu muttered venomously under his breath, completely oblivious to a loose paving stone in the middle of the sidewalk. As his foot landed on it, he lost his balance instantly. His body tumbled backward uncontrollably, crashing heavily to the ground.
Ah!
The piercing scream split the sky.
Brother you! Are you okay? Brother you?
He seems to have passed out.
Quick, call an ambulance.
Bus stop. Lin Shuo watched Lin Fengyu's pitiful state from afar. The plan had gone more smoothly than he could have imagined, even ending with an unexpected bonus.
A wave of satisfaction washed over him. You'll pay for this someday.
Gazing at Lin Fengyu, who had passed out from the pain, Lin Shuo sneered coldly inside.
Just then, the bus he was waiting for pulled into the station.
He temporarily set aside his thoughts and pulled out the coins Sister Jing had given him that morning for the bus fare. But just as the doors slowly opened and he stepped forward to board, a tall, muscular figure approached.
Chapter 20, I don't like owing favors.
The door wasn't wide, though two people could squeeze through at once. But at that moment, both of them stopped in their tracks and turned to glance at each other.
Lin Shuo froze in surprise.
He hadn't expected that the person about to board with him would be Du Juanwang, the very man who just reprimanded Lin Fengyu.
So Du Juanwang took the bus here too? But why hadn't he ever seen him before?
You go first. Du Juanwang's expression remained calm as he stepped back politely, making room for Lin Shuo to board first. Seeing this, Lin Shuo was somewhat taken aback. After a moment of bewilderment, he gave Du Juanwang a polite nod and said, "Thank you," before stepping onto the bus. When Lin Shuo paid the ticket lady and took his bus ticket to find a nearby seat, he noticed Du Juanwang standing nearby, frantically rummaging through his pockets. Moments later, he glanced at the ticket lady, his expression tinged with slight embarrassment.
He's with me.
Lin Shuo immediately understood the situation and quickly pulled out a 10 yuan note from his pocket, handing it to the ticket lady. Seeing this, Du Juanwang immediately shot Lin Shuo a grateful look.
Thanks.
After receiving his bus ticket, Du Juanwang sat down beside Lin Shuo and whispered his thanks in a hushed voice.
You're welcome. We're classmates.
Lin Shuo waved it off, taking the change handed to him by the ticket lady and carefully tucking it into his pocket to avoid losing it.
I must have accidentally dropped the money. I'll pay you back tomorrow, Du Juanwang added. It's fine. It's just $1. Don't worry about it.
Lin Shuo replied.
No, $1 is still money. I have to pay you back. Du Juanwang's tone was serious as he added, I don't like owing people things or favors.
Fine. Lin Shuo said no more.
Du Juanwang also fell silent. The two rode in silence.
Until the bus reached the stop where Lin Shuo needed to get off.
I'll be going now. Lin Shuo gave a quick farewell before stepping off. See you tomorrow. Du Juanwang nodded.
After getting off, Lin Shuo briefly recalled the route and looked for the distinctive supermarket sign Wu Mengjing had mentioned earlier that morning. This led him quickly to the internet cafe she ran.
Hey, Xiao Shuo, school's out? Wu Mengjing, bored at the front desk, looked up and spotted Lin Shuo just as he entered the door. Hey, Sister Jing. Lin Shuo greeted her. Did you eat dinner yet?
Wu Mengjing asked with concern.
I ate before evening study at school. That's good. Here's your key. Go home and study hard. What about you, Sister Jing? When are you heading back? Just waiting for someone to take over my shift. The network administrator? The day shift network administrator quit a few days ago. They haven't found a replacement yet, so I'm filling in for now. Alright, I'll stay here with you then.
Lin Shuo walked up to the front desk, opened his backpack, and pulled out the test papers the school had handed out today.
You little rascal.
Wu Mengjing had intended to stop him, but upon reflection, she realized she'd be bored alone anyway. Having someone to keep her company wasn't so bad after all, so she decided to let Lin Shuo be.
Net admin.
Suddenly, a middle-aged man surfing the web bellowed, "Hey, come help me out."
Coming.
Wu Mengjing called back and immediately walked over.
Do you know this chat site called Ya?
It's where people post stuff and you can reply underneath, the man asked urgently.
How should I know? Aren't there a bunch of website addresses taped to the desk? Try typing them in one by one. Wu Mengjing tapped the desk holding the large monitor with her fingertip. I've tried them all. None of them work.
Why else would I call you?
Then what should I do?
Forget it. I'll think about it myself. You go ahead and get back to work. The middle-aged man waved his hand in disappointment, then clumsily typed the domain name into the browser's address bar. After several unsuccessful attempts, his frown deepened into a pronounced V shape.
Watching from the side, Wu Mengjing felt equally helpless. This wasn't the first time she'd encountered customers who wanted to browse websites but couldn't remember the URLs. That's why she deliberately posted lists of commonly used websites on every computer desk. Even so, situations like this still cropped up every few days, proving impossible to solve completely. Sis Jing, what's going on? Lin Shuo spotted Wu Mengjing looking troubled from a distance. He set down the papers he was holding and approached her, asking quietly. Nothing much. Just a guest who can't remember which website they wanted to visit. After answering, Wu Mengjing suddenly remembered something. She immediately turned to Lin Shuo with a hint of excitement in her eyes. Alright, Xiao Shuo, you're so good at gaming you must be a computer whiz, right? Ha? Lin Shuo froze for a moment, feeling both amused and exasperated. These days, many people have this misconception. They equate being good at video games with being a computer whiz. In reality, he was only moderately skilled at older games like Red Alert. When it came to computer knowledge, he was at best a complete amateur. Help me out, what's that chat site called, Ya? You know, the one where tons of people can reply underneath posts? What, Ya? Lin Shuo thought for a moment. You mean Tianya Forum, right? The moment the words left his mouth, the middle-aged man sitting before the computer screen, his face etched with frustration, suddenly lit up. Yes. That's it. I remember now, that's the name. Xiao Shuo, you actually know it? Wu Mengjing's beautiful eyes sparkled with even greater excitement. I happened to browse that forum before. Lin Shuo smiled. He remembered clearly that this forum would become the most popular online community in China in the coming years. He recalled how, back in the day, he'd often browse it for gossip or ghost stories to pass the time. Unfortunately, with the changing times and the rise of various social media platforms, this forum gradually faded from public view. But there was no denying that this forum was an important milestone in the development of China's internet. Young man, do you remember the URL for this forum? The middle-aged man pulled two 10 yuan bills from his pocket. If you can't recall it, help me remember. If you do, these 20 yuan are yours. Seeing this, Lin Shuo's eyes lit up slightly, but he didn't rush to answer. Instead, he furrowed his brow in thought. Give me a moment to think. Lin Shuo certainly remembered the forum's URL. He just didn't want the man to think he'd earned the money too easily, lest he change his mind and try to haggle. It was like hiring a locksmith. Even though they could open the lock in seconds, they usually pretended to struggle with it for a while. Young man, no rush. Take your time thinking. The middle-aged man said, turning to Wu Mengjing beside him. Cafe manager, grab him a drink and charge it to my tab. Chapter 21, Ways to Make Money. Upon hearing this, Wu Mengjing didn't rush to fetch the drink. Instead, she leaned close to Lin Shuo's ear and whispered, Xiao Shuo, do you really know the website for that forum? Lin Shuo gave a slight nod and a reassuring look before feigning hesitation as he leaned closer to the computer screen. I think I remember it now. Uncle, let me try first. Alright, go ahead. No worries if you can't find it. The middle-aged man generously slid his chair back, making room for Lin Shuo to operate the keyboard. Lin Shuo placed his hands on the keyboard, hesitated for a few seconds, then typed in a string of characters. After hitting the enter key, the URL loaded briefly on the screen before displaying an error message indicating it couldn't be loaded. Clearly, the address hadn't been entered correctly. No worries, try again. The middle-aged man said this, but his eyes flickered with disappointment. Lin Shuo tried several other websites. After several attempts, either the wrong website popped up, or it was just a blank page like the first time. Just as the middle-aged man, having given up hope, was about to take back the 20 yuan on the table and send Lin Shuo away, Lin Shuo entered another website. This time, the pop-up page made the middle-aged man pause in surprise. After double-checking the website logo in the top left corner, surprise and delight instantly filled his eyes. Yes. That's the forum website. Wow, kid, you're amazing. You actually found it. The middle-aged man was thrilled. In his excitement, he fished another 10 yuan bill from his pocket and stuffed it into Lin Shuo's hand along with the 20 he'd placed on the table earlier. You've been a huge help. Next time I forget a website address, I'll come back to you for help. With that, the middle-aged man grabbed the mouse and eagerly began browsing the website. Lin Shuo sensibly kept his distance, pocketed the money, gave Wu Mengjing a knowing glance, and then they both returned to the front desk. Impressive, Xiao Shuo. Wu Mengjing beamed. Who knew you weren't just good at gaming, you remember so many websites too. Just got lucky this one happened to stick. Lin Shuo replied modestly, a touch embarrassed. The rest I just typed randomly. Stop being so modest. If I say you're impressive, then you are. Wu Mengjing's eyes curved like crescent moons. I take back what I said this morning. You really do have a knack for making money. Next time someone at the internet cafe can't remember the website they want to visit, I'll send them to you so you can charge them a little. Sis Jing, stop teasing me. Today was just pure luck. There are so many websites out there, how could I possibly remember them all? Lin Shuo gave a helpless smile. Let's not talk about that now. Sister Jing, take this.
He pulled the 30 yuan he'd just received from his pocket, took out two 10 yuan notes, and handed them to Wu Mengjing. What's this for? Wu Mengjing paused in surprise before teasing him, already trying to bribe your sister?
It's not a bribe. It's repayment.
Lin Shuo replied earnestly, 10 yuan is to repay a small portion, and the other 10 is a commission for earning this money today. After all, if it weren't for Sister Jing's internet cafe, I wouldn't have made this little bit of cash.
Oh, so you know about commissions now? Wu Mengjing was both amused and exasperated. Keep the money for yourself. I don't need it, and I don't want your cut. You earned it on your own. If I took it, what kind of situation would that create? Actually, Sister Jing, I'm not giving this commission away for free.
Lin Shuo hesitated before speaking.
Wu
Mengjing froze again.
What do you mean?
I need to borrow some money.
Lin Shuo sounded a bit nervous as he spoke. Oh, I thought it was something big. How much?
Wu Mengjing acted very generous. She figured Lin Shuo probably needed to buy study materials or something like that.
About 1,000 or 2. Hearing Lin Shuo's reply, Wu Mengjing's expression instantly turned serious. Xiao Shuo, tell me honestly, is someone blackmailing you? No, Sister Jing, I'm not being blackmailed.
Lin Shuo hurriedly explained, I just want to earn some money.
Don't lie to me. Making money isn't that easy. What can you possibly do with a few hundred or 1,000 yuan? Do you have any idea how much it cost me to open this internet cafe? Are you seriously planning to set up a street stall?
Wu Mengjing clearly didn't believe him and continued her earnest persuasion. Xiao Shuo, you really don't need to be afraid. I told you this morning if you have any trouble, I'll definitely help you.
Listen to me. Tell me who's blackmailing you. I'll take you to the police right now, and then we'll go settle the score with him. Jing, I really am not being blackmailed.
Lin Shuo felt both amused and touched by Wu Mengjing's concern, so he hurriedly explained.
I was planning to build a website. What? Build a website?
Wu Mengjing thought she must have misheard and repeated it unconsciously.
Yes, build a website.
Lin Shuo paused before continuing, the costs aren't that high. The main expenses are the domain registration fee and renting a server.
As for the design and development, I know a little bit and can figure it out on my own.
Plus, the site I want to build isn't complicated, so it should only cost 1,000 or 2.
Wait, hold on a sec. Let me process this.
Wu Mengjing pondered for a moment, still a bit confused.
How does building a website relate to making money? How exactly would you monetize it? And what kind of website are you planning to build? Why did you suddenly decide to build a website?
Lin Shuo had anticipated this barrage of questions. After gathering his thoughts, he began to explain slowly.
First off, the website I want to build is called a navigation site.
As the name suggests, it's a site that collects various web addresses, guiding internet users to find URLs conveniently.
Sis Jing, you know what the Yellow Pages are, right?
Think of it as the online version of the Yellow Pages. To visit any website, you won't need to remember any complicated URLs. Just browse through the categories on my navigation network, and you'll easily find the site you want to access. At this point, Lin Shuo paused deliberately to give Wu Mengjing time to digest the information. After a moment's pause, he continued.
As for how we make money, it's actually quite simple. We charge advertising fees.
Once my website achieves results and gains sufficient reach, advertisers will naturally approach me. They'll request space on specific sections of the site for promotions like gaming ads. Beyond that, I can negotiate with certain websites to charge them extra fees for prominent placement on the homepage, helping them attract more users.
Chapter 22, the navigation site with huge potential.
After hearing all this, Wu Mengjing felt a bit dizzy. She didn't know much about the internet. She'd opened this internet cafe purely out of interest in gaming. So when Lin Shuo introduced the concept of a navigation website, her mind went completely blank. It took her a while to digest what Lin Shuo had explained and grasp the basics.
Upon careful reflection, it actually seemed like it could be worth pursuing.
As the saying goes, where there's demand, there's a market. And where exactly was the demand for this so-called navigation network? The customer who couldn't find the website and ended up paying Lin Shuo for help was the perfect example. Of course, from an outsider's perspective, relying on just one example isn't very convincing. But in reality, instances like that are far from rare. As the owner of an internet cafe, Wu Mengjing knows this all too well. Otherwise, she wouldn't have placed sticky notes with commonly used URLs on every desktop. Thinking about this, Wu Mengjing felt increasingly convinced that this was a huge business opportunity, and her excitement grew.
Xiao Shuo, you're a genius. Nah, it just happened to occur to me.
Lin Shuo felt a bit embarrassed. After all, he wasn't the first to conceive the idea of a navigation website. It was merely a result of leveraging the information gap brought by his rebirth, combined with the prompt from that customer who had just used the internet. If memory served, the visionary who pioneered navigation websites in China during his previous life had once been an obscure network administrator. It was through observing the diverse clientele at internet cafes and installing computers for others that he gained this inspiration.
And it was said that when that pioneer's navigation website was acquired in the early 2000s, it fetched a whopping 8-figure sum plus tens of thousands of shares in the future internet giant Jiangcheng. A figure in the millions back in the 2000s. Keep in mind that back then, most people were still talking about millionaires. Not to mention tens of thousands of shares in the future internet giant Jiangcheng. That was an unimaginable fortune, one that kept appreciating. So you can imagine just how immense the potential of a navigation website is today. When Lin Shuo deliberately mistyped the URL several times while helping that customer, it wasn't just to show how hard-earned that money was. He also wanted to see if the navigation website, which would later sell for an 8-figure sum, even existed in this timeline. The result did not disappoint Lin Shuo. The navigation website destined to fetch an 8-figure fortune in the future did not currently exist. That's why he proactively asked Wu Mengjing for a loan to seize the opportunity before China's first navigation website emerged, capture the largest user base of novice internet users, and earn his first fortune. Sister Jing, if you lend me this money, I'll count it as your investment. Once the website succeeds, I promise you'll get at least half the profits. Lin Shuo said earnestly. What do you mean, shareholder? Wu Mengjing immediately dismissed the idea. You came up with the idea, and I know nothing about this field. At most, I'm lending you some money. If it really succeeds, that's all your own achievement. I only want back the money I'm lending you now. I won't take anything else. That won't do, Sister Jing. You've helped me so much. When it comes to promoting the website, your assistance will be crucial. You absolutely must take your share of the profits. Lin Shuo insisted stubbornly. In his view, if the website truly succeeded, Wu Mengjing would be the biggest contributor. Setting aside whether Wu Mengjing would even agree to lend him money, just the idea of creating a navigation website alone. If Wu Mengjing hadn't taken him in at this internet cafe, it would have taken him ages to even recall this business opportunity, and by then, it would have been too late. Moreover, he had already silently vowed to repay Wu Mengjing's kindness. So no matter what Wu Mengjing said, he would never back down on this point. Cut it out. I don't like taking credit for someone else's hard work. Wu Mengjing retorted just as stubbornly, let's keep things separate. Whatever I lend you to build the website, you pay back exactly that amount, not a penny more. As for you asking me to promote the site later, we'll negotiate the price then. But don't even mention profit sharing, and don't try to inflate the price, it'll be market rate. Sis Jing. Lin Shuo tried to say more, but Wu Mengjing cut him off with a reproachful tone. That's final. If you keep bringing up profit sharing, I won't lend you a dime for your website. Hearing Wu Mengjing's stern words, Lin Shuo could only reluctantly drop the subject. But his inner resolve remained unshaken. If Wu Mengjing refused now, he'd make her take it later, force it down her throat if he had to. Speaking of which, Shuo, if you're starting this website now, what about your studies? You're preparing for the college entrance exams, how will this affect your grades? Wu Mengjing suddenly interjected, her eyes clouded with concern. Why not put this on hold for now? We can discuss it after your exams. No, I have to do it now. Otherwise, it'll be too late. Someone else might already have the same idea. Lin Shuo shook his head. Sis Jing, don't worry. My grades are stable now. I can handle both studying and building the website. Think of it as me using my free time to relax my brain with something else. Otherwise, just being tense all the time won't do me any good. Alright then. Wu Mengjing hesitated for a moment before finally agreeing to Lin Shuo's plan. She understood. While the college entrance exam was crucial, if he failed, he could always retake it the following year. A year wasn't going to make or break a lifetime. But money-making opportunities were rare and hard to come by. If someone else snatched it up, Lin Shuo might regret it for the rest of his life. Most crucially, since Lin Shuo had made his decision, she would simply let him pursue it. After all, it was his life. She certainly didn't want her own narrow perspective to stand in the way of Lin Shuo building a bright future. By the way, Sister Jing, could you spare a computer at the internet cafe for me to work on my website? Lin Shuo asked. Of course. Wu Mengjing agreed without hesitation. You can use any computer at the front desk, but, well, that might not be very secure. Building a website probably requires saving important files, right? Here's what we'll do. I have a laptop I bought last year that's been sitting and used at home. I'll go get it for you later. See if it works well for you. If not, I'll just go to the computer mall and get you a new one. No need, no need. The laptop will be fine. Lin Shuo's eyes lit up. Alright, I'll go get it for you now. You can cover the front desk for me in the meantime. Chapter 23, Second Sister, what did Lin Shuo offer you? Meanwhile, at the hospital. Upon receiving the news, Lin Shuo's parents rushed over immediately. This included eldest sister Lin Wanwan, second sister Lin Xiulu, and youngest sister Lin Xinxuan. Lin Fengyu, who had just finished getting stitches and a rabies shot, was lying face down on the hospital bed. His butt felt like it had been stabbed with a knife. Hey, Xiaoyu, what exactly happened? Why on earth did you get bitten by a stray dog? Lin's mother, Su Dinglan, stood by the bedside and gently held Lin Fengyu's hand, her face filled with heartache.
Hearing these words, Lin Fingyu's tears immediately poured out like a floodgate had opened.
Mom! I didn't dare say.
He sniffed, his voice choked with emotion.
Silly boy, what is it you couldn't say? Su Dinglan quickly sensed something was wrong and hurriedly asked, is this about Lin Shuo again? No. It's not, it has nothing to do with brother Lin Shuo.
Lin Fingyu avoided her gaze guiltily, his reply stammering as his eyes grew even redder. This reaction immediately confirmed third sister Lin Xinxuan's mother's suspicions. I'm going to settle this with Lin Shuo. She slammed the words out angrily and started to storm out of the hospital room. But Lin Xiaolu, standing nearby, quickly stopped her. Xinxin, calm down.
There's no proof of anything. Don't be so impulsive. How is there no proof? Xiao Yu's reaction speaks volumes.
Lin Xinxuan retorted indignantly, second sister, don't forget last night, that little bastard Lin Shuo slapped Xiaoyu. He must be harboring resentment after we kicked him out of the house, which is why he did something so outrageous to Xiaoyu.
And hasn't he bullied Xiaoyu enough over the years? This is exactly the kind of thing he'd do.
These words momentarily silenced Lin Xiaolu. But then she recalled her own shortcomings toward Lin Shuo over the years. A wave of guilt washed over her, and she still felt compelled to defend him. She immediately turned her gaze back to Lin Fingyu in the hospital bed and urgently asked, Xiaoyu, tell your sister clearly what exactly happened. I know you must be upset with Xiao Shuo because of that slap last night. But no matter what, Xiao Shuo wouldn't make a stray dog attack you, right? Please don't lie to your sister. Hearing this, Lin Fingyu's eyes brimmed with profound hurt. He curled up into a ball, tears streaming down his face even more fiercely. Second sister. I'm not upset with brother Lin Shuo. I clearly didn't say anything bad about brother Lin Shuo. How could I be lying? Seeing him like this, Lin Xinxuan couldn't help but feel heartbroken. She scolded Lin Xiaolu. Second sister, what kind of talk is that? What do you mean, Xiaoyu, don't lie? When has Xiaoyu ever lied to us? This whole thing was clearly caused by Lin Shuo. Why do I feel like you're suddenly taking that little bastard Lin Shuo's side? Did he secretly slip you some love potion or something? These words instantly made Lin Xiaolu frown. Why are you taking this out on me? I'm not blaming Xiaoyu either. I just want him to explain what happened clearly. True, Lin Shuo hasn't been behaving well at home and keeps picking on Xiaoyu. But as his sisters, we can't just pin the blame on him without proof, can we? That's not fair to him. Lin Xinxuan grew even angrier. Second sister, you're clearly taking Lin Shuo's side. You say it's unfair to Lin Shuo, but is it fair to Xiaoyu? He gets bullied by Lin Shuo every single day. Now Xiaoyu's been bullied to the point of ending up in the hospital, and you're still talking to me about fairness? This favoritism is way too extreme. Did Lin Shuo secretly give you something? Lin Xiaolu's blood boiled at the accusation. She immediately shot back at the top of her lungs. What favoritism? What favors did Lin Shuo give me? I'm just stating the facts. It's true that Xiaoyu often gets picked on by Xiao Shuo. But let's stick to the point, don't conflate those incidents. What's wrong with me saying this is unfair to Lin Shuo today? Don't forget Lin Shuo was lost by our family for over a decade. Have you considered what a decade means? Do you know what kind of hardship he endured all those years? Do you really think he grew up enjoying the same privileges as you did? And after he was brought back to our family as his older sister, have you ever shown him any concern? Did you know his room was converted from a storage closet? There's just a rickety bed in there, a broken wardrobe, and a desk I ditched years ago. And get this, it's been 3 years, and we haven't even taken him to get a family portrait once. And now you're talking to me about fairness? How about you sleep in Lin Shuo's room from now on? Or how about we abandon you out there for over a decade, cut off all financial support, and just ignore you? Let's see what kind of person you turn into. Lin Xiaolu grew increasingly agitated as she spoke, eventually pointing her finger right at Lin Xinxuan's nose. This action instantly infuriated Lin Xinxuan. Even though she was momentarily at a loss for words, the rage surging through her mind clouded her judgment, compelling her to fight back even when she knew she was in the wrong. Enough! Just as she was about to retort, Lin's father, who had remained silent for a long time, suddenly barked out a command, forcibly interrupting their argument. Are you two ever going to stop? Is this hospital room for you two to bicker in? Should I rent you a boxing ring so you can fight it out? Lin Shenghong spoke with a darkened expression, his stern gaze sweeping over his two daughters, both flushed red from their heated argument. At that moment, everyone could clearly sense the volcanic fury about to erupt from him. All right. The eldest sister, Lin Wanwan, stepped in to smooth things over. Dad, please calm down first. And Xiaolu, Xinxin, you two need to calm down too. Xiaoyu hasn't explained how he got bitten by that stray dog. Let him finish telling his story first, then you two can go home and argue about who's right or wrong. Besides, we're family. We're all here at the hospital to care for Xiaoyu. There's no need to argue like this over something like this, don't you agree? With that, Lin Xiaolu and Lin Xinxuan fell silent. Yet a palpable tension hung between them. Seeing this, Lin Wanwan knew that unless Lin Fengyu clarified the situation today, this matter would likely never end.
She quickly turned to Lin Fengyu in the hospital bed and said, "Come on, Xiaoyu, don't be afraid. No matter what happened, your eldest sister will stand up for you. Now, tell your big sister properly. What exactly happened today that left you bitten by a stray dog like this?" Chapter 24, I'm going to settle the score with Lin Shuo. Hearing his sister's words, Lin Fengyu's tears flowed even more uncontrollably. His mother, Su Dinglan, watching from the side, couldn't help but urge him, "Xiaoyu, tell us quickly. What exactly happened?" I don't know how to explain it, but tonight, Lin Shuo was definitely there. Lin Fengyu sniffed, hesitating before answering. At those words, Lin Qiulu's expression instantly darkened. "See? What did I just say?" Lin Xinshuan snorted, shooting a sideways glance at Lin Qiulu. "What's all the fuss about? Let Xiaoyu finish speaking." Eldest sister Lin Wanwan shot her a stern glare. Lin Xinshuan pouted at the sharp look and reluctantly shut her mouth. "I wanted to walk home with brother Lin Shuo after school tonight and try to convince him to come back home." Lin Fengyu choked out as he continued. "But every time I tried to talk to him, he'd run away. I really wanted him to come home, so I chased after him. But I never expected we'd end up in a dead-end alley filled with stray dogs. At first I was scared, so I urged brother Lin Shuo to run away quickly. But then brother Lin Shuo suddenly started throwing things at the stray dogs. Then the stray dogs chased us. Brother Shuo ran faster than me. But I tripped and fell, and then. At this point, Lin Fengyu sniffled twice. His mother, Su Dinglan, who was present, felt heartbroken. "I knew it." Lin Xinshuan couldn't hold back again. "That little bastard Lin Shuo deliberately led Xiaoyu into an alley with stray dogs. He's getting revenge. He's still in school, right? I'm going to confront him tomorrow." "How can you be so sure Xiao Shuo did it on purpose?" Lin Qiulu, who had been silent for a long time, countered. "Maybe he was startled too? He threw things at stray dogs, how could that not be on purpose?" Lin Xinshuan retorted indignantly, "Second sister, I think you've really been brainwashed by Lin Shuo. It's so obvious, and you're still arguing with me." "How am I arguing? What else could it be? I'm just suggesting a possibility." "Bull." The two began arguing again, the thick tension filling the entire hospital room. "Enough. How long are you two going to keep arguing?" This time, even Lin's mother, Su Dinglan, couldn't hold back any longer. She shouted sternly, "If you must argue, find somewhere private to do it. Xiaoyu is injured like this, and instead of caring for him, you're fighting over Lin Shuo? Can't you show some sense?" "Mom." Lin Xinshuan sounded hurt. "I'm just standing up for Xiaoyu. He ended up like this because Lin Shuo bullied him. Are you siding with Lin Shuo too? You child, what nonsense are you spouting?" Su Dinglan was visibly annoyed. "Xiao Shuo is so disobedient, why would I take his side? Do you think I'm not angry about this? But he's already run away from home. What can we do about him? Should we call the police to arrest him? It'd be best if they arrested him. At least that'd stop someone like him from harming society later." Lin Xinshuan muttered under her breath, the thought genuinely crossing her mind. "Enough. This matter ends here." Lin Wanwan spoke up, unable to bear her third sister's shouting any longer. "Leave this to me. Tomorrow I'll go to the school and find Lin Shuo. I'll make him explain tonight's incident." "Big sis." Lin Qiulu couldn't help but interject, "Why don't I go instead? What if you end up arguing with Lin Shuo? Does he dare argue with me?" Lin Wanwan snorted lightly, shooting her second sister a piercing look. "This isn't your concern. I'll handle it. You just focus on staying at the hospital with Xiaoyu. Tomorrow, I'll swing by the school and arrange for him to take 2 days off to recover. But, no buts about it. Do as I say." Meanwhile, inside an internet cafe in the western part of the city. "Sis Jing, what's going on? Did I get fired?" The internet cafe manager, rushing in for work, spotted Lin Shuo sitting at the front desk working on a laptop. His face instantly twisted into a sour expression. "You idiot. Why would I fire you for no reason?" Wu Mengjing snapped back irritably. "Then what's this guy doing sitting here? Did Sister Jing buy him off with just a barbecue last night?" the manager asked, thoroughly confused. He remembered Lin Shuo. Last night, he'd been too busy trying to sleep to get Lin Shuo instant noodles, and Wu Mengjing had given him a scolding for it. "Go play somewhere." "What bribery?" Wu Mengjing rolled her eyes. "He's my tenant now. Kind of like my adopted little brother." "Oh, what kind of adopted?" The manager blurted out the question. "Are you seriously trying to get yourself fired?" Wu Mengjing's eye twitched, her voice already tinged with irritation. "And no. I didn't say anything just now." Realizing he'd shot his foot in his mouth, the net cafe manager scrambled to apologize with a sheepish grin before changing the subject. "What's he busy with now? Seems pretty focused. Don't you have eyes in your head and legs to walk? Why don't you go see for yourself?" Wu Mengjing replied impatiently, "He's building a website." "Do you even know what a website is?" "Of course I do. I used to be really into computers. The network administrator's eyes lit up, clearly piqued by the topic. After responding to Wu Mengjing, he immediately walked up to the front desk and peered at Lin Shuo's computer screen for a few moments.
Lin Shuo was engrossed in teaching himself website development, completely unaware of the pair of eyes watching him from behind. Until a hand reached out and tapped on a line of code he had typed. I suggest you revise this line, otherwise, it might cause bugs. The voice snapped Lin Shuo out of his thoughts and drew his attention. He turned around immediately and recognized the person offering guidance as the network administrator who had been there the night before.
You know how to build websites?
Curiosity got the better of him, and Lin Shuo blurted out the question.
I know a little.
Last year, a friend and I happened to get interested in this, so we built one together.
The webmaster grinned as he replied, back then, we were just like you searching for tutorials online while copying and pasting. When we first launched the site, it was a complete mess. It took us ages to get it working properly.
I see.
Lin Shuo's eyes lit up. In his view, tutorials were static, but people were dynamic.
Having an experienced mentor teach you hands-on, step-by-step, would likely be far more effective than just studying tutorials.
So he immediately asked, could you give me a little guidance?
No problem, no sweat. Just buy me a Coke and a cup-noodle later.
The network administrator sat down beside Lin Shuo.
Lin Shuo immediately looked up at Wu Mengjing for approval.
Go ahead, go ahead.
Seeing this, Wu Mengjing could only wave her hand helplessly, then shot the network administrator a warning glance.
If you're going to teach him properly. Don't just bail halfway through or mess up the instructions. I'm footing the bill for this website. If it doesn't turn out right, I'll hold you accountable. Chapter 25, Creating a Win-Win Situation. Don't worry, Sister Jing. I told you I never cut corners on things I'm interested in.
The webmaster replied confidently, then turned his gaze to Lin Shuo. By the way, kid, I still don't know your name.
Lin Shuo. Lu Changrun. Brother Run. Kid's got some sense. Lu Changrun grinned. Watch closely. I'm no pro, but I've got a few tricks up my sleeve. You'll learn a thing or two. Got it, Brother Ren.
Lin Shuo nodded and listened intently. Standing outside the front desk, Wu Mengjing watched the two intently.
Though she couldn't quite follow the details, she nodded with satisfaction. Sis Jing, what are those two doing?
Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind, startling Wu Mengjing. Turning to see who it was, she couldn't help but let out a tisk.
Damn it! I was just asking, is it really necessary to be so impatient?
The scruffy man sounded annoyed.
None of your damn business, Mr. Qin. Can you just go back to surfing the web? You're always sticking your nose into everything.
Wu Mengjing shot him a withering glare. I'd love to, but I need to activate my membership card first.
Qin Gaofeng complained, holding his ID card.
Seeing this, Wu Mengjing let out another tisk before snatching the ID card, scanning it at the front desk, and tossing it back to Qin Gaofeng.
Alright, go get online already. Don't bother those two.
Wu Mengjing waved her hand impatiently.
I wasn't bothering them.
What's so secretive about it?
Can't you tell me?
Qin Gaofeng looked genuinely curious.
What good would it do you? Can you even help?
How am I supposed to know if I can help if you don't tell me?
You think I'm useless? Fine. They're working on a website.
Oh, I see.
Do you know how to build websites?
Are you kidding?
Of course not.
Qin Gaofeng's retort was as bold as it was unreasonable.
Then shut the hell up.
Wu Mengjing rolled her eyes so hard they nearly popped out.
I may not know the ins and outs, but I've got money. I can hire someone to teach them.
And let me tell you, Sister Jing, I've wanted to start an internet business for ages but never found the right idea.
Let me chat with them, see what kind of website they're building. If I like it, I'll invest straight away.
Before Qin Gaofeng could finish, Wu Mengjing cut him off impatiently. Cut the crap.
What money do you have?
If you can pull out more than $50 from anywhere on your person right now, I'll eat my hat.
Damn it. Look down on me again.
Qin Gaofeng fumed indignantly.
Then go ahead and pull it out.
If you can, I'll wipe your entire tab at this internet cafe clean.
Wu Mengjing sneered. Not now. Sister Jing, I need to go home first. You've been saying that for half a year now. So when exactly, Mr. Qin, are you planning to return to your home?
Ahem. Qin Gaofeng suddenly felt awkward.
The time isn't right yet. It requires the right timing, circumstances, and people.
Cut the crap.
You're just scared of getting lectured when you go back.
Wu Mengjing cut him down without mercy. Look at the state you're in. Just go home already. Stop daydreaming about starting some business. It's been nearly a year, and I haven't seen you launch a single thing.
All I see is you racking up internet bills on my tab. It's just...
I haven't found the right idea yet, Qin Gaofeng replied, looking as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant, his face flushed with embarrassment.
And you think a good idea will get you the money to start a business?
Of course. If I had the right idea, even if my old man wouldn't cough up the cash, I'd sell off my properties to scrape together the money.
Qin Gaofeng declared with brimming confidence.
No sooner had he finished speaking than a voice cut in.
What kind of idea do you want?
Xin Gaofeng looked up to see Lin Shuo, who had been busy coding web pages moments ago, had lifted his head at some point and was now staring at him with eyes full of expectation.
Any idea that can make money online will do. How much can you put up? That depends on the idea. At the very least, I've got 8 figures. Really? Damn it, another one looking down on me?
Xin Gaofeng seethed with indignation.
Wait here. I'm going to prove myself today. With that, he bolted out the door of the internet cafe.
Seeing this, Lin Shuo turned his gaze to Wu Mengjing.
Sis Jing, is this guy loaded? Pretty much.
Wu Mengjing explained with a hint of resignation. Anyway, he's one of those spoiled brats who can't settle down to enjoy his life at home. He spends all day dreaming about starting an internet business, but ends up accomplishing nothing, just wasting his days away in internet cafes.
How did you know that, Sister Jing? Lin Shuo couldn't help asking.
His dad came to the internet cafe to catch him once. He drove a Bentley and had a couple bodyguards with him.
All right.
10 minutes later, Xin Gaofeng returned to the internet cafe, panting heavily, and slammed a watch down on the counter.
See this? Do you know what kind of watch this is? Rolex. Now you know how rich I am, right? Xin Gaofeng spoke breathlessly, clearly having sprinted back to his residence and then back to the internet cafe. You're nuts. Wu Mengjing, watching from the sidelines, was utterly speechless.
You've got way too much time on your hands.
Running all over just to prove how rich you are? Who asked you to look down on me?
Xin Gaofeng caught his breath before adding, but mainly, I'm ready to start a business.
Hey, buddy, spill it, got any great startup ideas? Don't make this trip a total waste.
You're obsessed with starting a business to the point of madness.
Wu Mengjing couldn't help but tease. Xiao Shuo probably just asked casually, and you took it seriously? He's still just a high school student, what kind of business idea could he possibly come up with for you? Hey, ever heard the saying, among 3 people walking together, there must be one who can be my teacher? You know why I've been hanging out in internet cafes for the past half year?
Xin Gaofeng looked dead serious.
Inspiration doesn't just appear out of thin air. You have to dig it out of life's little details.
Sure, this kid's just a high schooler, but I believe young people have a broader perspective than an old hand like me.
Even if he can't come up with a great idea, he might just spark something in me.
Hearing this, Wu Mengjing's eye twitched slightly. She couldn't help but think this guy was completely unreliable. She hurried to the front desk and whispered to Lin Shuo.
Xiao Shuo, just make something up to fool him. Don't give him that navigation website idea. Keep the good stuff for yourself. Don't let others profit off your ideas. If you need more money, I'll lend you some. I'm not short on cash. We don't need outsiders.
Lin Shuo sensed Wu Mengjing's concern and immediately shot her a reassuring glance.
Of course I won't give him this idea.
But I do have another idea for an internet startup right now, one that could create a win-win situation for us.
Chapter 26, Legendary Game. This piqued Wu Mengjing's curiosity. A win-win situation? How exactly would that work? Just as she was about to ask a few more questions, Xin Gaofeng called out from the side, "What are you two whispering about? Why aren't you including me?"
Wu Mengjing shot him a sidelong glance.
What's the rush? Go play somewhere else. Xin Gaofeng was clearly annoyed. Come on, I'm the one who put up the money. How can you discuss things behind the boss's back? Cut it out. It's not even close to happening. Besides, you're not my or Xiao Shuo's boss. Damn. Xin Gaofeng was momentarily speechless, left sulking on the sidelines.
Seeing this, Lin Shuo spoke up, "Brother Qin, don't get worked up.
I was wondering, do you know what game distribution entails? Licensing what?"
Xin Gaofeng was a bit confused. He genuinely didn't understand what a game distribution license entailed. To him, it was a completely new term.
Think of it like an agent in the gaming industry.
Simply put, it means paying to acquire a game developed by someone else and then operating it under your own name. Lin Shuo explained slowly. He knew that in this era, few domestic game companies had grasped this concept.
Most game companies still relied on self-development and self-operation to make money. Oh, so your idea is for me to distribute games developed by others? Xin Gaofeng grasped the concept somewhat before countering, but what company would be such a sucker? Why would they give away the profits from a game they worked so hard to create? Brother Qin, I never said we'd look for a domestic company.
Hearing this, Xin Gaofeng paused, suddenly grasping Lin Shuo's meaning.
Right. Why limit ourselves to domestic companies?
There are plenty of overseas game companies out there.
Why not approach them? Constrained by operational costs and cross-border complications, those overseas companies would surely be eager to sell game licensing rights. It avoids all the paperwork hassles, saves time and effort, and lets them rake in profits without lifting a finger. Why wouldn't they? Xiao Shuo, you're a bloody genius. Xin Gaofeng was suddenly overcome with excitement, as if he'd discovered a treasure trove.
He almost wanted to rush to the front desk, grab Lin Shuo, and give him a big hug.
Theoretically, this approach could work. But have you considered, Brother Qin, that even if countless overseas publishers are willing to grant distribution rights, player preferences vary drastically based on local cultural habits? Not just any game brought into China will go viral. To put it bluntly, this path carries significant risks. You'll still need to invest heavily in marketing and promotion, and in the end, you might end up losing your entire investment. Lin Shuo's next words were like a bucket of cold water, instantly dousing the flame of excitement that had just ignited in Qin Gaofeng's heart. Then what should we do? Qin Gaofeng was suddenly overcome with distress. Upon reflection, he realized he was right. Securing the rights to distribute a game was one thing. Whether players would buy into it was another matter entirely. But he couldn't help feeling reluctant. Could it be that the path he'd worked so hard to find was actually a dead end? Brother Qin, no business is ever 100% risk-free. Lin Shuo paused before adding, actually, I discovered a pretty solid overseas game. In terms of quality and innovation, it's hard to find comparable competitors right now. If we could bring it over here, the novelty alone would attract a huge player base. I think you should give it a shot. Of course, it's just a suggestion. What game? Qin Gaofeng's curiosity was piqued. This one right here. Come take a look, Brother Qin. Lin Shuo beckoned, gesturing for Qin Gaofeng to look at the front desk computer. Seeing this, Qin Gaofeng immediately walked over. When he focused his eyes on the webpage displayed on the screen, he froze for a moment. Legend of Mir 2? Wait, the text on this webpage, is this a Korean game? Yep. Is it any good? That depends on your taste. From my personal perspective, it's pretty good. Lin Shuo spoke with a hint of confidence. Because Legend of Mir 2, following the normal timeline, would soon be licensed by a future giant gaming company in China and released domestically under the name Legend. In Lin Shuo's memory, Legend's explosive popularity in China was nothing short of a monumental milestone in the history of licensed online games in the country. It was precisely this game's explosive success that ignited a prolonged licensing trend in China. It also cemented the future giant gaming company's trajectory, even propelling its founder to become China's wealthiest individual. Lin Shuo secretly coveted a piece of this lucrative pie. But he calculated the timeline. By the time he earned his first payout through navigation website earnings and pursued the game's license, it would be far too late. Even if he sought venture capital, he'd first need demonstrable results to justify investment. Investors aren't pushovers. They wouldn't be swayed by a high schooler's pitch with a few sweet words. So, rather than letting this opportunity develop along its original timeline, it was better to seize it early and do a favor for someone. He didn't know exactly how wealthy Qin Gaofeng's family was. But if Qin Gaofeng truly secured the distribution rights for Legend, he would spare no effort in helping him. This is where the so-called win-win begins. Building a navigation website isn't enough to guarantee success. To achieve results, it must be promoted through every possible channel. Until the navigation website he created became an ingrained habit for the vast majority of internet users. Otherwise, imitators would inevitably replace his site sooner or later. A butterfly's wing beat could trigger a tornado. Lin Shuo couldn't guarantee that by picking this peach, he could replicate the miracle created by the previous life developer of the navigation website. Therefore, he must follow the path of that developer from his previous life while also blazing a new trail. Whether Qin Gaofeng could secure the distribution rights for Legend was the key to the success of this new path. His thinking was straightforward. If Legend became a massive hit, he could leverage its popularity to attract users to the navigation website, drastically reducing marketing and promotional costs and time. Who knows? He might even surpass the achievements of that developer from his past life. This download is way too slow. Qin Gaofeng stared at the progress bar in the download window, his initial enthusiasm gradually fading as the download dragged on. Games from overseas servers always download slower. Lin Shuo offered a few words of reassurance. Half an hour later, the download finally finished. Qin Gaofeng clicked the install button with eager impatience. Fortunately, registration in this era wasn't complicated across regions. No ID information or phone number was required, just enter any username and password to complete the process. Soon, as Qin Gaofeng officially entered the game, his eyes, which had been nearly devoid of patience, suddenly lit up. Chapter 27, Lin Shuo, get over here. It must be said that the game Legend held a peculiar allure for people of this era. Qin Gaofeng had only played for a short while, yet he was already completely hooked. Even the high latency from overseas connections and constant disconnections couldn't dampen his enthusiasm. Even Lu Changren, who had been intently coding a website, found his attention drawn away after just a quick glance. Is it really that fun? Wu Mengjing glanced at the screen and frowned. Clearly, she wasn't the target audience for this game, at least not yet. But that was perfectly normal. Legend's explosive popularity stemmed partly from the novelty factor and partly from its extensive marketing campaign. With enough advertising, getting players to click in was only a matter of time. Yet achieving that volume of advertising hinged on one crucial factor: money. As Lin Shuo understood, the initial marketing costs for a mainstream game often constituted the lion's share of a game company's expenditures. It might even exceed the game's development costs.
On top of that, server operating costs are also a significant expense. So Lin Shuo currently has absolutely no desire to even touch this game.
For him right now, it's nothing but a bottomless pit that can never be filled. Brother Qin, what do you think of this game?
After waiting for a long time, Lin Shuo finally asked.
Great! Great! Great!
Qin Gaofeng exclaimed 3 times in a row, his voice brimming with excitement. It was clear he was already fully committed to securing the distribution rights for this game.
Then do you know how to operate and promote a game? Lin Shuo asked again. Don't worry, I've looked into it. It's just a matter of money. Tomorrow, I'll have someone book a flight to Korea.
I'll sell my kidneys if I have to, but I'll get this deal done.
Qin Gaofeng declared with unwavering conviction.
Seeing this, Lin Shuo said no more. As long as Qin Gaofeng had set his mind to it, that was the first step toward success. As for the rest, that could wait until Qin Gaofeng actually secured the deal. It's already past 11. Wu Mengjing glanced at the wall clock before turning her gaze to Lin Shuo.
Xiao Shuo, it's about time to head back and rest. Leave the website matters to Lu Changren. You have school tomorrow.
It doesn't feel right to have brother run work for free like this.
Lin Shuo hesitated for a few seconds. Jing, how about you lend me some more money?
I'll use it to pay brother Lu for coding the website for me. At those words, Lu Qingren's eyes lit up.
Good lad. I admire your thinking. Getting paid extra for doing something fun. Awesome. That's fine.
It won't interfere with your plans to build a website, nor will it affect your study time. After pondering for a moment, Wu Mengjing agreed to Lin Shuo's idea.
She then asked, how much do you plan to pay him?
Well, Lin Shuo paused for a few seconds before turning to Lu Changren.
Brother Ren, what salary are you expecting? He.
Lu Changren rubbed his hands together with a grin and held up 3 fingers.
Brother doesn't ask for much, 300 will do.
These days, the internet industry was actually facing a severe talent shortage, so programmers' salaries were generally quite high.
But Lu Changren knew his own worth.
He knew he was only slightly better than Lin Shuo at copy and paste.
By programmer standards, he wasn't even a half-baked novice.
He felt fortunate to be able to hone his skills while earning this money. After all, back when he and his friends tried building a website, they ended up losing money.
300 is fine. What do you think, Sister Jing? Lin Shuo turned his gaze toward Wu Mengjing.
Whatever you think is fair. I have no idea what web developers get paid. Wu Mengjing shrugged.
Anyway, I'll definitely put it on your tab. You'll have to pay me back later. Then it's settled. Brother Ren, I'll pay you 300 a month. Lin Shuo nodded to seal the deal. Lu Changren, standing nearby, was so thrilled he almost wanted to hug Lin Shuo and give him a kiss. Alright, Xiao Shuo, let's head back.
Alright. By the time the two returned home and finished washing up, it was already 11:30.
Xiao Shuo, go to bed now. I'll wake you up tomorrow.
Wu Mengjing urged him gently, her words brimming with concern.
Okay, Sister Jing.
Lin Shuo headed toward his room, but before closing the door, he glanced at Wu Mengjing's retreating figure and couldn't help calling out, Jing.
HM? What is it?
Wu Mengjing turned back, puzzled.
Thank you, Lin Shuo said, his face filled with gratitude. Why keep saying thanks?
Wu Mengjing chuckled. You'll have to repay me later, so don't try to renege on your debt.
I won't renege. I swear. Lin Shuo's eyes were filled with sincerity. Alright, I believe you. Now go to sleep. Good night, Sister Jing. Good night. The next morning. Sunlight streamed through the curtain slits into the room, waking Lin Shuo.
Perhaps still doubting the beauty of what he had just experienced, he instinctively pinched his arm.
The distinct sting of pain confirmed this wasn't a hallucination.
He immediately got up, changed into his school uniform, and pushed open the door. Wu Mengjing was nowhere to be seen in the living room, but a steaming breakfast awaited him on the table. He was puzzled until he noticed a sticky note on the table. Sis went to the airport to pick someone up. After you wake up, remember to wash your face and brush your teeth, then eat breakfast before heading to school.
Everything on the table is for you. Make sure to eat it all, no leftovers.
Your stylish sister Jing.
After reading the note, Lin Shuo couldn't help but smile.
But when he glanced at the breakfast spread on the table, his expression stiffened. Because the breakfast spread was truly lavish. There was congee, eggs, steamed buns, fried dough sticks, and a bowl of stir-fried noodles. Sister Jing must think too highly of me. This is easily enough for 3 people. Lin Shuo shook his head helplessly, yet he could feel the weight of Wu Mengjing's concern. To avoid disappointing her when she returned, he sat down after washing up and forced himself to eat. In the end, he couldn't finish it all. He stuffed the untouched steamed buns and eggs into his backpack, planning to take them to school for lunch. He stepped outside and boarded the bus heading to school. Throughout the entire journey, Lin Shuo felt incredibly happy. That is, until he neared the school gates and a familiar yet loathed figure appeared before him. He frowned, instinctively trying to blend into the crowd to avoid it. But the figure had clearly spotted him. They immediately quickened their pace toward him, shouting at the top of their lungs.
Lin Shuo. Come here. Where do you think you're hiding? Chapter 28, The Heartless Lin Family. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the figure had caught up and grabbed Lin Shuo's arm. Get off me. Lin Shuo reacted as if touched by a sewer rat, his tone and expression brimming with undisguised disgust. Simultaneously, he wrenched his wrist free and shoved the figure hard. You. Lin Wangjuan's face froze, nearly losing her balance and tumbling to the ground. When she regained her composure, fury surged through her. She never imagined that Lin Shuo, the same boy who used to play the weakling at home, cling to her like glue, and constantly call her big sister, would dare treat her this way now. Had he lost his mind? What do you mean, what? Get away from me. Lin Shuo's tone was cold, his expression utterly devoid of warmth. With that, he turned and walked away, as if exchanging another word with Lin Wanwan was utterly repulsive. Stop right there. Lin Wanwan, her face darkening, rushed forward and blocked Lin Shuo's path. You must apologize to me today. And you must give me an explanation. Apology? Explanation? Ha! Lin Shuo sneered coldly twice. You think you deserve it? This response infuriated Lin Wanwan, her face flushing crimson as her chest heaved violently, as if it might explode at any moment. Lin Shuo. Listen to me. Don't think running away from home gives you free rein to act like a lawless brat in front of me. If you don't give me an apology today and explain how you let Xiaoyu get bitten by a stray dog, don't ever think about coming home again. You'll be on your own out there, no one will care about you. Hearing this, contempt flashed in Lin Shuo's eyes. So what if I'm running wild in front of you? What on earth makes you think I'd ever return to that disgusting, sickening so-called home? And what's this about no one caring if I die out there? Stop pretending to care, acting like you ever gave a damn about me. Isn't Lin Fengyu the only one who matters to you? Don't think I don't know you'd love to see me disappear from the Lin family forever. If it weren't for Lin Fengyu, would you even bother coming to find me? Get lost, you nuisance. Stop blocking my view. You disgusting thing. Just seeing your face makes me want to vomit. With that, Lin Shuo sidestepped Lin Wanwan and headed toward the school gates. But Lin Wanwan was so enraged by his words that her fury nearly reached the heavens. How could she possibly let Lin Shuo leave? She immediately caught up to him and shouted angrily. Lin Shuo. You're becoming more and more disrespectful. I'm your elder sister, how dare you speak to me like this? Is it because we've spoiled you too much at home, never teaching you a lesson, that you've become so ungrateful? So you refuse to apologize or offer an explanation today, is that it? Fine, then I'll call the police. Let them lock you up for 10 days or a fortnight. We'll see if you dare act so brazenly again. Lin Shuo scoffed at her words. Big sister? Now you remember I'm your older sibling? Search your conscience. Since I was brought back to the Lin family, when have you ever treated me like a real brother? In these past 3 years, have you ever given me even a shred of kindness? Or indulged me? How your Lin family has treated me, don't you have even a shred of self-awareness? Forget it. I almost forgot every last one of you Lin family members are heartless bastards, brainwashed fools blinded by greed. You still can't see what kind of scum Lin Fengyu really is. Now that I've left the Lin family, you all have the nerve to come here and accuse me? You're going to call the cops and get me locked up for 10 days or a fortnight, aren't you? Fine, go ahead. If you don't, you're a coward. Today I'll see who ends up behind bars. With that, Lin Wanwan trembled with rage. She had never been spoken to so defiantly by Lin Shuo before. Alongside her fury, a wave of humiliation washed over her. Who do you call heartless and ungrateful? Who do you call blinded by greed? We paid for your education, fed you, clothed you, and not only do you show no gratitude, but you turn around and play the victim? Don't think I'm just bluffing. Today, I'll call the police right in front of you. With that, Lin Wanwan pulled her phone from her purse and pressed the dial button right in front of Lin Shuo. But before she could complete the call, a large hand swiftly reached out from the side and snatched the phone away. By the time she snapped out of her stunned state, the phone was already tracing a perfect arc through the air. It landed with a clang, landing precisely in a nearby sanitation trash bin. Seeing this, Lin Wanwan turned angrily, ready to confront the person who had snatched her phone. But when she recognized the tall, sturdy figure, her expression froze once more. Sis Wanwan. Du Juanguang met her gaze expressionlessly and offered a greeting. You're from the Du family. Lin Wanwan was momentarily stunned. She recognized Du Juanguang, the Du family's beloved youngest son. But at this moment, she couldn't comprehend his actions at all. Although relations between the Du and Lin families weren't exactly harmonious, there were minor business frictions. Such things fell within normal boundaries. They still exchanged pleasantries when they met, nowhere near the point of needing to tear off their masks. So why had Du Juanguang just thrown her phone? This was utterly unreasonable. Could it be? Was he sticking up for Lin Shuo? The moment this absurd thought flashed through Lin Wangjuan's mind, Du Juanguang spoke up. Sis Wanwan, I don't know what's going on between you and Lin Shuo. But Lin Shuo is my friend. Please don't harass him here and stop causing trouble for him. Thank you. Hearing this, Lin Wangjuan's face turned as sour as if she'd swallowed a cockroach. A friend? That little bastard Lin Shuo is actually friends with Du Juanguang? When did that happen? Du Juanguang was notoriously introverted and hard to get along with among peers in their circle. His family had even tried to get Xiaoyu to build a better relationship with Du Juanguang at various banquets, but the results were always disappointing. So how did Lin Shuo, who'd never attended a single gathering, manage it? What tricks did that little bastard pull? Lin Wanwan found the current situation increasingly hard to accept the more she thought about it. Meanwhile, Lin Shuo beside her was equally astonished. He glanced at Du Juanguang's stern expression, puzzled by the sudden act of assistance. Could it be because of that 1 yuan favor on the bus last night? Sis Wanwan, I don't like repeating myself too many times. Though you're older than me, and I should respect you. But if you keep pestering my friend here, don't blame me for losing my temper. Du Juanguang's tone grew cold, his eyes gradually darkening with hostility. Seeing this, fear began to stir in Lin Wanjuan's heart. Chapter 29. Facing Du Juanguang before her, Lin Wanjuan's expression grew increasingly grave. After all, Du Juanguang towered over her by 2 heads and possessed a truly robust physique. His school uniform, meant to be loose-fitting, clung to him like a bodysuit. If he really decided to get physical, even 3 of him wouldn't be enough to knock her down with a single slap. Though reason told her Du Juanguang probably wouldn't actually strike her, she still couldn't help feeling a bit uneasy. They say young people are most prone to acting on impulse, doing things without considering the consequences. So she dared not take that gamble now, nor did she want to create any conflict with the Du family over this. She wouldn't be able to explain it to her own father. After much deliberation, she steeled herself and found a way to save face. Fine. Today, I'll give you and your Lin family the courtesy I owe you. After saying this, she shot Lin Shuo a glare and couldn't resist adding. This isn't over. Don't think you can bully Xiaoyu just because you have someone backing you up and she's kind-hearted. Even if I don't call the police and have you detained today, sooner or later you'll get what you deserve. Just wait and see. With that, she stormed off, her face twisted with resentment. Lin Shuo, however, showed no sign of anger. He even found it laughable. Du Juanguang, standing nearby, frowned and watched Lin Wanjuan's retreating figure with a look of utter disbelief. Lin Fingyu's personality, kind? He muttered to himself, utterly baffled. How on earth did the word kind ever get associated with Lin Fengyu? Even though he rarely paid attention to the petty matters among students at school, he knew that Lin Fengyu was notorious as the school bully. Aside from him, few students dared to walk straight past Lin Fengyu without taking a detour, terrified of being singled out as a target for bullying. Yet Lin Wanwan actually thought such a person had a kind heart? Either the Lin family had something wrong with their heads. Or were the Lin family just a bunch of heartless bastards? The more Du Juanguang pondered it, the more absurd it seemed. It wasn't until Lin Shuo spoke that his thoughts were jarred back to reality. Thanks for earlier. Ah, no problem. Du Juanguang gave a slight nod, then reached into his pocket and pulled out a coin. Here. Yesterday's fare. You keep it. Lin Shuo shook his head gently in refusal. No, I don't like owing people things or favors. I told you yesterday. Du Juanguang's expression instantly turned serious, his tone firm. You don't owe me anything anymore. Lin Shuo smiled. Didn't you just help me? That's a different matter entirely. It's not the same. Du Juanguang was stubborn. You absolutely must take this money. Seeing this, Lin Shuo momentarily didn't know what to say. He hadn't expected Du Juanguang to be such a stubborn and rigid person. Fine. After much hesitation, Lin Shuo finally accepted the coins Du Juanguang offered. Then, he took off his backpack, pulled out the plastic bag containing the steamed buns, and held it out toward Du Juanguang. Here. Ha! Du Juanguang froze in surprise. I meant to pay you back, not buy your buns. It's on me. Lin Shuo said with a smile. Didn't you just tell Lin Wanwan we're friends? It's perfectly normal for friends to treat each other to breakfast, right? Ah, well. Du Juanguang thought for a moment before finally taking the bun and biting into it. How's it taste? Not bad. Delicious. I've got some tea eggs too. Want some? Du Juanguang swallowed hard. You gave me all this, what about your breakfast? I ate before coming. My family prepared too much food. I couldn't finish it all and didn't want it to go to waste, so I brought it over, Lin Shuo explained. Really? Don't lie to me. Why would I? Do I look like the type to let myself go hungry for no reason? Hearing this, Du Juanguang finally relaxed a bit and accepted the tea-flavored egg. He seemed ravenously hungry, swiftly peeling off the shell and shoving the entire egg into his mouth to chew. Before he could even swallow, he took another bite of the bun in his hand. You didn't eat breakfast? Lin Shuo was startled by his eating habits. Yeah. Du Juanguang replied indistinctly. Did you rush out this morning? Lin Shuo asked casually. Though he didn't know Du Juanguang's family background, he could easily tell it wasn't the same, as his own poor treatment at home wouldn't have produced such a tall, sturdy build. No. Du Juanguang swallowed what was in his mouth before explaining, I had a fight with my family. I was so upset I didn't want to eat, so I just came straight to school. A fight? Care to elaborate?
Lin Shuo felt a hint of surprise.
Had he misjudged the situation?
Because I sleep all day at school and don't study properly, my grades are terrible.
My dad always nags me about it.
He brought it up again this morning, saying I should try a little harder, or else what would happen when I enter society later?
I got annoyed and ended up arguing with him. Du Juan sighed. But what can I do? Books make me sleepy. I just can't get interested in them. Playing games or working out is way more fun.
Lin Shuo was surprised by this reason for the argument, yet he also felt a hint of envy. Because he could sense that Du Juan's father genuinely cared about him, even if he was a bit old-fashioned.
Unlike those so-called family members in the Lin household. Oof. Better not to mention it. Honestly, I really want to study hard too, but I just can't focus.
Du Juan sighed again, his face clouded with melancholy.
My dad says if I can't even get into a second-tier university, he'll send me abroad for training. But I don't want to go overseas.
Being in a foreign place, unfamiliar with everything, just thinking about it makes me feel sick.
Come on, it can't be that bad. Our school is the top key high school in the city. You can't possibly fail to get into even a second-tier university? Lin Shuo asked. My dad paid to get me in here. He said it would help me learn by immersing myself in the environment, Du Juan said with a sour expression. Alright, you really are brutally honest. Lin Shuo felt both amused and exasperated.
He'd suspected as much, but hadn't expected Du Juan to be so blunt.
Lin Shuo, I recall your grades seem pretty good? Du Juan asked out of the blue. Not bad, I guess. Then teach me how to get good grades. As tuition, I'll look out for you at school. If that Lin Fengyu gang ever bothers you again, I'll slap them silly. Lin Shuo paused, taken aback. Don't look down on me. Even though I get sleepy easily when reading, I think I'm pretty quick on the uptake.
I just need someone who can push me without making me resent them, someone I get along with and who isn't too scared of me. As Du Juan spoke, his tone took on a hint of pleading. Lin Shuo, please.
I really don't want my dad to send me abroad. Chapter 30, have we ever treated him like a real brother? Fine.
Lin Shuo agreed with a resigned look.
Though he didn't consider himself skilled at teaching, Du Juan had pleaded so earnestly that he couldn't bring himself to refuse.
Besides, for now, cultivating a good relationship with Du Juan seemed entirely beneficial with no downsides. There was no reason to miss this opportunity.
Then I'm leaving this guy in your hands. Du Juan's face lit up instantly. Why does that sound so weird coming from you? Lin Shuo shook his head. Never mind. Let's go. Don't just stand around here like a fool. Morning reading starts soon. Alright.
They arrived at the classroom.
Most of the class had already gathered.
Among them was Fei Shuwen, who got along well with Lin Shuo. As he saw Lin Shuo enter the classroom, he was about to greet him when he suddenly noticed Du Juan walking in alongside Lin Shuo, chatting and laughing together. This utterly baffling scene left him momentarily stunned.
Morning, Shuwen.
Lin Shuo greeted him first.
Morning.
Fei Shuwen's eyes held disbelief, his speech stumbling slightly. He watched Lin Shuo sit down beside him, about to ask something.
But just then, Du Juan, who had just sat down in the back row, suddenly piped up. Lin Shuo, should I move my desk over to your side? That way, you can easily keep me focused in class. If I start dozing off, you can just slap me or kick me to wake me up. Are you serious?
Lin Shuo was taken aback by the suggestion. Fei Shuwen, sitting beside them, looked as if he'd seen a ghost. He exchanged an incredulous glance with Lin Shuo, then cautiously eyed Du Juan, momentarily suspecting he was hallucinating.
To avoid being sent abroad, I have to take drastic measures.
Du Juan's gaze was unwavering. In ancient times, someone famously hung a beam above their head and pricked their thigh with an awl to stay awake and study. Now, I, Du Juan, am willing to take a beating to avoid going abroad.
It's the same principle.
Seeing this, Lin Shuo was momentarily at a loss for words.
Who was that? Du Juan tapped Fei Shuwen's back with his fingertip. Can we switch places?
Ha! Fei Shuwen flinched in fright. He dared not refuse.
After regaining his composure, he hurriedly stood up and said, "Oh, okay. Sure. Aren't you worried about getting in trouble with the teacher for switching seats like that?" Lin Shuo couldn't help asking. "It's fine. It's no big deal. I'll just have my family call later. The teacher won't mind."
Hearing Du Juan's words, Lin Shuo suddenly recalled that for most of his 3 years in high school, Du Juan had spent the majority of his time sleeping with his head on the desk. Apart from the dean and the principal, it seemed no teacher had ever bothered to discipline him.
"Thanks, buddy. I'll buy you a meal later."
Du Juan moved a drawer full of barely touched books over to Lin Shuo's side and turned to say to Fei Shuwen.
No problem." Fei Shuwen's expression turned awkward. He didn't believe Du Juan would actually treat him to a meal. "He's my buddy."
Lin Shuo interjected at that moment.
"I know that. You two sit right in front of me, I'm not some little kid."
Du Juanguang shrugged, then turned to Fei Shuwen.
Lin Shuo's buddy is my buddy. If anyone bullies you at school, just tell me. I'll beat the crap out of them. Ha!
Fei Shuwen froze for a moment before turning to Lin Shuo with a look of gratitude.
Meanwhile, the Lin family villa. Lin Wanwan, brimming with frustration, returned home.
As soon as she stepped through the front gate, she nearly collided with Lin Qiulu, who was just about to head out to the hospital.
Big sis, you're back?
Lin Qiulu greeted her instinctively, then noticed the gloomy expression on Lin Wanjuan's face and couldn't help asking, "Sis, what's wrong?"
Nothing. Still reeling from this morning's incident, Lin Wanjuan's voice unconsciously grew harsher.
After speaking, she realized she'd lost her composure. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she shifted the topic with a voice she tried to keep level. "Qiulu, are you heading to the hospital?"
Yes, I'm going to check on Xiaoyu.
Mom and Xiaoxin stayed there last night, so I'm going to relieve them today. Lin Qiulu nodded, carefully gauging her eldest sister's expression as she explained.
Alright, go then. You'll be working late tonight. Drive safely. Lin Wanwan said no more.
She was utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally, and all she wanted was to collapse into bed and sleep soundly. And forget the unpleasantness that had happened this morning when she went to see Lin Shuo.
Big sis.
Lin Qiulu pursed her lips, hesitating before finally speaking up. Did you go see Xiao Shuo today?
How did it go? Don't even mention that heartless bastard.
Lin Wanwan exploded like a barrel of gunpowder, finally unable to contain the rage pent up inside her for so long. Her tone was unusually agitated.
Lin Qiulu didn't feel angry at this reaction, for she had anticipated it. Did he yell at you too? Also? Lin Wanwan sharply latched onto the crucial detail. You went to see him too?
Yes, just yesterday,
Lin Qiulu replied. Why on earth did you go looking for that kid? Lin Wanwan frowned. Didn't I tell you to stay out of his business? Xiao Shuo didn't come home all night. How could I not go look for him? A bitter smile spread across Lin Qiulu's face. So what? That piece of trash deserves to rot outside. Lin Wanwan snapped angrily.
We pay for his education, feed him, and provide for him.
It's bad enough he shows no gratitude, but do you know what he said to me today?
He called me heartless and blinded by greed, and said seeing me makes him sick.
Is that something he should be saying?
I should never have agreed to bring that kind of person into this family. Hearing these angry words, Lin Qiulu's face was filled with bitterness. Sis, calm down first.
Have you ever considered that it's not that Lin Shuo is ungrateful, but that we've treated him terribly all these years? Maybe Xiao Shuo was originally a well-behaved, obedient child. It's us who pushed him step by step into becoming what he is now. Lin Wanjuan's frown deepened into a pronounced V-shape. What nonsense are you spouting? If someone like Lin Shuo were well-behaved and obedient, pigs could climb trees. And how exactly have we treated him badly? Weren't we the ones who brought him home from the orphanage? We're the ones who provided him with food and shelter, right? And now it's suddenly our fault he turned out this way? Don't forget who's been bullying Xiaoyu in this house every single day. If it weren't for the fact that he's our own flesh and blood, we would have kicked him out of this house long ago. Why would we tolerate him this long? The angry words only deepened the bitterness on Lin Qiulu's face. She had anticipated her eldest sister's rebuttal. Because until yesterday, she had shared the same thoughts. Eldest sister. Lin Qiulu took a deep breath and looked earnestly into her eldest sister's eyes. Think carefully. In the 3 years since Lin Shuo was brought back home, have we truly treated him like our own brother? Chapter 31, Xiaoyu, please help your sister. What kind of talk is this? Lin Wanwan retorted indignantly. How have I not treated him like my own brother? Then, big sister, have you ever gone to Xiao Shuo's room? Lin Qiulu asked. Why would I go to his room for no reason? If that's the case, how can you claim to have treated Xiao Shuo like your own brother? Lin Qiulu's eyes held sorrow. It's been nearly 3 years. How could biological siblings living under the same roof never even step into each other's rooms? Not even once. Lin Wanwan was suddenly at a loss for words. Big sis, do you even know what's in Xiao Shuo's room? Lin Qiulu pressed on. What does that have to do with me? I told you, don't talk to me about him right now. Lin Wanwan suddenly snapped, her embarrassment turning to anger. Enough is enough. This matter ends here. What happens to Lin Shuo has nothing to do with me. I don't want anything to do with this so-called brother of mine, period. After her loud outburst, seemingly aware she was in the wrong yet unwilling to admit it, she cut off any chance for Lin Qiulu to continue the conversation and hurried back to her own room. Seeing this, Lin Qiulu sighed deeply. She could clearly see why Lin Wanwan was so furious. At that moment, she felt an even deeper understanding of the pain Lin Shuo must endure in this family. We're the ones who've wronged you. Xiao Shuo. We're truly sorry. Guilt washed over her like a tidal wave, leaving Lin Qiulu deeply distressed and prompting her to ponder how she could make amends for the years of neglect toward Lin Shuo. But a sudden, intense stinging pain erupted in her shoulders, elbows, and knees, interrupting her thoughts. Her rheumatism had flared up. It had started about 3 years ago.
Whenever it rained, or just before rain, her shoulders and elbows would react like this.
At first, medication could somewhat control it.
But as time passed and she neglected proper treatment and care, the condition rapidly worsened. Not only had the pain intensified beyond what she'd experienced before, but it had reached a point where even medication struggled to provide relief.
No.
I have to find Xiaoyu first. A look of intense agony washed over Lin Shuo's face.
All thoughts of Lin Shuo temporarily vanished from her mind.
For now, only Lin Fengyu could help ease this agony worse than death.
Over 20 minutes later. Xiaoyu. Lin Shuo rushed anxiously to the hospital.
The intense aching pain radiating from her shoulders, elbows, and knees left her face deathly pale, her forehead covered in fine beads of sweat. Even walking felt like an agonizing struggle.
Second sister? You're here?
Lin Fengyu, who had been lying on the hospital bed playing a video game, turned his head upon hearing the call.
Recognizing Lin Shuo, he quickly replied. Where are Mom and Xiao Xin?
Lin Shuo struggled to the bedside, her face etched with unmistakable pain.
They went back to rest a few minutes ago. After answering, Lin Fengyu noticed something was off with Lin Shuo and asked, Second sister, what's wrong? My old condition flared up.
Lin Shuo clenched her teeth and managed to say, Xiaoyu, hurry. Help your sister.
Ha?
Lin Fengyu froze, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes.
I know you're still recovering from your injury. It's not right to trouble you like this.
Lin Shuo's voice trembled slightly with pain.
But I'm in so much agony right now.
And since your injury isn't on your hands, you should be able to help me just like usual, massage my joints to ease the pain.
You can do that, right?
Ah, yes. Lin Fengyu seemed hesitant, his words stumbling slightly.
Second sister, actually, my hand is a bit injured too. Last night when I was bitten by that stray dog, I fell on the ground and twisted my wrist.
So the massage might not be as effective as usual.
It's fine. I trust your skills.
Lin Shuo said anxiously, even if it's not as effective as usual, even if it only eases the pain a little, I can't find anyone else to help. After all, when Dad visited that professional massage doctor back then, you were the only one who learned how to help me with my old ailments.
But this doesn't feel quite right. Lin Fengyu still looked hesitant. Second sis, why don't you take some painkillers first to ease the discomfort?
I'll massage your joints once my hand heals. I already took some, but it still hurts. Lin Shuo's voice rose several decibels involuntarily.
You know how severe my rheumatism is.
And my body isn't that strong, I can't take more than the prescribed dose at once.
Xiaoyu, hurry up and massage me. I'm literally going crazy from the pain right now. Well, fine. Lin Fengyu ultimately couldn't refuse his sister's request.
He temporarily vacated the hospital bed and said, Second sister, same as always, you need to wear an eye mask first. It helps with the massage.
I rushed out and forgot to bring one.
Lin Shuo struggled to climb onto the hospital bed, then grabbed a pillow to cover her face.
This'll have to do for now. All right. Lin Fengyu's eyes flickered with unease. Second sister, shall I begin? Hurry up.
Lin Shuo urged through gritted teeth, feeling like the pain was driving her mad. Seconds later, Lin Fengyu placed his hands on her knees and began gently kneading them.
But in that instant, Lin Shuo sensed something was off.
Usually, when Lin Fengyu massaged her joints to relieve pain, he started with her shoulders and elbows before moving to her knees.
Why was he starting with her knees this time? Though puzzled, Lin Shuo didn't dwell on it too much.
As long as it eased the aching pain that was driving her mad, it didn't matter whether he started with her knees or her elbows. However, time ticked by, slowly but surely. The sound of drizzling rain seeped in through the hospital room window. Yet the agony in her knees showed no sign of easing. If anything, it felt like it was growing worse.
Xiaoyu. After hesitating for a long moment, Lin Shuo couldn't help but ask, are you really massaging your sister properly?
Yes.
Of course I am.
Lin Fengyu replied hastily.
Whether it was her imagination or not, Lin Shuo sensed a hint of unease in Lin Fengyu's response.
This stirred a hint of doubt within her. But the aching and swelling brought on by the rheumatism was unbearable, making even thinking feel exhausting. Besides, she couldn't find any other way to relieve it right now, so she gritted her teeth and let Lin Fengyu continue.
Gradually, though, she sensed something else amiss.
The pressure and technique he used on her knees seemed significantly different from his usual approach. If before, each session felt like the work of a seasoned martial arts master, this time it felt like an amateur clumsily imitating the technique, gradually revealing flaws.
Something's wrong. This doesn't feel right. Chapter 32, Why did you lie to me?
The intensifying aching and swelling deepened the suspicion that had just begun to stir in Lin Shuo's heart. Suddenly, the words Lin Shuo had spoken when leaving home flashed through her mind. Wish you all the best from now on. These words, which had puzzled her for several nights, seemed to find their meaning in that instant.
Lin Shuo shuddered as if awakening, then abruptly flung the pillow covering her face aside. Xiaoyu. Stop right there.
Hearing this, Lin Fengyu seemed to sense something. His movements froze, and his expression visibly betrayed panic. This subtle detail did not escape Lin Shuo's keen eyes.
Second sister, what's wrong? Did I not massage you well today? Lin Fengyu asked hurriedly. Xiaoyu, tell your sister honestly. All these years when I've had rheumatism flare-ups, was it really you who gave me the massages? Lin Shuo stared intently into Lin Fengyu's eyes, as if trying to catch more signs of deception. Ha! Lin Fengyu froze for a moment before his face twisted into a look of hurt. Second sister, what are you talking about? Who else could possibly massage your legs at home besides me? Then why did you always start from my shoulders before, but this time you started from my knees? Lin Xiolu's tone suddenly took on a questioning edge. Because it seemed like your knees hurt the most, second sister. You couldn't even stand properly. So I thought I'd start with your knees. What's wrong with that? Lin Fengyu grew even more aggrieved, his eyes reddening as if tears might spill at any moment. Under normal circumstances, seeing him like this would have tugged at Lin Xiolu's heartstrings. But at this very moment, only disgust welled up inside her. Though she had no concrete proof, she was now utterly certain, over the past 3 years, it had never been Lin Fengyu who had eased her rheumatic pain. What hand injury? And the insistence on wearing an eye mask during every massage to supposedly enhance pain relief. All just excuses to cover up his lies. Xiaoyu, your second sister will ask you one last time. Lin Xiolu took a deep breath and pressed on, all these years, was it really you who helped ease my rheumatic pain? Hearing this accusation tinged with suppressed anger, Lin Fengyu couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. A fleeting look of panic flashed in his eyes. Second sister, why do you doubt me like this? Just because I didn't massage well today? Lin Fengyu lowered his head slightly, tears welling up in his eyes. Though he hid it quickly, every trace of his earlier slip had been caught by Lin Xiolu's sharp eyes. You're still lying to me now, aren't you? Lin Xiolu's voice rose several decibels. Don't think I don't know all these years, it's been Xiao Shuo giving me massages, not you. At those words, Lin Fengyu's expression changed abruptly. Seeing his reaction, Lin Xiolu felt utterly disheartened. Truthfully, until this very moment, she hadn't been entirely certain whether it was Lin Shuo who had been helping alleviate her rheumatic pain. She only had a vague suspicion. So her earlier remark had merely been a ploy to test Lin Fengyu. And Lin Fengyu's reaction had undoubtedly confirmed her suspicions. Staring at the speechless Lin Fengyu before her, memories of her coldness toward Lin Shuo over the years and her indulgence of Lin Fengyu gradually surfaced in her mind. 3 years. 3 whole years. It took her until today to finally realize that the one who truly helped her was Lin Shuo. And not just her. The entire family had been kept in the dark. They even credited Lin Fengyu, who had nothing to do with it. How ironic. How laughable. No wonder Lin Shuo had that look in his eyes when he left that night and uttered those seemingly strange words. In that instant, a wave of intense guilt began to wash over Lin Xiolu's heart, gradually making her feel as though something had clogged her chest, causing unbearable discomfort. Why, did you lie to me? You clearly didn't do it, so why did you take credit for it? Lin Xiolu glared fiercely at Lin Fengyu before her voice trembling slightly. It was both the unbearable physical pain and the emotional collapse brought on by learning the truth. Second sister. Lin Fengyu panicked, stammering incoherently in defense, don't blame me. It was actually brother Lin Shuo who wouldn't let me tell you. He insisted I pretend it was me giving you the massage. I really didn't want to. Nonsense. Lin Xiolu snapped. What good would that do for Xiao Shuo? I'll see what excuse you come up with this time. Second sister, I really wasn't making excuses. Lin Fengyu's tears fell in a steady stream. Brother Lin Shuo really didn't let me tell you. Second sister, don't you remember? You always used to forbid brother Lin Shuo from following you around. You hated it when he touched any of your things, let alone had physical contact with you. He was afraid that if you knew he gave you the massage, you'd dislike him even more. That's why he asked me to take credit for it. At those words, Lin Xiolu froze completely. Because Lin Fengyu was absolutely right. She had once resented any kind of contact with Lin Shuo. The reason was simply that the newly returned Lin Shuo looked dirty, and whether speaking or looking at people, he always carried himself timidly, as if constantly being bullied. So every time Lin Shuo tried to approach her, it made her feel repulsed and disgusted. She had repeatedly told him to keep his distance, warning him not to blame her if she lost her temper. Thinking of this, Lin Xiolu could no longer utter a single word of reproach toward Lin Fengyu. It felt as though an invisible hand had clamped down on her throat, bringing suffocating agony. So, it was because of me that Xiao Shuo endured so much injustice and blame all these years, despite helping me so much. He really did help me. But what have I done all these years? It's all my fault, it's all my fault. Lin Xiolu murmured to herself incessantly, as if her soul had been torn from her body. Second sister, are you okay? Lin Fengyu sniffed back tears in feigned concern. Don't blame yourself like that. This isn't your fault, it's mine. I should have told you the truth sooner. Hearing this, Lin Xiolu slowly lifted her head, tears welling in her eyes. I'm sorry. Xiao Yu. I wrongly accused you just now. Don't blame me. It's all my fault. No, second sister, don't say that. How could I blame you?
I understand how you feel, Lin Fengyu comforted her.
Thank you. Xiao Yu.
Lin Qiulu wiped her tears with her arm, then struggled to get out of the hospital bed.
Second sister, where are you going? Lin Fengyu asked urgently upon seeing this. I'm going to find Xiao Shuo. Chapter 33, having a brother like you is truly wonderful. Second sister, you can't do that.
Lin Fengyu tried to stop her anxiously.
Why not?
Lin Qiulu's eyes reddened slightly, unable to comprehend her younger brother's reasoning.
Could there be some hidden reason behind this? It's pouring rain right now.
You're in so much pain you can barely walk.
What if something happens on the way?
Lin Fengyu replied earnestly, besides, brother Lin Shuo doesn't want to see any of us right now. I think we should wait a few days. It'd be better to visit him once his mood has improved a bit.
Hearing this, Lin Qiulu fell silent.
She recalled the words she'd heard when visiting Lin Shuo yesterday, words that still pierced her heart with pain even now.
Yes. Lin Shuo didn't want to see any of them right now. Then what should we do?
Lin Qiulu's voice began to falter. She desperately wanted to find Lin Shuo right now, to apologize for everything she'd done over the years and make amends. But she also knew that the current Lin Shuo wouldn't listen to a single word she said.
No matter what she tried, it would be futile.
Gradually, a tangled web of helplessness and guilt pulled at her emotions, pushing her to the brink of collapse.
Second sister, don't cry. Let me handle this, okay?
Lin Fengyu sighed, picking up a tissue to gently wipe the tears welling up in Lin Qiulu's eyes.
You?
Lin Qiulu sniffed back her tears.
You've been bullied so badly by Xiao Shuo, how could he possibly listen to you? But I'm the same age as brother Lin Shuo.
Lin Fengyu reasoned logically, second sister, you must understand that peers are most easily persuaded by their peers. And even though brother Lin Shuo hasn't treated me well, I firmly believe there's still some kindness in his heart.
I'll do everything I can to help him regain his rationality. Really? Lin Qiulu was starting to be persuaded.
She couldn't think of any way to bridge the gap with Lin Shuo. Her only hope now rested on this younger brother before her.
Of course it's true, second sister. Trust me.
Lin Fengyu nodded emphatically. Alright, second sister, your rheumatism is causing you so much pain.
Just lie down and rest properly for now. But what about your injuries?
Lin Qiulu instinctively tried to refuse, but Lin Fengyu cut her off immediately.
It's fine, second sister. It's just my butt that got bitten, nothing else was hurt. Besides, it doesn't hurt much today. It's just a bit awkward to sit down. I've been lying face down all day and am already tired of it. I want to get up and walk around. Lin Fengyu continued with great understanding. Most importantly, second sister, your rheumatism flared up.
I've never experienced it myself, but I bet it hurts 10,000 times worse than my butt. So, second sister, you need rest more than I do right now.
Don't refuse me.
We're family, no need for such formalities.
Hearing this, Lin Qiulu was deeply moved.
The sob she'd barely managed to suppress surfaced again.
Xiao Yu. I was so wrong to blame you just now. You don't hold it against me? Lin Fengyu shook his head gently. How could I blame you? Didn't I just say it? We're family.
Even though I'm not related by blood to you and second sister, in my heart, you're both the most important people in my life, more important than my own life. Lin Qiulu listened, tears falling steadily down her cheeks. Xiao Yu, thank you so much.
Having a brother like you is truly wonderful.
Lin Fengyu smiled. Alright, second sister, stop saying such sappy things.
Close your eyes and get some rest.
Lin Qiulu closed her eyes. Though the physical pain persisted, the torment within her heart eased considerably. What she didn't know was, the moment she closed her eyes, a shadow flickered in Lin Fengyu's gaze as he watched her. Damn it, I almost forgot this idiot has rheumatism too. I need to find a way to resolve this matter completely as soon as possible, or it'll be exposed sooner or later. Perhaps I should start with Lin Shuo. Before they knew it, evening study hall had ended. Lin Shuo packed his bag and glanced at Du Juanguang beside him, one hand propping up his head, the other gripping a pen, seemingly focused but his mind having wandered off long ago.
Wake up! It's time to go home after class. Huh? What? Du Juanguang lifted his head after being tapped twice on the shoulder, looking around in a daze. School's out already? Did I just waste another day? Not exactly.
Lin Shuo sighed helplessly.
At least you paid some attention during the classes before evening study. Oh no. But I feel like I haven't retained a single thing. Du Juanguang was utterly devastated. Lin Shuo, didn't we agree you'd supervise me?
I did supervise you, Lin Shuo replied, equally exasperated.
But I had to pay attention in class too. The moment I focused on the teacher, I'd turn around and find you asleep again. What can I do? Du Juanguang scratched his head, feeling utterly defeated. Self-discipline comes from within.
If you can't even motivate yourself, no amount of external supervision will help unless they lock you up in one of those full confinement schools where they shock you with an electric baton whenever you zone out.
Damn, that's way too extreme.
Du Juanguang pictured the scene and felt a chill run down his spine.
Do you even do your homework? Lin Shuo suddenly asked. Why bother writing that crap? Reading books makes me sleepy enough, let alone doing homework, Du Juanwang retorted.
Hearing this, Lin Shuo immediately pulled out several test papers from his bag and slammed them down on Du Juanwang's desk.
What's this? Du Juanwang looked a bit dazed. I'm handing Shu Wen's homework over to you.
Lin Shuo said earnestly, if you don't finish it tonight, I'll be the one getting scolded tomorrow.
And if it's poorly done, I'll be the one getting scolded then too. Damn it. Du Juanwang's expression darkened? Forget whether I feel like doing it, I don't even understand 80% of these problems. When you get checked tomorrow, you're the one who'll get yelled at. You don't actually enjoy getting yelled at, do you?
You're the one who enjoys getting scolded.
Lin Shuo sighed. I'm putting my entire academic life in your hands. If you can't even muster the motivation to do this, then I really can't help you. But I don't understand the problems on there. What good would it do even if I wrote them? Du Juanwang looked genuinely distressed. He didn't want Lin Shuo to get scolded over this. However, Lin Shuo countered. Didn't you just say you understand about 20% of it? Doesn't that mean you can at least solve 20%? Think about it.
You've slept through nearly 3 years of classes without paying attention, yet you can solve 20% of these problems. That alone proves you're exceptionally gifted. If you put in a little effort and actually read the textbooks, you could easily master another 20%. With that extra 20%, you'd have a foundation. Once you have that foundation, if you really dig into the problems on this test, wouldn't you gain another 20%? That would bring you up to about 60%. Round it off, and wouldn't that mean you could solve most of the problems? After hearing this, Du Juanwang was dumbfounded. Wait, dude. Is that even how you do math? Chapter 34, To be born but not raised is to be unworthy of being human. It wasn't just Du Juanwang. Fei Shuwen, sitting in the back seat, was equally stunned.
He took a moment to compose himself before blurting out, Lin Shuo, will this plan even work? Who knows? It's worth a shot. We need to give him some motivation to study. Otherwise, what's the chance he'll do anything remotely related to school once he gets back?
Lin Shuo shrugged. I guess you have a point, Fei Shuwen mused after a moment.
Hang in there, Guang. I believe you can do it.
Whether I get yelled at tomorrow depends on whether you finish that test tonight. Lin Shuo patted Du Juanwang on the shoulder.
I'll try my best. Du Juanwang felt like crying.
After that, the three didn't linger in the classroom. They packed their bags and walked out of the school gate together. Walking along the road, Fei Shuwen felt increasingly curious, his gaze constantly drifting toward Du Juanwang, who walked beside them.
What's up? Du Juanwang had already noticed Fei Shuwen's gaze and asked. Nothing.
Fei Shuwen pursed his lips.
Despite spending the entire day with Du Juanwang thanks to Lin Shuo's introduction, he found Du Juanwang wasn't as intimidating as he'd imagined.
But his timid nature prevented him from fully letting go of his worries, forcing him to swallow the words he wanted to ask.
Just say what you want to say. I'm not going to eat you. Du Juanwang sighed in exasperation. He could clearly see Fei Shuwen's fear. He just couldn't quite wrap his head around it. Sure, he'd beaten up a few troublemakers back when he first enrolled, but was that really enough to make someone this scared? He probably wants to ask how you ended up traveling with us.
Lin Shuo read Fei Shuwen's thoughts and spoke for him. And coincidentally, he shared that same confusion.
Oh, you're stuck on that? Du Juanwang shrugged. My bike broke down and I haven't fixed it yet, so I had to take the bus. Oh. I see. Fei Shuwen nodded.
He could sense Du Juanwang deliberately trying to build rapport, so he plucked up his courage and changed the subject, speaking of which.
I feel like something's missing today. What's missing? Du Juanwang asked. Oh, right. I remember Lin Fengyu used to always have a few henchmen blocking this road. Fei Shuwen answered cautiously. Oh, Lin Fengyu. I ran into him here yesterday and gave him a beating.
Du Juanwang thought for a moment before adding, oh right, when I ran into him yesterday, I don't know what happened to him, but he was covered in blood.
And I haven't seen him at school today either.
Probably staying at the hospital or resting at home.
Fei Shuwen froze upon hearing this.
He suddenly recalled how Lin Shuo had told him to go home alone after school last night, mentioning something about repaying Lin Fengyu for his kindness over the years.
Could it be? Fei Shuwen instinctively glanced at Lin Shuo beside him.
As if sensing his gaze, Lin Shuo turned his head and met his eyes.
Yeah, I did it. As if reading Fei Shuwen's thoughts, Lin Shuo admitted it bluntly. What? Fei Shuwen's face froze in shock. What did you do? Nothing much. Remember that alley up ahead where a few stray dogs live? Yeah, remember when we tried feeding them? Almost got bitten. Yeah.
Last night, I deliberately led Lin Fengyu and the others into that alley to tease those strays.
When I ran out, I tripped him on the way.
Then he got bitten on the butt by a dog. Fei Shuwen's mouth fell open, his eyes wide with disbelief. He never imagined Lin Shuo would dare take revenge on Lin Fengyu this way. Du Juanwang, standing nearby, was equally astonished. No wonder Lin Fengyu had fled in such a panic last night, his butt covered in blood.
So he'd been set up by Lin Shuo and attacked by a stray dog? Damn. Nice work. You're not hurt, are you? After the initial shock, Fei Shuwen hurriedly asked with concern. Relax, what could possibly hurt me?
Lin Shuo replied. Glad you're okay. Fei Shuwen breathed a sigh of relief, but his face quickly turned tense again.
You let Lin Fengyu get bitten by that stray dog. He'll definitely come after you for revenge. You need to be careful. No big deal.
If he dares come bother me again, I won't mind giving him another little gift. Lin Shuo smiled indifferently. Besides, I've got someone by my side now he wouldn't dare mess with. As he finished speaking, Du Juanwang silently rolled up his sleeves beside him, revealing an arm thicker than Fei Shuwen's thigh. Fei Shuwen swallowed hard at the sight. He couldn't even imagine what it would feel like to take a punch from an arm like that. He pressed on, but I heard Lin Fengyu comes from a wealthy family. Aren't you afraid? Before he could finish, Du Juanwang cut him off with a shrug.
Nothing to be scared of. His family knows mine. They're not that powerful.
We had some minor beef before, so even if we beat him up bad enough to send him to the hospital, it'd just be a matter of apologizing and paying a little compensation.
Ha! Fei Shuwen froze in surprise.
He hadn't expected Du Juanwang, with his thick eyebrows and wide eyes, to be a rich kid too.
Speaking of which, there's something I've been curious about today. Du Juanwang's gaze settled on Lin Shuo. As if anticipating this moment, Lin Shuo spoke before Du Juanwang could ask.
Well, Lin Fengyu and I are brothers in name only.
We used to live in the same household. His adoptive parents were my biological parents. What?
Fei Shuwen's eyes widened as if he'd heard some earth-shattering secret.
Du Juanwang's face also betrayed astonishment.
Though he'd already suspected Lin Shuo had some connection to the Lin family after this morning's events. But he never imagined the truth would be this explosive.
Wait.
Fei Shuwen recovered slightly, utterly baffled. Lin Fengyu is your parents' adopted son, but why could he bully you so badly at school?
What's going on with your family? It's a bit complicated to explain.
If you're interested, I'll tell you. Feeling the pair's curious gazes fixed on him, Lin Shuo felt no need to hide anything. He gathered his thoughts and recounted the ordeal he'd endured over the years.
Damn. After hearing the entire story, Du Juanwang couldn't help but curse as if he'd experienced it himself. Are the Lin family all out of their minds? Losing track of you for over a decade is bad enough, but to treat you like that after finally finding you? Did Lin Fengyu put some kind of love potion in their drinks? How come every single one of them is being played like puppets? Can't they tell who's actually related by blood?
Fei Shuwen, standing nearby, also grumbled indignantly.
Exactly. It's disgusting. How can there be family like this in the world? No. They can't even be considered human beings.
As the old saying goes, those who give birth but fail to raise their children are unworthy of being called human.
Chapter 35, Sister Jing's Friend.
Hearing the two speak with such resentment, Lin Shuo suddenly recalled his former self. Perhaps death truly alters one's perspective. Looking back now, he realized he wasn't much better than those Lin family members. Despite being treated so badly, he still clung to false hopes for those so-called family members.
Time and again, he compromised.
Time and again, he accepted manipulation, swallowing all the bitterness and pain without knowing how to protect himself.
Only in the final moments before death did he finally awaken.
Lin Shuo, now that you've left the Lin family, where are you staying?
Fei Shuwen asked with concern, would you like to come stay at my place? It's small, but we can squeeze in. My parents are really nice. If I ask them, they'll definitely say yes.
Or you could come to my place.
Du Juanwang chimed in, we could live together. You could keep me on track with my studies. My parents would love it if I hung out with a model student all the time.
Hearing their warm invitations, Lin Shuo felt a flicker of warmth in his heart, yet it also carried a tinge of irony. This place was supposed to be home, yet it only brought him an abyssal coldness everywhere he turned. Those who should be family by blood only showered him with endless harsh words and slander. It was not the place he called home that offered him warmth he had never known. Friends without blood ties, or even strangers, offered him support and care that surpassed what he'd ever known at home. At this thought, Lin Shuo couldn't help but let out a self-mocking chuckle. Hey, Lin Shuo, what's with the sudden laugh? Du Juanwang looked puzzled, his eyes filled with concern. Nothing. I'm just feeling really happy inside. Thank you both. Lin Shuo expressed his gratitude from the bottom of his heart, then added, I appreciate your kindness, but I've already found a suitable place to stay. You're not seriously telling me you found some park bench, threw a couple newspapers on it, and called that a place to stay, are you? Du Juanwang was skeptical, genuinely worried Lin Shuo was putting on a brave front. It's not that extreme. Lin Shuo explained helplessly, the night I left the Lin family, I walked a long way and ended up at an internet cafe. The owner was really kind. I taught her how to play games, she treated me to some barbecue, and then she let me stay at her place. Anyway, I'm just staying there temporarily for now. Are you sure she's not some kind of trafficker trying to trick you into trusting her before kidnapping you? Fei Shuwen voiced his concern. In his view, such selflessly kind people existed, but they were exceedingly rare. Who knew what ulterior motives she might harbor? What kind of trafficker would send their kidnapped victim to school? Lin Shuo chuckled. Besides, I'm not freeloading. She keeps meticulous records of every meal I eat and every night I stay. I'll have to pay her back. If I can't earn enough, I'll work off the debt as a manager at someone else's internet cafe. Oh, then it probably isn't human traffickers. Fei Shuwen nodded thoughtfully, then added, but just to be safe, Lin Shuo, give me the address of that internet cafe. If you ever stop showing up at school, I can call the police to rescue you. All right. Lin Shuo understood Fei Shuwen's concern and care, so he gave him the address. Fei Shuwen carefully pulled out paper from his bag and jotted it down. Du Juan Wang, standing nearby, asked for a copy too? Just then, Lin Shuo caught sight of a passing bus. After identifying the route number, he quickly called out. All right, cut the chatter. Let's get moving, our bus is here. If we don't hurry, we'll be stuck waiting another half hour. Half an hour later. Inside Ding Dang Internet Cafe. The moment he walked in, Lin Shuo spotted Lu Changren sitting at a computer near the front desk, intently typing away at the keyboard. Brother run. Lin Shuo greeted him. You're here so early today? You bet. Lu Changren grinned widely upon seeing Lin Shuo. When you're getting paid double, you've got to put in double the effort, right? Plus, I'm really into this project I'm working on, so I woke up extra early today. I see. Lin Shuo nodded, turned to grab a bottle of Coke from the freezer, and placed it on the table along with the coins he just pulled from his pocket. Here you go, Brother Ren. It's on me. Oh, boss, you're too kind. I can't possibly accept that. Lu Changren protested, though his mouth stretched into a wide grin. His hand showed no hesitation as he swiftly popped the cap and downed half the bottle in one gulp. In mere seconds, half the bottle vanished. Lu Changren let out a long, satisfied burp, his eyes brimming with contentment. Brother Ren, don't just focus on drinking. How's the website coming along today? Lin Shuo asked. We've got a rough prototype, but a lot of details still need tweaking based on your requirements, especially the pagination, Lu Changren said, pointing at the screen. Lin Shuo leaned in to take a closer look, nodded slightly in satisfaction, and then shared some of his own ideas. Lu Changren listened patiently, occasionally offering insights from a user perspective. After their discussion, the direction for the website's subsequent development quickly became clearer. Oh, right, Brother Ren. Lin Shuo glanced around the internet cafe. Did Brother Qin not come online today? And where's Sister Jing? Brother Qin pulled an all-nighter here and just left at noon. He told me he's flying straight to Korea in the next couple of days to secure the distribution rights for that game you mentioned last night. Lu Changren paused before adding, as for Sister Jing, she went to the airport to pick up Sister Yu today. She was supposed to wait for you at the internet cafe after school, but it rained. Sister Yu's rheumatism flared up, and the pain was unbearable, so she went to Sister Jing's place to rest. Oh, right. Sister Jing asked me to tell you not to stay too long at the internet cafe. Go home early. She's waiting for you at home. Wait, who's Sister Yu? Lin Shuo asked curiously. Oh, I almost forgot you haven't been here long, boss. Lu Changren explained slowly, Sister Yu is Sister Jing's childhood best friend. They're incredibly close. Since you're staying at Sister Jing's place now, you absolutely must get along well with Sister Yu. Otherwise, be careful not to anger her, she could decide to kick you out, bag and all. Is it really that serious? Lin Shuo was quite surprised. I might be exaggerating a bit, Lu Changren admitted earnestly, but you definitely won't go wrong by staying on her good side. All right. Lin Shuo nodded. Brother Ren, I'll head back now. Keep up the good work. Once the website's up and running, I'll give you a raise. Hey, don't worry, boss. I'll get it done for you. Chapter 36, Why Don't You Explain? As soon as he reached his doorstep and turned the key, Lin Shuo heard wails of agony. It hurts. It really hurts so much. Someone, please help me. Damn this rainy weather. I should have checked the weather forecast before coming back to Jiangcheng. The sounds were coming from Wu Mengjing's room. Lin Shuo slipped on his slippers and hurried over. The door was wide open, so as soon as Lin Shuo reached the entrance, he saw a short-haired woman lying on the bed, writhing in agony. Wu Mengjing sat on the edge of the bed, trying to comfort her. There, Minyu. The rain stopped ages ago. Here, let's change the plaster. Just stick this one on, and you'll be fine. Good girl. This damn patch doesn't work at all. I've been in pain all day. Instead of sticking this plaster on, they might as well just chop off my shoulder and leg. Yeah, better to get it over with than suffer forever. Mengjing, go to the kitchen and get me a kitchen knife. I really can't take it anymore. Fang Minyu continued wailing, her words growing increasingly frantic, as if she genuinely intended to amputate herself on the spot. Wu Mengjing felt utterly helpless. Sis Jing. Lin Shuo spoke up softly upon seeing the scene. Wu Mengjing, who had been busy trying to calm her down, heard Lin Shuo's voice and immediately turned around. Xiao Shuo, you're back? Well, I'm a bit busy right now.
If you're hungry, there's cake and braised dishes I brought back in the fridge. Just grab something to eat, then review your lessons, brush your teeth, and go to bed early. Wu Mengjing offered a slightly apologetic smile. Jing, I can help out a bit, Lin Shuo replied. Ah. Little Shuo, I appreciate your kindness, but this sister's rheumatism is acting up. I can't help you. Go about your business, I'll manage here on my own. Wu Mengjing sighed. I know it's rheumatism, but I can help ease the sister's pain a little. I have experience with this, Lin Shuo said as he stepped into the room. Lying on the bed, Fang Mingyue heard these words as if she'd grasped a lifeline. Forgetting that Lin Shuo was a stranger she'd never seen before, she urgently asked, Can you really ease it? Of course it's real. Lin Shuo answered with confidence. Then hurry up. Quickly. Fang Mingyue seemed on the verge of madness from the pain, no longer caring whether Lin Shuo truly had a solution. She urged him repeatedly. No. Wu Mengjing, caught in the middle, grew anxious too. Xiao Shuo, don't joke with sister. Jing, I'm not joking. I genuinely have a solution, Lin Shuo insisted earnestly. Just let me try. Her rheumatism is causing such severe pain. Think of it as trying anything to help a dying horse. She's already suffering. Even if it doesn't work, it won't make things worse. Let me give it a shot. But Wu Mengjing was slightly swayed, yet still uneasy. How exactly do you plan to try? Massage. About 10 minutes. Lin Shuo replied. Well, fine. Just be careful. Wu Mengjing didn't stop him. She thought to herself that if it was just a massage, it probably wouldn't make the rheumatism symptoms worse. So why not let Lin Shuo try? What if it actually worked? With permission granted, Lin Shuo quickened his pace to the bedside and asked softly, Sis, where exactly does it hurt? My shoulders, elbows, and knees. Fang Mingyue clenched her teeth, forcing back the pain as she replied. Lin Shuo nodded, then turned to look at Wu Mengjing. Sister Jing, help me sit her up. I'll start massaging from her shoulders. At his words, Wu Mengjing sprang into action. Only after Fang Mingyue was securely seated did Lin Shuo place his hands on her shoulders. As his fingertips gently kneaded her shoulder, Fang Mingyue's expression quickly changed. Hiss. It seems, it really works. Fang Mingyue's voice no longer carried the same intensity of pain as before. She could feel the aching soreness in her shoulder gradually easing. Wu Mengjing, observing silently nearby, couldn't help but reveal an expression of disbelief when she heard those words and noticed Fang Mingyue's complexion improving. Little brother, could you press a bit faster? It's okay to use more force, the sister can handle it. Fang Mingyue urged again, eager to completely rid herself of the rheumatic pain plaguing her. No, the massage technique I learned requires this specific pace and pressure. I can't speed up or apply more force. Just bear with it a little longer, sister. Your shoulders will be fine soon. Lin Shuo replied calmly, maintaining the same steady rhythm with his hands. All right. Fang Mingyue gritted her teeth, forcing herself to endure. Soon, her shoulder felt much better. Next came the elbows, followed by the knees. It took nearly 10 minutes. Saved. Fang Mingyue collapsed onto the bed as if reborn, murmuring to herself with a look of pure bliss on her face. How do you feel? Lin Shuo wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked. Amazing. I've never felt this happy in my entire life. Fang Mingyue smiled. Little brother, thank you so much. Otherwise, I swear I would have been driven absolutely mad today. You're welcome. Your friends are my friends, Jing. This was the least I could do. Lin Shuo replied. Oh my, you're too polite, little brother. I absolutely must thank you properly for this today. After speaking, Fang Mingyue suddenly realized something. Wait. Little brother, what exactly is your relationship with Mengjing? Landlord and tenant, Lin Shuo answered. I'm renting an empty room from Sister Jing. Ha? Fang Mingyue was a bit stunned. As Wu Mengjing's longtime best friend, she had never seen Mengjing rent out the empty room in this house to anyone before. Perhaps it was a woman's intuition, but she sensed something was off about this situation. Mengjing, what's going on? She couldn't help but turn to ask Wu Mengjing, who was sitting by the bed. It's a bit complicated to explain. Wu Mengjing was about to gather her thoughts to explain, but when she saw Fang Mingyue's gaze growing increasingly suggestive, she quickly snapped, What are you thinking? I wasn't thinking anything. Fang Mingyue blinked innocently. Why are you overreacting? Did you do something you shouldn't have behind my back? Shut up about guilty secrets. Wu Mengjing rolled her eyes in exasperation. Stop filling your head with nonsense. Xiao Shuo is indeed a tenant here. The reason I rented him the empty room is because. At that moment, Wu Mengjing suddenly recalled the scars she'd seen on Lin Shuo's body that night. The words on the tip of her tongue caught in her throat, and she instinctively glanced at Lin Shuo beside her. Xiao Shuo, why don't you explain? Chapter 37, how about I give you a car? Hearing this, Lin Shuo instantly understood Wu Mengjing's thoughts. After all, the scars he revealed to her that night were a pain he long kept hidden. Wu Mengjing clearly recognized this, so she deferred the decision to him whether to tell Fang Mingyue. My family didn't want me around, so I ran away. That's when I met Sister Jing at the internet cafe, and she took me in temporarily.
Lin Shuo explained the situation honestly and concisely.
That's it? Fang Mingyue looked skeptical. Yeah, no other reasons. But you ran away. Didn't your family come looking for you?
They did. During the 2 days Sister Jing took me in, they each sent someone to look for me at school, though their reasons were all different.
I see. Fang Mingyue nodded thoughtfully, choosing not to press further.
Her gaze toward Lin Shuo now held a hint of sympathy. Her keen observation had gleaned a crucial detail from Lin Shuo's response. His family clearly didn't care much for him, just as he'd said. Otherwise, any normal family, upon learning their child had run away, wouldn't just search the school.
2 days was more than enough time to track Wu Mengjing down through the police. They might even have caused a scene. Xiao Shuo, did your family go to the school looking for you?
Wu Mengjing's eyes filled with concern.
Did they give you a hard time?
Don't worry, Sister Jing. They couldn't give me a hard time. I sent them packing with a scolding, Lin Shuo replied, his expression relaxed. That's good, Wu Mengjing breathed a slight sigh of relief.
Fang Mingyue, watching from the side, couldn't resist teasing. Who knew you cared so much about Lin Shuo? You two VE only known each other for a few days, right? And you said it was just a landlord-tenant relationship? What do you know? Why is your mind always filled with such nonsense?
Wu Mengjing shot her a disapproving sideways glance.
Xiao Shuo's still in high school. I'm so much older than him. What's wrong with treating him like a younger brother and looking out for him? Besides, he's staying with me now. If it were you, wouldn't you show a little concern? Fine, whatever you say.
Fang Mingyue raised an eyebrow meaningfully, then turned her gaze to Lin Shuo.
Hey, Xiao Shuo, is there anything you'd like as a gift? You helped your big sister out so much, how about I get you a car? Ha! Lin Shuo froze in surprise.
He never imagined she'd offer to give him a car right off the bat.
Turns out she's loaded.
Come on, Xiao Shuo, tell me what kind of car you like.
Pick any under 1,000,000 yuan. When you get your break, I'll take you to pick it up myself. Fang Mingyue's tone was generous. No need to be polite with me, kid. Think of it as an early coming-of-age gift.
Besides, when my rheumatism flares up later, I'll need your help again.
So don't refuse me, okay? Otherwise, I'll pester you every day until you agree. Xiao Shuo, just say yes to Sister Yu. Wu Mengjing interjected, she's got plenty of money anyway.
And rheumatism is an affluent disease. Her family's tried countless doctors with no real solution. You did her such a huge favor today, she'll definitely need your help later. This is just the reward you deserve.
Faced with their earnest pleas, Lin Shuo hesitated slightly. Sis Jing, Sis Yu, I don't really need a car right now. Oh? Then what do you want right now? Fang Mingyue paused, then feigned coyness. You wouldn't be trying to take advantage of this to ask your sister to marry you, would you?
While I'm not opposed to age gaps, I think we should get to know each other better first. After all, I've never even dated before. Seeing this, Lin Shuo was dumbfounded.
He suddenly felt. The sister seemed a bit off. Are you out of your mind?
Wu Mengjing snapped back irritably, slapping Fang Mingyue's arm.
What nonsense are you spouting?
Xiao Shuo's still a minor, stop getting ideas about him.
And when someone's talking business with you, don't act like a lunatic. Keep your mouth shut, or I'll kick you out, you hear me? Ouch. I was just joking around.
Fang Mingyue sucked in a sharp breath, glanced at the red mark on her arm, and pouted, why do you always hit so hard?
My kicks pack even more punch. Want to try?
Wu Mengjing's expression darkened slightly as she actually lifted her leg.
No. I'll stop messing around, okay? Fang Mingyue, apparently having experienced Wu Mengjing's kicking prowess firsthand, shrank back in fear and quickly begged for mercy. Oomph.
Wu Mengjing snorted lightly, then turned her gaze toward Lin Shuo. Her gaze, which had been filled with reproach moments ago, softened instantly like a Sichuan opera performance. Little Shuo, don't mind your sister Yu. She's never been quite right in the head since childhood. Now, tell your sister, since you don't want the car, what do you want instead? Sis Jing, remember I'm working on a website right now? Lin Shuo countered. Of course I remember. After all, I'm the one funding it. It's all recorded in my notebook, how could I forget? Wu Mengjing chuckled. Building the website doesn't cost much, but achieving real success will demand significant time, effort, and even high marketing costs. Lin Shuo paused deliberately at this point, then turned his gaze to Fang Mingyue. Sis Yu, I don't know if you understand this internet stuff, but I'll be blunt, I need you to fund advertising for the website. The expenses could easily end up costing far more than buying a car. Of course I know about the internet, I keep up with the trends, okay? Fang Mingyue declared confidently, but immediately followed up, but first, tell your sister what kind of website you've built and how exactly I'm supposed to advertise it for you. Well, explaining exactly what kind of website it is gets a bit complicated. I'll fill you in later, or have Sister Jing explain it to you. Lin Shuo paused, gathering his thoughts before continuing. As for advertising, the simplest approach is to set up a studio and hire a team to post ads across forums, chat apps, or public chat channels in online games. Oh, I get it. I get random people adding me on QQ all the time, sending me weird website links. As soon as Fang Mingyue finished speaking, she was met with a disapproving glare from Wu Mengjing. Lin Shuo continued. Sisu, I'll compile a list of specific platforms where we need to post ads.
In the meantime, could you help me find some people and secure an office space for them to work offline? This will prevent anyone from slacking off or trying to pull a fast one.
There's also another advertising method that might be slightly more complicated than the first one.
Chapter 38, Stories of the Past. Oh? What method is that? Fang Mingyue's interest visibly peaked.
Promoting at other internet cafes, or rather, forming partnerships with them. Lin Shuo explained slowly, modern browsers have a feature called Set Default Homepage. As the name suggests, you input a URL in the settings, and every time the browser opens, it automatically displays that web page. This feature will be a crucial source for promoting the website and attracting regular users.
There's such a feature?
Fang Mingyue looked genuinely surprised, and Wu Mengjing beside her reacted the same way. She'd been running her internet cafe for nearly a year, yet this was the first time she'd heard about such a little-known fact. Lin Shuo found their reactions unsurprising.
After all, China's internet was still in its infancy.
Even those who had been using computers for some time mostly focused their knowledge on gaming.
Even internet cafe owners were largely no exception.
Only a small minority would bother to learn about these things, which would later be considered common knowledge among netizens. This was precisely why navigation websites held such significant market value today.
Internet novices like Fang Mingyue and Wu Mengjing were among the primary users of these navigation sites.
So, we need to contact other internet cafe owners and get them to change the default homepage on all their computers to the website you need, Shuo, right?
Wu Mengjing asked. Yeah, pretty much. Lin Shuo nodded. That's why I said this approach is a bit more troublesome. It's essentially sales work. But it saves significantly on financial investment compared to the other method. After all, many owners don't know much about computers and won't demand high prices for this service. Plus, since internet cafes use diskless systems, once we secure a partnership, they'll likely forget about changing the default homepage afterward or just find it too much hassle to bother. As an internet cafe owner, Wu Mengjing wholeheartedly agreed with this reasoning. If someone paid just to change the browser homepage on her computers, she wouldn't refuse. It was extra income after all. Even if the customer never returned afterward, she'd likely be too lazy to bother. After all, it wouldn't significantly impact the internet cafe's main business. Unless, of course, other customers came in to do the same thing. Of course, some internet cafe owners might proactively reach out to request renewals to earn extra money this way. But these are minor issues.
Even if negotiations over future pricing break down, she wouldn't be short of advertising opportunities at one or two internet cafes. Either way, it would save a lot more money than the previous method, and the results were immediate.
Alright, Shuo, I'll recruit a few tech-savvy people for you in the next few days, Fang Mingyue nodded. Once your website is up and running, let me know. I'll immediately arrange for people to visit every internet cafe in Jiangcheng.
That'd be a huge help, Sister Yu, Lin Shuo replied gratefully. Oh, it's no trouble at all, just a matter of spending some money. Fang Mingyue waved her hand dismissively.
I'll be bothering you a lot more in the future, by the way. There's something I'm really curious about.
What is it, Sister Yu?
Go ahead. Where did you learn that massage technique for relieving rheumatism?
Oh, that.
Well, it's a bit of a long story. No problem, I love gossip. Tell me all about it. Fang Mingyue blinked, her face brimming with curiosity.
Wu Mengjing beside her was equally intrigued.
Alright then.
Lin Shuo nodded, gathering his thoughts before beginning. In the place I used to live, there was a kind old couple upstairs. The grandfather's surname was Ding, and the grandmother's was Gong. They were among the few people in my life who were truly kind to me. Grandma Gong had suffered from rheumatism since she was young, while Grandpa Ding seemed to have inherited a family tradition of massage therapy. I heard that to ease Grandma Gong's suffering, Grandpa Ding sought out teachers everywhere since his youth. Later, combining his ancestral skills with his own research, he developed a massage technique specifically for relieving rheumatic pain. Whenever it rained, Grandpa Ding would massage Grandma Gong. Back then, I was at that age where I was curious about everything. Whenever I visited their home, I couldn't contain myself and begged Grandpa Ding to teach me.
Grandpa Ding was a kind man.
Seeing my eagerness to learn, he patiently taught me this massage technique. Hearing this, Fang Mingyue instinctively covered her mouth, her eyes brimming with emotion.
Oh my, that must have made Grandpa and Grandma so happy.
But Lin Shuo wore a bitter smile.
Happiness?
Grandpa Ding was already over 70 when he developed this massage technique. By then, he was seriously ill, and his children were unfilial. Every time I saw them, they were either demanding money from Grandpa Ding or arguing.
Grandma Gong suffered from Alzheimer's, commonly known as senile dementia.
Around the time I was 13, Grandpa Ding fell at home, and I never saw him again.
Grandma Gong was sent to a nursing home after that.
I've always wanted to find her and help ease Grandpa Ding's rheumatic symptoms. But Lin Shuo trailed off, his eyes glistening with sorrow. Fang Mingyue and Wu Mengjing seemed to grasp the unspoken meaning, both falling silent. An oppressive atmosphere instantly enveloped the room, making it hard to breathe.
Xiao Shuo. Are you okay? Wu Mengjing could keenly sense Lin Shuo's emotional state and finally couldn't resist speaking up with concern. I'm fine. Lin Shuo took a deep breath, forcing a smile onto his face. I think if there's a next life, Grandpa Ding and Grandma Gong will surely be very happy. They absolutely would.
Wu Mengjing replied earnestly and with conviction.
Meanwhile, Fang Mingyue felt a pang of regret. Had she known the story behind it was so heartbreaking, she wouldn't have brought it up out of curiosity. Damn my big mouth.
She silently cursed herself, then deliberately broke the room's heavy atmosphere by calling out, all right.
Let's think about something cheerful. How about grabbing some late-night snacks together? My treat.
Hearing this, Wu Mengjing rolled her eyes.
What time is it? Who eats late-night snacks? Xiao Shuo has school tomorrow. No problem.
I'll just drive him there. Where's your car?
At home. How far is your place from here? About 20 kilometers, I guess. Then shut the hell up. Wu Mengjing was utterly speechless.
She then turned to Lin Shuo. All right, Shuo, ignore your sister.
Listen to me, it's getting late. Let's go to bed. Chapter 39, Any Manners?
Meanwhile, at the Lin family villa.
Dad, Mom, I'm home.
Sitting on the sofa watching TV, Mr. and Mrs. Lin heard the familiar voice and both turned toward the door. They saw it was their fourth daughter Lin Wenqian.
Oh, Wenqian. Su Dinglan rushed forward with delight, then added reproachfully, you're back already? Isn't it too early for vacation? Why come home now instead of focusing on your studies out of town? Mom, don't you miss me at all?
Lin Wenqian pouted, feigning hurt.
Of course I did. How could I not miss our precious daughter?
Su Dinglan was both exasperated and amused.
But tell me honestly, did you get into trouble at school that you had to come back so early? Of course not. Do I look like the type who causes trouble all the time?
Lin Wenqian replied, sounding a bit upset.
Oh, you. Haven't you caused enough trouble since you were little? Have you finally learned to control that temper of yours now that you're studying away from home? Su Dinglan's counter-question left Lin Wenqian momentarily speechless. So she changed the subject instead. Mom, I finally made it back home. Can we not dwell on the past? Do you even know what tomorrow is? How could I not know? It's Xiao Yu's birthday. Su Dinglan replied. Exactly.
I came back specifically to celebrate Xiao Yu's birthday. After saying this, Lin Wenqian hurried toward the stairs. By the way, where's Xiao Yu? He should still be studying at this hour, right? I brought him a special gift. Seeing this, Su Dinglan's face clouded with sorrow. Wenqian, Xiao Yu is in the hospital.
What? Lin Wenqian's face froze, then she asked anxiously, why is Xiao Yu in the hospital? What happened to him? Ah, it's a long story. Su Dinglan tried to gather her thoughts to explain properly.
But before she could speak again, Lin Wenqian cut her off impatiently. Mom, don't keep me in suspense.
Just tell me what happened. Does it have anything to do with that ingrate Lin Shuo again? Su Dinglan opened her mouth to respond, but then heard a commotion at the doorway. Her attention was drawn, and she instinctively turned her head. It was her eldest daughter, Lin Wanwan, returning home. Ha? Wenqian? Lin Wanjuan's eyes immediately fell on her fourth sister, whom she hadn't seen in months. She paused in surprise before asking with a hint of confusion, isn't it too early for vacation? Why are you back so soon? Big sis.
Lin Wenqian immediately turned her gaze to Lin Wanwan.
Mom just said Xiao Yu was hospitalized. What exactly happened? Hearing this, Lin Wanjuan's expression darkened instantly.
She recalled what had happened earlier that morning.
Who else could it be? It's all because of that little bastard Lin Shuo. Lin Wanwan snapped back irritably. He got into a huge fight with Mom and Dad a few days ago. Not only did he curse at them, but he also slapped Xiao Yu across the face before storming out of the house. What? Lin Wenqian's beautiful eyes widened in shock. Did he grow a pair? How dare he curse at Mom and Dad? And hit Xiao Yu? And that's not all. Lin Wanwan snorted coldly. Just the day before yesterday, Xiao Yu ran into him at school. She only wanted to persuade him to come home and apologize to Mom and Dad. Instead, he tricked her into an alley infested with stray dogs. In the end, Xiao Yu got bitten by a stray dog, needed stitches, and is now recuperating in the hospital. Damn it! Hearing this, Lin Wenqian couldn't hold back a curse, her neck flushing crimson with rage. Where is he now? I'll go seek justice for Xiao Yu. That ungrateful little bastard has gone completely mad. Xiao Yu was always so kind to him, and he still dared to do such disgusting things. Is he even human? God knows where he's off causing trouble now. Lin Wanwan snapped back irritably. Anyway, I went to his school today to confront him. I was ready to settle the score, but I never expected he'd be hanging out with the Du family's youngest son. It infuriated me to no end. Hearing this, Lin Changhong, who had been sitting on the sofa, immediately perked up. You mean Du Juan? Yes, Dad, that's him. Lin Wanwan answered, her voice tinged with resentment. That kid must have lost his mind.
When Xiaoyu tried to be friends with him before, he wouldn't even give her the time of day.
Who knows when he started hanging out with Lin Shuo? I bet that kid's shyness is all an act. Deep down, he's probably just like Lin Shuo.
Birds of a feather.
Wanwan, that Lin boy hasn't done anything to you, has he? Su Dinglan quickly asked with concern. She had some recollection of the Du family's pampered youngest son. Tall and sturdy, she'd heard he'd even been taken to train in some kind of combat sport as a child. Now hearing from her eldest daughter that he was hanging out with Lin Shuo, he probably wasn't much better. Who knew if he enjoyed bullying others just like Lin Shuo? That's why she was worried her daughter might have been targeted. Don't worry, Mom.
That kid knows his place.
He's been mindful of both our family's reputations and hasn't done anything.
Lin Wanwan retorted, but every time I picture that brat protecting Lin Shuo, it makes my blood boil. I bet Xiaoyu gets bullied by Lin Shuo all the time outside. He's probably got that kid backing him up.
How outrageous.
Lin Wenxian, who had been listening nearby, flared up instantly.
Does the Du family have any manners? Mom, I think we should demand an explanation from them too.
That boy must be just like Lin Shuo, picking on Xiaoyu at school all the time.
Oh, Wenxian, don't be so impulsive. Su Dinglan tried to calm her down with a hint of resignation. This is just your sister's guess. Nothing's been proven yet. Besides, if Xiaoyu really was being bullied by the Du kid at school, he would have told us, right? Mom.
I just know that since he hangs out with Lin Shuo, he must be helping bully Xiaoyu too. Lin Wenxian insisted stubbornly.
Maybe Xiaoyu kept it hidden to avoid conflict between our families? If you won't go confront the Du family, then I'll go tomorrow.
No sooner had she finished speaking than Lin Shenghong, seated on the sofa, snapped angrily.
Nonsense. Dad.
Lin Wenxian turned to speak, but seeing her father's furious face, the words she'd been about to blurt out instantly died in her throat.
You want to make a scene at the Du residence over mere rumors? What? Do you want to tear apart the relationship between our two families? Or do you want to completely disgrace me? Lin Changhong roared. This isn't your concern. Go back to your room and rest. How old are you now?
Still haven't changed a bit of that stubborn temper.
You never think things through. Even if that Du family brat really was involved in bullying Xiaoyu, it's none of your business to handle it. Chapter 40, Why won't you help your second sister? Facing her father's rebuke, Lin Wenxian's face was filled with hurt. Su Dinglan, standing nearby, quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Alright, old Lin, why are you getting so worked up? Wenxian was just acting impulsively out of concern for Xiaoyu. Besides, she hasn't done anything yet, it's just talk. You don't need to be so harsh with her. Let's discuss things calmly. And Wenxian, you need to remember that matters like this require family discussion. Don't always act so impulsively. Your father was only thinking of what's best for this family. Don't take it to heart. Listen to your mother, rest at home properly, and don't worry about these things. After hearing this, Lin Wenxian sniffed back tears, her aggrieved expression softening slightly. Lin Changhong, however, snorted impatiently. As he sat back down on the sofa, he added. Since Lin Shuo can hang out with that Lin family brat, we might as well use him to build connections with the Lin family. Wanwan, find some time later to go to the school and track down that little bastard Lin Shuo. As a member of the Lin family, he's out gallivanting all day and night, never coming home. What kind of example is that? If outsiders find out, won't they laugh their heads off? So whatever you do, you must bring him home. Got it? Lin Wanwan's face immediately clouded with reluctance at these words. Just recalling this morning's incident made her irritable. She couldn't wait to never see that little brat Lin Shuo again, let alone go find him once more. She quickly tried to make excuses. Dad, things are pretty busy at the office these days. I might not be able to get away. I'll handle company matters. You take care of this. I don't trust anyone else. Lin Changhong could easily see through his daughter's thoughts, cutting off her excuses before she could finish. All right. Lin Wanwan fell silent for a moment, but under the pressure her father exerted, she reluctantly agreed. All right, it's settled then. It's getting late. Everyone should get some rest. With that, Lin Changhong rose from the sofa and headed straight for his room. Ah. Su Dinglan sighed at that moment. Wanwan, Lin Shuo hasn't been home these past few days, yet he manages to attend classes at school every day. Where on earth is he staying now? Lin Wanwan didn't particularly want to answer this question, nor did she care to know. Because anything related to Lin Shuo these days only made her irritable. Mom, why are you bothering with that ungrateful little bastard? Lin Wenxian couldn't help but speak up. If he wants to run away from home, let him rot out there. At least he won't be here causing trouble day in and day out. Since he came back, has this household ever known peace? He's either stirring up trouble or bullying Xiaoyu. Just looking at him makes me sick. Hey, Wenxian, how could you say that? Su Dinglan sighed again. No matter what, Lin Shuo is still your own brother. Besides, if we just leave him out there to fend for himself, what if he gets into trouble? Won't we end up responsible for it? Simple. We just cut ties with him, right? Lin Wenxian snorted. He doesn't deserve for us to take responsibility for him. It's not that simple. Su Dinglan shook her head. Legalities aside, given the current situation, your father still counts on him to maintain good relations with the Lin family. If that works out, our family's business affairs will depend heavily on him. This is so annoying. What's so great about the Lin family anyway? Lin Wenxian muttered, just for the sake of the Lin family, we have to take that ungrateful brat back? I really don't understand what Dad is thinking. Isn't he afraid that Xiaoyu will get bullied by that ungrateful brat again? There's no choice. Once Wanwan brings Lin Shuo back, we just need to keep a closer eye on him. Xiaoyu shouldn't run into any more trouble. Su Dinglan turned to her eldest daughter. Wanwan, you'll need to put in extra effort with Lin Shuo. I know you're reluctant, but for the sake of advancing our family business, we'll have to ask you to make a small sacrifice. Mom, I'm going to bed now. Lin Wanwan couldn't bear to discuss it further. After leaving those words, she immediately headed upstairs to her bedroom. Seeing this, Su Dinglan couldn't bring herself to say more, only shaking her head and sighing repeatedly. If only Lin Shuo could act like a normal person, just a little more obedient and sensible. Then this household wouldn't be in such chaos. What kind of karma did we bring upon ourselves? Standing nearby, Lin Wenxian grew weary of listening and couldn't help but interrupt. Enough, Mom, stop complaining. Just tell me which hospital Xiaoyu is in. I'm going to visit him right now. Half an hour later. East 2nd People's Hospital. Following the address her mother had given her, Lin Wenxian quickly located Lin Fengyu's hospital room. But lying in the hospital bed was not Lin Fengyu, but Lin Qiulu, who was still suffering from rheumatic symptoms. Ha! Entering the room, Lin Wenxian frowned at the sight and blurted out, "Second sister, what are you doing? Why are you taking up Xiaoyu's hospital bed for no reason?" "Oh? Fourth sister, you're back?" Lin Fengyu, who had been playing a video game by the bedside, instinctively turned his head at the sound. His face lit up with delight. "Yes, Xiaoyu. Did you miss your fourth sister?" Lin Wenxian, momentarily forgetting her second sister's occupation of the bed, quickly replied with a smile. "Of course I did." Lin Fengyu nodded happily, then added, "Fourth sister, don't blame second sister for taking the hospital bed. I gave it to her myself because it rained heavily today, and her rheumatism flared up again." "Ha?" Hearing this, Lin Wenxian paused in surprise. Knowing how severe her second sister's rheumatism symptoms were, she quickly offered an apologetic expression. "Second sister, I'm so sorry. I only just returned to Jiangcheng tonight. I didn't know it had rained here today, nor that your rheumatism had flared up. Please don't be angry with me. I apologize. It's fine." Lin Qiulu, lying in the hospital bed, showed no sign of displeasure. She knew all too well how impulsive and hot-tempered her fourth sister could be. This wasn't the first time she'd been berated without any understanding of the situation. She was long accustomed to it. Moreover, the aching soreness throughout her body had already drained her of all energy, leaving her with little desire to argue with Lin Wenxian. "Hey, wait." Lin Wenxian suddenly remembered something and immediately turned to look at Lin Fengyu. "Xiaoyu, you know those massage techniques that relieve rheumatic symptoms, right? Why aren't you giving second sister a massage to ease her pain?" Chapter 41, Have you ever cared about Lin Shuo even a little bit? At this remark, Lin Fengyu's face flushed with embarrassment. He stammered for a long moment, unsure how to respond. "What's wrong?" Lin Wenxian sensed something was wrong. Could it be that something's wrong with second sister's health again? No. From her hospital bed, Lin Qiulu fought back the pain and answered for the silent Lin Fengyu, because little you doesn't actually know how to massage. All these years, the one who's been helping me ease my rheumatism has been little Shuo. What? This answer left Lin Wenxian visibly stunned. After a long moment, she regained her composure, her eyes filled with suspicion. "Second sister, you haven't gone completely bonkers from your rheumatism, have you? How could that little brat Lin Shuo possibly know any massage techniques to relieve rheumatism? Haven't you always relied on Xiaoyu to help you all these years? Don't you dare call Xiao Shuo that." Lin Qiulu clenched her teeth, visibly annoyed. "Do you think I'd joke about something like this? I only found out the truth today. Xiaoyu, tell your fourth sister, is this really what happened?" Hearing the conversation pivot back to him, Lin Fengyu could only grit his teeth and stammer a reply. "Yes. It's true that brother Lin Shuo has been helping second sister with her rheumatism these past years." "What?" Lin Wenxian looked utterly incredulous. "Xiaoyu, why are you suddenly talking nonsense? Haven't you been the one helping second sister all along? That's what you and second sister have always said these past years. Did someone force you to say such confusing things?" "No, no one forced me." Lin Fengyu took a deep breath. "Fourth sister, I'm not lying to you. It really was brother Lin Shuo. There's just some hidden story behind it." "What secret?" Lin Wenxian instinctively pressed, desperate to understand what was going on. "Because second sister has always disliked any physical contact with brother Lin Shuo." Lin Fengyu explained slowly, brother Lin Shuo was afraid second sister would get angry if she found out the truth.
So he asked me to help by having second sister wear an eye mask every time she got a massage, pretending it was me massaging her instead. How could that be? Even as the truth came from Lin Fingyu's mouth, Lin Wenxian still found it hard to accept. In her view, the credit for this achievement didn't belong to Lin Shuo, it should have gone to Lin Fingyu instead. Fourth sister, it really happened this way. At this point, I don't want to take credit for brother Lin Shuo's achievements anymore. Lin Fingyu sighed, his eyes filled with sorrow. All these years, I've been tormented inside. I always felt that it was because I took the credit that everyone disliked brother Lin Shuo so much. He did so many good deeds, especially helping second sister. Oh, little you, stop overthinking things. How could this be your fault? Lin Wenxian immediately said with concern, if anyone is to blame, it's Lin Shuo himself. Why didn't he have the courage to claim his own credit? It's not like we forced him to keep quiet. Besides, he caused so much trouble at home and bullied you constantly outside. That's why we don't like him, it has nothing to do with anything else. Fourth sister, don't say that. Lin Fingyu sniffed back tears. That just makes me feel even more guilty. Alright, fourth sister won't say it anymore. Lin Wenxian reluctantly held her tongue, but couldn't resist adding, speaking of which, where did that little brat Lin Shuo learn that massage technique for relieving rheumatic symptoms? Wenxian, I've told you before. Don't call Xiao Shuo that. Lin Xiolu on the hospital bed immediately scolded. Second sister, I didn't say anything wrong. Lin Shuo really is. Lin Wenxian retorted reluctantly. But when she caught Lin Xiolu's furious glare, she managed to swallow the word little brat before it escaped her lips. Rolling her eyes, she amended her tone, fine. I'll give you face, second sister. I won't speak of him that way in front of you, okay? And don't you dare speak like that in front of others either. Lin Xiolu insisted stubbornly. He's still our own flesh and blood. As his sister, how could you refer to your own brother like that? As if I even want a brother like that. I wish he'd just vanish from the face of the earth. Lin Wenxian grumbled indignantly, besides, you called him that all the time before too. What did you say? Lin Xiolu sat up angrily, her wide, beautiful eyes blazing with fury. Alright, second sister, I won't say another word, okay? Seeing her sister's reaction, Lin Wenxian quickly backtracked. She knew full well that second sister was only taking Lin Shuo's side now because she'd recently learned he was the one who'd actually helped alleviate her rheumatism over the years. Don't you dare say that again. The words practically ground out between Lin Xiolu's teeth. Even if it was from physical pain, it was also from sheer anger. Fine, I won't say it anymore. Lin Wenxian added silently in her mind, not in front of you. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiolu finally relented and lay back down, continuing to endure the torment of her rheumatism. Speaking of which, second sister, I just checked the weather forecast. It looks like light rain is expected in Jiangcheng for the next few days. Your rheumatism will probably persist for several more days. What are you planning to do? Lin Wenxian suddenly asked. I don't know. I'll just endure it. Lin Xiolu stared at the ceiling, her face contorted with pain as she answered. She actually wanted to go find Lin Shuo, but the memory of him pointing his finger at her and berating her that day brought a suffocating ache to her heart. She also knew that the current Lin Shuo was highly unlikely to help her again. Rather than endure another round of emotional torment only to return empty-handed, she'd rather maintain the status quo. After all, as long as the rain stopped. Second sister, this can't go on. It must hurt so much. Lin Wenxian said with some reluctance, how about this? Tomorrow I'll go find Lin Shuo and have him come to the hospital to help you again. You? Lin Xiolu glanced at her younger sister. Forget it. You'd just end up arguing with Xiao Shuo. Don't go and add to his troubles. He's lived through enough pain these past years. Give him a break. What kind of talk is that, second sister? Lin Wenxian frowned. I admit I used to have a temper, but I've improved a lot over the years. And what do you mean he's lived in misery? Since we brought him back, we've provided him with food, clothing, and education. Isn't that infinitely better than his life outside? What exactly is weighing on his heart? If anything, it's the headaches our family has endured because of all the trouble he's caused over the years. You have no idea what Xiao Shuo has been through these past years. Lin Xiolu seemed to have anticipated her sister's response all along. She closed her eyes in anguish. Tell me this, in all these years, have you ever shown even a shred of concern for Lin Shuo? Chapter 42, Beyond Redemption. How have I not cared about him? Lin Wenxian, stung by the accusation, instinctively shot back. Then tell me, how exactly have you shown him concern all these years? Lin Xiolu stared into her sister's eyes. Have you ever been to his room? Do you know what his room looks like? Do you know what kind of life he lived before he was brought back to our family? Do you know what he yearns for? Do you know his grades? Do you know how many clothes he owns? Do you know which class he's in? Do you know how he usually gets to school? The barrage of questions instantly silenced Lin Wenxian. The rebuttal that had been on the tip of her tongue instantly caught in her throat. Her eyes betrayed an undeniable sense of guilt. See? You can't answer a single one of these questions.
How dare you claim you cared about Xiao Shuo?
Lin Shuo's voice rose several decibels, tinged with anger.
Why should I care about him? Lin Wenxian was equally flustered, speaking without restraint. Besides, setting all that aside, doesn't Lin Shuo have any faults? If he'd just been a little more sensible and obedient in this family, not bullying Xiao Yu, how could I not know these things about him? It's his own fault for doing wrong. Who else can he blame? How dare you say Lin Shuo is blameless? How can you even utter such words?
Lin Shuo's voice trembled with fury.
You're beyond redemption. Who's hopeless? Lin Wenxian was deeply dissatisfied. Second sister, your bias is getting completely out of hand. Did Lin Shuo put some kind of spell on you to make you defend him like this? I don't want to talk to you right now. Please leave. Lin Shuo was exhausted.
The more she discussed these matters with Lin Wenxian, the more profoundly she understood the despair Lin Shuo must have felt living in the Lin household all these years. Whether it was mom and dad, her eldest sister, or her third sister. Not a single soul in this household cared about Lin Shuo's plight, much less his feelings. Because from the very beginning, not a single one of them had ever truly accepted Lin Shuo.
Not even she had, back then.
Now, upon careful reflection, she couldn't fathom what had led to this situation. Lin Shuo shared the same blood as everyone else. They were blood relatives bound by kinship, yet he faced rejection from all.
Was it simply because he hadn't been raised in this household for the past decade? Shouldn't that have made him even more deserving of everyone's care and compensation?
This thought made Lin Shuo's heartache even more, and she felt increasingly that Lin Shuo was being treated unfairly. She now began to think that Lin Shuo leaving this family might have been the wisest decision.
Why won't you talk to me? Did I say something wrong?
Lin Wenxian began to question, her tone brimming with resentment. In response, Lin Shuo, lying in the hospital bed, turned away abruptly. Her expression, already strained with pain, now showed a hint of impatience.
Second sister, fourth sister, that's enough.
Lin Fengyu, standing nearby, quickly stepped in to mediate.
I understand how you both feel, but there's no need to argue over something so trivial. Forget it. Lin Wenxian snorted lightly.
For Xiao Yu's sake, I won't dwell on it. But second sister, let me say this one last thing. Everyone knows exactly what kind of person Lin Shuo is.
Time will prove everything I've said.
Lin Shuo, facing away from her, remained silent, seemingly having lost all desire to continue the argument. Seeing this, Lin Wenxian frowned, said no more, and turned to leave the hospital room.
Fourth sister, let me walk you out.
Lin Fengyu hurried after her.
Xiao Yu.
Outside the ward, Lin Wenxian sighed.
You've been through so much. You're the one who got hurt, yet now you have to take care of second sister too. Oh, fourth sister, don't say that. Lin Fengyu shook his head. We're family.
It's only natural for family to look out for each other.
Besides, second sister's condition is far more serious than mine.
I'm just freeing up the hospital bed, it's no trouble at all. Our Xiao Yu is such a sensible child.
A faint smile finally touched Lin Wenxian's face.
But then, as if something occurred to her, a flash of irritation crossed her eyes.
If only that little brat Lin Shuo were half as considerate as you.
I just don't understand how someone like him could be my own brother.
Did the heavens play a cruel joke on us? He might as well have vanished into thin air back then. Fourth sister, don't say that.
Lin Fengyu quickly interjected, Brother Lin Shuo is actually a good person. He just might not be very good at expressing himself. After all, before he was brought back home, he probably didn't have it too easy.
Enough.
I know you have a kind heart, but don't always make excuses for that little brat. Lin Wenxian waved her hand dismissively.
Have you forgotten how he bullies you all the time? None of that matters.
Besides, I don't even consider what brother Lin Shuo does to be bullying. Lin Fengyu countered, he probably just wants to get dad and mom's attention, and my sisters too. Besides, he's still my brother.
Why would I care about those things? You're crazy.
He's just plain messed up. Lin Wenxian said with some irritation, you're just too kind-hearted. Stop making excuses for him.
If you feel wronged, speak up. Next time he dares to bully you, come straight to me.
I'll settle the score with him for you. That little brat can't be indulged. The more you indulge him, the worse he gets.
Lin
Fengyu looked slightly troubled. After a moment's hesitation, he changed the subject.
Fourth sister, let's not talk about this for now. Are you planning to go see brother Lin Shuo tomorrow? Of course I am. Absolutely. Lin Wenxian retorted indignantly, if I don't go see him, am I supposed to just stand by and watch second sister suffer in agony on her sickbed?
Even though she spoke to me like that earlier, I still have to care about her and do something for her. After all, I'm her sister. Then fourth sister, remember not to speak so harshly to brother Lin Shuo when you see him. Lin Fengyu nervously reminded her. If brother Lin Shuo doesn't want to come, don't force him.
I believe he has his reasons.
What the hell kind of reasons? Lin Wenxian flared up instantly. If that little bastard dares not show up, just wait till I deal with him properly. All these years he's eaten well and lived comfortably in our home, he owes us something in return. Otherwise, I'll make him spit back every single thing he's gotten from us.
Fourth sister, don't be like this. Enough. I'm leaving now. You stay here and take care of yourself and look after second sister too. First thing tomorrow morning, I'm going to that little bastard's school. I'll drag him here if I have to. Chapter 43, The Unwelcome Guest. The next morning, Lin Shuo woke up early as usual. Dressed and stepping into the living room, he was greeted by an enticing aroma. Morning, Sister Jing. Lin Shuo greeted her, glancing at the lavish breakfast spread on the table. Go wash up and eat, Wu Mengjing said with a smile. Got it. Lin Shuo headed straight for the bathroom. After finishing up, Lin Shuo returned to the dining table in the living room. He naturally picked up a steamed bun, popped it into his mouth, took a bite, and asked, Where's Sister Minyu? Is she heading back now? No, she's sleeping in, Wu Mengjing replied without looking up as she kept track of the accounts. She won't wake up until noon. All right. Lin Shuo nodded, then asked, By the way, Sister Jing, how come you wake up so early every day? You don't need to get to the internet cafe that early, do you? Because I have a daily morning run routine. I wake up naturally at the same time every day. If I don't go out for a run, I feel uncomfortable. Morning run? Lin Shuo was a bit surprised to hear this. Surprised, huh? Wu Mengjing set down her pen, a hint of pride in her smile. Don't let the fact that I run an internet cafe now fool you. Back in school, I was on the track and field team. Provincial coaches even came to my school and said I had real talent. That impressive? Lin Shuo was even more astonished. What happened after that? Later. A fleeting look of sadness flashed in Wu Mengjing's eyes. Later, I injured my leg during training and didn't make the provincial team. Because of some other things, plus the injury was pretty serious at the time, everyone around me said I couldn't continue as an athlete. So I gave up on that path. Hearing this, Lin Shuo instantly realized he'd asked the wrong question. Awkwardly and apologetically, he said, Sister Jing. I'm sorry. Oh, there's no need to apologize for that. Wu Mengjing smiled. It's not like it's some forbidden topic from the past. Besides, it's just that I couldn't become an athlete. Who doesn't have regrets in life? And that was just a goal I had during my youth. I lost interest in that field a long time ago. It's tough, exhausting, and highly competitive. It's much easier to just keep it as a hobby. Really? Lin Shuo looked intently into Wu Mengjing's eyes. Of course it's true. Sitting in an air-conditioned room playing games is way more comfortable than training under the blazing sun all day, right? Wu Mengjing gave him a reassuring look. Why else do you think I opened an internet cafe? And why was I playing Red Alert the night we met? Isn't gaming way more fun than running? All right. Lin Shuo nodded, wisely choosing not to press further on the topic. His intuition told him Wu Mengjing also carried a sad past, likely tied to the leg injury she'd just mentioned. By the way, Xiao Shuo, you seem a bit thin to me. Wu Mengjing suddenly remarked, her eyes scanning Lin Shuo's frame. Maybe a little. Lin Shuo glanced at his arms, recalling the hardships he'd endured over the past decade. Back when he lived with his heartless adoptive parents, he often went hungry and was frequently beaten. Later, when he was taken in by the Lin family, he had hoped life would improve. But it didn't get much better. The Lin family, filled with prejudice against him, often treated him with cold indifference. Sometimes, even sitting at the same table for meals, he'd be chased away under various pretexts or subjected to vicious verbal abuse. Enjoying a proper meal became an unattainable luxury. Most of the time, he dared only sneak downstairs after everyone had finished eating and gone about their business to secretly pick at the leftovers. No one in the Lin household ever asked if he was eating enough or if he was in good health. Those so-called family members only had eyes for the adopted son who had taken his place for over a decade. And he, bound by blood, remained an outsider who never truly belonged in that household. You really need to eat more, Xiao Shuo. Wu Mengjing said as she placed a steamed bun into Lin Shuo's bowl. Boys shouldn't be so skinny. You're at that crucial stage of growth now. You need to nourish yourself properly while you can. If you wait another few years, it'll be too late, you understand? I know. Feeling Wu Mengjing's care, warmth spread through Lin Shuo's heart, and his nose tingled slightly. Having never known the warmth of family affection, he felt profound gratitude toward Wu Mengjing in that moment, wishing this scene could last forever. Jing, you should eat more too. Lin Shuo casually rubbed his stinging nose, then picked up a large steamed bun and placed it in Wu Mengjing's bowl. What? Trying to make your sister fat? Wu Mengjing raised an eyebrow. You know how hard it is for me to stay in shape? Is this how you repay kindness? Ha! Lin Shuo froze, causing Wu Mengjing to burst out laughing. Just kidding, teasing you. Wu Mengjing picked up a bun and took a bite. I don't eat much. I bought most of these for you. Just eat up. Don't worry about me. Of course. I really don't want to get fat either. That's a woman's worst enemy. Alright. Lin Shuo felt both amused and exasperated, yet he could deeply sense the genuine concern in Wu Mengjing's words. He said no more, lowering his head to devour his breakfast with gusto. But Wu Mengjing's breakfast spread was simply too generous.
Despite eating as much as he possibly could, there was still a lot left on the table.
I can't eat anymore, Sister Jing. I'm genuinely full.
Lin Shuo watched another steamed bun being placed into his bowl, his face clouding with distress.
Then take it to school and eat it during break.
Wu Mengjing grabbed a plastic bag, stuffed the buns inside, and then helped pack them into Lin Shuo's backpack. Studying takes a lot of energy and stamina, so you need to keep refueling. By the time Lin Shuo arrived at school with his backpack stuffed full of breakfast, over half an hour had passed. In high spirits, he stepped off the bus as usual and followed the crowd toward the school, ready to begin another day of studies. But just as he neared the school gate, a familiar figure suddenly caught his eye.
Upon recognizing the figure, he couldn't help but frown.
His previously cheerful mood instantly soured, as if he'd stepped in a pile of dog poop on the sidewalk. He immediately turned his head away, using the passing crowd to conceal his presence, and quickened his pace toward the school gate. But the figure was sharp enough to spot him in the crowd and called out,
Lin Shuo! You come here! Hearing Lin Wenxian's commanding tone, Lin Shuo's eyes flashed with disgust as he broke into a sprint toward the school gate. Chapter 44, Slander. How outrageous!
Seeing this, Lin Wenxian grew annoyed.
That little bastard actually dared to run?
She immediately quickened her pace. But Lin Shuo had already blended into the crowd, and he was running surprisingly fast. Her high heels nearly caused her to twist her ankle, and in the end, she could only watch in frustration as Lin Shuo dashed through the school gate and vanished from sight.
That little brat! He actually ran away when he saw me?
Lin Wenxian muttered under her breath, a vein throbbing on her temple.
But she wasn't about to let it go. Thinking he'd be safe just by ducking into the school?
With that thought, she too headed toward the school gate.
Excuse me, parent, who are you here to see?
The teacher on duty at the gate stopped Lin Wenxian. Jiangcheng First High School had always maintained strict discipline.
To prevent students from encountering uncontrollable dangers, all visitors, even parents, were required to verify their identity and register before entering the campus.
I'm here to see my younger brother, Lin Wenxian replied.
Which class is your brother in? And who is his homeroom teacher? We need to verify this information before allowing you in. We apologize for the inconvenience and appreciate your understanding. My brother. Lin Wenxian was about to blurt out Lin Shuo's name. But then she thought. The family had never publicly acknowledged that Lin Shuo was their biological child. They feared rumors might spread, potentially harming Lin Fengyu's mental and physical well-being. So she couldn't just blurt it out now. It wasn't just about how to explain it to her parents,
but also because she herself didn't want to acknowledge the existence of such an infuriating, disgusting younger brother named Lin Shuo in front of others.
Secondly,
she genuinely didn't know which class Lin Shuo was in, or who his homeroom teacher was. If it weren't for Lin Fengyu constantly getting bullied by Lin Shuo at school, she wouldn't even bother remembering which school Lin Shuo attended.
My brother's name is Lin Fengyu.
After a moment's thought, Lin Wenxian replied, he's in class 2 of senior 3.
I don't recall the homeroom teacher's full name, but I remember her surname is Wang. She's a female teacher. I've attended parent-teacher conferences for Lin Fengyu before. My name is Lin Wenxian. She should remember me. I see. Please hold on a moment, I'll call to confirm. The duty teacher nodded and walked to the security booth to call the office from the landline.
A few minutes later, a middle-aged female teacher wearing glasses hurried over from the direction of the teaching building.
Hello, Ms. Wang.
Lin Wenxian recognized her immediately and greeted her proactively.
Hello, Miss Lin.
Wang Meiping politely acknowledged the greeting before asking, I recall that Lin Fengyu was absent due to illness just the other day. Why are you here at school looking for him today?
Well, it's like this.
Lin Wenxian quickly gathered her thoughts and made up an excuse. Well, the college entrance exams are coming up soon, and seniors are under a lot of pressure. My brother's been homesick these past few days, and he keeps worrying that missing classes will affect his grades. So I came to school today specifically to bring him back the textbooks and worksheets he didn't take home, and also to ask other students for their notes so he can review.
I see. Wang Meiping didn't suspect anything further. Then please come with me.
I'll take you to his classroom.
Sure.
A few minutes later, they arrived at Senior 3, Class 2. Lin Fengyu's seat is the third from the back in that row. Wang Meiping pointed out the approximate location to Lin Wenxian, then added, I still have some work to finish, so I need to head back to the office right away. I won't be able to accompany you to collect your things. For notes and such, just ask any of the other students. Our class is full of helpful classmates.
Alright, go ahead and get back to work. Thank you so much. Lin Wenxian nodded and smiled. No problem. It's my pleasure. Wang Meiping replied politely before hurrying back to her office. Seeing this, Lin Wenxian walked over to Lin Fengyu's desk. After pretending to tidy up a few books and test papers, she couldn't help but turn to a student sitting nearby. Excuse me, classmate, could you do me a favor? Ha! The buzzcut boy, who was busy eating breakfast, froze in surprise. If Lin Shuo or Du Juanguang had been present, they would have instantly recognized this short-haired boy as one of the sycophants who constantly trailed behind Lin Fengyu. Do you know a student named Lin Shuo? He's also in your senior class. Hearing Lin Wenxian's question, the buzz-cut boy snapped out of his daze. He feigned deep thought before replying, yeah. I know him. He's in class 4. What do you need from him, sis? Nothing major, really. Lin Wenxian smiled. I just heard this student is somewhat acquainted with my younger brother, so I thought I'd like to get to know him. Oh, I see. The buzz-cut boy nodded, then nervously scanned his surroundings. Only after repeatedly confirming no one else was watching did he lean closer to Lin Wenxian and lower his voice. Hey, sis, I'll let you in on something, but you gotta promise not to tell anyone. And if you do, make sure it's not my fault. What is it? Seeing his demeanor, Lin Wenxian couldn't help but feel a bit curious. Is it about Xiaoyu? Yep. The buzz-cut boy nodded. Not just about Lin Fengyu, it's also connected to that guy named Lin Shuo. I promise. Hurry up and tell me. Lin Wenxian grew visibly anxious. She was now seriously suspecting whether Lin Shuo had been bullying Lin Fengyu even more at school, behavior she was unaware of. Well, I'm telling you now. The buzz-cut boy swallowed hard and replied slowly. That Lin Shuo guy bullies Lin Fengyu all the time. He'll call Fengyu to the bathroom for no reason and slap him across the face. Sometimes on the way home from school, he'd even block Lin Fengyu from going home. Even a few days ago, before Lin Fengyu got sick and missed school, he threw a trash can at him. When the teacher caught him, he turned around and blamed it on Lin Fengyu. Because of that, Lin Fengyu had to write a self-criticism and run laps around the playground. Oh, and rumors sometimes spread at school that Lin Fengyu bullies people? That's all Lin Shuo doing it, but he frames everything on Lin Fengyu. Hearing this, Lin Wenxian was overcome with rage. She unconsciously clenched her fists, desperate to storm into Lin Shuo's classroom and slap him across the face. She had assumed Lin Shuo's bullying of Lin Fengyu was limited to stealing pocket money or hurling verbal insults. And that at home, when their parents and sisters weren't around, he'd just play petty pranks. But she never imagined Lin Shuo's bullying of Lin Fengyu would be far worse than she could have ever imagined. This is outrageous. Chapter 45, Things That Love to Humiliate Themselves. Meanwhile, in Class 4 of Senior 3. Morning, Lin Shuo, Fei Shuwen and Du Juanguang, seated at their respective desks, greeted him in unison as he entered. Morning. Lin Shuo gave a slight nod, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and slowly sat down at his desk. He then turned to Du Juanguang beside him. Did you finish last night's worksheet? Of course I did. I don't want you getting scolded with me. Du Juanguang pulled out the exam paper he'd prepared earlier from his desk drawer. It's just, maybe a bit messy. There were so many questions I didn't understand. It's fine. The fact that you wrote it shows you were serious. That's progress. As for the parts you didn't understand, I'll teach you slowly. Lin Shuo gave a calm smile, then picked up the paper and examined it carefully. He took out a red ballpoint pen and, without rushing, circled each error he found on the paper one by one. A few minutes later, just as Lin Shuo finished his brief corrections and prepared to patiently explain things to Du Juanguang, a hand suddenly shot out from the side, slamming down hard on his desk with a loud thud. Lin Shuo! Get out here! Hearing that familiar reprimand, Lin Shuo couldn't help but frown. When he looked up, sure enough, it was Lin Wenxian. Ugh, like a ghost that won't go away. Lin Shuo showed no intention of getting up, nor did he hide the disgust evident in his eyes. What did you say? Lin Wenxian's chest heaved violently at his reaction, her eyes widening as if ready to spew tangible flames of rage. Can't you understand human speech? Lin Shuo shot her an impatient sideways glance. You persistent ghost, would you kindly get lost? Stop acting like we're old friends. You. Lin Wenxian flew into a rage, reaching out to grab Lin Shuo's hair. But how could the current Lin Shuo allow himself to be bullied? He slapped her hand away forcefully, his eyes darkening. Lin Wenxian, I warn you, you'd be wise not to cross me right now. What do you mean I'd better not mess with you? Lin Wenxian's eyes widened with fury. You bully Xiaoyu at school every day, slandering him. I haven't even settled the score with you yet, and now you dare turn the tables on me? Don't think you can run wild just because you ran away from home. Mark my words, today I'm going to teach you a lesson and drag you to apologize to Xiaoyu. Hearing this, Lin Shuo laughed in disbelief. Me bullying Lin Fengyu at school? Are you serious? Stop playing dumb. I heard it from students in other classes. Lin Wenxian snapped angrily. If it wasn't you, then who else could it be? Me? Or did Xiaoyu do it to himself? Fine. Yeah. You're absolutely right. I did it. What are you gonna do about it? Lin Shuo had a pretty good idea what was going on. He couldn't be bothered to argue, his eyes filled with indifference and mockery. He knew exactly what the Lin family was like. Whether it was outsiders or Lin Fengyu himself. The bottom line was this: if any member of the Lin family ever uttered a single negative word about him, he couldn't clear his name even if he grew 10 more mouths. Explanations were utterly useless to the Lin family. Because no one in the entire family would ever trust him. Especially not this hot-tempered Lin Wenxian standing before him.
So rather than waste breath explaining, it was better to just give up and rub salt in the wound.
What kind of tone is that? Lin Wenxian was predictably provoked into even greater fury. Is bullying Xiaoyu something you take pride in? Don't think I'm powerless against you. Yes, I am proud of it. I think you really can't do anything to me. So what?
Lin Shuo responded with a smirk. And not only will I not change my ways, but once Lin Fengyu returns to school, I'll escalate it. I'll drag him to the bathroom daily, slap him, and force him to eat.
What are you going to do about it?
You. Seeing Lin Shuo's increasingly arrogant attitude, the rage Lin Wenxian had been suppressing for so long felt like it had been doused with boiling oil. Her face twisted into a vicious grimace as she raised her arm, poised to deliver a vicious slap across Lin Shuo's face. Lin Shuo, already on guard, reacted swiftly, preparing to dodge and counterattack. But Du Juanguang, standing nearby, moved faster. As he rose to his feet, he grabbed Lin Wenxian's swinging wrist with a sharp snap. Are all the sisters in your Lin family a little off their rocker? It's one thing to mistreat Lin Shuo at home, that's your family's business, and outsiders shouldn't meddle. But now that he's finally managed to escape your chaotic household, you're still chasing him down one by one at school to cause trouble. And pinning these ridiculous accusations on him. Don't you fear karma catching up with you? Du Juanguang shot Lin Wenxian a look that was both speechless and unfriendly. Exactly. Fei Shuwen chimed in from the sidelines. It's clear that Lin Fengyu bullied Lin Shuo at school.
How did it turn upside down in your version? That's not just biased, it's downright unreasonable. No wonder you raised a brother like Lin Fengyu. What nonsense are you spouting?
Lin Wenxian snapped, her eyes flashing with fury.
Don't think I'll believe you just because you're trying to pin this on Xiaoyu. Especially you do brat, let go of me right now. Hanging around with a thankless bastard like Lin Shuo all day? You're the one who'll get your comeuppance. Tisk, truly beyond redemption. Du Juanguang released his grip and shook his head in exasperation. Who do you call hopeless?
Lin Wenxian exploded, her voice thick with fury. Don't think your family connections give you free rein to act however you please. Mark my words, if you ever dare bully Xiaoyu with that ingrate Lin Shuo again, just try it. I'll make sure your parents teach you a lesson you won't forget.
You? Discipline me on my parents' behalf? Du Juanguang couldn't help but laugh. He took 2 steps forward, towering over Lin Wenxian.
Lin Wenxian stared at the towering, mountain-like figure before her, her expression instantly stiffening.
You like to humiliate yourself, don't you? A discordant voice suddenly cut in.
Lin Wenxian instinctively turned toward the voice and immediately caught Lin Shuo's gaze filled with utter contempt.
This instantly sent her into a rage. Say that again if you dare? See? I wasn't wrong.
Lin Shuo smiled as he looked around at the classmates whose attention had been drawn to the commotion. You practically begged me to insult her again.
Isn't that exactly what you call asking for humiliation?
As soon as he finished speaking, waves of laughter erupted throughout the classroom.
Lin Wenxian, who had never endured such humiliation, flushed crimson in the neck.
Her eyes narrowed into feral slits, as if she were a beast ready to devour someone. She seethed with the urge to grab Lin Shuo by the hair and slap him hard across the face right then and there.
But she hadn't forgotten the humiliation she'd just suffered at Du Juanguang's hands.
With him still present, she gritted her teeth and managed only after a long, tense pause.
You little brat, just you wait. Chapter 46, how can you not tell right from wrong? Idiot.
Lin Shuo shot her a dismissive look.
Wait for you? Who the hell is waiting for you? You.
It was precisely this reaction that nearly drove Lin Wenxian to faint from anger.
She never imagined Lin Shuo would become so vile.
Just months ago, he wouldn't even dare lift his head when she spoke to him. Now he not only dared to talk back, but had even begun to mock and insult her. She couldn't fathom what had transformed Lin Shuo into this monstrous version of himself.
What's all this commotion in your class? Don't you know morning reading is about to start?
A stern reprimand echoed from outside the classroom. The students jumped in surprise, quickly turning around and sitting up straight, no longer daring to focus their attention on Lin Wenxian. Lin Shuo followed the sound and saw the head of discipline, Yang Jiahao, standing at the classroom door. Frowning, he scanned the students in the classroom before striding toward Lin Wenxian.
Are you a parent? The question snapped Lin Wenxian out of her anger. Yes, I am the student's parent.
Lin Wenxian took a deep breath, suppressed her emotions, and replied promptly.
Morning reading period is about to begin. Senior students have a tight schedule. Please don't cause disruption to the other students. Could you kindly step outside for now?
As soon as Yang Jiahao finished speaking, Lin Shuo, standing nearby, immediately interjected. Principal, she's Lin Fengyu's parent.
I don't know her well. She's here to cause trouble for me and Du Juanguang over Lin Fengyu's affairs. As the words fell, Lin Wenxian's expression changed abruptly. Yang Jiahao's brow furrowed into a deep frown. I'm not. Lin Wenxian tried to defend herself urgently, while Du Juanguang chimed in from the side. She just tried to slap Lin Shuo. If I hadn't been standing right there, she would have succeeded. Fei Shuwen didn't hesitate to add. Principal, I can vouch for it.
Lin Shuo arrived at school today and immediately started tutoring Du Juanguang. The moment she walked in, she slammed the desk and started picking on Lin Shuo, even falsely accusing him of bullying Lin Fengyu.
Many classmates witnessed it earlier, they can all testify. Hearing this, Yang Jiahao's expression darkened. He shot Lin Wenxian a sidelong glance. Parent, please step outside with me. No. Director, don't listen to these kids' nonsense. Nothing like that happened.
Lin Wenxian grew flustered, not because she feared the so-called principal. Rather, she feared this incident would affect Xiaoyu's future standing at school. What if Xiaoyu was singled out for trouble at school or deliberately shunned by teachers? Given Xiaoyu's kind nature, he'd likely swallow his pain silently rather than speak up at home if wronged at school. The mere thought of it sent waves of panic through Lin Wenxian's heart. Regardless of whether this actually happened, you must not remain in the classroom and disrupt other students. Yang Jiahao's voice carried a hint of impatience. Secondly, I need to discuss Lin Fengyu's recent behavior at school with you.
As a parent, don't you want to know how your child is conducting himself?
Stumped by Yang Jiahao's sharp retort, Lin Wenxian could only follow him out of the classroom. Just before stepping out the door, she couldn't resist turning to glare at Lin Shuo. Her gaze met his, and she saw him looking at her with an expression bordering on triumphant, tinged with contempt as if he had anticipated her reaction. The pent-up anger surged to her head in an instant, nearly overwhelming her control and making her want to rush back into the classroom and slap him.
Parent of Lin Fengyu?
The dean of students seemed to sense the tension, his voice tinged with irritation.
I'm here. Lin Wenxian answered in a flustered voice.
She had nearly lost control of her emotions, redirecting her anger toward Yang Jiahao instead of Lin Shuo.
First, how much do you know about Lin Fengyu's behavior at school?
Principal Yang Jiahao halted his steps, coming to a stop several meters from the classroom door.
Of course I know. I know everything.
Lin Wenxian hurriedly replied, Xiaoyu is very well behaved at school.
His grades are good, and he hasn't really made any mistakes, has he? Well behaved? Yang Jiahao was speechless.
It seems you have no idea about your own child's situation.
How could I not know?
Lin Wenxian said anxiously, our Xiaoyu has always been kind, obedient, and sensible.
He's well behaved at home, how could he possibly misbehave at school? Principal, have you heard some gossip about our Xiaoyu at school?
That's all slander. It must be that student Lin Shuo stirring up trouble.
Don't be fooled by his harmless appearance, he's no good at all. I know him too well. Is that so? Then are you aware that just 2 days ago, Lin Fengyu and several other students bullied Lin Shuo? Yang Jiahao's counter-question caught Lin Wenxian off guard. How could that be? You must be mistaken. That must be another rumor too. Lin Wenxian clearly didn't believe it and defended herself urgently.
I personally caught them red-handed.
How could I not know whether this is a rumor or not? Yang Jiahao snorted impatiently.
Secondly, I don't know if there are rumors about Lin Fengyu among the students, but after that incident a couple days ago, I specifically checked with all his subject teachers about him. It turns out there are quite a few cliques in the school led by Lin Fengyu.
Impossible. Our Xiaoyu wouldn't do such a thing. He's so well behaved and sensible.
Lin Wenxian began to panic, instinctively shifting blame away from Lin Fengyu.
Principal, is it possible that Lin Shuo was actually responsible for this, but framed our little you for it? What nonsense are you spouting? Yang Jiahao was irritated by this response and couldn't help but snap. I've explained everything so clearly to you, yet you still can't tell right from wrong? Though I've only been at this school for less than a year, I've been teaching for over a decade. I can see right through a student's true nature and any tricks they might have up their sleeves. Forget about your son Lin Fengyu for now. Take Lin Shuo, that boy would never do what you're accusing him of. I've carefully consulted all his subject teachers. For 3 years at this school, Lin Shuo has been quite introverted. He's the type students tend to overlook instinctively. How could he possibly have the opportunity to bully or slander other students or form cliques? Also, you mentioned earlier that you know Lin Shuo very well. I'm actually quite curious to hear exactly how you came to know him so intimately. Chapter 47, Don't Push Your Luck. Yang Jiahao's words, especially that final accusatory line, left Lin Wenxian speechless for a moment. I.
Lin Wenxian stammered for a long moment, her eyes filled with inner turmoil. At that moment, she desperately wanted to blurt out the truth that Lin Shuo was her brother, but her rational mind fought fiercely against it. Deep down, she knew that revealing this truth would do her no good, it would only invite even harsher accusations. Alright, it's almost time for the students' class. You should head back now. We can discuss matters concerning your child another time. Yang Jiahao shook his head gently, signaling her to leave. He could see clearly that Lin Wenxian was blatantly biased toward Lin Fengyu. There was little point in reasoning with someone like this, no amount of explanation could change her stubborn, distorted mindset. Lin Wenxian's face flushed with embarrassment, but she had no choice but to leave. After stepping out of the school gates, Lin Wenxian drifted into a daze. The words spoken by the school's dean of discipline earlier still swirled in her mind. Could I have done something wrong? The thought startled her. What nonsense! What could I have done wrong?
That principal must have been deceived by Lin Shuo too. How could that little bastard act so well behaved at school? It's all an act. That's it. She repeated this to herself over and over, quickly dispelling the fleeting doubt that had arisen and reinforcing her original conviction. That little bastard Lin Shuo humiliated me so badly at school today, I won't let him get away with it. And then there's second sister's rheumatism. I'm taking that little bastard to see her today, no matter what. You little bastard, just try hiding in that school forever. I'll be waiting right here at the gate today. Let's see if you dare to come out. Meanwhile, in an old neighborhood on the eastern edge of town, Fang Mingyue yawned as she emerged from the bedroom. The moment she reached the living room, she saw Wu Mengjing carrying a huge pile of groceries through the door. Holy crap, what's the occasion today? Why did you buy so much food? Fang Mingyue froze for a moment before bursting with excitement. Is this for me? Mengjing, you're amazing. I love you so much. Come here, let me give you a kiss. Go play somewhere else. Wu Mengjing pushed away Fang Mingyue's approaching face with a look of disgust. What does this have to do with you? I bought these groceries for Xiao Shuo. Oh? For Xiao Shuo? Fang Mingyue shot her a meaningful look. Why buy him so much food? Are you trying to show off in front of me? What kind of nonsense is constantly running through your head? Wu Mengjing was utterly speechless and hurriedly explained, today is Xiao Shuo's birthday. Of course I have to prepare something special for him. What? Today is Xiao Shuo's birthday? Fang Mingyue jumped in surprise. Why didn't you tell me last night? It was too late last night. I forgot. Wu Mengjing said as she carried the groceries toward the kitchen. Ugh, this is so annoying. Mengjing, it's all your fault for not telling me sooner. Fang Mingyue pouted, clearly displeased. I haven't prepared anything. When Xiao Shuo gets home tonight, I'll be so embarrassed. It's still early before Xiao Shuo gets home from evening study. Why the rush? Wu Mengjing replied calmly, you still have over 10 hours to prepare a gift. Actually, you don't have to give one, it's the thought that counts. Got it. So basically, I should just offer myself up? Fang Mingyue nodded thoughtfully. The moment the words left her mouth, Wu Mengjing shot her a withering look. You're crazy. Wu Mengjing snapped irritably. Just kidding. Fang Mingyue winked mischievously. I'm not trying to take it from you. Why the rush? Say one more brainless thing, and you better believe this rag in my hand will be flying toward your face in a second. Wu Mengjing's eye twitched, her tone dripping with menace. Ahem, okay, no more messing around. Fang Mingyue quickly composed herself. I'll head out to get Xiao Shuo's gift first, then swing by school to pick him up later. What do you think? Whatever you want. Wu Mengjing couldn't be bothered and bent back to washing vegetables. By the way, which school does Xiao Shuo attend? Jiangcheng No. 1 High School. Alright, I'll head out now. Before long, evening arrived. As the bell signaling the end of evening study period rang out, the classroom filled with the rustling sounds of students packing up their things, one by one leaving the room. Did you remember all the points I covered today? Lin Shuo tapped Du Juanguang's forehead with his pen, snapping him out of his drowsy state. I remember most of it. Du Juanguang's reply carried a hint of unease, as he felt his mind had been foggy all day. Lin Shuo remained calm about it. Throughout the day, he'd observed that while Du Juanguang was essentially goofing off during lessons, he actually possessed excellent memory and natural aptitude. After explaining a concept 2 or 3 times, Du Juanguang could usually recall it with over 80% accuracy. It was clear Du Juanguang simply lacked interest in studying, otherwise, excelling academically wouldn't be a problem. It's okay, take your time. Learning is a long-term process after all. Keep at it. Lin Shuo smiled, gathered his things, and said, Shuwen, let's go. All right. Fei Shuwen, who had also packed up, hurried to follow. Du Juanguang also stood up abruptly. He was used to heading home empty-handed, but as he reached the classroom door, he paused, reconsidered, and turned back to grab a few test papers and books. The three walked out of the school gate together. Just like last night, they chatted casually about random topics as they headed toward the bus stop. Just as they crossed the street and were about to reach the bus stop, a figure suddenly darted out from behind. Before the trio could react, it grabbed Lin Shuo's arm. Lin Shuo froze, instinctively turning his head. The moment he recognized who had grabbed him, his expression darkened. Without hesitation, he snapped, "Get lost! You damn ghost!" Hearing this, Lin Wenqian, already seething with anger after a day of pent-up frustration, turned livid. What did you just call me? Say it again. If you insist on being so despicable, I'll grant your wish. Get lost, you piece of trash. As Lin Shuo hurled the insults, he yanked his hand free. You little bastard, you're completely out of control. Lin Wenqian's voice rose to a shrill pitch as rage overwhelmed her. Losing control, she raised her other hand, intent on slapping Lin Shuo across the face. But Fei Shuwen, standing nearby, quickly stepped in front of her. Du Juanguang, quick as a flash, grabbed Lin Wenqian's arm and glared at her, saying, Lin Wenqian, you already caused a scene this morning. Don't you think it's time to stop? Don't push your luck. Chapter 48. What do you think you're doing to Xiao Shuo?
The threatening tone froze Lin Wenxian's expression, and the rage surging to her forehead began to subside.
This is our family's business. What's it to you? Mind your own damn business.
Lin Wenxian gritted her teeth as she spoke, trying to pull her arm free.
But Du Juanwan's grip was incredibly strong, and he was clearly targeting her on purpose.
No matter how hard she pulled, she couldn't budge her wrist an inch. In fact, his grip was starting to hurt.
Lin Shuo is my buddy.
Mess with him, and you mess with me. So today, I'm going to meddle in this business whether you like it or not. If you have a problem with that, feel free to voice it, I won't be listening anyway.
Du Juanwan's tone was domineering, and he tightened his grip slightly.
The pain made Lin Wenxian frown and cry out in agony, "Let go! Lin Shuo, make him let go!
Let go, Jun Guang!"
Lin Shuo spoke up, not because he felt pity.
Rather, he didn't want the conflict between himself and the Lin family to involve Du Juanwan.
But Du Juanwan clearly didn't grasp Lin Shuo's reasoning, his reluctance evident. "She's come looking for trouble with you a second time.
Shouldn't she get a lesson?"
"A lesson is necessary, but leave this matter to me." Lin Shuo lowered his voice to explain and persuade him.
"Trust me, Jun Guang. While I don't know the details between your family and the Lins, think about it, if you cause trouble, won't your family end up cleaning up the mess? And then you'll definitely face punishment."
But
Du Juanwan pondered this. It made sense, yet hesitation lingered on his face.
But his main concern was for Lin Shuo.
Seeing this, Lin Shuo could easily discern Du Juanwan's thoughts.
He added a few more words.
"Getting punished is one thing. But what if your parents demand you cut ties with me?
Then neither of us could come home together like this anymore.
I wouldn't even be able to tutor you. Wouldn't you be sent abroad for sure then?" Hearing this, Du Juanwan's eyes flickered with conflict. "All right."
After several moments of hesitation, he was finally persuaded and slowly released Lin Wenxian's arm. Lin Wenxian hastily withdrew her hand and took a few steps back, cautiously keeping her distance from Du Juanwan. Having learned her lesson well, she knew Du Juanwan wasn't someone to mess with. She didn't dare confront him about what had just happened.
But she couldn't swallow the humiliation she'd just endured. Her mind was filled with rage and frustration, desperately needing an outlet. She glared at Lin Shuo and snapped. "Lin Shuo, look at yourself.
It's bad enough you're always out causing trouble, but now you're disrespecting your elders.
Do you even remember I'm your sister?
You must kneel and apologize to me for what happened today.
Then come with me to the hospital. Otherwise, don't ever think you'll set foot in the Lin household again."
Hearing this, Fei Shuwen was utterly speechless. He couldn't fathom how Lin Wenxian had the nerve to say such things.
Beside them, Du Juanwan couldn't help but frown.
If not for the ties between the Lin and Du families and the uncertainty of his parents' stance on this matter, he would have slapped that shameless woman across the face. "Lin Wenxian, what I look like is none of your damn business.
You ask if I still recognize you as my sister? I'm genuinely curious, how dare you even utter such words? Search your conscience and tell me, in these past 3 years, have you ever treated me like a sister should? And second, you expect me to kneel and apologize to you? Lin Wenxian, do you even deserve it? As for the Lin family's doorstep, let whoever wants to walk over it do so. Don't go thinking your Lin family has any royal throne worth inheriting. Just wait a few years and see how much of your Lin family's fortune remains." Lin Shuo's reaction was remarkably calm, his retort delivered with barely a flicker of emotion. It was precisely this calm demeanor that infuriated Lin Wenxian even more. "You!" Lin Wenxian flared with anger, ready to retort, but perhaps knowing deep down she was in the wrong, she found herself momentarily speechless. This humiliation spurred her to blurt out, "You little brat! How dare you talk back to me? Who do you think you are to even utter the word talk back to me?" Lin Shuo showed her no leniency, his face twisted with contempt as he spat out the words without hesitation. "You're just bored out of your mind, coming here looking for a fight. Lin Wenxian, are you just asking for it? You're the one who's a ing." Lin Wenxian was utterly enraged by the insults. Consumed by fury, she momentarily forgot the lesson she'd learned not long ago. In a fit of shame and anger, she lunged at Lin Shuo. But before she could even get close, a hand reached out to meet her as if anticipating her move. Smack! The sharp crack of the slap echoed through the air. Lin Wenxian froze in place, her mind going blank. She couldn't believe what had just happened to her. Instinctively, she stared wide-eyed at Lin Shuo, who had withdrawn his arm. A bright red handprint now stood out starkly on her cheek. Du Juanguang and Fei Shuwen, who witnessed the scene, gaped in shock, seemingly unprepared for such an outcome. You dare hit me?" Only when a sharp ringing filled her ears and the stinging pain on her cheek became unbearable did Lin Wenxian finally snap back to her senses. The shock in her eyes gradually transformed into a rage that seemed tangible. "You actually dared to slap me." The moment Lin Wenxian fully realized Lin Shuo had actually slapped her, her emotions erupted. She screamed at the top of her lungs, her voice shrill and piercing. "So what if I slapped you?" Lin Shuo looked at her with contempt, his tone cold and indifferent.
What you owe me, plus everything you've done to me over the years, this slap is nothing compared to what you deserve. If you keep acting like I won't hesitate to give you another one.
Ah! Lin Wenxian couldn't hear a word Lin Shuo was saying.
Screaming, she lunged at him again. Seeing this, Lin Shuo showed no sign of panic. He swiftly swung his hand back and delivered another hard slap across Lin Wenxian's face.
You like to be a? I'll oblige you.
The crisp sound of the slap was followed by Lin Shuo's cold, contemptuous words. You bastard! I'll kill you! Lin Wenxian seemed possessed, her features twisted and grotesque like a demon crawling from hell. She lunged forward, clawing and snarling, closing the distance between her and Lin Shuo. Fei Shuwen and Du Juanwan, watching from the sidelines, were so terrified they rushed to intervene.
Just then, a white Mercedes pulled up to the curb.
A woman hurriedly stepped out of the driver's seat.
What are you doing to Xiao Shuo? Chapter 49, I'm here for you.
The sudden shout drew everyone's attention.
Sister, you? Recognizing the figure, Lin Shuo couldn't help but feel surprised.
Before he could ask how she ended up here, Fang Mingyue lunged forward in a single stride. She grabbed Lin Wenxian's hair and yanked her down, simultaneously hooking her ankle with her toes. With effortless ease, she sent Lin Wenxian crashing to the ground.
Ah!
The searing pain as if her scalp were being torn off, combined with the sudden impact on her buttocks, made Lin Wenxian scream, "Let go!
Let go of me! Let go my ass!" Fang Mingyue tightened her grip, snarling, You dare bully our Xiao Shuo? You're just asking for a beating. Your little Shuo? Who the hell do you think you are? Who cares who I am? I'm teaching you a lesson today for coming after Xiao Shuo. With that, Fang Mingyue raised her arm and delivered 2 sharp slaps across Lin Wenxian's face.
The sharp crack of the slaps, combined with Lin Wenxian's shrill screams, made Du Juanwan and the others nearby wince visibly.
Sis, you, stop. Don't hit her anymore.
Lin Shuo rushed over to intervene, not wanting Fang Mingyue to face retaliation from the Lin family afterward.
It's fine. Fang Mingyue seemed to read Lin Shuo's thoughts, it's just the Lin family. I'm not afraid of them.
Hearing this, Lin Shuo paused in surprise.
Meanwhile, the battered Lin Wenxian finally got a clear look at Fang Mingyue's face and screamed in shock, Fang Mingyue? It's you? Yes, it's me. So what? Fang Mingyue snorted defiantly. You, who do you think you are hitting me? What gives you the right? Lin Wenxian wailed. Why shouldn't I hit you? What, are you some kind of noble? Or is your face made of gold? Fang Mingyue sneered with contempt. You. Lin Wenxian was so flustered she couldn't form a complete sentence. Her anger and frustration only intensified her sobbing. I've had it with you for ages. I didn't bother with you before, but you had to let me catch you bullying Xiao Shuo. Mark my words, if you ever dare mess with him again, just wait and see if I slap you again. Bullying him? How did I bully him? He started it by cursing at me. And what business is it of yours what my relationship with Lin Shuo is? What right do you have to interfere in our affairs? I don't know if Xiao Shuo cursed you, but I believe what I saw with my own eyes. As for what my relationship with Xiao Shuo is? I'll tell you today, he's my brother. So what if I meddle in his affairs with you? Fang Mingyue's tone was nothing short of righteous indignation. Bull! Lin Wenxian trembled with rage. You say you're Lin Shuo's sister, but who am I then? Who cares who you are? It's none of my business. Get lost. Seeing you just annoys me. Fang Mingyue finished speaking without mincing words, then released Lin Wenxian's hair and shoved her hard. Ah! Lin Wenxian nearly smacked her head on the floor, screaming in fright without even realizing it. Shut up! Get lost! Fang Mingyue's gaze was as cold as if she were looking at trash. You, just wait. Lin Wenxian cried and gritted her teeth, I won't let this slide. You're not done yet? Can't you understand a word I say? Fang Mingyue impatiently raised her arm, poised to charge forward and slap Lin Wenxian twice more. This gesture instantly drained the color from Lin Wenxian's face. Panicked, she scrambled backward several meters. She dared not confront Fang Mingyue any longer. Shooting Lin Shuo a furious glare, she fled the scene as if escaping. That annoying thing finally got lost. Fang Mingyue watched Lin Wenxian's retreating figure disappear from view, snorting twice before turning to Lin Shuo. Little Shuo, you weren't hurt just now, were you? Don't worry, sister, I'm fine, Lin Shuo replied hastily. That's good. Fang Mingyue exhaled in relief before adding, I was a bit rash just now. I should have consulted you first before deciding whether to let her off. Sis, don't worry about it. You already helped me tremendously just now. Gratitude flashed across Lin Shuo's face as he spoke. I haven't even thanked you yet. Oh, come on, why thank me? Have you forgotten how much you helped me last night? Compared to that, this is nothing. Fang Mingyue waved her hand dismissively. I'll buy you a phone later. If that Lin guy dares bother you again, just call me. I promise I'll be there in a flash and make sure he pays dearly. Sis, please don't. Lin Shuo tried to refuse. But Fang Mingyue seemed to have anticipated his reaction.
She didn't give him a chance to speak, immediately turning to Du Juanguang and Fei Shuwen beside him and quickly interrupting his words.
Oh. I almost forgot about these two kids. You're both Xiao Shua's classmates, right? My name is Fang Mingyue. I'm Xiao Shua's half-sister. From now on, I'm counting on you guys to look out for him at school. Fei Shuwen, who was more reserved, suddenly found the conversation turned to him and let out an awkward ah. Du Juanguang, however, reacted with a hint of exasperation. Sis Mingyue, don't you recognize me? My sister brought me to meet you before. Fang Mingyue froze upon hearing this. Ha? You're Du Juanguang. That name sounds so familiar. My sister is Du Yuqing. Oh. I remember now. Fang Mingyue's eyes widened in sudden realization as she took a closer look at Du Juanguang's appearance. No wonder you looked familiar. But you and your sister, you look quite different, huh? That's why I didn't recognize you at first. Du Juanguang sighed. It wasn't the first time someone had compared his looks to his sister's. Sorry about that, I didn't mean anything by it. Seeing Du Juanguang's reaction, Fang Mingyue instantly realized she'd been too blunt and accidentally hit a sore spot. She quickly apologized. It's fine. I'm used to it. Du Juanguang didn't dwell on it, not because he thought he was unattractive. It was mainly because his sister's appearance was truly striking, which inevitably led people to bring up such comparisons. Yeah. It's all my sister's fault. By the way, Sister Mingyue, why did you suddenly come here? Lin Shuo, standing nearby, finally found an opening to speak, his face full of resignation. He knew he couldn't bring up the rejection again, or Fang Mingyue would surely interrupt him with another deliberate change of subject. So instead, he voiced the question that had been on his mind earlier but hadn't had a chance to ask. Oh right, I almost forgot the main reason. Fang Mingyue slapped her forehead, then grabbed Lin Shuo's arm. Come on. Get in the car first. I'll tell you everything once we get back. Chapter 50, Happy Birthday to You. Wait. Sister Ming. Lin Shuo felt momentarily flustered as he was dragged along. He couldn't understand why she couldn't just say it right then and there. Was it really that urgent? Hey, calm down. Fang Mingyue opened the car door and shoved Lin Shuo into the back seat. I told you I'd explain on the way back. It's not like we're in a race. Lin Shuo didn't even know what to say. Who exactly was in such a hurry? Oh, right. After getting Lin Shuo into the car, Fang Mingyue sat in the driver's seat and only then remembered Fei Shuwen and Du Juanguang waiting by the side. I've got something to take care of, so I'll just take Xiao Shuo back first. Can't give you guys a ride. Next time I get the chance, I'll treat you to a meal with Xiao Shuo. Ah. Oh, okay. Fei Shuwen responded with a slightly dazed yeah, okay. By the time he finished speaking, the white Mercedes had already sped away. Only he and Du Juanguang remained on the empty street. An awkward silence descended. Fei Shuwen stood there for a moment, at a loss. Without Lin Shuo, that crucial hinge between them, he had no idea how to interact with Du Juanguang. Just as he was agonizing over this dilemma, Du Juanguang spoke up. Let's hurry up and go. The bus will be here soon, and if we miss it, we'll have to wait over half an hour. Oh, okay. Meanwhile, inside the white Mercedes, Lin Shuo glanced at Fang Mingyue through the rearview mirror. She hadn't uttered a word since getting in. After a long silence, he finally couldn't hold back and asked. Sis Mingyue, what's going on? Didn't you say you'd tell me on the way back? Fang Mingyue blinked innocently, feigning confusion. Oh dear, did I say that? Her reaction left Lin Shuo feeling helpless. Sis Mingyue, you can't just play dumb like this, can you? Nonsense. How could your sister be playing dumb? Fang Mingyue declared with righteous indignation. I clearly said I'd explain everything once we got back. We're not even home yet, why are you rushing me? Lin Shuo was at a loss for words. He truly hadn't expected Fang Mingyue to pull this stunt. He had no idea what other excuses Fang Mingyue might come up with once they got home. Just as he began plotting how to coax information out of her, Fang Mingyue suddenly blurted out, Xiao Shuo, you're actually a child of the Lin family. How come I've never seen you before? The question disrupted Lin Shuo's train of thought and plunged him into a prolonged silence. The atmosphere in the car instantly grew heavy. Realizing she'd asked the wrong thing, Fang Mingyue quickly added, oh dear, sis was just curious and asked offhand. If you don't want to answer, it's totally fine. Don't worry about it, okay? It's fine, Sister Mingyue. After a moment, Lin Shuo finally spoke. It's not that I think the question is problematic. I was just thinking about how to answer it. Hearing this, Fang Mingyue quickly glanced at Lin Shuo's expression through the rearview mirror. After confirming repeatedly that his expression showed only conflict and hesitation, not displeasure or any other negative emotion, she felt a slight sense of relief. Would you like to talk about it with me? Fang Mingyue couldn't contain her curiosity any longer and tentatively asked again. I can, but... Lin Shuo paused. I'd prefer to explain this when we get back, with Sister Jing present. After all, she took me and she deserves to know. I don't want her to find out last, and I'd rather not repeat the explanation.
It's complicated and would take too long to unpack.
Alright. Sis thinks you make a good point.
Fang Mingyue agreed with great understanding, suppressing her curiosity and refraining from pressing further questions at that moment.
Actually,
Lin Shuo paused before adding, there's another reason.
oh? What's that? Because you're cheating, sister you. Oh, you little rascal, deliberately trying to get under my skin, huh? Fang Mingyue found herself both amused and exasperated.
Well, you started it by being unreasonable, sister you.
I'm a bit petty, you know. Lin Shuo raised an eyebrow. Fine.
It's my fault, all my fault.
Fang Mingyue could tell Lin Shuo was joking, her tone brimming with affection. About 20 minutes later,
the car slowly entered the old residential neighborhood.
Sis, why aren't we going to the internet cafe? Lin Shuo asked in confusion. Of course not.
Because Sister Jing is waiting for us at home.
Fang Mingyue winked mysteriously.
This only deepened Lin Shuo's confusion. In his memory, Wu Mengjing should be at the internet cafe at this hour.
Could it be related to Fang Mingyue suddenly rushing to school to pick him up tonight? What on earth was going on?
The more he pondered, the more his mind felt like a cat scratching at his insides. But since Fang Mingyue stubbornly refused to give him an answer, he could only suppress his frustration and curiosity, following her step by step up the stairs. When Fang Mingyue unlocked the security door with her key under the dim, outdated motion sensor light in the hallway, the pitch-black interior immediately made Lin Shuo sense something was off.
Wasn't Sister Jing supposed to be waiting at home? Why wasn't even the light on?
Just as Lin Shuo was about to ask for an explanation, Fang Mingyue suddenly plunged headfirst into the pitch-black interior. Before Lin Shuo could react, a dull thud echoed from the darkness. It sounded like something had been knocked over. Then Fang Mingyue's pained cry of ouch followed immediately.
Sis Mingyue? Startled, Lin Shuo hurriedly asked, are you okay?
But not a single sound came from Fang Mingyue in the pitch-black room. This only deepened Lin Shuo's sense that something was terribly wrong, even sending a chill down his spine. He had intended to leave for the internet cafe, but concern for Mingyue's well-being forced him to steel himself and take 2 steps inside. Feeling his way in the dark, he reached for the switch of the living room's incandescent light. He soon located the switch. Click! The switch clicked sharply. Yet the darkness in the living room remained completely undisturbed. Was the bulb broken? Or was it a power outage? Lin Shuo tried flipping the switch a few more times. The unresponsive living room made his heartbeat gradually feel like a drumbeat.
This uncanny feeling, reminiscent of a horror movie, intensified the unease in Lin Shuo's heart.
Just as he was about to call for help or dial 911, several flickering candle lights emerged from the depths of the living room, accompanied by soft humming.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
The flickering candlelight dispelled some of the darkness, revealing Fang Mingyue grimacing as she leaned against the wall and Wu Mengjing, smiling as she approached him, cake in hand.
Chapter 51, I'm just your tenant, Sister Jing.
In that instant, Lin Shuo froze. He stared at Wu Mengjing holding the cake, listening to her softly humming the birthday song, unable to speak for a long while.
What's wrong, Xiao Shuo?
Wu Mengjing approached and noticed Lin Shuo hadn't reacted for ages, suddenly growing anxious. I'm celebrating your birthday for you.
Aren't you happy?
Lin Shuo finally snapped back to reality, a complex mix of emotions welling up inside him.
It's not that I'm not happy. Sister Jing. How should I put this?
Despite his efforts to hide it, his voice still carried a hint of choking back tears. He himself had nearly forgotten about his birthday, never expecting Wu Mengjing to remember, much less go out of her way to celebrate it for him. This suddenly reminded him of his experiences over the past decade with his adoptive parents, including those at the Lin household. Those so-called family members had never once remembered his birthday, let alone celebrated it for him. On ordinary days, even a single kind word or being remembered for something good felt like an unattainable luxury. Especially during his 3 years with the Lins. He and Lin Fengyu shared the same birthday. Yet the Lin family always remembered only Lin Fengyu. Left forgotten, he could only curl up alone in a corner like a mouse, watching as the birthday wishes he should have received fell solely upon Lin Fengyu. Silly boy, if you don't know what to say, then just don't say anything. Wu Mengjing seemed to read Lin Shuo's thoughts, gently interrupting with tender concern. Today is your birthday. Birthdays are meant to be joyful. Don't dwell on all that nonsense and clutter in your mind, okay? Lin Shuo sniffed, warmth spreading through his heart.
Thank you. Sister Jing. What are you thanking me for? Wu Mengjing smiled. It's only natural for a sister to celebrate her little brother's birthday, isn't it? Besides, this is your coming-of-age birthday. But we're not actually siblings.
Lin Shuo added with a wry smile, strictly speaking, I'm just your tenant, Sister Jing.
You brat, why say things like that on your birthday?
Wu Mengjing shot him a reproachful look.
When I say those things, it's to motivate you to strive for more. Don't think I really see you as just a tenant. Besides, who says you can't be siblings if you're not blood related? I want to treat you like my own little brother now, is that okay?
Jing. Lin Shuo's eyes welled up with emotion.
Cut it out. No more of that nonsense. Wu Mengjing hurriedly added, birthdays are for celebrating happily. If you keep saying things like that, or stop treating me like your sister, watch out, I might get mad at you right now. I'm sorry. Lin Shuo pursed his lips. He understood Wu Mengjing's feelings. But this concern felt too precious to him, once an unattainable luxury. It was so precious that he found it difficult to accept it naturally at that moment. But since Wu Mengjing had spoken, he could only suppress his inner turmoil and not ruin the mood any further. Most importantly, he didn't want the birthday surprise she'd put her heart into preparing to go to waste. Good, you know you're wrong. Wu Mengjing hummed in satisfaction. Xiaoshua, why are you only thanking Sister Jing and not me? Fang Manhwa, who had been standing nearby, finally couldn't hold back any longer. She spoke up with a pained expression, sis, I just took a tumble in the dark to pull off this surprise for you. My butt still hurts. Hearing this, Lin Shuo realized where that earlier cry of pain had come from. He quickly turned to Fang Manhwa, his face lighting up with gratitude. Thank you too, Sister Manhwa. Too late. I'm angry now. Fang Manhwa pouted in protest, voicing her grievance. Ah, well. Lin Shuo felt a pang of embarrassment. He finally understood why Fang Manhwa had gone out of her way to pick him up at school tonight. He also realized that this birthday surprise was undoubtedly partly thanks to her efforts. Her stubborn refusal to explain why on the way over earlier had clearly been all part of the setup for this very moment. Alright, what's with all the fuss? Wu Mengjing rolled her eyes. Who told you to rush like that? Whose fault is it that you tripped? Can you really blame Xiaoshua for that? I was just joking around to lighten the mood. Fang Manhwa pouted. I wasn't really blaming Xiaoshua. Do I look like the petty type? Who knows what's going on in that head of yours? Wu Mengjing shook her head helplessly. She genuinely feared Fang Manhwa would pick a fight with Lin Shuo and ruin this rare birthday celebration. Ahem. Lin Shuo interjected at this point. Sister Yu, I'm really sorry about earlier. I didn't mean to ignore you. It's just that this surprise you prepared for me is the first time I've ever experienced something like this in my life. I was so overwhelmed with excitement that my brain just froze for a moment. Ha! Fang Manhwa froze for a moment, then seemed to realize something, a hint of heartache flickering in her eyes. Oh, come on, why are you taking this so seriously? I told you it was just a joke to lighten the mood. I wasn't really upset with you. Now you're making me feel like I'm the villain here. Whether you're upset or not, I still think I should consider your feelings. Lin Shuo said, feeling a bit embarrassed. After all, you've been so good to me. If I didn't bring this up and clear things up, what if I really ended up hurting your feelings? Then I'd feel guilty myself, and I probably wouldn't sleep well tonight. You little rascal. Fine, fine. At least my earlier fall wasn't for nothing. Fang Manhwa felt deeply touched, but she didn't forget what mattered most right now. Alright, Xiaoshua, let's drop this for now. It's time to talk about your birthday. Come on over, it's time to make a wish and blow out the candles. Your sister Jing's arms are getting sore from holding the cake. Okay. Lin Shuo nodded lightly, then slowly walked over to the cake Wu Mengjing was holding and closed his eyes. He didn't harbor many extravagant desires for his life, so his wish was simple. That all the people in this world who cared about him or were kind to him would live their entire lives safe and sound, healthy and well. After silently making his wish, Lin Shuo opened his eyes and gently blew out the candles. The living room lost its light source, plunging instantly into pitch-black darkness where one couldn't see their hand in front of their face. Just moments before, Lin Shuo had caught a flicker of panic in Wu Mengjing's eyes, as if she feared something. Lin Shuo quickly understood something. As a flicker of unfamiliar emotion stirred within him, he gently grasped Wu Mengjing's wrist in the darkness. Sister Jing, don't be afraid. Chapter 52, A Home Beyond Reach. As the words echoed, Wu Mengjing felt the warm touch on her wrist, and the panic welling up in her heart eased slightly. Her face in the darkness unconsciously softened with a hint of reassurance. Click! The crisp sound of the circuit breaker being flipped echoed through the room. The overhead light bulb flickered on, banishing the pitch-black darkness. Lin Shuo swiftly withdrew his hand at that moment, avoiding any misunderstanding that might arise if Fang Manhwa saw him and started saying something strange again. Phew, it's so much better with the lights on. Fang Manhwa exclaimed, dashing toward the dining table. Time to eat. Lin Shuo's gaze followed suit. Seeing the table laden with sumptuous dishes, he couldn't help but be surprised. So many dishes? You bet. Fang Manhwa chuckled. After all, it's your coming-of-age birthday, Xiaoshua. You know, you only become an adult once in your life. It definitely can't be celebrated simply. How about it? Are you happy? Well, I am. A wave of emotion washed over Lin Shuo once more. He hadn't really expected much for his birthday, but tonight's events made him feel, for the first time, the warmth of what felt like home. If only, he truly wished Wu Mengjing and Fang Manhwa were his family. Xiaoshua, listen up. Fang Manhwa leaned in close to Lin Shuo with a mischievous look, lowering her voice. All these dishes were prepared just for you by your sister Jing. After you left this morning, she went out and bought a huge pile of ingredients herself.
She's been cooking non-stop since then and only finished up when I came to pick you up from school. She worked so hard. Hearing this, Lin Shuo instinctively turned to look at Wu Mengjing. Jingjie, you. Stop right there. Wu Mengjing seemed to anticipate what Lin Shuo was about to say and quickly cut him off. It's just cooking a few dishes. It's no big deal. Besides, even if you weren't celebrating your birthday, we still have to eat dinner, right? Lin Shuo opened his mouth, unsure how to respond. He understood perfectly well that Wu Mengjing was saying this to spare him any sense of obligation. For a moment, he felt a strange illusion, unable to tell if this was reality or a dream. Because everything he was experiencing now felt like a luxury he'd never even dared dream of. Alright. Stop thinking about all that nonsense. Wu Mengjing seemed to read Lin Shuo's thoughts, interrupting his reverie. The candles are blown out. It's time to cut the cake and eat properly. We've waited so long, the food will get cold. Lin Shuo sniffed his slightly stinging nose, then picked up the plastic knife already laid out on the table and gently sliced the cake into several portions. Fang Mingyue, standing nearby, eagerly scooped a piece into her mouth. Her eyes curved like crescent moons, whether from savoring the cake's sweetness or basking in the warm, joyful atmosphere, it was hard to tell. Wu Mengjing, however, remained much more composed. She accepted the slice Lin Shuo had cut for her but didn't rush to eat it. Instead, she went to the kitchen and filled a bowl to the brim with rice for Lin Shuo. By the time she returned to the table, Lin Shuo had finished cutting his own slice and was carefully scooping a spoonful onto his fork to take a bite. As the sweetness blossomed on his tongue, Lin Shuo suddenly felt a surge of emotion, almost as if he wanted to cry. It wasn't that he'd never tasted cake before. In the harsh years of his past life, he'd once bought one for himself, clinging to hope. The taste he had savored then remained unforgettable to this day. The cake was sweet, yet his heart was bitter. Now, the cake was sweet once more, yet the loneliness that had once haunted him like a nightmare was gone. Because he felt that now, he had a home. And he had family who cared for him. Before he knew it, the slice in his hand was gone. Yet he still craved more, instinctively reaching to cut another slice. Wu Mengjing watched silently from the side, as if realizing something. Her eyes flickered with complexity and heartache. Was it good? She couldn't help asking. Delicious. It's the best cake I've ever had. Thank you, Sister Jing, and Sister Yu, Lin Shuo replied with a smile. Silly boy, no need to be so formal, Wu Mengjing gently scolded him. Stop just eating cake, try something else. If you don't eat soon, it'll get cold. Alright. Lin Shuo set down his slice of cake and picked up the bowl and chopsticks Wu Mengjing had brought over. Faced with the lavish spread on the table, he momentarily didn't know where to start. Wu Mengjing seemed to sense his hesitation. She picked up her chopsticks, plucked a piece of spare rib, and placed it in his bowl. Seeing this, Lin Shuo immediately popped the spare rib into his mouth. How's it taste? Wu Mengjing's tone carried a hint of anticipation. Lin Shuo mumbled his reply, his mouth full of the rib. As the delicious flavor blossomed on his tongue, he could almost picture Wu Mengjing toiling away in the kitchen all day just to surprise him with this moment. The thought stung his nose, and his eyes stung too. What's wrong? Wu Mengjing keenly noticed the change in Lin Shuo's expression and instantly grew flustered. Had the ribs gone bad from sitting out too long? I'm fine. Lin Shuo took a deep breath, calming himself slightly. I just think these ribs are absolutely delicious. Silly boy. Wu Mengjing gazed at Lin Shuo with affection. If you like them, sis will make them for you every day. That won't do. Lin Shuo shook his head. It's too expensive, and it's a hassle to make. What's the big deal? Fang Mingyue grinned mischievously as she leaned in. I'll cover the cost of the ribs from now on. As for the hassle, your sister Jing has plenty of free time. She won't mind the trouble. Still no way. Lin Shuo really didn't want Wu Mengjing to go out of her way for him, so he quickly came up with an excuse. I don't like pork ribs. Then what do you like? Fang Mingyue batted her eyelashes. Sis will decide. From now on, Sister Jing will cook it for you every day. Wait, Sister Yu. Lin Shuo was so flustered by this that he didn't know how to respond, his face plastered with awkwardness. Alright. Why rush things that haven't happened yet? Wu Mengjing noticed Lin Shuo's discomfort and changed the subject. Speaking of birthdays, it's not just about the food, there should be gifts too. Little Shuo, come guess what present sister prepared for you. Ha? Lin Shuo froze for a moment before hurriedly replying, Sister Jing, tonight's birthday surprise is already the best gift I could ask for. Surprises are surprises, gifts are gifts, you can't separate the two. Wu Mengjing reasoned logically. Now, just eat your food nicely here. Sister will go get your present. Chapter 53, the most important thing about a gift is the thought behind it. After saying that, Wu Mengjing immediately dashed off to her room. Lin Shuo tried to stop her but couldn't. After all, he couldn't just barge into her room. Not long after, Wu Mengjing emerged from her room, holding an exquisitely wrapped gift box. Sis Jing. Before Lin Shuo could finish, Wu Mengjing cut him off as if anticipating his thoughts. No refusing. I spent ages thinking about what to get you. If you dare turn it down, I'll be upset with you. Hearing those words, the refusal that had been on the tip of Lin Shuo's tongue instantly stuck in his throat. Under Wu Mengjing's threat, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and reluctantly accept the gift box.
Hurry up and open it, Wu Mengjing urged with a smile. All right. With no other choice, Lin Shuo slowly unwrapped the gift box as instructed.
Then, a phone with a distinctly retro feel to Lin Shuo came into view. Seeing the Nokia logo at the top of the device, Lin Shuo paused slightly.
What do you think? Do you like it?
Wu Mengjing's eyes sparkled with anticipation.
Sis Jing, how much did this phone cost? Lin Shuo asked instinctively. Why bring up money?
Wu Mengjing wrinkled her nose, half-jokingly scolding him.
Worried I'll put it on your tab?
That's not what I meant, Lin Shuo hastily explained. I was just worried it might be too expensive.
It's not expensive, just a few hundred yuan.
Much cheaper than setting up that server for your website, Wu Mengjing replied.
Well, that's good.
Lin Shuo breathed a slight sigh of relief. Of course he recognized Nokia, but the era was too distant, and his youth in his previous life had been so difficult that he'd never had the chance to own a phone. He simply couldn't recall the price of the one in his hand. He was afraid it might be too expensive. After all, since being taken in by this family, Wu Mengjing had already spent over 1,000 yuan on him. And with her going to such lengths to prepare this birthday surprise tonight, he felt too embarrassed to let her spend more. You still haven't answered my question, Wu Mengjing urged.
I like it, of course I like it.
Lin Shuo replied hastily.
Really? You're not just saying that to placate me?
Wu Mengjing asked, a hint of doubt in her voice.
Absolutely. Sister Jing, I genuinely love this gift.
I've wanted a phone for ages. Lin Shuo added earnestly. There was something he didn't quite have the heart to say. Even if today's gift box contained nothing but a steamed bun, as long as it came from Wu Mengjing, he would still love it.
That's good. Wu Mengjing smiled as if relieved. Sorry, Xiao Shuo.
I honestly had no idea what you'd like. I thought about it for ages and figured most young people probably want a phone, so I went and bought this for you. Sis Jing, you don't need to apologize for things like this. Lin Shuo quickly replied, first off, I genuinely love this gift. But more importantly, what matters most about gifts is the thought behind them, not the gift itself. Sister Jing, you've done so much for me today, I'm overwhelmed with gratitude.
If you keep apologizing, I'll actually feel guilty. Oh my. Before Wu Mengjing could answer, Feng Mingyue raised an eyebrow and leaned in. Xiao Shuo sure knows how to talk. I like hearing it. What's it to you? Wu Mengjing rolled her eyes in exasperation. Why wouldn't it concern me? Feng Mingyue hummed, I have a gift for Xiao Shuo too, you know? Give it later. I haven't finished giving mine yet.
The moment Wu Mengjing finished speaking, Lin Shuo felt a sudden pang of panic.
There's more?
Lin Shuo pleaded anxiously, Sis Jing, please don't do this.
One gift is enough. It's fine. The other gift isn't anything expensive. Like you said, it's mainly the thought that counts.
Wu Mengjing waved her hand dismissively.
Just take out your phone first, I've got it tucked underneath.
Huh? Lin Shuo looked down at the size of the gift box.
Underneath the phone? Then it probably wasn't anything valuable, right? With that thought, Lin Shuo felt slightly more at ease.
When he lifted the phone from the box, he saw an object resembling an amulet.
Feng Mingyue, standing nearby, couldn't contain her curiosity.
She leaned in to take a look and instantly widened her beautiful eyes in surprise.
Wow!
Mengjing, I never imagined you'd actually give this to Xiao Shuo. Hearing this, Lin Shuo froze for a moment before realizing that this amulet-like object must hold extraordinary significance for Wu Mengjing.
Otherwise, Feng Mingyue wouldn't be reacting this way. Sis Jing, I can't accept this.
Lin Shuo hurriedly pushed it back, but Wu Mengjing refused to let him take it.
Take it. Don't listen to your sister, you overreacting. It's not as exaggerated as you think.
Wu Mengjing said, shooting Feng Mingyue a disapproving glare before explaining, this isn't some safety charm.
Think of it more as a good luck charm for academic success.
Back when I was taking my college entrance exams, my grandmother was worried I'd fail, so she specifically went to a Taoist temple and paid for this. I haven't touched it since that exam. It's been sitting in my drawer for years.
I can vouch for that. Feng Mingyue couldn't resist chiming in again. It's true I haven't seen Mengjing wear it in years. And honestly, this thing isn't as magical as people make it out to be. I wore it specifically for my Subject 1 exam back then, and guess what? I failed. So this thing is just for psychological comfort at best. Can you just shut up already? Wu Mengjing snapped, annoyed. You failed because you hadn't done a single practice question that whole time. How could you possibly pass with your mind completely blank? That's exactly why I wore it to test if it actually worked. Otherwise, how else could I prove it? Feng Mingyue answered with righteous indignation.
Wu Mengjing's eye twitched a few times, so furious she couldn't find words.
She genuinely wanted to pry open Feng Mingyue's skull and see what kind of nonsense was inside. Jing, thank you. Lin Shuo quickly spoke up to defuse the increasingly tense atmosphere between the two.
Even though Feng Mingyue claimed the gift was useless, he didn't care much about that. What mattered was that he deeply understood the thought and sincerity behind Wu Mengjing's gift. Why be so formal with your sister? Wu Mengjing let it go with Fang Mingyue and smiled at Lin Shuo.
It's nothing expensive.
Besides, your sister Mingyue is right, this is more about psychological comfort.
Whether you do well on the college entrance exam ultimately depends on you. Don't worry, Sister Jing. I understand. Lin Shuo nodded earnestly. Alright. Now it's my turn to give my gift. Fang Mingyue exclaimed excitedly. Come on, Xiao Shuo, let's go to your room and see. Chapter 54, thank you all. Huh? My room?
Lin Shuo was momentarily bewildered. He couldn't imagine what kind of gift Fang Mingyue had prepared that she'd gone ahead and placed in his room beforehand. With this confusion lingering, Lin Shuo hurriedly followed Fang Mingyue into his room. The moment he stepped inside, a brand new computer caught his eye, leaving him utterly stunned.
Sis, don't tell me this computer is your birthday gift for me? Yes, Xiao Shuo. Don't you like it? Fang Mingyue blinked innocently, deliberately adopting a pouty expression. No, I love it.
Lin Shuo hastily replied, I just never expected sister you to give me a computer.
Please don't read too much into it. Relax, sis was just teasing you. How could I overthink it? Fang Mingyue grinned.
Actually, I was originally planning to get you a car. But I only found out about your birthday today, and there wasn't enough time to handle all the paperwork.
Then I thought, you're working on some website, right? So I figured a computer would be perfect. As for the car, I'll take you to pick one out in person later. Oh, I see. Thank you, Sister Yu. Lin Shuo's face lit up with gratitude. Don't mention it. Forget how you helped me last night?
I'm counting on you to save my life more often in the future.
Fang Mingyue raised an eyebrow. Alright, we've seen the gift. It's time to eat. It's your birthday today, we can't let you go hungry. Alright.
Without delay, the two headed back to the living room. Since Wu Mengjing's dishes today were exceptionally plentiful, Lin Shuo stuffed himself silly yet still left numerous plates untouched. Fortunately, he'd had the foresight to clear away the dishes that couldn't be saved overnight first. The rest went into the fridge for another meal tomorrow, so he wasn't worried about waste. Burp. After dinner, Fang Mingyue collapsed onto the sofa, rubbing her slightly rounded belly.
She belched and then suddenly blurted out. Oh no, Mengjing, you got me pregnant.
Wu Mengjing, who was busy clearing the table, nearly stumbled and fell when she heard this. Once she regained her composure, she shot him a disapproving glare.
Are you out of your mind?
If you want to act crazy in private, fine.
But could you at least stop saying weird things in front of Xiao Shuo? Yeah, I've always had rheumatism. Forgot? Fang Mingyue blinked innocently. You're crazy.
Wu Mengjing ignored her and carried the leftover dishes toward the kitchen. Lin Shuo saw this and hurried over to help.
The cleanup took nearly 10 minutes. Xiao Shuo, thank you for your hard work. After finishing, Wu Mengjing smiled. Go wash up and get some sleep. You have school tomorrow. Got it.
Lin Shuo nodded and headed toward the bathroom. Fang Mingyue, who had been sprawled on the sofa waiting for ages, suddenly grew anxious at the sight. Hey.
Wait. Xiao Shuo, you should sleep later.
Seeing this, Wu Mengjing frowned.
What are you freaking out about now? What do you mean acting crazy? I have something important to do.
Fang Mingyue pouted in a hurt tone, then patted the spot beside her on the sofa.
Xiao Shuo, come here. Remember what you promised sister when we got back? Oh right.
Sorry, Sister Yu, I almost forgot. Lin Shuo recalled the matter, a hint of apology flitting across his face. Wu Mengjing, standing nearby, was completely baffled.
What the heck are you two up to? Sis Jing, it's like this.
Lin Shuo briefly recounted his encounter with Lin Wenxian after school that evening. After listening, Wu Mengjing's furrowed brows formed an almost perfect character. She never imagined that while she was busy at home, Lin Shuo had encountered such a terrible situation outside school. She certainly hadn't expected Lin Shuo's family circumstances to be.
Xiao Shuo, you must tell me exactly what your situation is with the Lin family. Fang Mingyue couldn't contain the curiosity that had been building inside her for so long and eagerly asked. How should I put it?
Lin Shuo paused to gather his thoughts. Let me start from when I first have memories. He gathered his thoughts before slowly unraveling everything he'd experienced over the years. Throughout his narrative, Fang Mingyue and Wu Mengjing wisely refrained from interrupting, listening quietly to Lin Shuo's account. Nearly 10 minutes later.
My goodness. Xiao Shuo. Why has your life been so bitter? Fang Mingyue's eyes were slightly reddened, her voice choked with emotion.
Then, unable to contain her anger, she exclaimed.
Those adoptive parents were inhuman. And the Lin family, they're all sick. You're the one with blood ties to them, yet they treated you like that. They have absolutely no humanity.
I really didn't hit Lin Wenxian hard enough today.
And that Lin Fengyu. He's the scum of the scum.
Don't let me catch him around here again, or I'll slap him until he can't take it anymore.
Hearing this, Lin Shuo offered only a comforting smile. Sis Yu, I understand how you feel.
But it's best if I handle these matters myself. Ever since I left the Lin family that night, I swore to myself I'd repay them in full for everything they did to me.
On one hand, I don't want anyone else dragged into trouble because of me.
On the other hand, I believe this suffering should be ended by my own hand. This way, I can give closure to my foolish past self and bid it farewell.
Manhwa choked back tears even harder at Lin Shuo's detached composure.
Wu Mengjing, standing nearby, remained silent for a long while, but her gaze toward Lin Shuo was filled with heartache. She felt more and more certain that bringing Lin Shuo back that night had been the right decision. Otherwise, who knew what torment the Lin family might have subjected him to?
Xiao Shuo.
After a long silence, Wu Mengjing finally spoke, gently taking hold of Lin Shuo's wrist. I understand your thoughts, but you must remember one thing: no matter what happens, you absolutely must not let yourself get hurt. Beyond that, remember this: your sister is your strongest support.
They don't want you as their family head, but I do.
Right. Manhwa chimed in immediately. Xiao Shuo, from this day forward, I am your half-sister.
If anyone dares to bully you again, I'll slap them silly first. Feeling their kindness, Lin Shuo's heart swelled with an indescribable emotion. Family?
He never imagined a day would come when he could be seen as family. Most crucially, the ones who saw him as family were two complete strangers with no blood ties. Contrast that with his experiences in the Lin household over the years.
How ironic. How laughable.
At this thought, Lin Shuo suddenly choked up.
Sisters Jing and you, thank you. Chapter 55, Who among you has ever remembered?
Meanwhile, at the Lin family villa.
Xiao Yu, you're back?
Lin's mother, Su Dinglan, who had been waiting impatiently on the sofa, sprang to her feet at the sound of movement at the door. When she saw her precious son, a smile instantly spread across her face.
Mom!
Lin Fengyu exclaimed excitedly, then his gaze swept over Lin Chenghong and Lin Xinshuan, who had also just risen from the sofa.
Dad!
Third sister.
Hearing this, Lin Chenghong gave a slight nod.
Lin Xinshuan, equally thrilled, rushed forward alongside Su Dinglan.
Xiao Yu, you must have been miserable in the hospital these past few days, right?
Lin Xinshuan asked with concern, her face showing genuine worry.
How's your injury healing? What did the doctor say?
Don't worry, third sister.
It's nothing serious.
The doctor said I can get the stitches removed in 2 days. Lin Fengyu nodded in response. I still can't sit up properly yet, but it should be fine in a few more days.
That's good to hear. Lin Xinshuan smiled with relief, then added, Xiao Yu, do you remember what day it is today?
Of course I do. Excitement flashed in Lin Fengyu's eyes.
It's my birthday. Otherwise, second sister wouldn't have specially brought me back from the hospital, right, second sister?
Lin Xiolu, standing behind them, gave a slight nod, though her eyes held a flicker of worry, lost in her own thoughts.
Then guess what birthday present your sisters prepared for you?
Lin Xinshuan winked mysteriously.
Lin Fengyu pondered for a moment. A computer? Or a phone? Neither.
Lin Xinshuan declared, pulling out a gift box she'd prepared earlier.
Here, hurry up and open it.
Seeing this, Lin Fengyu couldn't hide his excitement and quickly took the gift box. When he lifted the lid and looked inside, he found a sleek silver watch resting quietly within. Having been exposed to luxury goods since childhood, he instantly recognized it as a Vacheron Constantin watch.
Xiao Yu, from now on you're an adult. As an adult, you should have things befitting your status. I know you've wanted a watch for a long time, so I specially went out to pick this one for you. How about it? Do you like it?
Lin Xinshuan asked, her eyes full of anticipation.
I love it.
Lin Fengyu's face lit up instantly.
He eagerly pulled the watch from the gift box and slipped it onto his wrist. Thank you, third sister. When it's your birthday next time, I'll prepare a wonderful gift for you too. Oh, come on, why be so formal with your third sister? Lin Xinshuan playfully pinched Lin Fengyu's cheek. As long as you're happy, it doesn't matter if I have a gift or not. Keep your allowance for yourself, okay? No way. Third sister, you're so good to me I can't let you down.
Lin Fengyu declared with a serious look.
Oh dear, Xiao Yu is so thoughtful. Your third sister's affection for you hasn't been wasted. Lin Xinshuan's eyes instantly curved into crescent moons.
At that moment, Su Dinglan, who had been standing nearby, also presented her carefully prepared gift box. Here, Xiao Yu, this is the coming-of-age gift your father and I prepared for you. Go ahead and open it. Hearing this, Lin Fengyu eagerly snatched the gift box. Upon opening it, he discovered a set of car keys inside. He froze for a moment, staring in disbelief at the shield-like emblem on the key fob.
Porsche? Yes. Su Dinglan smiled and said, you always love watching those racing movies, right? Your dad and I talked it over and decided to get you a car that better suits your generation's taste. How about it? Do you like it? Are you happy? I absolutely love it.
Lin Fengyu's voice rose several decibels without him realizing it.
Dad, Mom, thank you. I love you guys so much. See, old Lin? I told you he'd love it.
Seeing her son's excited expression, Su Dinglan's face was filled with uncontrollable smiles. Lin Shenghong nodded beside her, a smile also spreading across his face.
Second sister, what are you thinking about?
Noticing the cheerful atmosphere, Lin Shuo observed that only her second sister, Lin Shuo, stood nearby with a deeply troubled expression. Unable to resist, she nudged her with her elbow and asked,
Didn't you forget someone?
Lin Shuo hesitated for a few seconds before lifting her head to glance at her younger sister and parents, her eyes flickering with sorrow.
You mean our eldest sister, right?
Lin Shuo replied without hesitation, Big sister had something come up at work and will be back later.
Wait, didn't Wenqian go to the hospital too? Why isn't she back with you all? I'm not talking about our eldest sister, nor Wenqian.
Lin Shuo sighed.
It's Xiao Shuo.
The moment those words left her mouth, the cheerful atmosphere in the living room instantly turned icy cold.
Su Dinglan's expression froze instantly.
Lin Chenghong frowned involuntarily.
Second sister, why bring up that little brat out of nowhere?
Lin Shuo sounded annoyed as she tugged at Lin Xiolu's arm.
Today is Xiao Yu's coming-of-age birthday. We should be happily celebrating with him. Can we please not bring up unpleasant things? Could you stop calling Xiao Shuo that little bastard? Lin Xiolu's frown deepened into a pronounced V-shape.
Xiao Shuo is your own flesh and blood. Even if he was raised by others for the first decade of his life, that doesn't change our blood ties.
Calling him that little bastard constantly, what does that make us? Big bastards?
No, second sister, you're twisting the argument now. Lin Shuo felt awkward, her resentment growing. I just don't want to ruin the mood. Look, shall you stop talking, and mom and dad are silent too all because you brought up that little bastard. Besides, he shouldn't even be here at this birthday celebration.
Lin Xiolu took a deep breath, glaring at her sister with irritation. Yes, I ruined the mood. But have you ever considered or even remembered that today isn't just Xiaoyu's birthday? It's also Xiao Shuo's birthday. So what? What does his birthday have to do with me?
Lin Shuo shot back, her voice tinged with irritation.
As if I'd willingly celebrate his birthday. He causes trouble every day and bullies Xiaoyu. What right does he have to celebrate his birthday in this family? It's laughable, really. Out of 365 days a year, why did he have to share the exact same birthday as Xiaoyu? Just thinking about it is infuriating. You. Seeing her younger sister's reaction, Lin Xiolu's neck flushed crimson. She never imagined Lin Shuo would utter such heartless words. Enough, second sister. Get a grip. Why have you been obsessing over that little brat all this time?
Lin Shuo snorted.
And regardless of anything else, let's just talk about today's birthday. I've never seen you celebrate that little brat's birthday before. Why bring it up out of nowhere today? Have you really been brainwashed by that little brat? Chapter 56, What has Lin Shuo given you?
The words froze Lin Xiolu in place, leaving her speechless. A wave of intense guilt washed over her, threatening to swallow her whole. It felt as though an invisible python had coiled around her neck, slowly choking the life out of her. Only now did she realize how deeply biased she had been toward Lin Shuo in the 3 years since he was brought into this family. After all, Lin Fengyu and Lin Shuo shared the same birthday. It was clear that Lin Shuo had been lost to this family for over a decade.
Yet she had never once considered giving Lin Shuo a proper birthday celebration.
Time and again, she had pushed him aside, letting him watch helplessly as all the birthday wishes that should have been his instead showered upon Lin Fengyu.
What kind of sister had she been? At this thought, pain and anguish welled up uncontrollably in Lin Xiolu's eyes.
She dared not dwell on the agony Lin Shuo must have endured each year on this day, neglected and forgotten. Second sister, third sister, stop arguing. Seeing the situation escalate, Lin Fengyu quickly intervened.
I wasn't arguing. Lin Shuo retorted with a pout. I'm just telling the truth.
And look, second sister hasn't said a word now.
Doesn't that prove I'm absolutely right?
Third sister, please don't be like this. Lin Fengyu looked pained.
Actually, second sister has a point. Today is Lin Shuo's birthday too.
Even though he's not the nicest person, he must secretly wish he could celebrate this milestone birthday with me.
If it were possible, I'd want him here right now too. Xiaoyu, why do you keep dwelling on that little jerk Lin Shuo?
Lin Shuo instantly changed her tune, her tone tinged with resignation.
It's one thing that he bullies you all the time, but have you forgotten? Who got you hospitalized these past few days? Third sister was just sticking up for you. Why are you siding with him? I didn't mean it that way.
Lin Fengyu looked a bit aggrieved. I just want second sister and third sister to get along peacefully.
Sigh.
Seeing his expression, Lin Shuo sighed.
Third sister isn't blaming you.
It's just, you shouldn't always be so kind-hearted.
Otherwise, you'll get hurt when you enter the real world.
I know, but I really think brother Lin Shuo is actually a good person. Lin Fengyu lowered his head, his voice tinged with pleading.
How about we go find brother Lin Shuo tonight and bring him back to celebrate this birthday together? Don't be ridiculous. Forget whether that little jerk would ruin the mood. Where on earth would we even find him?
Lin Shuo quickly tried to dissuade him. She certainly didn't want to see Lin Shuo show up at this house again.
Xiaoyu, be good. Su Dinglan chimed in from the side, let's just focus on celebrating this birthday happily. Don't dwell on anything else. But today is also brother Lin Shuo's coming-of-age birthday.
If no one celebrates for him, he'll surely feel very sad.
Lin Fengyu sniffed back tears. Mom, third sister, why don't we all prepare a gift? Once my injury heals in a few days, I'll take it to him at school. Maybe brother Lin Shuo will be so touched he'll come back.
Hearing this, Su Dinglan felt a pang of sadness in her heart.
What a thoughtful, kind-hearted child. Even after being bullied so badly by Lin Shuo, he still cared about him. Heaven had played a cruel joke. Why couldn't such a sensible child be her own flesh and blood? At that thought, images of Lin Shuo's usual infuriating behavior flashed through Su Dinglan's mind. What a curse! Enough! Lin Shenghong, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke up. Don't mention Lin Shuo, Xiaoyu. Listen to Dad today and focus on your own birthday. If he wants to celebrate this birthday, he'll have to wait until he's willing to come back on his own. But Lin Fengyu tried to say more, but under the weight of his father's imposing presence, he swallowed the words back down. Just then, the sound of the door opening drew everyone's attention. They then saw Lin Wenxian standing in the doorway, her hair disheveled like a bird's nest, her eyes red-rimmed. Wenxian? Su Dinglan froze at the sight of her daughter's disheveled state, then noticed faint, reddened handprints on both sides of Lin Wenxian's face. Seeing this, she rushed over, her voice filled with heartache and anger. What happened? Wenxian, tell Mom what happened? Mom! Lin Wenxian began, her voice trembling with tears. It was Lin Shuo. It was Lin Shuo who did this. What? Lin Xinshuan's eyes widened in fury at her sister's answer. That little bastard has lost his mind? He dared to hit you? What on earth is wrong with that boy, Lin Shuo? Su Dinglan was equally furious. He's only been away from home for a few days, and his temper has already gone completely wild. That damn little bastard. Lin Xinshuan clenched her fists, then turned to Lin Xiolu, second sister. Look at what that little bastard Lin Shuo has done. He's becoming more and more uncontrollable. And you still want to throw him a birthday party? I say he deserves a few slaps, then he should be thrown in jail. Lin Xiolu's face paled slightly. She didn't respond to Lin Xinshuan's words but walked over to Lin Wenxian instead. You went to see Xiao Shuo today? Didn't I tell you not to go find him? Hearing the accusatory tone, Lin Wenxian's eyes instantly filled with tears. Second sister. What do you mean? Didn't I go see Xiao Shuo for your sake? If it weren't for your rheumatism flaring up, why would I have to go find that little bastard? Do you know how he treated me today? You. Lin Xiolu felt a surge of irritation. But before she could speak, third sister Lin Xinshuan, unable to bear it any longer, blurted out indignantly. Second sister, Wenxian's in this state, and not only do you not blame Lin Shuo, you're actually turning around and blaming Wenxian? Isn't your favoritism getting a bit excessive now? What exactly did Lin Shuo give you? How am I being biased? Lin Xiolu was instantly provoked beyond control. She turned and snapped at Lin Xinshuan. I told Wenxian yesterday not to go see Xiao Shuo. No matter her reasons, she shouldn't have gone. I warned her. Who's to blame for this mess now? Am I supposed to be the one at fault? Fine. It's not your fault. Then why should Wenxian take the blame? Lin Xinshuan, equally enraged, yelled back, I just don't get it. I never saw you care about Lin Shuo before. Now that Xiao Yu and Wenxian are suffering because of that little bastard, you're suddenly defending him without any regard for the facts. What gives you the right? Give me an explanation today. Chapter 57, Demand an explanation from the Fong family. Give you an explanation? What explanation do I owe you? Lin Xiolu snapped angrily. Lin Xinshuan, watch your tone with me, I'm your sister. So what if you're my sister? What's wrong with how I speak? Right now, I only care about what's right and wrong. Lin Xinshuan stiffened her neck and snapped, you ruined Xiao Yu's perfectly fine coming-of-age birthday celebration, and you saw what state Wenxian is in now. Yet you still side with outsiders? I can't stand by and watch this. I'm speaking up. What are you going to do about it? Who do you call an outsider? Lin Xiolu's eyes widened, her body trembling with rage. Xiao Shuo is your own flesh and blood. How could you treat him like an outsider? I refuse to acknowledge having such a brother. Lin Xinshuan's rage boiled over as she slammed her hand on the table. Whoever wants to treat him like a brother can have him. To me, he's nothing but an ungrateful, annoying little brat. He'd be better off disappearing forever and never showing his face in this house again. And anyone who treats him like a brother can do the same. The moment those words left her mouth, the atmosphere in the living room turned sour. Everyone could see Lin Xiolu's face darken to the point it seemed almost inky. Her body trembled slightly, and her clenched fists suggested she was struggling to hold back something. Oh my goodness, what are you two arguing about? Seeing the situation escalate, Su Dinglan hurriedly stepped between her two daughters to intervene. Both of you, stop talking. Is this the time for you to be arguing? Mom! Second sister started this. If I don't speak up, won't Xiao Yu and Wenxian suffer injustice? Lin Xinshuan retorted indignantly, I don't know what's gotten into her or if that little bastard Lin Shuo put a spell on her, but she hasn't stopped going on and on about him for days. It's driving me crazy.
Lin Xiaolu remained silent, but the look in her eyes as she stared at Lin Xinshuan clearly shifted.
Enough! What's with all this arguing? Father Lin Chenghong, standing nearby, spoke with a dark expression. All of you, shut up. You're sisters. Why are you fighting over such a small thing? Do you need me to set up a ring for you to fight it out?
Scolded by her father's authority, Lin Xinshuan finally shut her mouth and fell silent.
All right. Let's get down to business.
Seeing her two daughters finally quiet down, Su Dinglan hurriedly pulled her fourth daughter aside and asked, Wan Xian, tell mom what really happened. And you said you went looking for Lin Shuo because of Qiulu. What exactly is going on?
Mom!
Lin Wan Xian cried out, her voice trembling as tears streamed down her face. It's complicated, but that little jerk Lin Shuo doesn't respect me as his older sister at all. He started by calling me a, so I got angry and tried to teach him a lesson.
Then he slapped me. Has that boy Lin Shuo lost his mind? How could he do such a thing?
Su Dinglan frowned, her heart aching for her daughter yet boiling with anger. She had thought that after being sent away, Lin Shuo would suffer a bit and learn his lesson.
But she never imagined things would only get worse. Could it really be that the boy needed a stint in prison to straighten him out? It's not just Lin Shuo.
Lin Wenxian sniffed back tears as she choked out. It's also Fong Mingyue from the Fong family. She hit me the hardest. She even grabbed my hair while beating me.
What?
Su Dinglan froze, incredulous.
Fong Mingyue? How did she get involved in this? The others present all wore expressions of shock.
No one had anticipated an outsider becoming involved, especially someone known throughout the entire Lin family. Lin Chenghong, in particular, furrowed his brow after his initial shock, his expression grave as he pondered something. I don't know why she's involved either.
Lin Wenxian looked utterly aggrieved.
But she said she's disliked me for ages, and then she went on about how Lin Shuo is her brother.
How outrageous. Su Dinglan fumed. Is that Fong Mingyue out of her mind? Has our Lin family ever done anything to provoke the Fong family? What's wrong with the Fong family? How could they raise a daughter with no manners whatsoever? Wan Xian, don't cry. Mom will go demand an explanation today.
With that, she turned to grab her phone from the coffee table, ready to call the Fong family. But before she could take 2 steps, Lin Chenghong grabbed her wrist and stopped her.
Old Lin, what are you doing?
Su Dinglan snapped, unable to control her emotions.
How can you bear to see our daughter bullied by outsiders and just swallow your anger? What nonsense are you talking? Lin Chenghong retorted irritably, how could I feel good about Wen Qian being bullied by the Fong family?
But calling them now when you're boiling with rage won't solve anything.
And don't forget we still have business dealings with them.
Calm down first.
Leave this to me. I'll personally go to the Fong residence tomorrow. Hearing this, Su Dinglan clenched her jaw in reluctant resignation.
Though she rarely involved herself in her husband's business affairs, years of experience had taught her one truth: when business was at stake, intense personal emotions had no place. Otherwise, it could easily trigger a chain of unpredictable, disastrous consequences. Moreover, over the years, she and her husband had developed an unspoken understanding. Anything related to business was handled solely by her husband. This avoided disagreements leading to independent actions and ultimately mistakes in the business world.
Fine.
After a long internal struggle, Su Dinglan forced herself to calm down and said, then you absolutely must go to the Fong family tomorrow and demand an explanation for Wen Qian.
We can't let this injustice go unaddressed. Wen Qian is our daughter. How could I bear to let her suffer this injustice?
Lin Chenghong patted his wife's shoulder and gave her a reassuring look.
And what about Lin Shuo? Su Dinglan pressed on.
Getting involved with the Du family's child was one thing after all, they attend the same school, so some interaction is understandable.
But how did he even come into contact with Fong Mingyue? Could it be that all these years of his rebellious behavior were secretly instigated by Fong Mingyue? We need to confront him and get to the bottom of this. Mom!
After a long silence, Lin Xiaolu spoke up.
Let's not jump to conspiracy theories.
Setting aside how Fong Mingyue and Xiao Shuo met, Xiao Shuo's rebelliousness these past years definitely wasn't caused by outsiders.
It's all because...
Before she could finish, Su Dinglan cut her off with a dark scowl.
You brat! Arguing with your sister is one thing, but now you're butting heads with me?
You've been siding with outsiders these past days.
Now tell your mother honestly what's going on with you? Have you been associating with that ill-mannered Fong fellow too?
Chapter 58, Xiao Shuo is your own flesh and blood. Hearing her mother's words, Lin Xiaolu's face instantly twisted with embarrassment.
Mom, listen to me.
I haven't had any contact with Fong Mingyue. I'm only speaking up for Xiao Shuo because we've all neglected his feelings these past few years.
What do you mean we've neglected Xiao Shuo's feelings? Are you implying I haven't cared about that child all these years?
Su Dinglan demanded, her eyes wide with accusation.
No. Mom. Can you just listen to me? I'm not blaming anyone. Xiao Shuo really. Before Lin Xiaolu could finish her explanation, Su Dinglan cut her off again with a dark expression. Then what exactly are you trying to say? All this endless talk about Xiao Shuo since earlier mom doesn't need you reminding us someone's missing from this family. Don't you think I wish he'd come back? But don't you know how terrible his temper is? Did you forget the hurtful things he said when he ran away a few days ago? And don't you know how Xiao Yu ended up in the hospital? And now Wenxian's been bullied by Xiao Shuo and his gang. The evidence is right here. And you're still defending him. Does that mean the rest of us don't matter to you anymore? Mom just wants to confront Xiao Shuo and get to the bottom of why he is betraying us like this. It's not like he is planning anything sinister. But you keep interfering. How am I supposed to trust you and that Fong Mingyue aren't involved? The barrage of questions left Lin Shuo momentarily speechless. She stared blankly at her mother, who had completely abandoned reason, a wave of indescribable bitterness rising in her heart. Only now did she finally understand why Lin Shuo had been so determined to leave this family that night. And why he had never uttered a single word of explanation to his family all these years. Because from the very beginning, no one had ever cared about Lin Shuo's feelings. Deep down, everyone had always regarded him as an outsider. This family had long since become so twisted it could no longer be called a family. Forget it. After a long silence, Lin Xiaolu sighed deeply. Do whatever you want. Think whatever you want. I'm tired. With that, she slowly turned and walked toward the door. Su Dinglan's anger flared at the sight. Where do you think you're going? Lin Xiaolu didn't answer, her eyes brimming with disappointment toward this family. She had given up completely now, no longer expecting anyone in this household to share her understanding of the pain Lin Shuo had endured all these years. At that moment, she had only one thought. That is to find Lin Shuo and do everything possible to make up for the years of unfair treatment and hurt inflicted upon him. As for the others, whatever. Lin Xiaolu, you stop right there. Su Dinglan, seeing things were going wrong, shouted urgently, but it didn't make Lin Xiaolu pause for even a moment. Are you trying to drive me crazy today? Lin Xinshuan frowned and hurried over. Second sister, stop this. Today is Xiaoyu's coming-of-age birthday, after all. I don't care how biased you are toward that little brat Lin Shuo right now, but at least stay here and let Xiaoyu finish celebrating his birthday? Can't you stop making the atmosphere so tense? Lin Xiaolu glanced at her younger sister, her mouth opening and closing, but no words came out. The earlier farce had completely drained her of any desire to defend herself. Second sister. Lin Fengyu stepped forward to plead, please don't leave. I beg you. We don't need to take things this far. Stao Yu. Lin Xiaolu sighed. I'm sorry, but I won't be able to celebrate your birthday with you today. The gift I prepared for you is on the desk in my room. You can go get it yourself later. Second sister. Lin Fengyu's eyes misted over. Xiaolu, must you insist on causing trouble today? Lin Changhong spoke up, his expression sour. Dad. Forced to pause by the awe she'd always felt toward her father's authority, Lin Xiaolu hesitated slightly. I just need to go out to clear my head. I'll be back in a couple of days. Otherwise, I might not be able to stop myself from saying something inappropriate and ruining the mood. Don't you agree? Can't you clear your head in your room? Why must you go out now? Lin Changhong frowned, then asked as if he had guessed something, are you planning to go find that kid Lin Shuo? Her thoughts exposed, Lin Xiaolu remained silent and resumed walking toward the door. Seeing this, Lin Changhong's temper flared. Lin Xiaolu, do you have no regard for the rest of your family? I won't dwell on your earlier nonsense, but if you dare step out that door to find that brat Lin Shuo, don't ever expect to return to this household. The words sent shockwaves through the room. The living room atmosphere instantly grew so oppressive it felt suffocating. Dad, this is going too far, isn't it? Lin Xinshuan, who had been clashing with Lin Xiaolu moments before, quickly interceded. Second sister hasn't really done anything wrong. She just showed a little favoritism tonight. If she wants to go find that little brat Lin Shuo, just let her go. It's really not a big deal. Dad, please don't be so hard on second sister. Lin Wenxian also rushed to intercede. Although the earlier incident had left her harboring resentment toward Lin Xiaolu, it was nowhere near enough to warrant kicking her out of the house. In her view, her second sister was merely temporarily blinded by Lin Shuo. With time, she'd come to her senses. There was no need to make such a huge fuss. Old Lin Xinshuan has a point. It really isn't worth it. Su Dinglan's anger was suddenly extinguished, and she turned to plead with her husband as well. She knew her husband's stubborn nature well. He was inflexible and never backed down once he made up his mind. Therefore, after uttering those words, she had no doubt that if Lin Xiaolu stepped out that door today, Lin Changhong would absolutely bar her from returning in the future. Xiaolu, just bow your head and apologize. We'll pretend nothing happened tonight, okay? Seeing her husband's lack of response, Su Dinglan hurried toward the doorway, attempting to block her daughter's exit. However, Lin Qiulo said nothing, didn't even pause her steps, and walked straight out the door without looking back. Xiaolu. Su Dinglan cried out in desperation, why won't you listen to reason? Is it really worth causing such a rift with us over Lin Shuo? Hearing this, Lin Xiaolu finally halted her steps. When she turned her head slightly, Su Dinglan noticed for the first time that her daughter's eyes were faintly reddened. Mom! Lin Shuo's voice was choked with emotion. What do you mean, is it worth it to fight with us over Lin Shuo? Have you forgotten something important? Little Shuo is your own flesh and blood, born after you carried him for 10 months. Chapter 59, Without Xiao Shuo, I don't want to stay in this home either. Of course I remember that. How could I possibly forget? Seeing her daughter's expression, Su Dinglan visibly flustered. I didn't mean it like that earlier. I just want you to stop sulking. And it's not that I don't care about Xiao Shuo either. It's just that what he did was truly heartbreaking. If only he had a better temperament, I wouldn't have spoken to him like that, right? Mom! You're lying. Lin Qiulu's eyes welled up with tears. You never cared about Xiao Shuo at all. What nonsense are you talking about? Su Dinglan retorted, both flustered and angry. How could I not care about him? If I didn't care, why would I have brought him back home in the first place? Yes, you took him back. But have you truly cared about him these past years? Lin Qiulu asked, her voice choked with emotion. Have you ever been to his room? Do you know how many clothes he owns? Did you include him in the family photos taken these past 2 years? Do you even know which class he's in? If I hadn't mentioned Xiao Shuo today, would you have remembered his birthday? The barrage of questions left Su Dinglan speechless, stirring a flicker of shame and irritation within her. Why bring all this up now? Su Dinglan couldn't answer, but as a mother, she didn't want to lose face. So she instinctively changed the subject. Mom just wants you to stay. You know your father's temper. If you really leave today, you'll suffer so much if you ever want to come back. Isn't Mom doing this for your own good? Am I wrong? You're not wrong. You've never been wrong about anything concerning me. Lin Qiulu sniffed, her face gradually breaking into a self-mocking smile as if she'd anticipated her mother's response all along. But when it comes to Xiao Shuo, we were both wrong, terribly, terribly wrong. Why bring up Xiao Shuo again? Must we talk about him today? Su Dinglan grew increasingly impatient, the anger she'd barely managed to quell threatening to flare up again. Yes. I absolutely must talk about Xiao Shuo. Lin Qiulu wiped the tears slipping from her eyes. Because now I understand how he felt in this family. I know why he became the way he did. I feel so much guilt toward him now. If I don't resolve his situation, my conscience will never let me rest for the rest of my life. Dad doesn't want me back? Then I won't come back. This family doesn't have Xiao Shuo anyway. I can support myself outside. That's final. With that, Lin Qiulu said no more, turning and quickening her pace toward the courtyard gate. You child. Su Dinglan, seeing this, was instantly overcome with frustration. Fine, do whatever you want. You don't even see me as your mother anymore anyway. Her words failed to make Lin Qiulu pause even for a moment. Su Dinglan could only watch helplessly as her daughter walked out the gate, gradually disappearing from view. What on earth is going on? Su Dinglan muttered irritably to herself. She couldn't understand how tonight's celebration for Xiaoyu's birthday had spiraled into such an irreparable mess. Mom! Lin Fengyu emerged, his eyes filled with concern. Don't be sad. Second sister is probably just sulking. She'll come back once she cools off in a couple of days. Don't be upset either. Go back inside and sit down. I'll get you a glass of water. Hearing her son's words, Su Dinglan sighed deeply with a complex expression. You're the sensible one, Xiao Yu. Unlike your second sister and Lin Shuo. Never mind, let's not talk about them. Come on, let's continue celebrating your birthday. The two returned indoors. Though the arguing had ceased, the joyful atmosphere from earlier was irreparably shattered by the earlier scene. Lin Wenqian and Lin Xinchuan exchanged glances, unsure what to say. Lin Chenghong sat on the sofa with a dark expression, not uttering a word. Seeing this scene only made Su Dinglan feel more irritated. The living room was filled with an oppressive tension so thick it made breathing feel difficult. Just then, the sound of a car pulling up reached them from outside. Moments later, the door that had just closed swung open from the outside. Everyone instinctively turned to look. It was Lin Wanwan returning from work. What's going on here? Lin Wanwan immediately sensed something was amiss and frowned as she asked. Big sis. Lin Xinchuan hurried over and explained the situation in hushed tones. After listening, Lin Wanchuan's frown deepened into a pronounced shape as she muttered to herself, no wonder when I ran into Qiu Lu outside earlier, she refused to get in the car no matter how much I called out to her and wouldn't even acknowledge me. Lin Xinchuan quickly interjected, big sis, don't blame second sis. If anyone's at fault, it's that little bastard Lin Shuo. He must have said something to manipulate her. Otherwise, how could someone as sensible as second sis have let the house get into such a state? Don't worry, how could I blame her? Lin Wanwan shook her head gently. I'll go talk to her later. All right. Seeing that her eldest sister hadn't blamed the second sister for the issue, Lin Xinchuan breathed a slight sigh of relief. But no sooner had she spoken than a sudden patter of rain began falling outside the window. Oh no! Lin Xinchuan's relaxed expression instantly turned tense again. Why did it suddenly start raining? Second sister's rheumatism is bound to flare up. She has really bad rheumatism. I'll drive over now to catch up with her.
I should still make it in time. Lin Wanwan said, turning to look at Lin Fengyu. Xiaoyu, come with me. Once we find your second sister, we'll give her a massage in the car. Hearing this, Lin Fengyu's expression froze. A clear flicker of panic crossed his eyes, and he stood there hesitating for a long moment, barely moving an inch.
What's wrong? Noticing something was off, Lin Wanwan asked, are you upset with your second sister? No. No.
Lin Fengyu stammered, lowering his head.
You say no? Lin Wanwan sighed helplessly. Little you, even though tonight is your birthday, she is still your second sister. She practically raised you. There's no need to hold a grudge over something like this. Listen to your eldest sister. Come with me to help your second sister. Besides, you're the only one in this family who can help her.
Lin Fengyu pressed his lips together, still refusing to look up, let alone offer a complete response. His reaction made even the third sister, Lin Shuo, growing impatient.
Xiaoyu. What are you hesitating about? You weren't angry with your second sister just now, were you? Why are you suddenly acting so confused? Sure, she didn't make your birthday very happy, but she's still your second sister. Can you really bear to see her suffer from rheumatism?
These words made Lin Fengyu's face flush with embarrassment. Just as Lin Shuo was about to step forward and tug at him, Lin Fengyu finally spoke.
Eldest sister. Third sister. I can't actually help second sister. Chapter 60, it's all Lin Shuo's fault.
The moment those words left his mouth, Lin Wanwan and Lin Shuo froze in place.
What do you mean? What do you mean you can't help?
Lin Shuo was utterly baffled.
Haven't you always been the one helping second sister manage her rheumatism symptoms?
Well, Lin Fengyu's eyes filled with anguish, but with matters having come to this, he had no choice but to lay everything bare. Actually, it wasn't me who's been helping second sister with her rheumatism, it was brother Lin Shuo.
What? The bombshell answer left Lin Wanwan and Lin Shuo utterly stunned.
Su Dinglan, who had been lost in her own irritation nearby, suddenly widened her eyes in disbelief.
No, all these years, it was that little bastard Lin Shuo helping second sister? How could that be? He doesn't have the ability.
Lin Shuo grabbed Lin Fengyu's shoulders anxiously. Xiaoyu, tell your sister the truth.
Did Lin Shuo threaten you into saying this? Be brave and speak up, your sister will stand up for you. Third sister.
Lin Fengyu looked troubled.
It really wasn't brother Lin Shuo threatening me.
Second sister and fourth sister already know about this. Hearing this, Lin Shuo immediately turned her gaze to Lin Wenxian beside her.
That's correct. Though extremely reluctant and unwilling to accept this reality, Lin Wenxian finally nodded helplessly. Yesterday at the hospital, I wanted Xiaoyu to help give second sister a massage. That's when I found out it's been Lin Shuo helping second sister all these years. How could this happen?
Lin Shuo felt her worldview crumbling. In her view, Lin Shuo was incapable of doing such a thing.
Logically, it should have been Xiaoyu who could help second sister. How had things suddenly changed? Was she still half asleep? So, if that's the case. After a moment of silence, Lin Wanwan spoke up, realizing something else. Wenxian, you went to school today to find Lin Shuo specifically to ask him to help alleviate Xiao Lu's rheumatic symptoms? MHM.
Lin Wenxian replied with a grim expression.
She recalled the humiliation she'd endured today because of Lin Shuo. So even if I go now, I won't be able to help second sister. Lin Fengyu's tone was heavy with self-reproach. What should we do then? Lin Shuo grew anxious. Didn't Xiao Lu go find Xiao Shuo?
She should be fine, Lin Wanwan offered reassurance.
But does second sister even know where Lin Shuo lives? Not sure.
Never mind, I'll just drive out and look for her first. Saying this, Lin Wanwan couldn't shake her unease and hurried out the door. After she left, the atmosphere in the living room grew even heavier.
Lin Shuo couldn't help but sigh. Now I understand why second sister was so adamant about speaking up for Lin Shuo today. Third sister. I'm sorry.
Lin Fengyu sniffed, her eyes misting over. Seeing this, Lin Shuo panicked slightly. Hey, Xiaoyu, don't be like that.
I'm not blaming you. I know, but I feel so guilty. I think it's my fault.
Lin Fengyu's voice cracked with tears. If I told second sister about this sooner, maybe things wouldn't have escalated like this today.
Oh, don't cry.
Lin Shuo hurried to comfort him.
How could this be your fault?
If anyone's to blame, it's Lin Shuo for keeping it to himself. He did it out of nowhere, no one forced him to pin this credit on you.
Who knows what he was thinking? If he'd just come clean earlier, none of this would have happened.
It's not brother Lin Shuo's fault. Lin Fengyu hurriedly explained, it's my fault. Brother Lin Shuo knew second sister always insisted on physical contact during treatments. That's why he asked me to wear a blindfold each time, so he could relieve her rheumatic pain under my name. If only I'd refused back then, or told second sister about it sooner, then not just second sister, maybe none of us would have so many misunderstandings about brother Lin Shuo.
Well, you can't put it that way.
Lin Shuo felt deeply sorry for him and immediately defended Lin Fengyu. You were only trying to protect our family.
How could anyone blame you? After all, you didn't come up with this idea on your own. Besides,
Lin Shuo causes so much trouble at home every day.
It's not just this one thing that makes us dislike him.
It's more that he has serious issues with his mindset.
Third sister, please stop talking about brother Lin Shuo like that. Lin Fengyu's tears fell. I really can't bear hearing you talk about brother Lin Shuo like that. He's actually a really good person. Alright, third sister won't say another word about him, okay?
Seeing this, Lin Shuo quickly stopped talking and hurriedly grabbed a tissue to wipe Lin Fengyu's tears. Su Dinglan, sitting on the sofa, felt a pang of unease upon hearing this. After pondering for a moment, she nudged Lin Shenghong beside her. Old Lin, Xiao doesn't seem like such a hopeless case after all. He just spends his days causing trouble at home. I think we should bring him back. Just do it for Qiu Lu and Xiao Yu's sake.
Don't hold a grudge anymore, okay? When have I ever held a grudge against him?
Lin Shenghong frowned and snorted irritably. He's the one who insisted on running away.
Did I stop him from coming back? He's the one who insists on messing around outside. Look what he's done to Wenxian.
Whether he comes back to this home isn't up to me anymore.
Have you considered Wenxian's feelings? Well, Su Dinglan felt awkward and instinctively glanced at Lin Wenxian.
Seeing the faint red handprint still visible on her daughter's cheek, her emotions became tangled.
For a moment, she didn't know how to speak.
Noticing her mother's gaze, Lin Wenxian seemed to read her thoughts and spoke up indignantly.
Mom!
Even if that bastard Lin Shuo did our second sister a favor, and even if only he can help her, I still don't want him back. After what he did to me today, there's no way I could ever forgive him. Ah! Hearing her daughter's words, Su Dinglan felt utterly helpless and could only let out a long sigh.
The living room fell into oppressive silence once more. Half an hour later, Lin Wanwan returned.
She walked through the door with slightly damp hair, but Lin Qiulu was nowhere to be seen behind her.
Wanwan, where's Qiulu?
Su Dinglan, who had been waiting for a long time, asked immediately upon seeing her.
I couldn't find her.
I think she probably took a taxi, Lin Wanwan replied, shaking her head gently.
Oh dear, with this rain, she'll catch rheumatism.
Where could she possibly go in such pain?
Su Dinglan's face was etched with concern.
Understanding her mother's feelings, Lin Wanwan quickly reassured her, Mom, don't worry.
Qiulu is an adult now.
She can take care of herself. If you're really concerned, I'll go to the school tomorrow to look for Lin Shuo. After all, Qiulu left because of him, so she must be heading there.
Well, I suppose that's the only option. Wanwan, I'm counting on you. Chapter 61, Sister, please don't leave. The next morning,
Lin Shuo woke up early as usual. When he entered the living room, he happened to see Wu Mengjing, dressed in a sports tank top and sweatpants, preparing to go out for her morning run.
Up so early, Xiao Shuo?
Wu Mengjing greeted him while changing her shoes.
Aren't you going to sleep in a bit longer? No thanks, Sister Jing. I've had enough sleep. Getting to school early means I can study a bit longer.
Lin Shuo shook his head gently in refusal, though the real reason was that his biological clock simply wouldn't let him sleep too long.
Alright then. Wu Mengjing didn't press further, instead suggesting, want to grab breakfast with me on the way? Sure, Sister Jing. Just give me a minute to freshen up first. With that, Lin Shuo hurried into the bathroom.
A few minutes later, having finished his routine in a hurry, he rushed out, his face still dotted with droplets of water he hadn't wiped away. Seeing this, Wu Mengjing pulled a tissue from her pocket to help wipe him down.
Silly, why the rush? I just didn't want you to go hungry, Sister Jing.
Lin Shuo said, feeling a bit embarrassed as he reached to take the tissue from Wu Mengjing's hand.
Sis Jing, I can manage on my own. It's fine, I've dried you off already.
Wu Mengjing smiled as she withdrew her hand, tossing the tissue into the trash bag she'd brought along to dispose of. Come on, breakfast spots are packed at this hour.
Let's hurry and get in line. Alright.
Lin Shuo replied before following Wu Mengjing out the door.
Soon, they walked out of the residential complex and arrived at the breakfast shop near the internet café. Just as Wu Mengjing had said, even before entering, they could see the place was packed from a distance. Mengjing, out for your morning run again?
Just as they were about to squeeze into the breakfast shop, an elderly woman who happened to be coming out called out to Wu Mengjing.
Yes, Grandma Su.
Wu Mengjing replied with a smile, clearly acquainted with the elderly woman.
Not eating at the cafeteria today?
It's been ages since I visited this shop, so I thought I'd come for a change of pace. Grandma Su smiled, then her gaze fell on Lin Shuo.
Oh, who's this young man?
This is Lin Shuo, my younger brother. Wu Mengjing immediately introduced him. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Su's expression grew subtly complex.
Your younger brother?
She asked again, sounding somewhat incredulous, her eyes unable to resist taking in Lin Shuo from head to toe.
Yes, doesn't he look like me?
Wu Mengjing smiled and leaned closer to Lin Shuo.
I think we're cut from the same cloth. Oh my, you little minx. Grandma Su looked helpless.
She seemed to know something but didn't elaborate, only her eyes sparkled with curiosity.
However, with Lin Shuo present, she couldn't openly ask. Xiao Shuo, say hello to Grandma Su.
Wu Mengjing paid no mind to Grandma Su's reaction, gently patting Lin Shuo's hand.
Hello, Grandma Su. Lin Shuo promptly greeted her.
He'd actually wanted to speak earlier, but hadn't wanted to interrupt their conversation.
Good, young man, you too.
Grandma Su gave a slight nod, then turned her gaze back to Wu Mengjing.
Mengjing, I'll be heading to the school now.
Alright, take care. Wu Mengjing replied with a smile, watching as Grandma Su walked away.
Only after she vanished from sight did Lin Shuo ask, Sis Jing, is this Grandma Su a teacher?
Yes, she is.
Wu Mengjing nodded. Just ahead of our residential complex is the faculty housing for Jiangcheng University.
Grandma Su is a professor in the law department there.
That impressive?
Lin Shuo was genuinely surprised.
Exactly. So, Xiao Shuo, if you ever run into Grandma Su on this street, try to chat with her more. It might just help your studies in the future. Got it. Alright, let's hurry and get breakfast. Okay. A few minutes later. After some effort, the two finally bought their breakfast. Pay close attention in class once you get to school, okay?
Also, I've already saved my phone number in the phone I gave you yesterday. Wu Mengjing walked Lin Shuo to the bus stop and reminded him, remember what I said, we don't start trouble, but we don't back down either. If the Lin family comes looking for you again, tell me immediately.
Don't try to handle it alone, understand? I know. Lin Shuo nodded earnestly. Do you have enough money on you? Plenty. I still have more than half left.
I don't need much money at school except to top up my meal card.
Alright, but if you run out, remember to tell your sister. Wu Mengjing smiled.
I'll just add it to your account book anyway, so don't be polite with me, it's all your money. Just as she finished speaking, the bus bound for campus pulled into the station. Wu Mengjing hurriedly urged him, alright, get on quickly. If you miss this one, the next bus won't be here in time.
Stay safe. Got it. See you tonight, Sister Jing.
Lin Shuo said as he hurried onto the bus.
See you tonight. After Lin Shuo boarded, he could see through the window that Wu Mengjing hadn't hurried away.
She remained standing at the bus stop, watching him depart with a look of concern in her eyes. Warmth flooded Lin Shuo's heart, and a smile spread across his face without him even realizing it.
Half an hour later.
The bus came to a stop at the station near the school. Lin Shuo had just followed the crowd off the bus and was about to head toward the school when a figure suddenly darted out, blocking his path.
Xiao Shuo.
The familiar voice made Lin Shuo pause slightly.
Then, a wave of intense disgust surged instinctively through him. Is this ever going to end?
Lin Shuo glared at Lin Qiulu before him with disgust.
Is there something wrong with all of you Lin family members? Showing up once a day, more persistent than a vengeful ghost. Could you please just get lost?
Hearing these words, Lin Qiulu felt as if her heart had been sliced open. Xiao Shuo, don't be like this.
What do you mean, don't be like this?
Lin Shuo frowned impatiently.
Stop playing the victim in front of me. It's disgusting. I wasn't.
Lin Qiulu's face turned deathly pale.
Xiao Shuo, please, just hear me out. I know I've made mistakes.
I know I've neglected your feelings all these years.
I didn't come here for anything. I just wanted to make it up to you. Ha, make it up to me?
Lin Shuo scoffed coldly.
Hearing that word from your mouth is just so disgusting. And you say you know you're wrong? What a joke.
You've been acting like an idiot for all these years, might as well keep it up. I'll say this one last time, I want absolutely nothing to do with the Lin family anymore.
Now get the hell out of my sight. With that, Lin Shuo turned to leave.
But Lin Qiulu immediately rushed after him, her eyes reddening.
Xiao Shuo, don't go. Sister truly begs you don't leave. Chapter 62, please, don't treat your sister like this.
Lin Qiulu grabbed Lin Shuo's shoulders, her pleading voice drawing stares from bystanders. But in that moment, she cared for nothing else only to make Lin Shuo stay.
Let go.
Lin Shuo's face darkened, his tone thick with irritation. Please, Xiao Shuo, let your sister say a few more words. Lin Qiulu's eyes began to redden. I finally understand now, it was never Xiaoyu who helped ease my romantic pain all these years, but you.
I'm so sorry for everything these past years. It's all my fault. I want to make it up to you. Please give me a chance. Shut up.
Lin Shuo violently shook off Lin Qiulu's hand and snapped, don't call yourself big sister in front of me.
Do you even deserve that title? And what the hell does your rheumatism have to do with me? Go find your Lin Fengyu. Stop clinging to me like this.
Don't think I don't know you're only bothering me now because you're in pain and no one else is helping you.
Get lost.
Xiao Shuo, you shouldn't talk to your sister like that. Lin Qiulu felt as if her heart had been tossed into a meat grinder.
Sister didn't mean it that way. Sister didn't come to you because of the rheumatism. Sister truly wanted to make it up to you. Enough. I've heard enough of your bull.
A shadow passed over Lin Shuo's eyes.
You want to make amends, huh? Fine, I'll give you your chance.
I'll repeat what I said before, drive Lin Fengyu out of the Lin family right now, then bring him here to kowtow 10 times before me.
Only then will I consider you genuinely seeking to compensate me. Nothing else is up for discussion. Xiao Shuo. Could you change the terms? Lin Xiolu's face turned pale. Sis can't do that.
Sis doesn't have that kind of power, and couldn't bring myself to do something like that to Xiaoyu.
Please, don't put Sis through this, okay? Ask for anything else, and Sis will make it happen. Poof.
Lin Shuo snorted coldly.
Just as I expected. I knew you'd say that. Fine, I never expected anything from you anyway. Keep letting Lin Fengyu keep you in the dark. Keep treating him like your brother.
I'll just sit back and enjoy watching how badly he screws you over in the future.
What do you mean? Lin Xiolu was utterly bewildered. How could Xiaoyu keep me in the dark? What else is there that I don't know?
Xiao Shuo,
you haven't told your sister everything, have you?
Lin Shuo deliberately remained silent. He intended to torment Lin Qiulu, forcing her to uncover the truth bit by bit on her own. Then watch her slowly unravel and break down as she peeled back the layers of truth.
Xiao Shuo, please, tell your sister.
Lin Xiolua felt as if her heart were being clawed at incessantly by a cat. The agony of uncertainty about the truth was unbearable, driving her to plead relentlessly. But the more she pleaded, the more Lin Shuo ignored her.
Forget it. Let's not talk about Xiaoyu for now.
Later, I'll look into it myself. Seeing she was getting no response, Lin Qiulu had no choice but to change her tone. Xiao Shuo.
I know yesterday was your birthday.
Mom and Dad and your other sisters forgot, but I remembered.
I went out last night specifically to pick out a birthday gift for you. But I don't know where you live now, so I can only give it to you now.
As she spoke, fearing Lin Shuo might leave, she hurriedly pulled a delicate gift box from her bag, making a move to press it into his hands. Lin Shuo didn't even bother to glance at it, slamming the gift box away with a sharp flick of his wrist. Everything about the Lin family had long been ingrained in his bones as something he despised. From the night he left the Lin household, he had sworn to repay every ounce of suffering he had endured back to them. So how could he possibly accept this so-called gift from Lin Xiolu now? Moreover, in his eyes, Lin Xiolu's actions were nothing but a weasel paying respects to a chicken clearly up to no good. Who knew what disgusting thing was hidden inside that gift box?
Xiao Shuo.
Watching the gift box clatter to the floor, Lin Xiolu's voice trembled, and tears nearly spilled from her eyes. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she hurriedly bent down to pick up the box and held it out to Lin Shuo once more. Don't be like this, Xiao Shuo. This is truly a birthday gift your sister put her heart into choosing for you. Just open it and take a look. If you don't like it, I'll go exchange it for you until you do like it.
Okay? Are you never going to stop?
Lin Shuo's patience had reached its limit, his eyelids twitching involuntarily.
I don't mean anything else, really. I just want to make up for this birthday gift.
Lin Xiolu sniffed at her stinging nose, her voice beginning to break.
Please, take it. I've already left the Lin family for your sake. I truly have no other intentions.
Seeing this, Lin Shuo fell silent.
He stared at the gift box Lin Xiolu was desperately trying to shove into his arms.
After a long, silent pause, he finally spoke.
Fine. I'll take it.
With that, Lin Shuo took the gift box as Lin Xiolua looked at him with tearful, astonished eyes. But Lin Xiolu's joy was short-lived. What happened next nearly shattered her. After taking the box, Lin Shuo turned without hesitation and tossed it lightly toward a street-side sanitation bin.
The gift box traced a perfect arc through the air before landing with a clang deep inside the trash bin.
Witnessing this, Lin Xiolu felt her heart plummet into an endless abyss, just like the discarded gift box. I'll take the gift, but you can get lost.
That's it.
With those words, Lin Shuo left behind a cold stare, utterly indifferent to Lin Xiolua, who stood frozen in place. He turned and walked away decisively.
How could this happen? Xiao Shuo. How could you?
But that was your sister's birthday gift to you. Lin Xiolu stared blankly as Lin Shuo's figure grew smaller and smaller in the distance. She wanted to chase after him, but her body felt drained of all strength, as if stripped of control. In the end, she could only watch helplessly as Lin Shuo vanished from sight. After a long while, she wandered like a soulless shell toward the sanitation bin. Ignoring the sour stench wafting from within, she reached in and fished out the gift box. Then, crouching by the roadside, the tears that had long filled her eyes finally overflowed, trickling slowly down her cheeks.
Xiao Shuo. What should I do? What on earth should I do? Sister really just wanted to make it up to you. Chapter 63, Lin Qinghong's Humiliation. Fong Group Tower. Inside the top floor office. Mr. Lin, it's been a while.
Spotting the familiar face entering with his secretary, the middle-aged man who had been waiting rose immediately, greeting him with a warm smile.
It's been a while, Mr. Fong. You look much healthier.
Lin Shenghong responded with a smile, mirroring the pleasantries. I've heard rumors about the precious medicinal wine you keep at home, Mr. Fong.
When will you share some with us old friends? Ah, that's just nonsense spread by others. There's no such medicinal liquor, it's all a hoax. No matter what they mix into that stuff, liquor is bad for the liver. Fang Xingyan replied offhandedly. Besides, you wouldn't believe how much more gray hair I've gotten lately. I just dyed it black again yesterday. Is that so? I don't buy it. Unless you let me try some of that legendary medicinal liquor you're hoarding. Lin Shuo said, settling himself onto the sofa. Fine, fine. If you want to try some, I'll send you a bottle later. Fang Xingyan shook his head with a smile. But seriously, Mr. Lin, you didn't just drop by for my medicinal liquor, did you? Well, that was part of the idea. Lin Shuo paused deliberately. But the main reason is something that happened last night. Oh? What happened? Fang Xingyan's eyes lit up with interest. Could it be that you have another major project in mind for us to collaborate on? Not exactly. It's just that, if handled poorly, this matter could impact our future business dealings. Lin Shuo sighed slowly. That's serious? Fang Xingyan frowned slightly. What exactly happened? Mr. Lin, cut to the chase, just tell me straight. Well, recently there's been a minor family dispute at my place. It wasn't a big deal at first, just a little friction between the kids. But unfortunately, your daughter suddenly got involved in it. Huh? Something like that? What did Mingyu do? She didn't cause any major trouble, did she? She slapped my fourth child several times. The moment those words left his mouth, the vast office fell into a deathly silence. Fang Xingyan's expression shifted slightly before he let out a long sigh after a long pause. Oh, that girl. Why does she spend all her time causing trouble outside? Why does she have to meddle in other people's family affairs? I suppose I've spoiled her too much over the years. Well then, Mr. Lin, I'll have my daughter apologize to yours on her behalf. Later on, let's set a time. I'll bring out all my treasured medicinal wines. You can choose any you like and drink as much as you want. These words, seemingly brimming with sincerity, only made Lin Shuo frown, his eyes gradually clouding over with displeasure. He could tell Fang Xingyan was clearly skirting the real issues, showing not a shred of genuine remorse. Mr. Fang, this doesn't seem quite right, does it? Lin Shuo patiently reminded him, making clear his dissatisfaction with this resolution. Oh dear. You're absolutely right, Mr. Lin. My oversight. Fang Xingyan looked self-reproachful. I'll buy some gifts for your daughter later as compensation. A vein throbbed at the corner of Lin Shuo's eye. If Fang Xingyan's earlier words had merely skirted the issue, then what he was saying now was pure evasion. He even suspected Fang Xingyan had known about this all along but was deliberately playing dumb. Mr. Fang, I won't beat around the bush. Lin Shuo took a deep breath, suppressing the rising anger in his heart. This isn't the first time we've dealt with each other, nor is it the first time we've done business in Jiangcheng. You should be well aware of how to handle matters like this. If this issue could be resolved with a simple gift, why would I bother coming all the way here to visit you? My daughter suffered unjust treatment at your daughter's hands. Surely you owe us a proper explanation? Oh, Mr. Lin, what are you saying? Fang Xingyan quickly offered a conciliatory smile. I fully understand the gravity of this matter. Please calm down. I'll speak with my daughter tonight and get to the bottom of this. She will be severely punished. Hearing this evasive response, Lin Shuo's expression darkened instantly. Mr. Fang. This is a bit much, don't you think? No, Mr. Lin, I'm afraid I don't quite understand your meaning. Fang Xingyan looked troubled. It's true my daughter made a mistake. I've offered appropriate compensation and promised to discipline her properly at home. If that still doesn't satisfy you, surely I can't hand my daughter over to you for punishment? That wouldn't be appropriate. Fang Xingyan. Seeing Fang Xingyan still feigning ignorance, Lin Shuo's patience finally snapped. He tore off the mask of civility and snapped, "Stop playing dumb. Your daughter slapped mine several times. If you think that settles it, how about I slap you a few times too, then send you a few bottles of medicinal wine? How does that sound?" At these words, Fang Xingyan's expression instantly turned icy. He dropped the act of being a nice guy, even letting out a dismissive tisk, which nearly made Lin Shuo want to slam his fist on the table. So, Mr. Lin, what exactly do you want me to do to make things right? Two options: either have your daughter come to my house to apologize face-to-face to mine and face the consequences of what she did to my daughter, or hand over 20% of the profits from our joint venture. Ha! Mr. Lin, you're quite the humorist. Do you think I'm joking? Lin Shuo's face darkened like ink. Fang Xingyan's expression wasn't much better. He'd learned last night that his daughter had clashed with the fourth son of the Lin family. He knew even more that Lin Shuo had come today to confront him. Even though his daughter had been in the wrong first, the saying goes, support your kin, not the truth. Plus, there was another reason. Moreover, he had always considered himself stubborn by nature, preferring soft approaches over force. He refused to bow his head, and he certainly wouldn't let his daughter suffer the slightest injustice. Seeing Lin Shuo speak to him with such an attitude now only reinforced his refusal to compromise. Lin Shuo, don't try to put on airs with me. Fang Xingyan snorted coldly. Get one thing straight, this is my company. And since we've dealt with each other before, you should know how precious my daughter is to me.
By apologizing on her behalf today, I've already shown you considerable face. Don't push your luck and take advantage of my kindness.
Hearing this, Lin Shuo lost all restraint.
He slammed his fist on the table and leapt to his feet.
Fang Xingyan, your daughter started this bullying, and you have the nerve to lecture me? Say that again if you dare. Chapter 64, Let Daddy See. Say it again? So what? Fang Xingyan slammed his fist on the table too. Don't you dare push your luck. The tension in the office instantly reached a boiling point.
An invisible, acrid smell of gunpowder seemed to fill the air.
Fang, are you determined to burn bridges with me today? Lin Shuo gritted his teeth.
If not for the changing times, he would have punched Fang Xingyan square in the face.
What's there to discuss at this point? Fang Xingyan snorted coldly, showing no mercy.
I'll say it plainly, if you think you can make my daughter suffer, you've got another thing coming.
Fine. 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 Mr. Fang, you've got some nerve. Lin Shuo clenched his fists in rage. We'll see about that. Have it your way. Fang Xingyan finished speaking and picked up the internal phone on his desk. Show them out.
Seconds later, the secretary who had brought Lin Shuo into the office pushed open the door and entered. Mr. Lin, this way please. Seeing this, Lin Shuo let out a heavy, cold snort, leaving behind a look of resentment before turning and walking out. Once the vast office was empty save for Fang Xingyan, he took a deep breath before picking up his phone and dialing a number.
After about 10 seconds, the call finally connected. Hello? Dad, what's wrong?
Hearing his daughter's voice on the other end, Fang Xingyan's heart softened instantly, despite his initial intention to reprimand her.
Yeah, where are you? You're back in Jiangcheng, so why haven't you come home? I'm at Mengjing's place, Dad. It's not that I don't want to come home, but the house feels so empty. You're always out working. Ah, it's Dad's fault. I'll be home tonight. Will you come back to stay?
You called me, so of course I'll come back.
That's good. Dad, did you call me suddenly because there's something else you need? You think I can hide anything from our yeye? I'm your daughter, after all. Don't you think I know you? Fang Manhwa snorted on the other end of the line. Let me guess, it's the Lin family coming after you again, isn't it?
Yeah, Lin Shuo came by. I just had a heated argument with him.
Fang Xingyan paused, his voice tinged with resignation.
By the way, yeah, you called last night and mentioned having a disagreement with the fourth daughter of the Lin family.
Why didn't you clarify that you slapped her twice?
Oh, I just forgot to mention it.
Fang Manhwa replied in a pouty tone, but even if I hadn't made it clear, the outcome wouldn't have changed.
Anyway, the feud between our family and the Lins is already set in stone.
You little. Fang Xingyan couldn't refute her.
He wanted to scold her, but couldn't bring himself to do it. He could only say, tell Dad, why on earth did you slap the fourth daughter of the Lin family? It's a long story, but basically, I was standing up for my brother.
Hearing his daughter's answer, Fang Xingyan froze. Wait, what brother? Fang Xingyan regained his composure. Your cousin? Your half-brother? Neither.
He's the real younger brother I just recognized these past few days.
Fang Manhwa snorted. What the hell?
It took Fang Xingyan a moment to process the news, his voice rising several decibels involuntarily.
You mean, you got into this conflict with the Lin family over a complete stranger who had nothing to do with you? What do you mean stranger? Dad, I don't like hearing you talk like that. Fang Manhwa immediately protested. Shuo isn't just my brother now, he's Mengjing's brother too.
And most importantly, he saved half your daughter's life.
What? Fang Xingyan was stunned again. Saved half your life? When did that happen? The night before last, right after I returned to Jiangcheng. Fang Manhwa explained, your daughter has rheumatism, right?
That day, a torrential downpour hit Jiangcheng, and the moment I arrived at Mengjing's place, the pain was excruciating. Then Shuo came home from school to Mengjing's house, gave me a few massages, and your daughter's rheumatic pain vanished completely.
You mean? Fang Xingyan stared in disbelief, his eyes wide.
As her father, he knew her rheumatism inside out. Over the years, he had sought out renowned doctors everywhere, even tried various folk healers and old folk remedies, yet his daughter's condition had never shown the slightest improvement. And now his daughter was telling him that some little brother who'd appeared out of nowhere had cured it with just a couple of presses? It was too much for him to accept all at once. Out of concern for his daughter, and the caution honed from years in business, he instinctively sensed something fishy about the whole thing. After hesitating for a long time, he couldn't help but ask one more question. Yeah, are you sure he only pressed on your body twice? He didn't do anything else or make you eat anything, right? Dad, what are you thinking? Fang Manhwa snapped back irritably on the other end of the line. He did it at Mengjing's place. You know Mengjing, she was right there watching. What could possibly be fishy? Besides, your daughter isn't some little kid. If someone tried to mess with me, wouldn't I know? Oh, Dad didn't mean anything by it. I just feel a little uneasy. Sensing his daughter's irritation, Fang Xingyan quickly added, you know how Dad's been running around trying to find a cure for your rheumatism all these years. We've seen so many top doctors with no real progress. It's only natural to be a little suspicious now.
Don't you think that makes sense? Fine, I suppose you have a point. Fang Mingyue's mood softened slightly. Honestly, I was skeptical at first too. I only asked Xiao Shuo to give it a try because it was worth a shot. But it actually worked. Your daughter will depend on him for the rest of her life. Now you understand why she's willing to risk a huge falling out with the Lin family, right? Of course. You've explained it so clearly, how could Dad not understand? Besides, I know how terribly rheumatism has tormented you all these years. Fang Xingyan gave a helpless smile. But about this matter. Why don't you arrange for me to see that young man's skills for myself? Otherwise, I just can't shake this unease. You understand how I feel, right? Fine. I'll talk to Xiao Shuo before we head back tonight. Fang Mingyue paused before adding, but you must remember to prepare something nice to repay Xiao Shuo later. After all, he's practically your daughter's savior. Yes. Dad will definitely remember. Fang Xingyan replied affectionately. Well, nothing else then. Gotta hang up, gotta watch TV. Remember to come home tonight. Got it. Chapter 65, A New Money-Making Plan. Meanwhile, inside Jiangcheng First High School, Lin Shuo, having finally shaken off Lin Shuo's clinginess, made his way to the classroom. He took a moment to compose himself before pulling out his exam papers to review. Not long after, a familiar voice broke into his ears, momentarily interrupting his focused review. Morning, Lin Shuo. He looked up at the sound and saw Fei Shuwen and Du Juanwang. Morning. Lin Shuo smiled and gave a slight nod before asking, did you two plan to come together? Not exactly. We just happened to catch the same bus. Fei Shuwen answered as he sat down, then added, by the way, Lin Shuo, what was that rush about last night when your sister took you away? Is it serious? Nothing major. Lin Shuo hesitated before replying, she was just celebrating my birthday. Huh? This answer left Fei Shuwen completely dumbfounded. Du Juanwang beside him also wore a look of utter surprise. Wait, why didn't you mention your birthday earlier? Du Juanwang, who snapped out of it first, felt a pang of regret. I didn't even have time to get you a birthday present. It's okay. Lin Shuo smiled indifferently. I don't need any gifts. Just wishing me a happy birthday is enough. That won't do. Du Juanwang felt he should at least show some gesture of goodwill, but he couldn't find a suitable gift on such short notice, nor did he know what Lin Shuo liked. In a panic, he fumbled in his pocket and slammed a black card onto the table. What's this? Though Lin Shuo hadn't intended to accept a gift, his curiosity was piqued. My birthday gift to you, a gym membership. Hearing this, Lin Shuo froze. Fei Shuwen, standing nearby, was equally bewildered. A gym membership as a birthday gift. You're quite unique, huh? After regaining his composure, Lin Shuo found himself torn between laughter and tears. I'm not joking. Du Juanwang looked dead serious. You're too skinny. You need to work out more like me. How can a man not have muscles? Makes sense. Lin Shuo nodded thoughtfully. Truthfully, he'd already planned to carve out time for workouts after the college entrance exams. Not to mention, a muscular physique certainly carried a certain intimidating presence around others. But exercise itself was beneficial for his health. Having been reborn after so much effort, he couldn't just fixate on revenge. Taking better care of his own body was equally important. Alright, thanks. Lin Shuo met Du Juanwang's earnest gaze and accepted the gym membership without further ado. At the same time, he silently resolved to return the favor with a meaningful gift when Du Juanwang's birthday rolled around. Lin Shuo. Fei Shuwen spoke up awkwardly, I don't know what you need, and it's too late to prepare anything in advance, so this is all I can give you. He pulled a book from his backpack, its pages so worn at the edges they were curled. Lin Shuo recognized it instantly, Fei Shuwen's favorite martial arts novel. It was also one of the few sources of comfort that helped alleviate Fei Shuwen's academic stress during his senior year of high school. Beyond that, Lin Shuo knew Fei Shuwen's family was struggling financially. At school, he'd scrimp and save, trying to stretch every penny. If he remembered correctly, this slightly yellowed novel had been purchased with money Fei Shuwen had saved from his daily meal allowance, a decision he'd made only after much hesitation. Now, Fei Shuwen was presenting this very novel as a birthday gift to Lin Shuo, leaving Lin Shuo with an indescribable feeling in his heart. Honestly, he felt reluctant to accept this gift. But at the same time, he understood that refusing it would likely hurt Fei Shuwen's already insecure feelings. After all, he had just accepted the gym membership card from Du Juanwang. At that moment, he could vividly imagine the immense resolve Fei Shuwen must have mustered to pull this book out. Shuwen, thanks. Lin Shuo took a deep breath, accepted the novel Fei Shuwen offered, and said, I've wanted to buy this book for ages, but I just couldn't bring myself to spend the money. Heh. Glad you like it. Fei Shuwen's face broke into a simple, honest smile. Though he felt a twinge of reluctance inside. In his eyes, Lin Shuo was his only friend at school. As long as his friend was happy, it didn't matter if he gave a little more. By the way, Shuwen, have you thought about what you want to do in the future? As Lin Shuo suddenly asked this question, thoughts of Fei Shuwen's future flashed through his mind.
In his previous life, after graduating high school, they had gone to universities in different cities and kept in touch sporadically through social media. Despite the long periods without meeting, their friendship remained unbroken. But later, when Lin Shuo finally saw Fei Shuwen again, it was to learn of his death.
Coming from a poor family, Fei had tried every means to work part-time while attending university.
But as the saying goes,
the rope breaks at its weakest point. Misfortune finds the most unfortunate. Despite Fei Shuwen's relentless efforts to escape poverty, fate showed him no mercy.
Instead, misfortune struck one after another.
First, his father was involved in an accident.
Then his mother was diagnosed with a serious illness. The savings he had painstakingly accumulated after graduation, along with the life-saving money he had begged and borrowed from relatives and friends, were stolen clean. Thus, after enduring his father's untimely death and helplessly watching his mother suffer through her final days in the hospital bed, Fei Shuwen was plunged into endless grief and self-blame. Ultimately, unable to bear the crushing weight of his mental anguish, he chose to end his own life.
Recalling these events, Lin Shuo's heart ached.
First, having endured similar hardships in his own past life, he understood that pain intimately. Second, in his eyes, Fei Shuwen was a friend he could confide in.
Therefore, if possible, he wanted to help Fei Shuwen as much as he could.
I haven't figured out exactly what yet, Fei Shuwen replied with a crooked grin, but as long as it's legal and morally sound, making big money is fine by me.
I see.
Lin Shuo stroked the novel in his hand, a sudden idea forming in his mind. Simultaneously, a new money-making plan for the future took shape, prompting him to ask eagerly.
Shuwen, what do you think about writing books?
Huh?
Writing books?
I mean writing novels like the kind I'm holding right now.
I couldn't do that.
Fei Shuwen shook his head awkwardly.
You know I'm terrible at writing essays. If I can't even write a decent essay, how could I possibly write a novel? Don't be so hard on yourself.
Lin Shuo urged earnestly, being bad at essays doesn't mean you're bad at writing novels. Often, what matters in fiction isn't the writing style, but a story compelling enough to hook readers.
Chapter 66, Uninvited Guest.
That sounds reasonable, but I still don't think it'll work.
Fei Shuwen looked troubled as he declined Lin Shuo's suggestion once more. Lin Shuo understood Fei Shuwen's hesitation.
After all, in this era, the concept of online literature hadn't yet burst onto the scene. Most people instinctively viewed novel writing as something with a high barrier to entry.
Fei Shuwen was clearly one of them.
But in reality, whether it was the popular physical novels of this era or the online literature that would later gain more young readers in later generations,
in Lin Shuo's view, the crucial commonality between the two lay in crafting a compelling story, not in piling up ornate language. Fine writing is merely icing on the cake. The true soul that captivates readers lies in telling a compelling story and sparking their anticipation.
Online literature, which emerged several years later, perfected this principle, continuously winning over wave after wave of young readers.
Lin Shuo's new money-making plan involves launching an online literature website centered on storytelling. Once established, it could then pursue subsequent IP rights development.
Of course, the creation of this website will have to wait until the navigation site is fully established and has reached a certain scale. As the saying goes, you can't rush things.
Let's not even discuss whether there's sufficient funding and manpower available.
To build a towering skyscraper that stands the test of time, you must first lay a solid foundation. The navigation website is the foundation of his future business empire. All future website-related developments can be promoted through it, achieving excellent results while saving a significant amount on advertising expenses. As for whether he could persuade Fei Shuwen to enter this field in the future, Lin Shuo's stance was to let fate decide.
He wasn't certain if Fei Shuwen possessed the aptitude for it.
He merely wanted to offer some helpful advice at this juncture. If Fei Shuwen still had no intention of entering this field in the future, he would find ways to guide Fei Shuwen toward other promising paths.
It's fine. If you develop an interest later, you can always try then.
Lin Shuo didn't dwell on the topic of writing novels. After a few more casual remarks, morning reading period soon began.
Noon. As the bell rang to signal the end of class,
the oppressive study atmosphere that had enveloped the entire classroom dissipated. Some students transformed into ravenous beasts, dashing out of the classroom before the teacher at the front had even finished gathering their materials, heading straight for the cafeteria. Lin Shuo, having emerged from his study trance, tidied his cluttered desk and gently shook the drowsy Du Juanguang awake. "Let's go grab lunch," he said. "This one's on me, consider it a birthday celebration." Du Juanguang yawned but didn't refuse. Fei Shuwen hesitated, but the two of them practically dragged him out of the classroom. What should have been a relaxed and pleasant lunch break took an unexpected turn when the trio stepped out of the teaching building and encountered an unwelcome guest, Lin Wanwan. Seeing that familiar face before him, Lin Shuo felt nothing but irritation. On one hand, it was disgust. On the other hand, he couldn't stand the Lin family's relentless harassment. They had all once treated him as if he were invisible. Yet the moment he left the Lin family, they clung to him like a stubborn plaster, impossible to shake off.
He couldn't understand. Was the way the Lin family's brains were wired fundamentally different from normal people's? Or did they just take perverse pleasure in making fools of themselves? Lin Shuo. Hearing Lin Wanzhuan's voice, Lin Shuo didn't even bother acknowledging her. He treated her as if she were invisible and turned to leave. Seeing his reaction, Lin Wanwan felt a surge of intense displeasure. Simultaneously, memories of her last visit to Lin Shuo flooded her mind. The combination of these feelings made Lin Wanwan want to yell at him right then and there. But since they were on campus, she didn't want to lose face or bring negative attention to Lin Fengyu. Moreover, Du Juanwang, the one who had humiliated her last time, was present. So she forced herself to suppress her resentment, steeled her nerves, and called out as she followed. Lin Shuo. I just want to ask you a few things. I'll leave right after. Despite this, Lin Shuo's footsteps didn't pause. This instantly made Lin Wanwan lose her temper. Lin Shuo. Stop right there. She quickened her pace, nearly catching up to him. But Du Juanwang suddenly halted, spinning to block her path. What are you doing? Seeing this, Lin Wanzhuan's eyes flashed with momentary panic. This is school. Don't do anything rash. That line should be mine. Du Juanwang frowned. I just don't understand what you Lin family is trying to achieve. Lin Shuo has already left your family. What more do you want? Harassing him outside school, harassing him inside school, are you just shameless, or do you intend to drive Lin Shuo to the edge before you'll stop? What nonsense are you spouting? Lin Wanwan was visibly annoyed. I came here just to ask Lin Shuo a few questions. How does that make me shameless? I think you're the one with no shame. What business is it of yours what happens between Lin Shuo and me? Could you please stop meddling in other people's affairs? I'll meddle in other people's business if I want to. What's it to you? Du Juanwang realized he was tongue-tied, so he skipped the small talk and adopted a hardline stance. His sturdy, towering frame formed a wall, refusing to let Lin Wanwan come within an inch of Lin Shuo. You. Lin Wanwan nearly spat blood, yet she was utterly powerless against Du Juanwang. After a moment, she forced down her fury, her gaze cutting through Du Juanwang as she shouted at Lin Shuo, Lin Shuo. If you're even remotely a man, stop hiding like a coward behind someone else and keep quiet. I just want to ask you a few questions. It's not like I'm trying to kill you. Is it really that hard to say a couple of words? Hearing this, Lin Shuo turned his head slightly and gave her a sidelong glance. I have no interest in speaking with someone who knows no shame. Shameless? Lin Wanwan was livid at the accusation, her face contorting with fury. Stop right there. Who are you calling shameless? I came over just to ask if you saw Chiu Lu today, and this is how you treat me? Do you even respect me as your older sister? You idiot. This time, Lin Shuo didn't even bother to turn his head, spitting out two simple, contemptuous words. It was precisely those two words that nearly pushed Lin Wanwan over the edge, threatening to unleash a torrent of curses. Fortunately, she managed to suppress the volcanic rage threatening to erupt. She lowered her head, pulled a card from her handbag, and flung it at Lin Shuo. Chapter 67, The Classic Victim Blaming Theory. Thud. A crisp sound echoed. The card landed precisely in front of Lin Shuo. He looked down to find it was a bank card. There's $500,000 in this account. Lin Wanwan glared at him. Lin Shuo, it's fine that you show no respect for your elders. I'll overlook it today. And as your older sister, I'll even repay your disrespect with kindness. Here's this money, go out and enjoy yourself to your heart's content from now on. Lin Shuo remained outwardly composed, but inwardly sneered with disdain. He understood perfectly well the motive behind Lin Wanzhuan's actions. She couldn't win an argument with him, so she resorted to tempting him with this, only to humiliate him later. Without hesitation, Lin Shuo stomped on the bank card she tossed at him and retorted, "Save this pittance for burning paper money for yourself in the afterlife." At these words, Lin Wanzhuan's face flushed alternately green and purple with rage. Her eyes filled with uncontrollable hatred, as if she wanted to kill Lin Shuo right then and there. But constrained by the inappropriate setting, Du Juanwang's presence, and the lesson learned last time, she took a deep breath, gritted her teeth, and once again suppressed the urge to explode. She couldn't fathom where Lin Shuo found the audacity to so decisively reject $500,000. This left her hastily devised plan to humiliate and retaliate against Lin Shuo completely in tatters. Logically speaking, having severed ties with the Lin family, with nowhere to live and no source of income, Lin Shuo should be struggling financially, needing money more than anyone else. Even if he had recently befriended the youngest son of the Du family, it shouldn't have been possible for him to casually turn down $500,000 like this. After all, while the Du family was wealthy, Du Juanwang was still just a high school student. Given the Du family's principles in raising their children, Du Juanwang certainly didn't have much money at his disposal. Moreover, the Du family wasn't exactly a bunch of softies. They wouldn't casually allow their child to hand over a large sum of money to support a complete stranger who was essentially a nobody. So where did Lin Shuo get the nerve to turn down this 500,000 yuan? Could it be this kid was playing hard to get? At this thought, Lin Wanzhuan's expression darkened. She reached into her purse again and pulled out another bank card. Think that's too little? Fine. This card has 2 million. Now, bow your head and apologize to me.
Answer the question I asked earlier, then come back home with me. The money in both cards will be all yours.
With that, Lin Wanwan tossed the bank card once more at Lin Shuo's feet. However,
such behavior not only failed to earn Lin Shuo a single glance but instead drew a sneer from him.
Lin Wanwan, are you out of your mind? What on earth makes you think money can resolve the conflict between us?
All the suffering I've endured these years, even if your entire Lin family liquidated every last asset, it wouldn't begin to repay it. I'll say it again, save this money for burning paper offerings after you're dead. The words dripped with sarcasm, like an invisible dagger piercing Lin Wanjuan's heart. Watching Lin Shuo step on the bank card again as he prepared to leave, she suddenly couldn't control her temper. She immediately rushed forward and blocked his path.
Lin Shuo, what the hell do you think you're doing? What do you mean by the suffering you've endured all these years? Explain it to me clearly. What suffering have you endured? Hasn't our family been kind enough to you? Have you forgotten who took you back into the Lin family? Who provided for your food, clothing, and education day in and day out?
Your misbehavior outside, causing trouble at home, bullying Xiaoyu, even showing disrespect to elders, we've overlooked all that.
But now you dare turn the tables? Have you no conscience at all? Even a dog fed for 3 years wouldn't bite its owner like you do.
Lin Wanwan glared at him, her voice thick with resentment. In her eyes at that moment, Lin Shuo was nothing but an ungrateful wolf in sheep's clothing.
Dog? Master? Conscience? Lin Shuo chuckled bitterly.
Listen to yourself, Lin Wanwan. In your eyes, I'm nothing more than this.
And yet you still have the nerve to say they haven't treated me well? Have you forgotten that the same blood flows through our veins? Have you forgotten who abandoned me out there for over a decade? What about bringing me back to the Lin family? What about providing for my food, clothing, and education? Lin Wanwan, now tell me honestly, wasn't that simply the obligation your Lin family should have fulfilled all along? If you don't think so, then answer me this: why did Su Dinglan give birth to me? And why did she bring me back to the Lin family? Was it just so I could see how blissfully happy your adopted son lived under your endless pampering during the very years you abandoned me? While I was relegated to being an overlooked scrap? Is it honorable to bear children but not raise them? And you dare say you didn't treat me well?
Go ahead, find anyone here and ask them to explain, see if what your Lin family did was honorable. If even one person praises your Lin family today, I'll tear out my own flesh and bones to return everything your Lin family ever gave me. Her words, shifting from calm to seething with resentment, left Lin Wanwan frozen in place. Perhaps she couldn't find a rebuttal in that moment. It took her a long while to regain her composure. She opened her mouth, stammered for a moment, and finally managed to reply. I admit you have a point. Mom and Dad were wrong to lose track of you for over a decade. But no matter what, we did bring you back home from outside, and we did provide for your needs. So you can't hold such deep resentment against us. It can't justify you causing trouble at home every day, bullying Xiaoyu, or even showing disrespect to your elders. You can't just dump all your own faults onto other people. Have you never once reflected on what you've actually done? As Lin Wanwan spoke, she seemed to rediscover the confidence underpinning her arguments, reverting to her earlier aggressive tone. Du Juanguang and Fei Shuwen, standing nearby, nearly exploded with rage at such brazen words. Lin Shuo, however, was so enraged he burst out laughing. What a classic case of victim blaming. Lin Wanwan, I genuinely wonder if you're just stubborn, deliberately playing dumb, or if there's something seriously wrong with your head.
Accusing me of shifting blame onto others? Causing trouble at home day in and day out and bullying Lin Fengyu? What a joke! Who exactly is the one constantly stirring up trouble in the Lin household? Who is bullying whom? And now you want me to reflect on what I've done. If you had even a shred of conscience, if your eyes and brain functioned at a normal human level, you wouldn't be asking me these questions right now. Chapter 68, yes, I'm playing you. The barrage of accusations left Lin Wanwan flustered and furious. Lin Shuo, what do you mean by that? Wasn't what I just said about you the truth? Have you caused fewer disasters at home? Didn't you bully Xiaoyu? Not to mention how disrespectful you've become since leaving home. Just how thick-skinned are you? I don't understand at this point. How far do you plan to keep making excuses? Does everyone have to bend to your will for you to be satisfied? Lin Wanwan glared at him, her face a mask of undisguised disgust and fury. In response, Lin Shuo's gaze was filled with contempt. Seems I overestimated you. You're not just stubborn or playing dumb, you're utterly foolish. After all these years, you still can't tell right from wrong. Explaining anything to you is a waste of breath, you don't deserve to hear it. Just keep guarding your precious little brother, Lin Fengyu. I'll be watching to see how badly he screws you over in the future. With that, Lin Shuo turned and walked away. But Lin Wanwan stuck to him like glue, blocking his path once more. Stop right there. Who gave you permission to leave? Though Lin Shuo's words had infuriated her, Lin Wanwan hadn't forgotten why she'd come. I won't dwell on what just happened. But you must answer my original question now. Did you see Huizhu today or not? Hoof.
Lin Shuo sneered coldly, shooting her a sidelong glance.
Want to know? Of course. Tell me now. Lin Wanwan was frantic. After all, Lin Xiaolu hadn't returned home last night, and she couldn't reach her by any means. She was deeply worried something might have happened to her younger sister. This is the attitude you bring when you come to me for answers?
Lin Shuo lifted his chin slightly, his eyes brimming with contempt.
You? What do you want then?
Lin Wanwan clenched her teeth, her fingertips turning white. She never imagined she'd find herself humbling herself before Lin Shuo. If it weren't for her sister's safety, she would have slapped him across the face without hesitation.
Beg me.
Lin Shuo's reply was a simple two-word demand. Yet Lin Wanwan detected a hint of humiliation in his tone.
You're dreaming. Lin Wanwan snapped almost instinctively.
Until this moment, she couldn't have imagined Lin Shuo would ever dare say such a thing to her.
Beg Lin Shuo? What a joke. She'd rather kill herself. That's truly unfortunate.
Lin Shuo sneered contemptuously, sidestepping Lin Wanwan and continuing toward the cafeteria.
Stop right there. Lin Wanwan grew frantic. Lin Shuo, there are limits to this nonsense.
Your second sister is missing now, the family can't reach her at all.
I know you can't stand me, but can't you consider others' feelings? Or at least worry about your sister's safety? What if something happens to her? What the hell does that have to do with me? Lin Shuo's tone was utterly cold. The life or death of anyone in your Lin family has nothing to do with me. Now, either beg me or get lost. Hearing this, Lin Wanwan nearly choked on her breath from anger. After a long moment, she managed to say, Do you even realize your second sister went missing last night because of you? She got into a huge fight with our family over your affairs and didn't even bother with Xiaoyu's birthday. So what? Lin Shuo showed no sign of softening, his response as cold as ever. What she did is her business. Even if she died, what does that have to do with me?
I never reached out to her, and I didn't force her into this.
Stop pinning the blame on me and using me as an excuse. How could you become so cold-hearted? Lin Wanjuan's face paled. She was clearly frantic. She knew that whenever anyone in the family had ever faced trouble before, whether it was a cold or even a minor scrape or bruise, Lin Shuo had always been the one who worried the most. But now, the coldness Lin Shuo displayed felt like he'd been replaced by a different soul. It even made her feel a bit terrified. That's a good question. Lin Shuo looked into Lin Wanjuan's eyes. You'd have to ask every single member of your Lin family. I'm in this state now, all thanks to you.
Lin Wanwan instinctively wanted to retort, but Lin Shuo's gaze felt like a bottomless abyss, sending a sudden chill down her spine.
3 seconds. Lin Shuo continued, my patience is limited.
Beg for mercy or get lost, the choice is yours.
Can't you stop this? Lin Wanwan suddenly felt a pang of sorrow. Xiaolu is still your second sister, no matter what. And I'm not lying to you, she really did leave home for your sake. All you have to do is tell me if she came looking for you today. Is that so hard? 3. Lin Shuo. Can you just listen to me? 1. Hearing Lin Shuo skip 2 in his countdown, Lin Xiaolu instantly realized there was absolutely no room for negotiation. Forgetting all sense of dignity and disregarding everything else, she urgently cried out. Please. I'm begging you. Tell me. As the words fell, Lin Shuo let out a derisive snort. Lin Wanwan clenched her fists in humiliation, instinctively averting her gaze from Lin Shuo's face. She feared that seeing the smug, triumphant look on his face would drive her mad with rage. I've begged you. Are you satisfied now? Just tell me, did you see Xiaolu today or not? Unfortunately, I've changed my mind. What? Lin Wanwan froze slightly at Lin Shuo's reply. Then she heard Lin Shuo's voice dripping with sarcasm. Can't you understand plain speech?
I said I changed my mind.
What do you mean? Anger instantly surged to Lin Wanjuan's temples. You're toying with me? Yes, I'm playing you.
Lin Shuo sneered contemptuously. I never intended to answer your question from the start.
I just wanted to see you groveling and begging me. You bastard. You bastard.
Furious, Lin Wanwan lunged to grab her handbag and hurl it at Lin Shuo, but he, already prepared, snatched it away with lightning speed.
What? Still want to get physical? Lin Shuo narrowed his eyes. Did you forget we're on school grounds? So what if it is school? Lin Wanwan was clearly losing her mind from the provocation. Today I'm going to teach you a lesson, you little. With that, she raised her hand, ready to slap Lin Shuo across the face. Du Juanguan, who had been watching her move, stepped in to block it. But Lin Shuo had anticipated her reaction. Instead of dodging, he lunged forward in a single stride, shoulder charging Lin Wanwan to the ground before she could strike. Chapter 69, Stop talking about unlucky things. Knocked to the ground, Lin Wanwan instinctively cried out in pain. As she regained her senses, anger and resentment surged through her, compelling her to shout involuntarily, Lin Shuo. You've completely lost your mind. Lin Shuo's only response was 2 words, you idiot. You. Lin Wanwan was so enraged she could barely form coherent words. Get lost.
Lin Shuo couldn't be bothered to respond, turning his back and striding toward the cafeteria.
But how could Lin Wanwan just let it go?
She scrambled to her feet, ready to chase after him again.
But Du Juanwan, standing nearby, immediately blocked her path. Sis Wanwan, shouldn't you calm down for a bit? This is our family's business. It has nothing to do with you. Get out of my way. Lin Wanwan shouted, trying to push Du Juanwan aside. But as someone who had neglected exercise for years, how could she possibly match Du Juanwan's strength?
No matter how hard she shoved for a while, Du Juanwan stood before her like a wall, unmoving.
Sis Wanwan, my patience is wearing thin. Du Juanwan's tone grew impatient.
I call you sister not out of respect for you, but for your family's sake. If you keep interfering with Lin Shuo and me going to the cafeteria, don't blame me for not giving your family face later. You should know my temper if I get annoyed, even my sister standing here won't help.
You. Lin Wanjuan's expression froze instantly.
She had indeed heard rumors about Du Juanwan's temper, and now she sensed the hostility in his words. Not wanting to sour relations with the Du family, and more so intimidated by the force he projected, she gritted her teeth and swallowed her anger.
Lin Shuo. You little bastard, just you wait. I'll be back for you soon. After hurling these threats, Lin Wanwan didn't press the matter further.
She turned to pick up the 2 bank cards she'd tossed on the ground earlier, then left with a face full of resentment.
However, Lin Shuo couldn't be bothered to acknowledge her.
He treated her words like the wind passing by his ears. The Lin family is one sick person after another.
Du Juanwan watched Lin Wanjuan's retreating figure until she vanished from sight, unable to resist muttering under his breath. Indeed.
Fei Shuwen beside him nodded in agreement.
Last night's encounter with Lin Wenxian had already left him deeply shaken.
But he never expected the Lin family to have another hidden talent.
He just couldn't understand. Did the Lin family really have no brains besides Lin Shuo?
Forget whether Lin Shuo had actually caused trouble at home. The fact that every time the Lin family appeared, they insisted on saying Lin Shuo was always bullying Lin Fengyu was beyond ridiculous. Was Lin Fengyu just too good at pretending, or were the Lin family's eyes and brains merely for decoration? Enough. Let's not dwell on such unpleasant topics. Lin Shuo interrupted softly. Let's hurry to the cafeteria. We've dawdled long enough. If we're any later, there won't be any seats left. Meanwhile, inside the Lin family villa, Lin Wenxian and Su Dinglan, who had been sitting on the sofa watching TV, heard movement at the door. Their attention was instantly drawn, and they turned to look. Then, they saw Lin Chenghong walk in with a dark expression. Old Lin, what happened? Su Dinglan immediately sensed something was wrong and hurried to pour a glass of water.
I went to see Fang Xingyan. The suppressed anger in Lin Chenghong's voice was unmistakable.
Though Su Dinglan didn't know the details, her husband's reaction made the outcome clear enough. She felt a surge of irritation.
Lin Wenxian also sensed the outcome, yet couldn't help but ask, Dad, what did the Fang family say?
Those bastards. Lin Chenghong lost his temper and cursed, if you ever run into Fang Manhwa again, just slap that across the face.
Don't give a damn what the Fang family thinks. Got it? I understand.
Lin Wenxian nodded cautiously, already plotting in her mind how she would exact revenge the next time she saw Fang Manhwa.
Old Lin.
Su Dinglan, standing nearby, remembered something and hurriedly asked, we still have business dealings with the Fang family.
Won't this cause problems? What if he retaliates against Xiao Yu later? It won't matter. Even if that bastard had 100 guts, he wouldn't dare make trouble. Lin Chenghong snorted heavily. Forget the black and white terms in the contract stipulating penalties for breach. Even if he dared to retaliate against Xiao Yu, that alone would break the rules. If elders constantly intervene in conflicts between juniors, who in Jiangcheng would dare to deal with him in the future? You're right. Su Dinglan felt slightly reassured. She then took Lin Wenxian's hand and said, Wenxian, next time you see Fang Manhwa, don't waste your breath. Just grab her hair and hit her. If anything happens, don't worry, Mom's got your back. Don't worry, Mom. Lin Wenxian was brimming with confidence. Last time she ambushed me while I was arguing with that little brat Lin Shuo. If I see her again, I'll make her beg for mercy on her knees, crying. That's good. Su Dinglan nodded and said no more. Immediately, another important matter came to mind. That girl Qiulu still hasn't come back. She's not answering my calls or texts. I wonder what's happened to her. As she spoke, she sighed, her brow furrowed with sorrow. Why bother with her? Lin Chenghong immediately frowned, snorting in displeasure. Let her stay out if she wants to. She can do whatever she likes. Oh, Lin, how can you speak like that? Su Dinglan quickly interjected, no matter what, Xiao Lu is still our daughter. She's only made a minor mistake. Why are you getting so worked up? Are you seriously considering not letting her come back? That assumes she even wants to come back. Lin Chenghong's voice rose several decibels, startling Lin Wenxian beside him into instinctively shrinking her neck. Why are you taking your anger out on me? I'm only thinking of what's best for this family. Su Dinglan sounded slightly resentful. I'm just asking, what if Qiu Lu comes back? Are you planning to bar her from the door? We'll deal with it when she gets back.
Lin Shenghong forced himself to calm down.
If she's still hung up on that little, her return will only cause trouble. Have you forgotten what she did last night? Ugh. I'm done talking to you. All you ever do is dwell on others' faults. Why can't you remember she's your own daughter?
Su Dinglan was furious and refused to speak to Lin Shenghong any further. She turned to her fourth daughter.
Wen Qian, didn't your eldest sister go look for Qiulu?
Call her and ask if she found her yet. If she did, I'll go talk some sense into her right now.
Chapter 70, Lin Qinghong's plan.
Hearing her mother's words, Lin Wenxian nodded and picked up her phone to call her eldest sister, Lin Wanwan.
Moments later, however, the phone only emitted a busy tone. Lin Wenxian sensed something was amiss and quickly redialed.
Just as Su Dinglan was about to pick up her phone too, the call finally connected.
Hello?
Big sis, where are you?
Lin Wenxian asked anxiously. I'm out looking for Qiulu. I didn't see my phone just now. What's wrong?
Lin Wenxian's voice on the other end sounded somewhat displeased. Noticing this, Lin Wenxian instinctively softened her tone.
Mom asked me to see if you found second sister yet.
There was a moment of silence before the reply came. Not yet, but I should find her soon.
Do you need me to come help you look? No need. Just stay home and rest.
I'll probably be back pretty late tonight.
Huh?
Lin Wenxian froze for a moment, about to ask more questions. But then she heard Lin Wenxian on the other end say, that's all.
If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now.
With that, the call ended abruptly. Lin Wenxian stared at her phone screen, feeling a bit dazed. What did your eldest sister say?
Su Dinglan asked anxiously from beside her. She said she still hasn't found second sister. Lin Wenxian hesitated.
She also said she'll be back late tonight.
How come she hasn't been found yet? Su Dinglan's face instantly clouded with worry.
Where could that child Xiao Lu possibly have gone?
Could it be she really doesn't want to come back home because of that Lin Shuo boy? Mom, my eldest sister said she'll be back late tonight, Lin Wenxian repeated.
So she'll be back late.
Why dwell on it?
Su Dinglan seemed puzzled.
Your eldest sister has other responsibilities too. Besides, doesn't she often come home late because of company matters?
And her delay tonight is probably because she's searching for Qiu Lu.
But
Lin Wenxian pursed her lips. From the tone of her voice when she called me earlier, she didn't sound very happy. It felt like she'd been upset by something outside. Probably just frustrated about not finding Qiu Lu, Su Dinglan guessed, not giving it much thought. But I feel like Big Sis must have gone to see that little jerk Lin Shuo and got upset by him. Lin Wenxian recalled what happened when she met Lin Shuo yesterday, and her teeth itched with anger. I'm going back to school to find that little bastard again. With that, she stood up to leave. But before she could take a step, Lin Chenghong's stern voice followed her.
Sit down. Lin Chenghong frowned. What do you think you can accomplish by going over there? Dad.
I just want to settle the score with that little bastard.
Lin Wenxian instinctively shrank her neck.
Me, second sister, big sister, we've all suffered at his hands.
Are we just supposed to let him run wild out there? What reckoning can you possibly settle? Lin Chenghong's face darkened. One after another, you've all suffered at his hands. And now he has Du Juanguang backing him up. What can you possibly do to him?
Besides, we've already severed ties with the Fong family.
Do you really want to add the Du family to the list? Then what should we do?
Lin Wenxian sounded aggrieved.
Dad, we can't just swallow our pride, can we?
That little bastard has done so many terrible things, why does he get to live so comfortably?
Could we at least talk to the Du family?
Get Du Juanguang to stay away from that little bastard and stop him from meddling in our affairs.
This isn't your concern. I'll handle it my way. You just stay home and mind your own business.
Don't go running off to school looking for trouble. Lin Shenghong snorted impatiently. Lin Wenxian fell silent.
After a moment, she seemed to realize something. Dad, you wouldn't be thinking of using that little brat as an excuse to cozy up to the Du family, would you?
Lin Chenghong remained silent in response to this inquiry. Silence was his best answer.
Dad. Lin Wenxian grew visibly anxious.
She dreaded the thought of her father bringing that little Lin Shuo back into the family over this.
I told you this isn't your concern. Go back to your room and keep quiet.
Lin Chenghong frowned, his tone tinged with impatience.
I don't care. I won't agree to this.
Lin Wenxian grew agitated, her face betraying intense resistance.
Enough.
Lin Chenghong, already seething over today's events, saw his patience snap at his daughter's stubbornness. He slammed his fist on the table and roared.
Go back to your room and rest. You are not to interfere with this matter any further. Don't make me repeat myself. Dad.
Lin Wenxian paled with fright, but her stubbornness took hold, and she stubbornly tried to resist. Su Dinglan, standing nearby, quickly stepped in to restrain her. Enough, Wenxian. Just listen to your father, he's only thinking of what's best for this family. I know you have your reservations about that boy Lin Shuo, but you must consider the bigger picture. We can't let every decision be driven by your own whims.
Mom. Lin Wenxian sniffed back tears.
What good is this so-called big picture? You know exactly what kind of person that little bastard Lin Shuo is. Me, second sister, and first sister have all suffered at his hands. Not to mention Xiaoyu. What if he comes back and bullies Xiaoyu day in and day out again? What then? Well, your worries aren't entirely unfounded. Su Dinglan sighed. But since your father made this decision, he must have his reasons. Besides, if he really does come back, we can just keep a close eye on him, right? Nothing bad will happen. Trust me, sweetie. Listen to mom and go back to your room to rest. Don't argue with your father. This family is already chaotic enough. Can't we just have some peace for a while? Hearing this, Lin Wenxian pursed her lips. She glanced at Lin Shenghong, his face as dark as storm clouds, then at Su Dinglan, her expression heavy with worry. After a long internal struggle, she finally suppressed her resentment and turned to go upstairs. Seeing this, Su Dinglan finally let out a sigh of relief. After watching her daughter enter her room, she returned to the sofa and sat down, turning to her husband. Old Lin, are you really planning to use Lin Shuo to connect with the Du family? What else? Lin Shenghong, still fuming, snapped back with a sour expression. Su Dinglan paid no mind to her husband's attitude, having grown accustomed to it over the years. Well, it's not that I disagree with this idea. After all, in business, more friends mean more advantages. And we did genuinely want to build a good relationship with the Du family before. It's just unfortunate that Xiaoyu couldn't make it happen. Instead, that boy Lin Shuo ended up befriending the Du family's son. I have no idea how he managed it. Su Dinglan paused before adding, my real worry is that Lin Shuo has such a stubborn, foul temper. Not only did he run away from home, but now all three of our daughters have taken turns suffering at his hands. Can this deal really work out? Chapter 71, Infuriatingly Disgraceful. This deal will happen whether he likes it or not. Lin Shenghong snorted heavily. Why are you being so harsh? Su Dinglan frowned involuntarily. Lin Shuo is our son, not your enemy. Have you forgotten how he treated you the night he ran away? Lin Shenghong snapped. Does he even consider himself our son? Look at his current behavior. If we don't take a firm stance, will he ever learn what it means to be sensible? Oh, you. Su Dinglan was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to counter. Enough. You don't need to meddle in this. I know what I'm doing. With that, Lin Shenghong stood up, preparing to walk out the door. Hey! Where are you going? Wanwan is busy looking for Chiolu. Without her oversight, I'm uneasy about the company. I'll head over to check on things. Fine. When it came to business matters, Su Dinglan felt it wasn't her place to interfere. She sat on the sofa silently watching her husband leave. Moments later, she recalled their earlier conversation and what Lin Shuo had done the night he left home. A worried frown creased her brow as she sighed deeply. Oh. Why did that child, Lin Shuo, turn out this way? Could it be that this child was born to seek revenge? What a tragedy. School. As the bell signaling the end of evening study period rang out, the oppressive silence that had hung over the classroom vanished instantly. Lin Shuo, as always, gave Du Juingwang a sharp tap to wake him from his drowsiness, then turned to Fei Shuwen in the back seat. Let's go home. Soon, the three gathered their belongings and walked out of the school grounds, accompanied by Du Juingwang's incessant yawns. Weird. At the bus stop, Du Juingwang suddenly muttered under his breath. What's wrong? Lin Shuo gave him a puzzled look. Well, how should I put it? Du Juingwang scratched his head, furrowing his brow as he hesitated for a long moment before finally saying, I feel like something's watching us, like we're being stared at. Whoa. Fei Shuwen's expression turned slightly awkward. That sounds kind of weird coming from you. It's real. Du Juingwang looked dead serious. I really feel it right now. It's just really uncomfortable. It's giving me goosebumps all over. Do you think someone might be following us? No way. It's probably just your imagination. Fei Shuwen pondered for a moment. We're not living in some martial arts novel. Who has that kind of exaggerated intuition? Besides, there aren't any strange people around us. I haven't noticed anything unusual either. Maybe you just slept through the entire evening study session and your brain is foggy. What do you think, Lin Shuo? Lin Shuo replied absent-mindedly, glancing around the area. Though he spotted no suspicious figures and felt no lingering sense of being watched, Du Juingwang's words had given him pause. Over the past few days, the Lin family had repeatedly come to the school looking for him, and each time they'd ended up humiliated. There was no guarantee they wouldn't hire someone to follow him next, helping the Lins track down his current residence. While he wasn't worried about the Lin family harming him, he certainly didn't want Wu Mengjing to get entangled in trouble because of this. Lin Shuo, what are you thinking about? Du Juingwang noticed Lin Shuo's distracted state and couldn't resist waving his hand in front of him twice. Nothing. Lin Shuo shook his head lightly, then glanced at a bus slowly approaching. The bus is here. Let's get on. All right. Without giving it much thought, Du Juingwang followed Lin Shuo and Fei Shuwen onto the bus.
But just as the bus pulled away from the platform, a voice rang out from a taxi parked by the roadside. "Follow that bus."
Lin Wanwan, who had been waiting for some time, sat in the back seat and placed several bills in front of the driver, her eyes fixed intently on the receding bus.
Half an hour later,
Lin Shuo, who arrived at the station first, bid farewell to Fei Shuwen and Du Juanwang.
after getting off, he didn't head in the usual direction toward the internet cafe.
Instead, he chose a route that would take over 10 minutes longer than his normal path. Moreover, out of caution, he deliberately headed toward crowded areas. This was to confuse any potential tail and throw them off the scent.
Time ticked by.
As he drew closer to the internet cafe operated by Wu Mengjing, Lin Shuo detected no signs of anyone following him.
Was he overthinking this?
Though doubt began to creep into his mind, Lin Shuo didn't completely let his guard down. To further verify whether he was being followed by the Lin family, he casually turned into an old residential complex along the way, then randomly selected a building and headed upstairs. He deliberately slowed his pace, listening intently for any footsteps following him up the stairs.
Upon reaching the 4th floor of the building, a faint sound, accompanied by slight panting, reached his ears. Lin Shuo instantly grew alert. He pulled out his keychain and deliberately jangled it loudly in the hallway as a test. Sure enough, the footsteps, which should have been faint, grew louder as he deliberately jangled his keys.
As if the owner of the footsteps feared losing track of which door they were heading for, they hurriedly caught up. Lin Shuo stood expressionless at the 4th floor landing, peering down as the footsteps grew closer. Soon, a familiar face, one he detested intensely, came into view. Their eyes met at that very moment.
"You?" Lin Wanjuan's face froze in shock. She never imagined Lin Shuo would be waiting for her at the staircase landing.
Panic instantly surged through her, leaving her flustered and at a loss.
"Is it fun to stalk me?"
Lin Shuo sneered coldly, slowly approaching Lin Wanwan.
"When did you notice me?" Lin Wanwan took a deep breath, feigning composure as she asked.
"I didn't notice at first. I was just fishing casually, but I never expected such a big dumb fish to take the bait." Lin Wanwan didn't respond to this remark, but her face had turned an ugly shade of pale. "You Lin family members are truly amusing," Lin Shuo said with contempt in his eyes. "Back when I was still part of the Lin family, if I encountered something outside that made me return home a bit late, no one ever bothered to ask about my situation.
Now that I've left the Lin family, suddenly everyone knows to come looking for me. You're even willing to waste time and energy following me. Should I say you're sick, or should I say you're pathetic?" Lin Shuo.
Lin Wanwan clenched her jaw, unable to hold back her rebuke.
"Don't speak so harshly.
Not pointing my finger directly at you already shows I'm being polite," Lin Shuo snorted disdainfully.
"But you're so pathetic it's infuriating.
You didn't learn your lesson last time or at noon, and now you're doing it again tonight.
Do I have to slap you a few times before you finally get the message?" Chapter 72, Why the Hell? Hearing this, Lin Wanjuan's anger flared instantly. She glared fiercely into Lin Shuo's eyes. "Lin Shuo, your nerve grows thicker by the day.
I haven't even called you out for disrespecting your elders, and now you have the nerve to say things like this to me.
Go ahead. Hit me if you dare." However,
no sooner had the words left her mouth than Lin Shuo lunged down the steps in a single bound, raising his palm as if to slap Lin Wanwan across the face.
This sudden move turned Lin Wanjuan's face ashen. She never imagined Lin Shuo would actually have the nerve.
Almost instinctively, she closed her eyes and flinched backward. But the expected pain never came. Realizing something was off, she quickly opened her eyes. Lin Shuo stood there, palm raised, gazing at her with a contemptuous look, as if watching a clown.
"Look at you. With that little courage, you try to act tough with me?" The thick layer of humiliation in his words made Lin Wanjuan's face turn alternately green and purple with rage. "You're just as cowardly."
She snapped back urgently, but Lin Shuo's gaze remained coldly dismissive.
"I lack courage?"
Lin Shuo sneered dismissively.
"Go ask Lin Wenqian. Last night, the slap I gave her was sharp enough, wasn't it?"
Hearing this, Lin Wanwan was momentarily speechless. She knew about Lin Wenqian being slapped by Lin Shuo last night, and she also recalled how Lin Shuo had knocked her to the ground at school. Only now did she finally realize that Lin Shuo truly had the guts to slap her.
"The only reason I'm not slapping you now is because I'm afraid you'd enjoy it."
Lin Shuo added coldly, "After all, your Lin family keeps coming back for more abuse after being scolded time and again. Honestly, I can't tell if you're just brain dead or if you have some truly abnormal fetish. What nonsense are you spouting?"
Lin Wanwan understood perfectly well what Lin Shuo meant, and she cursed furiously.
"Lin Shuo, don't think that because I've tolerated you time and again, you can act with impunity. If you say things like that again, believe me, I'll make you regret it."
"That line should be mine to say."
Lin Shuo slowly took a few steps closer, his gaze darkening. "All these years, your Lin family has wanted me out of that house.
Now that I'm gone, you keep coming back to harass me. I don't understand, is there some special reason, or have you never intended to let me live in peace?" "I don't know what the hell you're talking about." Lin Wanwan snapped.
"I came here for two things only. First, I want to know where Chiu Lu went. Second, from now on, whenever Qiu Lu has a rheumatism flare-up, you're to take care of it.
You're crazy.
Lin Shuo lifted his chin slightly, looking down at Lin Wanwan with an almost condescending gaze.
What makes you think I'll agree?
Don't give me that nonsense about whether I can step foot in the Lin family's door again. Let me tell you now, I'd love nothing more than to bulldoze the whole place.
Lin Wanwan gritted her teeth. We can talk about what you want. Hearing this, Lin Shuo couldn't help but laugh. Negotiate, huh? Fine. Go chop off one of Lin Fingyu's hands and bring it to me. Then we'll talk. Are you out of your mind?
Lin Wanwan was startled.
I just don't understand why you hate Xiaoyu so much. Is it just because he was adopted into our family?
Even if there's no blood relation, he's been raised by us for over a decade. He's long been a member of the Lin family. Ever since you came back, you've bullied him non-stop. Family members might scold you, but deep down, no one really holds it against you.
Do you even realize how much suffering he's endured because of you? Can't you stand him in your sight? Ha! Part of the Lin family. Not holding it against me.
Lin Shuo's laughter was eerie, his eyes snarling like a demon crawling out of hell.
Lin Wanwan, you're full of. Even now, you still refuse to see the truth.
Let me tell you once more why I can't stand him, because all these years, no one has ever bullied him. In fact, the opposite is true. Every single thing you think I did wrong, it was actually him. Hearing this, Lin Wanwan froze for a moment before her face twisted with contempt.
Lin Shuo, it's bad enough you refuse to repent, but now you're trying to pin the blame on Xiaoyu? Don't you think that's utterly shameless? Shameful? That word belongs to every member of your Lin family. Lin Shuo snapped back.
You all could have seen through Lin Fingyu's true colors, but you deliberately played dumb, deliberately turned a blind eye. All because you've been biased against me from the start. The sheer clumsiness of his schemes, anyone with half a brain could see through them.
You say I'm pinning it on him?
Go ask a few people at school and see what kind of person Lin Fingyu really is.
Why should I listen to you and go ask about such trivial nonsense?
Lin Wanwan retorted indignantly, you're completely delusional.
Why are you suddenly accusing us of prejudice? Why don't you take a good look at your own actions? Even if we treated you a little differently, it's because of how you behave at home.
Bull.
Lin Shuo snapped back without hesitation.
When Lin Xiolu was writhing in agony from rheumatism, I was the one who massaged her to ease the pain. Every time you worked late into the night and fell asleep in the study, I was the one who made you honey water and covered you with a blanket. I tried my hardest to please everyone, terrified I wouldn't fit into that so-called family.
And what do I get in return? This how I behave at home remark from you?
Use that pig brain of yours and think.
Since the day you brought me back, who among you has ever shown me a single kind word? Whoever asked me about the life I lived out there for those lost decades? In the Lin household, I can't even eat at the same table as you lot. All of you revolve around Lin Fingyu like the planet can't even spin without him. But it was me who was lost for over a decade. I'm the one who shares your blood as your own flesh and blood brother. I'm the one who endured all the suffering out there. Why must I endure 3 years of unfair treatment in the Lin family? Why must I always bear your blame? Why is it so hard for me to even get a full meal? Why is it that even though Lin Fingyu and I share the same birthday, you only see him and not me? Why is the room I live in just a windowless storage closet? Why can't I even tell anyone outside who my guardian is? Is it just because I was lost for over a decade? Because I didn't grow up with you? But is that my fault? Lin Wanwan, tell me now, is being lost for over a decade my fault? Chapter 73, You Are the Hypocrite. The words came out hoarse and strained, as if she were trying to pour out all the resentment and bitterness buried deep within her heart over the years. Lin Wanwan's face gradually drained of color. She instinctively wanted to refute these accusations, but when she opened her mouth, something seemed stuck in her throat, and she couldn't utter a single word for a long while. In this suffocating atmosphere, neither of them noticed a figure below, peering through the gaps in the staircase railing, silently observing everything unfold. As the words fell, that figure trembled softly, as if weeping silently. Ha! Why aren't you talking? Lin Wanwan, speak up, damn it! Watching Lin Shuo advance step by step, Lin Wanwan felt an inexplicable panic surge in her heart. She instinctively took 2 steps back, swallowed nervously, and finally managed to stammer out, I don't remember you ever making me honey water? When did you ever cover me with a blanket? Ha! Lin Shuo laughed, a laugh tinged with sorrow. After everything I've said, that's what you bring up? Are you going to claim all this was actually done by Lin Fingyu? Caught off guard, Lin Wanwan fell silent, her expression incredibly complex. At this moment, she didn't know how to respond to Lin Shuo's barrage of questions, nor did she dare to think about it deeply. Invisible needles seemed to pierce her heart, making her instinctively want to evade. Lin Wanwan. Things have come to this. And you still dare tell me you haven't shown the slightest bit of favoritism? All these years, whenever Lin Fingyu showed the slightest hint of unhappiness in front of you, you practically tore him apart trying to find the reason. And me? Now that I've laid everything out clearly for you, you can't even give me a straight answer. Instead, you try to change the subject.
If you had any conscience at all, if you were a normal person, you wouldn't be reacting like this.
Then again, you never treated me like a blood brother.
In your eyes, there's always only been Lin Fengyu.
Fine. There's nothing left for me to discuss with you now. Stop following me.
Otherwise, we'll both go down together. Lin Shuo's words carried a hint of weariness.
He didn't want to say more.
He stepped around Lin Wanwan, who was blocking his path, and prepared to leave.
Wait. Lin Wanwan couldn't help but call out.
But Lin Shuo paid her no mind, his stride not slowing in the slightest. Seeing this, Lin Wanwan grew anxious.
She rushed forward and grabbed Lin Shuo's wrist, trying to stop him. Get off! Lin Shuo snapped with disgust, trying to pull his arm free. We haven't settled the matter with Xiao Lu. Lin Wanwan stubbornly refused to let go.
I already said it, go chop off one of Lin Fengyu's hands and bring it to me, then we'll talk.
Lin Shuo, you can't make such outrageous demands. I admit I've treated you poorly over the years, but can we not discuss that now? Let's sit down later and talk it out. Make another demand instead, or I can give you money. Money? Ha!
Lin Shuo sneered coldly.
Do you think you're so rich? Do you think throwing money at me will erase all the suffering I've endured these past years? That's not what I meant.
Lin Wanwan tried desperately to rephrase her words, but Lin Shuo cut her off immediately.
Fine, I'll grant your wish. This gave Lin Wanwan a glimmer of hope.
She didn't pause to consider why Lin Shuo had suddenly changed his mind, but fearing he might backtrack, she hurriedly asked, how much do you want?
I don't want money. Lin Shuo's response left Lin Wanwan looking rather flustered. Are you messing with me? Asking for money outright is pointless.
I want something that involves money, but doesn't require you to pay directly.
What? Lin Wanwan froze in surprise. She couldn't immediately fathom what condition Lin Shuo intended to propose. Over the years, you've gradually taken over Lin Qinghong's business affairs.
He even gave you a small stake in the company, allowing you to participate more directly in its operations. Lin Shuo paused deliberately at this point, sending a wave of unease through Lin Wanjuan's heart while also allowing her to vaguely guess what he was about to say.
So it's simple, I want those shares.
The words fell, and Lin Wanjuan's expression changed abruptly.
You want shares? Are you kidding me? Does it look like I'm joking?
Lin Shuo sneered coldly.
Demanding your shares is actually lenient.
The suffering you've inflicted on me over the years can't be compensated by mere financial gain. You have two choices now, either chop off one of Lin Fengyu's hands and present it to me, or hand over the shares.
Impossible. Lin Wanwan snapped without hesitation.
Money can be negotiated, but the shares are non-negotiable.
Don't even think about making outrageous demands. What? You keep claiming to be concerned about Lin Xiaolu's condition?
Yet now that I offer money in exchange for her news and her future chance to alleviate rheumatic pain, you refuse.
Lin Shuo's eyes held undisguised contempt. So in your eyes, the safety of a mere Lin Xiaolu, including the suffering she'll endure, is utterly insignificant compared to money, is it? Don't twist my words like this.
Lin Wanwan snapped, her anger boiling over.
Can shares be equated with money?
I can give you money if you want it, but shares are absolutely out of the question.
Otherwise, I'd have no way to explain this to Dad.
Stop making excuses, Lin Shuo pressed on.
You're being hypocritical.
If you truly cared about Lin Xiaolu as much as you claim, you would have agreed to my terms without hesitation.
Shut up. Lin Wanwan was utterly furious. Stop twisting the truth. I'm not wasting my breath on you. 8 million, that's final.
Then we'll sign the contract.
Don't even think about the shares. I already said it, money is meaningless. I want the shares you hold.
Not a single share less is up for discussion.
You? Fine. I get it. Lin Wanwan gritted her teeth. From the very beginning, you've only been after our family's fortune.
All your complaints earlier were just excuses.
Say whatever you want.
Lin Shuo grinned, his smile laced with provocation. Either hand over the shares or give up one of Lin Fengyu's hands. Make your choice quickly, my patience is running thin. Why must you fixate on those shares?
Can't I just give you cash? What use are those shares to you? Never mind whether Dad would approve of you meddling in the company's affairs, could you even handle stock transactions? Do you know how to liquidate them?
I'll say this one last time, 10 million.
Not a penny more. Chapter 74, The 10 Million Bet. Lin Wanjuan's words were practically ground out between clenched teeth, as if this was the absolute limit of her concession. However, Lin Shuo's reaction was to turn and walk away. Such an attitude instantly enraged Lin Wanwan. Not even 10 million satisfies your appetite? Lin Shuo, I advise you not to push your luck too far. You know perfectly well who's the one overstepping. Lin Shuo paused deliberately before adding, of course, in my eyes, you're not even human. You. Lin Wanwan trembled with rage. Watching Lin Shuo's retreating figure descend the stairs, she shouted once more, unwilling to let it go. Lin Shuo, do you even know what 10 million means? Without our family, you could work yourself to death and never earn that kind of money in your lifetime.
If it weren't for the fact that you're my own flesh and blood, I'd never have offered you such a high price.
So don't bite the hand that feeds you. And don't say I didn't warn you, this is your last chance.
If you dare walk away now, you'll never get another chance to get this money from me. Hearing these words, Lin Shuo paused slightly. Seeing this, Lin Wanzhuan's face flashed with pride. She had thought Lin Shuo was having second thoughts and was just about to put on a stern face. But unexpectedly, Lin Shuo turned his head to look at her, his eyes still filled with contempt. I know exactly what 10 million means. And precisely because I know, don't even think about getting the conditions to help Lin Qiula from me so cheaply. I'll repeat what I said earlier, either the shares, or one of Lin Fengyu's hands.
Ridiculous. What do you know? Have you ever made money?
Lin Wanwan shouted, unable to control her emotions.
What do you know? You didn't even graduate high school. Don't think you can act all high and mighty here. Just because you've read about other people's stories in books or elsewhere, you think money is that easy to make? You self-important fool.
I'll say it plainly today, 10 million is more than enough to buy your entire life.
Is that so?
Lin Shuo remained unperturbed.
If you truly believe that, why don't we make a bet? Bet on what? What gives you the right to bet with me? Lin Wanzhuan's neck flushed crimson.
The fact that you came to me seeking Lin Qiulu's whereabouts and begging me to ease her future rheumatic pain, that alone is enough as a wager.
What do you say? Lin Shuo countered calmly.
Lin Wanwan instinctively wanted to retort, but found herself momentarily speechless.
Seconds later, under Lin Shuo's mocking gaze, she gritted her teeth and said, how do you want to bet? I'll bet on whether I can earn 10 million.
Lin Shuo replied.
You're crazy. What makes you think you can earn that much? Lin Wanwan tried to counter.
But Lin Shuo remained utterly unfazed. You don't need to know why.
All you need to do is answer me. Do you have the guts to take the bet? Lin Wanwan took a deep breath, suppressing the humiliation of failing to counterattack. What are the terms of the wager?
Within 3 years, if I earn 10 million, all your shares in the Lin family will become mine.
Lin Shuo replied. You've completely lost your mind. 3 years? Do you even grasp what it means to earn 10 million in 3 years? And second, how exactly do you plan to make that money? You talk about understanding 10 million, but what exactly do you have to back that up? Lin Wanwan was so speechless she felt like laughing.
In her eyes, the so-called terms of the wager Lin Shuo proposed were nothing more than the delusional ramblings of a fool caught up in a fit of pique. No resources, no connections, no experience, no means. He hadn't even finished college. In the business world, someone like this was utterly useless. Forget about making 10 million in 3 years. Just not getting scammed out of his last pair of underwear would be a miracle.
Enough with the nonsense, Lin Shuo snapped impatiently. If you don't have the guts, just say so. I won't force you. What a joke. Lin Wanwan snorted.
I just don't want to take advantage of someone as delusional and clueless as you.
Otherwise, if you lose, you'll turn around and accuse me of exploiting you.
Don't mistake me for one of your shameless Lin family members.
Fine, I can't stand your endless chatter.
If you refuse to bet, go play by yourself.
I've no time to waste on your nonsense. Lin Shuo waved his hand, making to leave. Stop right there. Who said I don't want to take this bet? Lin Wanwan snapped.
If you insist on courting trouble today, I'll oblige you. If you can't earn 10 million within 3 years, you'll have to obey my every word. Not only must you return home and behave yourself, but you'll also have to apologize to Fengyu, promise never to bully him again, and help Qiulu overcome the pain caused by her rheumatism. Your demands are quite extensive, Lin Shuo remarked with a scoff.
What? Backing out now?
I only asked for your shares, yet you've piled on demands that could torment me for the rest of my life.
This wager is utterly unequal. Do you think the Lin family's shares are cabbages? These conditions are perfectly fair. No, they're not. You have to raise the stakes. What else do you want? Don't even mention Fengyu's hand, that's impossible. Relax, I know you don't have the guts.
So my demand is simple, give me 2 million in startup capital.
Nice try. Lin Wanwan sneered.
You proposed this wager.
Why should I give you startup capital? Then lower your demands.
Otherwise, this bet won't happen today, and you can forget about anyone helping Lin Qiulu with her rheumatism symptoms.
Stop haggling. I've already made enough concessions. Bottom line, it's not happening.
You're scared.
What nonsense. What am I afraid of?
You're afraid that this 2 million yuan in seed money will actually give me the chance to earn 10 million within 3 years.
Lin Shuo's words struck Lin Wanwan right where it hurt.
Yes, she did harbor that fear. After all, 2 million yuan was no small sum. Most crucially, as far as she knew, Lin Shuo now had Du Juanguang and Feng Mingyue by his side. Although neither held absolute authority within their respective families, both were deeply cherished by their households. There was no guarantee that with this 2 million yuan seed money, Lin Shuo couldn't leverage these connections to secure some minor assistance, potentially enabling him to actually fulfill the bet of earning 10 million within 3 years. Beyond that, she was also deeply worried that Lin Shuo was simply trying to pull off a get-rich-quick scheme. The atmosphere remained tense amid the ongoing debate. Just as Lin Wanwan pondered how to make the final terms of the bet more favorable to herself, Lin Shuo turned and walked away without a moment's hesitation.
This action undoubtedly struck at Lin Wanjuan's weak spot. Where do you think you're going? Stop right there. Chapter 75, the bet is set.
Ignoring Lin Wanjuan's shouts, Lin Shuo didn't even glance back, his stride not slowing by an inch. Seeing this, Lin Wanwan was furious. She yelled, "Lin Shuo, I can tell you don't have the guts to take this bet. You know perfectly well who lacks the guts." Lin Shuo waved his hand dismissively. "If you can't even put up 2 million, I've got no time to waste on you."
Do you think 2 million is just 2 bills?
Lin Wanwan caught up and shouted angrily. "I don't care how many bills make up 2 million. You're the one who insisted on such high stakes.
I'm just proposing fair and reasonable terms for the wager. How is that unfair? You initiated this wager. You're so confident, yet you still demand 2 million from me as seed money? But just now, weren't you the one saying I'd never earn 10 million in my lifetime? Now you're afraid I'll turn things around with this 2 million? Let me tell you, 2 million is pocket change for me. And I don't believe that 2 million alone will let you win this bet. Right now, I just feel like I shouldn't be putting up this 2 million. Fine, whatever you say. If it makes you happy." Lin Shuo ignored Lin Wanjuan's stubbornness, his footsteps unabated. Seeing Lin Shuo's unyielding stance, Lin Wanyu couldn't bear to let such a golden opportunity slip away.
Her composure wavered as she blurted out, "Stop right there.
How about this, we each give a little ground? How do you propose we compromise?" Lin Shuo raised an eyebrow. 2 million is too much. Right now, I can only give you 100,000 as seed money. Beyond that, you must tell me about Xiaolu. And I won't demand you return to the Lin family or apologize to Xiaoyu. All I ask is that you keep your promise to help Xiaolu overcome the pain caused by her rheumatism each time it flares up." "Ha! 2 million shrunk to 100,000, and now you want me to give you extra information about Lin Xiaolu?"
"Lin Wanwan, oh Lin Wanwan, you really are a master negotiator."
"Didn't you hear the second half? I've already made concessions. Besides, 2 million is too much.
If you insist on that amount as seed money, then you must raise the wager from 10 million at the very least to 50 million.
1 million. Lin Shuo's response was concise and resolute. 200,000. Not a penny more. Lin Wanwan gritted her teeth. Then there's nothing more to discuss.
Lin Shuo said, quickening his pace.
300,000. Lin Wanwan countered.
But Lin Shuo didn't stop, even quickening his pace slightly.
400,000. Lin Wanwan grew desperate.
Seeing Lin Shuo about to break into a run, she steeled herself and shouted, 500,000.
This is my absolute bottom line. If you keep pushing, we'll just keep things as they are. Don't blame me for hounding you every other day.
At the sound of her words, Lin Shuo finally halted. Truthfully, his initial expectation had been only 200,000. 2 million was deliberately an exorbitant demand. But he had anticipated Lin Wanwan would haggle with him. So that earlier display had merely been a test of her bottom line, all for this very moment.
50,000 yuan.
Lin Shuo halted in his tracks, deliberately feigning hesitation before Lin Wanwan. It seemed as though her earlier words had forced him into careful consideration.
I told you, this is my absolute bottom line. Lin Wanwan said coldly, if you don't accept it, then there's nothing more to discuss. I won't give you a single penny more. All right. Fine.
Lin Shuo sighed, as if reluctantly agreeing.
Give me your phone number. I'll send you a bank account number in a couple of days. Remember to transfer the money to me then. Fine, I agree. Now hurry up and tell me about Xiaolu. What's the rush? I'll tell you once the money clears. Then when will that be?
Lin Wanwan was furious.
I agreed to the bet, we settled on 500,000 yuan, and now you're telling me you won't talk until the money arrives? What exactly do you want?
It's purely for security purposes, Lin Shuo said calmly.
Otherwise, what if you renege? Back out of what? Why would I back out on some kid like you? Do I look crazy?
Lin Wanwan was on the verge of losing control, her words practically shouted. Given how you've treated me all these years in the Lin family, I find it incredibly hard to trust you.
You Lin Wanwan nearly cursed.
But the last shred of her sanity pulled her back. Gritting her teeth, she thought for a moment before removing the lady's watch from her wrist.
This watch cost 800,000 yuan when I bought it.
I'll give it to you as collateral for now, so it counts as money in your hands.
Is that acceptable?
Seeing this, Lin Shuo glanced at the lady's watch in Lin Wanjuan's hand. Though he wasn't particularly knowledgeable about watches, he knew the Lin family was known for their lavish collection of luxury goods. And since Lin Wanwan frequently attended business events, she certainly wouldn't wear counterfeits for appearance's sake. So he could believe this watch was genuinely worth 800,000. But, using this watch as collateral for now is acceptable, but you must first accompany me to a photo studio. We'll record your voluntary pledge on camera, and you'll need to sign a written statement including your fingerprint. Lin Shuo's sudden demand nearly made Lin Wanwan explode in anger. Are you ever going to stop?
Lin Wanwan trembled all over. I've already gone this far, do you really think I try to cheat you?
As the saying goes, it's wise to guard against others.
Lin Shuo grinned.
Especially after how your Lin family has treated me these past years.
It's hard not to be wary of you.
Besides, while it's a hassle, it doesn't actually cost you any extra money.
Are you telling me news about Lin Shuo isn't worth a few extra steps? You.
Lin Wanwan was rendered speechless by this moral blackmail, her teeth grinding so hard they nearly shattered. But she had no choice. After a moment of internal struggle, she swallowed her pride.
Fine. Find a photo studio, get a paper certificate, I'll go right now.
With that, she angrily flung the watch at Lin Shuo before stomping out of the complex in her high heels. Lin Shuo swiftly caught the watch and then leisurely followed Lin Wanjuan's footsteps. Soon, they found a nearby photo studio. Once everything proceeded smoothly according to Lin Shuo's plan, Lin Wanwan, still seething with anger, immediately snapped, I did everything you said.
Now hurry up and tell me about Xiu Lu. Fine, fine.
Lin Shuo yawned like a complete scoundrel, replying slowly under Lin Wanjuan's murderous glare, I saw Lin Qiulu at the school gate today.
Chapter 76, so now you know she's my sister? And then? Lin Wanwan pressed urgently, desperate to learn more about Lin Qiulu's whereabouts. That's it. Lin Shuo's answer left her completely stunned. What did you say? Recovering her composure, Lin Wanjuan's temples throbbed violently. Rage surged in her eyes, threatening to ignite into tangible flames. You have no other information besides that? What else could I have?
Lin Shuo shrugged indifferently. First off, I'm not a mind reader.
Second, I'm not a stalker like you who's always following people around. What else do you expect me to know? Damn it! Lin Wanwan finally lost control and cursed, are you crazy?
With just this one piece of news, you're playing all kinds of games with me.
Hey, what's your language? Lin Shuo smiled, as if he'd anticipated her reaction all along. Isn't this clue important enough?
At the very least, you can be sure Lin Qiulu is safe and sound this morning.
You. Lin Wanwan was furious, yet momentarily unable to refute his point. She gritted her teeth, swallowing her anger before demanding, what did she tell you?
Pretty much the same as what she told you, blah blah about leaving the Lin family for my sake, skipping Lin Fengyu's birthday, and insisting on giving me gifts.
And how did you respond?
What else could I say?
I treat her the same way I treat you. Bastard.
Lin Wanwan unconsciously clenched her fists, her nails digging into her flesh. At that moment, she could vividly imagine the immense injustice her younger sister had endured at Lin Shuo's hands, and the profound sorrow she must have felt.
Oof. Compared to what you've done to me over the years, who truly deserves the title of bastard?
Lin Shuo sneered coldly.
These words left Lin Wanwan speechless once more.
The earlier argument in the hallway had gradually made her realize that regardless of how Lin Shuo had bullied Lin Fengyu, simply the fact that the Lin family had lost track of Lin Shuo for over a decade, coupled with their neglect of him in every way over the years, they truly owed Lin Shuo an apology. But right now, she instinctively resisted confronting this truth, resisted acknowledging it. On one hand, Lin Shuo had pushed her to the brink of emotional collapse multiple times these past few days. The lingering anger still smoldered within her, making it instinctively difficult for her to swallow her pride. She refused to show even the slightest hint of concession in her stance toward Lin Shuo. On the other hand, it was for Lin Fengyu's sake. She didn't want these events to become fuel for Lin Shuo to bully Lin Fengyu even more relentlessly in the future.
Alright, I've told you everything I needed to. I'll keep the watch safe for you. Once the money transfers to me, remember to come to school to get it.
Now, if there's nothing else, get lost.
Next time you try this stalking nonsense, I'm calling the cops. Lin Shuo waved his hand impatiently, as if shooing away a fly. Lin Shuo, could you speak to me with a little more respect? No matter what, I'm still your sister.
Lin Wanwan snapped, the word get lost stinging her ears.
You're crazy. Would you be polite to someone who's always treated you like dirt and even stalked you?
Lin Shuo shot her a look of contempt.
Besides, weren't you the one who told me not to mention we're siblings when I'm out? Now you suddenly remember I'm your brother?
Lin Wanwan was rendered speechless. Though rage nearly burst from her chest, she swallowed her humiliation and stormed off to hail a cab, her face dark. Before leaving, she spat, remember today's bet.
Lin Shuo ignored her.
Only after confirming Lin Wanwan had completely disappeared did he finally start walking toward home.
A few minutes later, Lin Shuo returned to the internet cafe.
As he pushed open the door, two familiar figures immediately came into view.
Mengjing, help me. The tank's about to blow up my house. I'm gonna die. I'm helping. Don't panic. At the two computers near the entrance,
Wu Mengjing and Manhwa sat side by side, their screens displaying the red alert game. Seeing this, Lin Shuo walked over and stood silently to the side, watching the game unfold without disturbing the two women, who were completely absorbed in their task. But whether it was Manhwa's heightened sensitivity to her surroundings or her innate feminine intuition quietly kicking in, less than 10 seconds after Lin Shuo approached them, she suddenly turned her head.
Ha? Xiao Shuo? After a moment of surprise, Fong Mingyue's face lit up with delight. Quick! You're just in time. Help me out. Ha?
Lin Shuo froze for a moment.
What ha? Don't play dumb with me. Fong Mingyue was clearly flustered.
Mengjing told me you're a red alert pro. You even beat Qin Gaofeng several times in a row last time.
So hurry up and help me, I'm about to lose. Alright. Lin Shuo gave a helpless chuckle before finally taking Fong Mingyue's keyboard and mouse. 2 minutes later.
Seeing the "You win" notification pop up on the screen, Fong Mingyue beamed with joy, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons.
Meanwhile, a wail echoed from the corner of the internet cafe. Damn it! How did I lose this?
Hearing this, Fong Mingyue's smile grew even wider. She couldn't help but exclaim, Xiao Shuo, we're so awesome.
What's so great about you?
Wu Mengjing rolled her eyes from the sidelines. It was all Xiao Shuo showing off his skills. You were just a decoration the whole time.
If you hadn't had your episode just now, we would have won ages ago. That's where you're wrong. Fong Mingyue huffed defiantly, her voice brimming with unjustified confidence. If I hadn't cooked the dish, how would Xiao Shuo have had the chance to turn the tide? I'm seriously impressed. Wu Mengjing was utterly speechless. She couldn't be bothered with her thick-skinned bestie anymore. Turning her gaze to Lin Shuo, she asked with feigned concern, Hey, Xiao Shuo, how was school today? Did anyone from the Lin family go bother you again? How should I put this?
Lin Shuo paused to gather his thoughts, preparing to give a rough account of tonight's events. After all, once Lin Wanzhuan's 500,000 yuan arrived, he planned to repay the money he'd owed Wu Mengjing during this period first. Then he'd invest it into the website's development and promotion. At that point, he'd inevitably have to explain the source of that money to Wu Mengjing. So rather than weaving one lie after another to cover it up, it was better to come clean now and avoid future misunderstandings or complications.
Besides, to him, Wu Mengjing was already like family.
When facing family, there was no need to conceal such matters. But just as Lin Shuo had organized his thoughts and was about to begin explaining, a familiar voice suddenly interrupted him.
Xiao Shuo, why are you here? And, what's your relationship with them? Chapter 77, You're Xiao Shuo's sisters, so who am I?
The voice rang out, causing Lin Shuo, Wu Mengjing, and Fong Mingyue to instinctively turn toward its source.
Recognizing the speaker's face, Lin Shuo frowned involuntarily, his eyes betraying deep disgust and utter speechlessness. Xiao Shuo, don't stay silent.
Lin Xiolu's voice trembled, her eyes slightly reddened.
Please answer your sister? I'm begging you. Is every single one of you Lin family members mentally ill? Do you all get off on stalking people?
Lin Shuo was utterly speechless. He had assumed only Lin Wanwan was stalking him. But to his utter astonishment, Lin Xiolu, the very person Lin Wanwan had been searching for in vain, had done the same thing, hiding until this very moment to finally reveal herself. He could vividly picture her lurking in the shadows, eavesdropping on his argument with Lin Wanwan.
This was downright creepy. Stalking?
Wu Mengjing and Fong Mingyue, who had overheard the exchange, were startled. They immediately stood up and shielded Lin Shuo. Especially Fong Mingyue, who made no effort to hide her disgust toward the Lin family.
Her eyes blazing, she snapped, Can you Lin people just act like human beings?
Stop clinging to him like a piece of dogskin plaster all day long.
Get away from him. This is between our family and Lin Shuo. What business is it of yours?
Lin Xiolu shouted, unable to control her emotions.
Oh, well, today I'll insist it is my business, so what? Fong Mingyue refused to back down. Let me tell you this, Lin Shuo is my brother now. His business is my business. Anyone who dares mess with him will get it back. Bull. Lin Xiolu snapped. Fong Mingyue, get lost.
Lin Shuo is my brother, my flesh and blood brother.
He's got nothing to do with you. Stop stirring up trouble. And don't try to force some connection with him out of nowhere.
I won't say who's making trouble, but as for this blood connection business today, I'm going to settle that with you.
Fong Mingyue's expression darkened instantly.
I don't know what gives you the nerve to even utter the phrase blood-related. Not only did your Lin family abandon Xiao Shuo for over a decade, but after taking him back, you subjected him to endless suffering. I want to ask, what kind of family pours all its love into an unrelated adopted son while neglecting the so-called blood brother they claim, leaving him to endure humiliation in the corner? The barrage of accusations left Lin Xiolu's face instantly drained of color. Especially when she noticed the commotion had drawn stares from the internet cafe patrons, gathering on her like a flood of shame that threatened to overwhelm her. The urge to flee surged through her.
Speak up. You were so confident earlier. Why go mute when it comes to this?
Fong Mingyue stepped forward, jabbing her finger aggressively into Lin Xiolu's shoulder.
Those things have nothing to do with you.
Lin Xiolu clenched her teeth, forcing herself to respond despite the shame.
That's between me and Xiao Shuo.
I followed him here today to clear things up and resolve this.
What a joke. Settle things? What exactly needs settling? Are you going to claim you weren't involved in any of it?
Fong Mingyue sneered with utter contempt. And let me remind you once more, Lin Shuo's affairs are my affairs.
Your stalking me here today has everything to do with me. Shut up. Lin Shuo felt as if she'd been struck at her weakest point.
Her neck flushed crimson as she tried to push Fong Mingyue away. But a hand shot out, gripping her wrist and halting her movement.
Lin Shuo, I advise you not to lose your mind here, Lin Shuo said, his face darkening. I made things perfectly clear to you this morning. I've had enough of your nonsense, and I certainly don't want to hear any more of your so-called compensation. Either you bring Lin Fengyu to me and make him kowtow, or you get the hell out of here and disappear from my sight forever. Xiao Shua, don't be like this. Lin Xiolu's voice trembled with tears. I truly have no control over this matter. Your sister genuinely knows she was wrong and genuinely wants to make it up to you. You can hit me, scold me, anything, but please, don't drag others into this, especially Xiaoyu. Can you do that? Hearing this, the veins on Lin Shuo's temples throbbed violently. He was about to unleash a torrent of curses. But Wu Mengjing suddenly swung her arm, landing a hard slap across Lin Xiolu's face. Smack! The sharp crack of the slap echoed relentlessly through the vast internet café. Onlookers, including Lin Shuo and Fong Mingyue nearby, stared wide-eyed, stunned by the sudden turn of events. Lin Xiolu, the recipient of the blow, froze in shock. Her mind went blank and a ringing filled her ears. Only when the burning pain in her cheek finally registered did she snap back to her senses. You hit me? Lin Xiolu's voice trembled, her expression twisting into fury. Who are you? How dare you hit me? What gives you the right? Who I am is irrelevant. Wu Mengjing's expression remained impassive, her voice dripping with contemptuous coldness. What matters is that people like you deserve to be hit. Bastard! Lin Xiolu went berserk, lunging forward as if to strike back. But Lin Shuo's quick reflexes seized her other arm, forcibly stopping her. Xiao, let go of me! Lin Xiolu screamed. How could you side with an outsider? She just hit your sister. Let go! Let go! Shut up! Lin Shuo glared at her. Don't call yourself my sister in front of me. You have no right. She was right just now, you deserve that slap. You? How could you say that about your sister? The cold words felt like a knife scraping across her heart, plunging Lin Xiolu into a despair so deep it felt like falling into an abyss. Tears spilled uncontrollably from her eyes as Lin Xiolu began to sob. Know why I said you deserve a beating? Wu Mengjing spoke again. Get out of here. All of you. Lin Xiolu screamed, utterly broken. But Wu Mengjing ignored her, continuing as if speaking to herself, because you're stupid. Stupid to the core. You haven't realized that your so-called admitting mistakes and making amends are nothing but secondary trauma to Xiao Shua. That's why you deserve a beating. Shut up. Who do you think you are to talk to me like that? What gives you the right? Lin Qiulu yelled, eyes wide. Just like Minyu, I'm also Xiao Shua's sister, Wu Mengjing replied. You're Xiao Shua's sister too? You're all Xiao Shua's sisters. Then who am I? Chapter 78, Xiao Shua. Don't leave. Lin Xiolu's hoarse, desperate words failed to elicit even a shred of sympathy from Lin Shuo. He hadn't forgotten the pain he'd endured in the Lin family all these years. Nor had he forgotten Lin Xiolu's indifference toward him. And he certainly wasn't softened by her sudden appearance here, pleading for forgiveness. Who the hell are you to me? Lin Shuo's response was cold and contemptuous. Get out of here. Don't ever show your face to me again. No. Xiao Shua, don't speak to your sister like that. Lin Xiolu wailed, tears streaming down her face. You used to be so good. This isn't who you really are. I know it. You must have been corrupted by those two women, right? They're the ones who filled your head with all these twisted ideas and turned you into this, aren't they? She began screaming at the top of her lungs, her gaze now filled with resentment as she fixed it on Fong Mingyue and Wu Mengjing. This reaction left Fong Mingyue and Wu Mengjing utterly speechless, while Lin Shuo felt nothing but extreme annoyance. Are you out of your mind? Fong Mingyue couldn't hold back her outburst. It's clearly your mistakes over the years that made Xiao Shua dislike you now, and yet you're still blaming us? Have you ever considered looking at yourselves? No wonder Xiao Shua gets sick to his stomach whenever you're mentioned. If I had to deal with people like you, I'd consider myself cursed for 8 lifetimes. Shut up. Shut your mouth. Lin Xiolu screamed at Fong Mingyue like a madwoman, then seized the moment Lin Shuo was still clutching her arm to drag him toward the exit. Xiao Shua, come on, let's go home with sister. They're trying to harm you. You can't have anything to do with them anymore. Trust me, once we get home, I'll make sure to explain everything to Dad, Mom, and your other sisters. However, Lin Shuo instantly released her grip and backed away several steps, glaring at her like she was a cockroach. Are you ever going to stop? Xiao Shua. Listen to your sister. Come with me. Lin Xiolu reached out desperately, but Lin Shuo slapped her hand away with disgust. But this did nothing to shake her stubborn resolve. When one hand was slapped away, she immediately reached out with the other. Unable to grab his arm, she simply reached for his clothes instead. This sudden action immediately drew Wu Mengjing's displeasure. What are you doing? Let go. Wu Mengjing snapped, trying to pry Lin Xiolu's hands off Lin Shuo's clothes.
But she seemed stubbornly determined, refusing to budge an inch no matter how hard Wu Mengjing pulled. Seeing this, Lin Shuo felt a surge of irritation. Faced with Lin Xiolu's refusal to let go, he simply pulled his shirt off.
Xiao Shuo, don't.
Wu Mengjing tried to stop him, but it was too late. The gruesome scars covering his chest and back were suddenly exposed to everyone present. A series of gasps followed immediately.
Staring at the jarring lines of scar tissue, Fang Mingyue's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. She knew Lin Shuo had endured immense suffering. But she never imagined that suffering had left such tangible marks, etched deep into his skin. Are you satisfied now?
Wu Mengjing turned and snapped at Lin Xiolu, who had fallen into a daze. You keep saying you want to make amends, but all you do is cause Xiao Shuo more pain.
How can someone like you even call herself a sister?
Lin Xiolu opened her mouth, her blank mind slowly coming back to life. The tears welling in her eyes now surged forth even more violently. Staring at the scars covering Lin Shuo's chest and back, her heart felt as if pierced by 1,000 steel needles. Why is this happening? Xiao Shuo, why do you have these scars?
Why?
Lin Shuo sneered coldly.
You should ask your own Lin family.
Lin Qiulu closed her eyes in anguish. Though she hadn't received a clear answer, the truth had already crystallized in her mind. She dared not dwell on it. What inhuman torment had Lin Shuo endured during the more than 10 years the Lin family had lost track of him? Now she understood more profoundly the source of Lin Shuo's hatred toward the entire Lin family. I'm sorry. Truly. I'm sorry. Lin Xiolu murmured to herself. She now hated herself intensely. Why? Why hadn't she discovered this sooner? Why had she treated Lin Shuo so cruelly all these years? He had endured so much suffering outside. Yet as his own flesh and blood sister, not only did she show him no concern whatsoever, but instead she caused him even more pain. A wave of overwhelming guilt washed over her like a tidal surge, nearly suffocating her. Get lost. I don't need your apology, Lin Shuo said coldly.
Right now, hearing another word from you makes me want to vomit. Go find your Lin Fengyu, he's your real brother. Don't ever try to claim any connection to me again. No, he isn't.
Xiao Shuo, you're my brother.
Lin Xiolu wailed.
Lin Shuo was utterly fed up. Unwilling to utter another word, he turned to bypass her and lead Fang Mingyue and Wu Mengjing out of the internet cafe. Seeing this, Lin Xiolu still tried to block their path, but Wu Mengjing, standing beside her, stepped forward with a cold expression.
Get out of my way.
Lin Xiolu tried to push Wu Mengjing aside. But Wu Mengjing stood as if glued to the floor, not budging an inch no matter how hard Lin Xiolu shoved. Minyu, take Xiao Shuo home first.
Leave this to me.
Wu Mengjing glanced back at Lin Shuo, who had stopped in his tracks, then immediately addressed her best friend.
All right. Fang Mingyue didn't hesitate, pulling Lin Shuo away. Jing. Lin Shuo tried to stay, uneasy about leaving Wu Mengjing behind, fearing she might get hurt.
Fang Mingyue seemed to read his mind. As she tugged him forcefully toward the exit, she said, Hey, Xiao Shuo, don't worry about Sister Jing.
She can handle it.
You should get out of here before Lin Xiolu sticks to you like a leech.
She's ruining the internet cafe's business.
So relax and leave it to Sister Jing.
But Lin Shuo was initially reluctant to accept this arrangement.
But after much deliberation, and unable to resist Fang Mingyue's persistence, he ultimately decided to comply with Wu Mengjing's suggestion. After all, Lin Xiolu had tracked him all the way here.
If he didn't leave, who knew how long she'd keep pestering him at the internet cafe? Xiao Shuo. Xiao Shuo, don't go.
Lin Xiolu frantically tried to chase after him. But Wu Mengjing held her arm tightly, refusing to let her get any closer to Lin Shuo no matter how wildly she struggled.
Are you done making a scene?
Wu Mengjing snapped impatiently.
What have I done wrong? I just want to take my little brother home. What exactly have I done that's so wrong? What gives you the right to keep blocking me? Chapter 79, Don't Push Your Luck. A shrill wail echoed through the vast internet cafe. Wu Mengjing frowned.
She didn't want her internet cafe disrupted by this madwoman any longer, so she grabbed her arm and dragged her out forcefully.
Let go of me. What do you think you're doing? Stay away from me. Drop me. I need to find Xiao Shuo.
Lin Xiolu struggled violently, yet she couldn't break free at all.
Shut up. You're making too much noise. Wu Mengjing scolded coldly. You wanted to know what you did wrong? I'll tell you right now.
Your biggest mistake is thinking you can make up for the harm you caused Xiao Shuo by constantly hounding him. Second, you're still fixated on that Lin Fengyu, but you have no clue how much pain he's actually caused Xiao Shuo.
What the hell are you talking about? Hearing criticism of Lin Fengyu from another, Lin Xiolu's anger flared. Choking back tears, she snapped, Who do you think you are to point fingers at our family? What gives you the right to say such things? Because I'm Xiao Shuo's sister now.
Wu Mengjing retorted. He's told me everything about your family, including everything you've done to Xiao Shuo. That's why I have every right to criticize you here. Especially that Lin Fengyu. You have no idea what he actually did to Xiao Shuo.
Bull. Shut your mouth. You hear me? Shut it. Lin Shuo roared. I'm here to tell you this, Lin Fengyu has never been anything but scum. All these years, you believed Xiao Shuo committed every misdeed in your Lin household, but it was all Lin Fengyu's frame-up. Even that so-called agreement between him and Xiao Shuo to ease your rheumatic pain? It never happened. Xiao Shuo wanted to tell you the truth long ago, but Lin Fengyu kept threatening him. You're talking nonsense. Lin Shuo froze for a moment, then shouted as if refusing to accept this cruel truth. Do you really think I'd believe your lies? You deceived Xiao Shuo, and now you think you can deceive me? Let me tell you, not a chance. Ha! What purpose would deceiving you serve me? Wu Mengjing sneered coldly. If you don't believe me, find your own way to verify it. The school is the perfect place to see what kind of person Lin Fengyu really is. Though I haven't witnessed it myself, I trust Xiao Shuo wouldn't lie to me about something like this. I won't believe your nonsense. Let go of me right now, or I'm calling the police. Go ahead and call the police. Wu Mengjing said without fear, but I warn you, stop bothering Xiao Shuo. Otherwise, it won't end with just a slap. With that, Wu Mengjing released her grip and shoved Lin Shuo hard. Caught completely off guard, Lin Shuo stumbled backward several steps, nearly falling to the ground amid gasps of surprise. When she finally regained her balance, the humiliation of Wu Mengjing's slap still fresh in her mind, she turned to retaliate. But Wu Mengjing, as if anticipating this, instantly grabbed her arm and wrenched it violently behind her back. Ah! The excruciating pain felt like her shoulder was being torn apart, causing Lin Shuo to cry out involuntarily. This is your final warning. Don't push your luck. Wu Mengjing's expression was as dark as ink, her voice carrying a bone-chilling coldness that made Lin Shuo shudder. Just you wait. I will come back and take Xiao Shuo home. Lin Shuo gritted her teeth, tears streaming down her face as she growled in defiance. But Wu Mengjing paid her no mind, releasing her grip once more and shoving her hard. This time, Lin Shuo wasn't lucky enough to steady herself. She crashed to the ground with a thud, utterly disheveled. The pain fueled her rage, but it also forced her to finally recognize Wu Mengjing's overwhelming strength. She also understood that staying here would only bring her more humiliation from Wu Mengjing, without gaining anything in return. Just you wait, just you wait. Lin Shuo choked back tears, wiping the tears from her face. Before leaving, she shot Wu Mengjing a look filled with resentment. But Wu Mengjing couldn't care less about her. Once Lin Shuo disappeared from sight, she turned and headed home. Before she took 2 steps, Fang Mingyue, who should have left long ago, suddenly leapt out from the nearby greenery, shouting excitedly, Mengjing, you're the best. That was so satisfying. That crazy Lin Shuo deserved to eat dirt. Didn't I tell you to take Xiao Shuo home first? What are you doing crouching here? Wu Mengjing's eyes were filled with exasperation, her tone tinged with reproach. Sis Jing, it's my fault. Lin Shuo, standing nearby, quickly interjected, I didn't feel comfortable leaving, so I asked Sister Minyu to stay here with me for a bit. You little rascal, what could possibly happen to me? Wu Mengjing's tone did a complete 180, softening instantly. Hey! Why are you giving me the cold shoulder but being all sweet to Xiao Shuo? Fang Mingyue protested indignantly from the side. Go play somewhere. Wu Mengjing shot her a withering glare before fixing her gaze on Lin Shuo, who still stood shirtless. A hint of concern flitted across her face. All right. Everything's settled for now. Stop standing there like an idiot. Hurry up and follow me upstairs to grab your clothes and get dressed. Okay. Lin Shuo nodded in agreement. Soon, the three returned to the internet café. Though the earlier scene had drawn quite a few customers' attention, the commotion had ended. Those who were online continued their business, no one sparing another glance. Lin Shuo picked up the clothes he'd thrown on the floor earlier and put them back on. His gaze fell on Wu Mengjing, his eyes carrying a hint of apology. Sis Jing. Before he could finish, Wu Mengjing seemed to read his mind and cut him off immediately. Stop. Don't say anything nonsense. Tonight's incident isn't your fault, and it certainly can't be blamed on you. If anyone's at fault, it's that Lin Shuo, she's the one with the screw loose. Exactly. Xiao Shuo, don't blame yourself, Fang Mingyue chimed in from the side. Who knew that Lin Shuo was such a creep? Stalking people? I've never seen anyone so shameless and twisted. Seeing this, Lin Shuo felt a wave of emotion wash over him. Jing, thank you. Oh, don't thank us. Isn't it only natural for sisters to protect their little brother? Fang Mingyue grinned as she slung her arm around Lin Shuo's shoulder. All right. Today's incident is over. Don't bring it up again, or Sister Xiaojing might get mad at you. Minyu makes a good point. Wu Mengjing agreed. Let's talk about something else. Don't worry about her coming back, I've got ways to deal with her. Chapter 80, hurry up and help me. What method? Lin Shuo couldn't help asking. Secret, Wu Mengjing whispered, making a shushing gesture. Seeing this, Lin Shuo still felt uneasy and tried to pry for more reassuring details. But Fang Mingyue, standing nearby, seemed to read his thoughts and immediately interrupted. Xiao Shuo, let's not talk about this now. I have something very important to discuss with you.
Lin Shuo understood her meaning and reluctantly set aside his questions.
Sis you, what is it? How should I put this? Fang Mingyue seemed momentarily at a loss for words. It's fine, sister you. Whatever it is, just say it.
No need to be polite with me, Lin Shuo added. Alright then, since you put it that way, Xiao Shuo. I'll just say it. Fang Mingyue took a deep breath, as if gathering her resolve.
Remember that night when you helped ease my rheumatic symptoms? My dad found out about it. He's quite curious about you and wants to ask when you might have a chance to show him a little of what you can do.
Hearing this, Lin Shuo froze for a moment. He quickly realized the origin of this request was likely tied to Fang Mingyue slapping Lin Wenqian several times the previous night. Xiao Shuo, if you feel uncomfortable about this, you can just tell me. It's really not that important. I can decline for you, Fang Mingyue said hurriedly when Lin Shuo remained silent for a long time. No, sister you, don't overthink it.
Lin Shuo replied after regaining his composure. I can handle this matter.
I was just thinking if I need to demonstrate it for uncle, wouldn't that mean waiting for another rainy day when your rheumatism flares up again?
Pretty much. It'll flare up again sooner or later anyway. Don't worry about it, Xiao Shuo. I've gotten used to the pain over the years.
Fang Mingyue waved her hand with a smile.
Besides, I have you now, right?
Just don't refuse my request when the time comes.
Don't worry, sister you.
For something this small, I'll be there whenever you need me.
Lin Shuo nodded earnestly.
At that moment, Wu Mengjing, standing nearby, caught sight of a new customer entering the internet cafe out of the corner of her eye. She instinctively turned her head to look, then froze in place.
Uncle Fang?
The moment that name was uttered, Fang Mingyue, who had been deep in conversation with Lin Shuo, instantly snapped to attention. Her gaze swept past Lin Shuo and landed on the middle-aged man at the entrance. Surprise flashed across her face.
Dad? What are you doing here? The middle-aged man's face showed resignation. Yeah, didn't you say you'd be home tonight? I got back ages ago and waited forever without seeing you. Your phone wasn't answering, so I got worried and came to check. I didn't get any calls from you.
Fang Mingyue looked puzzled. But when she picked up the phone sitting beside the computer, an embarrassed smile spread across her face.
Oh, I forgot to charge it. It turned off.
You silly girl.
Why are you always so scatterbrained?
Your dad nearly had a heart attack not being able to reach you at home.
I thought something terrible had happened to you out there.
Though Fang Xingyan's words carried a hint of scolding, they were laced with deep affection.
Oh, come on. What could possibly happen to me?
I'm perfectly fine staying here with Mengjing.
Fang Mingyue hooked her arm through Wu Mengjing's. Right, Mengjing?
At this, Wu Mengjing couldn't help but roll her eyes.
Yeah. You're living just fine. But you're driving me crazy. Cooking for you, accompanying you shopping and gaming, I'm practically your personal maid. Mengjing. Fang Xingyan smiled. I'm so sorry Minyu's been causing you trouble again. Uncle, don't say that.
Wu Mengjing quickly replied, Minyu and I grew up together. We're so close there's no such thing as trouble between us. That's true, but Minyu's personality, she always seems to get into trouble. All these years.
Fang Xingyan shook his head, but before he could finish, his daughter cut him off with a frown. Dad.
Fang Mingyue glared at him with her beautiful eyes.
Why do you always badmouth me in front of others? Believe me, I won't come back. Alright. Dad was wrong. I won't say another word. Fang Xingyan seemed to have been struck at his weak spot, immediately backing down from the topic. Oomph. Fang Mingyue pouted, then took Lin Shuo's hand. Fine, I won't hold it against you. Let me introduce you, this is my little brother Shuo, the one I told you about. Uncle Fang.
Lin Shuo immediately greeted him, feeling Fang Xingyan's scrutinizing gaze.
Fang Xingyan gave a slight nod, his response devoid of any emotion, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. Fang Mingyue, standing nearby, instantly grew displeased. Dad. What's with that attitude? Did you forget what I told you on the phone? Xiao Shuo is practically your daughter's savior. And this is how you treat him? Hearing this, Fang Xingyan felt a pang of awkwardness. Yeah, you misunderstand.
He was about to elaborate further when Fang Mingyue suddenly gasped sharply, her face turning slightly pale.
Her reaction made Fang Xingyan instantly realize something was terribly wrong. Yeah, what's wrong? It hurts.
Fang Mingyue answered through gritted teeth, her eyebrows knitting together almost into a cross.
Where does it hurt? Why did it suddenly start hurting? Fang Xingyan was instantly overcome with worry, yet momentarily at a loss.
He could tell his daughter wasn't suddenly faking illness. The cold sweat beating on her forehead from the pain was proof enough.
My whole body hurts. It's all because you made me so angry.
After Fang Mingyue finished speaking, she couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Wu Mengjing, standing nearby, seemed to grasp something. She hurriedly helped Fang Mingyue sit down and said, "It looks like rain is coming. I saw the weather forecast the day before yesterday, and it said Jiangcheng would have intermittent rain over the next few days." Hearing this, Fang Xingyan grew even more flustered. If it were a fever or a cold, he could immediately take his daughter to the hospital for treatment. But with her rheumatism, he felt helpless to assist her.
Uncle, don't worry.
Lin Shuo's voice cut through the tension.
Only then did Fang Xingyan abruptly recall Lin Shuo's presence.
He whipped his head around and, clutching at this lifeline, urgently exclaimed.
Young man, you can treat rheumatism, right? Please treat my daughter.
Uncle, I can only alleviate the symptoms of rheumatic pain, not cure it, Lin Shuo corrected.
Never mind what it is, relief or cure. Just hurry up and help her. I'll owe you big time if you pull this off. Fang Xingyan's face turned pale with urgency. Chapter 81, What a bunch of newbies.
Upon hearing this, Lin Shuo quickly replied, Uncle, don't worry. There's no need to owe me any favors.
I was going to help sister you anyway.
With that, he swiftly moved behind the chair where Fang Minhua sat, then gently placed his fingertips on her shoulder.
Fang Xingyan, seeing this, couldn't be bothered with any further idle chatter. He watched Lin Shuo's fingertips knead her shoulder, sometimes fast, sometimes slow.
His entire body instinctively held its breath as he scrutinized every detail, fearing Lin Shuo might secretly do something under his nose or take advantage of the situation. At the same time, he felt a surge of unease, his mind uncontrollably filled with suspicion. From his perspective, Lin Shuo's massage was utterly ordinary, lacking any remarkable skill.
Could this truly alleviate the pain caused by rheumatic symptoms? Yet. Under Fang Xingyan's watchful, skeptical gaze, Fang Minhua's face, which had been twisted into a knot, gradually relaxed. It really works? Seeing his daughter's reaction, Fang Xingyan's skepticism was gradually replaced by astonishment. Over the years, he had witnessed countless episodes of his daughter's rheumatic attacks, so he could be certain she wasn't merely feigning relief. I told you it works. The gradually easing pain gave Fang Minhua the chance to retort to her father. My daughter isn't some little cutie. This rheumatism is excruciating when it flares up. Do you think I don't know whether it's easing up or not? What on earth are you doubting all the time? Ahem. Fang Xingyan cleared his throat awkwardly. It's not that I doubted.
I've just never heard of such a thing before, so I was curious.
So are you still curious now? Fang Minhua asked, clearly annoyed. Not anymore. Though rebuked, Fang Xingyan wore a relaxed smile.
His gaze toward Lin Shuo brimmed with gratitude. Goodness, young man, you've been such a tremendous help. I owe you an enormous debt of gratitude. Speaking from business habit, he stepped forward to grasp Lin Shuo's hands in a double handshake, emphasizing his profound gratitude.
Uncle, I'm not done yet. I've only worked on your shoulders.
Next up are your elbows and knees, Lin Shuo hurriedly interjected.
Right. Oh dear, look at me, I get so excited I forget what I'm doing. Fang Xingyan chuckled awkwardly. Go ahead, keep working. I'll treat you to a meal later. Uncle, it's no trouble at all. Besides, Sister Yu has helped me so much already.
There's no need for all this formality, Lin Shuo replied as he continued the massage.
No way. I won't lie to you, Yaya is practically half my life. Helping ease her rheumatism symptoms is like saving me. I owe you this favor, so dinner is definitely on me. Fang Xingyan insisted stubbornly. Uncle.
Lin Shuo tried to say something else, feeling helpless.
But Fang Minhua couldn't hold back. Dad. Can we talk about this later? You're massaging me right now, don't distract Xiao Shuo. You're making my shoulder hurt again. Oh dear, my fault. Fang Xingyan's expression changed instantly.
He shut up immediately, obediently stepping aside. He dared not disturb Lin Shuo's concentration, terrified his daughter might be writhing in agony again.
10 minutes later.
With Lin Shuo's declaration of all done, the massage concluded.
Fang Minhua slumped into her chair as if she'd just returned from the brink of death.
Her face radiated relief, and she murmured repeatedly, saved. Seeing this, Fang Xingyan, who had been waiting impatiently nearby, rushed forward in excitement. He grabbed Lin Shuo's hand and exclaimed.
Young man. Thank you so much. Uncle, there's no need to thank me. It's what I should do.
Lin Shuo paused, then added, actually, I wanted to apologize. I'm terribly sorry for the trouble the Lin family has caused you.
Oh. Don't talk about trouble. Fang Xingyan retorted immediately. Besides, it was my daughter who caused the trouble. What does it have to do with you, young man? It's not that. Lin Shuo felt both amused and exasperated.
Sister, you clashed with the Lin family because of me.
So what? Fang Xingyan shrugged indifferently. The Lin family aren't exactly saints anyway.
If they had a conflict, they had a conflict.
Don't dwell on it. My daughter will need your help and care going forward. Hearing this, how could Lin Shuo not understand? Fang Xingyan's current attitude clearly signaled his hope that Lin Shuo would continue helping Fang Minhua alleviate the pain caused by her rheumatism. And continuing to antagonize the Lin family would essentially serve as Fang Xingyan's token of gratitude or sincerity.
Knowing this, Lin Shuo cut through the formalities. He nodded and replied, don't worry, uncle. Sister Yu's concerns are my concerns. If she ever needs help with this in the future, I'll be there whenever she calls.
That's good. You're a fine young man. Fang Xingyan patted Lin Shuo's shoulder with delight. By the way, I still don't know your name. Lin Shuo. Hearing this answer, Fang Xingyan froze for a moment. Lin? Was this a coincidence?
Just as he was about to speak, Lin Shuo seemed to anticipate his thoughts and replied first.
Uncle, it's no coincidence.
I am indeed related by blood to the Lin family.
Wait. Fang Xingyan was even more stunned, momentarily unable to process it. You have blood ties to the Lin family? Doesn't that mean Lin Wenxian is your sister? Yes. Then you too. It's a long story.
Lin Shuo was about to gather his thoughts to explain. But Fang Manhwa, standing nearby, voiced her concern. Xiao Shuo, you really don't have to tell them all this.
It's fine.
Uncle, knowing this won't hurt, Lin Shuo replied with a reassuring glance.
Then Fang Xingyan spoke up. Well, Lin Shuo, how about this? I'm actually feeling a bit hungry myself. Why don't we grab a bite somewhere nearby and talk over food? All right. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Shuo agreed. So the four of them left the internet cafe and picked a nearby barbecue stall.
While waiting for the grilled food to arrive, Lin Shuo gathered his thoughts and briefly explained his situation with the Lin family to Fang Xingyan.
Moments later, Fang Xingyan pulled a cigarette from his pocket, his expression complex. He never imagined Lin Shuo's situation could be so complicated.
Even less did he expect that the only son the Lin family had raised for so many years within their circle was actually adopted from somewhere outside. The true biological son, the one connected by blood, had been lost for over a decade before being found and brought back to the Lin family just 3 years ago. Most crucially, after being brought back to the Lin household, this biological son received no compensation for the lost decade. He remained hidden from public view, deprived of even the slightest affection he deserved. Instead, he endured endless humiliation and suffered relentless bullying at the hands of the adopted son. At this thought, Fang Xingyan opened his mouth, unable to hold back a curse. What a bunch of bastards. Chapter 82. You didn't touch anything you shouldn't have, did you? Hearing her father's words, Fang Manhwa nodded in agreement. Exactly. I feel the same way. Lin Shuo, you've endured so much over the years. Fang Xingyan sighed, his gaze toward Lin Shuo now filled with complexity. He never imagined that this young man who had helped his daughter had endured such a turbulent life. No wonder his daughter had slapped the fourth son of the Lin family several times. And no wonder Lin Chenghong, when he came to confront him today, hadn't mentioned a single word about Lin Shuo. If you ever need anything, don't hesitate to ask your uncle. Fang Xingyan paused, then added this. On one hand, he genuinely sympathized with Lin Shuo's situation. On the other hand, it was because Lin Shuo had helped his daughter. More than anything, he hoped his daughter would be spared the torment of rheumatic pain in the future. Since the Lin family had already severed ties with him, he didn't mind offending them further. All right, uncle. Thank you. Shini didn't bother with polite niceties, merely nodding lightly in agreement. But he didn't truly intend to rely on Fang Xingyan. After all, the man was a businessman. Moreover, he didn't know Fang Xingyan's character well enough to gauge how much credence to give his words. If he wanted to exact revenge on the Lin family, he'd ultimately have to rely on his own abilities. All right, let's not dwell on this. The barbecue's here, let's dig in while it's hot. Wu Mengjing, standing nearby, sensed Lin Shuo had no desire to dwell on the matter and spoke up to change the subject. Seeing this, the Fang family father and daughter wisely chose not to pursue the subject further. Half an hour later, the barbecue feast concluded. Since Fang Manhwa had promised her father she'd stay at home, she didn't return with Wu Mengjing. After a brief farewell, Lin Shuo and Wu Mengjing watched the Fang family depart. Then Wu Mengjing suggested, Xiao Shuo, it's getting late. Shall we head back to rest? You have class tomorrow. Sure. Lin Shuo nodded in agreement. The two returned home. After a quick wash, Lin Shuo didn't rush to his room to rest but instead sat down on the living room sofa. Xiao Shuo, why aren't you going to bed yet? After Wu Mengjing finished washing up, she noticed Lin Shuo still sitting on the sofa and asked curiously. Sis Jing, Lin Shuo took a deep breath, I have something I need to talk to you about. Huh? What is it that's so serious? Wu Mengjing grew even more puzzled. I made $500,000 today. The words left Wu Mengjing completely stunned. After a long moment, she finally processed it, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. What? I said I made 500,000 yuan today. Lin Shuo repeated. No. Xiao Shuo. Instead of excitement, Wu Mengjing's face was filled with concern. Where did you earn that 500,000? You didn't touch anything you shouldn't have, did you? Don't worry, Sister Jing. This money is completely clean. In a way, you could say I won it back, Lin Shuo assured her solemnly. Won back? Wu Mengjing's expression grew even more troubled. Explain this to me clearly. What exactly happened? Sis Jing, don't panic. Let me explain slowly. Here's what happened. As Lin Shuo pulled Lin Wanchuan's watch from his pocket, he recounted tonight's events with her in detail. Moments later, after hearing the entire story from beginning to end, Wu Mengjing's eyes were filled with a complex mix of emotions. For a moment, she didn't know how to describe her current state of mind. She never imagined that someone else from the Lin family would come harass Lin Shuo tonight. Even less did she expect that Lin Shuo had managed to scam 500,000 yuan from the head of the Lin family through a bet. Though the outcome felt surreal, she didn't overlook the most crucial point. Xiao Shuo, this seems a bit impulsive of you. Wu Mengjing voiced her concern. Sis knows you're confident in that navigation website you're building, and I believe it has potential too. But a 10 million yuan bet? You want to earn 10 million from this site in just 3 years. Not that I want to discourage you, but that's just a bit too ambitious. Sis Jing, you can rest assured on that front. Lin Shuo responded immediately. He had anticipated Wu Mengjing's reaction all along. Although Wu Mengjing had vaguely grasped the navigation website's potential and monetization strategies through his earlier guidance, her understanding remained limited due to the era's constraints and the lack of widespread internet knowledge in China at the time. After all, at this stage, unless one possessed deep insight into the internet industry and exceptionally forward-thinking vision, it was impossible to grasp the immense commercial value hidden behind the navigation website. 10 million yuan was but a drop in the bucket compared to the navigation website's potential. That said, Lin Shuo knew it would be difficult to explain this clearly to Wu Mengjing now, let alone convince her from this angle. After all, 10 million yuan was indeed a substantial sum by current standards. And since his navigation website was still in its embryonic stage, it was understandable that Wu Mengjing couldn't see any glimmer of hope in it. So Lin Shuo didn't plan to explain it from that angle. Instead, he changed the subject. Sis Jing, you know rheumatism is considered a disease of affluence, right? Of course I know that, Wu Mengjing replied, a look of confusion crossing her face. But what does that have to do with your navigation network making 10 million? While this isn't directly related to the navigation website, it is connected to the 10 million, Lin Shuo paused before continuing. Sis Jing, since you know rheumatism is a disease of affluence, you should also know that many people worldwide are desperately seeking ways to alleviate its symptoms like sis Minyu. At this, Wu Mengjing froze for a moment before suddenly understanding. I get it. You want to use your massage technique that relieves rheumatic pain to make money? Exactly. Lin Shuo snapped his fingers and grinned. I don't know exactly how many rheumatism sufferers exist globally, but I'm certain wealthy patients would pay top dollar for my skills. If I focus my efforts here, earning 10 million within 3 years isn't impossible. Oh, right. I'd completely forgotten about that. No wonder you were so confident when you bet we could make 10 million within 3 years. Wu Mengjing smiled as she spoke. Speaking of which, isn't that Lin Wanwan still in a high position at the Lin family company? She didn't even realize something like this. In my opinion, the Lin family's fortune will be ruined by her sooner or later. I agree. But you know, Sister Jing, I was actually betting from the start betting she'd overlook this point in her anger and overreact. I never imagined it would play out exactly as I hoped. Lin Shuo raised an eyebrow. Besides, even without this skill guaranteeing 10 million in 3 years, I'd still have bet on this move. Oh? Why? Wu Mengjing felt a surge of curiosity. Chapter 83, want to hear your sister's story? Because, you see, I never intended to discuss any sense of honor or morality with anyone from the Lin family from the very beginning. Lin Shuo replied slowly, even if I truly couldn't earn that 10 million within 3 years, I'd still choose to renege on the debt in the end. After all, they were the ones who showed no mercy first. Ha! Hearing this, Wu Mengjing couldn't help but laugh out loud. Right. So you were just out to scam them from the very start, huh? What else could it be? Lin Shuo shrugged. They were the ones who acted in bad faith first. Retaliating in kind is perfectly reasonable. Besides, we never signed a contract. Even if there were written proof, such a wager would be illegal. I'm just following the law and being a good citizen. Fair enough. Wu Mengjing nodded approvingly. While it might be a bit unethical, you can't always be honest with the Lin family. After all, as the saying goes, good people get taken advantage of. Glad you get it, Sister Jing. Lin Shuo smiled. Of course I understand you. I told you before I'm your sister. Wu Mengjing responded with a smile of her own. Her words warmed Lin Shuo's heart, making him feel that meeting Wu Mengjing was truly the greatest blessing of his rebirth. By the way, Xiao Shuo, once that 500,000 yuan hits your account, what do you plan to do with it? Wu Mengjing suddenly asked. First, I'll definitely pay back the money I owe you, Sister Jing. Then I'll invest the rest into developing the navigation network, Lin Shuo replied after a moment's thought. The moment the words left his mouth, a flicker of disappointment crossed Wu Mengjing's eyes. But she concealed it perfectly, leaving Lin Shuo none the wiser. She pressed on, and after that? After that? Lin Shuo paused, then seemed to realize something. Sis Jing, are you trying to kick me out? What are you talking about? You're living here just fine. Why would I suddenly kick you out? Wu Mengjing replied anxiously, I'm just curious about your future plans. Like, you mentioned wanting an office space, where do you plan to set it up? And you're taking the college entrance exam soon, right? Which universities are you aiming for after that? Oh, right. Lin Shuo nodded thoughtfully.
The office isn't urgent. This navigation website doesn't actually need an office to run. I mentioned setting one up earlier mainly for advertising purposes. As for after the exams,
I'll still be staying in Jiangcheng.
you're not planning to apply to universities elsewhere?
Wu Mengjing asked casually. Jiangcheng is decent enough, but young people should venture out to bigger cities. Besides, if you leave Jiangcheng, you'll likely escape the Lin family's meddling. That's true in theory, but there are people in Jiangcheng who are very important to me.
I'm not eager to leave this place.
Lin Shuo paused briefly before adding.
Besides, leaving this city means building a whole new social circle. I can't guarantee that the people I meet in the future will be as trustworthy as those around me now.
Leaving Jiangcheng for a bigger city could free you from the Lin family's clutches. You might even encounter new opportunities in life, perhaps even soar to new heights. But as the saying goes, money lost can be earned back slowly, but once you lose someone you truly connect with, you can never get them back in this lifetime. And life is full of goodbyes, but I don't want to go through that process. I especially don't want to lose everything I've worked so hard to build. That's why I choose to stay in Jiangcheng. As for the Lin family, let them cling on however they please. First, I'm not afraid of them.
Second, the debts and grievances between us won't be resolved by running away. I must confront it all head on and bring it to an end with my own hands. This is both to settle accounts with my past self and to forge a better future for myself.
At this point, Lin Shuo's eyes brimmed with unwavering resolve. When Wu Mengjing heard the words important person, her eyes flickered uncontrollably, and the trace of disappointment that had lingered there vanished completely.
Xiao Shuo.
After a few seconds of contemplation, Wu Mengjing spoke again. You don't have to repay the money you owe your sister just yet.
Let it stay that way for now.
Ha? Lin Shuo froze at her words, momentarily confused.
The question nearly slipped out. Sis Jing, why? Because right now is precisely when you need money to focus on developing your business.
Wu Mengjing said earnestly, you haven't even launched that navigation website yet.
You need to invest your money into that first. I'm not short on your money, so why waste it now? Don't you agree?
Well, there's some truth to that. Lin Shuo scratched his head.
But I really don't like owing money. Besides, that small gap won't hurt my initial promotion.
If I'm truly short, I can ask Sister Minyu for a little as payment for the massages I give her.
And honestly, not repaying someone when I have the money, that doesn't feel right, does it? What's unreasonable about it? We're family, aren't we?
Wu Mengjing quickly interjected. Besides, as the saying goes, money should be spent where it counts.
Why get hung up over such a trifling sum? Listen to me, focus on building your website. I'll cover this expense for now.
When you're truly flush later, you can repay me then.
But Lin Shuo tried to say something else.
But seeing Wu Mengjing's stern expression and unyielding gaze, he knew that even if he placed the money right in front of her now, she would absolutely refuse to take it. So he could only offer an awkward smile and change his tune. All right. I'll do as you say, Sister Jing. That's more like it. Wu Mengjing's face lit up with a smile once more.
Sister Jing. Actually, there's something else I wanted to ask you.
Though Lin Shuo had dropped the previous topic, he quickly added this.
What is it? It's about Lin Shuo coming to hassle me today. You said if she dares show up at the internet cafe again, you have a way to handle it. What exactly is that way?
Lin Shuo looked worried as he continued. After all, the Lin family isn't exactly a bunch of saints.
If you don't explain clearly, Sister Jing, I won't feel at ease.
Hearing this, Wu Mengjing pressed her lips together and fell silent. She had intended to find an excuse to avoid the subject.
But she couldn't resist Lin Shuo's persistent gaze.
After a moment's hesitation, she finally spoke slowly, explaining this is a bit complicated.
Xiao Shuo, would you like to hear a story about your sister? Chapter 84, Sister Jing's Story. Of course I would. Lin Shuo nodded without hesitation.
Of course he wanted to understand the person who was most important to him. But since Sister Jing hadn't spoken of it before, he'd never asked. Today's events, however, had clearly stirred her emotions, instantly piquing his curiosity.
Then go change your clothes first.
Once you're dressed, Sister will tell you everything. Wu Mengjing smiled. Lin Shuo nodded and returned to his room, quickly changing into a clean set of clothes. As soon as he stepped out, he saw Wu Mengjing sitting on the sofa, holding a photograph in her hand.
Xiao Shuo, come here,
Wu Mengjing beckoned, gesturing for Lin Shuo to sit on the sofa. The photo showed a trio, a middle-aged couple with refined elegance and a little girl around 5 or 6 years old. Standing in a row, they all made a peace sign toward the camera, radiating happiness.
Is the girl in the middle Sister Jing?
Lin Shuo pointed to the little girl in the center of the photo. Though the little girl looked young, her eyebrows and eyes were almost identical to Wu Mengjing. She was a miniature version of Sister Jing.
Yes, Sister Jing was adorable as a child, wasn't she? Wu Mengjing smiled. Doesn't she look exactly the same now?
As she spoke, Wu Mengjing's fingers unconsciously traced over the couple in the photo, as if recalling fragments of the past in her mind. Her eyes grew slightly moist.
Sis Jing, are you upset? Sensing her mood, Lin Shuo couldn't help but ask.
Wu Mengjing snapped back to reality, wiped the corner of her eye, and shifted her gaze to Lin Shuo's face.
She forced a smile. Don't worry, Sister Jing is fine. Just reminiscing about the past. Are these Sister Jing's parents? Lin Shuo asked again. The one on the left is my father, and the one on the right is my mother, but she. Wu Mengjing paused for a few seconds, a hint of sadness in her eyes. But she has passed away. She's passed away. Hearing Wu Mengjing utter those words alone sent a sharp pang of pain through Lin Shuo's heart.
He instantly thought of his own experiences. Before Lin Shuo could ask, Wu Mengjing began to explain slowly, actually, Sister Jing used to live in a happy family too. But because of his work, my father was rarely home. So from childhood onward, I basically lived with my grandmother and mother. Though we were apart more often than together, compared to most families, I still counted myself fortunate. But everything changed when I was 6. At this point, a hint of pain flickered in Wu Mengjing's eyes. That year, my mother fell ill. Even after we sought out the best doctors in the country, they were powerless to cure her. On her deathbed, my mother's greatest wish was to see my father one last time. But that man, he prioritized his damn career over being there for her in her final moments. It wasn't until days after my mother's funeral that he finally showed up, but I could never forgive him for that in my lifetime. Wu Mengjing closed her eyes, her heart still burning with resentment at the mere thought of that man. Since then, I'd barely spoken to my father. He seems to have become quite despondent, throwing himself entirely into his so-called vision. The only connection we have now is that every so often, he sends me some money. So when I saw you in that internet cafe that day, I recognized something in your eyes, something that mirrored my own past self. It sparked an inexplicable sense of kinship, and without hesitation, I took you in. Honestly, I don't even remember how I got through those years after my mom passed. All I know is that my world felt like it had collapsed. Even now, all these years later, I still can't shake that feeling. Sometimes I wonder, without my mom, what's the point of me living? My life feels like a rudderless boat. It has a starting point, but I have no idea where the destination lies. Xiaoshua, I suppose this is fate, isn't it? Wu Mengjing's face softened into a smile, but her voice remained heavy, her eyes glistening with tears. The night I met you, it was as if I saw my former self reflected in you and found the direction I needed to move forward. So, Xiaoshua, don't leave this family. No matter what hardships you face in the future, I will always be there to help you and protect you. I fear no trouble, but the one thing I dread is your departure. You are my redemption and my light. Promise me from this moment on, we are family, okay? Wu Mengjing's gaze rested on Lin Shuo's face. Her sincere eyes gradually warmed his icy heart until it burned hot. Until this moment, he had never imagined Wu Mengjing could have such a past. At this moment, how could he not understand that Sister Jing had long since regarded him as true family? But Sister Jing, you're wrong. The moment Lin Shuo spoke, Wu Mengjing felt as if her heart had been clenched in a vice. Your life is not meaningless. Just as you said earlier, Sister Jing, you are my light and my salvation. From now on, I want to be your family too. Lin Shuo spoke with utmost sincerity, finally voicing the words he'd pondered for so long. The tears Wu Mengjing had held back for ages finally spilled over, streaming down her cheeks. You really scared the life out of me. Don't ever leave your sentences hanging like that again. Wu Mengjing laughed as she wiped the tears from her eyes, then playfully punched Lin Shuo in the chest. But as she struck, she instinctively softened her blow, making it feel more like a gentle pat. Then you better remember to keep your word. If you go back on it, I won't forgive you. Wu Mengjing pouted slightly, sniffing her sore nose. This completely different demeanor from her usual self made Lin Shuo stare blankly for a moment. Hey, I'm talking to you. What are you spacing out for? Sorry, Sister Jing. You looked so beautiful just now that I couldn't help but stare. Lin Shuo scratched his head awkwardly. This gesture instantly made Wu Mengjing laugh. Smooth talker. But Sister Jing, how does that experience relate to the solution? Seeing the tension ease, Lin Shuo finally asked. Because my father's name is Wu Changqiu. Chapter 85, Promise me you won't leave. Wu Changqiu. Upon hearing that name, even Lin Shuo, who had lived 2 lifetimes, couldn't help but freeze for a moment, a look of disbelief flashing in his eyes. He had long known Sister Jing bore the surname Wu. And that having a close friend like Feng Manhwa suggested Sister Jing came from a fairly well-to-do family, he simply couldn't connect the Sister Jing before him with that person. He certainly hadn't imagined that man was Sister Jing's biological father. Sister Jing, your father is actually the wealthiest man in Jiangcheng City. Even now that he knew, Lin Shuo still found it hard to believe. The name Wu Changqiu was one he'd heard countless times in his previous life. Jiangcheng City's youngest tycoon, one of the city's top 10 entrepreneurs, a regular on the Forbes list, president of the Jiangcheng City Chamber of Commerce, a string of enviable titles that seemed utterly ordinary when attached to him. He had single-handedly propelled the entire city's economy forward in a major leap. And such a figure was actually Sister Jing's father. Now he finally understood why Sister Jing had been so confident she had a solution. With a father like that, forget about one Lin family, even 10 Lin families wouldn't dare provoke him. Wu Mengjing nodded calmly. Though I rarely contact him, he is still my father. So from now on, if the Lin family comes bothering you again, just tell Sister Jing. We don't start trouble, but we don't fear it either. Sister Jing will stand by your side for life. Alright. A warm current flowed through Lin Shuo's heart. They chatted on like this, and before they knew it, it was late into the night. It's getting late. Xiao Shua, you have class tomorrow. Sister's going to take a shower first. You should get some sleep. It was already late, and after sharing their pasts, both Wu Mengjing and Lin Shuo felt sleepy. Lin Shuo nodded, then yawned as he rose from the sofa and headed back to his room. He turned off the light. The room fell silent, broken only by the faint sound of running water from the bathroom. The rhythmic noise became a lullaby, quickly lulling Lin Shuo into a deep sleep. Until suddenly, a flash of lightning streaked across the window. Followed by a thunderous clap. The deafening clap exploded across the sky, jolting the sleeping Lin Shuo awake instantly. Immediately after, he heard a startled cry coming from Sister Jing's bedroom. Sister Jing! What's wrong? Wu Mengjing lay curled up, the thunderclap having jolted her awake from her dreams. Fragments of a nightmare, painful memories buried deep in her mind flashed through her thoughts. A numbing sensation of helplessness began to spread through her body. It felt like drowning in water, unable to breathe, unable to move. The agony made her scream uncontrollably. Lin Shuo, who had been drifting in and out of consciousness, immediately sat up in bed upon hearing the scream. He rarely saw Sister Jing in such a state. Recalling the past events she had mentioned that night, Lin Shuo hurried to Sister Jing's door. Sister Jing, what's wrong? Xiao Shua. I had a nightmare. I'm so scared. Hearing this, Lin Shuo disregarded any concerns about privacy and hurriedly pushed open the door. In the pitch-black room, Wu Mengjing was curled up in a corner of the bed, clutching the quilt tightly in her trembling hands. Lin Shuo flipped on the light and immediately saw Wu Mengjing's pale face. Seeing Sister Jing like this, his heart clenched involuntarily. Sister Jing, how are you? Are you feeling unwell? Wu Mengjing didn't respond. She seemed trapped by something, her eyes vacant, her body trembling with fear. Sis Jing, say something. Don't scare me. Panic surged through Lin Shuo. He quickly took Sister Jing's hand and placed it over his heart. She had been perfectly fine before he left the room. How could she have changed so drastically in an instant? This won't do. We have to get Sister Jing to the hospital. Forgetting social boundaries, Lin Shuo grabbed Sister Jing's hand, intending to lift her off the bed. But then he heard her muttering something. Her voice was so faint that even Lin Shuo almost thought he'd misheard. Mom, please don't leave me. I promise I'll be good and never make you angry again. Mom, I really miss you so much. When can you come back and see Jing? Don't leave me alone. I'm so scared. These whispers, like desperate pleas, instantly made Lin Shuo's heart ache unbearably. He suddenly understood why Sister Jing had suddenly become this way. All these years, Sister Jing had never forgotten her mother. Though she usually appeared strong and decisive, never sharing this part of her past with others, seeing her like this now was enough for Lin Shuo to imagine just how deeply she longed for her mother within her heart. Sister Jing, don't be afraid. I won't leave you alone, ever. Lin Shuo gently patted Sister Jing's back, as if soothing a child to sleep, humming a calming lullaby. Gradually, she began to recover from her state. The icy chill radiating from her skin only deepened the ache in Lin Shuo's heart. Why hadn't he met Sister Jing sooner? Why hadn't he learned about her past earlier? If only he had met her sooner, perhaps Sister Jing wouldn't be suffering so terribly now. Jing, I am your family now. I'll always be with you, guarding you every moment. Xiao Shuo will always be here. Gradually, Lin Shuo felt Sister Jing's body trembling less violently, her icy form slowly regaining warmth. But just then, a flash of lightning suddenly streaked across the window, followed by a thunderous clap. Wu Mengjing, who had just begun to calm down, started trembling violently once more, her skin growing icy cold again. Lin Shuo finally realized that Sister Jing's condition was undoubtedly linked to the thunder. He quickly covered her ears while speculating inwardly. It was likely that on some stormy night long ago, Sister Jing's mother had passed away, leaving her father absent. Alone in the house, the successive blows had caused Sister Jing to develop psychological trauma. That's why the sound of thunder triggered an instinctive stress response in her body. This won't do. I need to find a solution. Lin Shuo frowned, his mind racing as he began to ponder possible remedies. Chapter 86, Lin Xiolu faints. Outside the window, pea-sized raindrops continued to fall relentlessly. Judging by the intensity of the thunderstorm, it seemed unlikely the rain would let up all night. Merely covering her ears wouldn't prevent Sister Jing from hearing the thunder, and he couldn't bear to watch her endure this state all night long. Finding a solution was now the urgent priority. Wait. Lin Shuo suddenly remembered that in his previous life, his experiences had left him with chronic insomnia. Any nighttime noise would keep him awake, and after trying countless remedies, he finally solved the problem by buying a pair of noise-canceling headphones. Although he no longer suffered from insomnia now, that past experience had led him to keep a pair of noise-canceling headphones nearby. With that thought, Lin Shuo immediately returned to his room and began rummaging through his belongings. After a thorough search, he finally spotted the noise-canceling headphones tucked away in an inconspicuous corner.
Tonight, I'm counting on you.
After testing them, Lin Shuo carefully placed them on Sister Jing. The moment he activated the noise-canceling mode, another flash of lightning streaked past the window, instantly sending a chill down his spine.
Rumble. The deafening thunderclap made Lin Shuo glance anxiously at Sister Jing.
Thankfully, the headphones seemed to be doing their job. Her reaction was noticeably less intense than before.
Phew. Glad it worked.
Lin Shuo felt a wave of relief wash over him. Seeing Sister Jing's condition visibly improving, his worried gaze gradually softened.
Jing, don't be afraid, just rest. Xiao Shuo will always be by your side.
He gently patted Wu Mengjing's back. Gradually, Sister Jing, who had been curled up in the corner, stopped trembling. Her body slowly relaxed into a flat position. Perhaps due to sheer exhaustion, her eyes closed without anyone noticing. Moments later, the sound of her steady breathing filled his ears. Seeing this, Lin Shuo carefully tucked the blanket around Wu Mengjing and prepared to return to his own room. But just as he was about to rise, he realized Sister Jing had somehow grabbed the hem of his shirt and clung to it tightly, refusing to let go. It was as if that piece of fabric was her sole source of security.
Don't leave me.
Hearing these words, murmured in her sleep like a whisper, Lin Shuo smiled helplessly and sat back down beside Sister Jing.
Alright, Xiao Shuo won't leave. Xiao Shuo will always stay by Sister Jing's side.
At that very moment, at the Lin family villa, Su Dinglan sat restlessly on the sofa, listening to the thunder outside, her gaze drifting toward the front door from time to time.
Changhong, why isn't Qiulu home yet? It's so late.
She's not answering her phone, and it's pouring outside.
Could something have happened to her?
Su Dinglan asked, her face filled with worry.
She's grown up now.
It's normal for her to have things to do outside.
What could possibly happen in this day and age? Don't worry. She'll probably be back soon.
Lin Changhong lay on the sofa watching TV, not even lifting his eyes. Besides, with this downpour, it's inconvenient for a girl to come back alone.
Maybe she's staying at a friend's place tonight?
But it's so late already, and we haven't heard a word. If she really is staying out, she should at least give me a call. Su Dinglan paced back and forth in the living room, her face etched with worry. Knowing her daughter well, she knew something was definitely wrong if she acted like this.
Hearing this, Lin Changhong finally sensed something was amiss.
His daughter was usually so obedient she'd even call if she couldn't make it home for dinner.
But today, nothing.
The thought made Lin Changhong immediately pull out his phone and start flipping through his contacts.
He found Lin Qiulu's number and dialed it right away.
But before the phone could ring twice, a familiar ringtone echoed from the doorway. Lin Hongcheng followed the sound and saw Lin Qiulu standing at the doorway, filthy and soaked through, looking utterly miserable and aggrieved.
Oh my goodness. Seeing Lin Qiulu like this, Su Dinglan couldn't help but gasp in shock.
She immediately jumped up and rushed over.
Qiulu, what happened? Did someone bully you outside? Tell mom.
Who was that jerk who made you come home soaking wet? Su Dinglan clutched Lin Qiulu's hand with heartfelt concern, not even noticing her own clothes getting stained. She immediately fetched a towel and began wiping the water droplets from her daughter's body. At that moment, Lin Qiulu looked at her parents with a face full of resentment and grievance, as if she had been bullied. She opened her mouth several times but couldn't utter a single word. Seeing his daughter like this, Lin Hongcheng's heart sank.
Oh no. Could his precious daughter really have been bullied outside?
The thought that his beloved daughter, whom he had cherished for years, had been mistreated by others filled him with fury.
Call the police. Call them immediately. I'll see who dares bully my daughter. Dad.
Just as Lin Hongcheng was about to dial the emergency number, Lin Qiulu finally spoke, her face twisted with hurt.
Dad, please help me. Help me bring Xiao Shuo back. We've truly let Xiao Shuo down all these years. All I want now is to bring Xiao Shuo home. Why is everyone trying to stop me?
Lin Qiulu's voice was hoarse, tinged with a hint of tears, as her eyes welled up and tears slid down her cheeks.
This abrupt, disjointed plea suddenly stunned both parents into silence.
After a long pause, Lin Hongcheng snapped out of it, his face darkening instantly.
You went to see that little bastard today? What were you doing with him? Did he put you in this state? Enough.
Su Dinglan immediately scolded her husband in annoyance.
The child is in this state, and you're still shouting like this?
Turning to Lin Qiulu, she added, come on, mom will take you to get a hot bath and change your clothes.
You don't want to catch a chill.
If anything's bothering you, tell mom later.
I'll stand up for you. Yet her concerned tone went unanswered.
Her face was gaunt and haggard. Even under the dim light, her pallor was frightening, as if she had suffered some terrible blow. Just as Su Dinglan pulled her forward a few steps, Lin Qiulu suddenly went limp, collapsing powerlessly onto the floor.
Chapter 87. Don't be hard on Xiao Shuo. Jiangcheng City First Hospital. The pungent smell of disinfectant lingered in the air, refusing to dissipate. Outside the ward, two anxious figures paced back and forth. Spotting the doctor emerge, they immediately rushed forward. Doctor, how is my daughter? Is she all right? The patient is fine.
She just experienced emotional distress, compounded by Lin Yu, which led to a chill and fever.
We've administered an antipyretic injection. Now she just needs proper rest and emotional comfort.
After giving these instructions, the doctor stepped back out of the ward. Only upon hearing the doctor's words did the two finally let out a sigh of relief. Su Dinglan rushed into the room, gazing at her daughter with closed eyes. Her face twisted with heartache as she sighed. How could my daughter go out and come back like this? It's all that ungrateful little bastard Lin Shuo's fault.
Lin Hongcheng couldn't help but snort.
If she hadn't gone looking for him, Xiao Lu wouldn't be sick and in the hospital now. It might not all be Xiao Shuo's fault, Su Dinglan frowned. You're too biased against him.
Once Xiao Lu wakes up, we can ask her what really happened, right? Honey, what's wrong with you? Still defending that ungrateful brat? Lin Hongcheng bristled. Isn't it perfectly normal for me to have issues with that little jerk? Look at us since the day he caused trouble. Have our family problems ever stopped? First it was Fingyu, now it's Xiao Lu. I swear it'll be my turn as the old man sooner or later. Su Dinglan opened her mouth but found no words to counter her husband's accusations. Truth be told, even Su Dinglan harbored some resentment toward Lin Shuo deep down. They were both her flesh and blood, so why was Lin Shuo the one causing her so much trouble? Forget his past mistakes, just look at how long he'd been sulking, refusing to come home. And now, whatever had happened between Xiao Lu and Xiao Shuo had caused Xiao Lu to collapse the moment she returned. Could it be that she really owed this child from a past life, and he'd come to exact revenge in this one? Mom and Dad, please don't speak of Xiao Shuo like that. Just as the couple was complaining about Lin Shuo, Lin Xiao Lu had awakened at some point. Opening her eyes weakly, she spoke. Actually, Xiao Shuo hasn't done anything wrong. All this time, I've been the one reaching out to him, hoping he'd come back. Xiao Lu, you're just too naive and kind. Lin Chenghong shook his head. It's precisely because you've been too good to this little brat that he keeps pushing his luck. If he hadn't run away, would you even need to go looking for him? Look at the state you're in now. You cared so much about him, and where is that little brat now? If it weren't for this little brat causing trouble, you wouldn't be sick and lying in the hospital right now. Even if we take a step back, doesn't that little brat have any fault in this? This barrage of words left Lin Xiaolu speechless. She gaped for a long moment, unable to utter a single word. Enough. Xiaolu is still sick. Stop picking on her, Su Dinglan interjected from the side. All this arguing, what if you disturb our daughter? If you really want to settle scores, why not go straight to that little Shuo? Why bring our own daughter into this? Hearing this, Lin Chenghong finally shut his mouth and stopped his incessant ranting. But this brief moment of quiet didn't last long. 3 unwelcome figures appeared at the ward door. How are you feeling, Xiaolu? It was the other 3 sisters of the Lin family, eldest sister Lin Wanwan, third sister Lin Xinxuan, and youngest sister Lin Wenxian. Each had their own commitments, but upon hearing that third sister Lin Xiaolu had been hospitalized, they immediately took leave and rushed over. Ha! Sisters, what brings you here? Lin Xiaolu looked at the 3 in the hospital room, surprise flitting across her face. How could we not come? If we hadn't, who knows what kind of trouble you'd be in? Eldest sister Lin Wanwan said angrily. So who exactly bullied you? Let us avenge you. Lin Qiulo quickly shook her head. No one bullied me. I just caught a chill from getting caught in the rain, which is why I fainted. It's nothing serious. The doctor said I can be discharged in a couple of days. Hearing this answer, the 3 sisters finally relaxed. Glad you're okay, but why did you suddenly get caught in the rain out of nowhere? Was it that little brat Lin Shuo up to his tricks again? At the mention of Lin Shuo's name, the sisters' brows furrowed again, especially Lin Wanwan and Lin Wenxian, who harbored the deepest resentment toward him. What mischief did that boy get up to behind our backs this time? No, it's not Xiao Shuo's fault. Lin Xiaolu hurriedly explained. I tried to bring Xiao Shuo home, but his sister hit me. His sister? And she hit you? The sisters' expressions darkened instantly. Especially Lin Chenghong, upon hearing his daughter had been struck, he immediately wanted to storm out and avenge his precious girl. Isn't Lin Shuo's sister us? Where did he suddenly get another sister? Lin Wanwan frowned and asked. She's a sister he adopted outside the family, Lin Xiaolu sighed, immediately recounting the day's events. After hearing the story, the 3 sisters' expressions darkened even further. Lin Chenghong could barely contain his rage. The atmosphere in the entire hospital room was suffocatingly oppressive. I can't take this anymore. I'm going to settle the score with that little bastard today. Lin Chenghong couldn't hold back any longer and made a move to leave. His own son had sided with some outside sister to slap his own flesh and blood sister. What kind of nonsense was this? Since the day this daughter was born, Lin Chenghong had never endured such humiliation. He had to take this anger out on that little brat, even if the kid had connections to the Du family. But before he could step outside, his wife, Su Dinglan, grabbed his arm. It's the middle of the night, pouring rain outside. Where do you plan to find him? And do you even know where Xiao Shuo lives? Lin Chenghong froze. It was true.
All these days, he had never known where that unfilial son of his actually lived. But his own daughter had been wronged. He couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Even if he had to go door to door asking, he would drag that little brat out. Don't go looking for trouble with Xiao Shuo. He must have been deceived by that woman. Finally, Lin Shuo spoke up, stopping Lin Chenghong as he prepared to leave. Chapter 88, The First Crack. As Lin Qiulo spoke, tears rolled down her cheeks. Xiao Shuo has suffered so much these past years. It's our Lin family who owes him an apology. Hearing these disjointed words, the others present were utterly baffled. How could their family suddenly be at fault toward Lin Shuo? He'd been pampered with fine food and comfortable living all these years. What other household could compare to the Lin family's lifestyle? Xiaolu, what exactly have we done to wrong Lin Shuo? Lin Wenxian frowned, unable to contain her confusion. You've been acting strangely these past days. What kind of spell has Lin Shuo cast on you to make you defend him so fiercely? Lin Qiulua fell silent, her expression darkening. She truly didn't want to reopen the wounds on Lin Shuo. The horrifying scene that night had already filled her with regret. She knew her sister's personalities well. The more she explained, the less she could stop them from confronting Lin Shuo. Under these circumstances, it would only complicate matters further and deepen Lin Shuo's resentment toward the Lin family. Prejudice was a mountain. In the eyes of her three sisters, Lin Shuo was an ungrateful ingrate. Unless they witnessed his scars firsthand, like she had, they would never comprehend the agony he had endured over the past decade. Now that matters had reached this point, she sincerely hoped Lin Shuo wouldn't endure any further harm. Promise me, don't make things difficult for Xiao Shuo. Lin Qiulo straightened her body, speaking weakly. Everything is our Lin family's fault. My only wish now is to bring Xiao Shuo home safely and treat him well. If you harm Xiao Shuo again, I'll kill myself right here. With that, Lin Qiulua violently ripped the 4-needle from her arm. This sudden action startled everyone present. Xiaolu, what are you doing? Su Dinglan's face drained of color. Doctor. Nurse. Quickly, call the doctor and nurse. Lin Hongcheng rushed out in a panic. Soon, doctors and nurses arrived, but Lin Qiulu was acting like a madwoman, refusing to cooperate in any way. Don't touch me. Stay away from me. The nurses nearby were too frightened by her actions to approach. Second sister, calm down. Don't do anything foolish. Lin Wenxian pleaded urgently. You don't have to do this over that ungrateful little bastard. We won't bother him anymore. Lin Wenxian. I won't tolerate you speaking of him that way. From this moment on, I don't want to hear a single word like that from your mouth, understand? Lin Qiulu's face flushed crimson as she yelled at Lin Wenxian. Seeing this, not only Lin Wenxian but also the other two sisters froze in shock. In their memories, they had never seen Lin Qiulu lose her temper like this before. And all because of that ingrate Lin Shuo? It was utterly baffling to them. Lin Wenxian froze. She had been seething with anger after being slapped by Lin Shuo, with nowhere to vent her frustration. Her resentment toward Lin Shuo had only deepened when Lin Qiulu lashed out at her over him. Simultaneously, resentment toward Lin Qiulu welled up within her. Whose sister do you think you are, yelling at me over him? Lin Wenxian snapped. Enough, enough. Lin Wanwan, standing nearby, sensed the situation spiraling out of control. She immediately stepped in to pull Lin Wenxian away. Alright, Wenxian, hold your tongue. Xiaolu is still sick. Don't pick a fight with her. She then turned to Lin Xiaolu and said patiently, Xiaolu, no matter what, you need to lie down quietly first and let the doctor and nurse tend to your wounds. Even if we're going to bring Xiao Shuo back, you have to be healthy and well, right? Lin Xiaolu hesitated, her eyes stubborn yet compliant as she finally lay back down. Then promise me, she insisted, you won't cause Xiao Shuo any trouble. You'll bring him back safely from that woman, okay? Yes, yes, yes. We promise, Su Dinglan immediately reassured her. At the same time, she sighed inwardly. Though she couldn't fathom why her daughter suddenly shielded Lin Shuo so fiercely, she was still her child. Getting her back on her feet was the absolute priority now. And you all must promise me something else first. Lin Xiaolu's gaze swept over the people present. Alright. Dad promises not to cause trouble for that kid. Lin Hongcheng spoke cautiously, afraid that refusing his daughter might provoke another extreme reaction. Alright. I agree too. Lin Wanwan was the second to consent. She currently had a wager with Lin Shuo and didn't want to provoke him for the time being. As long as you're happy, second sister, Lin Xinxuan replied expressionlessly. Everyone's eyes turned to Lin Wenxian, but she merely snorted coldly in annoyance and walked out of the ward without looking back. There, Wenxian's just throwing a childish tantrum. Don't take it to heart, Xiaolu. Su Dinglan hurriedly sat beside Lin Xiaolu, comforting her daughter, terrified that Lin Wenxian might drive her own child to despair again. She knew well that among her 4 daughters, Lin Xiaolu had the most stubborn temper, so she had no choice but to soften her tone. Alright, everyone has agreed to your request now. You should listen to the doctors and nurses, right? Be a good girl, wait until you're fully recovered, and stop causing trouble. Lin Xiaolu pressed her lips together and said nothing more. Perhaps exhausted from her tantrum, she closed her eyes and ceased struggling. Seeing this, the nurse beside her seized the moment to tend to the wound on Lin Shuo's hand, reinserted the 4-needle, and hurriedly left. She was afraid she might accidentally get caught up in this inexplicable family dispute.
Alright, it's quite late now.
Lin Hongcheng glanced at his phone and said, "You two should go home first. Your mother and I will stay here and take care of Xiolu." The two nodded without protest. It was indeed far too late.
Wait a moment.
Just as they were about to leave, Lin Xiolu suddenly spoke up, halting them in their tracks.
This unexpected turn instantly made everyone's hearts leap to their throats. Don't be afraid. I won't cause trouble. I just want to take this chance to ask them a few questions. Chapter 89, It's all my fault. It's nothing important. I just want to know, do you both know everything Xiao Shuo has done for us over the years?
After posing the question, Lin Xiolu's eyes fixed intently on the sisters, as if trying to discern some hidden meaning in their expressions.
Ha!
Lin Wanwan and Lin Xinshuan visibly froze.
What Xiao Shuo has done over the years? How could we not know about anything he did? Why are you suddenly asking this, Xiolu?
Lin Xiolu replied, because none of us in this family, myself included, ever knew how much Xiao Shuo had done for us. So none of us ever thanked him for his kindness. We even criticized him, scolded him. So all these years, we've wronged him and treated him unfairly. As she spoke, Lin Xiolu's eyes began to redden. Seeing Lin Xiolu like this, even Lin Wanwan and Lin Xinshuan suddenly felt doubt creep in.
Could it be that they had truly misunderstood Lin Shuo all these years?
Yet, recalling how Lin Shuo had challenged her to a bet, Lin Wanwan couldn't help but speak up. "Xiolu, I don't know what that boy Lin Shuo has told you, but I sincerely advise you don't let him sway you." Lin Xinshuan, standing nearby, had intended to add her own words of caution, but Su Dinglan pulled her back, her stern gaze halting her. Xiolu's emotions had only just stabilized. If she were provoked again, she might do something reckless. Any mishap would be too late to regret. She couldn't stand by and watch her daughter suffer such harm.
So she quickly interjected, "Xiolu, it's getting late. You should get some rest, and let Wanwan and Xinshuan rest too.
At this hour, with how you're feeling, it's best to rest early. As for Xiao Shuo's matter, perhaps we should discuss it another time."
What do you think?
Lin Xiolu closed her eyes and said nothing more. Her mother's reaction, along with that of her eldest and third sisters, had all been within her expectations. Her earlier question had merely been a tentative probe. Seeing their reactions, she couldn't help but sigh inwardly.
"Xiolu, if you don't answer, I'll take that as your tacit agreement."
No sooner had the words left her mouth than Lin Xiolu, her eyes still closed, suddenly spoke up coldly, "I have one final question."
"Xiolu."
Su Dinglan, sensing trouble, immediately tried to stop her, but Lin Xiolu pressed on regardless.
"Wanwan, tell me, a year ago, you had a piano. Was it Xiao Shuo who broke it, or Feng Yu?" Before Lin Wanwan could answer, Lin Xinshuan, standing nearby, finally couldn't hold back. "Second sister, what exactly are you trying to do?" Anger colored Lin Xinshuan's voice. "What have we done to offend you that you're targeting us like this? Feng Yu isn't even here, why are you still trying to smear his name?
Tell me, what has Lin Shuo been saying to you these past days to make you harbor such prejudice against us?"
I just don't understand. After all these years, don't you know what kind of person Feng Yu is? Hasn't he been kind enough to us sisters? What has he ever done that wasn't good enough?
All these years, because of Lin Shuo, how much hardship has Xiao Yu endured?
How many sacrifices has he made for us? Have you forgotten? Answer me. Lin Xiolu, give me an explanation right now. Lin Xinshuan's accusatory voice echoed throughout the room.
The expressions of those present shifted wildly.
Su Dinglan's face turned deathly pale.
She never imagined the usually mild-mannered third sister would speak to her second sister in such a manner. After all, the Lin family had maintained harmony for over a decade, and such a heated argument had never erupted between the sisters.
"Oh, what are you two doing?"
Su Dinglan watched her daughters facing off like drawn swords, her heart aching as if it were being wrenched. "Please, just calm down," Su Dinglan murmured, pressing her fingertips to her temples. She had tried her best to intervene, but the worst possible outcome had still unfolded. She couldn't fathom why Xiolu, usually so steady and sensible, was acting so out of character tonight. Was it simply because she'd met Lin Shuo a few times? Or could it be that Lin Shuo really possessed some kind of magic, capable of bewitching Xiolu with just a few words? If you insist on an explanation, have Feng Yu come over now and explain it to you. Lin Xiolu, who had been grilled relentlessly, showed no emotion on her face. She calmly glanced at her third sister, as if she had anticipated this situation long ago. But precisely this composure only fueled Lin Xinshuan's fury. Just as she was about to speak, a familiar voice suddenly reached her ears. "Sister Xiolu, why didn't you tell me you were sick? I rushed over as soon as I heard." The arrival was Lin Fengyu. Since he was still in high school, they hadn't informed him, thinking it was too late to notify him this time. Yet here he was. "Fengyu, why are you here?" Su Dinglan's expression darkened. With the second and third siblings already at odds, adding Fengyu to the mix would surely turn the entire hospital room into chaos. "Come here."
Tell him, was it you or Shuo who broke that piano a year ago? Lin Shuo cut straight to the chase. Sis, what are you talking about? Lin Fengyu clearly hadn't expected to be confronted with such a question the moment he arrived. I'm asking you a question. Just answer me. Yes, tell Qiulu right now, was it you who broke that piano a year ago? Lin Xinshuan's voice had turned sharp with irritation. Your second sister insists it was you. Set the record straight, or this won't end today. Lin Fengyu froze at the tense atmosphere, but quickly realized his two sisters seemed to be arguing over him. He immediately began to sob. I'm sorry. Second sister, third sister, please don't fight over me. It's all my fault. Lin Fengyu walked between them, sobbing. Actually, a year ago, it wasn't brother Lin Shuo who broke that piano, it was me. What? What did you say? The moment the words left his mouth, everyone present froze in shock. Chapter 90, The False Mask. Lin Xinshuan froze. At that very moment, everyone else present shared the same reaction. It happened like this. Lin Fengyu choked back tears as he recounted the entire incident from that day. This included why he had framed Lin Shuo for the incident. After hearing it, the expressions of those present turned peculiar, and they fell into silence. Only Lin Qiulu wore an expression that seemed to say, I knew it all along. She had stared at Lin Fengyu the entire time. Ever since learning about Lin Shuo's scar, she had suspected her younger brother was lying. She never imagined that just one question would expose his deception. Second sister. I really didn't mean to. I was just scared. Please forgive me, okay? Lin Fengyu sobbed uncontrollably, stumbling toward Lin Qiulu's window as he cried, reaching out to grasp her hand in apology. But she coldly pushed his hand away. This action caught Lin Xinshuan's eye, instantly reigniting the anger that had just begun to subside. Before she could speak, however, Su Dinglan covered her mouth. Alright, I understand the situation now. Su Dinglan immediately stepped in to smooth things over. It's just a small misunderstanding. Qiulu, I can understand how you feel right now. But you shouldn't hold such a grudge against Fengyu. After all, he's so young, how much can he really understand? Besides, everyone can see how good Fengyu has been to all of us over the years. Listen to Mom. Let's just put this whole thing behind us, okay? We're family, no need to dwell on trivial matters like this. Lin Chenghong chimed in from the side. Qiulu, our family is doing just fine. Let's not dwell on all that messy business, okay? See, since Fengyu has apologized so sincerely, we should forgive him. Besides, Fengyu was just so scared at the time. As her sister, you shouldn't hold it against him. Hearing her family's words, Lin Qiulu fell silent. She was exhausted both physically and mentally at this very moment. Only now did she truly grasp the treatment Lin Shuo had endured in this household all these years, and the profound helplessness he must have felt facing his own family. Suppressed, helpless, suffocating. These were the most genuine feelings in her heart at this very moment. No matter what happened, no matter who was right or wrong, her family would unhesitatingly side with Lin Fengyu. Even her own mother, who appeared neutral and seemed to take no one's side, actually leaned toward Lin Fengyu in everything she said and implied. Even now, after she made it clear that Lin Fengyu was responsible for breaking the piano, what was the outcome? Even now, not a single person had spoken up for Lin Shuo. Not a single soul had considered what he must be feeling, enduring all this. Instead, Lin Shuo, who had been blameless from start to finish, became the aggressor. Yet the one who committed the wrongdoing is unconditionally shielded by everyone. It was as if, at some point, a consensus had formed. No matter what Lin Shuo did, it was deemed justified. Whenever anything went wrong, the first thought was whether Lin Shuo was responsible. Never once did anyone consider the possibility of it being Lin Fengyu's doing. It seemed as though everything that happened to Lin Shuo had become a matter of course. Only today did Lin Qiulu truly grasp this reality. Only now did she truly comprehend the helplessness Lin Shuo must have felt back then, and understand why he had come to despise this family so deeply. Their love for Lin Fengyu and Lin Shuo had never been fair from the very beginning. This so-called family bond felt suffocating, as if it were crushing her entire being. Looking at Lin Fengyu before her, Lin Qiulu felt a sudden surge of profound disgust welling up inside her. The more she looked at her usually well-behaved and sensible younger brother, the more she saw his hypocrisy. Only after removing her colored glasses did she see her brother's actions clearly. Whether he was crying, laughing, or apologizing, it all seemed like he was wearing a mask of falsehood. It was nauseatingly fake. She now had ample reason to suspect that from the moment Lin Shuo had stepped into this family, all the so-called bad things associated with him were likely inextricably linked to her once obedient younger brother. It was even possible. It had all been Lin Fengyu's frame-up from the very beginning. Qiulu, if you don't speak up, Mom will assume you've forgiven Fengyu. Seeing Lin Qiulu remain silent for a long time, Su Dinglan cautiously asked. Mom, I'm tired now. Please send them away. Lin Qiulu closed her eyes, her heart growing cold. She pulled the blanket up and turned her back to everyone. Seeing this, the others said nothing more. Although Lin Qiulu seemed to be sulking now, since no argument had erupted, they could reluctantly consider the matter closed. Alright. Qiulu, get some rest. I'll take them back first.
Lin Chenghong murmured softly, then turned to his wife. You'll be the one looking after Qiulu now.
Make absolutely sure she doesn't try anything drastic again.
You'll have your hands full tonight, dear.
Su Dinglan nodded gently, then turned to look at Lin Xiolu's retreating figure, sighing helplessly to herself.
Today's farce had left her utterly drained, both physically and mentally. She knew the root cause of it all, the troublesome, ungrateful son, Lin Shuo.
How could a once happy family be torn apart by one person like this?
If only time could be turned back, if only she could do it all over again, perhaps she would never have chosen to bring that child back.
Mom, we should go now.
Lin Fengyu answered cautiously, like a child who had done something wrong. His aggrieved expression tugged at Su Dinglan's heartstrings even more as she happened to turn back. Her regret over that decision grew heavier.
If only she could choose again.
Lin Xinshuan patted her younger brother's head and comforted him. Fengyu, don't mind your second sister's nonsense.
Your sisters all love you and are on your side.
She's just been deceived by Lin Shuo, that ungrateful little bastard, with his sweet talk.
Third sister.
Lin Fengyu choked back tears as he lifted his head.
Thank you for believing me.
We're family, no need for thanks, Lin Xinshuan reassured him gently.
Rest assured, I'll always believe in you unconditionally. Even if the whole family turns against you, I'll stand firmly behind you. MHM. Thank you, Sister Xinshuan.
Lin Fengyu wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. Only after stepping out of the ward and reaching the hospital entrance did he glance back at Lin Xiolu's room. No one noticed how icy cold his eyes had become in that moment.
Chapter 91. Where did that giant pillow come from? At dawn, the afterglow of sunrise cast a warm, yellowish hue onto the windowpane.
Downstairs, the bustling sounds of breakfast vendors and traffic had long since begun, creating a lively atmosphere. Yet this commotion failed to disturb the couple still fast asleep in bed.
Wu
Mengjing stirred groggily from her slumber. She felt as if she'd been trapped in a nightmare all night, her head heavy and foggy. Only in her dream did someone embrace her, whispering they'd never leave.
What a perfect ending.
If only the person who said those words hadn't been in a dream. As soon as she opened her eyes, Wu Mengjing saw a strong, muscular arm resting beneath her head.
Following the arm upward, she saw a familiar, handsome face. Seeing the scene before her,
Wu Mengjing felt a bit dazed, rubbing her eyes in disbelief, trying to confirm whether everything before her was real. But no matter how she rubbed, the figure before her not only didn't disappear but grew increasingly real.
Wait. Why was Xiao Shuo in her room? What happened last night?
Wu Mengjing snapped awake instantly, instinctively trying to sit up. But as she rose, she realized her arms were tightly wrapped around Lin Shuo's arm. Judging by the bruises on her hands, it seemed she had slept clutching this very arm all night, and the grip had been anything but gentle.
Good heavens, what on earth did I do?
Wu Mengjing rubbed her temples in frustration. As she did so, an earbud suddenly slipped out from her hair.
Earbuds? Why on earth would I sleep wearing earbuds? Wu Mengjing felt completely dazed, the last traces of sleepiness instantly vanishing.
Driven by intense curiosity and her trust in Lin Shuo's character, Wu Mengjing began piecing together last night's events in her mind. If she remembered correctly, she had taken a shower and then returned to her room to prepare for bed.
Then, there seemed to be thunder and lightning outside.
Wu Mengjing's eyes widened suddenly as she finally recalled what had happened the previous night. She knew she'd had this old ailment since childhood. Whenever thunderstorms struck, she'd fall into a nightmare-like state, impossible to wake. Judging by the clues scattered around her room this morning, Xiao Shuo must have noticed her condition and come to her side to comfort her. The headphones were probably put on her specifically to block out the thunder. As for why he'd slept beside her all night, it seemed because she'd been so terrified she clung to him desperately, refusing to let him leave. Only now did Wu Mengjing finally recall everything that had happened last night. Instantly, her face flushed crimson, wishing she could sink into a crack in the ground.
Oh my god, why did I do that last night? Wu Mengjing wailed inwardly, her embarrassment so intense she could practically curl her toes into the floor. Huff.
After a long moment, Wu Meng took a deep breath, trying to calm her emotions. Her beautiful eyes began to study the sleeping Lin Shuo before her. Lin Shuo's features were striking, sharply defined. Though his face still held traces of youthfulness due to his age, it was already clear he was destined to become a standard-issue heartthrob. His eyes were tightly shut, and Wu Mengjing could clearly see his long, beautiful lashes. His straight nose bridge resembled a sculptor's perfect masterpiece.
This was actually the first time Wu Mengjing had observed Lin Shuo from such close proximity. Even now, she couldn't help but wonder inwardly which lucky girl would end up with Xiao Shuo someday.
At that moment, Lin Shuo let out a soft grunt and shifted his arm, showing signs of waking up. Startled, Wu Mengjing quickly closed her eyes again and pretended to be asleep. Only after a moment passed without further movement did she cautiously open her eyes a crack. Confirming Lin Shuo was still fast asleep, her tense heart finally relaxed. But immediately afterward, she discovered that Lin Shuo's other hand had, at some point, come to rest on her back. Evidently, maintaining the same sleeping position all night had prompted him to adjust into a more comfortable posture. Feeling his arm pressed tightly against her back and his breath mere inches away, Wu Mengjing suddenly felt flustered.
What do I do? What do I do? This was the first time she'd ever been this close to a boy.
Her heart pounded so hard it felt like it might leap out of her chest. Perhaps his arm had been pressed too long, for the sleeping Lin Shuo frowned slightly, then swept his arm around, pulling Wu Mengjing's entire body into his embrace.
This sudden movement made Wu Mengjing gasp in surprise.
But as soon as she realized what she'd done, she immediately covered her mouth. This time, Lin Shuo truly woke up. Blinking dazedly, he stared at the figure before him, still half asleep. When did I buy such a huge pillow? Lin Shuo murmured dazedly, pulling Wu Mengjing even closer until their bodies were almost pressed together. Wu Mengjing, pretending to sleep with her eyes tightly shut, felt her entire body tense up. Her face was practically buried in Lin Shuo's chest, and the distinct scent of a young man steadily filled her nostrils. Had Lin Shuo opened his eyes then, he would have seen her face already flushed as red as an apple.
I don't think I bought a pillow. Gradually coming to his senses, Lin Shuo finally sensed something was off.
His eyes slowly opened to meet a flawless, delicate face. Wu Mengjing kept her eyes tightly shut, burying her head in his chest like an ostrich.
In that instant, Lin Shuo's mind snapped fully awake.
The realization that he was in Sister Jing's room made his eyes widen, his heart nearly leaping into his throat. Lin Shuo hurriedly tried to withdraw his arm from beneath Jing's head, but fearing he might wake the person in his arms, he could only pull it out inch by inch with utmost care.
Please don't wake up. Please don't wake up. At that moment, Lin Shuo could only pray silently.
If Sister Jing truly woke up and saw this scene, he'd be in deep trouble no matter what.
Chapter 92. Could it be that last night?
The bedroom was quiet, broken only by the sound of two heavy breaths rising and falling. Lin Shuo shifted his body stiffly. His mind, now fully awake, finally registered that he was in Sister Jing's room and that the object in his arms was no newly purchased pillow. It was clearly Sister Jing, who had clung to him so tightly yesterday.
Me too. How did I just fall asleep like that?
Lin Shuo felt a pang of regret. He had only intended to lie down for a moment, planning to return to his own room once Sister Jing let go. But perhaps it was sheer exhaustion.
He'd ended up sleeping straight through until the next morning.
Lin Shuo turned his face slightly, and his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Wu Mengjing's cheek. Sister Jing's eyes were closed, and she bore none of her usual tough girl demeanor. Instead, she looked as quiet and still as a little kitten. Her cheeks look a bit flushed though.
Could it be the heat?
It was the first time Lin Shuo had observed Sister Jing this closely. As he watched, his hand moved of its own accord, reaching out to pinch Wu Mengjing's cheek. He saw her eyelashes flutter slightly, her breathing seeming to quicken. Instinctively, he closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep. After a long while, Lin Shuo cautiously opened his eyes. Seeing that Sister Jing hadn't woken up, his wildly pounding heart finally calmed down.
Lin Shuo, do you even know what you're doing? What if you woke Sister Jing?
Lin Shuo scolded himself silently, but his gaze couldn't help but drift back to Wu Mengjing's cheek. Honestly, Sister Jing's cheeks are surprisingly soft to the touch. I wonder what kind of guy Sister Jing will end up with someday. If she were open to it, she'd surely have plenty of suitors lining up.
But ordinary guys wouldn't be worthy of my Jing.
The thought of Sister Jing finding a boyfriend and becoming someone's girlfriend suddenly stirred an inexplicable pang of unease in Lin Shuo's heart.
But he quickly realized something was off. Why would he feel sad if Sister Jing found a boyfriend?
He should be happy for Sister Jing. I must still be half asleep, that's why my mind's wandering like this. But the more he tried to think that way, the more chaotic his mind became, filled with even more jumbled thoughts.
Stop it. Stop it. What am I even thinking?
Lin Shuo slapped his cheeks hard, trying to force those chaotic thoughts out of his mind. It took a long while before his thoughts gradually cleared. He glanced down at Sister Jing, still fast asleep.
Lin Shuo carefully withdrew his hand from beneath Sister Jing's neck.
He shook his now numb arm and hurriedly fled her room as if escaping. But before he could take 2 steps, he couldn't resist glancing back at Sister Jing, still fast asleep on the bed. I was so focused on leaving that I forgot to cover Sister Jing with a blanket. If she catches a chill, it'll be bad, Lin Shuo silently scolded himself.
He then returned to the window to cover her.
But just as he lifted the blanket, the corner of his eye caught sight of Wu Mengjing's collar wide open. It was clear that perhaps his own abrupt movement earlier had caused it to end up like this.
After a moment of stunned shock, Lin Shuo instantly panicked.
Don't look, don't look. Lin Shuo silently repeated to himself, quickly shifting his gaze to the ceiling. Simultaneously, he grabbed the corner of the blanket and pulled it up until it covered Wu Mengjing's exposed neckline. Only after completing these actions did Lin Shuo make his hasty escape.
A few minutes later,
Wu Mengjing, who had been lying in bed pretending to sleep, suddenly opened one eye. Only after confirming that Xiao Shuo was no longer in her room did she sit up, her flushed cheeks gradually returning to their normal color. When Lin Shuo had pinched her cheek earlier, her heart nearly leapt out of her chest. She'd thought he'd discovered her pretending to sleep.
Why did Xiao Shuo suddenly pinch my cheek just now?
Wu Mengjing replayed the sensation of Lin Shuo's touch in her mind, unable to resist pinching her own cheek as if to relive the feeling. Her heart, which had just calmed down, began pounding wildly once more.
Phew. Stop overthinking it. Xiao Shuo probably didn't mean anything by it.
Wu Mengjing patted her chest just as she was about to get up, only to notice something terribly embarrassing when she looked down.
She hadn't put on her underwear after showering yesterday. No way. Xiao Shuo probably didn't see, right?
At that moment, Wu Mengjing truly felt like she'd died of embarrassment. She was already a restless sleeper, and on top of that, the two of them had slept pressed against each other all night.
If Xiao Shuo hadn't left, she probably wouldn't have even noticed. Aha! I'm so embarrassed I could die.
Wu Mengjing buried her face in her hands, wishing she could turn into an ostrich and just bury her head in the sand.
Downstairs at the rice noodle shop,
Wu Mengjing had just bought her breakfast when a familiar voice suddenly reached her ears.
Why were you up so early today, Mengjing?
She turned to see Fong Manhwa, who'd gone out to buy breakfast. Wu Mengjing glanced back and noticed Fong Manhwa sporting two enormous dark circles under her eyes, looking utterly exhausted.
Manhwa, what were you doing last night? You look like you didn't sleep at all.
Fong Manhwa waved her hand helplessly.
Don't ask. I couldn't sleep again.
Plus, the thunder and lightning all night kept me awake.
You look so miserable. Let me treat you to breakfast, Wu Mengjing offered comfortingly. Mengjing, you're my little angel.
Fong Manhwa immediately beamed and threw her arms around her best friend.
Ah!
The sudden ache in her neck made Wu Mengjing gasp sharply.
What's wrong with your neck? Fong Manhwa asked curiously. It's all because of Xiao Shuo.
Wu Mengjing blurted out instinctively, but mid-sentence, she suddenly realized what she'd said and quickly covered her mouth. Close call, she almost let it slip.
But it was precisely this unusual reaction that instantly piqued Fong Manhwa's gossipy curiosity.
She blinked her pretty eyes as she stepped closer, a mischievous grin spreading across her face.
What's the story? Tell me the truth or face the consequences. Let me guess, did you and Xiao Shuo last night? Chapter 93, One More Sister.
Fong Manhwa gave her best friend a suggestive once-over, her expression saying, I know exactly what you're thinking.
Fong Manhwa, what nonsense are you spouting? Can't you think of something decent for once?
Wu Mengjing impatiently cut off her friend's wild imagination. She knew Fong Manhwa was undoubtedly conjuring up another melodramatic fantasy in her head, which was why she quickly cut off the topic. I haven't even said what it is, and you're already jumping to defend yourself, Fong Manhwa retorted immediately.
It's obvious you're the one with a guilty conscience. Who's the guilty one? Wu Mengjing glared. Guess who? Fong Manhwa shrugged. You're the one with something to hide, that's why you stopped mid-sentence. Blame yourself for leaving me hanging with this romantic cliffhanger.
A few more words won't kill you, Wu Mengjing rolled her eyes impatiently.
Stop with that weird sister complex. How old is Lin Shuo anyway? I only see him as my little brother. Only you have those strange ideas in your head. If I recall correctly, Lin Shuo turned 18 not too long ago, right?
Fong Manhwa suddenly flashed a suggestive smile. Technically speaking, he's an adult now, and besides, you two aren't related by blood.
You've been single for so many years now.
Xiao Shuo has great qualities in every way and relies on you so much.
You really don't have any little thoughts at all? Remember, keep the good stuff in the family. Fong Manhwa, sometimes I really want to rip your mouth off.
Wu Mengjing snapped irritably. Seeing her best friend on the verge of fury, Fong Manhwa dropped the teasing and adopted a slightly more serious expression.
So what's up with your neck? Did you sleepwalk last night? Wu Mengjing shot Fong Manhwa a glare, reluctant to answer.
If she admitted she'd shared a bed with Xiao Shuo all night, who knew what wild scenarios her bestie would conjure up? But Fong Manhwa wouldn't let up, pestering her relentlessly. Wu Mengjing had no choice but to grit her teeth and explain what had happened last night. After hearing the story, Fong Manhwa suddenly looked enlightened. She knew a little about Wu Mengjing's strange condition, but hadn't realized it could be so severe when it flared up.
After hearing the explanation, Fong Manhwa patted her chest in relief. It's a good thing it was Xiao Shuo. If it had been any other man, I shudder to think. Yeah, Xiao Shuo even brought noise-canceling headphones and wore them beside me all night. As Wu Mengjing spoke, her mind involuntarily drifted back to the image of their bodies pressed together. Her cheeks flushed again. Hey, Mengjing, why are you blushing all of a sudden? Fong Manhwa's words snapped Wu Mengjing out of her muddled thoughts. Nothing, just feeling a bit warm after breakfast.
Wu Mengjing pretended to fan herself, her eyes darting away guiltily.
But such a small detail couldn't escape Fong Manhwa's radar like gaze. Fong Manhwa gave a meaningful "oh," then stared intently at Wu Mengjing's face. Why are you staring at me like that?
Wu Mengjing felt goosebumps rise all over her body under Fong Manhwa's gaze. Spill it, Fong Manhwa said abruptly, cutting straight to the chase.
Are we really best friends or not? Though a sense of foreboding washed over Wu Mengjing, she nodded anyway. After Wu Mengjing's admission, Fong Manhwa's expression grew even more ambiguous.
With a half smile, she teased, I won't say that someone definitely did something last night, but that someone is too proud to admit it. As your bestie, I won't expose you. The moment those words left her mouth, Wu Mengjing transformed into a lioness with her hackles raised, lunging at Fang Mingyue with claws and fangs bared.
Fang Mingyue, you're just asking for a beating today. Spit it out, how exactly do you want to die?
But Fang Mingyue had anticipated this move. There was no way she'd let Wu Mengjing get the upper hand so easily.
Just as this detective suspected something definitely happened between you two. Otherwise, you wouldn't be reacting like this. Fang Mingyue nodded with a look of triumph. Don't you dare run. You're dead today. Not even Jesus could save you.
Wu Mengjing was like a cat with its tail caught in a trap, completely enraged. Everyone knew how loose her best friend's tongue was. If she let the rumors spread any further, it wouldn't be long before everyone who knew her had this story playing over and over in their minds. In an instant, two striking figures began chasing each other down the street, drawing the curious stares of passers-by.
Minutes later, Fang Mingyue was finally cornered by Wu Mengjing in a dead end of the internet cafe. Ha ha ha, you can't run away now, can you?
Wu Mengjing gave a wicked grin, her gaze lingering maliciously on Fang Mingyue's chest. Fang Mingyue, catching Wu Mengjing's stare, immediately clutched her chest like a frightened rabbit.
Mengjing, I'm sorry. I won't ever do it again. I can't take it anymore. I surrender. Go easy on me.
If you damage it, and my boyfriend doesn't like it anymore, you'll be responsible.
You're crazy. Wu Mengjing rolled her eyes in exasperation.
But after running for a while, she too grew tired. After putting on a show of resistance for a bit, she had no choice but to give up. Seeing her best friend stop her actions,
Fang Mingyue's cheeky streak resurfaced.
Seriously, did you guys take precautions?
Just in case something happened.
Before she could finish, Wu Mengjing spotted several familiar heads suddenly peering their way over. At that sight, the anger Wu Mengjing had barely managed to quell flared up again. She admitted it was a mistake not to have ripped her best friend's mouth off at the start. If heaven granted her another chance, she'd make sure this friend learned what the Mengjing 18 clause meant.
Put. A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. Do you think everyone is like you, obsessing over little puppies all day long? What's wrong with puppy boys?
They're perfect, obedient, clingy, always calling you big sis all day long. If you don't like him, just hand Xiao Shuo over to me. My family could use a well-behaved, understanding puppy brother like him.
As she spoke, Fang Mingyue found herself actually daydreaming. Having a little brother might actually be pretty nice. Besides, who said Xiao Shuo could only be one person's little brother? Chapter 94, A Miracle? Maybe you should get your head checked, Mingyue.
Hearing her best friend's words, Wu Mengjing's mouth twitched. Sometimes she genuinely had no idea what was going on inside her friend's head. If heaven ever gave her the chance, she'd pry open her friend's skull without hesitation just to see what kind of junk was stuffed inside.
Hey, come on. You two are a man and a woman sharing a bed. It's hard for an outsider like me not to imagine something suggestive. You're the one feeling guilty in giving yourself away. Fang Mingyue countered with reasoned logic. Whatever, you're just being stubborn. Your tastes are definitely the same as mine. Pft, pft, pft. Do you really think everyone's like you, Fang Mingyue? Always fixated on that age gap romance. Get lost. Who said anyone shares your tastes?
Wu Mengjing snapped irritably.
Then why did you blush just now? Fang Mingyue's pointed question instantly conjured up those forbidden images in Wu Mengjing's mind once more. I told you it's just the heat. Keep bringing this up and I'll lose my temper. Wu Mengjing retorted loudly, though her flushed cheeks betrayed her. Fine, it's hot. Whatever you say.
Seeing this, Fang Mingyue stopped teasing her and glanced at her phone.
But at this hour, Xiao Shu should be at school, right? I almost forgot.
Wu Mengjing's expression changed.
I'm done messing with you. I'll go call Xiao Shuo.
Go on then, take good care of my future boyfriend for me. With that, Fang Mingyue flicked her bangs nonchalantly and walked away without looking back, leaving Wu Mengjing seething with frustration. Get lost. I'm warning you, don't you dare set your sights on Xiao Shuo. If you want a little puppy dog, go find one somewhere else. If you try anything with her, you're dead meat.
Fang Mingyue didn't get angry.
She just grinned at her best friend's ranting until she was out of sight. Only then did she let out a quiet snort.
You look guilty as sin. If you really haven't done anything, then write my name backwards.
But how did Mengjing suddenly come to her senses?
It's like a miracle, he.
As she spoke, Fang Mingyue couldn't help but start fantasizing about the two of them together. But the more she thought about it, the more depressed she became. Her best friend, that iron tree of 20-odd years, had finally bloomed.
And what about her? She couldn't very well go poaching her best friend's boyfriend, could she?
The moment Wu Mengjing got home, she heard sounds coming from the bathroom. Under normal circumstances, she would have walked over to crack a joke or show concern. But today, after last night's events, she felt an inexplicable shame welling up inside her whenever she tried to speak. It felt like being caught red-handed after doing something wrong. It's all Min Yu's fault. Wu Mengjing mentally cursed her best friend. She had deliberately pushed the incident to the back of her mind after leaving, but her friend's mention instantly brought all the messy details flooding back.
Like her feelings? Or the whole age gap thing? If Xiao Shuo ever found out his best friend had been talking about him like this, how could she ever face him again? Damn Fong Mingyue. Next time I see you, I'll give you a piece of my mind and make you regret that age gap romance.
Wu Mengjing muttered under her breath as she walked toward the living room. Just as she was ranting, the bathroom door suddenly swung open. Lin Shuo, who had just finished washing up, stared blankly at Wu Mengjing, muttering to herself by the bathroom door.
Jing, what are you talking about, a sibling romance?
Lin Shuo was thoroughly confused.
How could Sister Jing suddenly bring up a sibling romance after just a moment? Hearing this,
Wu Mengjing's face flushed red instantly. She began to explain awkwardly, nothing. I ran into that brat Fong Mingyue when I went downstairs to buy breakfast. She told me she wants to have a sister-brother romance.
Sis Mingyue? Lin Shuo asked curiously.
Yes, her. You must stay away from her from now on, lest she cause you trouble. Wu Mengjing suddenly thought of something and solemnly warned Lin Shuo.
All right. Hearing Wu Mengjing's explanation, Lin Shuo couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated.
But he knew both Fong Mingyue and Sister Jing's personalities well. They were probably just bickering again.
Seeing Lin Shuo say no more and return to his room, Wu Mengjing finally exhaled deeply, patting her chest.
Close call. She almost let it slip. If Lin Shuo ever found out that her best friend had been gossiping about her relationship with an older man, she'd have no face left to continue being his sister. But if you're upright, you have nothing to fear.
What was there to feel guilty about when she was acting with complete integrity?
Wu Mengjing comforted herself with this thought, trying to convince herself, but as she returned to her room, her mind began to wander.
Why did Sister Jing suddenly bring up the topic of age gap relationships? Could Sister Jing really be seeing someone lately? No way. It must all be my imagination. It must be because Sister Mingyue has been thinking about finding someone lately. Exactly. That must be it.
Lin Shuo tried to reassure himself inwardly, yet his eyes kept darting toward Wu Mengjing's room.
Coincidentally, Wu Mengjing was doing the exact same thing at that very moment. In that instant, their gazes met.
Both flushed crimson as if caught red-handed, quickly averting their eyes and hastily withdrawing their stares.
The atmosphere in the entire house instantly turned awkward. Only when Wu Mengjing's alarm clock rang did it break the awkward silence between them.
Oh dear, it seems late already.
Xiao Shuo, I bought you breakfast.
You should eat quickly and head to school.
Lin Shuo snapped back to reality.
The thought of facing Sister Jing across the breakfast table made his face flush slightly. Sister Jing, I might be running a bit late today. I think I'll just take my breakfast to school and eat it there.
Wu Mengjing instinctively wanted to refuse.
But then she remembered what had happened between them last night.
What if, once they sat together, her mind started wandering again?
She quickly changed her mind.
All right, fine. Be careful on your way.
At least they could get through this awkward period. Once it passed, things would surely return to normal between them. Lin Shuo practically bolted out the door as if he'd been granted a pardon. Watching Lin Shuo's retreating figure, Wu Mengjing felt drained of all energy. Exhausted in body and mind, she collapsed onto the bed, her mind once again filled with uncontrollable, vivid thoughts. Wu Mengjing, oh Wu Mengjing, you're completely mad. He's your own brother, after all. Chapter 95, the act begins. Rushing out the door, Lin Shuo caught the next bus and arrived at school just in time.
But his mind wandered the entire journey, involuntarily replaying scenes from the previous night. Even throughout the entire morning, he couldn't focus on class.
When the bell finally rang, his thoughts were still hazy.
Lin Shuo? What are you thinking about, Lin Shuo? The call snapped Lin Shuo back to reality. He turned to see his close friend at school, Fei Shuwen. Fei Shuwen gave him a strange look.
Lin Shuo, you've been completely out of it all morning.
You've been zoning out since class started. Nothing.
Lin Shuo glanced at Fei Shuwen inside.
Such matters, first, couldn't be spoken aloud, second, even if spoken, someone as introverted as Fei Shuwen wouldn't understand.
The way you look right now is exactly like what they describe in books about falling in love, Fei Shuwen suddenly blurted out, nearly giving Lin Shuo a heart attack. You must have some kind of mental disorder.
Lin Shuo snapped irritably. Your reaction doesn't make sense. If it's not love, what else could have you daydreaming all morning? It can't possibly be studying, right? From what I've observed, you're usually very attentive in class. Hearing this, Lin Shuo's expression turned peculiar, and goosebumps instantly rose on his skin. What did he mean by observing you? This kid's behavior was seriously off.
Instinctively, Lin Shuo shifted a few steps away from Fei Shuwen.
I was just bored and glanced over a couple times.
Fei Shuwen hurriedly explained. He certainly didn't want his image to suddenly take a turn for the worse, lest rumors start spreading around school. Then he truly wouldn't be able to stay at this school.
Fine then. Lin Shuo nodded expressionlessly.
His mind was too cluttered with last night's events to dwell on such matters.
Stop spacing out.
Let's go eat at the cafeteria, Fei Shuwen called out.
Lin Shuo nodded and followed suit.
The cafeteria was crowded at this midday hour. It took them a while to find a spot in a corner. After grabbing some food, Lin Shuo began eating absent-mindedly. Across from him, Fei Shuwen started making small talk, but Lin Shuo only responded half-heartedly. But Lin Shuo's unusual behavior immediately piqued Fei Shuwen's curiosity. Could it be that Lin Shuo was really dating someone behind his back? Otherwise, how could he be in this state? Something was off. Something was seriously wrong. But just then, neither of them noticed a figure suddenly appear beside them. "Excuse me, mind if I sit here?" came a pleasant, melodious voice. They turned to see a tall, stunning girl suddenly standing beside them. She was exceptionally tall, appearing to be around 5 feet 7 inches. Her skin glowed almost luminously in the sunlight, and the 2 signature dimples on her cheeks instantly made Lin Shuo recognize who she was. Zhou Shui. The undisputed school beauty, the object of countless boys' affections, now stood right beside him in Fei Shuwen.
No, it's fine.
Fei Shuwen, clearly unaccustomed to speaking with such a beautiful girl, stammered slightly as he spoke, his body tensing involuntarily. Lin Shuo lifted his gaze. Only then did he notice the girl's shy, expectant gaze fixed on him. Seeing that familiar, exquisite face, Lin Shuo suddenly frowned, a trace of disgust involuntarily surfacing on his features. Of course he recognized the girl before him. Or rather, there wasn't a soul in the entire high school who didn't know her. She was the white moonlight in most boys' hearts, but not in his. In fact, it could be said that his aversion to Zhou Shui was no less than his aversion to Lin Fengyu. In his previous life, like many naive boys, he had once harbored secret admiration for this universally acknowledged goddess of the entire high school. Back then, he had even naively regarded Zhou Shui as the sole ray of light in his otherwise dark existence. For throughout high school, Zhou Shui was the only one who had actively approached him, helped him, and even confessed her feelings to him. It wasn't until later, after being cruelly toyed with by this woman, that he realized Zhou Shui's advances had been nothing more than a meticulously orchestrated scheme by Lin Fengyu. In fact, Zhou Shui had already been involved with Lin Fengyu all along. In this new life, due to various circumstances, Lin Shuo had nearly forgotten this woman existed. Until today, when she reappeared before him once more. Her sudden reappearance instantly awakened the excruciatingly painful memories buried deep within Lin Shuo's heart. Zhou Shui sat down beside Lin Shuo, her cheeks flushed. She spoke cautiously, Lin Shuo, do you remember me? We used to take the bus together often. I haven't seen you much lately. You've changed so much. Her eyes darted nervously, her expression carrying a mix of anticipation and hesitation like a young girl's bashfulness, yet tinged with the longing one might feel for a lover. If Lin Shuo were still the naive boy from his past life, he would have been completely charmed by Zhou Shui's current demeanor. But unfortunately for her, this lifetime he wasn't falling for that act anymore. Looking at Zhou Shui's affected expression, he felt nothing but disgust and nausea. I don't remember her. Never met her, Lin Shuo replied flatly, then buried his head back in his food. He couldn't bear to look at her another moment. He feared that if he did, he might lose control of the primal force within him and slap her across the face. Ha! Zhou Shui was clearly taken aback. She never imagined her infallible tactic would elicit such a reaction from Lin Shuo. She knew him well enough to recall how he'd once blush and lower his gaze whenever he saw her. So why had he suddenly changed? He seemed like a different person entirely, not only unwilling to look at her, but also displaying extreme impatience. A flicker of irritation crossed Zhou Shui's mind. What gives this guy the right? Just because he changed his clothes and hairstyle, he actually thinks he's some kind of heartthrob now? Chapter 96, Ill Intent. Huff. Zhou Shui took a deep breath, calming the turmoil within her. To her, Lin Shuo had always been nothing more than a rat-like creature, someone she could summon at will with the slightest hint of kindness, only to dismiss him just as easily. But now, being treated this way by someone she'd once dismissed as a rat was something her heart simply couldn't accept. After a moment to compose herself, however, Zhou Shui regained her composure. The stiffness on her face lasted only briefly before she resumed her usual expression, then promptly adopted a look of hurt innocence. Brother Lin Shuo, don't you really remember me? Her eyes glistened, appearing as if tears would spill over at any moment. The male onlookers nearby, witnessing this scene, instantly felt indignant on behalf of their goddess. How dare this filthy beggar treat her like this? If not for the crowd, they would have charged out to teach this beggar a lesson. Only in Lin Shuo's eyes did a deeper disgust manifest. Are you ever going to stop? Lin Shuo snapped impatiently. Are you some kind of celebrity? Why should I remember you? If you have nothing to say, please leave. Don't disturb my meal. His simple words landed like a merciless slap across Zhou Shui's face. Even though she had braced herself for this. At this very moment, Zhou Shui felt her defenses nearly crumble. Yet she forced herself to endure, her expression betraying nothing. Even Lin Shuo couldn't help but admit inwardly that this woman, who had once played him like a puppet in his past life, truly possessed some skill. I'm sorry.
Brother Lin Shuo, I didn't know I was disturbing you. Can I apologize to you? Zhou Shuyi immediately adopted a dejected expression, her voice tinged with tears. Please don't hate me. I'll leave right now. As she spoke, she carefully pulled a neatly wrapped letter from her bag, then wiped her eyes and walked out of the cafeteria. Some boys who secretly admired Zhou Shuyi couldn't help but inwardly groan upon seeing the letter. What on earth was wrong with their goddess? Why on earth was she suddenly sending a letter to Lin Shuo? Judging by the letter's elaborate packaging, its contents were definitely not simple. It was most likely a love letter. Whoa, our school beauty actually sent you a love letter. Fei Shuwen stared wide-eyed at the envelope before him. Zhou Shuyi's elegant handwriting adorned the front, bearing the words to brother Lin Shuo in 6 characters. Fei Shuwen's exaggerated expression earned him only a roll of the eyes from Lin Fan. Then, under the stunned gazes of everyone around, Lin Fan grabbed the letter by one corner and tossed it into the trash bin for food scraps like it was garbage. He didn't even glance at it twice. Holy, no way. Is this guy just pretending? He tossed a love letter from Miss Shuo, the school's top beauty, without even glancing at it? If only that letter had been for me. Why him? What exactly am I lacking compared to that Lin Shuo? He's just a bit taller than me, has fairer skin, looks a bit better, and gets slightly better grades. In an instant, nearly half the boys in the cafeteria were ranting about Lin Shuo's actions. After all, most of them had confessed to Zhou Shuyi at some point, only to be rejected without exception. Yet today, here was a guy treating a love letter from their goddess like trash. How could they not vent their frustration? So several boys immediately stormed over, seething with indignation. Lin Shuo, do you know what you've done? Lin Shuo shot them a dismissive glance. Yeah, I know. It's just a bit of trash. Trash. Hearing this, the boy clenched his fists tightly and shouted angrily, Zhou Shuyi came to talk to you with good intentions, even giving you a love letter, and you made her cry like that. Lin Shuo, are you even a man? Witnessing the goddess give a love letter to another guy was already bitter enough, but then he didn't even glance at it before tossing it straight into the trash can. Before Lin Shuo could respond, Fei Shuwen shot him a sidelong glance. What does her throwing away a love letter have to do with you? How isn't it my business? The boy immediately stood up, indignant. Zhou Shuyi was so kind to him, yet Lin Shuo made her cry. As a guy, doesn't he have any manners? What did Zhou Shuyi do wrong? Wow. Fei Shuwen couldn't help but burst into applause. You really are so good to Zhou Shuyi. But since you care so much about Zhou Shuyi and always have her best interests at heart, does she even know? Should I grab a megaphone and print some flyers to spread the word around campus? Just so Zhou Shuyi doesn't miss out on having such a warm-hearted guy like you watching her back. You. The boy immediately pointed at Fei Shuwen, speechless. His face flushed crimson, completely exposed by Fei Shuwen's words. Ever heard the saying, nice guys finish last? Fei Shuwen continued, retrieving the love letter Lin Shuo had tossed from the trash. How about this? Change the name on it. Pretend the words inside are a confession to you. That way, your deep affection for Zhou Shuyi won't go to waste. The words fell. Everyone present couldn't help but burst out laughing. The boy's face turned beet red and then purple under Fei Shuwen's barrage. He stood there for ages, unable to find a comeback, before finally bolting from the cafeteria, his face ashen. The farce concluded. Lin Shuo watched his best friend with amusement, his face full of astonishment. Who knew? You're quite the smooth talker. You nearly talked that guy into hiding in shame. Fei Shuwen chuckled. Who told him to play the nice guy? Nice guys never finish first. But seriously, you're not even going to glance at that love letter? What's there to see? Lin Shuo shot the letter a dismissive glance. Even a dog wouldn't want this junk. Keep it for yourself if you like. Fine, I'll read it for you then. Fei Shuwen's actions caught Lin Shuo off guard. He actually opened the love letter right in front of him and began reading it with keen interest. After just a couple of glances, Fei Shuwen mimicked Lin Shuo's gesture and tossed the letter aside. Useless. Who knew the letter from Miss Shuo, the campus beauty, was just copied off the internet? Not a shred of sincerity. Good thing you didn't accept it. Feels like this woman has ulterior motives. Lin Shuo wasn't surprised. After all, he knew exactly why Zhou Shuyi had been pursuing him. But Fei Shuwen suddenly leaned close to Lin Shuo's ear and whispered, I once saw Zhou Shuyi and Lin Fengyu kissing at the staircase corner. This woman approaching you now? It's definitely connected to Lin Fengyu. Chapter 97, Lin Fengyu's scheme. If Fei Shuwen's earlier mockery of the warm guy had merely surprised Lin Shuo, this current analysis truly shocked him. What was going on? When did his good buddy suddenly develop Sherlock Holmes-level deductive skills? This deduction, while not identical to the truth, was remarkably close. You deduced all this from just these clues? Lin Shuo regarded his best friend with amusement. I have to admit, your mind works pretty fast sometimes. Feeling the playful tone in Lin Shuo's voice, Fei Shuwen immediately sensed something was off. Judging by your expression, you must have known all along? What else could it be? Why would she give up being the school beauty and instead shamelessly play the sycophant for me? Lin Fan scoffed. If Zhou Shuyi isn't mentally unstable, then she must have ulterior motives.
Either way, it's like a weasel paying New Year's respects to a chicken she's up to no good. But I don't think Zhou Shuyi will give up that easily, Fei Shuwen mused after a moment.
Not give up?
If she doesn't, I wouldn't mind showing her why the flower blooms so red. Lin Shuo chuckled, then collected his tray and left the cafeteria under the envious stares of the other boys.
Meanwhile,
in the school stairwell, Zhou Shuyi stomped irritably on a cigarette but on the floor, her entire demeanor radiating pure rage.
Ha.
Why the hell does she get to? That poor little SHT has no right to treat me like this. A sewer rat, what kind of trash is he? How dare he talk to me like that? If she hadn't been trying to maintain her goddess persona at that moment, she would have slapped Lin Shuo twice across the face.
Shuyi.
The familiar voice reached Zhou Shuyi's ears, causing her to freeze instantly. She spun around and threw herself into the arms behind her.
Fengyu, you finally came. You have no idea how much I've suffered today.
Zhou Shuyi instantly adopted a pitiful expression, her eyes filled with hurt as she looked at Lin Fengyu.
What happened? Who picked on you?
Lin Fengyu gently kissed Zhou Shuyi's lips and asked with concern.
Don't even get me started. That rat Lin Shuo nearly drove me crazy.
Zhou Shuyi pouted, then proceeded to recount everything that happened in the cafeteria, embellishing every detail. She stamped her foot angrily.
How dare he?
Tell me, how dare that jerk treat me like that? The moment that name was uttered,
Lin Fengyu's expression instantly turned dark and fierce. He actually did that to you? Yeah, it's so unfair.
Alright, calm down, Lin Fengyu comforted her immediately.
Just think of him as a mad dog that bites people. Why bother getting worked up over a dog?
I just don't understand why you want me to get close to him, Zhou Shuyi complained.
What good comes from getting close to him?
I have to endure so much humiliation.
There are benefits, of course. But don't ask questions now. Just do as I say obediently, and I'll compensate you handsomely.
Lin Fengyu stroked Zhou Shuyi's hair softly.
No way. You have to compensate me right now, or I'm out of here. Zhou Shuyi insisted stubbornly.
Just being around that rat makes me feel completely uncomfortable. Lin Fengyu remained silent, only pulling a gift box he prepared earlier from his pocket and placing it in Zhou Shuyi's hands.
Open it. This is a special gift just for you. Seriously, you always know how to cheer me up.
Zhou Shuyi's eyes lit up, and she couldn't tear her gaze away from the box. She knew Lin Fengyu came from a wealthy family and was generous with his spending. The gifts he gave were always beyond the reach of ordinary people, and never once had anything he presented disappointed her. The other boys who pursued him at school were mostly all talk or would give cheap gifts costing only a few yuan. Compared to Lin Fengyu, who routinely spent thousands or even tens of thousands, they were simply in a different league. Soon, under Lin Fengyu's watchful gaze, Zhou Shuyi carefully unwrapped the gift box before her. Upon opening it, she was instantly delighted by its contents. A delicate lady's watch lay quietly in the packaging box. Judging by the familiar English name on the box, this was definitely not something that could be bought for a few thousand yuan.
Oh my goodness, Fengyu, you're too kind. How could you give me such an expensive gift? I can't accept it. Please take it back.
Though Zhou Shuyi refused verbally, she was already itching to slip the watch onto her wrist. She had seen this watch before at a boutique counter in the mall, but its price tag was equivalent to several months of her father's salary. She never imagined that today, Lin Fengyu would present it to her as a gift. She could vividly imagine the prestige she'd command wearing this timepiece in public. He really was her boyfriend. So much better than those stinking beggars at school. Take it already. I bought it specifically for you. After all, you suffered so much humiliation from Lin Shuo today.
How could I not make it up to you properly?
Lin Fengyu smiled gently, cupping Zhou Shuyi's hand in his own.
Alright then. But next time, don't give me such an expensive gift.
Zhou Shuyi took a deep breath, feigning reluctance as she accepted the watch, completely unaware that her affected act had long been noticed by Lin Fengyu. As far as Lin Fengyu was concerned, if it weren't for Zhou Shuyi's undeniable beauty, he wouldn't have bothered with her petty schemes. So, sweetheart, Lin Fengyu said slowly, you absolutely must continue doing that thing I asked you to do.
Keep at it until that Lin Shuo trusts you completely. Huh? I have to go find that Lin Shuo again? Zhou Shuyi's expression froze, immediately showing reluctance.
If it weren't for the fact that Lin Fengyu had been showering her with gifts lately, she wouldn't even want to go near that Lin Shuo, let alone write him love letters. Moreover, she couldn't fathom what Lin Fengyu's true purpose was. What kind of man would willingly send his girlfriend to interact with another man? Unless Lin Fengyu himself had some peculiar cuckold fetish. Seeing Zhou Shuyi's hesitation, Lin Fengyu suddenly added coldly, my dad brought back quite a few new things from abroad recently. There's a new color screen phone I think would suit you quite well. The moment she heard the word phone, Zhou Shuyi's eyes lit up instantly. If she remembered correctly, even her own parents were still using black and white phones. They'd agonized over the cost when buying theirs, and now Fengyu was offering her a color screen model? A black and white screen phone cost over 1,000 yuan. She dared not imagine how much a color screen phone would cost. Seeing Zhou Shuyi's interest, Lin Fengyu smiled faintly, leaned close to her ear, and whispered, "You just need to use this method." Chapter 98, Which sister do you really like? After a grueling day of classes, Lin Shuo quickly packed his backpack and prepared to head home. But before he could stand up, Fei Shuwen approached him with a sly look. "Lin Shuo, wanna walk together later? We don't even go the same way. What's there to walk together for?" Lin Shuo refused without hesitation. "Of course I know we don't go the same way. I just want to ride the bus with you," Fei Shuwen replied with an air of self-righteousness. "Hey, kid, you've got some nerve, don't you?" Lin Shuo shot Fei Shuwen a strange look, feeling like he was being stalked by some weird creep. Catching Lin Shuo's look, Fei Shuwen instantly realized his friend was definitely imagining things again. He hurriedly explained, "It's just too early today. I simply wanted to ride for a bit." Lin Shuo glanced at the dimly lit sky, his expression growing even more peculiar. Realizing his excuses were only making things worse, Fei Shuwen gave up and declared bluntly, "Whatever. I'm taking the bus today, period." Exasperated, Lin Shuo reluctantly agreed. After all, it was just a bus ride. What kind of special connection could possibly blossom from that? The two walked and chatted idly along the way. Before long, they reached the bus stop. And just as they arrived, the bus pulled up. "Get on the bus," Fei Shuwen called out, striding ahead of Lin Shuo and boarding the bus first. He then grabbed Lin Shuo and casually plopped down in a corner, clearly not intending to sit beside him. Seeing this, Lin Shuo frowned in puzzlement. What was this all about? Just as Lin Shuo stepped onto the bus, a slender figure emerged from behind the bus stop and hurriedly followed Lin Shuo onto the bus. Only then did Lin Shuo realize what was happening. Spotting Zhou Shuyi walking straight toward him, he instantly understood why Fei Shuwen had been so insistently eager to ride the same bus. The guy had clearly anticipated trouble brewing and come along for the show. Sure enough, when he glanced back, Fei Shuwen was standing there, a handful of sunflower seeds in his hand, grinning at him with a look that screamed, "I knew this would happen." Bad choice in friends, Lin Shuo silently cursed under his breath before lifting his eyes to meet Zhou Shuyi's delighted gaze as she approached. Was this girl some kind of shadow? He tossed the love letter, yet she still clung to him like a shadow. He couldn't fathom what Lin Fengyu had promised her to make Zhou Shuyi follow him so relentlessly. Surely it couldn't be true love? The moment they met, Zhou Shuyi brushed her bangs away from her forehead, revealing her pretty face, and greeted Lin Shuo with a shy expression, "Lin Shuo. What a coincidence. We meet again." "Yeah, what a bummer to run into you again, you persistent ghost," Lin Shuo replied irritably. Hearing this, Zhou Shuyi's expression froze momentarily before quickly returning to normal. She pouted, her voice tinged with hurt, "Lin Shuo, what is so wrong with me? Why do you hate seeing me so much?" Her tear-streaked face looked so pitiful even the old men nearby felt sympathy for her. But Lin Shuo knew all too well what kind of ugly heart lurked beneath that pretty face. He gave a cold laugh. "There's nothing wrong with you. I just don't care for green teas." The harsh words instantly drained the color from Zhou Shuyi's face. She bit her lip, tears welling up as she stammered, "Lin Shuo, there must be some misunderstanding between us." "Cut it out. There's never been any us between us. You're you, I'm me. It's best we have absolutely no connection going forward. Actually, the best thing would be for you to just disappear from my sight." Lin Shuo refused to explain without hesitation. Sharing the same space with this woman made him feel like the very air around him was polluted. With that, Lin Shuo turned his head away without a second thought. No matter what Zhou Shuyi said, he refused to respond, leaving her seething with frustration until she finally got off the bus in exasperation. At the very next stop after Zhou Shuyi got off, Fei Shuwen also hopped out, claiming he'd seen enough drama and was heading home early. Lin Shuo shot his friend a withering glare before closing his eyes and feigning sleep. 20 minutes later, the bus slowly pulled into the terminal. As soon as he stepped off, Lin Fan headed straight for the internet café. Before he could even enter, he spotted Fang Minhwa, who was on her way to find Wu Mengjing. Xiao Shuo. What a coincidence. Fang Minhwa's eyes lit up the moment she spotted Lin Shuo. She jogged over, grabbed his hand, and patted her chest with a flourish. "Come on, what do you want to eat? Big sis is treating today." "Sis Minhwa, I haven't even gotten home yet. Should I go call Sister Jing first?" Lin Shuo said awkwardly. "I get it, you're rejecting your big sister. I'll leave right now and never speak to you again, you ungrateful man." Fang Minhwa pouted, lowering her eyelids to look utterly pitiful, as if she'd suffered the greatest injustice. "I suppose so. After all, I'm an outsider, nothing compared to Sister Jing. But if I could just catch one more glimpse of my little brother in my lifetime, that would be enough for me." Lin Shuo was thoroughly baffled by Fang Minhwa's performance and could only force a wry smile. "Sister Minhwa, have you been reading Dream of the Red Chamber lately?" Fang Minhwa pouted, her affectation growing even more pronounced. "If my brother despises me so much, then perhaps it's best to simply ignore me. That way, I can finally put these thoughts to rest." Lin Shuo felt a chill run down his spine. He quickly raised his hands in surrender. "Sis Minhwa, I'm sorry.
Stop this. Then call me sister. Sis Lin Shuo reluctantly played along.
Seeing this, Fong Minhwa finally broke into a delighted smile.
Now that's my good little brother. Come on, let's go see your other sister and find out which one you really prefer.
Lin Shuo felt goosebumps erupt all over his body, terrified Fong Minhwa might pull another stunt.
He immediately took off running. To deal with a demon, only another demon could hold her down. Chapter 99, Still a Puppy Lover? Lin Shuo fled back home in disarray. He truly had no way to deal with Sister Minhwa. He suspected that in the entire world, only Wu Mengjing could keep her in check. So Sister Minhwa has her fears after all. Lin Shuo chuckled in relief upon realizing she hadn't followed. Upon entering the house, he didn't see Sister Jing immediately, but he could hear sounds coming from the kitchen. Sis Jing's cooking?
Lin Shuo raised an eyebrow, about to call out, but remembering last night's events, his face flushed slightly. Better not disturb Sister Jing. Lin Shuo obediently pulled out his homework and began reviewing his lessons at the table, completing the tasks assigned by his teacher that day.
Not long after, a commotion came from the kitchen.
Wu Mengjing emerged carrying several plates of fragrant dishes. Spotting Lin Shuo, who had returned unnoticed, her expression shifted from surprise to delight. She started to call out to him. She remembered her best friend's teasing remarks and swallowed the words back. Feeling awkward about speaking first, she simply watched Lin Shuo until he finished his homework. Sis Jing, when did you get back? Lin Shuo looked up to find her gazing at him with gentle eyes, causing his heart to race inexplicably. Not long ago. I hope I didn't interrupt your studies? Wu Mengjing replied, her cheeks flushing slightly. She couldn't fathom why she was blushing like this. Surely she hadn't developed those feelings for her little brother, just like her best friend had teased? Impossible. Impossible. I'm Xiao Shuo's older sister, how could I possibly have such thoughts? Of course not. Lin Shuo sensed Sister Jing's mood and quickly replied, I was just jotting down some class notes. I was actually about to help you tidy up. With that, Lin Shuo headed straight for the kitchen to start sorting through the food scraps. But Wu Mengjing swiftly stepped in to stop him. Xiao Shuo, why are you fussing about kitchen chores? Your job is to focus on studying and prepare for the upcoming college entrance exams, understand? Wu Mengjing gently ruffled Lin Shuo's hair and smiled softly. As long as you do well on the exams, that's the greatest encouragement for Sister Jing. Lin Shuo scratched his head and reluctantly sat back down. But Wu Mengjing looked as beautiful as ever today. Her jet black hair cascaded over her shoulders. Even in simple loungewear, every movement she made sent a flutter through Lin Shuo's heart. Why are you staring at me instead of eating? Wu Mengjing asked, her eyes filled with concern as she watched Lin Shuo sitting motionless at the table. She had already served the food and placed it on the table. Because you're just too beautiful, Sister Jing. Still lost in thought, Lin Shuo suddenly blurted out this honest confession as if possessed. But the moment the words left his mouth, he realized what he'd said and hurriedly explained, No, Sister Jing, what I meant was that you look absolutely stunning in what you're wearing today. Ha! Wu Mengjing clearly hadn't expected such a sudden remark. Her ears and cheeks flushed bright red as she shyly retorted, Sister Minhwa was beautiful too. Why haven't I heard you compliment her? It's different. Completely different. Though both were older sisters, they held entirely different places in Lin Shuo's heart. But such thoughts could only stay hidden, utterly impossible to voice aloud. So, feeling a bit guilty, Lin Shuo said, No, Sister Jing, I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. Wu Mengjing, who had been secretly delighted, instantly grew displeased. Kidding? So you're implying your Sister Jing isn't pretty? This peculiar line of reasoning left Lin Shuo dumbfounded. He scrambled to explain, No. Sister Jing, that's not what I meant at all. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Seeing Lin Shuo's flustered and hurried expression, Wu Mengjing couldn't help but chuckle. Hurry up and eat. Your food will get cold. With that, she served rice and dishes into Lin Shuo's bowl. You're such a silly goose. Sis Jing was just joking earlier. She wasn't angry with you. Why are you so nervous? Wu Mengjing smiled gently. I was just telling the truth, Sister Jing. Lin Shuo muttered softly. The sound of their eating soon filled the table while Wu Mengjing's heart, which had been pounding wildly, gradually calmed down. What on earth was wrong with her? Why had her heart raced so wildly when Xiao Shuo complimented her beauty? What was she expecting from a barely legal young man? Wu Mengjing, stop overthinking this. Shaking her head, Wu Mengjing silently scolded herself twice before finally banishing those chaotic thoughts from her mind. Just then, the sound of dripping water suddenly reached her ears from outside the window. It was raining. Wu Mengjing hurriedly gathered the clothes on the balcony, but somehow, dust flaked into her eyes. Ah! The startled cry made Lin Shuo sit up abruptly, his gaze darting toward Wu Mengjing. Sis Jing, what's wrong? And nothing. Just got dust in my eye. Wu Mengjing rubbed her eyes, then lowered her head, her eyes stinging. Lin Shuo rushed over to help blow the sand out of her eye. Sis Jing, stay still. I'll just blow the dust out of your eyes. Their arms and bodies pressed tightly together. Even through their clothes, Lin Shuo felt an unusual sensation in his heart. He wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but he thought Sister Jing's breathing seemed to have quickened slightly. Lin Shuo cautiously glanced at Sister Jing through the corner of his eye, her eyes half closed. Only when he saw no unusual expression on her face did he relax. Just then, an uninvited guest laden with bags abruptly interrupted their movements. Xiao Shuo. The familiar voice cut through the chaotic thoughts swirling in Lin Shuo and Wu Mengjing's minds, especially when they saw that face, one so familiar it couldn't be more recognizable. A flicker of panic and tension appeared on both their faces simultaneously. Their bodies, pressed close together, froze in that instant. From Fong Mingyue's perspective, their movements resembled a couple locked in a passionate kiss. You too. Fong Mingyue suddenly widened her eyes as if she'd just stumbled upon some juicy gossip. Chapter 100, Can you just give me a chance to speak? Menjing. And you say you're not a puppy lover. Inside the room, Fong Mingyue sat like a sly fox, narrowing her eyes as she scrutinized Wu Mengjing from head to toe with a look that screamed, I knew it. She never expected her best friend to be like this. Though she claimed not to like puppy-like guys, her actions spoke otherwise. How long had it been since they last met? Yet behind her back, they'd already kissed. Her suspicions this morning had been spot on. Judging by Wu Mengjing's awkward, flustered demeanor, something definitely happened between her and Lin Shuo last night. At that very moment, both Lin Shuo and Wu Mengjing could clearly feel each other's bodies suddenly stiffen. Wu Mengjing's face had already flushed crimson with embarrassment. She never imagined her best friend would choose such an awkward moment to walk in. Now, even if she tried to explain, it would be like jumping into the Yellow River and still not washing away the stain. Sis Mingyue, you've got the wrong idea. Just now, dust got in Sister Jing's eye, and I was helping her clean it out, Lin Shuo explained helplessly. It absolutely wasn't what you saw. But to Fong Mingyue, this explanation sounded like nothing but an excuse. Oh really? I saw you two kissing. Fong Mingyue exclaimed, her face lit up with excitement, as if she'd just uncovered some earth-shattering scandal. Fong. Min. You. Wu Mengjing glared at her angrily. One more word out of your mouth, and I'll tear your mouth off today. I'm not making this up, Fong Mingyue blinked innocently. Then why were you two hugging just now? You. Wu Mengjing seethed, her teeth itching with rage. But she couldn't actually tear her best friend apart, not in front of Lin Shuo, who was standing right there. To avoid making the awkwardness worse, she could only suppress the urge to expose Fong Mingyue's dirty thoughts, shooting her a stern warning glance. But Fong Mingyue showed no sign of backing down. Instead, she teased mischievously, Mengjing, I haven't even said anything yet, and you're already confessing. Clearly, you're the one with something to hide. Besides, I saw it all just now, the two of you huddled together. Especially you, Mengjing, your face was as red as a monkey's butt. What nonsense are you spouting? How could my face have been red? It was just the stifling heat. Wu Mengjing's expression flashed panic. She instinctively glanced toward Lin Shuo, confirmed he showed no reaction, then immediately dragged Fong Mingyue toward her room. Fong Mingyue, if you dare say another word today, I'll fight you to the death. Wu Mengjing glared threateningly. I'm innocent. I didn't say anything out of line. I swear, the moment I walked in. Before Fong Mingyue could finish, a chill ran down her spine. She saw Wu Mengjing poised and ready to fight her to the death. She quickly raised her hands, unwilling to engage in any further heated discussion with Wu Mengjing on this matter. Otherwise, she genuinely doubted whether she'd make it out of this door alive today. Fine, I won't mess with you anymore. Wu Mengjing snorted before changing into a simple outfit. Why are you suddenly changing clothes for no reason? Fong Mingyue shot her a strange look. Don't tell me you're sneaking off on a date with Xiao Shuo behind my back? Wu Mengjing rolled her eyes in exasperation. Your brain must be completely devoid of common sense. Xiao Shuo is preparing for his college entrance exams. As his older sister, I have to make sure he isn't disturbed during this critical period. You mean the Lin family? Fong Mingyue blinked. But how do you plan to handle them? Those Lin women are such a nuisance, like weeds you can't shake off. And while the Lin family isn't huge, they still have some clout in the city. I did slap someone from the Lin family, but that was only because of my father's influence. That's why Lin Changhong hasn't come looking for trouble again. Wu Mengjing frowned, as if making a decision. Looks like we'll have to bother that person. Who? Fong Mingyue's eyes widened. You wouldn't be thinking of going to your father, would you? You haven't contacted him in all these years. Wu Mengjing nodded. Though she deeply disliked reaching out to that man, for Xiao Shuo's peace of mind during the college entrance exams, she had no choice but to contact him now. The next day, Lin Shuo woke up early. After washing up, he glanced sadly at Wu Mengjing's room. After dinner last night, Sister Jing and Fong Mingyue had left in a hurry for some urgent matter, returning late. She probably hadn't woken up yet at this hour. Lost in thought. Squeak. The sound of a door opening echoed. Lin Shuo watched Sister Jing emerge from the room with a mix of surprise and delight. Sister Jing, why are you up so early? You should sleep a little longer. You barely rested last night. Lin Shuo hesitated before speaking, though he was delighted to see her. He didn't want her to get up without proper rest. Wu Mengjing shook her head.
Xiao Shuo, you're in a critical phase now. You can't afford to miss your shift. Besides, I can rest later once you're gone.
And here's some good news, you don't need to worry about the Lin family coming after you now, Wu Mengjing added with a gentle smile.
Jing, you.
Lin Shuo felt a sudden tightness in his throat.
He hadn't realized Sister Jing had stayed up all night yesterday just for his sake. All right.
Wu Mengjing ruffled Lin Shuo's hair.
Now finish your breakfast and go to class. Focus on your studies, Jingjie will always have your back.
Lin Shuo nodded, his eyes slightly reddened.
Some kindnesses are best kept in the heart.
After breakfast, Lin Shuo boarded the bus as usual. He thought Zhou Shudi, that bothersome woman, wouldn't bother him this time. But just as he reached the school gate, he heard someone calling his name.
Lin Shuo. Wait for me. I need to talk to you.
The familiar voice left no doubt in Lin Shuo's mind about who it was, even without seeing her face. Without turning his head, he quickened his pace. But she persisted, following him relentlessly. Then, from behind, she grabbed his hand. The instant their skin touched, an overwhelming sense of disgust surged through Lin Shuo.
Don't make me curse.
Lin Shuo impatiently wrenched his hand free from Zhou Shuyi's grasp, glaring at her with utter disgust.
Lin Shuo.
Zhou Shuyi looked utterly aggrieved, her eyes pleading as she gazed at him.
Please, just give me a chance to talk to you, okay? Chapter 101, what do you want? Sorry, we're not close, so there's nothing to talk about between us.
Lin Shuo felt nothing but disgust for this manipulative woman.
He had no intention of giving her any chance whatsoever.
He couldn't fathom what benefit Lin Fengyu had offered Zhou Shuyi to make her so relentlessly persistent in lowering herself to bother him. But Zhou Shuyi, using some tactic she'd picked up from somewhere, immediately stepped forward and wrapped her arms around Lin Shuo's arm the moment he refused. No matter how he tried to shake her off, he couldn't break free.
Are you ever going to stop? Can't you understand a word I'm saying? Lin Shuo's impatience grew.
If they hadn't been standing at the school entrance with so many people watching, he would have slapped her across the face already.
I just want you to say a few words to me. I promise I won't bother you anymore, okay? Zhou Shuyi pleaded, her voice almost desperate. It won't take much of your time.
Hearing this, Lin Shuo frowned, instinctively wanting to refuse. But the thought of this woman finally leaving him alone, coupled with his curiosity about what she was really up to, made him reconsider.
After a moment's hesitation, he agreed. I'll give you 5 minutes.
Zhou Shuyi nodded eagerly, then led Lin Shuo to an empty stairwell. The moment she was sure no one was around, Zhou Shuyi seemed like a completely different person. The pitiful expression vanished instantly, replaced by haughty disdain. Seeing this expression, however, Lin Shuo felt not the slightest surprise. After all, in his previous life, he had long witnessed Zhou Shuyi's ugly true colors behind closed doors. Zhou Shuyi eyed Lin Shuo up and down before speaking in a tone dripping with contempt. Lin Shuo, I have no idea where you get the nerve to put on such an act. But whatever it is that fuels your confidence. I have one thing to tell you, you've picked the wrong person to mess with. And as far as I recall, I've never done anything to offend you. Why have you treated me this way time and again? What gives you the right to tell me that? Because you're mentally ill, okay? Lin Shuo gave a cold, expressionless sneer, unwilling to offer any further explanation. Hearing this, Zhou Shuyi's expression darkened instantly. You don't seriously think I have feelings for you, do you? I was just playing games with you. And you actually took yourself seriously? If you keep treating me like this, I guarantee you won't have the face to show up at school anymore. Lin Shuo raised an eyebrow. Though he had no desire to engage with this woman. He knew her personality well enough to realize that once she started talking like this, she was definitely scheming up some underhanded trick. So what exactly do you want? Lin Shuo asked calmly. It's simple, all I need is for you to pretend to fall in love with me. Seeing Lin Shuo relent, Zhou Shuyi immediately smiled sweetly as she revealed her purpose. Of course, I'll play along during this time, but you just need to do exactly as I say.
The same old routine from my past life?
Lin Shuo scoffed coldly.
Don't even dream about it. If you have nothing else, I'm leaving.
He raised his hand in warning.
You'd better not block my way.
The moment the words left his mouth, Zhou Shuyi instantly released her grip. Her expression, however, showed no trace of panic. Instead, she dramatically tugged at her clothes to disarrange them, then began shrieking at the top of her lungs. Seeing this, Lin Shuo's expression changed instantly. Though this stairwell was usually deserted, Zhou Shuyi's shrieks instantly drew a crowd of students.
Ha! Isn't that our school's top beauty, Zhou Shuyi? What's she doing with a guy? That's beside the point.
The real deal is her clothes are torn open. Looks like there's some drama brewing here.
Whoa, her clothes really are torn. Now that you mention it, I kinda envy that guy. Forget that. Let's go over and ask.
Just catching a glimpse of the campus beauty would be worth it.
Hearing the commotion, several students immediately walked over. At that very moment, Lin Shuo finally understood what this crazy woman was up to.
Clearly, seeing that he wasn't taking the bait, she was now preparing to frame him using his own reputation. Such a disgusting tactic to say it had nothing to do with Lin Fengyu would be a lie. Back in the Lin household, framing others had been his specialty. During those years in the Lin household, he'd been sickened by such tactics more times than he could count.
Lin Fengyu. The name flashed through Lin Shuo's mind.
Given the chance, he'd tear both Lin Fengyu and Zhou Shuyi, that pair of bastards, to shreds without hesitation.
But the current situation clearly didn't allow for that.
If he slapped Zhou Shuyi now, his guilt would be sealed. Even if he managed to explain himself later, he'd still be covered in or piss. Especially regarding such matters, he absolutely did not want Sister Jing to view him through tinted glasses in the future.
After a moment's hesitation, Lin Shuo's mind raced. With Zhou Shuyi standing there disheveled, he needed evidence to prove his innocence.
Glancing around, he recalled there were definitely several surveillance cameras in the vicinity.
But just then, the onlookers from earlier rushed over.
The leader, clearly harboring feelings for Zhou Shuyi, immediately began berating Lin Shuo the moment he saw him. "You bastard! What the hell did you do to Zhou Shuyi?" His eyes bulged, his entire body radiating the fury of a raging bull.
Such a reaction left no doubt this man was undoubtedly one of Zhou Shuyi's many sycophants.
Lin Shuo merely glanced at him before turning away. Arguing with such a sycophant was a waste of time. After all, even if he hadn't done anything wrong, in the eyes of these people, white could be twisted into black.
"Did you hear me? I'm asking you a question."
Seeing Lin Shuo ignore him, the man immediately stepped forward, grabbing Lin Shuo by the collar.
"If you don't want a beating, just tell me straight up, how exactly did you bully Zhou Shuyi? Stop wasting time with him. Drag him straight to the dean's office and have the teachers expel him." With that, several of them prepared to drag Lin Shuo away by his collar. But then, someone appeared, abruptly cutting off their argument. "Enough arguing. I have proof that Lin Shuo truly did nothing wrong." Chapter 102. You don't want to get expelled either, do you? The onlookers turned to see a neatly dressed boy cautiously approaching.
Upon spotting Lin Shuo, he blinked once, his expression saying, "Leave it to me."
Lin Shuo's expression turned peculiar upon recognizing the other's face. Why would Fei Shuwen show up now? Could it be that this guy had been following him all along? Everyone, listen to me. I can prove Lin Shuo didn't do anything.
Fei Shuwen immediately explained to the crowd surrounding them.
The people gathered around Zhou Shuyi clearly didn't recognize Fei Shuwen.
As soon as he spoke up, they began questioning him.
"What proof do you have that he didn't do anything?" "Exactly. Do you have any proof? We all saw it."
Lin Shuo bullied Zhou Shuyi in the stairwell.
"The truth is right here. What gives you the right to vouch for him?"
"Because I was right behind them at the time," Fei Shuwen stated firmly. "I saw with my own eyes that Zhou Shuyi pulled her own clothes down. Therefore, I can testify that this is Zhou Shuyi framing Lin Shuo." Hearing this, the others exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with mockery.
"You expect to exonerate this criminal based on your word alone?" "Exactly. Is this your evidence? Don't you find it laughable? What does Zhou Shuyi have to gain by framing him? She's the school beauty. Would she sacrifice so much for a false accusation? We thought you'd have real evidence and this is it? What girl would gamble with her own reputation?"
One after another, their words left Fei Shuwen stammering, unable to respond.
True, he had witnessed the entire incident. But without concrete proof, how could his mere words possibly prove Lin Shuo's innocence? Especially when Zhou Shuyi, tearfully, added, "Hey, buddy, I don't know why you're defending him, but how could a girl like me ever joke about my own virtue? He tried to grope me just now. When I refused, he ripped my clothes off. I was so scared. Thank goodness you guys showed up."
After speaking, Zhou Shuyi immediately turned to the boys nearby with a pitiful look. Under her pitiful gaze, the sycophants instantly perked up like they'd been injected with adrenaline.
"What? He actually dared to grope you? What kind of monster are you, doing this in school? Stop wasting time with this jerk. Drag him to the dean's office right now. Let the teachers deal with him. Don't worry, Zhou. With us here, he won't get away with anything."
Saying this, they grabbed Lin Shuo's clothes and started dragging him away. Acting all smug after being a suck-up, Lin Shuo sneered coldly, glancing at the group before him. Sure, this stairwell sees fewer people passing by. But just 2 steps ahead is the classroom. Any shout would bring a teacher running. What kind of moron would choose to assault someone in a place like this? "Who knows what you're thinking," one of them shouted. "Maybe you got rejected by Zhou and now you're lashing out, trying to take advantage of her." "Exactly," another chimed in. "Zhou Shuyi is a girl. How could she risk her reputation for a joke like this?" Lin Shuo gave a cold laugh. "A girl's virtue? If it were any other girl, fine. But Zhou Shuyi's virtue? It's probably worth less than a dog's." The words hung heavy in the air. Zhou Shuyi's face darkened instantly, though the shadow passed quickly before she burst into tears. Seeing this, the group of sycophants grew even more furious. Making Zhou Shuyi cry in front of them was like slapping them in the face. "Say that again if you dare? Several of them instantly took a step forward, ready to lay hands on Lin Shuo at any moment, desperate to win favor in the eyes of their goddess. Ask me 10,000 times, and my answer will remain the same, Lin Shuo said coldly. Her so-called purity is bull. But just as the boys prepared to strike, a figure he recognized all too well, one he despised, suddenly appeared before them. He approached cautiously, a hint of surprise on his face, as if witnessing something utterly unexpected. The moment Lin Shuo laid eyes on this person, his expression darkened instantly. What are you doing here, brother Shuo? Lin Fengyu asked with feigned concern. The boys surrounding Lin Shuo clearly recognized Lin Fengyu. Hearing his address, they looked genuinely surprised. Fengyu, you know this guy? One of them asked. I guess so. Lin Fengyu's reply was hesitant, as if he were holding something back. Fengyu, how could you know such a scumbag? He actually laid hands on Zhou. We're taking him to the dean's office right now, the boy declared indignantly. Look at Zhou, she's crying her eyes out. Hearing this, Lin Fengyu seemed to notice Zhou Shuyi for the first time. Seeing her face streaked with tears, his expression immediately turned shocked. That's impossible. Shuo's always been a good person. He wouldn't do something like this. You must have misunderstood something. Lin Fengyu immediately began defending Lin Shuo with feigned concern. Impossible. We all saw it. And you're just in time, let's take him to the dean's office together. No. Lin Fengyu immediately stepped in front of them. Brother Shuo, you need to explain this to them right now. Otherwise, you'll really end up at the academic affairs office. Something this serious will definitely get you expelled. What do you want me to explain? Lin Shuo's face twisted with disgust. Lin Fengyu, did you think you got away with it last time when you were fighting among yourselves? Now you're trying something else? The moment Lin Fengyu appeared, Lin Shuo instantly understood. The collusion between him and Zhou Shuyi had a clear purpose, likely to use Zhou Shuyi as a pawn to completely ruin his reputation, paving the way for his expulsion. This exact scenario had already played out once in his previous life. This time around, the two of them were putting on this same show right in front of me again. Hearing this, Lin Fengyu's expression darkened, but a hint of cunning flashed across his face. Brother Shuo, you better explain yourself. I'm sure you don't want to get expelled from school over something like this, right? Chapter 103, Just Expulsion. Watching Lin Fengyu's sanctimonious facade, Lin Shuo nearly lost control of his temper. Yet he forced himself to suppress his emotions, recognizing that Lin Fengyu was deliberately provoking and disgusting him. If he let his temper flare, he'd undoubtedly fall right into Lin Fengyu's trap. Fengyu, what's the point in trying to reason with someone like him? Look at him, you're giving him a chance to explain? With that guilty look on his face, he doesn't have the guts to say anything. Stop dithering. Take him straight to the dean's office. The few people surrounding Lin Shuo were clearly eager to impress Zhou Shuyi. They reached out to grab Lin Shuo's arm, but Lin Fengyu immediately stepped in front of them. Hold on, everyone. Could I speak with Lin Shuo first? What's there to talk about? We have a witness right here. We should go straight to the teachers and have this black sheep expelled, one of them complained. It's not that, Lin Fengyu replied, his face clouded with sorrow. But Lin Shuo helped me before. I believe he must have his reasons. I don't really think he'd do something like this. So please, let me talk to him. Consider it a favor. The group exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. Lin Fengyu was well liked at school. Partly because he was naturally adept at building relationships, and partly because most people knew his family was well off and he was generous with his money. Though the people present weren't particularly close to him, they'd all heard stories and received favors from him to some extent. Even though they were still high school students, they understood basic social etiquette. When it came to wealthy, well-connected second-generation types like him, it was best not to cross them if possible. Now that Lin Fengyu had spoken up, they immediately laughed and joked, hoping to build closer ties for the future. Well then, Fengyu, you talk to him? One of them suggested. With one person taking the lead, the others eagerly chimed in, afraid they might miss out on the chance to build a connection with Lin Fengyu. Thanks, everyone. I'll treat you guys to a meal sometime, Lin Fengyu promptly replied politely. Hearing this, their expressions instantly turned obsequious. They promptly stepped back a few paces, giving Lin Fengyu and Lin Shuo space to talk, while not forgetting to offer a few concerned words to Zhou Shuyi. Brother Lin Shuo, why did you agree to come here with Zhou Shuyi? Lin Fengyu whispered to Zhou Shuyi, his back to the others, his voice low enough for only the two of them to hear. Maybe you felt so confident because you truly believed Zhou Shuyi had fallen for you. But what if I told you Zhou Shuyi has been mine all along? How would you react then? Lin Fengyu stared at Lin Shuo with a faint, mocking smile. The innocent expression from moments ago had vanished completely. Looking at Lin Shuo now, his eyes were filled with unmasked scorn. Yet Lin Shuo's expression remained utterly unchanged. He merely stared at Lin Fengyu with a gaze as cold as ice. Yet Lin Fengyu seemed lost in his own world, completely oblivious to Lin Shuo's expression. He continued speaking to himself. Truth is, even if you hadn't come, it wouldn't matter. There'd always be a way to lure you into the trap. And then? Rumors like these, once they start spreading, you don't even need to push them. Just let them run wild and they'll scatter everywhere.
By then, rumors will be everywhere. Even if they aren't true, under the influence of the rumors, they'll become true. So, this whole molesting a female classmate thing? You're stuck with it whether you like it or not. Even without concrete evidence, the fallout from this incident will make you a pariah, hunted by everyone. Even if you somehow avoid expulsion, your life afterward won't be much better.
And in this day and age, with the internet so powerful, if I post all this online, it won't just be this school, the whole city, even the news, will be reporting on you. That reputation will follow you for the rest of your life.
Don't you agree, brother Lin Shuo?
Lin Shuo stared at Lin Fengyu before him. At that moment, Lin Fengyu wore the smug grin of a victor, his laughter dripping with condescension. It seemed as though he held Lin Shuo's very life in his hands, ready to crush him at any moment.
Why aren't you saying anything, brother Lin Shuo? Do you think I'm wrong about something?
Hearing this, Lin Shuo, who had been silent for a long time, finally lifted his head. He looked at Lin Fengyu with an expression as if he were looking at a little cutie.
Lin Fengyu, you don't seriously think I'd be afraid of something like this, do you?
Come to think of it, all this talk of yours is just to provoke me, to make me escalate this incident and ruin my life with it. Lin Shuo spoke without emotion. All these years, you still play the same old tricks.
Not a bit of change. TSK. My foolish little brother.
Seeing his plan exposed, Lin Fengyu's eyes darkened instantly. For years, Lin Shuo had been manipulated at his mercy through similar tactics. Yet lately, for reasons unknown, Lin Shuo seemed like a different person, gradually slipping from his grasp and even repeatedly putting him at a disadvantage. This refusal to accept defeat gnawed at him.
How dare a stray dog defy him? So what if you figured it out? Can you really break the pattern? Either way, you're stuck with this reputation. I'll see if you're still so cocky after your name is dragged through the mud. Lin Fengyu sneered.
I certainly will, Lin Shuo replied, his expression unreadable. His tone was calm, as if he cared nothing for what was about to unfold. In truth, that was precisely how Lin Shuo felt. Having died once in his previous life, what could possibly be more unbearable than death itself now that he had been granted a second chance? Lin Fengyu stared blankly at Lin Shuo before him, but Lin Shuo's expression remained as serene as ever. The scene he had envisioned, one of helpless rage, did not materialize. Instead, events unfolded in a direction that took him completely by surprise. What followed surprised Lin Fengyu even more. Lin Shuo suddenly grabbed his collar and grinned.
I have to admit, that was a pretty underhanded move. The old me would have been utterly flustered by this. I might even have begged you on my knees to spare me. But now, expulsion is just a minor setback. What does it matter to me? And you, my dear brother, I wonder how you'll handle what's about to happen next. Chapter 104, Touch the Spear, Touch Death.
Lin Shuo's words stunned Lin Fengyu.
What did he mean by how he would handle what was coming? What are you talking about?
Before Lin Fengyu could process the question, a resounding slap echoed through the room. The crisp sound reverberated in the ears of everyone present, causing several heads to turn instinctively toward Lin Fengyu. They could now clearly see the high, swollen mark on his cheek, a vivid red handprint stamped across his face. The culprit behind this slap was none other than Lin Shuo, the very person they had just condemned moments before.
But no one had ever imagined witnessing this scene,
including Lin Fengyu himself, whose face was frozen in utter bewilderment. He seemed utterly unprepared for Lin Shuo to slap him in front of everyone under these circumstances.
Was he truly not afraid of getting expelled?
It took Lin Fengyu a long moment to recover from the shock of the slap, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Lin Shuo. He had indeed intended to escalate the situation, but he couldn't accept being slapped in front of so many people, especially by Lin Shuo, the very person he had always looked down upon. But he had to endure it. He had no choice but to endure. Only by enduring could he escalate the situation. He would use this opportunity to get Lin Shuo expelled from school, ensuring he would forever remain beneath his feet, never able to raise his head again. But clearly, Lin Shuo knew exactly what Lin Fengyu was thinking. With a mocking smile, he asked, "Is it painful to endure?" Before Lin Fengyu could respond, the words barely left his lips when another slap landed across his face. Smack! The forceful blow left Lin Fengyu completely stunned. His mind went hazy, filled with only one thought: I must endure. I must endure. I will make sure Lin Shuo gets expelled. Keep enduring it, no matter how painful, Lin Shuo sneered. The more Lin Fengyu endured, the harder Lin Shuo struck. This wasn't just revenge, it was a deliberate humiliation in front of everyone. As he spoke, Lin Shuo raised his hand again. Seeing this, Lin Fengyu frantically tried to retreat, but his clothes were gripped tightly. As he struggled, several more slaps landed on his face. With such a golden opportunity to slap Lin Fengyu in broad daylight, how could he possibly pass it up? Lin Shuo! You bastard! The relentless barrage of slaps finally pushed Lin Fengyu over the edge. A surge of humiliating rage threatened to overwhelm his reason. His instinct was to strike back. But how could Lin Shuo give him such a chance? Blows rained down relentlessly, landing one after another on Lin Fengyu's face. Though Lin Shuo himself wasn't exactly a hulk of a man, he was still far stronger than Lin Fengyu. Moreover, Lin Fengyu had been pampered his entire life. How could he withstand such a barrage of blows? In an instant, Lin Fengyu felt dizzy and disoriented, his entire being numb and confused. He had no idea where to strike back, especially when Lin Shuo's eyes burned with hatred and disgust, sending a chill down his spine. It was like a beast that had been seething with hatred for ages. He had no doubt that if given the chance now, Lin Shuo would beat him to death with his bare hands. In that moment, Lin Fengyu finally realized he had made a colossal mistake. The Lin Shuo before him was no longer the boy who had endured years of bullying at home. He should never have tried to deal with the present Lin Shuo using the same methods from the past. A cornered dog will fight back, especially one who'd endured years of oppression? What the hell is going on? Holy crap, I think Lin Fengyu's about to get beaten to death. No way, what's gotten into this guy? Why'd he suddenly go nuts? The boys who had been fussing over Zhou Shuyi snapped out of it and immediately rushed forward to help Lin Fengyu. But just then, a frail-looking figure burst forward, wielding a mustard yellow mop and swinging it wildly back and forth. The boys froze for a second. Until the yellow liquid splattered onto their faces, the familiar stench hitting them like a wave. Only then did they snap out of their daze, their expressions turning pale. This wasn't a damn mop, it was a biological weapon. Fei Shuwen swung the mop. Paying no heed to who stood before him, the deep yellow mop head smacked Zhou Shuyi across the face, leaving clumps of viscous, dark yellow substance. Feeling the familiar, viscous yellow substance on her face and the foul stench invading her nostrils, Zhou Shuyi's face instantly drained of color. She let out a shrill scream and began vomiting on the spot. The few boys who had been offering concerned greetings moments before turned pale at the sight. They had intended to rush over to help, but the sight of Zhou Shuyi's face covered in the sticky substance made them instinctively halt in their tracks. A wave of disgust washed over them, and suddenly, Zhou Shuyi didn't seem quite as appealing in their eyes as she had before. Especially when they saw Fei Shuwen running after her. They couldn't care less about Zhou Shuyi anymore. They immediately took off running. After driving everyone away, Fei Shuwen finally caught his breath and grabbed Lin Shuo. Enough, enough! Stop now! You'll kill him if you keep hitting him! Fei Shuwen desperately tried to restrain Lin Shuo, but his strength was no match for the relentless force in Lin Shuo's hands. Today, I'll make sure he remembers this lesson. Lin Shuo's hands didn't stop, continuing to strike. Calm down, Lin Shuo. He's just a petty man. You shouldn't waste your precious life over someone like him. Fei Shuwen's words finally began to clear Lin Shuo's mind. He did want to make Lin Fengyu suffer. But he hadn't truly intended to kill him. It was merely the pent-up resentment, released in this moment, that had caused his reason to falter. And listen to me, Lin Shuo. It's not too late to turn things around. We still have a chance to make this right. Only upon hearing this did Lin Shuo's hands slowly stop moving. He kicked Lin Fengyu hard, sending him sprawling onto the floor. Already dazed and disoriented from the beating, Lin Fengyu collapsed completely after that kick, unable to move for a long while. No, Lin Shuo suddenly smiled, his gaze fixed intently on the mop nearby, covered in a sticky yellow substance. Letting him off like this is still giving him too much of a break. Then, under Lin Fengyu's horrified gaze, he shoved the mop forcefully into Lin Fengyu's face. Chapter 105, A Hearty Meal. Lin Shuo, what are you doing? If being slapped by Lin Shuo had filled Lin Fengyu with nothing but rage and humiliation, then seeing Lin Shuo pick up that mop covered in unknown substance sent genuine panic coursing through him. He struggled desperately on the floor, trying to escape. But since Lin Shuo had resolved to teach Lin Fengyu a harsh lesson, how could he possibly let him off easily? With the mop in hand, Lin Shuo gave Lin Fengyu a cold smile. At this distance, Lin Fengyu had no chance of even getting back up. Lin Shuo took a step forward and delivered a vicious kick, sending Lin Fengyu tumbling back to the ground just as he struggled to rise. Without hesitation, the mop in Lin Shuo's hand slammed into Lin Fengyu's mouth. No, Lin Shuo, I truly made a mistake this time. I swear I'll never dare again. Terrified, Lin Fengyu scrambled backward, but lying on the ground, how could he possibly outrun Lin Shuo? He could only watch helplessly as the mop grew closer and closer to his face. Get the crap out of here. Lin Shuo thrust the mop forward with all his might. The mop flew toward Lin Fengyu's face at lightning speed, only to be caught firmly by his hand, splattering a bit of golden liquid onto his face. What the hell are you two doing? Just as Lin Shuo prepared to advance further, a stern voice abruptly interrupted them. Seeing this, Lin Shuo could only pout and reluctantly put down the mop. With the teacher present, he had to save face. Even so, a significant amount of the liquid had splattered onto Lin Fengyu's face, with several drops landing directly in his mouth. The nauseating taste on his face and in his mouth sent a wave of revulsion through Lin Fengyu. He retched loudly and vomited right there in front of everyone. The teacher, witnessing this, couldn't help but frown, instinctively wanting to step forward to show concern. But the overwhelming stench hit him like a wall, forcing him to halt in his tracks. He glanced at Lin Shuo, the instigator who seemed completely unfazed, then at Zhou Shuyi and the male students vomiting violently. His head felt like it was about to explode. How could such a thing happen on a perfectly normal morning?
You, and all of you, come with me to the office. The teacher pointed at them, clutching his nose. After a moment's hesitation, he added to Zhou Shuyi and Lin Fengyu. Forget it. You lot should go clean yourselves up and change clothes first. 1 hour later. Zhou Shuyi, Lin Fengyu, and the others stood obediently in the office, looking utterly disheveled. Before them sat a slightly overweight middle-aged man wearing glasses. Now then, what exactly happened? Why were you fighting with mops on campus? The dean scanned the group before fixing his gaze on the only girl present. In his view, as the sole female present, Zhou Shuyi surely wouldn't have participated in the brawl. Questioning her would be relatively more impartial. Principal. When the principal addressed her first, Zhou Shuyi's expression instantly turned aggrieved. She looked utterly pitiful, as if she'd suffered the greatest injustice. Wah? Principal, it's all my fault. As she spoke, she covered her face and began to sob. This sudden outburst immediately made the principal frown. Now, don't cry. If you've been wronged, the teachers will certainly help you seek justice. You have nothing to fear here. Just tell us what exactly happened. The principal patted Zhou Shuyi's head, offering reassurance while motioning for a nearby teacher to hand her some tissues. Principal, it's like this. Zhou Shuyi sniffed her reddened nose, shot a deliberately frightened glance at Lin Shuo, and slowly began. It was Lin Shuo. He asked me to meet him at the stairwell for some reason, saying he wanted to confess his feelings. But I didn't want to talk to him, so he just started groping me. The moment the words left her mouth, the principal's expression darkened noticeably. What he had initially thought was a simple fight had unexpectedly involved harassment of a female student. This must be dealt with severely. This absolutely must be dealt with severely. Continue, the principal said, rising to his feet. He shot Lin Shuo a stern glance but held off on judgment, waiting for Zhou Shuyi to finish her account. He ripped my clothes off. I was terrified and started screaming for help. Those boys heard me and rushed over immediately, stopping Lin Shuo. Especially Lin Fengyu. He tried to talk Lin Shuo out of doing something foolish, but an enraged Lin Shuo slapped him and then used him up. At this point, Zhou Shuyi's own expression grew slightly unnatural. Her mind involuntarily recalled that nauseating smell. Hearing this, the principal's eyebrows shot up. He turned to the boy standing nearby and demanded sternly, "Tell me, did it happen exactly as she described? You must not lie." Without hesitation, the boys nodded frantically. Principal, we wanted to report him to the academic office from the start. It was only because Lin Fengyu was too kind-hearted that he gave Lin Shuo a chance to explain. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been beaten by him. And that Fei Shuwen, he's his accomplice too. He hit us as well. Yeah, him too. The group instantly united, shifting all blame onto Lin Shuo and Fei Shuwen. Fei Shuwen, standing nearby, couldn't stand it anymore and immediately retorted, "Principal, don't listen to their nonsense." It's obvious that Zhou Shuyi failed to win Lin Shuo over, so she got angry and humiliated herself to put on this show. These sycophants don't know anything and are just making a fuss. And that Lin Fengyu, he's in cahoots with Zhou Shuyi. Those two have been targeting Lin Shuo for ages. Hearing the conflicting accounts, the dean's head began to throb. Truth be told, even he didn't know which side to believe. Especially since Zhou Shuyi was a girl, and matters involving a girl's reputation were delicate. Handling this carelessly could lead to far worse consequences. As for Lin Shuo. Chapter 106, Evidence. The principal's gaze shifted toward Lin Shuo and Fei Shuwen. He did have some recollections of these two students. Fei Shuwen, for one, was already known for his strong academic performance in class, leaving an impression on many teachers. As for Lin Shuo, well, he was the top student in the entire grade, a future candidate for prestigious universities and held in high regard by the faculty. Two students of such exemplary character and academic achievement. How could they suddenly get into a fight? And if the allegations of harassing a female student were proven true, expulsion was a certainty. They could even face detention at the police station. Principal, you have to believe us. I have proof that Lin Shuo isn't that kind of person. Just yesterday during lunch, Zhou Shuyi was in the cafeteria and handed Lin Shuo a love letter in front of everyone. Everyone in the cafeteria saw it at the time. Think about it, teacher. If Lin Shuo really is the kind of person Zhou Shuyi described, how could she possibly give him a love letter in front of everyone? Aren't these two things contradictory? The moment these words left his mouth, an unusual expression immediately appeared on the principal's face. Zhou Shuyi's expression changed visibly in an instant. The few sycophants nearby were utterly dumbfounded, completely unaware that such an incident had occurred the day before. As he spoke, Fei Shuwen produced a crumpled envelope from somewhere and handed it to the principal. Several teachers immediately crowded around to look. Sure enough, they saw Zhou Shuyi's signature on the envelope. Upon opening it, they found a love letter written in elegant handwriting. Though the content was cliched, both the signature and handwriting clearly belonged to a female student. At this point, the situation became crystal clear. In the matter of Lin Shuo's entanglement with Zhou Shuyi, someone was clearly lying. And now, everyone was leaning toward Zhou Shuyi being the one who lied. But that wasn't all. Fei Shuwen dropped another bombshell. I have evidence proving Lin Shuo never harassed Zhou Shuyi. It was entirely Zhou Shuyi who relentlessly pursued him. This entire affair is a self-staged production orchestrated by her and Lin Fengyu. Saying this, Fei Shuwen pulled a tape recorder from his pocket and played a pre-recorded audio clip. Amidst the background noise, two distinct voices were clearly audible. I just need you to say a few words to me. I promise I won't bother you again, okay? Zhou Shuyi pleaded, it won't take much of your time. Though distorted by static, Zhou Shuyi's voice remained distinct on the tape. But immediately after, the tone shifted completely. Lin Shuo, I have no idea where you get the nerve to put on this act. But whatever it is that gives you the nerve. I've got something to tell you too, you've picked the wrong person to mess with. You don't seriously think I'm interested in you, do you? I was just playing around with you, and you actually took yourself seriously? If you keep treating me like this, I guarantee you won't have the face to show up at school for the rest of the semester. As each recording played out, the people present grew frantic. Lin Fengyu felt like he'd swallowed. His supposedly flawless plan had been utterly ruined by that stupid woman, Zhou Shuyi. Not only had Lin Shuo escaped unscathed, but he himself had ended up with a face smeared in that filthy mop. It was a complete and utter disaster. Director, see? I was right, wasn't I? Fei Shuwen smirked triumphantly, then turned to Lin Shuo with a smug look. So, how do you plan to thank me this time? Lin Shuo stared at Fei Shuwen in surprise. He hadn't expected Fei Shuwen to have come up with a countermeasure so quickly and so early. With that, the principal immediately turned to Zhou Shuyi, Lin Fengyu, and the others, his tone stern. Do any of you still wish to argue your case? If so, now is the time. And let me tell you something else, this matter might be even more serious than the fight itself. No, director. Please let me explain. That's right. We just heard the commotion and decided to step in and do the right thing. It's all Zhou Shuyi's fault. She told us Lin Shuo was bullying her, so we stepped in to help. It's all a misunderstanding, Lin Shuo. This is all a misunderstanding. The sycophants scrambled to justify themselves. At this moment, their only concern was whether they had done anything wrong. As for Zhou Shuyi's explanation, it had been completely forgotten. Though they hadn't directly intervened like Zhou Shuyi had, their intent to act was witnessed by many. Fine, I understand, the dean grunted. But all of you must bring your parents to the school. I need to have a serious talk with them about your recent academic performance. The moment the words left his mouth, the expressions of several sycophants immediately turned grim. They weren't academic stars like Fei Shuwen or Lin Shuo. While their grades weren't rock bottom, they were still barely passable. Being summoned for this reason meant they didn't need to think twice to know the grim fate awaiting them at home. And you two get your parents here too. The dean turned to glare at Lin Shuo and Fei Shuwen. Fei Shuwen froze. Wait, why do we need to call our parents too? Especially Lin Shuo. He's the most severely injured victim in this incident. Why should he be the one to call his parents? As an institution, we have our own rules. Look at the state Lin Fengyu is in. You two can't seriously claim he collided with the wall on his own, can you? The principal said sternly. After years of teaching, he knew exactly how to maintain impartiality. Although Zhou Shuyi and her group instigated this incident, Lin Shuo certainly didn't hold back either. He had a pretty good grasp of the grudge between the two, but he simply didn't bother to expose it. What kind of model student would be sitting in class, perfectly attentive, only to pull out a tape recorder and start recording something like this? Things never happened that conveniently. With a little thought, one could guess the truth with near certainty. Of course, he also believed Fei Shuwen's claim that Lin Shuo was the biggest victim in this incident. Without this evidence, who could say whether the rumors might have ruined this child's life? Chapter 107, Ruined. Every country has its laws, every family its rules. The principal summoned Lin Shuo's parents for two reasons. First, there were the school rules. As the school's head of discipline, his every word and action represented the institution's standards. Without rules, there could be no order. Therefore, he had to strictly adhere to the school's regulations. Second, he hoped this incident would establish a connection with Lin Shuo's parents. He wanted to understand Lin Shuo's daily circumstances and communicate with them. If similar situations arose in the future, he could step in to resolve them immediately. After all, as a top candidate for prestigious universities, any psychological or physical issues affecting Lin Shuo would be a significant loss for the entire school. It must be understood that boys at this age are at their boldest and most impulsive. Once their emotions are stirred, they are capable of anything. With the college entrance exams so close, he sincerely hoped Lin Shuo could focus entirely on achieving admission to a top university without distraction. Principal, why call Lin Shuo's parents? This incident has little to do with him. How about calling my parents instead? Fei Shuwen hurriedly added. As Lin Shuo's friend, he understood all too well the situation Lin Shuo faced within the Lin family over the years. Unable to offer tangible help, this was the only way he could assist. What do you mean, have your parents come instead? Does your father even share the Lin surname? The dean shot Fei Shuwen a disapproving look.
He had once regarded this student as sensible and studious, but now he saw him as a young man full of absurd notions. Had he not witnessed Lin Fengyu beaten into that state, he might have actually believed that excuse. Without some mutual cover-up between these two, he simply wouldn't believe it. Principal. I have a problem, Lin Shuo spoke up hesitantly at that moment. I might not be able to contact my parents. The Lin family members were one thing. Even Sister Jing, he didn't want her disturbed in any way. If possible, he wished this whole incident could just disappear. Can't reach them? The principal frowned. How could you not be able to contact them? Don't you have your parents' contact information? Fei Shuwen, standing nearby, perked up and immediately chimed in, that's right, principal. Lin Shuo genuinely doesn't have his parents' contact information. Why don't you try reaching out yourself? The principal frowned. But it wasn't entirely unusual. After all, in those days, cell phones were still considered luxury items, and not every household could afford one. So it wasn't entirely impossible for him not to have his parents' phone number. Then, seeing Lin Shuo's visibly flustered expression, there was likely only one explanation: Lin Shuo's family faced some difficulty. The teachers present all realized this, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. After all, which of them hadn't personally witnessed the hardships of such students before? Especially in recent years, the trend of peer comparison among students had grown increasingly intense. This easily led to many feeling isolated from the group, making them targets for those with ulterior motives. But just then, the door to the dean's office swung open. A teacher who had just finished class walked over, exchanged a few greetings, then glanced at Lin Shuo and the others. He didn't seem particularly surprised after all. It wasn't uncommon these days to see mischievous students standing in detention. These students must have gotten into trouble to be standing here. Still, driven by curiosity, he casually inquired about the reason and learned the general situation. But this student looks familiar. The teacher gave Lin Shuo a second look and frowned. Lin Shuo recognized the teacher too, and a sudden wave of dread washed over him. This teacher seemed to have met Sister Jing. And he might even have Sister Jing's phone number. Chapter 108, Your Eternal Family. I remember now. The teacher scratched his head, pondered for a moment, and finally recalled the information related to Lin Shuo. That Wu Mengjing, isn't she your sister? The moment those words left his mouth, Lin Shuo knew he was in trouble. Fei Shuwen, standing nearby, silently cursed his luck. Why did it have to be this teacher? Do you have his sister's phone number? The dean inquired. I think I do. Let me find it. The teacher immediately began searching and soon produced a phone number. Oh no. Watching the principal dial the number, Lin Shuo felt his heart sink. He was caught red-handed, utterly flustered. 1 hour later. Upon receiving the school's call, Wu Mengjing hurried to campus and rushed straight to the academic building. As soon as she reached the entrance of the academic affairs office, she saw several parents standing there with grim expressions, while a few students stood with heads bowed and shoulders hunched, not daring to breathe a word. Wu Mengjing merely glanced at them before brushing past the group. She didn't care what these few people had done, nor did she particularly want to know. Her sole concern at that moment was Lin Shuo. Hello, I'm Lin Shuo's parent. As soon as she entered, Wu Mengjing immediately identified herself. A teacher heard her and immediately stood up. You're Lin Shuo's parent, correct? Yes, I'm Lin Shuo's older sister. Where is Lin Shuo now? What did he do? Is it serious? Will it affect his future studies? Before the teacher could speak, Wu Mengjing fired off a barrage of questions. The teacher instantly felt embarrassed and hurriedly explained, please rest assured, Lin Shuo is fine. He's inside right now. It won't affect his future studies. We asked you here mainly to show more concern for Lin Shuo's situation. Hearing this, the weight lifted from Wu Mengjing's heart. As long as he's okay? Following the teacher into the academic affairs office, Wu Mengjing immediately spotted Lin Shuo sitting there quietly. Xiao Shuo. At the sound of that familiar voice, Lin Shuo's body relaxed, and he flashed a slightly embarrassed smile. Sis Jing, you're here. Truth be told, after his second chance at life, he had become fearless, truly fearless. Even if he were expelled, he wouldn't bat an eyelid. Yet, the moment he saw Sister Jing, panic washed over him. He felt like a child caught red-handed doing something wrong, unable to meet her gaze. Fei Shuwen, standing nearby, couldn't help but look surprised. He hadn't expected Lin Shuo's sister to be so stunningly beautiful. Her aura far surpassed Zhou Shui's. No wonder Lin Shuo hadn't reacted at all when Zhou Shui confessed it turned out he'd always had such a gorgeous sister by his side. But beauty is beauty, and brotherhood is brotherhood. The moment Wu Mengjing arrived, Fei Shuwen immediately stepped forward to explain, hello, sister. I'm Fei Shuwen. Lin Shuo being called in for this parent-teacher meeting is entirely my fault. It has nothing to do with him. Please don't blame him for this. Also, I was the one who hit Lin Fengyu. Take it out on me if you have any issues. Fei Shuwen's abrupt statement left Wu Mengjing momentarily stunned. What did he mean by blame him? She couldn't even spoil Lin Shuo enough, how could she possibly blame him? However, the name Lin Fengyu sounded vaguely familiar. Lin Shuo had mentioned it before when confiding his past to her. That person had been the substitute who had taken Lin Shuo's place for the past decade or so. But she couldn't care less about some Lin Fengyu. Instead, she caught a key word in Fei Shuwen's words. Fighting. Little Shuo had actually gotten into a fight at school? The heart that had just settled a few seconds ago now leapt back into her throat. She hurried to Xiao Shua's side and began checking his body all over. Xiao Shua, are you hurt? Tell me if you're hurt. You must tell your sister if you're hurt. But seeing this, Fei Shuwen felt a bit puzzled. Weren't the Lin family members supposed to treat Lin Shuo terribly? From any angle, this situation seemed completely unrelated to being treated badly. Could it be that he was deliberately putting on this act at school? No, I'm not hurt. Lin Shuo quickly waved his hands apologetically. After living through 2 lifetimes, he never imagined he'd be called to the principal's office, especially when the guardian summoned turned out to be his own sister. I don't believe you. How could you not be hurt after a fight? Tell Sister Jing right now, she'll take you to the hospital for a checkup immediately. I really didn't get hurt. Lin Shuo explained awkwardly. The entire fight had been him beating the crap out of Lin Fengyu, face first. If anyone had taken a beating, it was Lin Fengyu. He himself was completely unscathed. Sorry, Sister Jing. I'm sorry to trouble you with coming all the way to school because of me. What nonsense are you talking about, silly boy? Wu Mengjing gently stroked Lin Shuo's forehead. Compared to any trouble, your safety is the most important thing to me. As long as you're okay, I can finally relax. Besides, Sister Jing believes you'd never do something without reason. He must have done something unbearable to make you react like this, right? The moment Wu Mengjing finished speaking, Lin Shuo suddenly felt a slight sting in his nose. There had been times when, faced with similar situations, he was always assumed to be at fault. No matter how he explained himself, no one would believe him. That was why he felt nervous and worried when calling Sister Jing over. His greatest fear was that Sister Jing would lose faith in him over this incident. But to his surprise, Sister Jing's words conveyed unconditional belief and trust in him, making Lin Shuo feel a sense of trust he'd never known since childhood. Over the past few years, during his time with the Lin family, whenever similar incidents occurred, those so-called blood relatives would indiscriminately berate him, attributing all blame to him without exception. It wasn't until today that Lin Shuo truly understood, deep in his heart, what it felt like to be trusted. Wu Mengjing saw the slight redness in Lin Shuo's eyes and instantly understood his emotions. She wrapped her arms around him and whispered softly, in a voice only the two of them could hear, Xiao Shuo, Sister Jing will always be your family. Hearing this, Lin Shuo rubbed his slightly reddened eyes and nodded silently. Fei Shuwen, standing nearby and watching like a spectator, widened his eyes. Something didn't feel right. This beautiful older sister didn't seem to treat Lin Shuo badly at all. Moreover, the slight redness in Lin Shuo's eyes was a completely natural physiological reaction. Could his intel be wrong? Or had Lin Shuo's relationship with the Lin family already improved? As Fei Shuwen's mind raced through the possibilities, the principal returned to the office. Just as he was about to resume discussing the children's issues with the visiting parents, he spotted Wu Mengjing standing beside Lin Shuo. Excuse me, are you Lin Shuo's parent? Wu Mengjing nodded. Yes, I am Lin Shuo's parent. Hello, please have a seat. The principal politely offered a chair and then spoke slowly. Actually, the reason we asked you to come to the school this time isn't because Lin Shuo has done anything wrong. We specifically wanted you here to understand Lin Shuo's situation. You probably aren't aware of the specific details of what happened this time, are you? Wu Mengjing shook her head, secretly sighing in relief. Please tell me, Director. Well, the principal began explaining why Lin Shuo's parents had been summoned, detailing the actions of Lin Fengyu and Zhou Shuyi. As Wu Mengjing listened, her brow furrowed deeper and deeper. An inexplicable anger welled up inside her, and a rare look of indignation appeared on her usually composed face. By this point, Wu Mengjing could barely contain the rage building within her. Principal, did Lin Fengyu and Zhou Shuyi apologize to Xiao Shuo for this incident? Through this account, coupled with the evidence presented, it was clear that only 2 individuals had played pivotal roles in orchestrating this incident, Lin Fengyu from the Lin family, and the girl Zhou Shuyi. Though she had never truly interacted with Lin Fengyu, Xiao Shuo's fragmented accounts made it clear, this man was the mastermind who had usurped Xiao Shuo's life for over a decade, the most wicked and venomous figure within the entire Lin family. It could be said that most of the suffering Xiao Shuo endured in his life stemmed from this Lin Fengyu. Therefore, she had no doubt that this incident was personally orchestrated by Lin Fengyu. His goal was to ruin Xiao Shuo's reputation, force him to withdraw from school, and prevent him from taking the college entrance exam, thus altering the course of his entire life. The thought that Xiao Shuo's life had nearly been destroyed by such a person filled Wu Mengjing with fury. She immediately snapped, Principal, I must see the parents of these 2 students. We demand justice for Xiao Shuo. Chapter 109, How can this be over? Lin Shuo, sitting nearby, quickly tugged at Sister Jing's sleeve upon hearing this. He didn't know which member of the Lin family Lin Fengyu would call, but one thing was clear, whenever Lin Fengyu was involved, the entire Lin family took it extremely seriously. Today's incident where he'd laid hands on Lin Fengyu would absolutely not be hidden from the Lin family. He wasn't worried about the Lin family targeting him personally. After all, he'd been with them for so many years and knew their temperament well.
The worst outcome would be mutual destruction. But if Sister Jing got dragged into this, even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance, he refused to let Sister Jing suffer the slightest harm. Sis Jing, just let it go, Lin Shuo urged, his voice tinged with worry. Don't worry, Xiao Shua, Wu Mengjing patted Lin Shuo's forehead with a gentle smile. I know the Lin family well.
Since Sister Jing is here, it means she's prepared for whatever comes. Just trust your Sister Jing. I'll make sure they apologize properly to you later. Fei Shuwen, standing nearby, heard Wu Mengjing's words and couldn't help but feel puzzled. But by now, he had roughly figured it out. This so-called sister wasn't a member of the Lin family, but seemed to be a sister Lin Shuo had recognized outside the family. What intrigued him, though, was why this sister was so confident she didn't worry about the Lin family, even vowing they would apologize. While the Lins weren't exactly powerful in the city, they were undoubtedly a prominent family. Truth be told, even the principal would have to give the Lin family some face.
Could it be that Lin Shuo's sister had some kind of background? Just as Fei Shuwen was pondering this question, a sharp click-clack of high heels echoed outside the door.
Moments later, a figure dressed in a stylish white blouse stepped inside. Her lower half was draped in a floor-length skirt that accentuated her figure to perfection, radiating an undeniable aura of confidence. Even before her face was fully visible, her sheer presence alone made it clear she was undoubtedly a stunning beauty. Instantly, every male teacher present found their gaze drawn to her. Only Lin Shuo, upon seeing this woman, immediately couldn't help but frown, as if he'd glimpsed something foul. His gaze instantly turned utterly repulsed. The moment she entered the door, the woman strode straight up to Lin Fengyu. Seeing Lin Fengyu's face beaten to a pulp, her rage boiled over. Fengyu, who was it? Who dared to beat you like this? Tell me, and I'll make sure justice is served. Lin Xinchuan was practically spitting fire. Her precious younger brother, the one they couldn't pamper enough at home, had been beaten to this state outside. Her furious gaze swept the room, and she immediately spotted the figure that made her eyebrows twitch.
Lin Shuo, what are you doing here?
After a moment of stunned silence, Lin Xinchuan snapped back to reality, her eyes blazing with even fiercer rage. Fine. So it was you, you ungrateful little bastard, who beat Fengyu into this state.
I knew it.
I knew you were no good, you little bastard. How could you be so cruel to your own brother?
Are you even human, Lin Shuo?
Today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of Mom and Dad. The next moment, Lin Xinchuan strode forward, raising her hand as if to slap Lin Shuo across the face. This sudden outburst startled the principal, who had just been about to step in as peacemaker, into jumping to his feet.
What on earth was going on with these two families? Why were they ready to fight the moment they met?
He hurried forward to intervene, but a figure beat him to it, grabbing Lin Xinchuan's arm with one hand. Hey, lady, Wu Mengjing sneered, her face twisted in scorn.
Before you even know what's going on, you're already ready to throw punches?
Your temper really is just like that pig-headed jerk's. The word sister in particular poured fuel on the fire, instantly fanning Lin Xinchuan's rage to new heights.
What do you mean? How dare you, an outsider, interfere with how I discipline my own brother? Who the hell are you, standing here giving orders?
Lin Xinchuan erupted in fury. If there weren't so many people around, she would have slapped this woman across the face.
I'm no outsider.
I'm Xiao Shua's sister, Wu Mengjing retorted coldly, her voice sharp and unyielding.
But you?
You call yourself his sister, yet your actions show you're nothing like one. With me here today, not a single hair on Xiao Shua's head will be touched. Standing nearby, Lin Shuo felt waves of warmth wash over him. For the first time, he understood how profoundly comforting it felt to be protected.
You're Lin Shuo's sister, but what am I?
Lin Xinchuan flared up instantly. Lin Shuo beat our Fengyu to the state. Does he actually have an excuse for that? If you don't give me an explanation today, I won't let this drop.
Explanation? What explanation do you want?
Wu Mengjing sneered coldly. Your precious little brother dragged some woman along to falsely accuse our Lin Shuo of harassing women. I'm being generous not to sue them.
You want me to never let this go?
I'd love to see just how you plan to make me never let this go.
Chapter 110, If you're the sister, what am I? Nonsense. Absolute nonsense. Lin Xinchuan trembled with rage.
In her eyes, Wu Mengjing had simply concocted a flimsy excuse to pick a fight. How could her precious younger brother, with his gentle and honest nature, possibly be accused of harassing a girl?
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
This woman must be colluding with Lin Shuo to frame Lin Fengyu. In an instant, Lin Xinchuan reached her own conclusion about the incident. Her precious little brother would never do such a thing, only that little bastard Lin Shuo would. All right, both parents, please stop arguing.
The principal tapped the table. Please calm down.
This is a school, not a marketplace, and certainly not a place for arguments. We called you here to resolve the issue, not to escalate the conflict.
Principal, how am I supposed to calm down?
Lin Xinchuan retorted angrily. My brother was beaten to this state at school. Who knows if it will affect his college entrance exams and future prospects?
And now the perpetrator sits here unscathed. How am I supposed to stay calm? The principal took a deep breath before speaking slowly. Ms. Lin, I fully understand your feelings right now. But I can tell you unequivocally, Lin Shuo is the victim in this incident. Bull victim. This is the first time I've seen a victim sitting here unscathed while my brother, the so-called aggressor, is beaten to a pulp. What kind of victim is that? Principal, how much did you take to sit here spouting this nonsense? At this outburst, even the usually mild-mannered principal flared with anger. Parent, please show some respect in your speech. I've served this school for years with integrity and honesty. I've never feared any investigation. I invited you here to resolve this matter, not to make baseless accusations against me. Who am I slandering? If you hadn't taken bribes, would you be lying through your teeth like this? The evidence is right here. And you, the principal, are twisting the truth? Looks like your position was bought too. Lin Shuo fired back without mercy. As she finished speaking, Lin Shuo grabbed Lin Fengyu's hand and turned to the others present. Speak up. Did Lin Shuo bully you? If he did, I won't let him off today. Suddenly thrust into the spotlight of the entire office, Lin Fengyu froze, stammering, "Third sister, I." His hesitant expression only solidified Lin Shuo's suspicions, fueling her rage. To her, it seemed the school and Lin Shuo had colluded to target her brother. Just as she was about to speak, Lin Shuo beside her sneered coldly. TSK. Lin Shuo, you're still as brainless as ever. Your brain's as dumb as a pig's, yet you stubbornly refuse to listen to reason. How you managed to survive this long with that brain is beyond me. Hearing this, Lin Shuo could no longer contain her rage. She strode forward, raising her hand to slap Lin Shuo across the face as punishment. But Lin Shuo, who knew Lin Shuo's temperament well, could never have been unaware of her intent. With a simple sidestep, he dodged the blow. The sudden dodge nearly threw Lin Shuo off balance from the force of her swing, sending her tumbling. Fortunately, Lin Fengyu, standing nearby, reacted quickly enough to grab her arm. Otherwise, she would have taken a spectacular fall. Sis, be careful. Don't take your anger out on me just because I messed up, Lin Fengyu chimed in, putting on a fake, insincere act that was almost nauseating. Well, this is enlightening. So this is how the Lin family treats children? Ready to lay hands on someone at the drop of a hat? I wonder if you were born without a mother to teach you manners, or if you're just inherently lacking in basic decency? Wu Mengjing, who had witnessed Lin Shuo nearly getting hit, immediately stepped forward, her words dripping with pointed criticism. Already seething with anger, Lin Shuo couldn't tolerate Wu Mengjing's provocation. She snapped back, "What the hell business is it of yours? Who the hell do you think you are, pointing fingers at the Lin family? I suggest you get the hell out of here, or you won't find a place to hide in this entire city." These words instantly ignited Lin Shuo's fury. His face hardened as he strode toward her, intent on teaching this ungrateful woman a lesson. But Wu Mengjing stepped in front of him. "Be good, Xiao Shuo. Let Sister Jing handle this little matter." Wu Mengjing then stepped in front of Lin Shuo. Undaunted by Lin Shuo's words, she addressed her with a faint, mocking smile. "My name is Wu Mengjing. I am Lin Shuo's current sister. Now you know my status, don't you? Lin Shuo's sister? You must be out of your mind." Lin Shuo couldn't believe this woman would claim such a relationship outright. She remembered clearly that Lin Shuo had been taken in by their family. After he arrived, she had never heard of any sister or anything of the sort. Now, out of nowhere, a woman appeared claiming to be Lin Shuo's sister. It was nothing short of a joke. If she was Lin Shuo's sister, then what was she? The Lin family had never had an illegitimate daughter out in the world. What? I'm not Lin Shuo's sister? Does that make you, you stupid woman, his sister? Wu Mengjing sneered mercilessly. You're the stupid woman. Your whole family are stupid women. Lin Shuo's face darkened instantly. Never in her life had she been called a stupid woman so bluntly. Yet at this very moment, she couldn't refute it. For years, the Lin family had an unspoken rule: never mention Lin Shuo's connection to the family outside their home. With so many teachers and the principal present, she dared not invoke Lin Shuo's status to speak up, let alone admit in front of everyone that he was her own flesh and blood brother. If outsiders learned of this family scandal, how could the Lin family ever maintain their reputation in business dealings? Most crucially, what if this scandal caused a rift in Lin Fengyu's heart toward the Lin family? At this thought, Lin Shuo felt as if she'd been struck dumb. She fell completely silent, unable to utter a single word of rebuttal. Very well. After a long silence, Lin Shuo finally clenched her teeth and spat out, "You're Wu Mengjing, right? I'll make you regret this." Chapter 111, Sister, I'll be waiting for you. Regret? What kind of regret could a minor figure from the Lin family possibly make anyone feel? Just then, a jarringly discordant voice suddenly cut through the office. A tall, slender figure gradually came into view, drawing everyone's gaze toward the sound. At the entrance of the academic affairs office stood a woman with short hair, her arrival seemingly unnoticed until now. Her figure was stunning, clad in a simple yet sharp black skirt suit.
Black-rimmed glasses perched on her nose, complemented by meticulous makeup, instantly capturing every gaze in the room.
Most striking of all was the aura of cool sophistication she exuded.
As a top-tier rich kid, Fang Mingyue had always mastered her aura to perfection. The moment she appeared, the arrogance radiating from Fang Xinshuan visibly dimmed.
Sis Mingyue.
Lin Shuo gasped softly, surprised to see Fang Mingyue at school today. But the use of sister immediately sparked gossip among the teachers present.
How did Lin Shuo, an ordinary, unremarkable student, suddenly have so many attractive older sisters?
I heard someone was bullying you at school, so I rushed over immediately, Fang Mingyue said gently, her tone completely different from how she'd spoken to others earlier.
I just beat up someone who deserved it.
Lin Shuo scratched his head awkwardly. He felt a bit embarrassed for causing trouble by bringing both sisters to school over his little incident.
Is that so? Let me see who it was. Fang Mingyue casually lifted her glasses.
Upon seeing the two members of the Lin family, she immediately feigned surprise.
Oh my!
I was wondering who was talking such big talk.
So it's someone from the Lin family. Little Shuo, why didn't you hit him harder? Fang Mingyue's peculiar actions and words nearly made Lin Shuo laugh again. Then again, this was the same person who dared to slap Lin Wenxian across the face.
Even if it were Lin Xinshuan standing before her now, it probably wouldn't make much difference.
Fang Mingyue, what do you mean by that? Lin Xinshuan couldn't stand Fang Mingyue's sarcastic tone any longer.
This woman had clearly come to discuss the Lin siblings, and she was so furious she trembled all over.
What do you mean?
My meaning is quite simple, Fang Mingyue smiled faintly. What I mean is that Xiao Shua's hand was far too light. He should have hit him harder, preferably hard enough to shut that filthy mouth of his for good.
Humiliation. Blatant humiliation.
Lin Xinshuan felt her chest nearly burst with rage.
Fawn, don't think your father's protection gives you free rein to bully others.
Lin Xinshuan slammed her fist on the table in fury.
Do you think I won't call the police and have Lin Shuo thrown in jail?
Hearing this, Fang Mingyue sneered contemptuously.
They say you're the dumbest one in the Lin family. I didn't believe it before, but now that I've met you, it's true you really are worse than your reputation. How did you even survive this long with a brain like yours? Stupid woman.
Another person mercilessly mocking her as a stupid woman. Lin Xinshuan felt her lungs were about to burst from the rage Fang Mingyue had stirred in her. Yet she couldn't possibly resort to violence now, otherwise, she'd be the one to suffer the consequences. I can't speak for everything, but I can guarantee this: if you dare call the police and send Xiao Shuo to jail, your father will personally kick you out of the house.
This wasn't Fang Mingyue threatening her.
It was a genuine exclamation born from the realization that Wu Mengjing had actually sought out her long-lost father for Xiao Shuo's sake.
Who was that man?
Jiangcheng City's wealthiest man. A single project from his hands could make families like the Lins drool with envy. If Lin Changhong ever found out his daughter had offended Jiangcheng City's richest man, he'd probably kick her out himself. Who are you trying to scare?
Do you really think I was raised to be intimidated? Lin Xinshuan snorted disdainfully.
She knew the Fang family's influence wasn't weak after all, but the idea that Fang Mingyue could actually get her father to kick her out of the house was utterly preposterous.
To her, Fang Mingyue was just borrowing someone else's authority to intimidate others.
Still, a lingering apprehension remained. After all, the last time Qianwen was beaten by Fang Mingyue, the matter had ultimately been swept under the rug.
She didn't believe she was any more important than Lin Qianwen. What's wrong? Scared? Want me to lend you my phone to call the police? Fang Mingyue's eyes sparkled with mockery. Not just one Lin family, even 10 Lin families couldn't send Xiao Shuo to prison today.
Lin Xinshuan clenched her fists so tightly her knuckles turned white, her face darkening with fury. But no matter how furious she felt, she couldn't possibly lay a finger on Fang Mingyue.
This woman was a madwoman.
Once she lashed out, she wouldn't care about your name or status. Parents from both sides, I think it's time you both stop this nonsense. The head of discipline finally spoke up after a long silence, his brow furrowed into a deep frown. At this moment, he deeply regretted his decision. He regretted summoning both sets of parents to the school in the first place. The moment they met, it was like Mars colliding with Earth, turning the entire dean's office into a battlefield. If not for the presence of others, they would likely have come to blows already. Since both sets of parents are acquaintances, I, as the school representative, will not intervene in your dispute. However, I must ask you to resolve this privately. This is a school, a place for learning, not for quarreling. This statement effectively served as a direct dismissal for both sides. Sorry for the trouble, teacher, Wu Mengjing said. She knew that if things escalated here, it wouldn't reflect well on Lin Shuo at school. So she grabbed Fang Mingyue's hand and prepared to leave. On the other side, Lin Xingxin, having been humiliated, grunted darkly and stormed off with Lin Fengyu. Several teachers who had been watching looked reluctant to leave, but seeing the principal about to lose his temper, they reluctantly backed away. At this critical juncture, they certainly didn't want to cross the dean. Moments later, the once chaotic dean's office finally settled back into silence. Only now did this incident reach a temporary conclusion. A few minutes later.
School entrance. Alright, Xiao, you can drop us off here.
I have class soon, so you should head back to class first, Wu Mengjing said gently as she got into the car. Lin Shuo stood rooted to the spot, words forming on his lips.
What's wrong? Don't want to part with your Jing sister? Wu Mengjing smiled.
Well, Lin Shuo stammered, hesitating for a long moment before finally speaking.
This whole thing has been such a bother for you, Sister Jing. Seriously? That's all you're going to say?
Fang Minhua leaned out of the car, her disappointment palpable, like someone who'd missed out on the juicy gossip.
Xiao, you're like a little brother to us both.
There's no such thing as trouble when it comes to you.
Lin Shuo pressed his lips together. If possible, I hope I can protect Sister Jing from now on too.
The moment the words left his mouth, Wu Mengjing felt a sudden pang in her heart, stirring an indescribable emotion. She took a deep breath, forcing her mind to settle, then smiled gently at Lin Shuo.
Then I'll wait for that day to come. Chapter 112, Once you leave, don't come back. 1 hour later.
The Lin residence. Su Dinglan had been watching TV on the sofa when the sound of the door opening outside suddenly caught her attention.
Who's back?
Su Dinglan turned to look and saw two figures entering one after the other. At first, upon seeing Lin Shuo, she had intended to give her a warm welcome. But when she saw Lin Fengyu walk through the door with a swollen face, her expression instantly changed. She hurried over.
Fengyu, what happened to your face? Who beat you up like this? Mom, why?
The moment he saw Su Dinglan, Lin Fengyu began to sob, tears welling in his eyes as his voice trembled with hurt.
Don't cry, don't cry. Why are you crying like this? Mommy's here. Tell me what happened to your face. Did someone bully you outside? Come on, tell me who it was. Mommy will get justice for you. Su Dinglan's heart ached seeing Lin Fengyu beaten so badly.
She took his hand and started to lead him outside.
But then she noticed Lin Shuo, who was sitting there looking gloomy and sullen. What happened to you? She asked. Why are you beaten up like this? You look like you've been bullied. Mom, do you remember the Fong family's daughter?
Lin Shuo said through gritted teeth.
Of course I remember. Didn't she bully Wen Qian last time? So this time, Fengyu got beaten up like this because of that woman again?
At the mention of that name, Su Dinglan's expression immediately darkened.
Not just her.
That ingrate Lin Shuo too, he's the one who beat Fengyu's face like this.
What? Fengyu was beaten by Lin Shuo? Su Dinglan froze in shock. Little Shuo teamed up with an outsider to bully Fengyu? Mom!
Mentioning Lin Shuo's name seemed to open a floodgate for Lin Fengyu, and he burst into tears. It was Brother Shuo, it was all Brother Shuo who beat me up like this.
I don't even know what I did to offend him, why he had to beat me up like this.
Mom, I'm in so much pain, not just physically, but my heart hurts too. Lin Fengyu's aggrieved voice echoed through the villa. For the first time in all these years, Su Dinglan witnessed her son crying like this. His wretched sobs pierced her heart like a sharp thorn. At that moment, the fourth child, Lin Wenxian, who had been resting in her room, heard the commotion and immediately came out. Her expression darkened instantly when she saw Lin Fengyu's face, swollen like a pig's head.
Fengyu, what happened to you? Who beat you up like this? She looked at him with heartfelt concern, then turned to the silent, sullen Lin Shuo beside him and hurriedly asked, Third sister, what exactly happened between you two? After a long moment, Lin Shuo finally snapped back to reality. Taking a deep breath, she began recounting the events at school, embellishing the story as she went. Lin Fengyu stopped crying at just the right moment and added between sobs, Mom, sis, I just saw brother Lin Shuo being bullied by a few people, so I tried to step in and stop him. But for some reason, brother Lin Shuo went berserk. He grabbed my clothes and slapped me hard across the face several times, knocking me completely out of it. Brother Lin Shuo is so strong, I couldn't fight back at all. If a classmate hadn't yelled for a teacher, he might have beaten me to death. Later at the dean's office, since there was no evidence, the dean didn't take my side either. He just assumed I was stirring trouble. But I really didn't do anything. I only stepped in to help brother Lin Shuo. I don't know what I did wrong to make him treat me like this. Maybe brother Lin Shuo really has changed. He's not the same person he used to be. Mom! I'm so scared he'll beat me again next time. I'm really scared. Lin Fengyu trembled as he spoke, as if confronting some terrifying specter. At that moment, Lin Shuo had become his living nightmare. Hearing this, Su Dinglan felt both heartbroken and furious. She couldn't help but explode. What's wrong with that brat Lin Shuo? Just because his father hit him that day, does he have to take it out on Fengyu like this? Bullying Fengyu at home all the time was bad enough, but now he's beaten him into this state? Does he even recognize this Lin family anymore? It's because our Lin family was too lenient with him before that he's become this spoiled brat. And that Fong Minhwa from the Fong family, she's gone too far. Bullying Wen Qian last time was bad enough, but now she's come to bully our Lin family? Does she really think we're afraid of the Fong family? Don't worry. No matter what they say today, I'll make sure justice is served. With that, Su Dinglan immediately grabbed her phone, ready to call the Fong family directly and demand an explanation. At the same time, she pulled Lin Fengyu toward the door.
But just as they were about to step out, they suddenly collided with a figure.
Where are you rushing off to?
Lin Shuo asked, frowning. His expression was grim, as if he'd just endured something terrible, his whole demeanor drained of energy.
Dad, Fengyu was bullied at school. We're going to confront them.
Lin Shuo barely got the words out before Lin Shuo cut her off impatiently.
Settle accounts? What accounts? You two stay put at home right now. Dad, what are you talking about? Didn't you hear me say Fengyu was bullied at school?
Lin Shuo repeated uncertainly, utterly baffled by her father's reaction.
Fengyu was the one being bullied, yet now it seemed as if she were the one in the wrong.
Seeing this, Lin Shuo's expression darkened instantly.
Have you two finished causing trouble? If either of you steps out that door, don't ever come back. Just like that little bastard Lin Shuo never return.
The words had barely left his mouth. Su Dinglan, Lin Shuo, and the others present all froze, staring at Lin Shuo with puzzled expressions. They couldn't understand Fengyu had been bullied, and they'd gone to seek justice.
Why did it feel like they were the ones in the wrong? Chapter 113, an apology would be enough. But they knew Lin Shuo's temperament well.
After only a moment's pause, Su Dinglan stepped in to smooth things over.
All right. Honey, why don't you go inside and calm down? Don't take your anger out on Shuo and the others. They're just kids, they don't know any better.
They only wanted to stand up for Fengyu because they saw him being bullied. She too sensed something was off with her husband and quickly ushered Lin Shuo inside. Then she walked over to Lin Shuo and comforted her. Shuo, don't hold it against your dad. He must be dealing with some big problem, which is why he's in such a bad mood today.
You know how things fell apart between our family and the Feng family recently.
It's had a big impact on the business, and we still haven't sorted it out yet. That's why your dad's been in a bad mood lately.
Try to understand him.
Later, we'll talk it through and explain the situation to him again.
He'll understand.
Hearing this, Lin Shuo nodded sadly, her eyes filled with hurt, and followed Su Dinglan back into the house.
At that moment, everyone in the family sat quietly on the sofa.
Su Dinglan, who had been about to call the Feng family, held back.
Instead, she turned to her husband and asked, Honey, what happened? Why did you snap at Shuo the moment you got home? Haven't you seen what they did to our Fengyu? Fengyu's beaten up like this, and Shuo's been wronged too. We have to go get an explanation. We can't just swallow this injustice. Lin Shuo's face darkened.
His mind was swirling with worries, big and small. If the person before him weren't his wife, he would have already exploded in anger.
Demand justice? Demand justice? How easy do you think that is? Do you have any idea how much this is affecting our business?
If we're not careful, our whole family might end up eating. As Lin Shuo's words fell silent. This time, not only Su Dinglan, but the others also instantly silenced their inner complaints. How could such a seemingly trivial matter threaten to leave their entire family destitute? It was just one Lin Shuo, after all. Was it really causing such a huge impact? Sai, take a look at these contracts. Lin Shuo sighed, pulling several contracts from his bag and laying them on the table. Su Dinglan looked puzzled. She couldn't understand why her husband would pull out contracts at this moment. Nevertheless, she picked up one and began examining it carefully. After just a few glances, Su Dinglan's expression shifted dramatically. Only then did she realize her husband's earlier words were no exaggeration this time. The Lin family might genuinely be facing ruin. What's going on? Why are all these partners suddenly terminating their contracts with our Lin family? Su Dinglan asked, utterly bewildered. These partners had worked with the Lin family for years. If not close allies, they were at least old acquaintances. Why would they all choose to terminate agreements at this moment? Especially since it wasn't just one or two companies, nearly half of their partners had simultaneously decided to sever ties with the Lin family. Think about it. Have we offended anyone recently? Especially someone surnamed Wu? Lin Shuo asked, his expression grim. Over the past 2 days, a deluge of termination notices had flooded his desk, leaving him utterly baffled about what could have gone wrong. After persistent inquiries, a longtime partner finally hinted obliquely, had he recently offended someone surnamed Wu? This remark only deepened Lin Shuo's confusion. When had he ever crossed paths with someone surnamed Wu? If pressed, the only possible connection was seeing Wu Changqiu, the wealthiest man in Jiangcheng City, from afar at a Chamber of Commerce event years ago. But given his own status, he hadn't even had the chance to speak to anyone. How could he have offended him? Lin Shuo fell silent for a moment. A figure suddenly flashed through her mind, and she hesitantly added, Lin Shuo's current sister seems to be a Wu. Surnamed Wu? What's his name? How old is he? Lin Shuo pressed urgently. I think her name is Wu Mengjing. She's probably in her 20s, Lin Shuo replied, closing her eyes as she tried to recall. I see. If it's her, then everything makes sense. Lin Shuo slumped back onto the sofa, his face pale, his hands clenched into fists. As a seasoned businessman, Lin Shuo had weathered many storms and cultivated extensive connections. After major partners terminated their contracts with him over the past 2 days, he had pulled strings everywhere to investigate. That's how he discovered the person who had targeted him was Wu Changqiu, the wealthiest man in Jiangcheng City. He couldn't fathom when he had crossed such a powerful figure to warrant this warning. Now, after his daughter's revelation, it finally clicked. It turned out he hadn't offended Wu Changqiu himself, but rather the tycoon's daughter, a woman who had never appeared in the public eye. What puzzled him even more was how his son had managed to know her and get her to intervene on his behalf. Now, with termination notices flooding in, the implication was crystal clear. The Lin family had two choices: either humbly apologize, lower their stance, and seek forgiveness. Or they could dig in their heels, driving the already struggling Lin family business into a deeper hole, the final straw that breaks the camel's back. I warned you before, don't flaunt your spoiled brat attitude when you're out in the world. Now look what you've done. You've offended the wrong people, and now the entire Lin family is going down with you lot. Lin Shuo snapped. You never think of the consequences before acting. Now I'll see how you plan to fix this mess. I'm sorry, husband. This was my oversight. Su Dinglan's face had gone pale. She understood that if this matter wasn't handled properly, it might truly end up as Lin Chenghong had said, the entire Lin family collapsing in an instant. Her entire family would be left destitute. Lin Xinchuan and the others also turned pale instantly. The Lin family's business had already suffered losses due to the Feng family incident, and now this major blow felt like a deliberate attempt to push them to the brink. Dad, couldn't we go apologize to the wuss? At worst, we could talk it out. If we apologize, they'll surely accept it. It was at this moment that Lin Xinchuan suddenly spoke up timidly. Chapter 114, What right do they have? Apologize? Apologize? If only apologizing could fix this now. Lin Hongcheng shot his daughter a disdainful look, his expression darkening further. Don't you see his standing? He's the wealthiest man in Jiangcheng City. With his status, it's difficult enough for our Lin family to even secure a meeting with him. What gives him the right to grant our family the favor of accepting an apology? Our only hope now rests on Wu Changqiu's daughter. If you go causing trouble for her again, the entire Lin family will go down with you. Lin Xinchuan's face twisted in disbelief. She never imagined the woman beside Lin Shuo had such powerful connections. And what was wrong with Lin Shuo's brain? He was clearly a member of the Lin family, yet he sided with outsiders. Not only did he refuse to help his own kin, but he even brought in strangers to bully the Lin family. It must be Lin Shuo. Absolutely, Lin Shuo made that woman do this. Lin Xinchuan insisted vehemently. Lin Chenghong took a deep breath, shook his head at his daughter, and said, "This isn't about Lin Shuo at all. The real opportunity lies in the fact that Lin Shuo is getting close to Wu Changqiu's daughter. Wu Changqiu has only this one daughter. I heard he lost his wife early on and never remarried. He must dote on her completely. Whatever she asks, he'll do. We've already strained our relationship with Lin Shuo. The crucial question now is how to shift Wu Changqiu's daughter's attitude toward us." At this point, the atmosphere in the living room instantly grew heavy. Lin Xinchuan clenched her teeth in frustration. She refused to accept it. Why did that little bastard Lin Shuo get such good luck? If it weren't for that little bastard teaming up with outsiders to bully the Lin family, things wouldn't be this complicated now. So we're just letting Feng Yu's beating slide? Lin Xinchuan blurted out again. Even if we can't antagonize the wuss, Lin Shuo has to pay some price. Since he left home, our family hasn't known a moment's peace. Confront him? How? Lin Chenghong sighed in exasperation. It's obvious the Wu family is backing Lin Shuo. If we go after him now, we'd just be adding fuel to the fire. So not only can we not confront Lin Shuo, we have to apologize to him. Especially you, Lin Xinchuan. Before Lin Xinchuan could respond, Lin Wenxian, who suffered the consequences, interrupted. Apologize to Lin Shuo? Absolutely not. He has done so many disgusting things, and now he has beaten Feng Yu into this state. Dad, you want Sister Xinchuan to apologize to them? That's ridiculous. And what about Feng Yu's suffering? Why should he take a beating for no fault of his own? Lin Wenxian's words instantly ignited Lin Chenghong's fury. With a loud thud, Lin Chenghong slammed his fist on the table and leaped up from the sofa. Come on, tell me, if you don't apologize now, how do you plan to compensate our Lin family for the damage? It was bad enough you offended the Feng family before, but now you've gone and offended the Wu family too. Do you even realize the immense damage these repeated disasters have caused our Lin family? Feng Yu is my son. Do you think I don't care about him? Do you think only you feel wronged? Do you have any idea how our business partners treat me now? They look at me like I'm a plague, scrambling to avoid me for fear of offending Wu Changqiu through me. Your old man has to bow and scrape politely whenever he sees anyone from the Wu family now. Now you ask me why. If it weren't for the trouble you caused, how would the Lin family have ended up in this predicament? We already suffered significant losses over the Feng family affair. But since you're my daughter, I didn't want to dwell on it. Now look, you've even lost all respect for the wuss. The living room reverberated with Lin Chenghong's furious accusations and demands. Each word left Lin Xinchuan and Lin Wenxian pale-faced. They tried to speak, but found themselves utterly unable to formulate any rebuttal. Lin Fengyu was also startled by Lin Xinghong's intensity. No one dared utter another word at this critical juncture. Only Su Dinglan stepped forward, gently patting Lin Xinghong's back as she spoke softly, "Honey, please calm down. Wan Qian and Xin Xuan are still our daughters. It's only natural for them to make mistakes sometimes." Who could have imagined that Lin Shuo would treat our Lin family this way the moment he stepped out the door? Even though much has happened recently, the most important thing for a family is to maintain harmony. Only with calm hearts can we properly resolve our issues, don't you agree? Hearing Su Dinglan's soothing words, Lin Xinghong's anger gradually subsided, though his expression remained grim. If we don't discipline them properly now, they'll only suffer greater consequences later. If those two had shown just a bit more sense, I wouldn't be dealing with so much trouble now. Wife, take away Xinxuan's car keys. Without my permission, she's not to step foot outside this house. Don't let her out until she's thoroughly reflected on what she did wrong. When the time comes, I'll personally take her to properly apologize to the Wu family. With that, Lin Shenghong strode into his room without looking back, leaving the others staring at each other in silence. Chapter 115, Negotiations. The living room, which had been shrouded in a suffocating atmosphere, finally eased slightly after Lin Shenghong left. "Mom, do you want to go check on him?" Lin Xinxuan couldn't help asking. "No need," Su Dinglan shook her head. Truthfully, she had always been minimally involved in the Lin family business affairs and had little interest in participating. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so completely unaware of the major crisis that had now engulfed the Lin family. It's all those two bastards. After bullying Fengyu, now they're coming after our Lin family. Lin Xinxuan declared indignantly. "Mom, we absolutely can't let this slide. What else can we do? Didn't you hear what your father just said?" Su Dinglan shook her head helplessly. "The company is already in complete chaos. If you don't want to think about how to apologize, that's one thing, but now you're thinking about causing trouble for others? What, would you only be satisfied seeing our entire family end up homeless? Xinxin, you're in your 20s now. How can you still be so foolish? Even a child knows that when you make a mistake, you should stay put and behave yourself instead of stirring up trouble like you're doing." Su Dinglan's scolding rang in Lin Xinxin's ears. It made Lin Xin both furious and wide-eyed. 3 hours later. Lin Group headquarters. Inside the conference room, the company's partners had just departed. Lin Shenghong sat in the center seat, utterly drained. He'd hoped this meeting would prompt him to replace the partners, but unfortunately, not a single one had agreed to stay. "Dad." Just then, Lin Wanwan knocked and entered. "I've already notified the marketing department. We'll minimize the company's losses." Understood. Lin Shenghong nodded absently. In truth, the measures being taken now were merely a drop in the bucket compared to the company's overall losses. He no longer harbored any expectations for the company's future. The situation was so dire that even he, a seasoned businessman, felt momentarily at a loss. The other party's tactics were far beyond anything he could match. Moreover, he could clearly see that the other party could have finished him off completely with a single blow, yet deliberately left him a lifeline. Their underlying purpose was undoubtedly to force him to find the person in charge for negotiations, the only way to minimize the damage this time. He glanced at his phone, his expression flickering with hesitation. Deep down, he already knew how to resolve this situation. Have the driver prepare the car. "I need to go out." Lin Wanwan felt a pang of curiosity. Who could he possibly be going to see at this hour? "Dad, where are you going?" "To find Lin Shuo." The black luxury sedan glided through the night. Lin Shenghong sat in the back seat, his mind heavy as he watched the street scenes recede behind him. Just as the car was about to reach its destination, the driver slammed on the brakes, instantly snapping Lin Shenghong back to reality. "What's going on?" Lin Shenghong's tone carried a hint of irritation. "Sir, there's a car blocking the way up ahead. It won't let us through," the driver explained hurriedly, his tone revealing his own frustration. "Negotiate with them. Find out what's going on." Lin Shenghong took a deep breath. In the past, he would have insisted the driver come over to apologize, but now he simply didn't have the energy for it. "Boss." The driver hesitated. "It seems like that car is waiting for us." Lin Shenghong frowned, peering through the windshield ahead. Just as the driver had said, a black Rolls-Royce was parked directly ahead of them, its hazard lights flashing intermittently. It was clearly waiting for someone. Seeing this, Lin Shenghong's guard instantly went up. The next moment, the Rolls-Royce door slowly opened, and a black-haired woman in a business suit stepped out. She walked slowly to Lin Shenghong's window and knocked. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Shenghong rolled down the window. After all, from any perspective, a woman stepping out of a Rolls-Royce couldn't possibly be ordinary. "Mr. Lin, hello. Would it be convenient to talk somewhere else?" the woman asked with a slight smile. "Who are you?" Lin Shenghong asked, puzzled. She then handed him a business card. The design was simple, devoid of any flashy patterns, just an ordinary name and phone number. But as Lin Shenghong scanned the name, a flicker of shock immediately crossed his eyes. Wu Changqiu, the wealthiest man in Jiangcheng City. He never imagined that the very person he sought would be waiting for him here at this very moment. Mr. Lin, our boss would like to discuss some matters with you.
Would you be interested in a chat?
The woman smiled faintly and gestured invitingly.
After a moment's consideration,
Lin Shenghong stepped out of the car. As the woman opened the Rolls-Royce door, a mature and charismatic face appeared before him. Mr. Lin, if memory serves, we seem to have met once several years ago. Wu Changqiu's tone was friendly, as if speaking to an old friend he hadn't seen in years. But facing this man, Lin Shenghong couldn't muster a smile. The other might treat him as a friend, but only because of his higher status. For Lin to reciprocate would be somewhat presumptuous. Lin Shenghong hastily offered a forced smile.
Mr. Wu, you flatter me. I'm truly honored you remember me.
Though I must confess, I'm not sure where I might have crossed you, Mr. Wu, to warrant such thoughtful attention from you. His tone seemed light-hearted, yet it cut straight to the point. After all, his company was on the brink of collapse, and he had no energy left for subtle games. Wu Changqiu offered a faint smile.
Mr. Lin, please calm down.
Truthfully, I had no choice in this matter.
No choice?
Lin Shenghong's voice carried a hint of anger.
Could it be that someone in Jiang City could possibly force your hand, given your standing?
It wasn't exactly coercion, and the situation itself isn't particularly complicated. Wu Changqiu paused, his smile gentle and inquiring, before continuing. It's just that my daughter, who hadn't contacted me in ages, suddenly reached out these past few days.
And what father wouldn't stand up for his daughter?
The seemingly absurd answer confirmed Lin Shenghong's suspicions.
The woman who appeared beside Lin Shuo was indeed Wu Changqiu's biological daughter. Chapter 116, Wu Changqiu. Mr. Wu's family situation is truly complicated.
His biological daughter isn't by his side, but out there making her own way in the world. Lin Shenghong's face darkened, his words tinged with sarcasm. Even if the man before him was the wealthiest in Jiang City, patience had its limits. Especially when the other party offered such a flippant explanation, almost as if it were a joke.
Hearing Lin Shenghong's words, Wu Changqiu didn't get angry.
Instead, he smiled faintly and continued, actually, speaking of which, Mr. Lin, your family situation seems even more complicated than mine, doesn't it? Not only did you lose your biological son for over a decade, but now that you've finally found him, he's constantly bullied by someone you adopted years ago. To say nothing else, letting your own flesh and blood wander the streets, nearly starving to death. This novel approach to parenting is something I've never encountered before. Yet that second son, with no blood ties whatsoever, is pampered daily with fine food and drink, showered with every affection a child could desire. Mr. Lin, your parenting methods truly open my eyes.
The polite tone dripped with sarcasm, instantly making Lin Shenghong's expression as uncomfortable as if he'd swallowed a fly. Mr. Wu, this is my own family affair. It's none of your business to meddle in it, is it?
Lin Shenghong said, suppressing his anger.
But you brought it up first, Mr. Lin.
I'm merely following your lead. Wu Changqiu waved dismissively, his face still wearing a smile, completely unfazed by his earlier remark. Lin Shenghong remained silent, his fists clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white. Seeing this, Wu Changqiu continued. I've long heard that you built your empire through sheer determination in your early years.
Seeing you now, it's clear you possess certain qualities.
But then again, those of us who came up in our generation, those who managed to establish something, did possess a certain ruthlessness. It's just a pity that times have changed. The old ways no longer work today. It would be best for you to engage in calm and rational discussions. Otherwise, if things escalate, it won't benefit either of us, would you agree? By this point, Wu Changqiu's expression had grown noticeably colder. His calm gaze betrayed no emotion.
Yet those words sent a chill down Lin Shenghong's spine.
As a veteran businessman in Jiang City, he understood better than most how the man before him had built his empire. He also knew that with the limited resources at his disposal now, he stood no chance against this man. If he truly angered this man, neither he nor his entire group would be able to handle the consequences. Therefore, to minimize the company's losses, no matter how much resentment he harbored, he had no choice but to swallow his pride. Mr. Wu, our disagreement isn't that significant. There's absolutely no need for things to escalate to this point, Lin Shenghong said, forcing himself to suppress his anger. After all, it's just some youthful squabbling among the younger generation.
There's no need to elevate it to a business matter, is there?
While my Lin group may not be large, it could still be of some assistance to you, Mr. Wu. Moreover, from what I've seen, my son and your daughter seem to get along quite well. Why can't we, as parents, use this as a bridge to explore mutually beneficial opportunities? With these words, Lin Shenghong had essentially conceded. And this was precisely the purpose of Wu Changqiu's visit.
Mr. Lin, you're being far too gracious. That said, I do find your reasoning compelling. I happen to be quite interested in your current projects and am looking to expand into related industries. After careful consideration, I still believe investing is the more prudent approach, especially in a well-established enterprise like yours. So I was wondering if you might be interested in selling some of your shares?
The moment Wu Changqiu uttered those words, Lin Shenghong's expression darkened instantly.
What bold investment! Wu Changqiu was clearly eyeing his company.
If he actually listened to him, it wouldn't be long before the entire company became Wu Chancho's. And he, Lin Shanghong, would be reduced to nothing more than an empty shell. Mr. Wu, you're overthinking things, Lin Shanghong retorted, his face darkening.
It's merely an issue with some suppliers. It won't bring the entire Lin group down. It's just a matter of time before it's resolved.
Quite right, it is merely a matter of time, Wu Changqiu smiled.
The question is, how long will it take you, Mr. Lin, to resolve this issue? A month? 2 months? Half a year? A year? Perhaps the time frame will be far longer than Mr. Lin anticipates.
Mr. Lin, you may have the patience to wait, but I wonder if your Lin group can afford to wait.
Lin Qinghong's expression darkened.
Mr. Wu, he replied gravely, leave a door open for future dealings. There's no need to be so ruthless.
Wu Chanqiu smiled. I haven't been unreasonable. The choice is yours, Mr. Lin. It's entirely up to you. And in business, one must seize every opportunity. You've been in this game for so long, don't you understand that principle by now?
If that's how you see it, Mr. Wu, then I suppose there's nothing left for us to discuss.
Lin Qinghong's face darkened as he prepared to open the car door and leave. He finally understood, Wu's sole objective from the start had been his company.
The negotiations were merely a test, a probe to gauge Lin Qinghong's true stance.
If he gave in, the entire Lin group would likely face ruin. That may be true, but I personally suggest you reconsider, Mr. Lin.
After all, I've heard about the recent conflict between you and the Fong family. It's caused significant losses.
Adding this to the mix would be like adding insult to injury.
The problems you'd have to face, Mr. Lin, wouldn't be limited to just one.
If you want to make a graceful exit, now might be your best chance, Mr. Lin.
Wu Changqiu flashed a confident smile, seemingly certain he could take down the entire Lin group. Then there's no need for Mr. Wu to trouble himself.
The Lin group has its own ways of handling matters,
Lin Shanghong declared emphatically before slamming the door shut and returning to his own car with a grim expression. The driver, who had been waiting patiently in the front seat, dared not utter a word as his boss remained sullen. Only after a long silence did Lin Shanghong finally speak. Now.
Immediately. Drive back to the company. Chapter 117, Restless.
Watching the black sedan disappear into the distance, Wu Changqiu slowly withdrew his gaze and turned his attention to the internet cafe nearby.
Sir, would you like to go in and see the young miss? His secretary asked tentatively. No need. She wouldn't want to see me right now. Wu Changqiu shook his head gently. The confident demeanor he displayed during negotiations with Lin Shanghong moments earlier had vanished, replaced by guilt and caution. He seemed deeply worried that any careless move might provoke his daughter's displeasure. In this moment, he was simply a father deeply devoted to his daughter. Take me back first. I'll come back in a few days. Hearing this, the driver nodded. The black Rolls-Royce stretched into a long shadow and vanished down the street. An hour later, Lin Shanghong returned to the company. As soon as he arrived, Lin Wanwan eagerly asked, Dad, how did the negotiations go? Lin Shanghong said nothing, his brow furrowed tightly, his face etched with anxiety. The company's troubles were far more severe than he had anticipated. If they weren't resolved properly this time, the entire company might collapse under the weight of these issues or be acquired outright. Seeing her father's state, Lin Wanwan refrained from asking further questions. At a time like this, asking more questions would only provoke her father's anger and underscore the gravity of the situation. Wanwan, go fetch Xinshuan to the company. After a long silence, Lin Shanghong exhaled softly and spoke slowly. But Xinshuan.
Lin Wanwan tried to speak up for her third sister, but was cut off before she could finish.
Bring her here.
Lin Xinghong's voice rose several decibels. With no choice, Lin Wanwan called Lin Xinshuan to come to the company.
Half an hour later, Lin Xinshuan arrived at the company looking anxious. She seemed to realize she'd gotten herself into trouble this time, or perhaps sensed Lin Shanghong's anger. She sat cautiously on the sofa, not daring to speak. Dad. Lin Xinshuan began. How old are you this year?
Lin Shanghong suddenly asked.
23. Why are you suddenly asking this? Hearing this, Lin Xinshuan grew even more uneasy.
In this situation, the more peculiar Lin Shanghong's behavior seemed, the more serious the consequences she was about to face.
23, huh?
Lin Shanghong nodded thoughtfully.
By my calculations, it should be about right.
Hearing this, Lin Xinshuan's expression immediately darkened.
Dad, what do you mean by that?
Lin Shanghong remained expressionless as he continued, You're at the right age for marriage. There's a banquet coming up in a few days, and several young masters from prominent groups will be attending.
You should make an effort to mingle with them. Dad. With things having gone this far, Lin Xinshuan couldn't possibly miss the implication. She pleaded urgently, Dad. I promise I won't lose my temper anymore, okay? Please don't make me go to that banquet. But Lin Shanghong showed no sign of listening, merely shaking his head. This time, it's not up to you. The company's problems are too severe, they're beyond what I can handle alone. While this mess isn't entirely your fault, as a member of the Lin family, you have a duty to contribute to the family's cause.
If you can help the Lin family resolve this crisis, you'll have complete freedom afterward. Lin Xinghong's words grew colder and colder, making Lin Xinshuan feel for the first time that her father was so unfamiliar at this moment, so unfamiliar that he was willing to sacrifice his own daughter to resolve business problems. Dad. Lin Xinshuan's eyes welled up with tears, her body trembling uncontrollably. She simply couldn't accept this outcome. She had merely gone to the school to stand up for her brother. How had things spiraled into this nightmare? Enough. This matter is settled. Lin Chenghong shot Lin Xinshuan a dismissive glance, leaving her no room for negotiation. Seeing this, tears streamed uncontrollably down Lin Xinshuan's cheeks. At that moment, Lin Chenghong added one more sentence. And I'm warning you both. If you have no business, don't go looking for Lin Shuo. And don't cause trouble for that sister of his either. Her family is far beyond what we can afford to provoke. If you keep messing with her, don't think it'll just be you, even I would be dragged down with you. Got it? These words instantly left Lin Xinshuan feeling suffocated. She clenched her fists so tightly her knuckles turned white. Gritting her teeth, she asked her father with lingering resentment, Dad, I understand everything you're saying, but are we really just going to let Feng Yu's beating slide? Are you just going to let your son be bullied? This matter will be handled, but not now. Lin Chenghong sighed. The company is drowning in problems right now. Where would we find the time for that? Do you actually want to see the Lin family collapse before you'll be satisfied? When will you ever grow some sense? Lin Xinshuan remained silent, burying her head deeply, lost in her own thoughts. All right, Dad. Xinshuan just lacks experience. She knows she was wrong this time. Please forgive her. Seeing this, Lin Wanwan stepped in to smooth things over. She then turned to Lin Xinshuan and shot her several meaningful glances. Xinshuan, it's getting late. You should go home and rest. MHM. Lin Xinshuan nodded dejectedly. Watching her retreating figure, Lin Chenghong seemed to recall something. He then instructed Lin Wanwan, starting tomorrow, keep an eye on Xinshuan. Don't let her cause any more trouble. Lin Wanwan sighed helplessly. Dad, it's not that serious. Xinshuan is an adult now. Lin Xinghong's temper flared instantly. I've raised her for over 20 years. Don't you think I know her temperament? Her attitude just now clearly shows she's resentful and wants to sneakily get revenge. If you don't keep a close eye on her, given her temperament, she'll eventually cause a disaster we won't be able to clean up. Do you really think someone who built himself up from nothing to become Jiang City's richest man would resort to such simple tactics? For his own daughter, sending Xinshuan to prison wouldn't even be surprising. Hearing this, Lin Wanwan stopped arguing. She sighed helplessly, her mind replaying the words over and over. Chapter 118, Preparations complete. Time slipped away unnoticed. 3 full days had passed since the last incident at the school. During this time, Lin Shuo found himself unexpectedly at ease. Neither the Lin family nor Lin Fengyu had come looking for trouble, which was rare. However, in stark contrast, the entire Lin group was in a state of utter chaos. It seemed as though an invisible hand was manipulating the market behind the scenes, repeatedly thwarting the Lin group's business ventures. The losses incurred far exceeded Lin Chenghong's wildest expectations. Great news! Great news! The Lin group is going bankrupt. Early that morning, just as Lin Shuo had gotten out of bed, Feng Mingyue came bouncing into their home. What nonsense! Lin Shuo rubbed his sleepy eyes. Though he knew little about business, the Lin family had been in commerce for years. With both strength and wealth, they were fairly well known throughout Jiang City. How could such a large company just collapse overnight? Even if Feng Mingyue had previously caused trouble for the Lin family, severing some business ties, it couldn't possibly bring down the entire Lin family overnight. After all, the Lins weren't pushovers. If one company couldn't be relied on, they'd simply find another partner. While they haven't officially gone under yet, Lin Chenghong must be frantic, Feng Mingyue said with a hint of glee. My dad mentioned that Lin Group has been hit by scandals left and right these past few days, suffering massive losses. It'll take them years to recover. And I also heard that the third son of the Lin family was forced by his father to go on a blind date. Probably another attempt at a business marriage alliance. Things have gotten to this point, you can imagine just how far the Lin family has fallen. Feng Mingyue recounted these details vividly, her whole demeanor radiating excitement. Lin Xinshuan was forced into an arranged meeting? Lin Shuo's expression turned peculiar. He knew her temperament better than anyone. The idea of her meekly attending such a meeting was something he simply couldn't believe. But Feng Mingyue's information was always reliable. If she said so, it meant the Lin family's situation was indeed dire. Though he didn't know the exact cause, it was news worth celebrating for him, especially when it started his day feeling so uplifting. Of course, he'd far rather witness the day the Lin family collapsed completely with his own eyes. Xiao Shua, to celebrate the Lin family going under, why don't we go out and have some fun? Feng Mingyue's eyes lit up at the mention of fun. I doubt I'll have time today, Lin Shuo shook his head. I've got some things to take care of later. It was indeed rare for him to have so much on his plate during a weekend. Now that the Lin family had suffered a major setback, certain matters needed to be expedited.
Alright. Fang Minhwa pouted slightly, feeling a bit disappointed.
Still, she understood that with the college entrance exams approaching, Lin Shuo simply couldn't afford the same leisurely schedule as someone like her, who had plenty of free time.
Still, she couldn't help but be curious about the things he mentioned. Shuo, what exactly do you need to do? There's this navigation website project I've been working on.
It's almost ready to launch now, Lin Shuo replied.
This was his first venture toward building his fortune.
With the potential of a navigation website, it could easily make him a multi-millionaire.
Even if he didn't take the college entrance exams, this was an opportunity he absolutely couldn't afford to miss. What exactly is a navigation website? Fang Minhwa asked curiously.
Seeing her confusion, Lin Shuo patiently explained what a navigation website was and how it worked. The more she listened, the brighter her eyes grew.
Wow, Shuo, you're so smart. This thing is bound to be a huge hit. I happen to have some connections in this field and can fully support you. The Fang family ran several businesses in Jiangcheng City, including a chain of internet cafes.
Wu Mengjing had opened hers partly because she loved gaming, and partly due to Fang Minhwa's influence.
Lin Shuo perked up at this revelation.
He hadn't known Fang Minhwa had such connections.
With her backing, the navigation site could rapidly gain traction, drastically shortening its initial rollout period.
In the internet age, gaining even a slight head start could secure a major competitive advantage. Sis Minhwa, once the website succeeds, you'll definitely get a share of the profits, Lin Shuo said earnestly.
What profit sharing?
Fang Minhwa waved her hand dismissively. You built this website yourself.
I don't understand these things. At most, I just lent some family resources to help you out a little. If you really achieve something, I'll be overjoyed for you. That won't do. When it comes time to promote the site, I'll need your help. You absolutely must take your share. Lin Shuo was unusually persistent. Fine.
Just treat your sister to a nice meal when the time comes. Fang Minhwa waved her hand dismissively.
What are you two talking about? This is so lively.
Just then, Wu Mengjing awoke from her slumber, dressed in a white lace nightgown. The warm orange sunlight bathed her body, perfectly accentuating her curves. For a moment, Lin Shuo found himself staring, completely mesmerized.
Shuo, what are you staring at? Wu Mengjing noticed his dazed expression and couldn't help asking. And nothing. Lin Shuo's face flushed instantly.
He lowered his head and explained awkwardly, I was just talking with Sister Minhwa about the navigation website.
Oh, has Lu Changren finished the preparations? Wu Mengjing asked curiously. Lin Shuo nodded. Yeah, the preliminary groundwork is all done.
Now we just need to set up the domain and build a suitable template.
Although Lu Changren had handled the website's coding aspects, the specific layout and interface section still required Lin Shuo's personal touch. Fortunately, the process was straightforward. He only needed to design it based on the templates of various navigation websites he remembered. It would essentially take just a few hours to complete. The initial navigation site didn't need to be overly complex. Everything was geared toward helping users quickly find the websites they needed. Even though those memories were distant, with a little recollection, it wasn't a problem to execute. Then I can get started, Lin Shuo muttered to himself. The first pot of gold seemed to be beckoning him. Chapter 119, The Visit. At the same time,
while Lin Shuo and his group were busy at the internet cafe, a black sedan quietly pulled up outside. A mature figure stepped out alone.
Boss, are you really going alone?
The secretary couldn't help but ask as he watched Wu Changqiu step out alone.
Yes, wait for me here. Wu Changqiu nodded, then glanced at the internet cafe with a hint of unease.
Though he was the undisputed tycoon of Jiangcheng City, a force to be reckoned with in the business world, as he stepped toward the internet cafe, a flicker of nervousness surfaced in his heart, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor.
Why are you here?
Before he even stepped through the door, a familiar voice called out from behind him. Wu Changqiu stiffened slightly, forcing an awkward smile.
Jing, I'm just browsing around. Nothing else.
Wu Mengjing frowned but said nothing more.
Instead, she walked into the internet cafe alone, holding her breakfast.
Taking a deep breath, Wu Changqiu followed behind her, feeling somewhat guilty. He resembled a child who had done something wrong. Since his daughter hadn't spoken up, it meant she didn't object to him coming in. Still, he felt a bit nervous, afraid that any one of his actions might upset his daughter.
Wu Mengjing, on the other hand, seemed perfectly at ease. The moment she entered the internet cafe, she busied herself at the front desk. When her gaze swept over Wu Changqiu, it lingered on him for only a few seconds. Have a seat, Wu Mengjing said indifferently. This instantly made Wu Changqiu feel as if he'd been granted a reprieve. He hurriedly found a seat and sat down. Wu Mengjing, long accustomed to her father's mannerisms, continued sorting through the inventory slips on the counter. Only after finishing her tasks did she bring over 2 steamed buns and a cup of warm soy milk, placing them before him. You didn't have breakfast, did you? Drink it while it's warm. It was still a simple sentence.
Yet to Wu Changqiu's ears, it carried a tear-jerking warmth. His daughter had finally chosen to speak to him voluntarily and even offered him food.
It was worth it. Even if he went bankrupt right now, it would be worth it. Wu Changqiu fought back his emotions, shoving the entire bun into his mouth.
In that instant, the ordinary meat juices exploded in his mouth, tasting better than any delicacies he'd ever eaten.
Jing, have you been doing well these past 2 years?
After a long pause, Wu Changqiu finally found a way to respond to his daughter.
Wu Mengjing frowned. Can't you tell for yourself whether I've been doing well or not? Right. I neglected to notice. Wu Changqiu quickly offered an apologetic smile.
In truth, he had been privy to every detail of Wu Mengjing's life over the years. Even the matter of her adopting Lin Shuo had long since reached his ears.
So what brings you here today? Wu Mengjing asked calmly. And nothing. I just wanted to see you, Wu Changqiu stammered.
If only you'd shown this concern back in the day, Wu Mengjing replied coldly. Her words instantly froze Wu Changqiu's expression, and his body trembled involuntarily. He knew this remark carried hidden meaning. Back then, Wu Mengjing's mother, his own wife, had perished because of his negligence.
Jing, I'm sorry. Wu Changqiu bowed his head. What good does that do now?
Wu Mengjing shook her head.
I often dream of Mom.
She says she feels so lonely.
Wu Changqiu remained silent, a flash of anguish crossing his face.
His fingers clenched so tightly they cracked. For years, he had regretted his actions almost every single day.
If only he had spent more time.
If he could have shown them more care.
Perhaps none of this would have happened.
Perhaps the three of them would still be a happy, harmonious family. For a moment, the two seemed to share an unspoken agreement, remaining silent until several minutes passed. Finally, Wu Mengjing broke the quiet.
It's getting late. You have a lot on your plate.
A bitter taste rose in Wu Changqiu's heart. It seemed his daughter still hadn't fully forgiven him. Yet the fact she was willing to speak to him at all was already a significant step forward. Slowly but surely, as long as she wasn't completely rejecting him, there was still a chance to mend things.
I'll leave now.
Wu Changqiu rose slowly, each movement as if in slow motion. How he wished he could linger by his daughter's side just a little longer. Before leaving, he caught sight of a group photo on the front desk. In the picture, his daughter and Feng Mingyue were surrounded by a young man, seemingly celebrating a birthday. Her face bore a smile he hadn't seen in years. His footsteps faltered. He glanced back at Wu Mengjing, still busy at the front desk, and his voice caught in his throat. Jing, take good care of yourself.
If you ever need anything, you must tell Dad. But he waited a long time without hearing Wu Mengjing's reply.
In the end, he could only drag his heavy feet, slowly walking out of the internet cafe. After leaving the internet cafe, he stopped at a small shop and bought a pack of cigarettes he hadn't touched in ages. Lighting one, the familiar smoke stung his lungs, making him cough twice. It was a sensation he hadn't felt in a very long time. The last time he recalled this taste, the family of three wasn't particularly well off, living in an ordinary rented apartment. The tobacco tasted the same, but it seemed like the people could never go back. Wu Changqiu wandered aimlessly through the familiar alleys and lanes, unconsciously arriving at the entrance of a residential compound. Buried memories suddenly surfaced in his mind, one after another. Vaguely, he seemed to see the once harmonious family of three. Young Wu Mengjing stood in the middle, flanked on either side by himself and his wife. Back then, they had little money, but they were happy. But now, he had thrown it all away with his own hands. Cough. The smoke burned his lungs, triggering a violent coughing fit that bent him double. He had quit smoking years ago, but today he couldn't resist lighting up. Just then, a young figure passed by. Seeing Uncle Wu struggling to breathe, the youth stepped forward and asked, "Uncle, are you okay?" Chapter 120, the website takes shape. It's nothing. I'm fine, just a few minor issues. Wu Changqiu steadied himself by placing a hand on the shoulder of the young man beside him, slowly straightening his back. Though his face was a bit pale, it wasn't enough to leave him breathless. Thanks, Wu Changqiu turned to offer his gratitude. But the familiar face before him suddenly froze him in his tracks. This reaction left Lin Shuo, who had just gone to buy computer parts, feeling baffled. What was wrong with this guy? Why was he staring intently at his face out of nowhere? Did he have something on his face? Do you know me? Wu Changqiu asked abruptly, out of the blue. Lin Shuo was baffled. Why would a random stranger on the street suddenly ask if he knew him? Still, Lin Shuo honestly shook his head. No, I don't. If you don't know me, why did you help me? Wu Changqiu's tone suddenly took on a more scrutinizing edge. Hearing this, Lin Shuo felt even more puzzled. Had his good intentions backfired? Was he being scammed? I just happened to be passing by and saw you coughing so badly, so I asked about it. There's no complicated reason behind it, Lin Shuo replied, genuinely puzzled. Wu Changqiu studied Lin Shuo's clean-cut face for a long moment, satisfied that the young man wasn't lying. He gave a slight smile and patted Lin Shuo on the shoulder. Sorry about that, kid. I was just curious. Don't take it personally. No problem. But since you're fine, I'll be on my way. Lin Shuo waved dismissively, deciding he'd simply encountered someone mentally unstable.
Alright, go about your business. Just pretend you never saw me, Wu Changxiu waved him off.
Hearing this, Lin Shuo took 2 silent steps back, maintaining a safe distance from Wu Changxiu. He was now certain the man before him was mentally unstable. No sane person would utter such words.
I'll be going then. After leaving that statement, Lin Shuo turned and walked away quickly. He glanced warily over his shoulder from time to time. He feared the mentally unstable man might suddenly appear with a weapon in pursuit.
Only after confirming the man posed no threat did he turn the corner and hastily disappear. Watching Lin Shuo's hastily retreating figure, Wu Changxiu chuckled to himself. It had been years since anyone had mistaken him for a lunatic. Moments later, Wu Changxiu stepped into a black sedan parked at the street corner. Seeing his secretary struggling to suppress a smile, 2 black lines instantly appeared on Wu Changxiu's forehead.
Spill it. How long have you been following me? The secretary finally burst out laughing. Not long. Just since you met Lin Shuo. Remember to keep this confidential, Wu Changxiu said, suddenly feeling awkward. He quickly changed the subject. By the way, you've been observing that kid for so long. What do you think of him? The secretary pondered for a moment before speaking thoughtfully. How should I put it? Overall, my impression isn't bad. First, academically speaking, he excels in both character and studies, a prime candidate for a top university. That goes without saying. Then there's his personality. He treats friends well, but his conflicts with his family run deep. You can't really blame him, though. Anyone facing similar circumstances wouldn't have handled it much better. If it were me, I'd probably be depressed by now. His approach to handling things might be a bit extreme, but he's still deeply loyal and principled. He could become an outstanding talent in the future. I've also heard he's been working on some projects lately. Clearly, his mind is brimming with ideas. The secretary's few words pretty much summed up Lin Shuo's entire character. She then turned to her boss and asked, "Boss, what do you think of him?" Wu Changxiu gazed intently in the direction Lin Shuo had departed, remaining silent for a long moment before finally saying, "Let's head back to the office." Understood. After returning to the internet cafe, Lin Shuo glanced back a couple of times, feeling uneasy. Only after confirming that the mentally unstable-looking man hadn't followed him did he finally relax inwardly. What a strange man, he muttered silently to himself. Lin Shuo spotted Sister Jing busy at the front desk. "Sis Jing, I'm back." Hearing Lin Shuo's voice, Wu Mengjing snapped out of her work and flashed a smile. "Little Shuo's back. It's all that unreliable Lu Qingren's fault." At such a critical moment, the computer actually malfunctioned. Just moments ago, their navigation website had reached its final stage. Suddenly, the computer's memory malfunctioned, nearly erasing all the prepared data and rendering years of work useless. "It's fine. Don't blame Brother Lu. It's all my fault for not checking properly," Lin Shuo replied. He immediately began installing the replacement parts into the computer. Moments later, the fan whirred to life, and the familiar blue screen appeared before his eyes. Only then did Lin Shuo breathe a sigh of relief. That was close. We almost wasted a lot of time. In the internet age, things change daily. It's like racing against time every day. While losing data wouldn't have been catastrophic, it would have cost a lot of time. Looking back, it was pure luck everything turned out okay. Lin Shuo's gaze remained fixed on the screen. He typed in a page and opened it. What met his eyes was a navigation page he had long ago set up, where one website link after another was neatly arranged. Wu Mengjing and Manhwa beside him couldn't help but glance over, their expressions shifting from anticipation to astonishment. Each website here resembled a treasure in the ocean, seemingly worthy of exploration. 10 minutes later, Lin Shuo finally stopped his exploration. "Wow. Xiao Shuo, this website is absolutely amazing. What on earth is going on in your head to come up with such brilliant ideas?" Manhwa couldn't help but praise him. "I'm convinced this website will go viral in no time. It'll catch on everywhere soon." Though not deeply versed in internet matters, Manhwa had grown up in a family with years of business experience. She possessed a keen commercial eye and understood the essentials. After just a brief trial, she was certain the convenience this platform offered would undoubtedly become ubiquitous in the future. Wu Mengjing beside her couldn't help but smile softly. Hearing others praise Xiao Shuo was the greatest comfort to her. "It's nothing special, just a preliminary version," Lin Shuo replied modestly with a smile. After all, he was merely standing on the shoulders of giants, nothing to boast about. "Enough talk. I'm going to find someone to arrange its promotion right now." With that, Manhwa hurried out the door, leaving only her retreating figure behind. Watching Manhwa's figure gradually disappear from view, Lin Shuo rested his chin on his right hand as the blueprint for the future in his mind steadily took shape. Perhaps this time, everything would be different. Chapter 121, Is It Possible? The website testing went smoothly. The results on the first computer showed everything functioning perfectly, with no bugs encountered during operation. Any remaining issues could be addressed through subsequent debugging and updates. Therefore, Lin Shuo promptly installed the software on every computer in the internet cafe.
Now, all that remained was to wait for user feedback.
After completing everything, Lin Shuo finally exhaled a slow breath of relief.
But just as he was about to rest for a moment, he suddenly heard a familiar voice.
Xiao Shuo.
He turned to see Feng Mingyue standing there, a large bag in hand, eyeing him suspiciously. Lin Shuo felt uneasy under her gaze and approached hesitantly. Only then did he notice that Feng Mingyue was holding bottles and cans of various alcoholic beverages, beer, red wine, white liquor, you name it.
Xiao Shuo, I've arranged all the promotional channels for you.
Now we just wait for feedback from your navigation site.
I've got high hopes for you, you know? Feng Mingyue batted her eyelashes.
So, I specially bought some drinks to celebrate with you.
Huh?
Lin Shuo was a bit dazed.
Sis Mingyue was being way too intense. How long would it take to drink all this?
Don't worry. Your sister Jing and I can hold our liquor.
You won't be left drunk and alone.
Feng Mingyue patted Lin Shuo's shoulder and whispered, besides, Sister Jing's been feeling a bit down lately. We need to cheer her up. Hearing this, Lin Shuo instantly recalled Sister Jing going to see her father about his situation earlier. His expression turned serious. Got it.
I'll definitely make Sister Jing happy today. Alright, let's go.
We'll go get Sister Jing and bring her home soon.
Got it.
Without further ado, they grabbed the plastic bag filled with alcohol and immediately headed toward the internet cafe's front desk. As soon as they reached the counter, he spotted Wu Mengjing sitting at the bar.
She looked somewhat despondent, staring blankly at the computer screen, completely unaware of Lin Shuo approaching.
Seeing this scene, Lin Shuo felt a sharp pang of pain in his heart, a wave of unease washing over him.
Sis Jing.
He approached slowly and called out to her. Hearing his voice, Wu Mengjing snapped back to reality. She quickly composed herself, forcing a smile onto her face.
Xiao Shuo, done with work? Let's go home.
With that, Wu Mengjing walked toward Lin Shuo, her expression betraying no hint of the turmoil beneath. Yet the more she acted this way, the more it tugged at Lin Shuo's heart. He understood that Sister Jing was deliberately putting on this facade to spare him worry. Jing, Mingyu bought some wine. She said we should celebrate together.
Lin Shuo gestured toward the bag in his hand.
Wu Mengjing paused, gently touching her forehead. That Mingyu, always causing trouble day in and day out. But you did something so significant today. It certainly deserves a celebration. Wu Mengjing smiled faintly. The white light flooded the living room, making it as bright as snow. Wu Mengjing's cheeks flushed slightly. After a few bottles of beer, even she couldn't help but feel a bit tipsy. Jing, cheers. Feng Mingyue, already completely wasted, held a bottle of beer in her hand and drunkenly raised it to toast Wu Mengjing. Keep drinking, and you'll get yourself dead drunk. Wu Mengjing smiled helplessly, though warmth spread through her heart. She knew Feng Mingyue must have sensed something off about her mood, choosing this way to keep her company.
Mingyu, did you say something to Xiao Shuo?
Wu Mengjing asked as she clinked glasses.
No way. We're just having fun, that's why we wanted to drink. Right, Xiao Shuo?
Feng Mingyue chuckled and gave Lin Shuo a knowing look. Lin Shuo froze for a moment before catching on.
He nodded quickly. Right. We just felt like having a drink because we're happy.
Wu Mengjing gave a slight nod. Though she didn't call them out, she knew they definitely coordinated their story.
Several more bottles went down.
By then, Feng Mingyue, the heavy drinker, was the first to pass out, slumped asleep on the sofa.
Wu Mengjing was also feeling a bit woozy, but Lin Shuo remained the only sober one.
He watched as Wu Mengjing opened another beer can, tilted her head back, and took a sip. As the beer slid down her throat, she couldn't help but frown. Xiao Shuo, alcohol isn't even that good to drink. Why do so many people like it? Well, everyone's tastes differ. Some simply enjoy that slight buzz, while others might do it to cope with life. He paused before continuing, and some people, maybe it's just because they don't have someone to hold an umbrella over them when it rains. So, Xiao Shuo, are you trying to tell me not to drink? Wu Mengjing blinked her eyes. I'm advising you not to drink too much, Sister Jing. Lin Shuo nodded helplessly. Fine. Sister Jing will have just one last bottle, okay? After all, you're the one who'll be holding an umbrella for Sister Jing someday. Sister Jing chuckled, looking almost childlike. I swear, I'll always be Sister Jing's umbrella. Lin Shuo raised his hand, his eyes earnest. Wu Mengjing paused, then smiled and swore along with him, from now on, I, Wu Mengjing, will be Xiao Shuo's umbrella for life. Cross my heart and hope to die, I swear it'll never change. The two of them said this phrase in unison. After all this, Wu Mengjing, whether because she couldn't hold her liquor or not, felt a flutter of embarrassment as she glanced at Lin Shuo's face. He seemed different from when he first arrived. There was no trace of self-doubt left. His entire being radiated a mature, steady aura. Even his muscles seemed more defined, and he appeared to have grown a little taller.
Xiao Shuo, you seem to have grown a bit.
You're almost a whole head taller than Sister Jing now. Perhaps because those loves grow flesh and blood. Lin Shuo's earnest reply left Wu Mengjing momentarily stunned, her eyes involuntarily filling with laughter. Where did you learn that line to cheer up your sister? I read it in a book, Lin Shuo offered a casual excuse.
All right. Wu Mengjing took a few more sips of wine. Her tolerance didn't seem as high as Manhwa had claimed. After just a few bottles, she was already nearing drunkenness. Just as this bottle was nearly empty, Wu Mengjing suddenly uttered a sentence that made Lin Shuo's face flush and heart race, his pulse pounding wildly. Xiao Shuo. Can I lean my head on your chest? Chapter 122, I like you. The moment Wu Mengjing finished speaking, Lin Shuo's face flushed visibly. Only the lingering scent of alcohol on both of them masked the obvious reaction. Of course you can. Lin Shuo's heart pounded wildly. He adjusted his posture slightly to make Wu Mengjing more comfortable. Xiao Shuo, do you think when people pass away, they become stars in the sky to watch over us forever? Wu Mengjing asked again. Of course they do, Lin Shuo nodded without hesitation. Wu Mengjing paused, her eyes beginning to glisten. When I was little, my mom told me she'd become a star in the sky to watch over me forever. I know she was lying, but I really miss her. Lin Shuo took a deep breath. Maybe your mom wasn't lying? Look up at the sky. Lin Shuo pointed toward the windowsill. The night sky outside was dotted with countless stars. Look, Auntie is watching over you from the other side of the sky, Sister Jing. She must want Sister Jing to live well. What do you think, Sister Jing? Lin Shuo lowered his head, only to find Sister Jing's eyes already closed. The sound of her steady breathing reached his ears. Unbeknownst to him, Wu Mengjing had fallen asleep on his shoulder. Jin Jie. Lin Shuo called softly. Seeing no response, he gave a helpless smile before carefully cradling her head with one hand and gently lowering her onto a sofa pillow. After a moment's thought, however, Lin Shuo decided it would be better to carry Sister Jing back to her room to sleep. After all, what if she caught a chill on the sofa? As for Sister Minyu, she should be fine making do for one night, right? Lin Shuo lifted Wu Mengjing from the sofa with utmost care. Her body was so light he barely felt any strain. After settling Sister Jing on the bed, he fetched a blanket and tucked it around her. Just as he finished, he heard Wu Mengjing's soft murmur. Mom! I miss you so much. Mom, please don't go. Please don't go. Don't leave me. Wu Mengjing seemed to be having a nightmare, her murmurs filled with urgency and unease. Lin Shuo quickly knelt beside the bed and gently took her hand in his. In that instant, Wu Mengjing seemed to find a sudden sense of security. Her voice slowed, no longer as frantic as before. Don't worry, Sister Jing. I won't leave you. Lin Shuo carefully tucked the blanket around her and whispered softly into her ear. Hearing these words, Wu Mengjing finally quieted down, her murmurs ceasing. Yet her hand clung tightly to Lin Shuo's, refusing to let go. Lin Shuo tried to pull his hand away, but his attempts ended in failure each time. Am I really going to sleep here again like last time? The memory of their previous encounter made Lin Shuo blush involuntarily. Yet, armed with that experience, he felt more at ease this time and simply settled down to sleep beside Sister Jing. The alcohol's effects began to take hold, and gradually, he drifted into a deep slumber. A hangover-induced ache jolted Wu Mengjing awake. Staring at the familiar ceiling, she felt dazed. She couldn't recall how she'd fallen asleep alone when she'd ended up in bed, or how long she'd slept. All she knew was that much time had passed. The sky was already turning faintly light. Wu Mengjing rubbed her throbbing temples and sat up in bed. She instinctively glanced at the clock by the bedside. But the steady rhythm of breathing beside her immediately captured her attention. Turning her head, she saw a familiar profile lying beside her. Taking a deep breath, Wu Mengjing strained to recall last night's memories, and a gentle warmth began to spread through her heart. Thank you. Xiao Shuo. Wu Mengjing murmured silently to herself, completely unaware that the corners of her eyes had curved into crescent moons. Gazing at the profile mere inches away, she couldn't resist placing her hand upon it. The soft warmth instantly reached her fingertips. She felt a flutter of nervousness, afraid her touch might wake Lin Shuo from his slumber. At the same time, she made a bold decision. Even if Xiao Shuo did wake up, she had no intention of pulling her hand away. In this moment, she understood her own feelings. She had truly fallen for Xiao Shuo. Though she couldn't openly reveal her true emotions to him just yet. At the very least, she refused to deceive herself internally as she had before. Xiao Shuo. Do you know that your arrival has filled my heart like a ray of light? Sister doesn't even know when exactly she fell for you. But I can say for certain that I truly like you. As if speaking to herself, yet also to Lin Shuo, Wu Mengjing murmured softly while gently caressing Lin Shuo's cheek. That simple gesture alone made her own cheeks begin to burn. She dared not imagine it. What would she look like when the day came to confess her feelings? What am I thinking? Xiao Shuo hasn't even taken the college entrance exam yet. Wu Mengjing shook her head, dismissing the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind. Looking at the boy before her, her mind suddenly drifted back to the day they first met. Back then, Lin Shuo had been shy, like a homeless little animal wary of everyone, his body thin and frail. But now he was completely different. She could clearly sense that the current Xiao Shuo was much more cheerful and sunny than before, radiating warmth and gentleness. Even his physique had gradually become more robust. At least in some places, muscles were starting to show.
Thinking of this, Wu Mengjing couldn't help but steal another glance. The movement instantly brought a flush to her cheeks, yet simultaneously filled her heart with an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. Maybe this is boyfriend cultivation? In that moment, she suddenly understood Fong Mingyue's fondness for puppy-like men. Indeed, this nurturing sensation brought an inexplicable joy to one's heart. It's all Mingyue's fault, filling my head with these strange ideas all day long. Wu Mengjing silently grumbled at Fong Mingyue in her mind, feeling a bit embarrassed. Just then, Lin Shuo's eyelashes fluttered slightly beside her, signaling he was about to wake up.
Chapter 123, Can't Hide It Anymore.
Sensing the movement before her, Wu Mengjing's heart leapt into her throat. Her entire body tensed, frozen like a child caught doing something wrong, unable to move a muscle. Her hand remained stiffly pressed against Lin Shuo's face, neither able to pull it back nor leave it there. But reminding herself of her resolve, she forced herself to stay calm, keeping her hand where it was. Still, her heart pounded relentlessly.
Mum.
As if sensing something on his face, Lin Shuo, half asleep, suddenly touched his cheek. Only when he felt the smooth back of her hand did he blink dazedly awake, his gaze locking with Wu Mengjing's, her cheeks flushed like sunset clouds. Perhaps it was because he had just woken up, or maybe his mind couldn't process all this information at once, but Lin Shuo stared blankly at the breathtakingly beautiful face mere inches away, unable to utter a word for a long moment. It wasn't until Wu Mengjing's lips moved slightly and murmured, "Xiao Shuo, wake up."
Only then did Lin Shuo's mind fully snap into focus.
His eyes widened nervously as he scrambled out of bed.
This time felt entirely different from the last.
Especially since Sister Jing had woken up before him.
Jing. Sister Jing, yesterday.
For a moment, Lin Shuo seemed to lose the ability to organize his thoughts. Words spilled from his mouth, but they couldn't form a coherent sentence.
Seeing his reaction, Wu Mengjing couldn't help but chuckle.
The tension she'd felt earlier eased considerably, and she even felt a little pleased with herself over Lin Shuo's response to her.
What's wrong? You called me Sister Jing but won't speak?
Wu Mengjing asked with a knowing smile.
Your hand, yesterday.
Lin Shuo stammered, his eyes darting around, unable to meet Wu Mengjing's gaze. He felt his heart pounding so hard it threatened to leap out of his throat.
What about my hand? Can't a sister touch her little brother's face?
Wu Mengjing batted her eyelashes, then suddenly pouted, feigning hurt, looking utterly wounded. For some reason, she loved seeing Lin Shuo flustered and nervous around her. The moment she saw that look, she couldn't resist teasing him.
No. Sister Jing, of course you can. I just misspoke earlier.
Lin Shuo hurriedly explained, especially when he saw Sister Jing's pouty expression, looking like she'd done something wrong. He had no idea how to handle the situation. Every detail was captured by Wu Mengjing, emboldening her further.
Though she'd been shy at first, witnessing Lin Shuo's flustered state made her shyness fade.
Her hand grew bolder, caressing his cheek, while a daring thought took root in her mind.
Xiao Shuo, why did your face suddenly turn red?
Wu Mengjing asked, batting her eyelashes.
Ha? The question sent Lin Shuo into a panic.
He sat bolt upright on the bed and hurriedly explained, Sis Jing, it's too hot in here.
Why don't I go cool off in the living room? You can sleep a little longer.
Without waiting for Wu Mengjing's response, he scrambled off the bed and bolted out the door as if escaping. Seeing this, the smile on Wu Mengjing's face grew even wider. Her little brother was just too adorable for words. That flustered look of his had completely melted her heart.
He's just too adorable.
I'll have to tease him more often. Wu Mengjing murmured to herself. Then she realized her own cheeks were flushed bright red, and her heart was pounding wildly. Only because Xiao Shuo was too flustered to notice had he failed to pick up on her subtle signs. Recalling Lin Shuo's earlier actions, Wu Mengjing found herself lost in thought.
Could it be that Xiao Shuo actually likes me too?
The moment that thought surfaced, she couldn't contain herself. Embarrassed, Wu Mengjing buried her entire head under the covers, too ashamed to face anyone. It took her quite a while to calm down before she finally emerged from under the covers. Before long, she heard the sound of things being tidied up in the living room. Through the haze, she seemed to catch sight of Lin Shuo's busy silhouette, and a sudden wave of happiness washed over her. It felt like a wife waking up to find her husband bustling about preparing breakfast for her, perhaps even a heartfelt meal.
Oh my.
The thought made Wu Mengjing feel as if pink bubbles were about to burst from her brain.
Wait, why am I suddenly picturing a husband and wife?
As Wu Mengjing snapped back to reality, she felt so embarrassed she wanted to bury herself in the ground. She buried her face deep in her pillow, silently scolding herself twice.
But soon, her curiosity and anticipation got the better of her.
Unable to resist, she opened the door just a crack, preparing to sneak a peek at Xiao Shuo. However, just as she opened the door a crack, she suddenly noticed Fong Mingyue sitting on the sofa, her eyes scanning Lin Shuo up and down with a look that seemed to say she'd found a treasure. Wu Mengjing instantly felt her pleasant mood shattered. How could she have almost forgotten that her best friend was also in her house at this moment? Especially since that look clearly meant she'd woken up before the two of them. This scene instantly made Wu Mengjing wish she could just die. Why, of all times, did her best friend have to be in her house? And why, of all times, did she have to see Lin Shuo walking out of her bedroom? Last time, she could have denied it and pretended nothing happened. This time, however, there was absolutely no way out. Caught red-handed, even if she jumped into the Yellow River now, she couldn't wash away the stain. After a moment's hesitation, Wu Mengjing decided to stay in bed and play dead. Frankly, she didn't want to see this friend at all right now. No particular reason, she just dreaded the social embarrassment. Sis Jing, breakfast's ready.
Want to come eat?
Just then, Lin Shuo, already dressed and ready, called out from outside the door. That single call shattered any hope she had of lying back down and playing dead. The mere distance of a doorframe felt like stepping into a battlefield of hell.
Chapter 124, The Mouth That Won't Stay Quiet.
Lin Shuo had just finished in the kitchen and carried a bowl to the living room table. Sis Jing, I made you a bowl of plain congee and brewed some hangover tea.
Come out and have some. Lin Shuo called into the room.
Seeing this, Wu Mengjing could only reluctantly step out of her room. Just as she'd anticipated, Manhwa was waiting outside with a look of amusement on her face, eyes wide, clearly eager to interrogate her best friend the moment they were alone. Lin Shuo had barely set down the bowls when Manhwa sidled up, her face alight with gossip.
So, what happened last night? I saw Xiao Shuo coming out of your room.
Wu Mengjing rolled her eyes.
What else could have happened?
You got drunk, Xiao Shuo took care of us both, and he claimed he could hold his liquor only to knock you out cold after just a few bottles.
Xiao Shuo really is a good kid. But what does him coming out of your room have to do with anything?
He had to wake me up, so of course he came out of my room.
What, was he supposed to come out of yours? Wu Mengjing made up an excuse on the spot.
If Manhwa found out they'd slept together all night, the sky would probably fall.
Really? Manhwa gave her a skeptical look.
She'd been far too drunk last night, waking up to see Lin Shuo emerging from Wu Mengjing's room.
Beyond that, she knew nothing. Right now, she was filled with regret. Why did she have to get drunk yesterday? Otherwise, she could have gotten all the juicy gossip.
Ignoring Manhwa's gaze, Wu Mengjing lifted the bowl before her. Seeing the exquisite hangover soup inside, even she was a bit surprised.
Xiao Shuo, I didn't know you could make this. How come I never noticed you had this kind of talent before?
Lin Shuo replied with a touch of embarrassment, I learned it online.
It's not that difficult to make.
Wu Mengjing nodded in acknowledgement. The internet was indeed convenient these days. Finding information was as simple as typing in the right keywords. Still, mastering something like this from basic tutorials was pretty impressive. Truthfully, most hangover soups tasted pretty much the same. Yet Xiao Shuo's version felt utterly smooth, delivering an instant wave of warmth upon entering the stomach. It even dispelled much of the alcohol's effects, proving surprisingly effective.
Even Manhwa couldn't stop praising it after tasting it.
Maybe it's because Xiao Shuo made it herself, Wu Mengjing thought, suddenly feeling a surge of pride for her. The soup tasted sweet. She couldn't tell if it was the soup itself or the warmth in her heart.
Jing, you should have some congee too. An empty stomach won't feel good, Lin Shuo reminded her. Okay.
Wu Mengjing's lips curved upward involuntarily. In her mind, she had already cast herself in the role of a girlfriend being doted on by her boyfriend. But soon, she noticed a problem.
Xiao Shuo, what about your portion?
Lin Shuo scratched his head sheepishly. I was afraid there wouldn't be enough, so I only made portions for you and Sister Minyu. But I have to head to school soon and won't have time to eat. I'll see if I can grab some buns on the way.
How could that be?
Even if there were no ingredients left, you can't go hungry.
What if the buns are sold out on the way?
Wu Mengjing immediately frowned. After a moment's thought, she scooped up a spoonful of porridge.
Here, open wide. Ha? Really, Sister Jing?
Lin Shuo's ears flushed red. Being spoon-fed porridge by an older sister at his age felt utterly ridiculous, especially with Sister Minyu watching nearby.
No refusing. You need to eat properly to focus in class. Don't let this affect your studies.
Wu Mengjing declared sternly, then urged Lin Shuo on.
Hurry up, open wide. No.
Sister Jing, I'll do it myself. Unable to persuade her, Lin Shuo hurriedly reached for the spoon in the kitchen.
Xiao Shuo, are you saying you look down on Sister Jing?
Wu Mengjing immediately adopted a hurt tone.
What exactly did your sister do wrong to make you treat her like this? If you think I'm lacking in any way, I can change. Hearing this, Lin Shuo froze in shock. Though it sounded hurt, why did it feel so familiar? Xiao Shuo.
Wu Mengjing sniffed, her voice trembling with hurt.
Tell me honestly, do you hate Sister Jing now? Ha? No. Sister Jing, I absolutely didn't mean that.
Lin Shuo panicked, terrified she might misunderstand.
He quickly added, I'll eat. You feed me, Sister Jing. Really?
Wu Mengjing pursed her lips.
Don't force yourself. How could I possibly force myself?
Lin Shuo said, steeled with resolve. I've wanted Sister Jing to feed me from the very beginning, but
I just couldn't bring myself to ask.
The moment the words left his mouth, Lin Shuo regretted them.
How could he have uttered such a shameless line?
What if Sister Jing misunderstood him?
But to Wu Mengjing's ears, those words had a completely different effect. In an instant, her heart seemed to skip a beat, leaving her feeling dazed and dreamlike.
She'd only intended to tease Lin Shuo this way, then take advantage of him openly. But she never expected this tactic to backfire so badly, wounding the enemy 1,000 times while cutting herself 800, leaving her utterly flustered.
Then open your mouth.
Wu Mengjing struggled to maintain her dignified demeanor, but her breathing grew uncontrollably rapid. This sight made Feng Mingyue beside her cover her mouth and burst into laughter.
When had her fearless best friend ever shown such flustered moments?
She scooped up the white porridge from the bowl and slowly brought it to Lin Shuo's mouth, her gaze shifting nervously, unable to meet his eyes. Unconsciously, she bit her lower lip. Across from her, Lin Shuo had nervously closed his eyes, appearing resigned to whatever came next. Just then, Wu Mengjing suddenly thrust the spoon forward, shoving it directly into Lin Shuo's mouth.
This unfamiliar gesture left Lin Shuo momentarily frozen in place.
It took him a long while to snap back to reality, forcing down the porridge in his mouth. The living room was quiet. A sweet atmosphere permeated the space, and neither spoke, understanding each other without words, until a ringing sound interrupted them.
Chapter 125, Catching Them in the Act.
The underground parking garage of a luxury hotel in Jiangcheng City.
A black sedan pulled in slowly.
The door opened, and a young girl with a haggard expression stepped out. Lin Shuo, who hadn't been seen for several days. After stepping out, Lin Shuo immediately scanned the parking lot. Only after spotting his target and confirming no one was nearby did he stride toward a white SUV.
She tapped the window cautiously.
Soon, the window rolled down, revealing the sleazy face of a middle-aged man.
Are you sure he's here? Lin Shuo asked cautiously. Rest assured, she's definitely here. No mistake about it.
The man chuckled, then picked up the camera in his hand and pulled up the photo he'd just taken. Lin Shuo glanced at it twice, confirming the man in the photo was her father. She then pulled out a stack of cash she had prepared earlier from her bag. However, she didn't hand it directly to the man. Instead, she held it in her hand and continued questioning. There's only one person in the photo.
Where's the other one?
The middle-aged man withdrew his outstretched hand, his face showing displeasure.
I only confirmed your father's location. I never said I knew where that woman was.
Besides, it's perfectly normal for her to be waiting inside the hotel.
Why would they both be in the picture together? Fine. Though Lin Shuo was somewhat dissatisfied with this answer, the middle-aged man's reasoning was indeed logical.
She handed over the money in her hand.
That's more like it.
I take payment for my services, and you should know, beautiful lady, that this kind of work carries significant risks for me. The middle-aged man counted the money in his hand. After confirming the amount was correct, he grinned and tucked it away into his clothes.
You know, your dad's a big boss. He's always got people following him.
Getting this one photo was no easy feat.
Alright, the room number is 927. Here's the hotel elevator card. My job's done. Maybe we'll meet again sometime, beautiful.
The middle-aged man quickly handed Lin Shuo a magnetic card before rolling out the window. Lin Shuo accepted it without pressing for more details, hurrying to take the card upstairs. Under normal circumstances, she would have asked a few more questions, but today she simply didn't have the mood or inclination. She was only desperate to find out the correct answer to this matter.
Phew. Rich people's money sure is easy to make.
Watching Lin Shuo's hasty retreat, the middle-aged man chuckled to himself. He lit a cigarette, then leisurely pulled a phone from his pocket and dialed a number.
Hey, boss. The person you wanted me to keep an eye on has gone upstairs. Got it. About the money, boss. It'll be transferred to your account later.
The call ended abruptly. The middle-aged man scowled and hunched his shoulders. Though they were father and daughter, dealing with both felt entirely different. Compared to the daughter, the father was clearly much harder to handle and certainly not as prompt with the money as she had been. A moment later, the middle-aged man's phone buzzed with a bank deposit notification. Only then did a satisfied expression appear on his face. He tucked his hands into his pockets and glanced back toward the hotel before leaving.
Sorry about that, sweetheart. Your dad offered more. I'm just a businessman, I have to follow the boss's orders. Don't blame me later, okay? Inside the elevator. Lin Shuo swiped her IC card.
As the numbers on the elevator display flashed upward, her already restless heart grew even more impatient. Whether Lin Shuo was here to meet his mistress would be revealed the moment she opened the door. Then she'd finally understand the twisted reasons behind this family's dysfunction over the years. Almost there. The elevator surged upward. Lin Shuo took a deep breath, steeled herself, and prepared to step out. But at that very moment, two men in black suits darted out from both sides. Before Lin Shuo could react, they had already seized her arms firmly.
Who are you? Why are you arresting me?
Lin Shuo struggled against the two men, but how could a woman's strength possibly match that of two burly men? In an instant, she was subdued, her arms pinned firmly behind her back. Who are you people?
Let me go or I'll call the police. Lin Shuo shouted, hoping someone nearby would notice.
But the person who appeared next silenced her completely.
My apologies, second young Mississippi. It was a woman. Lin Shuo recognized her instantly, her father Lin Chenghong's secretary. Shock spread across Lin Shuo's face. She couldn't fathom why her father's secretary would be waiting for her here, seemingly not at all surprised by her arrival. She exchanged a glance with her two bodyguards. The two bodyguards immediately understood and pulled Lin Shuo toward the corridor. Only then did Lin Qiulu realize she'd been betrayed by that middle-aged man. More likely, this entire affair had been a trap set for her by her father from the very beginning. Let go of me. Get my father to come out and see me. I want to see my father. Lin Shuo screamed furiously, struggling to free her hands from the guard's grip. This entire situation was undoubtedly connected to her father. Unfortunately, her cries fell on deaf ears. No one responded to her at all. Her feeble resistance was utterly futile. Like a piece of trash, she was tossed into the room by the two bodyguards and slammed hard onto the bed. Before she could even get up, the two bodyguards retreated from the room. The secretary hurriedly entered from outside, leaving only her and the female secretary inside. Miss Qiulu, from now on, you will be staying here temporarily. You are not to go anywhere. From today onward, I will be responsible for your meals and daily needs. You are to stay here obediently and not entertain any thoughts of escape. Is that clear? The secretary smiled. But that expression on Lin Qiulu's face was utterly heartbreaking, cold-hearted. Chapter 126, Whose Child? The secretary's commanding tone, coupled with her earlier rude treatment, instantly plunged Lin Qiulu into despair. What had happened to this family? How had things come to this? Struggling to her feet, she grabbed the ashtray from the nightstand, intending to hurl it at the secretary. But the secretary moved faster. With a swift step, she grabbed Lin Qiulu's wrist and effortlessly pinned her back onto the bed. Let go of me. What gives you the right to hold me? Let me go now, and I won't press charges. Who gave you the nerve to grab me? Lin Qiulu struggled desperately, but having just recovered from a serious illness, she lacked the strength. The disparity in their physical power was too great. Coupled with being pinned down by the security guard moments earlier, her hands were completely drained of strength. Miss Lin Qiulu, I'm only following your father's orders. So please calm down and don't do anything excessive that would put me in a difficult position. Your father has already made it clear that if necessary, you can be made to suffer a little. Though the secretary's face bore a smile, her words were icy cold, the threat implicit and undeniable. Then get Lin Chunhong to see me right now. Lin Qiulu shouted. But the secretary remained utterly unmoved. Miss Lin Qiulu, the boss will not see you. If you continue to cause trouble, I'll have no choice but to make you suffer some appropriate consequences, the secretary said with a smirk. How dare he? He has the nerve to cheat on his wife but no guts to see me? And he imprisons his own daughter here? Is this how a father behaves? Lin Qiulu screamed in fury. Her accusations, however, drew no response. A moment later, Lin Qiulu finally regained a shred of rationality, her entire being gradually calming down. Fine. I understand exactly what Lin Shenghong intends now. I'll stay here quietly. You don't need to watch over me anymore. The secretary shook her head. Miss Lin Qiulu, don't waste your time playing these pointless little games with me. Until we receive notification from your father, both you and I will remain here. We won't leave this room. So please be quiet. Her tone was laced with threat, as if the slightest unusual movement from Lin Qiulu would prompt her to take forceful measures and keep her firmly confined here. What surprised her, however, was that Lin Qiulu seemed to have come to terms with it. She sat quietly on the bed, making no unnecessary movements. You may be restricting my freedom, but you can't stop me from doing my job. Hand over my phone immediately, I have important work matters to attend to. Lin Qiulu's face remained cold. The moment she entered the room, her bodyguards had confiscated all her belongings. I'm sorry, Miss Lin Qiulu, but your father specifically instructed that you are not permitted to have any contact with the outside world. As for your work matters, he will handle everything for you. If you're bored, there's a TV and books here. You can use these to pass the time during your free moments. As for the outside world, the official line is that you're taking time off to clear your head. The secretary's tone was calm, as if she had anticipated Lin Qiulu's request all along. You've really set me up nicely. Lin Qiulu clenched her teeth. Every possible way she could think of to leave this place in the short term had been blocked by the secretary and her father. So if she wanted to leave, she'd have to find another way. I'm hungry now. Bring me something to eat immediately. Certainly, no problem. The secretary smiled, then pulled out her phone and made a call. Bring the second young miss her meal. Make sure it's something she usually enjoys. Soon, a lavish meal was delivered. Through the crack in the door, she quickly scanned the outside. On either side of the doorway stood the bodyguards who had just brought her in. This meant that if she wanted to leave, she'd have to overcome two obstacles, the secretary watching her every move and the bodyguards guarding the entrance. But given the level of vigilance they displayed toward her, neither of these tasks seemed remotely feasible, they were practically impossible. At this realization, even Lin Qiulu couldn't help but feel a wave of despair wash over her. At that very moment, in another room on a different floor of the hotel, Lin Chenghong sat slumped on the sofa, his face dark and sullen, chain-smoking one cigarette after another. Behind him, a stunningly beautiful young woman reclined lazily beside him, a hint of amusement playing on her face. After a long while, when every cigarette in Lin Chenghong's hands had been smoked down to the filter, he finally lost control of his emotions. He glared furiously at the woman. "Lu Yulan, you called me here today just to tell me you've locked up my daughter?" Lin Chenghong's voice was thick with fury, his eyes practically shooting flames. "Why get so worked up?" Lu Yulan smiled faintly, completely unfazed by Lin Chenghong's expression. Instead, she said with a casual air, "You might want to think about whether you've covered your tracks properly. And now this brat has caught you red-handed." Hearing this, Lin Chenghong's rage boiled over. "What do you mean I left a loophole? If it weren't for your son stirring up trouble everywhere, how could Lin Shuo have discovered it? And how could she have followed me here? And I wouldn't have had to lock her up. Lin, you'd better not yell at me. No matter how much trouble he causes, he's still your own flesh and blood. Don't forget how you brought him into this world." Lin Chenghong's expression darkened instantly, his face so grim it seemed rain could drip from it. His voice was heavy as he spoke. "I told you not to have him, but you insisted on bringing him into this world. Now look. Nothing but trouble." "Oomph." Lu Yulan laughed coldly. "What? Did I force you to take off your pants? If I hadn't borne you a child, what would I be to you? A woman you could call and order around at will? Or a prostitute on demand?" Her voice held not a shred of mercy. "Don't forget when you brought him home, you swore right in front of me that his treatment would be no worse than any child in the Lin family. Well, now you're complaining about your own seed causing trouble all the time? Let me tell you this, if I hadn't locked up your daughter today, all your good father image would vanish into thin air. Question me? Do you, Lin Chenghong, even have the right to do that?" Chapter 127, The Secret. Lu Yulan abruptly stood up, her words sharp and unyielding. The barrage of questions left Lin Chenghong's face alternating between pale and flushed, speechless for a long moment. After a moment of silence, Lin Chenghong finally spoke. "Yes, you're right. I have no right to say anything. But what about you? How much better are you? Now that things have escalated to this point, do you really think you bear no responsibility whatsoever? If you hadn't taken it upon yourself to take Lin Shuo away back then, would I have ended up in this situation? It's all because you acted first and asked for permission later that I had no choice but to suppress this matter. And the favoritism toward Fengyu wasn't that entirely driven by you? If you hadn't been constantly egging Lin Fengyu on to stir up trouble at home, why would I have gone out of my way to favor him? Lin Shuo and Fengyu could have coexisted peacefully. But you had to meddle, stirring up trouble until the entire Lin family was thrown into turmoil. That's how things reached this point." Lin Chenghong's voice grew increasingly agitated, like a beast fully enraged. In the end, he even roared directly at Lu Yulan. "Very well. Speaking of which, you're nothing but a useless man doing things but refusing to take responsibility." Lu Yulan laughed bitterly in her rage. "Let me tell you this, Lin, you're absolutely right. I can't stand seeing even a shred of good in your son. I just want to torment him. Why? Because he's not my flesh and blood, yet he dares to steal a father from me? That's his worthless fate. Serves him right. Only Fengyu, the son I bore, deserves everything the Lin family has. As for Lin Shuo, he doesn't deserve it. He shouldn't even exist in this world. If you hadn't secretly brought that little bastard back, I never would have made Fengyu target him specifically. Lin, don't think I don't know what's in your head. You think Lin Shuo is your blood, so you couldn't bear to let him be lost to the world. That's why you couldn't resist killing those foster parents and secretly arranging for him to be found. Did you really think all these years you'd covered your tracks so perfectly that no one would ever find out? If I hadn't stationed someone to watch your household, would you have already planned to hand over everything the Lin family owns to that little bastard Lin Shuo? Let me tell you this, it's impossible. Even if I die, that little bastard won't get a single penny from the Lin family. So don't try to play the martyr here. If you were a real man, you would have spoken up the moment I had someone take Lin Shuo away. But you? You did nothing. You just watched it all unfold. You silently approved of it all in your heart. Don't try to pin all the blame on me. And don't forget how you became Lin Chenghong in the first place. If not for me, your entire Lin family would still be plowing fields in the countryside. So you have absolutely no right to yell at me." At this point, Lu Yulan lowered her voice and leaned close to Lin Chenghong, whispering, "Lin, don't forget how your rivals back then met their ends. I've etched every detail of those secrets into my memory." Hearing those final words and seeing Lu Yulan's smug gaze, Lin Chenghong felt pure rage surge through his entire being. Without a word, he lunged forward, grabbed her by the throat, and slammed her face first onto the floor. But the entire ordeal lasted less than a few seconds before the door suddenly burst open. A black-clad bodyguard burst in, pressing a dagger firmly against Lin Chenghong's throat. "Let go, or die." The bodyguard's voice was devoid of emotion, as if the blade would slit Lin Chenghong's throat the moment he hesitated. Lin Chenghong felt a chill run down his spine.
He knew the security guard was serious about killing him.
Damn it, I'll kill you someday.
Lin Shuo cursed as he released his grip, slumping onto the sofa.
Lu Yulan, who had witnessed the entire scene, offered a faint smile, seemingly unfazed by the confrontation.
She merely sneered coldly, "If you'd really dared to strangle me, I might have considered you a man.
But sadly, you're nothing but a cowardly bastard. Get out."
Lin Shuo's face turned ashen.
Lu, do you really think I don't have something on you? I know, but so what? You wouldn't dare expose my secrets, would you? We're two peas in a pod.
If I go down, you won't fare much better.
Besides, don't forget who got me pregnant in the first place. Do you have any idea how hard it's been carrying the weight of the Lu family alone all these years? If it weren't for my luck, I'd be dead by now.
And if they ever found out I bore your child while their eldest son was dead, just imagine what would happen to you.
True, the Lu family has fallen on hard times lately.
But if they really wanted to go down in flames, dragging your entire Lin family down with them wouldn't be a problem. Especially now that your family has crossed Wu Changqiu, you're already in deep water yourselves.
Lu Yulan's threatening words echoed relentlessly in Lin Shuo's ears, nearly overwhelming him with emotion. Yet he knew every word she spoke was true. If he exposed that secret, they'd all be finished. Enough.
There's no point dwelling on these old, stale matters.
You should understand my position. All these years, fighting the head of the Lu family wasn't it all for you? And as your mother, don't you think I want my child by my side? You should understand that everything I've done has been for Fengyu.
If it weren't for sparing your feelings, Lin Shuo wouldn't have survived to this day. The moment I took him away, he should have died in that household.
So why are you still angry with me?
Lu Yulan spoke patiently, though her face betrayed a hint of impatience.
But what does any of this have to do with you locking up my daughter?
Lin Shuo forced himself to calm down and asked.
That's for you to explain.
Lu Yulan snorted coldly, straightening her disheveled clothes before pulling a document folder from her bag and flinging it at Lin Shuo's face.
Take a good look. See what your precious daughter has been doing behind your back. Chapter 128, Paternity Test.
Lin Shuo frowned at the manila envelope before him.
What's inside? What's inside?
Open it yourself and see, Lu Yulan replied with a dismissive snort.
You should thank me for locking up your precious daughter.
Otherwise, who knows what kind of mess she'd have caused by now.
Lin Shuo tore open the brown paper. A report titled Paternity Test Results appeared before his eyes. The diagnosis stated plainly, based on genetic testing, the sample exhibits a 99.8% genetic similarity and is confirmed as father and son. Is this my paternity test?
Lin Shuo asked, frowning.
If it's not yours, then whose do you think it is? Lu Yulan sneered coldly. You've truly grown complacent in your comfortable life. How could you not notice something like this?
If not for the nanny I placed in your home sensing something amiss and stealing this report, our good times together would have ended today.
You don't even know your own daughter is investigating you, and you have the nerve to lecture me?
Hearing this, Lin Shuo froze in shock.
His own daughter was secretly investigating him? Let me tell you this, your second daughter has likely already noticed something off about Fengyu. Figure out how you're going to handle this.
I suggest you deal with this daughter of yours right away, before things get complicated.
Are you out of your mind? Lin Shuo's eyes widened in fury. You want me to kill my own daughter? What kind of person would that make me? Lin Shuo, do you know what I valued most about you back then?
It was that ruthless streak running through your veins. Those rivals you faced in the early years, the moment they posed a threat, you eliminated them without hesitation. But look at you now, the moment it involves your own family, you turn into a complete pushover. You've simply grown soft from living too comfortably.
If you'd been ruthless enough back then, would we be dealing with all this trouble now?
Either commit fully to being the villain, go all the way, or don't expect my help.
Just settle down and be that model father and husband. Trying to have it both ways? No such free lunch exists. Lin Shuo was flustered by the accusations and snapped back angrily, and you're so much better? Haven't you been stirring up trouble everywhere because of Fengyu?
If only you'd been more open-minded, not so harsh on Lin Shuo, and let me handle things, we wouldn't be in such a mess now.
Lu Yulan laughed bitterly. Fine. So now it's all my fault, is it? Fine.
Then don't blame me for playing the villain to the end. Once I've paved the way for Fengyu, you Lin family can deal with your own mess.
You're a lunatic. Dark clouds hung like ink.
The entire sky was pitch black, not a single star visible. Lying on the bed, Lin Shuo opened her eyes, her gaze vacant as she stared out the window. She had been confined here for an entire day. After sleeping, instead of feeling refreshed, she was overcome by an unusual exhaustion. The pain radiating through her body made her head throb intensely. Ever since Lin Shuo had left the Lin family, she had endured this torment regularly. Gradually, she had grown accustomed to it, becoming numb to the pain. She even felt she deserved it, a repayment for the debt she owed Lin Shuo over the years. What she could no longer bear, however, was that his family showed not a shred of remorse for their wrongs against him. I'm sorry, Xiao Shuo. It's all because your sister was useless and couldn't help you. Lin Qiulo closed her eyes in anguish. She had been so close, so very close to uncovering the truth behind the chaos that had engulfed the Lin family all these years. Suddenly, the steady rhythm of breathing from the sofa startled her awake, snapping her thoughts to a halt. Is he asleep? Or just pretending? Lin Shuo couldn't tell for sure, but she didn't want to tip her hand. She quietly slipped off the bed, tucked the covers under herself, and covered the pillow with the quilt to create the illusion that she was buried beneath the bedding, fast asleep. Next, she picked up the ashtray from the nightstand and carefully moved to a blind spot where the female secretary couldn't see her. Due to the angle, even if the secretary opened her eyes now, she wouldn't spot Lin immediately. Holding her breath involuntarily, Lin dared not make a sound. This might be her only chance to escape. As if sensing movement, the secretary opened her eyes. Just as she was about to sit up, she suddenly heard a sound beside her. Before she could react, a sharp pain struck the back of her head. Accompanied by the sharp crack of shattering glass, a wave of dizziness washed over her, instantly robbing her of all control over her body. With a thud, the woman collapsed to the floor, a pool of blood spreading behind her head. Lin Shuo, standing nearby, gasped for breath, her entire body still trembling from the shock. Just as she was about to search the secretary's body for a phone to call the police, she heard movement at the door. Hey, is everything okay in there? What's all that noise? It was the bodyguard outside, accompanied by knocking on the door. Lin Shuo's face instantly drained of color. The commotion had been so loud she'd completely forgotten about the bodyguards. Panicking, she immediately tried to push the sofa forward, hoping to buy some time. Meanwhile, the guards, hearing no response from the room for an extended period, had already fumbled for their keycards to open the door. A soft beep sounded as the door unlocked, but it was blocked by the sofa. The two guards outside instantly realized something was wrong and began kicking the door violently. Lin Shuo braced her body firmly against the door. Her hands flew over her phone, trying to dial a number. Hurry, hurry. The more urgent the situation became, the more tense Lin Shuo's body grew, causing her to repeatedly dial the wrong numbers. 3 simple digits stubbornly refused to send. Bang! A thunderous crash echoed as the door was violently breached by the two bodyguards. The call she had managed to place was abruptly cut off as the phone was violently snatched from her hands by the bodyguards. Thrown to the floor, Lin Shuo forced herself to crawl up despite the pain. Just as she was about to scream for help to subdue the two bodyguards, she realized that at some point, both bodyguards had been knocked to the ground. A masked man stepped inside. Chapter 129, The Third Party. Zzzzzzz. A sharp crackling of electricity filled the air. The two black-clad bodyguards lay twitching on the floor, clearly badly electrocuted. After effortlessly taking down the two bodyguards, the masked young man approached Lin Shuo and muttered under his breath. I was planning to wait for the right moment to strike, but you just saved me a lot of trouble. He paid no attention to the fallen bodyguards behind him, knowing they'd been zapped with that level of power for a while. It would take at least 10 minutes before they could recover. Who are you? Lin Shuo asked weakly. The man before her looked unfamiliar, at least she had never seen him before. And the fact that he had attacked her father's bodyguards clearly meant he wasn't aligned with her father's interests. Who I am isn't important right now. But boss, you really stumbled upon something. After all this time lurking around, it seems you've actually uncovered some big news. The man grinned. Just half a day earlier, his boss, Wu Mengjing, had received a tip. A middle-aged man claimed to have valuable information to sell him. When Wu examined it, he found photos of Lin Shuo entering the hotel and intelligence about Lin Shuo's covert surveillance operation. After a moment's thought, Wu Mengjing immediately dispatched his men to tail them. After a period of surveillance, they had indeed uncovered the Lin family's secret. Even Lin Shuo and Lu Yulan probably never imagined they'd become the mantis before the oriole. Your boss. Lin Shuo, who had just been rescued, was clearly bewildered. She couldn't grasp the meaning behind the words. Well, it's our boss. You'll see when you meet him. With that, the man grabbed Lin Shuo's hand and strode away. 10 minutes later, the two bodyguards finally snapped out of their numb stupor. The sight of the empty room and the unconscious secretary lying on the floor made their faces turn pale. They immediately dialed Lu Yulan's number. Lanjia, we seem to have a bit of a situation here. The security guard who made the call swallowed hard, his voice cautious. What happened? Someone broke in and knocked me and Shanzi unconscious. Miss Lin Shuo has been abducted. What? You two useless fools. Meanwhile, at the Lin family villa, Lin Shuo, who had just lain down to sleep, was jolted awake by a frantic ringing. Seeing Lu Yulan's name on the display, he couldn't help but frown. What the hell was that crazy woman calling for at this hour? Honey, who is it? Su Dinglan, clearly awakened by the noise, couldn't help but ask. It's the company, Lin Shuo replied, rising from the bed. You know how many problems we're facing right now. Dealing with all this stuff lately is driving me crazy. Sigh. You're working so hard, honey. I'll definitely talk some sense into them girls. Su Dinglan sighed again, then offered comfort. Don't get too worked up, honey. We've been through so much over the years. We'll get through this one too. Company matters come first.
You handle those first. Alright, then you sleep. I'm heading out. If nothing comes up, I'll be back soon. Lin Shenghong dressed and picked up his phone, ready to leave. Alright, honey. Drive safely. Su Dinglan didn't suspect a thing. She had been through this many times before, and her deep trust in her husband's character left her fully confident in his integrity in such matters. After leaving the bedroom, Lin Shenghong headed straight to the garage. Only after settling into the driver's seat did he press the button to answer the phone, which had been vibrating incessantly. Hello? What do you want at this hour, woman? I have bad news. Your precious daughter has been abducted by someone, Lu Yulan said calmly on the other end. What? Lin Shenghong's expression darkened instantly. His voice turned grave. Didn't you already have people watching her? How could she possibly be abducted? You're asking me? Who should I ask? Lu Yulan retorted irritably. Your precious daughter isn't exactly easy to handle. When the two bodyguards arrived, they found your secretary already knocked unconscious on the floor. She's still in the hospital. Useless fools. They can't even guard a woman in her 20s. Lin Shenghong cursed, stomping on the gas pedal and roaring out of the garage. Where are you now? Do you have any leads on those people? Have you sent anyone to investigate? Mark my words, if a single hair on my daughter's head is harmed, I'll never let you off the hook. Lin, you really think you're some big shot, yelling at me like this? Lu Yulan was also furious. Let me tell you, I've already started investigating. You better pray it wasn't someone from the Lu family who kidnapped your daughter, or else we're both finished. And phone you, I'm coming to get him now. And you'd better start thinking about how we'll handle things if this worst case scenario actually happens. This situation doesn't require your concern. Lin Shenghong took a deep breath. Right now, all you need to do is find my daughter and ensure her safety. Even if the Lu family really comes after me, I wasn't raised to be a pushover. As he spoke, a ruthless glint flashed across Lin Shenghong's eyes. After all, he had clawed his way up from the lowest rungs of society years ago. When pushed to the limit, who was afraid of whom? Daughter! Daughter! All you care about is your daughter. Lu Yulan screamed on the other end. Mark my words, if anything happens to my son, I'll make you pay. No sooner had she finished than Lu Yulan slammed the phone down, cursing under her breath. Lin Shenghong had no patience left for verbal sparring. His face darkened as he slammed the phone down. His mind was a complete mess. He couldn't fathom who would kidnap his daughter for no reason. She hadn't offended anyone. The only possibility was that they were targeting him. Racking his brain for recent adversaries, besides the Fong family, the only other person came to mind was Wu Changqiu, whom he had met not long ago. He immediately obtained Wu Changqiu's contact information and dialed the number without hesitation. Moments later, the call connected. Hello? Who is this? Wu Changqiu sounded groggy on the other end, as if roused from sleep. Mr. Wu, tell me this, did you kidnap my daughter? Chapter 130, Cooperation. Lin Shenghong wasted no time with pleasantries. Since their last encounter had already soured their relationship, he had no intention of engaging in polite conversation. He cut straight to the chase with his accusation. Who is this? Wu Changqiu sounded remarkably calm on the other end, showing no sign of irritation despite being roused in the middle of the night. We met in the car a few days ago. You know who I am, don't play dumb. Lin Shenghong snapped impatiently. Oh, it's you, Mr. Lin. Wu Changqiu's voice sounded like he just had an epiphany. My apologies, I didn't realize you had my number. What brings you calling in the middle of the night? Enough with the act. We're both smart people. I suggest you release my daughter immediately. Don't resort to underhanded tricks. If you truly have a bone to pick with me, we can settle it in the business arena. There's no need to harm my daughter. If you don't release her now, I'll call the police directly. Lin Shenghong was seething with rage. He was already furious with Lu Yulan, and now hearing Wu Changqiu's sarcastic tone pushed him over the edge. No, Mr. Lin, what exactly are you talking about? Daughter? I don't understand. Wu Changqiu sighed. I see. You mean your daughter is missing, right? If your daughter is missing, shouldn't you report it to the police? If you need it, I can introduce you to some friends who work at the police station. That way, the investigation will go faster. Wu Changqiu, keep pretending. Besides you, who else would kidnap my daughter for no reason? Lin Shenghong snapped. Not necessarily. From what I understand, Mr. Lin, you've crossed quite a few people in the past. Couldn't it be someone you wronged long ago, seeking revenge today? Wu Changqiu replied patiently. Fine, Wu. You refuse to tell the truth, huh? I'll make you regret this sooner or later. Lin Shenghong spat out a threat before slamming the phone down. Listening to the dial tone, Wu Changqiu yawned. In the dead of night, he genuinely couldn't be bothered with Lin Shenghong. On the other end of the line. After slamming the phone down, Lin Shenghong's face darkened with gloom, his expression so grim it seemed it could rain. If before the call he had only harbored suspicions about Wu Changqiu, then after this conversation, he was now 100% certain. The person who had abducted his daughter was Wu Changqiu. Even if he hadn't personally carried out the abduction, Wu Changqiu was undoubtedly involved. It was clear that ever since the incident with Wu Mengjing, Wu Changqiu had been acting as if he intended to avenge his own daughter, making it abundantly obvious that this time, he was prepared to destroy the Lin family. Though he didn't know how Wu Changqiu had discovered Lin Shuo's whereabouts. But it was likely through some tip-off that he chose to abduct Lin Shuo en route, hoping to extract information from her that could damage the Lin group. Moreover, Lin Shuo was now close to Lin Shuo and had a strained relationship with the Lin family. Wu Changqiu would undoubtedly exploit this. At this moment, the only way he could think of to stop Wu Changqiu was, without hesitation, Lin Chenghan dialed the police station directly. "Hello, is this the police? I need to report a kidnapping. My daughter has been abducted, and the kidnapper is likely Jiang City's wealthiest man, Wu Changqiu." At the same time, inside a luxurious apartment, Lin Shuo watched the man before her warily, fearing he might make a move. Although he had rescued her, who could say whether he harbored ill intentions? Even her own father had locked her away, how much more so a complete stranger she'd never met before? If she hadn't been utterly alone with no one to turn to for help, she would never have chosen to come with him. "No need to be so tense, Miss Lin. I mean you no harm. Bringing you here was simply to make it easier for us to talk." The man shrugged, gesturing for Lin Shuo to relax. "Let me introduce myself first. My name is Wu Air. I work for Mr. Wu. I assume you know who my boss is." "Your boss, is he Wu Changqiu?" Lin Shuo pondered for a moment before answering. She knew her family's company was currently under pressure from the Wu group, and among those surnamed Wu, he was the only one she could think of. "So why did you seek me out? Is it to pressure my father's company through me, or to extract information?" Perhaps both." Wu Air nodded. "Our boss and your Lin family have had some minor disagreements." Wu Air paused at this point. "Would Miss Lin be open to discussing a partnership?" "Sorry, no." Lin Shuo rejected him without hesitation. "While my relationship with my family is indeed strained, this is our Lin family's internal matter. I cannot assist outsiders in targeting my own family." "Miss Lin, please don't refuse so hastily. What if part of the reason for targeting the Lin family involves your younger brother, Lin Shuo?" "Xiao Shuo?" Lin Shuo raised an eyebrow. "What does targeting the Lin family have to do with Xiao Shuo?" "It's a very big connection," Wu Air explained with a smile. "You might not know this, but our boss's daughter is currently living with your younger brother." The moment those words left his mouth, Lin Shuo's eyes widened instantly. "You mean that female owner of the internet cafe is Wu Changqiu's daughter?" "Exactly. She's the sole heiress of the Wu group and the chairman's only daughter. And now, she's also your brother Lin Shuo's nominal other sister. It's precisely because of her connection that our Wu group has chosen to suppress your Lin group. So now that you know all this, Miss Lin Shuo, would you reconsider partnering with our Wu group?" Wu Air smiled. Chapter 131, The Question Arises. After Wu Air finished speaking, Lin Shuo immediately fell into a deep silence. Yet after a moment of surprise, she accepted Wu Air's explanation outright. After all, Wu Mengjing and Wu Changqiu did share the same surname, and the Wu group's recent suppression of the Lin group had indeed seemed unprovoked. There was absolutely no conflict between the two groups. Moreover, the industries Wu group operated in had absolutely nothing to do with Lin group. But if Wu Mengjing was the heiress of the Wu group, then everything suddenly made sense. As if to further convince Lin Shuo, Wu Air produced a photograph and placed it before her. "Look here. This is a photo of the young lady and the boss from years ago. While appearances change over time, the resemblance should still be quite striking." Lin Shuo silently glanced at the photo. In it, Wu Mengjing stood beside Wu Changqiu. Though her face bore no smile and her features appeared more youthful, Lin Shuo instantly recognized her as Lin Shuo's current sister, Wu Mengjing. So Xiao Shuo's current sister is actually the heiress of the Wu group. The realization struck Lin Shuo like a blow, leaving her momentarily dazed. "Miss Lin. Miss Lin?" Wu Air's repeated calls finally snapped Lin Shuo back to reality. "Ah. I'm sorry, I was distracted." Lin Shuo apologized hastily, like a child who had done something wrong, yet the disappointment etched between her brows was impossible to conceal. "Miss Lin, I know what you're thinking. I've heard bits about your family's internal affairs from the boss," Wu Air spoke slowly. "That's why I suggest you cooperate with us. This way, perhaps the relationship between you and your brother might have a chance to mend." "Impossible." Lin Shuo shook her head sadly. "Given what our family has done, Xiao Shuo will never forgive us." "Not necessarily," Wu Air countered immediately. "If you do enough for him, he will change his mind. While your family has indeed done many wrongs to Lin Shuo, blood is thicker than water. With sufficient compensation, perhaps Lin Shuo will forgive you." "Compensation? What compensation could possibly make up for all we've done to Xiao Shuo over the years? I've tried, but now he won't even acknowledge me." Wu Air shook his head. "Miss Lin, I've looked into it. What you did to him was actually quite insignificant, wasn't it? If that's all there is to it, not only would Lin Shuo never forgive you, no one could possibly forgive you.
You underestimate the harm you've caused Lin Shuo and overestimate the significance of your actions.
In other words, Miss Lin, do you know what Lin Shuo truly wants?
If you truly wish to make amends for the pain you've caused him over the years, you should do something meaningful to compensate.
Don't delude yourself into thinking a few trivial gestures can heal the wounds you've inflicted. Otherwise, what would all that he's endured over the years amount to? Miss Lin, I trust you're a smart person.
By now, you should understand what it feels like to be misunderstood and betrayed by your own family.
Just imagine if you were the one enduring all this over the years, would you so easily forgive your family?
Wu Er's words instantly stunned Lin Shuo. She tried to retort, but the words died on her lips.
Deep down, she knew Wu Er was right.
After a long pause, Lin Shuo seemed persuaded and asked in a low voice, "Then, what exactly should I do now to earn Xiao Shuo's forgiveness?"
"It's simple," Wu Er replied.
"From what I understand, Lin Shuo's current goal is to bring down the Lin family. So, as I said before, for your brother's sake, please cooperate with us."
"So what do you need me to do?"
"We need information, anything that could negatively impact the Lin group. Only such information can help your brother achieve his goal faster."
"That might be difficult."
Lin Shuo hesitated before shaking her head.
"I don't get involved in my family's business affairs.
So what you need, I simply can't provide." "It doesn't necessarily have to be business related," Wu Er pressed on.
"Even information concerning individuals would suffice. Personal matters."
At those words, Lin Shuo fell silent.
She did indeed possess negative information concerning individuals.
It concerned her own father. But if she revealed it, she and her father would likely sever ties completely.
"There might be something that could help you, but I can't access it right now."
"It's in my room at home," Lin Shuo said after a moment's thought. She had secretly arranged a paternity test for Lin Fengyu and Lin Changhong.
The results were now ready.
However, due to certain delays, she still hadn't seen the results. In fact, she suspected that the reason her father had confined her to the house was most likely because that paternity test had been discovered.
"What is it?" Wu Er raised an eyebrow.
"The paternity test results for Lin Fengyu and my father," Lin Shuo said slowly. The moment the words left her mouth,
Wu Er's eyes widened in disbelief. A paternity test between Lin Fengyu and Lin Changhong? Wasn't it widely rumored that Lin Fengyu was adopted by Lin Changhong from outside the family? How could a paternity test suddenly appear now? "You mean, the reason you were placed under house arrest was likely because of that paternity test?" Wu Er pressed urgently. When a stone hits the crowd, the first to cry out is the one hit.
Lin Hongqing's extreme reaction, even going so far as to confine his own biological daughter, indicated that this paternity test report was highly problematic.
It was even highly probable.
Lin Fengyu is actually Lin Hongqing's biological child. If all this were true, it would explain why Lin Shuo had endured years of abuse and mistreatment from the Lin family, and why Lin Fengyu, merely an adopted son, had been so lavishly favored within the household.
But now a new question arises: if Lin Fengyu is Lin Hongqing's biological son, then who is his real mother? Chapter 132, Crucial Evidence. Lin Shuo nodded bitterly.
If this was the reason behind her imprisonment, it clearly meant her father had something to hide. He feared the truth would be exposed, which was why he chose to lock her away. Though Lin Shuo refused to acknowledge it, the undeniable truth delivered a harsh slap across her face. Seeing her dejected expression, Wu Er immediately comforted her. "Don't be too upset, Miss Lin.
Though we can't retrieve the item now, the information you provided is extremely valuable.
My personal guess is that the paternity test results are problematic, which is why your father confined you. The reason is that the results could potentially have a massive impact on the future of your Lin family. Rest assured, we will find a way to retrieve that paternity report for you." Hearing this, Lin Shuo's heart settled slightly. She realized that those who had imprisoned her today seemed to be acting on her father's orders, evidenced by the fact that her father's personal secretary was present. This confirmed that her movements had long been under her father's surveillance. That was why they had been able to apprehend her the moment she reached her hotel floor. At the same time, she realized another issue. "But the fact that you managed to intercept me from my father and bring me here today means you've been watching me and my family for quite some time, right?" Lin Shuo said, staring directly into Wu Er's eyes. Wu Er gave a bitter smile. "You're doing our boss an injustice. To be honest, the reason we found you so quickly is partly because of your own actions. Miss Lin, you really shouldn't hire random people off the street to investigate your own father in the future." Lin Shuo suddenly recalled the private investigator who had taken her money. It all clicked into place clearly. That investigator had sold her information for cash. "So we rushed over as soon as we got the tip," Wu Er chuckled. "Honestly, we only intended to observe the situation. But as luck would have it, we witnessed Miss Lin being restrained by those two bodyguards. To protect your safety, Miss Lin, I had no choice but to intervene. But Miss Lin, consider this: you were trying to escape. If I hadn't happened to be there, you might have been recaptured tonight. In short, Miss Lin, you might actually owe me a debt of gratitude." Lin Shuo remained silent. Though she hated to admit it, she couldn't deny the truth. Without Wu Er's intervention, she would never have escaped her father's grasp tonight.
With that realization, Lin Shuo sighed. I'm sorry. Thank you for everything tonight. No need to thank me, Wu Air waved it off. At the end of the day, our boss and you are just exchanging favors. As long as Miss Lin cooperates with us, that would be the best thanks we could ask for. But in my current situation, it's difficult for me to help you. Lin Shuo felt a pang of regret. If only she'd been more careful and kept the paternity test report safe, she wouldn't be fretting over this now. Have some water to calm down first. Wu Air handed her a bottle. Just knowing this information is already a huge help to us. Think carefully, is there any way you could get hold of that document? Lin Shuo closed her eyes and began to ponder. Is there any other way? A way. Ha! Got it. After a long moment, Lin Shuo opened her eyes with a startled look of delight. She hurriedly pulled out her phone, found a contact named Zhou Shiyu, and dialed the number. This person was a doctor at Jiangcheng City's second hospital. Her paternity test had also been conducted by her. If there was any way to obtain another paternity test result, then Zhou Shiyu must still have a copy on file. Beep, beep, beep. The dial tone rang persistently. Lin Shuo held the phone anxiously, waiting. The moment it connected, she blurted out impatiently, Shiyu. Shiyu. It's me, Lin Shuo. Where are you right now? Ha? Shuo, why are you suddenly asking where I am? The voice on the other end sounded unclear, startled by Lin Shuo's agitated tone. After a moment, she slowly replied, I'm just sleeping at home. Is there something urgent? Never mind that now. I'm coming over right away. Wait for me at home. Lin Shuo said hurriedly. What's so urgent that you have to come find me in the middle of the night? Zhou Shiyu yawned. Can't we just talk about it over the phone? It's too complicated to explain over the phone. I need to see you in person to sort this out. And don't go wandering around, I'm worried something might happen to you. Lin Shuo blurted out the entire situation in one breath. If her suspicions were correct, Zhou Shiyu might be in danger now. After all, the paternity test report clearly listed the hospital and the examining doctor. Given his father's resources, obtaining Zhou Shiyu's personal information wouldn't be difficult at all. It was even possible his father was already on his way to find her. She didn't want her good friend to suffer any misfortune because of her. Okay, I won't move around. When can you come over? Zhou Shiyu seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, her tone turning serious. I'm coming to find you right now. Tell me where you live. Okay, Shuo. After saying that, Zhou Shiyu immediately gave Lin Shuo her home address. Upon hearing it, Lin Shuo instantly instructed Wu Air beside her to prepare the car. She was desperate to rush to Zhou Shiyu's house right now and get her hands on that crucial piece of evidence. After hanging up, Lin Shuo's heart still couldn't settle. Beyond that, she was deeply concerned for Zhou Shiyu's safety. She knew full well that if her own father could resort to such tactics against his own daughter, what would he do to an outsider like Zhou Shiyu? Therefore, the absolute priority now was to reach Zhou Shiyu before her father did, securing that most crucial piece of evidence first. Chapter 133, The Villain. At that very moment. Jiangcheng City Garden Community. Zhou Shiyu, roused from sleep by the phone call, was clearly groggy. Half asleep, she yawned and lay back on the sofa. But before doing so, she heeded Lin Shuo's advice and double-checked all the locks in the house. Only after confirming everything was secure did she doze off on the couch. Suddenly, in her half-asleep state, she heard faint sounds coming from the doorway. It roused her drowsiness somewhat, but Zhou Shiyu, still feeling sleepy, didn't want to pay attention. Yet, whether it was because of Lin Shuo's earlier warning or sheer curiosity, that faint sound left her unable to relax on the sofa anymore. Is Shuo here? But it shouldn't be this early. Could it be a neighbor? Zhou Shiyu couldn't tell, but she didn't want to give herself away. Barefoot, she jumped off the sofa, careful not to make a sound, and hurriedly peered through the peephole in her door. Yet as she stared intently, the peephole revealed nothing but pitch darkness. Ha! That's strange. Just as Zhou Shiyu was wondering when her peephole had broken, she heard the sound of a door lock turning. Startled, she scrambled backward a few steps and quickly hid inside her bedroom closet. Immediately afterward, with a creak, her front door swung open. Though she couldn't immediately identify who had opened it, one thing was certain: whoever had entered couldn't possibly be a family member or friend. The living room lights remained off, and by the faint, scattered light, she could tell the intruder was using a flashlight or similar device. Her heart nearly leapt into her throat as she gripped the vase she'd grabbed from the living room with all her strength. Who was it? Who was breaking into her home in the dead of night like this, sneaking around so furtively? The intruder slowly approached her bedside. With their back to the wardrobe, Zhou Shiyu couldn't see their face, but judging by their height and build, it was most likely a man. Seeing this, Zhou Shiyu trembled with fear, covering her mouth and nose tightly with one hand, daring not to make a sound. She was certain she had no such friend or family member. In this neighborhood, the only people with keys to her home were her parents, and they would never hand over her apartment key to a stranger without reason. Therefore, only two possibilities remained. 1. Her home had been burgled, and this person was here to steal. Second, it was someone with ill intent toward her, a predator with ulterior motives. If it was the former, it wouldn't be too bad, no immediate threat to her life. But if it was the latter, she was in serious danger. And judging from Lin Shuo's earlier call and her own gut feeling, the latter seemed far more likely.
No one here?
At that moment,
the man who had approached the bedside was clearly startled. After pulling back the covers, he found the bed empty. Just as he turned to leave, a sound came from behind him. Before he could react, a sudden, sharp pain erupted at the back of his head. Accompanied by a crisp cracking sound, the man felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. A searing agony instantly robbed him of control over his body. With a thud, the man collapsed onto the floor, his body still twitching uncontrollably.
Zhou Shiyu had clearly struck with full force.
The man was badly injured and unlikely to regain consciousness anytime soon. Emerging from the wardrobe, Zhou Shiyu was still visibly shaken, gasping for breath. Just as she was about to call the police, she suddenly heard movement coming from the living room.
Xianzi, you're out of your mind. I stepped outside for a quick smoke and you make this much noise?
It was another man's rough voice, accompanied by footsteps growing louder and closer. Zhou Shiyu's face instantly drained of color. She had forgotten one crucial thing, she hadn't even determined whether there was one intruder or two.
In the critical moment,
a wild look flashed across Zhou Shiyu's face. She picked up a larger shard from the broken glass on the floor and clutched it in her hand. Now, from her concealed position,
even if the intruder was a man, she might not lose if she struck first.
At that moment, the man approaching from the doorway was nearing the bedroom. Just as he prepared to investigate, he saw a woman lunging toward him with a sharp shard of porcelain.
If she landed that blow cleanly, whether he'd survive was anyone's guess.
Fortunately, his reflexes were quick enough. Instinctively, he kicked out with his foot. Zhou Shiyu, however, had no combat experience whatsoever. Being a woman, she was easily overpowered. Before her shard could even touch him, she was sent flying by his kick, crashing heavily into the wardrobe. She lay there for a long moment, unable to move. "Damn it, what the hell scared the hell out of me?" the man cursed under his breath. Only then, using the light from his flashlight, did he see the person who had attacked him. His expression turned blank when he saw his partner lying on the floor. The boss had said they were just coming to take a female doctor.
How had a grown man ended up eaten like this? If he hadn't been careful enough, he might have ended up in the same mess.
Stunned, he glanced at Zhou Shiyu sprawled on the floor. He snatched the shard from her hand and tossed it aside, pinning her down firmly.
"Don't move. If you make another move, I can't guarantee your safety." Chapter 134, So it was you.
Under the dim light, the man with the buzz cut viciously pinned Zhou Shiyu to the floor. Seeing his partner's pitiful state, he even felt a twinge of sympathy.
How could this seemingly quiet and gentle girl be so ruthless when she struck?
To those who knew her, she was a doctor. To the uninitiated, she might as well have been a deranged woman.
"Alright, I think you should calm down now," the man with the buzz cut said. After all, he was just a hired hand. Risking a life over a little money seemed hardly worth it. "Let go of me first," Zhou Shiyu shouted. "How am I supposed to talk to you if you don't release me?"
"Alright, since you've calmed down, just stay still," the man with the crew cut said.
"We came looking for you just to ask some questions. We don't want your life or your money. What is it? Why couldn't we talk during the day? Why barge in at the crack of dawn?"
Zhou Shiyu gasped. Though her earlier outburst had been somewhat frenzied, she was still holding on to her rationality. "It's actually quite simple," the man with the crew cut explained. "It's about that paternity test. You should remember the one Lin Shuo had done at your place."
Paternity test? Zhou Shiyu realized.
She had indeed helped her best friend with a paternity test not long ago. That file was still stored on her hospital's computer system.
So, was this the reason these two had broken into her home? Are you sent by the Lin family?
"That's none of your concern," the man with the crew cut said coldly. "All you need to do is cooperate with me."
"Fine, I'll cooperate. But let me go first."
Seeing this, the man with the crew cut nodded and released Zhou Shiyu.
"That paternity test file is on my hospital's computer.
I'll accompany you there now, but I need to take a shower and change clothes first," Zhou Shiyu said. The man with the crew cut nodded. A few minutes later, Zhou Shiyu entered the bathroom, and the sound of rushing water immediately filled the air. However, nearly half an hour passed, yet only the sound of running water could be heard from the bathroom, no sign of anyone emerging. The man with the crew cut frowned. In his view, even if women took longer to shower, it shouldn't take this long.
This shower was definitely taking too long. He couldn't help but knock and ask, "Are you done yet?"
After a long pause, there was still no response. The man with the crew cut immediately sensed something was wrong.
Could she have fainted in there?
The thought made his head spin. If something really had happened and he didn't get the files, he'd have a hard time explaining himself. "If you don't answer, I'm breaking in," the bald man shouted. When there was still no response, he kicked the bathroom door violently.
Bang! A loud noise echoed.
The bathroom door burst open. Before the crew cut guy could peek inside, a basin of scalding water came flying straight at his face. In a panic, he raised his arms to shield himself, but an intense stinging and burning sensation quickly spread throughout his body, forcing him to double over and curl up. Then, a figure swiftly emerged from the steamy bathroom, wielding a toilet plunger and bringing it down hard on the buzzcut man's head.
You hit me. You hit me. Now you know women aren't to be messed with.
The buzzcut man was now reeling from Zhou Shiyu's blows, completely disoriented and unable to locate her.
But she immediately sensed something was wrong. The man in the bedroom must have woken up, right?
The thought struck her, and without hesitation, she bolted through the door.
Escaping the room, she dashed toward the emergency exit.
Taking the elevator might mean being caught by whoever was chasing her. She could only hope Lin Shuo would arrive here soon. At the same time, at the entrance of Jiang City Garden Residential Complex. After a sharp screech of brakes, a car sped to a halt at the entrance. Wu Er and Lin Shuo hurriedly jumped out. The moment she stepped down, she spotted Lu Yulan waiting at the gate.
Ha! The moment she spotted Lu Yulan, a look of surprise flashed across Lin Shuo's face.
She certainly recognized Lu Yulan, having encountered her at several business banquets in Jiang City.
Though they had never spoken, Lin Shuo remembered her vividly.
Not only because she came from the powerful Lu family, but also because within Jiangcheng's social circles, she carried a nickname that struck fear into everyone, the Black Widow. She had killed her husband shortly after marriage. Furthermore, Lu Yulan's own conduct was notoriously extreme and ruthless, which cemented that nickname firmly to her.
Lin Shuo never imagined encountering this woman at this moment. Could she also live here? But this was hardly a high-end residential complex, clearly beneath Lu Yulan's status. Judging by her demeanor, she seemed to be waiting for someone. After a moment of shock, a thought struck her. Besides herself, her father also seemed to be searching for Zhou Shiyu. And now Lu Yulan had conveniently appeared here. Could it be that she was connected to her father? Or perhaps she had some murky connection to her father. Though she had no proof to substantiate this theory, she had already etched Lu Yulan's face deeply into her memory. Regaining her composure, Lin Shuo didn't linger. Instead, she rushed straight to Zhou Shiyu's home. She had to find her before her father did, so she could get her hands on that file. But just as Lin Shuo focused all her attention on Zhou Shiyu, Lu Yulan's expression darkened abruptly. She finally understood how Lin Shuo had managed to escape under surveillance. It was clear the man beside her was her accomplice. Moreover, she knew exactly what would happen to her and her son if Lin Shuo got her hands on that document. "Stop them!" Lu Yulan shouted. The driver immediately jumped out of the car, lunging forward in a single stride. He grabbed Lin Shuo's clothes and yanked her violently to the ground. Wu Er, watching nearby, instantly recognized the driver as one of Lin Xinghong's men. His reaction was swift. A kick to the chest sent the driver reeling, a grimace of pain crossing his face. Without a moment's hesitation, the two men locked in a fierce grappling match. Thud! 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 The sound of fists meeting flesh echoed through the air. Both women proved surprisingly skilled, locked in a fierce, deadlocked battle. Lin Shuo, lying on the ground, struggled to her feet. Spotting Lu Yulan nearby, she caught the woman's gaze filled with utter contempt. In that instant, Lin Shuo seemed to understand everything. It was you. So it was you. Chapter 135, Framing. After piecing everything together, Lin Shuo's gaze toward Lu Yulan nearly shot flames. She gritted her teeth, seething with hatred so intense she could have devoured her alive. At first, she had only suspected. But the moment Lu Yulan ordered her attackers to strike, Lin Shuo knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that this woman before her was her father's mistress. And her own imprisonment in this room? It was undoubtedly connected to this woman. You had to be the mistress even when no one asked. Lin Shuo was now utterly consumed by rage, her mind completely clouded by fury. She scrambled to her feet and hurled insults at Lu Yulan. You ungrateful brat! When had Lu Yulan ever been cursed at like this? In an instant, her face darkened like a sooty pot bottom, clearly enraged by Lin Shuo's words. She stormed over in 2 strides, raised her arm, and slapped Lin Shuo across the face. The searing pain and the buzzing sensation in her head instantly sent Lin Shuo reeling. Who do you think you are, daring to insult me? You're just as lowly as your mother from the countryside. A bunch of brainless fools, lowly creatures. If you can't speak properly, keep your mouth shut. No one will mistake you for a mute. You're nothing but a lowlife. Today I'll teach you a lesson your ill-mannered mother never gave you. As Lu Yulan hurled insults, she raised her hand to slap Lin Shuo across the face again. But perhaps spurred by her mother's humiliation, Lin Shuo suddenly found strength surging through her. Just as the blow was about to land, she grabbed Lu Yulan's arm with one hand, lifted her head, and slammed it hard into Lu Yulan's face. Damn it! I'll kill you today! Lu Yulan shrieked, unable to dodge in time. Lin Shuo's head slammed into her nose, instantly turning her face bright red. Tears streamed down her cheeks as blood trickled from her nose. Spit! You're nothing but a lowly mistress. What gives you the right to talk about my mother? You have no right to lecture me about manners. But before she could finish, Lu Yulan, enraged, delivered a vicious kick to Lin Shuo's midsection. The blow instantly doubled Lin Shuo over like a shrimp. The excruciating pain and wave of nausea nearly made her vomit on the spot. You little! How dare you lay a hand on me? Lu Yulan clutched her nose, her face contorted like a raving madwoman, ready to kill Lin Shuo at any moment. She grabbed Lin Shuo's hair and slammed her head repeatedly against the ground, all while slapping her face relentlessly. By now, Lin Shuo's face was covered in blood, her eyes gradually losing focus. Having recovered from her own pain, Lu Yulan seemed unsatisfied. She slammed Lin Shuo's head against the ground again and again. Thud! 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 The sound of the blows echoed, chilling even the driver and Wu Mengjing, who were still struggling nearby. What a vicious woman! By now, Lin Shuo lay motionless, her blood staining the ground. Sensing something was terribly wrong, the driver urgently pleaded, "Boss, stop. You'll kill her. If Mr. Lin finds out about this, there'll be no way to explain it." Hearing this, Lu Yulan finally released her grip, gasping for breath as her mind gradually regained some clarity. Seeing Lin Shuo's pitiful state, she frowned. Beating Lin Shenghong's biological daughter into such a state would indeed be difficult to handle and resolve. Stop beating her now. Get her to the hospital first, Lu Yulan ordered immediately. If Lin Shenghong asks, just say we found her like this already. It was all the people from the Wu group who did this. What does it have to do with us? Wu Mengjing sneered coldly upon hearing this. What a clever frame-up. Do you really think anyone will believe your nonsense? When Lin Shuo wakes up, I'll be curious to see how you explain yourselves. Still, Lu Yulan's reasoning held merit. If they didn't get Lin Shuo to the hospital now, something truly terrible might happen. As for the paternity records, they'd have to be put on hold. If Lin Shuo died, everything would become meaningless. Jiangcheng City First Hospital. Outside the intensive care unit, a figure in a suit hurried toward the entrance with urgent footsteps. Where's Shuo? What's her condition? The moment Lin Shenghong entered, his gaze locked onto his daughter lying unconscious in the hospital bed, her head swathed in bandages. He whipped his head toward Lu Yulan, who stood nearby acting as if nothing had happened. His eyes instantly turned bloodshot as he lunged forward, clamping his hands tightly around her neck. Tell me. What happened to Shuo? Did you do this to her? The doctor nearby rushed to intervene. But Lin Shenghong had long since lost his mind to rage. The only thought in his head now was to strangle this madwoman Lu Yulan to death. If he could just strangle this madwoman, everything would be over. Mr. Lin, calm down. Let go, the driver interjected. When we found Miss Lin, she was already like this. It has nothing to do with Sister Lu. Bull. Lin Shenghong exploded. She didn't provoke anyone. Who the hell would beat her like this? Do you really think I'm some kind of pushover? Mr. Lin, please hear me out. Even if you choke Sister Lu to death now, Miss Lin won't wake up. It'll only make things worse. Why not let Sister Lu explain what happened first? What do you think? After a moment of silence, Lin Shenghong didn't speak. He merely glared viciously at Lu Yulan. Only when she was nearly choked unconscious did he slowly release his grip. Fine. I'll hear what explanation you have to offer. Lu Yulan, now able to breathe again, gasped for air greedily. For a moment, she truly believed she was dying. Only after several long breaths did she gradually recover. She lifted her head to look at Lin Shenghong. Damn you, Lin Shenghong. I saved your daughter from someone else's hands, and instead of being grateful, you want me dead. Why don't you just kill me now? Go ahead, if you've got the guts. Let the Wu group watch us tear each other apart. Chapter 136, Lin Shuo falls unconscious. Lu Yulan's emotions ran high, seemingly even more so than Lin Shenghong's earlier. What did you just say? Lin Shenghong finally registered the words that had slipped from Lu Yulan's mouth. You're saying my daughter was beaten into this state by the Wu group? What else could it be? Lin Shenghong, you'd better kill me right now. Once I'm dead, let's see how you'll handle all the mess you've created. Lu Yulan shouted, her face flushed. You're ready to strangle me at the slightest provocation. Do you really think I owe you anything? Lin Shenghong had calmed down slightly by now. Frowning, he turned to the driver beside him and asked, where did you see my daughter? And what evidence do you have to prove this was done by the Wu group? The driver immediately explained, it happened like this, Mr. Lin. Sister Lu and I went to retrieve some files. As soon as we arrived, we saw Miss Lin being dragged downstairs by a man. She looked like she'd been badly beaten. As for that man, I've seen him before at the Wu group. So this definitely has something to do with the Wu group. Lin Shenghong listened to the driver's explanation. Lin Shenghong's frown deepened. The driver's account was indeed plausible. Given his current conflict with Wu Changxiu, it was entirely possible that the latter would target Xiu Lu to gain leverage and vent his anger over his daughter. Still, he found it hard to believe. His daughter had been perfectly fine one moment, only to suddenly lie unconscious in the hospital's intensive care unit the next. So that's really what happened? Lin Shenghong asked, raising his eyebrows. What else could it be? Did I personally beat your daughter to the state just to wait for you to strangle me? Lu Yulan grew increasingly agitated. I retrieved the files for you, got your daughter back, and now I'm supposed to be strangled by you? If I really did this, why would I call you here? What possible benefit would I gain from putting your daughter in this state? Do you think I'm bored and looking for trouble, deliberately stirring up this mess for no reason? The barrage of questions instantly silenced Lin Shuo. He turned to look at the unconscious Lin Shuo in the hospital bed and asked with difficulty, what exactly is Shuo's condition now? When will she wake up? What did the doctor say? The driver hesitated for a moment before replying, Mr. Lin. The doctor said Miss Lin's condition is extremely critical. She suffered severe brain trauma, which caused the coma. In the worst-case scenario, she could become a vegetable. The words had barely left his mouth. Lin Shuo felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck his mind. A powerful wave of dizziness followed immediately, making his entire body feel unsteady and on the verge of collapse. Mr. Lin, are you okay? Lin Shuo braced himself against the wall with one hand, barely keeping his body upright. Yet his slight trembling made it clear he was on the verge of complete collapse. Calm down. The doctor said vegetative state is only the worst-case scenario. With luck, Zhou Lu might wake up in a couple of days. Shut up. If you hadn't imprisoned my daughter, she wouldn't be in this state. Lin Shuo roared. Lu, if anything happens to my daughter, I'll never let you off the hook. This time, Lu Yulan remained silent. Imprisoning Lin Shuo had been her own arbitrary decision, so she had no grounds to argue. At that moment, Lin Shuo's phone suddenly rang. Lin Shuo, who had been seething with anger moments before, instantly calmed down upon seeing the caller ID. Rationality regained control of his mind. Hello? Yes, it's me. Alright, I'll cooperate. After a few brief exchanges, Lin Shuo hung up, his brow furrowing into a deep frown. What's going on? Lu Yulan sensed something was amiss and immediately asked. It was the police. They want me to cooperate with an investigation when I have time, Lin Shuo said, his face darkening. Could it be about Xiu Lu? Lu Yulan frowned. When they had confronted Lin Xiu, she hadn't been the only one present. People from the Wu group had been there too. Though there were no surveillance cameras at the location, if the other side truly wanted to cause trouble, it wouldn't be easily resolved. It's not just that. There's something else. Lin Shuo shook his head, reluctant to elaborate. He then turned to Lu Yulan and continued, I don't care what exactly happened, but you must cut off everything that could cause trouble right now. Otherwise, we're both in big trouble. Do I even need you to tell me? Lu Yulan snorted coldly. She knew full well that whether it was the paternity test or Lin Xiaolu, she was the key player in both. If she hadn't covered her tracks properly, given the Lu family's ways, she'd be in deep trouble too. Let's go. We need to handle other matters now. 1 hour later. Jiangcheng City Police Station. Mr. Lin, please have a seat. We simply called you in for a brief statement, mainly to understand the situation. A middle-aged policeman wearing glasses smiled as he spoke. Speaking of which, Mr. Lin, you're quite a big name. I've seen you in the papers, and we're actually old acquaintances. Just a bit of empty fame, Officer Wang, Lin Shuo hastily replied with feigned modesty. Though his expression betrayed nothing, his inner frustration was mounting. He even suspected that someone had deliberately disrupted the Lin family's feng shui this year, as troubles kept piling up one after another. Even the officer taking his statement was someone he'd dealt with long ago. It's quite a coincidence, Mr. Lin. I happen to be handling your case this time, Wang Guoqiang smiled meaningfully. I wonder how well you've been doing these past years, and whether your conscience is clear. Lin Shuo's expression hardened instantly, his face darkening. Officer Wang, let's not discuss matters unrelated to this case. I'm busy and didn't come here to chat about trivialities. 10 years ago, he had been implicated in a homicide case. The very officer taking his statement back then was the man standing before him now. He had no desire to revisit the past. As the saying goes, loose lips sink ships. Who knew if he might inadvertently reveal another flaw? Chapter 137, Interrogation. Mr. Lin makes a valid point. After all, you're a prominent entrepreneur in Jiangcheng City. Your work demands considerable attention. That's perfectly understandable. Wang Guoqiang smiled, though his words carried an underlying implication. However, I must inform you that this case will likely require a significant amount of your time today. As he spoke, Wang Guoqiang opened the notebook in his hand and began taking notes. Yesterday, I received a report stating that your daughter had been assaulted and kidnapped. My daughter was indeed kidnapped, Lin Shuo frowned. But shouldn't you be pursuing the kidnappers? Why come to me, the victim's father? Mr. Lin, please don't get upset. I'm only here to understand the timeline of your daughter's disappearance. This is all part of our standard investigative procedure. I hope you understand. Wang Guoqiang smiled as he spoke. Additionally, I received another report alleging that you, Mr. Lin, instructed 2 men to kidnap a victim in Xingfu residential area. Is there any truth to this? Nonsense. My daughter is still in the hospital's intensive care unit. How could I possibly have the mind to kidnap someone else? Please stop joking around with me like this, Officer Wang.
Lin Shenghong suppressed his anger, clearly displeased. However, the victim claims she received a call from your daughter right before the abduction.
Are you aware of this? Wang Guoqiang pressed on. Lin Shenghong frowned. How should I know?
Since yesterday, I haven't had a clue where my daughter was. The first news I got was that she was already lying in a hospital bed. I think your focus, Officer Wang, should be on who beat my daughter into this state, rather than interrogating a father who was already deeply distressed and enraged.
Mr. Lin, please calm down. I understand your feelings. Of course, I know you have a solid alibi at this moment. However, once we apprehend those kidnappers, we will verify whether there is any connection to you, Mr. Lin. Lu Guoqiang paused. Simultaneously, we will actively pursue the investigation into your daughter's case. Any developments will be communicated to you immediately. I hope you do so quickly. Yes, the police will certainly expedite matters. Mr. Lin, I have finished asking all my questions. Please remember to keep your phone accessible throughout the investigation so we can reach you immediately if needed. Understood.
Lin Shenghong said no more, rising with a look of profound grief and leaving.
Wang Guoqiang watched Lin Shenghong's retreating figure, his gaze deep and inscrutable.
His years of investigative experience told him that both cases Lin Xiolu's severe injury and Zhou Shiyu's home invasion kidnapping were inevitably connected to Lin Shenghong.
Right after Lin Shenghong left, a young detective walked in. Chief Wang, how's the interrogation going? No progress, as usual, Wang Guoqiang shook his head. But this outcome was entirely expected. The man was a seasoned fox, how could he possibly slip up so easily? Years ago, during a criminal investigation, Wang had already crossed paths with Lin Shenghong. Any case involving Lin Shenghong invariably ended in dismissal or another party taking the fall. Ultimately, this G-City entrepreneur always managed to extricate himself completely. The complainant, Zhou Shiyu, is still at the station, right? Go brief her on the situation. Also, send someone to her residence to see if they can uncover any useful leads. Got it, boss. Meanwhile, the moment Lin Shenghong stepped out of the police station entrance, he spotted a car that looked extremely familiar. The window rolled down, revealing a face he found utterly repulsive. Well, isn't this Mr. Lin? What brings you out of the police station all of a sudden? Wu Changqiu said with a smirk. Seeing that mocking face, Lin Shenghong felt a surge of rage. If not for being at the police station entrance, he would have torn Wu Changqiu apart right then and there. Lin Shenghong strode up to Wu Changqiu's car and snarled, "Listen to me. I'm not done with you over my daughter." Calm down, Mr. Lin. Your daughter's situation has nothing to do with me, Wu Changqiu replied with a faint smile. I should be sleeping soundly in bed right now, but I heard your daughter was seriously injured and hospitalized. That's why I made a special trip to offer my condolences. You have the nerve to say that. Lin Shenghong slammed his fist against Wu Changqiu's car door, gritting his teeth. If it weren't for you, how could my daughter have ended up critically injured in the hospital? If she ends up in a vegetative state, I'll make sure your daughter suffers the same fate. As the words fell, a dangerous glint flashed in Wu Changqiu's eyes. His voice grew deep and menacing. I suggest you refrain from foolish actions, Mr. Lin. Your daughter's injuries have nothing to do with me. Perhaps the one who truly attacked her is a widow despised by all? That's all I'll say. You figure it out yourself, Mr. Lin. Wu Changqiu's cold, cryptic words left Lin Shenghong thoroughly confused. Mr. Wu, what do you mean by that? What widow? You'd better explain yourself clearly. Mr. Lin, some things lose their meaning when spelled out too clearly, Wu Changqiu shrugged. This nonchalant attitude made Lin Shenghong grind his teeth in frustration, the veins on his forehead bulging uncontrollably. He detested people who spoke in riddles, yet he was utterly powerless against this man. Well, it's getting late, Mr. Lin. I'll head to bed now. We can talk another time. Wu Changqiu yawned, but just as he was about to leave, his phone unexpectedly rang. The moment he answered, Lin Xiolu's furious voice erupted, Lin Shenghong. Hearing that voice, Lin Shenghong himself froze. First, he hadn't expected his daughter to wake up so quickly. Second, he never imagined his second daughter would address him directly by name. Let me tell you this, Lin Shenghong. You don't deserve to be a husband, and you certainly don't deserve to be a father. You're nothing but a complete and utter bastard. Lin Xiolu's furious yet faintly weak voice, filled with rage as she berated him over the phone, finally snapped Lin Shenghong back to his senses. This sudden scene caused Wu Changqiu, who had been about to drive away, to stop his car. He now watched with keen interest. Chapter 138, The Choice. Lin Xiolu's furious screams echoed through the phone. Even Lin Shenghong himself never imagined he'd be berated like this by his own flesh and blood. Each word stabbed at his brain like a knife. Already irritated by Wu Changqiu's earlier provocation, Lin Shenghong could no longer contain his emotions. His rationality shattered instantly, consumed entirely by rage. Lin Xiolu, have you lost your mind? How dare you curse your own father? Do you even see me as your dad anymore? Mr. Lin, please calm down. She is your own flesh and blood, Wu Changqiu remarked coldly from the side.
Even he was somewhat surprised that Lin Shuo had regained consciousness so quickly. But this was for the best. At least there was no need for further explanations now.
Wu Changqiu, you'd better not provoke me now, or I'll kill you too.
Lin Xinghong's emotions had completely spiraled out of control. He began hurling insults at Wu Changqiu. Wu Changqiu paid him no mind, leaning against the car window and quietly observing this father-daughter drama unfold.
Lin Shuo, you really think you're all grown up now, huh? You've eaten off me and used me your whole life, and now you're cursing your own father? What the hell is wrong with you?
If I'd known this day would come, I should never have raised you. I should have strangled you to death the moment you were born. You're utterly unworthy of being my daughter, Lin Shenghong's daughter. Lin Shenghong raged over the phone, his eyes bloodshot with fury, wishing he could strangle Lin Shuo right then and there.
Right. Lin, you're absolutely right. I, Lin Shuo, am unworthy to be your daughter, but I'm also ashamed to be your daughter. Do you really think you, Lin Shenghong, are some kind of saint?
My mother endured so much hardship and suffering back then, supporting you when you had nothing.
And yet you went behind her back to find a mistress. Don't you know it was that mistress of yours who beat me into this state? And Xiao Shua, he's your own flesh and blood. But over all these years, have you ever once fulfilled your duty as a father? You don't deserve to be called a father at all. You're nothing but a complete piece of.
Lin Shuo's voice over the phone was filled with grief and choked sobs, growing hoarse as her accusations intensified.
What the hell are you talking about?
Lin Shenghong felt as if he'd been struck at his weakest point. Utterly unable to utter a single word of rebuttal, he finally erupted in a rage-fueled roar. Shut your mouth.
Shut up?
Lin Shuo scoffed coldly.
Lin Shenghong, mark my words. Not only will I not shut up, I'll expose your sordid secrets to everyone. And from this day forward, I, Lin Shuo, will no longer be your daughter. From this day forward, our father-daughter relationship is severed. Every penny you've spent on me over the years, I'll pay back in full. But don't think this matter will end so easily. Everything you owe me, everything you owe my mother, and everything you owe Xiao Shua, I will collect every last cent from you. Hearing this, Lin Shenghong trembled with rage, his blood pressure spiking dangerously high. He nearly fainted. He was about to unleash another torrent of abuse when the intense shouting finally drew the attention of the police station. Mr. Lin, what are you doing?
An officer approached none other than Lu Guoqiang, whom he'd met just moments before.
Ah, officer, you're just in time.
Quickly take Mr. Lin back to the station to cool off, Wu Changqiu said with a smile.
What's going on here?
Lu Guoqiang frowned, staring at Lin Shenghong. At that moment, Lin was consumed by rage, completely out of control, a stark contrast to his composed demeanor inside the station moments earlier.
So what exactly happened?
Lu Guoqiang turned to Wu Changqiu, who stood nearby observing the scene.
Wu Changqiu gave a brief, half-smiling account of the entire incident.
After listening, Lu Guoqiang frowned, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. He had expected some clue to a case, but it turned out to be nothing more than a simple domestic dispute.
Alright, if there's nothing else, everyone can go. At the hospital. Lin Shuo lay exhausted on the hospital bed.
Standing beside her was her eldest sister, Lin Wanwan. Frowning as she looked at Lin Shuo, she spoke with a mix of concern and worry. Shuo, you should rest properly first.
Maybe things aren't exactly as you think they are. Given Dad's character, how could he possibly have done those things?
You know how much Dad has sacrificed for our family over the years.
Sis, I saw it all with my own eyes. How could I possibly lie? My current state is all thanks to that mistress.
Lin Shuo said through gritted teeth.
She paused again, then turned to Lin Wanwan and asked, if all this is true, whose side are you on? Mine or Dad's? Chapter 139, Memories of the Past.
Hearing Lin Shuo's words, Lin Wanjuan's face clouded with distress. After a moment's hesitation, she replied, Shuo, Dad has taken care of us all these years. When has he ever shortchanged us in such matters? I still can't believe he would do something like that. Shuo, I think you must have misunderstood something, leading to this situation.
Lin Shuo clenched her jaw. I absolutely cannot be mistaken. I'll ask you just one thing, if it's true, will you stand by me?
But Shuo, how can you prove any of this is true?
Lin Wanwan hesitated.
Deep down, she still refused to believe her father capable of such betrayal.
Fine, I'll show you the proof right now.
Lin Shuo clenched her jaw, pulled out her phone, and dialed a number.
Hello, it's me. Did you receive the evidence over there? Wu Er answered the call. Should be done today.
I had it expedited yesterday, but since it's quite old, it still takes some time. But just as Wu Er finished speaking, someone hurried over and whispered to him, Second brother, we've found her. Luckily, she still has quite a few things she took pictures of while working. And according to our people, when she mentioned Lin Fengyu, she practically seethed with hatred.
There must have been some major conflict between them.
She didn't elaborate, but she kept those materials specifically to get revenge on Lin Fengyu someday.
In the end, she didn't even take any money.
She just wants to make Lin Fengyu suffer someday.
Wu Er was taken aback.
That kid Lin Fengyu had managed to incur such deep resentment that the woman wouldn't even take a penny, just wanting to make him suffer.
He opened the evidence she'd left behind. It was a video. The angle was awkward, and the quality was poor, clearly a hidden recording. Yet it was still unmistakable. A young man was repeatedly stabbing a golden retriever's paw with a small knife. The dog writhed in agony, its whimpers faintly audible through the footage. But with its neck and limbs tightly bound, no matter how hard it struggled, it was utterly helpless. Wu could tell this was pure cruelty. Though he wasn't some animal lover or member of a pet protection association, the sight still made him grimace. You can tell this little bastard's pretty twisted. Several more videos followed. After watching them, Wu sent the footage straight to Lin Shuo without a word. With this material, it should be enough to throw the Lin family into chaos. Upon receiving the footage, she immediately played it for Lin Wanwan beside her. This video is Fengyu? The moment she saw it, Lin Wanjuan's expression darkened. The dog being abused was none other than the one her youngest sister had kept, named Xiao Jing. Years ago, when Xiao Jing had been abused to death, everyone in the family had believed Lin Shuo was responsible. But this new footage proved beyond doubt that Lin Shuo had nothing to do with it and that Fengyu was the real culprit behind Xiao Jin's death. Lin Wanjuan's face darkened as she opened the next video. Many more videos followed, each showing the same scene, Lin Fengyu repeatedly abusing Xiao Jing. The dark, vicious expression on Lin Fengyu's face in the videos was completely different from the person she had known. Beyond that, there was another video. Lin Fengyu was crouched in a corner smoking with several thug-like figures. Beside them, a badly beaten boy cowered on the ground, too terrified to utter a word. Wait, Xiu Lu, let me see this part again. Lin Wanwan pressed Lin Xiu Lu's hand urgently, as if she'd uncovered some secret. Her eyes fixed intently on the thugs in the video. A forgotten memory slowly surfaced before her eyes. About 3 years ago, Lin Xinchuan, the second youngest of the Qin sisters, had just graduated from high school and been accepted into a double first-class university in a neighboring province. To celebrate this achievement, the family rewarded Lin Xinchuan with many valuable gifts. They even agreed to let her travel with several close friends from school without parental supervision. But during this trip, the group encountered a particularly vicious harassment incident. The ringleaders were none other than the thugs standing before them now. Somehow, they obtained Lin Xinchuan's contact information and hotel address, tracking her down to her hotel in the dead of night. They started with seemingly casual approaches, then kept showing up at every tourist spot, harassing her for long periods each time. They even knocked on her hotel door, spewing filthy language. Unable to endure it any longer while away from home, Lin Xincheng finally reported them to the police, resulting in the thugs being detained locally for several days. What she thought was just a single malicious incident turned out to be merely the beginning of all the evil. After her trip ended, Lin Xinchuan returned to Jiangcheng City. Under Lin Qinghong's strict protection, she didn't encounter any further harassment. Her close friends, however, were not so fortunate. One girl in particular faced daily harassment while working her summer job. Even walking home at night, she was constantly followed. Several times, she was scared half to death. The perpetrators turned out to be the same thugs who had harassed them out of town. With no other recourse, the girl sought Lin Xincheng's help. That very night, Lin Xincheng's bodyguards tracked down the thugs and gave them a thorough beating. Only then did the thugs confess that they had been instructed by Lin Shuo to harass Lin Xincheng and her friends. They even produced a photo of themselves smoking with Lin Shuo. It was precisely because of this incident that the family believed Lin Shuo had gone bad, spending his days consorting with unsavory characters. Enraged, Lin Chenghong beat him severely. Lin Fengyu. So you're the little bastard behind all this. After watching these videos, Lin Wanwan suddenly understood everything, her anger nearly grinding her teeth to dust. Why would Fengyu do these things? Why go to such lengths to ostracize Xiao Shuo? Lin Xiulu shook her head, her expression tinged with sorrow. Sister Wanwan, don't you understand? Fengyu is our father's child with that mistress. Chapter 140, Taking a Break. Lin Chenghong emerged from the police station gates once more, his emotions considerably calmer though his expression remained grim. He even felt a sense of humiliation. To be publicly humiliated by his own daughter in front of his arch-rival. If word got out, Lin Chenghong would effectively be finished in Jiangcheng City. Huff. Lin Chenghong lit a cigarette. Only after taking a deep drag did he feel his emotions gradually stabilize, his mind slowly ceasing to dwell on these events. Damn it, it's all that crazy-ass fault. Yet the more he thought about it, the more furious he grew. If it weren't for that madwoman Lu Yulan, he wouldn't have faced such a string of misfortunes today. Now his second daughter, Lin Xiulu, knew he had someone on the side. Worse, she knew it was his mistress who had beaten her to this state. Though he didn't know if she'd seen that paternity test. But it was probably impossible to hide it. Lin Fengyu's identity would be exposed sooner or later. Before long, the entire Lin family would descend into utter chaos. And the Wu group would undoubtedly seize this moment to kick them while they were down, delivering a crushing blow to the already troubled Lin group. It was safe to say the situation was spiraling toward the worst possible outcome. He had to take action now, or the entire Lin family would slip completely out of his grasp. All his years of effort would be wasted. With this realization, Lin Chenghong drove straight home and summoned Lin Fengyu. Dad!
Lin Fengyu hurried out of his room.
Seeing his father's grim expression, he instinctively shrank back in fear.
He didn't know why Lin Shanghong had summoned him in the dead of night, but he understood all too well that when his father sought him out at such an hour, it usually meant something serious had gone wrong. Therefore, he dared not speak at all, merely standing timidly to the side. Listen, I'm telling you this now, starting today, you're no longer staying at the Lin residence. Go hide at your mother's place immediately, Lin Shanghong said in a deep voice.
Dad, but I've been perfectly well behaved lately. I haven't done anything wrong.
Lin Fengyu panicked instantly, realizing Lin Shanghong was about to kick him out. This has nothing to do with you, Lin Shanghong glanced at Lin Fengyu.
It's your second sister. She's found out about certain things concerning you. If you stay here, she won't let it rest. What? How did my second sister find out?
Lin Fengyu froze in shock. He had suspected his actions would eventually come to light, but never imagined the day would arrive so soon, nor that the one to uncover them would be his own second sister.
After a moment of shock, a wave of resentment surged through Lin Fengyu's heart. Lin Shuo.
It must be because of that little bastard Lin Shuo that he'd been exposed. Why couldn't he just quietly vanish from this world? That way, he'd forever remain the model son in the Lin family's eyes and inherit all their wealth without question. But it was all because of Lin Shuo.
He changed everything. Even I'm about to be kicked out of the family.
You don't need to worry about that. For now, just stay put with your mother. As for when you can return, well, that depends entirely on how this whole situation plays out.
Lin Shanghong sighed, though this time even he felt uncertain deep down.
After speaking, he prepared to leave with Lin Fengyu immediately.
Dad! Can I not go to Mom's? Can I just rent a place outside instead?
Lin Fengyu's voice was hesitant, tinged with fear. This fear stemmed from his terror of his biological mother. No one knew better than him how terrifying his birth mother truly was.
The nickname Black Widow was no mere jest.
Compared to living with her, even a rented apartment outside would be 10,000 times better.
Just endure it for now.
Lin Shanghong seemed lost in thought, then lit another cigarette with irritation. You know your mother sacrificed a lot for you back then, making enemies along the way. If your identity gets exposed now, you won't be safe anywhere but by her side.
Understand?
So you'd better stay put with your mother.
That's the only way you'll survive.
A flicker of fear crossed Lin Fengyu's eyes. After all, no matter how arrogant and domineering he acted, he was still just a high school dropout. Compared to his mother's enemies, his school antics, bullying boys and girls, smoking, hanging out with petty thugs were child's play. Faced with this situation, his instinctive fear surfaced. All right. This time he didn't argue. He understood that while his mother might be intimidating, she would never actually harm him. But since his father had spoken, it meant that living alone outside would likely put his life in genuine danger. He lowered his head, his eyes flashing with resentment. When had he, Lin Fengyu, become nothing more than a rat scurrying from place to place? The next morning, after handling Lin Fengyu's affairs, Lin Shanghong hurried back home. The moment he entered the door, he immediately ordered Su Dinglan to pack his bags.
Honey, what's going on? Why am I suddenly packing my bags?
Su Dinglan was puzzled. I bought 2 plane tickets. We're going on a trip these next few days to clear our heads. There's been far too much trouble at the company lately, Lin Shanghong said, pinching the cigarette between his fingers.
Huh? A trip? So suddenly? Su Dinglan froze. Aren't the company matters important? Isn't it inappropriate for us to just leave like this? Don't worry about the company. I've taken care of everything. All you need to do is come with me.
Lin Shanghong waved his hand dismissively, his expression calm. Besides, we've been married for so many years now.
It's been ages since we've gone on a trip together. This is the perfect chance to make up for it. Honey, did you take the wrong medicine?
Su Dinglan covered her mouth and chuckled.
This doesn't sound like you at all.
You're usually so busy all day long that you'd never think of something like this.
You didn't do something wrong lately and feel guilty, did you?
You're crazy, Lin Shanghong said impatiently.
If you don't want to go, fine. I'll cancel the tickets right now. Fine. I'll go with you, okay?
Su Dinglan sighed with a helpless smile before gathering her belongings. Just as they were packing up to leave, a sudden commotion erupted at the door.
Lin Shanghong glanced instinctively toward the door.
The moment he saw who had arrived, he froze in place.
Chapter 141, Collapse.
The moment he recognized the figure, Lin Shanghong froze.
Panic and anger immediately flashed across his face.
For the person returning home at this very moment was none other than his second daughter, Lin Shuo, the one he'd been desperate to avoid seeing lately. Lin Shuo's head was wrapped in white bandages, her face pale and her body weak. She could barely walk without Lin Wanzhuan's support. Yet the fury in her eyes when she saw Lin Shanghong was utterly impossible to conceal.
Xiaolu?
Su Dinglan froze for a moment, but upon seeing the bandages covering Lin Xiaolu's head, her expression immediately turned shocked. She hurried to Lin Xiaolu's side, her voice filled with concern.
Xiaolu, what happened to you? Weren't you on a business trip? What did you encounter? How did you suddenly end up like this?
You'd have to ask our dear father about that, Lin Qiula sneered coldly, her words dripping with undisguised loathing for Lin Shuo. To be honest, everything about my current state stems from my wonderful father, that hypocritical man. The only reason I've returned to this home today is to expose this man's true colors and give Xiao Shuo, who's endured so much injustice over the years, the closure he deserves. Xiaolu, what on earth are you saying? How can you speak to your father like this? Did you hit your head in the hospital? Su Dinglan looked at her daughter with concern. Mum knows you've suffered outside. The thought of you not being by my side breaks my heart. Now that you're back, listen to me. Let's be a proper family again, okay? Su Dinglan reached out to support Lin Xiaolu. But Lin Xiaolu cut her off sharply. Mom, even now you're defending this hypocritical man? Do you have any idea what he's been doing behind your back all these years? Just wait until I expose everything. Then you'll see his ugly true colors. You'll see what he's been doing behind our backs all this time. I bet some people never imagined I'd return at this moment, did they? Lin Xiaolua stared at Lin Shanghong with undisguised scorn. These words instantly left Su Dinglan feeling puzzled. Xiaolu, what on earth are you talking about? Who wouldn't want you back? And what happened to the injury on your head? Weren't you on a business trip? How did you get hurt like this? She failed to notice Lin Shanghong's face had turned as dark as ink, his expression so grim it seemed ready to drip. Lin Xinchuan, who had come out of her room upon hearing the commotion, witnessed the scene and felt a strange sense of unease, a faint foreboding stirring within her. Lin Xiaolu, must you see this family torn apart? Must you ruin everyone's life? Lin Shanghong finally erupted, his words thick with fury. His hysterical outburst startled both Su Dinglan and Lin Xinchuan. They couldn't understand why Lin Shanghong, who had been perfectly fine moments ago, was now so furious. Just as they were about to ask, Lin Qiula sneered coldly, "Huh, so it's me who's causing this family's turmoil? One might think I've committed some heinous crime, huh? What a hypocrite, always accusing others first, never acknowledging her own actions, shifting all blame onto me. Who's really stirring up trouble behind the scenes in this household? Doesn't someone know better than I do?" With those words spoken, everyone present suddenly understood. These two were clearly hiding something significant from the rest of the family. Dad, second sister, let's sit down and talk this through calmly. Why not discuss it after we've cooled off? We're family, what can't we talk about? Though Lin Xinchuan didn't know the full story. But to prevent things from spiraling out of control, she quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Xinxin, I'll show you some videos. If you can remain this calm after watching them, then I'll agree to sit down and talk properly as you suggested. Lin Xiaolu picked up the camera. Lin Shanghong, who had remained motionless, immediately sensed something was amiss and sprang to his feet to intervene. But he was firmly blocked by bodyguards who suddenly burst in from outside. The situation instantly darkened Lin Shanghong's expression. He recognized these bodyguards instantly. They were the ones who had been with Wu Changqiu year-round. Yet today, they had all been assigned to Lin Xiaolu. Lin Xiaolu, you really intend to destroy this family? Lin Shanghong roared, his eyes fixed on her. To Lin Shanghong's threats, Lin Xiaolu merely gave a cold laugh before beginning to search through the videos on the camera. Xiaolu. Dad. What on earth is going on here? Lin Xinchuan grew increasingly uneasy about the situation. Lin Shanghong's reaction was utterly baffling to her. How could a father and daughter who had once gotten along well suddenly become like sworn enemies? At that moment, she also saw the video Lin Xiaolu had sent her. At first, she was merely curious, wondering what exactly Lin Xiaolu wanted her to see. But within a minute, her face darkened completely. As the footage played, her body began to tremble uncontrollably, her rage threatening to erupt at any moment. Xinxin, what's wrong? Su Dinglan sensed something was amiss with Lin Xinxin and couldn't help but glance at the camera. The footage showed Lin Fengyu smoking with a group of thugs. Just as she thought their faces looked familiar, a memory from years ago suddenly flooded her mind. Back then, Lin Xinchuan had been harassed by a group of thugs, and it was ultimately Lin Shanghong who stepped in to resolve the situation. They had previously assumed Lin Shuo was behind it all, but now it seemed the entire situation was nothing like they had imagined. Fengyu. How could Fengyu do such a thing? Su Dinglan was dumbfounded, utterly unable to believe the scene before her. Are these videos fake? Where did you get all these videos, Xiaolu? In her eyes, Lin Fengyu had always been a well-behaved child. How could he possibly be capable of such things? Where the videos came from isn't important. If you don't believe their authenticity, you're welcome to find someone to verify them. Lin Xiaolu paused, then turned to Lin Xinchuan. Xinchuan, you haven't forgotten what these people look like, have you? Lin Xinchuan silently nodded. Her mind felt like a tangled mess now, as if an unnamed fire was about to erupt within her. It felt like everything that had come before was collapsing in this very moment. Chapter 142, Fengyu is the biological child. Why would Fengyu do these things? Lin Xinchuan's voice trembled uncontrollably. Of course she recognized the thugs in the video, or rather. Even if she were burned to ashes, she could never forget their faces. Second sister, these photos must be real, right? Are you trying to make excuses for Fengyu again?
Lin Shuo asked calmly.
Lin Shuo set down the camera and looked up at Lin Shuo with a stiff expression. Despite the brutal truth staring her in the face, her heart still instinctively resisted, desperately trying to salvage the image of Lin Fengyu she held dear and justify her own years of misguided beliefs. Xin, I know you'd think this way, Lin Shuo continued. Truthfully, deep down you already believe these videos are real. It's just that you still harbor prejudice toward Xiao Shuo. But since you refuse to believe it, I'll bring all these people before you and show you exactly what kind of scum Lin Fengyu really is. As soon as Lin Shuo finished speaking, Lin Shuo had already watched all the videos. She then silently turned and walked toward the door. Xin, what are you doing? Su Dinglan sensed trouble and hurriedly asked. I'm going to find Fengyu. I need to ask him myself if any of this is true. Each word was practically gritted out between clenched teeth. Mom, don't stop me. I have to get an explanation from Fengyu. Xin. Oh dear, calm down first.
What if there's some misunderstanding involved?
Su Dinglan still tried to stop her. But clearly, Lin Shuo had been utterly enraged by the video's contents.
She snapped back, a misunderstanding? What kind of misunderstanding could there be? The video proves it clearly. Now I understand why those thugs always knew exactly where I was and found my hotel room. I even suspect that what happened to my best friend might have been orchestrated by Lin Fengyu too.
Lin Shuo's voice grew increasingly heated. By the end, her face had completely drained of color, her words brimming with resentment toward Lin Fengyu.
Xin.
Even at this point, Su Dinglan still tried to dissuade her.
Fengyu is still your brother.
Don't fly off the handle at him so easily.
Listen to Mom first, sit down, and calm down. Once you've calmed down, we can go find Fengyu. It's not too late, right? Mom.
Just then, Lin Shuo spoke up, her voice tinged with sorrow.
Actually, you've only told half the story. Fengyu is indeed our brother, but have you ever considered that he isn't the son our father gave birth to? He is our own flesh and blood, just like us. The word struck like a bolt from the blue, stunning everyone present into silence. Xiaolu, what do you mean by that? What do you mean Fengyu is your blood-related sibling? Mom knows you're furious, but you can't just blurt out things like that.
Su Dinglan's voice trembled slightly. Clearly, the previous statement had hit her like a ton of bricks, leaving her completely unsettled. Lin Shuo, who had been fuming and ready to confront Lin Fengyu, now froze in place. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Lin Shuo, her face frozen in utter shock. Lin Wanwan, however, seemed to have known this all along. Her face was etched with sorrow, showing no intention whatsoever to defend Lin Fengyu. Under normal circumstances, she would have dismissed these words as the ramblings of a madwoman, Lin Qiulu trying to whitewash Lin Shuo. But now, with Lin Qiulu presenting evidence one after another, Lin Fengyu's true colors had been laid bare. Combined with Lin Qinghong's earlier extreme reaction and Lin Xiolu's inexplicable targeting, everyone present was forced to consider the truth behind Lin Xiolu's words. Mom! Do you really think I'd lie to you at this point? Lin Xiolu sighed, her face filled with sorrow. I'd suspected Fengyu's identity was problematic before, so I secretly took samples of his hair and Dad's hair for a DNA comparison. The moment the paternity test results came back, they were stolen. Then, inexplicably, Dad confined me to this hotel. Later, I managed to escape by sheer luck, only to be beaten into this state by that mistress. Mom, I'm telling you Fengyu is the child Lin Chenghong fathered with another woman. From the very beginning, his adoption into our family was a premeditated scheme between Lin Chenghong and that woman. So for over a decade, we've been raising that mistress's son as our own biological child. The moment Lin Xiolu finished speaking, Su Dinglan's body began trembling uncontrollably. Her face flushed bright red, a clear sign of rapidly rising blood pressure. She stared at her daughter and husband in utter disbelief, her world crashing down around her. The conviction she had clung to for so many years shattered completely in that instant. Mom, are you okay? Lin Xinshuan hurriedly supported Su Dinglan, her voice urgent. Second sister, you really can't just say things like that. Fine, you can talk about Fengyu, but for this matter, you should at least present some evidence, right? You want proof? Lin Xiolu snorted, as if anticipating this reaction. She immediately pulled a document from her handbag and tossed it at Lin Xinshuan. The moment she regained consciousness, she had contacted Zhou Xiyu, who was now safe, and had the paternity test results reprinted. Before Lin Xinshuan could examine it, Su Dinglan snatched the report from her grasp. Her hands trembled as she opened the report. After a cursory glance at the examiner's name, she rapidly flipped through the pages, landing on the final page containing the results. Upon reading the line in bold black text, DNA comparison confirms a parent-child relationship between the two, Su Dinglan felt her mind go blank. Darkness flooded her vision, and she nearly fainted from the shock of this sudden revelation. Mom? Mom! Lin Xinshuan's face drained of color as she hurriedly supported Su Dinglan, calling out repeatedly. Su Dinglan struggled to steady herself, fighting off the spinning dizziness. Her eyes locked onto Lin Chenghong beside her. Lin! I'll ask you just one thing. Is what Xiu Lu said actually true? Chapter 143, I'll kill him. Lin Shanghong remained silent, his face dark and sullen, letting his silence speak for everything. He knew that matters had reached this point, and no amount of defense would make any difference now. His immediate priority was cleaning up the mess and preparing for whatever followed. Lin Shanghong, speak up. Why aren't you saying anything? Su Dinglan's eyes were bloodshot, her body trembling uncontrollably. You had a mistress outside, and you made me raise that mistress's child for over a decade. Lin Shanghong, how dare you do such a thing? Why are you so despicable? Lin Shanghong, answer me. Are you even human anymore? Su Dinglan's voice grew increasingly hysterical, and everyone present could feel the anguish and sorrow within her words. But Lin Shanghong remained silent. He merely took a cigarette from the pack and lit it for himself. Seeing Lin Shanghong's response, which seemed like tacit admission, Su Dinglan could no longer contain the injustice and fury boiling within her. With great effort, she pushed away Lin Shuo, who was supporting her. Fighting the dizziness spinning in her head, she staggered forward to stand before Lin Shanghong and raised her arm. Smack! A resounding slap echoed through the air. Su Dinglan's palm landed squarely on Lin Shanghong's face. His face instantly swelled red, and even the cigarette he just put in his mouth was knocked flying. Yet Lin Shanghong remained motionless, head bowed. You bastard! Do you have any idea what I've sacrificed for this family all these years? Do you have any idea how much suffering I've endured for you all these years? When we first got married, you said you wanted to start a business but had no money. I gave you every penny I'd saved over the years and sold off all my dowry. For you, I swallowed my pride and begged every relative I knew for loans. That's how you got your first startup capital. You said you wanted children, so I gave birth to 5 for you. Do you have any idea how many health problems I developed because of it? How many enemies do you have now? Think about how much I sacrificed for you. And what do? You cheat on me with another woman, then bring her child right into our home. You made me raise your mistress's child for over a decade. Tell me, Lin Shanghong. Tell me. Why would you do this to me? What have I ever done to deserve this treatment from you all these years? I gave you my entire life, everything I had. What right do you have to treat me like this? Lin Shanghong, go find that mistress right now. Bring Lin Fengyu to me. I'll settle every single debt from these years with them. I'll get back everything you owe me. By this point, Su Dinglan was already overcome with despair. She clung desperately to Lin Shanghong's collar. How long do you plan to keep this up? Lin Shanghong seemed struck at his weak spot. Infuriated and humiliated, he shoved Su Dinglan's hand away, sending her crashing to the floor. Already feeling dizzy and lightheaded, Su Dinglan stumbled backward from the force of the shove, crashing to the floor. The impact sent a wave of pain through her body, and she let out a wretched cry of agony. Mom! Lin Shuo, Lin Wanwan, and Lin Xiulu rushed over at the sight. Lin Shanghong, how could you be so heartless? You actually laid a hand on me. Just because I wanted to see that mistress? So that's why you suddenly wanted to take me on a trip for the first time in all these years. It was all because of this. Su Dinglan's heart felt like it had been sliced open, her eyes brimming with tears. It's not what you think. I didn't mean to. Lin Shanghong was momentarily speechless. But before he could explain, his wife suddenly charged into the kitchen like a madwoman, grabbing a sharp kitchen knife. Paired with Su Dinglan's now ferocious expression, Lin Shanghong felt a chill run down his spine. He never imagined his wife would one day threaten him with a knife. In that instant, Lin Shanghong's mind and body went blank. Only his primal instinct for survival kicked in, causing him to raise his arms to block the blow. Intense pain shot through Lin Shanghong's palm, snapping him back to his senses and forcing a piercing scream from his throat. The kitchen knife had sliced a gash over an inch long into his hand. Bright red blood seeped from the wound, dripping onto the floor and spreading out. Yet this horrifying sight did nothing to calm Su Dinglan. She was like a raving madwoman, her face contorted beyond recognition. She gripped the knife handle with all her strength, determined to drive the blade deeper, to sever Lin Shanghong's entire hand. Lin Shanghong felt a chill run down his spine at the sight of Su Dinglan's ferocious face, his body drenched in cold sweat. He realized that Su Dinglan, his wife of many years, truly intended to kill him at this very moment. Su Dinglan, you're insane! Lin Shanghong roared. Terrified beyond words, he tried to kick Su Dinglan away, but was held back by several sisters who rushed over. Meanwhile, other bodyguards restrained Su Dinglan. Let go of me. Let me kill this heartless bastard. Su Dinglan struggled relentlessly, her face contorted in agony, her expression utterly unreadable. Mom! Calm down. This man isn't worth it. Lin Shuo pleaded beside her. At that moment, she finally snapped back to her senses and hurriedly tried to calm Su Dinglan down. Third sister is right, Mom. This man isn't worth it. Lin Wanwan also snapped out of it. You still have us. All of us will always be by your side, Mom. Don't do anything rash. Only by staying calm can we make this bastard pay for what he's done. Why? Why the hell should we? How dare that bastard have an affair? How dare he let me raise that mistress's child all these years with a clear conscience? I'll kill him. I'll make him pay back everything he owes me. Su Dinglan struggled violently, having completely lost her mind. She couldn't hear the three sisters' pleas, only screaming in agony. But soon, her screams faded. Amidst the sisters' gasps, her head suddenly lolled to the side, and she collapsed, unconscious.
Chapter 144, He is your own brother. This sudden turn of events sent shockwaves through everyone present.
Lin Shuo and the others turned deathly pale. She knew Su Dinglan must have been overwhelmed by the intense emotional turmoil, compounded by her pre-existing health issues. The successive shocks had overwhelmed her, causing her to collapse unconscious. If she wasn't taken for treatment immediately, it could lead to far more serious consequences. Second sister, mother has collapsed.
We must get her to the hospital immediately. Lin Wanwan exclaimed anxiously, staring at Su Dinglan's unconscious form.
Right. Lin Shuo nodded immediately, a hint of guilt flitting across her face. She had anticipated this outcome, especially after witnessing Su Dinglan collapse. Without delay, the group instructed the bodyguards to carry the unconscious Su Dinglan out of the Lin residence and rush her to the hospital. The three sisters who remained continued to stare at Lin Shenghong.
Lin Xiolu, are you satisfied now? Is this what you wanted to see?
Lin Shenghong clutched his bleeding hand, his face contorted in fury as he roared.
Satisfied?
Lin Xiolu sneered coldly.
Lin Shenghong, I think you've got one thing wrong. Everything you just experienced is merely one form of retribution for your actions over the years. You brought this upon yourself.
But don't you dare think this will end so easily.
Neither I nor they will let you off that lightly.
Everything you owe Mom, Xiao Shua, and us over the years will make you pay it back, every last bit, Lin Qiulu said coldly.
This is only the beginning. That knife Mom plunged into you? At best, it's just the interest. Just wait and see.
From now on, even if we're branded as unfilial daughters, we'll make sure your life is anything but peaceful. A like you deserves to rot and stink in the trash heap forever. Lin Qiulu's torrent of abuse made Lin Cheng's face turn from green to white, his rage boiling over as he wanted to tear her limb from limb right then and there.
Get out! Get the hell out of here now! Lin Shenghong roared.
Ha!
Lin Qiulu gave a cold laugh, ignoring Lin Shenghong's fury and refusing to engage further.
She simply turned and walked out the Lin family gate. Lin Xinchuan and Lin Wanwan exchanged a glance before following her out. The once bustling Lin residence suddenly grew eerily quiet with their departure. Lin Shenghong collapsed to the ground as if all his strength had been drained in an instant. His expression was numb, seemingly oblivious even to the pain in his hands. Why? After a moment, the long-suppressed Lin Shenghong finally couldn't contain his emotions. He erupted into a hysterical scream that echoed throughout the entire villa, startling some neighbors who had been preparing to gather and watch, causing them to retreat in fright. Only after venting his fury did Lin Shenghong gradually calm down, his expression darkening to a terrifying intensity. Just then, Lin Wenxian, who had just finished dinner with friends, suddenly returned home. The moment she entered, she saw the blood-soaked floor and Lin Shenghong looking utterly defeated. She froze for a moment before rushing over in panic.
Dad, what happened to your hand? How did you suddenly get injured? And where's Mom? Where did they all go? Did robbers break in? Did you call the police, Dad? Should we go to the hospital first? I'm fine.
Lin Shenghong glanced at his youngest daughter before speaking expressionlessly. Your mother has left.
She probably won't be coming back. Mom left?
Lin Wenxian froze, then instantly understood upon seeing the mess on the floor.
Dad, did you and Mom have a fight?
But don't worry, knowing Mom, she won't stay mad for long.
But Dad, what happened to your hand? Let's not talk about the injury right now. Lin Shenghong shook his head, seemingly unwilling to discuss the matter further. All right. But Dad, your wound is deep. Shouldn't we go to the hospital to stop the bleeding? Otherwise, you'll definitely have complications later. Enough about that.
Lin Shenghong snapped, his expression turning irritable. I need to tell you something crucial right now. It's about Fengyu.
Hear me out before you decide anything. What is it? Lin Wenxian asked. The truth is, Fengyu is your biological younger brother.
The moment Lin Shenghong uttered those words, Lin Wenxian froze completely. She stared blankly at him, her voice trembling with disbelief.
Dad, you're joking, right? Fengyu was adopted, wasn't he? How could he possibly be my biological brother?
Lin Shenghong's face darkened as he replied in a grave tone, Do you really think I'd joke about something like this at a time like this?
That's also why your mother left.
Lin Wenxian fell silent. Only now did she grasp why the house was in shambles and why Lin Shenghong's hand bore injuries.
She could even imagine the scene.
Given her mother's gentle nature over the years, the fact that she could bring herself to slash her own husband with a knife spoke volumes about the depth of her rage at that moment.
But Dad, why would you do something like this?
After a long pause, Lin Wenxian spoke with a heavy heart, her voice tinged with sorrow. She knew that from the moment her mother left this home, it could never return to the way it once was. What she couldn't fathom was why Lin Shenghong, who had always been such a good father, would commit such a heinous act.
Having an affair outside the marriage was one thing, but bringing the mistress's child home to raise for over a decade?
Not just her mother, but even Lin Wenxian herself now felt an overwhelming urge to kill Lin Shenghong.
This isn't your concern.
Lin Shenghong silently lit a cigarette, then glanced at Lin Wenxian with growing impatience. Now that you know Fengyu is your biological brother, decide for yourself whether you want to leave or stay.
But don't forget how Fengyu has always treated you.
Lin Wenxian fell silent. At home, she and Fengyu had always been closest. Accepting this news so suddenly was proving difficult.
Alright, no need to rush your decision. Get some rest. Lin Shenghong waved his hand, signaling Lin Wenxian to leave. But Lin Wenxian stood up and walked straight toward the door. What are you doing? Lin Shenghong frowned. I'm going to persuade Mom and the others to come back. Chapter 145, Confrontation. Jiangcheng City First Hospital. As soon as Lin Qiula reached the hospital ward door, she saw Lin Wanwan pacing back and forth with a worried expression, looking visibly agitated. Big sis, how is Mom doing now? Lin Qiulu hurriedly greeted her. The doctor said there's nothing seriously wrong.
She just needs plenty of rest these next few days. She's awake now, but her emotions are still a bit unstable. Lin Wanwan replied with concern.
Mom's been hit with so much news all at once. It's normal for her emotions to be unstable.
Maybe she'll be better in a while, Lin Qiulu offered comfort.
By the way, second sister, I want to ask you something. Are all those things that happened in our family before completely unrelated to Xiao Shuo? Lin Wanwan inquired. Lin Qiulu nodded. I showed you the video evidence. The outcome is clear.
Combined with Fengyu's blood ties, his motives for framing Xiao Shuo are entirely traceable.
Fengyu. Lin Wanwan paled.
She suddenly felt profoundly guilty toward Xiao Shuo for all these years, the accumulated misunderstandings and the things she'd done to him. She couldn't even begin to imagine how utterly hopeless Xiao Shuo must feel after enduring all this. She had always prided herself on being the most level-headed and sensible member of the Lin family. Yet today, she realized she had merely been a pawn manipulated by others.
Enough.
Over the years, both you and I have been perpetrators against Xiao Shuo. Perhaps we should seriously consider how to make amends to him and ensure Fengyu gets back everything he's owed. Lin Qiulu declared with unwavering resolve. Lin Wanwan nodded gloomily before following Lin Qiulu into the hospital room. The moment they entered, they heard Su Dinglan's sobbing voice. Xinxin, tell me what I did wrong to deserve this punishment. All these years, I must have been blind. I've not only failed you but also wronged Xiao Shuo. I should never have listened to that bastard's lies back then, letting him bring that thing home. I poured my heart and soul into treating him well, only to end up with this. What gives him the right? Su Dinglan clutched Lin Xinxuan's collar tightly, tears streaming down her face. Sitting on the hospital bed, Lin Xinxuan wore a bitter expression. Facing this situation, she felt no better than her mother. Her mind remained in a daze until she spotted Lin Qiulu and Lin Wanwan entering the room. Seeing them was like spotting a lifeline, big sister. Second sister. Hearing her greeting, the two nodded in acknowledgement. Su Dinglan also noticed her two daughters entering the room. Wanwan, Qiulu, you two have come at just the right moment. Su Dinglan wiped the tears from her face, her eyes reddened as she said, your mother has made up her mind. I'm divorcing that bastard Lin Shenghong. From now on, do you want to live with me, or with that bastard Lin Shenghong? Lin Qiulu remained silent, standing beside the hospital bed and staring at her mother with a sorrowful expression. Lin Wanwan, standing nearby, seemed to sense something. She quickly signaled to Lin Qiulu, afraid that at this moment, Lin Qiulu might say something to upset Su Dinglan. Qiulu, why aren't you speaking? Su Dinglan abruptly sat up, clutching Lin Qiulu's hand as her body trembled uncontrollably. Qiulu, what does your silence mean? Are you saying you'll leave me to live with that bastard? I've always loved you these past years. Why are you doing this to me? Lin Qiulu shook her head, took a deep breath, and felt even more sorrowful inside. Mom, of course you've been good to me. I won't live with Lin Shenghong either. But Mom, it seems like you've forgotten someone very important. Su Dinglan froze, her expression blank. Who? Xiao Shuo. Those two simple words struck like a spell, instantly leaving Su Dinglan dazed. She opened her mouth to speak, yet no words came out for a long moment. Lin Qiulu continued, Mom, all these years, you've done everything perfectly, whether it was for us, for Lin Shenghong, or for Fengyu. You never let anyone down. But when it comes to Xiao Shuo, even now, when things have reached this point, you're still concerned about Lin Shenghong having a mistress, about your own sacrifices, about how pitiful you feel. But you've never once considered how much Xiao Shuo has suffered in this family over the years because of Lin Shenghong, because of Lin Fengyu. The truth is, from the very beginning, Xiao Shuo has been the most innocent and the most grievously wronged victim in this entire affair. Yet even now, Mom, why haven't you once thought of him? Isn't Xiao Shuo your own flesh and blood? Have you forgotten how you, Dad, and Fengyu have treated him all these years? Though you never laid a hand on him, have you ever considered this? As his biological mother, you poured all your love into the son of a mistress while turning a blind eye to your own flesh and blood. To Xiao Shuo, isn't that a form of abuse?
And after Xiao Shuo left home so long ago, have you ever truly cared enough to ask him a single question? Have you ever wondered how he's faring out there alone, whether he's warm enough, whether he's eating enough? No, Mom, you haven't. If I hadn't brought this up today, would you have even remembered you had a son like this? As a mother, don't you feel any shame?
Lin Shuo's words pierced Su Dinglan's heart like sharp blades, leaving her body riddled with wounds and battered beyond repair. Su Dinglan's face drained of color. Her mouth hung open for a long moment, unable to utter a single word of rebuttal. A wave of dizziness suddenly washed over her. Noticing something was wrong, Lin Wanwan quickly intervened. Xiolu, don't say that now. Mom is very weak right now. She can't handle such a shock. Why can't I speak? This is what Mom and we owe Xiao Shuo. Every single one of us here has failed Xiao Shuo. Don't forget what kind of treatment Xiao Shuo endured during those abandoned years. Do you even realize that for over a decade, he was abused almost every single day? Meanwhile, we were enjoying all the warmth of a family, living the life he could only dream of. Did any of you see the scars covering Xiao Shuo's entire body? Every one of them tells a story of what he endured these past years. Do you have any conscience at all? After rescuing him from one hell, you've dragged him into another. Tell me what fundamental difference is there between us and that bastard Lin Shuo? Chapter 146, I must find Xiao Shuo. Lin Xiolu's accusatory voice echoed repeatedly through the hospital room. Both Lin Wanwan and Lin Wenxian had long since lowered their heads in shame. Lin Xiolu was absolutely right all these years. Hadn't they too been perpetrators of violence against Xiao Shuo? From Xiao Shuo's perspective, what difference did they make from that bastard Lin Shuo? None. Absolutely none. By this point, tears welled up in Lin Xiolu's eyes. She wasn't just blaming her mother and sister, she was also trying to awaken the love they felt for Xiao Shuo deep within their hearts, the sense of guilt they owed him. But most of all, she blamed herself. She blamed herself for not realizing sooner. Second sister. Lin Xinchuan looked at her older sister, biting her lower lip tightly. Lin Xiolu's words made her recall her own actions toward Lin Shuo over the years. Her heart felt as though it had been clenched in a vice, suffocating her. Su Dinglan kept her head bowed, silent. She had never realized the extent of what Lin Qiulu described. Nor did she know that during the decades since bringing Lin Shuo back, he had endured a life of abuse. It wasn't until Lin Xiolu finished speaking just now. Only then did it dawn on her why Lin Xiolu had clashed so fiercely with the family over Lin Shuo recently. She had known the truth all along. Xiolu. Mom begs you, please stop talking. It's Mom's fault. Su Dinglan's voice trembled. Memories of the years spent with Lin Shuo suddenly flooded her mind, and she abruptly realized her actions had indeed mirrored everything Lin Xiolu had described. All her love and concern for her biological son had remained superficial, while her genuine affection had been poured entirely into Lin Fengyu. Reflecting deeply, she couldn't even recall Lin Shuo's birthday, knew nothing of his preferences, and had no idea how tall or how much he weighed. How could there be a mother in this world as biased as herself? These thoughts gripped Su Dinglan's heart with guilt, like a sharp blade piercing her. Memories of the past stabbed at her relentlessly, forcing her to relive them over and over. She could never forgive herself for the mistakes she'd made over the years, nor for her failure as a mother. Mom, over the years, we've owed Xiao Shuo far too much. Even if we spent our entire lives trying, we might never fully repay it. But no matter what, I want to do everything in my power to make it up to Xiao Shuo, even if it takes my whole life to repay him. Mom, you should rest first and think things through clearly. Lin Xiolu seemed exhausted. After speaking these words, she turned and left, leaving only a solitary silhouette behind. No one knew what she intended to do next. A profound sense of sorrow enveloped everyone present. It turned out that they were no different from Lin Shenghong, who had betrayed them one by one. Big sis. After a long pause, Lin Xinchuan cautiously broke the silence in the hospital room. Shouldn't we go apologize to Xiao Shuo? Do you think he'll forgive us after all this time? Lin Wanwan shook her head. Impossible. How could he forgive us for over a decade of hurt just like that? All we can do is try our best to make it up to Xiao Shuo in the future, hoping that one day he might forgive us. True, Lin Xinchuan sighed, lowering her head. We've wronged him so many times over the years. And all these years, we believed every word Lin Fengyu said. We wronged him for so long and never once trusted any of Xiao Shuo's explanations. Deep down, he probably sees no real difference between us and Fengyu. If I were him, I'd be absolutely furious with us right now. Forget forgiveness, he probably wouldn't even want to see us again. Lin Wanwan felt helpless too. She had sought out Lin Shuo before and knew full well his current stance toward the entire Lin family. Getting Xiao Shuo to forgive them wasn't something a simple apology could fix. After a moment, she continued, even if Xiao Shuo doesn't forgive us, at least let him know our stance. Let him see we truly recognize our mistakes. Then, within our means, we should offer him some help. Maybe that could shift his attitude toward us a little. And when the day comes that Xiao Shuo truly forgives us, we must become his sister again. Even Lin Wanwan herself doubted this plan could ever come to fruition. Yet to comfort Su Dinglan and Lin Xinchuan, she had no choice but to weave this lie to steady their nerves.
If things could be resolved so easily, Lin Shuo wouldn't have left so decisively. Clearly, even after all Lin Shuo had done, she still couldn't earn Lin Shuo's forgiveness. Wan, you know where Xiao Shua is staying now, right? Could you take mom to see him?
Just then, Su Dinglan, lying in the hospital bed, spoke up. She had somehow managed to sit up and was struggling to get out of bed.
No, Mom.
The doctor said you need 2 more days of rest before you can be discharged. Lin Wanwan hurriedly stood up to stop her.
We can wait until after you're discharged to find Xiao Shua. It's not like it's urgent.
No, I must find Xiao Shua now. He's my own flesh and blood. He'll forgive me, won't he? Su Dinglan muttered to herself as if possessed, ignoring Lin Wanjuan's attempts to hold her back as she desperately tried to get out of bed.
Lin Wanjuan's face twisted with bitterness.
She knew full well that even if Su Dinglan managed to find Xiao Shua, she would never earn his forgiveness.
Instead, she would only be hurt by his reaction. Wan, Xinxuan, hurry up and listen to Mom. Take me to find Xiao Shua.
Hearing Su Dinglan's urgent pleas, Lin Wanwan felt a sharp pain in her temples. If only forgiving Xiao Shua were that simple.
Things wouldn't have escalated to this point. What are you standing around for? Hurry up and take me there. Su Dinglan urged anxiously.
Lin Wanwan and Lin Xinxuan exchanged glances, both seeing the awkwardness in each other's eyes. But just as they were about to speak, a familiar figure suddenly stepped forward.
Mom, how are you feeling? Chapter 147, The Brainless Lin Wenxian.
The person entering the ward was none other than Lin Wenxian, who had just left the Lin family villa not long ago.
Seeing Lin Wenxian arrive, Lin Wanwan frowned.
Su Dinglan's hospitalization hadn't been mentioned to her yet here she was at the hospital. Clearly she'd already returned to the Lin residence.
Have you seen Lin Changhong? Lin Wanwan asked. Yes, and I know what happened.
Lin Wenxian explained softly. I came to see you, Mom, and to ask what you really think about this.
Lin Wanwan took a deep breath, momentarily at a loss for words to say to her youngest sister.
Her sister seemed completely unaware of how devastating this incident had been for Su Dinglan.
How could she possibly ask about Mom's feelings at a time like this?
Su Dinglan's emotions had only just stabilized.
She really couldn't handle any more stress.
Moreover, Lin Wenxian had always been impulsive and emotional, never thinking before she spoke or acted.
Who knew what trouble she might stir up by barging into the hospital now?
Especially with Su Dinglan wanting to see Lin Shuo.
The entire Lin family knew that Lin Wenxian favored Fengyu the most.
Even if she learned the truth, there was still a high probability she wouldn't take Lin Shuo's side. This would undoubtedly trigger Su Dinglan's emotions again, which she had worked so hard to stabilize.
Wenxian, you're just in time. Come with Mom to see Xiao Shua.
The moment Su Dinglan spotted her daughter, she immediately broached the subject. Her mind was entirely consumed with securing Lin Shuo's forgiveness, completely oblivious to the strained relationship between Lin Wenxian and Lin Shuo.
Mom, why on earth would you want to go see that little bastard Lin Shuo?
Hearing Su Dinglan speak, Lin Wenxian's mind instantly flashed back to all the unpleasant things between her and Lin Shuo. Without a moment's thought, the words just spilled out.
Wenxian, what do you mean by that little bastard? Su Dinglan's tone instantly sharpened.
This sudden change startled Lin Wenxian. She hadn't expected that simply scolding Lin Shuo as usual would provoke such a strong reaction from Su Dinglan this time.
Lin Wanwan looked at her younger sister with an expression of helplessness.
Just as she'd anticipated, she'd touched a nerve. Su Dinglan's emotions, which had only just stabilized, were now stirring up again.
I called him a little bastard. What's the big deal? Lin Wenxian was suddenly puzzled. Why did everyone react so strangely whenever Lin Shuo's name came up today? Bull. Wenxian, how dare you call Xiao Shua a little bastard? He's your own flesh and blood, you know that?
Su Dinglan's sudden outburst startled Lin Wenxian, but she still retorted indignantly.
It's just a curse word. He's your son, so what? I'm still your daughter. You dare talk back to me? Are you still siding with that bastard Lin Changhong and the son he had with his mistress? Su Dinglan's chest heaved violently, clearly losing control of her emotions.
Mom, Dad made a mistake, no question about it.
But what does this have to do with Fengyu? He's innocent. He's so young, he probably doesn't even understand what's going on.
Lin Wenxian shot back immediately. But she had no idea that this single sentence would once again trigger Su Dinglan's fragile state. Su Dinglan's body trembled violently, her entire being radiating the imminent threat of collapse. This scene startled Lin Wanwan. The dreaded outcome she had feared had indeed materialized, and it had happened to her own daughter.
Wenxian, you'll be the death of me someday.
Seeing this, Lin Wanwan and Lin Xinxuan hurriedly tried to calm Su Dinglan down.
Mom, you need to stay calm. Little sister just doesn't know how to speak properly. Please don't take it personally. Simultaneously, both silently berated Lin Wenxian in their minds. Lin Wenxian, you really don't think before you speak. Mom is already in such a state, and you still say things to provoke her? Do you want something bad to happen to Mom just to make yourself happy? Lin Wanwan, unusually, lashed out at her younger sister.
She grabbed Lin Wenqian by the arm and dragged her out of the hospital room.
Only then did Lin Wenqian realize she'd caused trouble.
Panic flashed across her face and she was at a loss for words, allowing Lin Wanwan to drag her out of the room.
Big sis, wait.
Seeing Lin Wanwan about to push her away, Lin Wenqian hurriedly spoke up, I still have something to say.
What else do you want to say? Do you think mom's condition isn't bad enough already? Do you need to say something else to make her feel even worse?
Lin Wanjuan's tone was heavy, her eyes brimming with impatience.
She deeply regretted it now. If she'd known it would lead to this, she should have kicked Lin Wenqian out the moment she stepped into the room. I'm sorry.
I know I spoke out of turn earlier, Lin Wenqian said, her face filled with guilt.
Sis, you know Fingyu and I are close. Hearing what was said earlier made me react without thinking. Please let me explain properly to mom. Enough. You're an adult now. Could you please think about the consequences before acting? Lin Wanwan refused outright.
Ever since learning of Lin Fingyu's actions, she felt nothing but disgust toward him. If Su Dinglan's condition weren't so critical right now, she'd probably have gone straight to Fingyu herself, slapped him hard across the face, and demanded to know why he'd acted this way all these years. I don't know if you genuinely don't understand or are just pretending.
Things have reached this point and you're still taking Fingyu's side? Does everything Lin Fingyu does suddenly become right in your eyes?
Lin Wanjuan's face was cold as she scolded her sister without mercy.
She absolutely did not want Lin Wenqian involved in Su Dinglan's affairs.
With her brainless personality, it was only a matter of time before she caused trouble again.
Lin Wanjuan's relentless scolding finally pushed Lin Wenqian over the edge. Her emotions boiled over as she snapped, Lin Wanwan, what exactly did I do to offend you today? I'm your own sister, do you really have to berate me like this? Don't I have every right to scold you? Don't you see how upset you've made mom since you arrived? Lin Wanwan continued her tirade.
With mom in this state, you go and say the very thing she dreads hearing most.
What kind of brainless fool are you? If you weren't my sister, I'd have slapped you across the face already.
If mom really takes a turn for the worse because of you this time, don't blame me for not showing sisterly affection.
Chapter 148, I don't want a sister like you.
Lin Wanjuan's furious tirade left Lin Wenqian frozen in place, utterly speechless for a moment. But she knew she was in the wrong this time.
So she stubbornly retorted, I admit I was wrong. But what about Fengyu? What did he do? How dare you yell at him like that? Because that bastard deserves it even more than you do. Do you have any idea that everything that's happened to us over the years was all orchestrated by Fengyu?
He shifted all the blame onto Xiao Shuo just to kick him out of the Lin family. Lin Wanwan made no effort to hide her disgust for Lin Fengyu.
Impossible. Don't I know Fengyu like the back of my hand?
He'd never do such things.
Lin Wenqian shot back immediately. Every single incident that's happened in our family these years, wasn't it all orchestrated by that little bastard Lin Shuo? How can you blame Fengyu for everything just because he was born to the mistress? How old is he? He's the most innocent one in this mess. Innocent? Lin Wanwan nearly laughed in anger at Lin Wenqian's words.
She pulled out the camera Lin Xiaolu had given her, opened the video she watched not long ago, and played it for Lin Wenqian frame by frame. Here, Lin Wenqian, open your eyes wide and see for yourself. See what kind of bastard the Lin Fengyu you've been shielding really is behind your back. The camera screen began to shake. A familiar figure appeared in the video, causing Lin Wenqian's expression to freeze in surprise.
Is that Xiao Jin and Fengyu?
Lin Wenqian could scarcely believe her eyes. The footage of Lin Fengyu binding and abusing Xiao Jin struck her like a bolt from the blue.
Who else in the world could look like him and commit such monstrous acts? Lin Wanwan demanded loudly, playing one video after another for Lin Wenqian.
Without exception, each video showed Lin Fengyu committing heinous acts behind closed doors.
Impossible. It can't be. How could Fengyu do such things?
Lin Wenqian's face drained of color as she stared in disbelief at the evidence before her, utterly unable to accept that her beloved younger brother, her cherished Fengyu, could be capable of such deeds behind her back.
Impossible? What's impossible about it? The evidence is right in your face, and you're still defending that little? Lin Wanwan shot Lin Wenqian a look of disgust. It just goes to show no wonder he's the offspring of a mistress. So young, yet so calculating. All that kindness and affection he showed? It was all just a facade to drive Lin Shuo away. Nonsense. These videos must be fake.
Fengyu would never do such things.
Lin Wenqian stubbornly clung to the belief that the footage was fabricated. Someone deliberately filmed them to frame Fengyu. You can't reason with the damned. If you're so convinced that bastard Lin Fengyu is innocent, then go roll around with him. I'll pretend I never had a sister like you. Lin Wanwan was so enraged she could barely speak.
She had no desire whatsoever to continue this argument with Lin Wenqian. Judging by Wenqian's reaction, even if Fengyu were shot dead by the police today, she'd still claim it was all a frame-up. And she understood perfectly why Lin Wenqian shielded Lin Fengyu so fiercely. It all started around 3 years ago during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Lin Shuo hadn't been with the Lin family long at that point. She remembered clearly that the family had planned to go see the lantern exhibition together that day. But since Lin Fengyu had already made plans with friends, he didn't join them that day. Lin Wenxian was exhausted from the day before and stayed home to sleep, while Lin Shuo, running a high fever, naturally remained at home as well.
Coincidentally, because it was a holiday, the family's bodyguards and maids had all gone home to celebrate.
That day, only the three of them remained in the house.
And then, as luck would have it,
a massive fire broke out in the house that day. According to the neighborhood property management, it was Lin Fengyu who risked the flames to rescue Lin Wenxian, saving her life.
That was why Lin Wenxian favored Lin Fengyu in everything. Get lost?
Why should I get lost? If you don't acknowledge me, fine, I don't need a sister like you anyway. Lin Wenxian snapped angrily. You are beyond help.
Lin Wanwan laughed bitterly in rage, wishing she could slap Lin Wenxian right then and there to snap her out of it.
Their heated argument in the hallway had drawn disapproving glances from other patients.
Can you two keep it down? This is a hospital, not a marketplace.
Sorry, I'll be more careful. Lin Wanwan knew her earlier behavior had been inappropriate and quickly apologized.
But Lin Wenxian was still boiling with rage. Facing the others' criticism, she showed no remorse whatsoever. Instead, she retorted defiantly, so what if I raised my voice? Who says you can't speak loudly in a hospital? Blame her. She's the one who won't let me see my mom. Take it up with her, not me.
Lin Wenxian's tone, completely devoid of remorse, immediately drew the displeasure of the doctors and nurses present. They didn't argue with her, but instead called the hospital security department. Lin Wanwan, of course, realized what was about to happen. She made no attempt to warn her sister, instead standing quietly to the side.
Sure enough, it wasn't long before hospital security arrived.
Without a word, two burly security guards grabbed her arms and began dragging her toward the hospital exit.
What are you doing?
If you don't let go of me right now, I'll call the police. You better believe I'll have my dad fire all of you. Forcibly dragged away, Lin Wenxian struggled frantically, drawing the attention of many people. But this couldn't change the outcome of her being expelled.
Soon, as Lin Wenxian was pulled away, the entire hospital fell silent again. Back in the ward,
Su Dinglan, who had been in a critical condition, slowly regained consciousness on the bed. Her first words were to demand seeing Lin Shuo.
Wan, I must see Xiao Shuo today no matter what. If I don't see Xiao Shuo today, I won't live through tonight. Lin Wanwan felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. A wave of exhaustion suddenly washed over her entire body. If she could, she truly wanted to turn around and walk away right now. But she simply couldn't overrule Su Dinglan, who was determined to have her way. In the end, she could only grit her teeth and reply, all right. Mom, I'll take you there now, okay? Chapter 149, Mom takes you home. Outside the internet cafe.
The moment Lin Shuo stepped inside, he heard Wu Mengjing's delighted call, Xiao Shuo, why are you back so early? No evening study session today, so I got back a bit early, Lin Shuo smiled. But then he spotted Fong Mingyue beside Wu Mengjing. Lin Shuo wasn't surprised by her presence. After all, as a rich kid, her main job was to enjoy life.
Oh, Xiao Shuo, you're back. Your sister Jing made you a nourishing chicken soup first thing this morning. She's been waiting for you to come home and drink it. Only then did Lin Shuo notice the rice cooker sitting on the counter of the internet cafe. Judging by Fong Mingyue's drooling expression, she'd clearly been eyeing it for quite some time.
Especially after Lin Shuo returned, her gaze never left him, as if urging him on with her eyes. Xiao Shuo, Sister Mingyue's been waiting forever for you to come back and eat. Ever since the soup finished cooking, she's been practically drooling over it. Wu Mengjing couldn't resist teasing her best friend, causing Fong Mingyue to blush a rare sight indeed.
I'm not. I'm just worried Xiao Shuo will go hungry. Fong Mingyue snorted impatiently.
Sure, she could enjoy gourmet dishes prepared by chefs at home, but how could those compare to something made by her best friend? That's why, as soon as she heard Wu Mengjing was making soup early that morning, she showed up uninvited. I think you're just hungry, Wu Mengjing turned to Lin Shuo.
Right, Xiao Shuo? Lin Shuo gave a helpless smile.
Sis Jing, you're putting me on the spot.
All right. Enough chatting. Drink your soup quickly before it loses its flavor.
Fong Mingyue hurriedly distributed bowls and chopsticks. She'd been craving this for ages, and seeing Lin Shuo return made her impatience boil over. She'd eaten plenty of Wu Mengjing's cooking before, so she knew her culinary skills well, especially her soup-making abilities, which were far beyond those of an ordinary chef.
Opening the rice cooker, the enticing aroma of meat immediately wafted out.
Lin Shuo, fresh from class and already feeling a bit peckish, instantly felt his appetite stir at the scent.
He couldn't help but swallow hard. Wu Mengjing seemed to notice this too.
A faint smile touched her lips as she promptly filled a large bowl for Lin Shuo. If she hadn't been afraid of overflowing the bowl, she would have added a few more ribs.
Thanks, Sister Jing.
Lin Shuo carefully took the bowl from Wu Mengjing's hands, not forgetting to compliment her as he did so. Sis Jing, your cooking is amazing. I haven't even tasted this soup yet, and it already feels like it's going to melt my tongue.
Flatterer.
Wu Mengjing smiled as she playfully patted Lin Shuo's head. I didn't have much to do at the shop today, so I simmered some soup. But really, Xiao Shuo, you're about to take your college entrance exams and you're still growing, you need to eat more meat. Boys need to be strong, it makes girls feel secure. No sooner had she finished than Feng Minhua chimed in, exactly. Exactly. Xiao Shuo, you need to eat up and get stronger. That way, Sister Minhua will like you even more. Wu Mengjing shot her a disapproving glance. What does that have to do with you? Nobody's forcing you to speak up. Does Xiao Shuo need your approval? Mind your own business. Ugh, you're so petty. Feng Minhua hugged her bowl and silently retreated to the side, tucking into her food with gusto. Her expression nearly made Wu Mengjing and Lin Shuo laugh. Seeing Feng Minhua still hungry, Wu Mengjing silently served her another bowl. Watching this scene, Lin Shuo couldn't help but feel a warm, blissful glow wash over him. How he wished this moment could last forever. At that very moment, outside the internet cafe entrance, a black luxury sedan pulled up. Lin Shuo turned his head. Just as he thought the car looked familiar, 3 familiar figures stepped out. Xiao Shuo. The slightly tearful and excited voice instantly drew the attention of everyone present. Lin Shuo frowned, a hint of disgust flashing in his eyes. Xiao Shuo, mommy's here to pick you up. Come on, let's go home. Su Dinglan hurried into the store the moment she stepped out of the car. But just as she reached out to grasp Lin Shuo's hand, he ruthlessly slapped it away. Auntie, who are you? We're not acquainted. Please don't call me that casually. Lin Shuo's tone was calm, devoid of any emotion. He looked at Su Dinglan as if she were a complete stranger. That icy gaze pierced Su Dinglan's heart like a sharp blade. Xiao Shuo. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm your mother. I've come to take you home. How could you not recognize me? Su Dinglan's face turned pale. Listen to your mother. Please don't be angry with me anymore. I was wrong before. Now I know I was wrong. Please forgive me, okay? I promise I'll make it up to you properly from now on. Mom? Lin Shuo sneered coldly. I have no mother. I'm sorry, but I've been an orphan since childhood. My only family stands right behind me now. Please don't interfere with my life, okay? No sooner had the words left his mouth than Wu Mengjing stood resolutely behind Lin Shuo. Feng Minhua finally caught on, quickly setting down her chopsticks and bowl. With a piece of meat still in her mouth, she immediately chimed in, that's right. We're all Xiao Shuo's family. By now, they couldn't fail to recognize that the woman before them was Lin Shuo's biological mother, the very same one who had driven him from his home. Her sudden appearance clearly signaled an attempt to drag Lin Shuo back into that former hell. How could they stand by and watch him step back into that hell? You all. Su Dinglan watched the scene unfold, especially Lin Shuo's complete disregard for her as his birth mother. Instantly, her blood pressure spiked, and a wave of intense dizziness washed over her. Mom! Lin Wanwan hurriedly supported Su Dinglan. It took a while for Su Dinglan to steady herself and recover. Her gaze swept over the people before her, and a surge of anger welled up inside her. All of you, stay away from my son. Xiao Shuo is my son. Su Dinglan yelled, even trying to rush forward to take Lin Shuo away. But Lin Wanwan quickly stopped her. She knew full well that the current Lin Shuo cared nothing for family ties. If they truly provoked him, he might actually resort to violence. She understood that Lin Shuo had no desire to engage with them now. Using such methods to provoke him would only yield results completely opposite to their expectations. Mom, calm down first. We can talk this out. Chapter 150, You're the Outsider. Mom, please calm down. Why don't we go back home today? Even if we want Xiao Shuo to come home, we should give him some time to think it through properly, Lin Wanwan urged. Go home? Why should I go home? If Xiao Shuo doesn't come home today, then you don't go home either. You and Mom stay here and bring Xiao Shuo back together. Su Dinglan's emotions were running wildly high. She looked at Lin Shuo and pleaded, Xiao Shuo, listen to your mother. Let's go home, okay? Don't let these outsiders deceive you. They mean you no good. They'll harm you. This immediately drew Feng Minhua's displeasure. Regardless of whether she was Lin Shuo's biological mother, she retorted sharply, What nonsense are you spouting, ma'am? What do you mean we're outsiders who'd harm Xiao Shuo? Get this straight, it's your Lin family who acted inhumanely and kicked Xiao Shuo out. Don't judge others by your Lin family's standards. Just because your family acts that way doesn't mean everyone else will. Here, Xiao Shuo is like our own brother. He'll always be family. But you, his mother, you keep saying you care about him, but I want to ask, all this time since he was kicked out, what exactly have you been doing? If you truly loved Xiao Shuo, would you have left him alone out there for so long? Who knows if you'd just take him back only to abuse him again? Feng Minhua's relentless retorts instantly flushed Su Dinglan's face crimson. Her anger boiling over, she snapped, Stop spouting nonsense. When have I ever abused Xiao Shuo? From the day Xiao Shuo came home, I've never once hit or scolded him. You're the outsider with ulterior motives, trying to drive a wedge between us. At this point, Su Dinglan turned to Xiao Shuo with eager anticipation.
Xiao Shuo, come tell them, have I ever mistreated you? Lin Shuo chuckled. Auntie, don't you find it rather ridiculous to say these things to me now? Isn't abandoning your own child a form of abuse? Instead of coming to me, I think you should go find Lin Fengyu. After all, he's been your biological son all these years. At these words, Su Dinglan froze in place, speechless for a long moment, seemingly unable to believe such words could come from Lin Shuo's mouth. Xiao Shuo. Mom knows she was wrong. All these years, I shouldn't have neglected you. I should have given you more care. And I've finally learned it was that little bastard Lin Fengyu who's been scheming behind the scenes all these years, making me wrongly accuse you. He's nothing but the bastard born to that Lin Chenghong and his mistress. Mom will never let all these years of your suffering go to waste. Mom will make sure you get to vent all your pent-up frustration on him, okay? If you forgive me, I'll do anything for you. Hearing this, Lin Shuo couldn't help but frown. It wasn't that he was moved by Su Dinglan's heartfelt words, but rather the revelation that Lin Fengyu was actually Lin Chenghong's illegitimate son. Even after living 2 lifetimes, this was the first time he'd learned this truth. But now, everything from his past life suddenly made perfect sense. Why Lin Chenghong had favored Lin Fengyu so blatantly, and why Lin Fengyu had been so relentlessly hostile toward him back at the Lin residence. Today, the truth had finally revealed all the answers. Xiao Shuo, Mom truly knows she was wrong. Please, will you come home with me? Mom's heart is aching so badly right now. I just want to talk to you. Whatever you want, just ask me. I have money. When you turn 18, I'll buy you a sports car, okay? Su Dinglan made promise after promise, as if she had lost her mind. But Lin Shuo merely frowned in disgust. I have zero interest in your money. And please stop bothering me. His words were laced with undisguised contempt. Xiao Shuo. I'm your real mother. Don't treat me like this. My heart is breaking. Tears streamed down Su Dinglan's face. It felt like multiple hands were squeezing her heart, making it hard to breathe. My own mother? Lin Shuo sneered coldly. During those years I lived in the Lin household, why didn't you treat me like your own son? If I recall correctly, what you said most often was, if only Fengyu were my real son. Su Dinglan choked on her words. She hurriedly explained, Mom was deceived by that little bastard Lin Fengyu. It's all the fault of Lin Chenghong and his son. If it weren't for them, how could Mom have acted that way? Enough, Lin Shuo shook his head. Whether Lin Chenghong cheated or not, whether Fengyu is the mistress's son, none of that justifies how you've treated me all these years. Ultimately, it boils down to one thing, you've always harbored prejudice against me. But sadly, you still haven't realized that even now. If you truly were my real mother, you wouldn't have ignored my suffering in the Lin family all these years. You certainly wouldn't have waited until now to come find me. If you hadn't just discovered Lin Chenghong's mistress and that Fengyu was his child, I doubt you'd even remember I existed. In the end, it's simply that you've been raising the son of your mistress all these years, and your heart aches. You're just seeking some comfort from me. I'll say this one last time, please stop harassing me. Ever again. Every word Lin Shuo spoke struck Su Dinglan's deepest wounds, pushing her emotions to the brink of collapse. She nearly fainted on the spot. Lin Wanwan and Lin Xinxuan, listening nearby, couldn't help but press their lips together. They understood perfectly well that these words weren't just directed at Su Dinglan, they were equally aimed at the two of them. Alright, you can go now. You're not welcome here. After a long silence, Wu Mengjing finally spoke up. Earlier, upon learning that Su Dinglan was Lin Shuo's biological parent, she had held her tongue. But now, after hearing Su Dinglan's words, she could no longer contain herself. She could see clearly that though Su Dinglan claimed to love Lin Shuo, every word revolved around her own sense of betrayal. Ultimately, her visit today wasn't driven by love. As Lin Shuo had said, it was merely a search for emotional solace. Compared to that sister, Lin Xiaolu, the Su Dinglan before her eyes seemed even more despicable. I know it. It must be you. You're the one who bewitched Xiao Shuo, making him refuse to leave with me. Suddenly, Su Dinglan fixed a vicious glare on Wu Mengjing. Chapter 151, I snapped. Su Dinglan seemed to snap, her face contorting into a frenzied expression as she lunged toward Wu Mengjing with vicious intent. Seeing this, Lin Shuo immediately shielded Wu Mengjing firmly behind him. Get out of here now. If you don't leave, I'll call the police. Lin Shuo's furious shout froze Su Dinglan in her tracks. She stared at him in disbelief. Xiao Shuo. How could you speak to your mother like that? You're actually kicking me out for a stranger? Ma'am, Lin Shuo said coldly, I think you've misunderstood one thing from the very beginning. The outsiders here are you and your family. No, that's not true. How could your mother be an outsider? Don't let these strangers sway you. Listen to me and come home with me. I'll take you to see a doctor properly. You must have been brainwashed by them. Saying this, she tried to pull Lin Shuo away without a word. But Lin Wanwan stopped her. Mom, please stop. As Su Dinglan's biological daughter, even she couldn't bear watching her mother act like a possessed person. She felt ashamed. Mom, this will only make Xiao Shuo resent you more and make things worse. Why don't you understand? It's precisely because of your love that Xiao Shuo has become so distant from you. Bull. 1-1, what nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly be wrong? The only ones at fault are those outsiders who've bewitched Xiao Shuo. Su Dinglan declared with unwavering certainty. Go contact a lawyer right now. I'm taking all these villains to court. Lin Wanwan fell silent. She no longer wished to indulge in Su Dinglan's reckless antics.
Lin Shuo, embarrassed beyond words, had long since slipped outside.
Seeing her two daughters unmoved, Su Dinglan broke down in tears on the spot. Yet no one present offered comfort, they merely watched the scene in silence. Just go home already. I'd be ashamed to be related to you, Fong Mingyue added, her scorn unrelenting. Who do you think you are? How dare you lecture me? Su Dinglan screamed. You little brat, today I'll teach you a lesson on your mother's behalf.
With that, Su Dinglan raised her hand to slap Fong Mingyue. But the moment her hand rose,
smack!
A sharp slap echoed through the air, leaving a bright red handprint instantly stamped across Su Dinglan's face.
Su Dinglan seemed stunned by the blow, frozen in place for a long moment. You all saw it. She tried to hit me first. I had no choice but to fight back. It was a stress reaction. Fong Mingyue pouted innocently, then looked at Lin Shuo with hurt eyes. Xiao Shuo, go ahead and scold me if you want.
Well done, Lin Shuo replied with a faint smile. Truthfully, he himself had wanted to do just that. A mother who had never raised her own child, who hadn't even acknowledged her mistakes until this very moment, what right did she have to expect his forgiveness? Su Dinglan's entire series of actions just now had made him feel utterly sick to his stomach.
Mom! Lin Wanwan was startled too.
Though she found her mother's actions shameful, she was still her mother. She quickly shielded Su Dinglan behind her back and shot Fong Mingyue a furious glare.
Fong! How dare you hit someone? I didn't want to, but she tried to hit me. I couldn't just stand there, could I? Fong Mingyue blinked her eyes innocently. If I hadn't fought back, wouldn't that mean I got hit for nothing? Lin Wanwan was instantly speechless.
Indeed, judging from the earlier situation, it was Su Dinglan who had initiated the physical confrontation.
You should be keeping an eye on your mother. Are you just going to let her run wild here? Fong Mingyue continued. You little brat, you actually dared to hit me.
At that moment, Su Dinglan, who had been slapped, snapped out of it.
She glared furiously at Fong Mingyue. I'll beat you to death today. If you come any closer, I can't guarantee I won't have a stress reaction.
Fong Mingyue backed away, yet her eyes sparkled with a hint of eagerness.
Su Dinglan let out a shrill scream and lunged at Fong Mingyue without hesitation.
Lin Shuo, who had been on guard, instantly stepped forward to shield Fong Mingyue.
Try laying a finger on her again? His warning, delivered with icy detachment, froze Su Dinglan in her tracks.
She stared at Lin Shuo in disbelief. Xiao Shuo, that was your mother who got hit just now.
How could you help some outsider?
She had it coming. Lin Shuo's simple retort made Su Dinglan feel as though all the blood in her body rushed to her head. With a sudden dizziness, she collapsed unconscious.
Mom! Lin Wanwan turned deathly pale with fear. She feared Su Dinglan might suffer another serious setback.
Instead of wasting time on her, call an ambulance, Lin Shuo said coldly, as if the figure on the floor were a stranger.
If you can't wait, carry her to the Chinese medicine clinic next door.
They handled these situations well.
Lin Shuo gestured toward the doorway. He simply didn't want these people lingering any longer.
Xin, call an ambulance.
Get Mom to the hospital now.
Lin Wanwan hurriedly instructed.
Fortunately, the hospital wasn't far away. In less than 5 minutes, the ambulance arrived.
Lin Shuo accompanied her into the ambulance, leaving only Lin Wanwan behind.
What? Staying behind means you have something else to say? Lin Shuo asked coldly. Lin Wanwan felt awkward. I'm sorry.
I didn't want to bring Mom here.
She insisted on coming. I apologize for the trouble. Lin Shuo shook his head. No need to apologize. The best apology you can give me is to simply never show up in front of us again. I'm sorry. I'll leave now.
Lin Wanwan lowered her head, her eyes filled with sorrow.
How could a once happy family suddenly end up like this? If only they had shown more concern for Xiao Shuo back then, if only they had been more patient with him, would everything be completely different now? Deep down, she desperately hoped Lin Shuo would calmly talk things through with them.
Even if he couldn't return to the Lin family, she longed for them to resolve the misunderstandings between them.
But sadly, that was an impossible luxury for them now.
So she could only hope that, with time's passage, Xiao Shuo would gradually forget the hatred between them.
Chapter 152, The Shy Wu Mengjing.
Only after the Lin family members had left did the tension in the shop gradually ease. After all the commotion, no one felt like continuing the conversation. They turned to tidying up the dishes, while Wu Mengjing filled the sink and began washing the pots and bowls.
Ouch!
A soft gasp suddenly drew Lin Shuo's attention.
Sis Jing, what's wrong?
Noticing Lin Shuo's gaze, Wu Mengjing quickly covered her finger, shook her head, and smiled. Nothing, just the water's a bit cold. Lin Shuo was skeptical. His sharp gaze immediately fixed on Wu Mengjing's fingers, where he clearly saw a faint burn mark at the tip.
Sis Jing, what happened to your hand?
Lin Shuo hurried closer, wanting to get a better look.
It's nothing. I just accidentally scalded myself while making soup. It's fine.
Wu Mengjing shook her head, signaling Lin Shuo not to worry. I'll just treat the wound a bit later. She held her hand out for Lin Shuo to see, revealing a small blister on her fingertip. Lin Shuo examined it closely, confirming the wound wasn't serious, and finally relaxed a little. Still, he couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. Sis Jing, why didn't you tell me you had a cut on your finger? I didn't want you to worry. I've been cooking for years, I can handle a little cut like this myself. Wu Mengjing pursed her lips sheepishly, looking like a child who'd done something wrong.
But don't you know that just makes me worry more?
Lin Shuo shook his head helplessly. Besides, with your hand injured like this, how could I possibly let you clean up these things?
Promise me no matter how big the cut, you'll tell me, okay? Alright. I know now, Sister Jing. I'll tell you the moment I get hurt, okay?
Wu Mengjing lowered her head shyly, but an inexplicable warmth surged through her heart. In that instant, it made her almost unable to meet Lin Shuo's eyes. Jing, wait here for me. No sooner had Lin Shuo spoken than he vanished in a flash, leaving Wu Mengjing no chance to refuse. Moments later, he returned carrying a first aid kit. Be a good girl, Jing. Hold out your hand so I can take a look, Lin Shuo said as he opened the kit. Wu Mengjing guessed what he intended to do and shyly extended her hand. She lowered her gaze as Lin Shuo carefully tended to her wound, her eyes drifting involuntarily toward his increasingly handsome face. The two were now very close, almost touching. The faint scent of laundry detergent from Lin Shuo's body drifted directly into her nostrils. That uniquely masculine scent made Wu Mengjing's heart suddenly race, beating wildly and uncontrollably. Her face flushed red, making her too embarrassed to lift her gaze. The wound is taken care of now, Lin Shuo's voice abruptly pulled Wu Mengjing's dazed thoughts back to reality. She looked down at her carefully bandaged wound, pressed her lips together, and felt an indescribable sensation welling up inside her.
Xiao Shuo.
After a long pause, Wu Mengjing finally spoke up, this wound hasn't been bandaged properly.
Could you wrap it? Not properly bandaged? Lin Shuo froze in surprise. He looked down at his handiwork. It seemed perfectly wrapped, how could it be improperly done? I feel some tightness around my finger.
I'm worried blood circulation might be restricted, which could hinder the wound's recovery, Wu Mengjing quickly added.
Hearing her explanation, Lin Shuo didn't doubt her.
Instead, he immediately unwrapped the bandage and carefully reapplied it with meticulous care.
Throughout the entire process, Lin Shuo's eyes never wavered.
His expression was focused, as if he were doing something incredibly important. Meanwhile, Wu Mengjing's face flushed crimson. She had come up with such a lame excuse to have Xiao Shuo rebandage her wound, all just to see his face up close again, to see the look of concern and tenderness on his features.
All done. Sister Jing, does it feel tight now?
Lin Shuo quickly finished redressing the wound and asked again. Snapping back to reality, Wu Mengjing hastily shook her head, afraid he might see through her act and misunderstand.
It's perfect. My hand doesn't feel tight at all now. That's good. Lin Shuo nodded with satisfaction.
Then rest well, Sister Jing.
I'll handle the cleanup today.
Without giving Wu Mengjing a chance to refuse, Lin Shuo stood up and began washing the pots, bowls, and utensils. All right, Wu Mengjing nodded obediently. In that moment, she felt as if she had returned to her childhood, when her mother had cared for her. But she was older. She was the older sister, after all. Wu Mengjing silently complained to herself, but truth be told, she didn't seem to mind this feeling at all. In fact, deep down, she even harbored a faint hope. She hoped moments like this could happen more often. Realizing this thought, Wu Mengjing felt her cheeks flush. At that moment, she vaguely sensed several pairs of eyes fixed on her. Only then did she notice Fong Manhwa, who had been watching her from the corner with a look of pure amusement. Her lively eyes seemed to say, I knew it. Wu Mengjing's lips twitched involuntarily, a tinge of irritation welling up inside her at being caught out. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen someone injured before? Keep staring, and you won't get any of my cooking in the future. Hearing Wu Mengjing's threat, Fong Manhwa quickly ducked her head and turned to look outside the door. She knew the difference between a full meal and no meal at all. Gossip was important, but it couldn't compare to her best friend's cooking. Seeing this, Wu Mengjing's expression finally softened, though she deliberately kept a stiff upper lip, refusing to give Fong Manhwa a friendly look. Blame it on seeing what she shouldn't have seen. She knew that although Fong Manhwa appeared cowed by her threats and was behaving so obediently now, given her temperament, it probably wouldn't be long before she dug up the secret again to tease her. Moments later, Lin Shuo finished washing the dishes. Sister Jing, I've tidied everything up. Let's head home together now. Chapter 153, Absolutely Not Allowed. Ignoring Fong Manhwa's tearful pleas, Wu Mengjing led Lin Shuo straight back home. Upon arriving home, Lin Shuo didn't immediately start his homework. Instead, he turned toward the kitchen and began fiddling around. Before long, a cup of warm milk was ready. Sis Jing, I noticed your sleep quality hasn't been great lately, so I made you some milk to help you relax. When the warm milk was placed before her, Wu Mengjing's delight nearly spilled over her face. She hadn't expected Lin Shuo to be so attentive to her well-being, noticing even such small details. A profound sense of happiness welled up inside her.
Xiao Shuo, thank you.
She lowered her head shyly, afraid Lin Shuo would see her blush.
Sis Jing, why are you thanking me? Lin Shuo blinked and smiled. Didn't you say something earlier? Ha? What did I say? Wu Mengjing froze.
Jing, you said it yourself last time we're family. It's only right for a sister to look after her little brother.
Lin Shuo spoke, then paused, meeting Wu Mengjing's eyes.
So it's only right for a little brother to look after his big sister too. Hearing this, Wu Mengjing felt her heart nearly leap out of her throat. Her face flushed crimson, as if it might bleed, especially when she met Lin Shuo's earnest gaze. The long-buried emotions within her seemed to erupt in that instant.
Without knowing why, she blurted out, then, would you be willing to stay with your sister forever?
The moment the words left her lips, regret washed over her. She clenched her fingers tightly, lowering her head in anxious uncertainty as a flood of emotions surged through her.
Each second felt like an eternity. Of course I would. Lin Shuo answered quickly and earnestly, his eyes brimming with sincerity.
I'll stay with Sister Jing forever. His direct answer made Wu Mengjing's heart skip a beat. Yet she quickly regained her composure. Lin Shuo's meaning seemed entirely different from what she had intended, completely missing the emotional undertones in her words. A wave of disappointment instantly flooded her heart. She suddenly felt a pang of regret. If only she had been clearer and more direct earlier, might things have. Perhaps the relationship between her and Xiao Shuo could have taken a step forward?
Jing. The call snapped Wu Mengjing out of her reverie.
Realizing her mistake, she quickly covered up with a nervous excuse, just now.
I was just so moved by your answer, Sister Jing, that I spaced out. I see.
Lin Shuo nodded, detecting no hint of unease in her tone. But then he recalled what Wu Mengjing had said earlier, and suddenly felt something was off. He couldn't shake the feeling that Sister Jing's words might have carried a hidden meaning.
Am I overthinking this?
Lin Shuo murmured softly.
Xiao Shuo.
Wu Mengjing spoke up suddenly, you're feeling pretty down today too, aren't you?
Ha? Sad about what?
Lin Shuo looked slightly puzzled, not quite understanding.
Well, your mom came looking for you today, didn't she?
Wu Mengjing replied cautiously, afraid her question might stir up painful memories or remind Lin Shuo of unpleasant things.
Oh, you mean that? Lin Shuo shook his head. Honestly, I didn't feel a thing. Lin Shuo's expression remained calm.
I don't know what possessed them today, or if it's really true what they said that Feng Yu is the child of a mistress and they came to find me, demanding I return to the Lin family.
To me, it's all trivial. They might as well be strangers now. Forget sadness, just seeing the Lin family suffer brings me more joy than I can contain. How could I possibly feel sad? That's good.
Wu Mengjing felt a slight relief in her heart. She had feared that seeing Su Dinglan and Lin Wanwan might stir up unpleasant memories of his time with the Lin family. That might affect his mood or even his upcoming college entrance exams. Just like how his mother's situation had left him despondent for quite some time.
If anything's weighing on your mind, remember to talk to Sister Jing. I'm your strongest support. Understand?
Wu Mengjing emphasized earnestly.
Just like I've always said, Sister Jing will always be family to you.
Of course I understand, Sister Jing, Lin Shuo nodded earnestly, a wave of warmth spreading through his heart. This warmth was something he had never experienced in the Lin household.
Alright, it's getting late.
Xiao Shuo, I'll go tidy up first.
If you're tired, go ahead and sleep. After all, you have class tomorrow.
Wu Mengjing abruptly changed the subject, picking up the laundry from the balcony and heading into the bathroom.
Got it. But I'm not sleepy yet. I'll rest a bit before bed.
Lin Shuo nodded, then turned on the TV to pass the time. Soon, the sound of running water echoed from the bathroom. 20 minutes later, Wu Mengjing emerged from the bathroom wearing a pair of pajamas, her hair still damp.
Xiao Shuo, could you go get the hairdryer for me?
Seeing this, Lin Shuo immediately got up and fetched the hairdryer from Wu Mengjing's bedroom. After plugging it in, he didn't leave but spoke up, Sis Jing, let me dry your hair for you today.
Your fingers are injured, so it's inconvenient for you.
Wu Mengjing seemed taken aback, but she smiled and nodded in agreement. But drying a girl's hair takes forever.
You better not lose your patience.
Of course not.
I gladly blow dry Sister Jing's hair for a lifetime without losing patience, Lin Shuo replied earnestly. Anything concerning Sister Jing will never feel like a bother to me.
Hearing such a sincere answer, Wu Mengjing couldn't help but let the corners of her mouth turn up slightly.
When did Xiao Shuo become so smooth with his words?
When he grows up, who knows how many girls he'll charm.
But suddenly, Wu Mengjing sensed something amiss. A wave of unease washed over her.
Right, her little Shuo was so eloquent and handsome. Once he got to college, he'd surely have plenty of girls vying for his attention.
What would she do then? Could she just stand by and watch Xiao Shuo be with another girl? No way. She absolutely couldn't let that happen. Chapter 154, I like you.
Wu Mengjing lowered her head. The feelings buried deep within her heart stirred like a mischievous kitten, constantly stirring restlessly. She liked Lin Shuo, so she didn't want him to be with other girls. So she gathered her courage.
Xiao Shuo.
She called softly, but perhaps because the hairdryer was too loud, or maybe her voice was too faint, whatever the reason, Lin Shuo showed no reaction after she spoke. Instead, he continued drying her hair with the same careful attention as before.
This lack of response eased Wu Mengjing's mind considerably.
As if a floodgate had opened, she began speaking softly, as though recounting a story.
Actually, Sister Jing has liked you for a long time.
I don't know when it started, but I found myself drawn to your every move. Your moods would lift me up or bring me down.
Sometimes just seeing your face would make me blush.
Wu Mengjing murmured softly. Though she didn't know if Lin Shuo could hear her now, her heart still raced uncontrollably, her cheeks flushing. Deep down, she hoped he could hear her words at this very moment.
To hear the feelings she was conveying at this very moment. Jing.
The hum of the hairdryer had stopped at some point. Lin Shuo's voice suddenly reached Wu Mengjing's ears. Mid-sentence, Wu Mengjing felt a sudden flicker of panic. She cautiously glanced at Lin Shuo out of the corner of her eye, only to find him staring at her with a complex expression.
Jing. I heard everything you said just now.
Lin Shuo's words instantly caused Wu Mengjing's brain to freeze.
No, it's not like that.
She flapped her lips in panic, momentarily at a loss for words.
Jing.
Lin Shuo started to speak, but Wu Mengjing cut him off, her face flushing.
Well, you know, it's hot out, anyone would blush, right? I just got a little warm, that's all. Nothing else.
Ah, well, it's not that there's no other meaning, it's just…
Wu Mengjing felt her explanation spiraling into chaos. By the end, she didn't even know what she was saying anymore.
But she knew her face must be as red as a monkey's, but right now. If she could, she'd have crawled into a crack in the ground. She kept her head down, not daring to meet Lin Shuo's gaze. But what she feared even more was hearing the words she dreaded.
It must be the bathwater, it's too hot. It's scalding my brain. Yeah, that must be it.
Jing, Lin Shuo observed her flustered state with a faint, ambiguous smile. His heart raced wildly. For some inexplicable reason, he found her utterly endearing in this moment. At the same time, the feeling stirring within him seemed to grow infinitely stronger in this atmosphere.
Actually,
Lin Shuo took a deep breath, as if suddenly gathering courage.
His gaze fixed firmly on Wu Mengjing.
What if I told you?
I like you too? What? Wu Mengjing's expression, which had been busy preparing an explanation, froze.
Lin Shuo's single sentence effortlessly made her forget all her excuses.
Xiao Shuo, what did you just say? Could you repeat it for me?
Wu Mengjing's face flushed crimson, her heart pounding wildly. Her eyes held both nervousness and anticipation.
It was just. Now it was Lin Shuo's turn to feel nervous.
The words he'd intended to say suddenly felt impossible to utter. Truthfully, from the very first day he moved into this place, he had never imagined such a thing could happen to him. He had always believed that only he harbored this uneasy feeling deep within his heart. And from the very first day he'd liked Wu Mengjing, he prepared himself to bury this love deep within his heart forever. But now, Wu Mengjing's confession felt like a sudden shattering of that impenetrable barrier within his heart.
So Sister Jing liked him too.
It wasn't just him harboring these feelings.
Just what?
Wu Mengjing suddenly spoke up.
And why is your face so red, Xiao Shuo? Because it's so stuffy.
Lin Shuo came up with an excuse even more lame than bathwater. Wu Mengjing cast a suspicious glance at the 23C air conditioner, then looked back at Lin Shuo's flushed face. A bold thought surged through her mind.
Xiao Shuo, did you just say you like me?
The words had barely left her mouth.
Lin Shuo's face flushed even redder as he stammered an explanation. I. Xiao Shuo, what kind of like are you talking about? Wu Mengjing's voice instantly grew tense.
Gritting his teeth, Lin Shuo gathered his courage and met Wu Mengjing's eyes.
I mean the kind of like between boyfriends and girlfriends. In that instant,
Wu Mengjing felt time freeze. Her mind went blank, completely losing all ability to think, as she kept replaying Lin Shuo's words over and over.
So Xiao Shuo likes me too.
The moment this thought struck, Wu Mengjing distinctly felt her body tremble slightly, her voice even carrying a faint quiver. An indescribable joy flooded her entire heart. She even began to doubt whether she was dreaming. Only when she pinched her thigh hard did the sharp pain snap her out of this dreamlike haze.
It wasn't a dream.
Xiao Shuo had truly confessed his feelings to her. That little brother she'd picked up from the internet cafe had actually confessed to her.
Xiao Shuo, I didn't quite catch that just now. Could you say it again?
Wu Mengjing blinked her beautiful big eyes, looking at Lin Shuo with eager anticipation. Lin Shuo clenched his jaw and repeated his words. I said I like Sister Jing too.
The kind of liking between boyfriends and girlfriends. Xiao Shuo, your voice is so soft. I didn't hear you clearly. Why don't you say it louder?
Wu Mengjing spoke with a hint of nervousness. Though she had already heard every word Lin Shuo said clearly, she couldn't help but want to hear it again. Hearing Lin Shuo repeat his words again. Each time she heard it, it felt like something was scratching at her heart, an unstoppable itch. I said I like you. Lin Shuo threw caution to the wind, practically shouting it out loud. The volume made Wu Mengjing's eardrums buzz, and she stared at him in a daze. Her mind kept replaying what had just happened. Just moments ago, her favorite younger brother had confessed his feelings to her.
Chapter 155 Didn't hear clearly. After hearing Lin Shuo's confession, Wu Mengjing felt unexpectedly flustered.
She looked at him helplessly, unsure whether to stand or sit. Yet she could feel a surge of joy filling her entire mind.
Seeing Wu Mengjing's prolonged silence, Lin Shuo suddenly felt a pang of disappointment. He looked at Wu Mengjing with a hint of concern. Jingjie, do you not like me? Of course not.
Wu Mengjing snapped back, scrambling to explain as if afraid Lin Shuo had misunderstood. After a moment's hesitation, she finally gathered her courage to speak. Of course I like you too, in that boyfriend-girlfriend kind of way. After uttering those words, Wu Mengjing felt so embarrassed and angry that she couldn't even meet Lin Shuo's gaze. She lowered her head, her face flushing crimson as if it might bleed, trying to hide her embarrassment. Lin Shuo seemed to sense her thoughts and immediately cupped her face with both hands. In an intensely earnest tone, he declared, Sister Jing, you're truly beautiful. Wu Mengjing was instantly speechless, unsure how to respond. Even her skin seemed to blush with a beautiful flush from embarrassment. After a long moment, Wu Mengjing finally regained her composure and pursed her lips.
So, how long do you plan on staring at my face?
I want to gaze at it for a lifetime, Lin Shuo murmured with a gentle smile. The scene was so perfect he wished time could freeze right there.
You're being naughty.
Wu Mengjing gritted her teeth, feeling both embarrassed and annoyed. She felt like a naive little girl suddenly caught off guard by a gradually maturing bad boy who had her completely in his grasp.
But for some reason, instead of resistance, her heart held an inexplicable anticipation.
It was you who confessed first while I was drying your hair, Sister Jing, Lin Shuo pouted.
And now you're calling me bad? I didn't.
Wu Mengjing sounded like a girl newly swept up in love, her mind completely blank except for an instinctive denial.
So Sister Jing, you just said you've actually liked me for a long time? Well, isn't it normal for an older sister to like her younger brother? I was just saying that offhand.
Oh, I see. So Sister Jing just sees me as a little brother, never once thinking of me romantically.
Turns out I'd been overthinking things all along.
As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Shuo's expression instantly turned sorrowful. Seeing this, Wu Mengjing hurriedly stammered an explanation. No. Sister Jing really does like you.
Then what kind of liking is it? Like a boyfriend and girlfriend? Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Mengjing blurted out the words.
But the instant she spoke, she caught the smug look in Lin Shuo's eyes and instantly regretted it, her embarrassment turning to anger. You little rascal, teasing Sister Jing like that. Wu Mengjing grabbed Lin Shuo's ear.
Dare you ever play tricks on me again? I won't.
Lin Shuo begged immediately. But in his heart, he added, yeah, right. Wu Mengjing finally released his ear, pouting in feigned anger, though her eyes betrayed her unhidden delight. Fine, I'll let you off this time, Wu Mengjing huffed playfully, though the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curve upward.
Enough of that. Sister's hair isn't dry yet. You're going to help dry it first. Alrighty.
Lin Shuo scampered off to grab the hairdryer, grinning like he'd just won the lottery.
Buzz. The loud hum of the hairdryer filled the air once more.
But Wu Mengjing's heart could no longer remain as calm as before. Her mind kept replaying the scene from moments earlier.
So did that mean they'd both successfully confessed their feelings? What exactly was their relationship now? Siblings? Or lovers? Should they start using different terms from now on? Or perhaps stop sleeping in separate rooms?
As these thoughts swirled, Wu Mengjing found herself absent-mindedly twirling a strand of hair. The flush that had just faded returned to her cheeks. Lost in her reverie, she didn't notice her hair had already dried. Sis Jing, your hair's dry. Lin Shuo's voice snapped her back to reality. Oh, okay. Wu Mengjing snapped out of it, but her body froze in place. After drying each other's hair, neither seemed to know how to start a conversation. The living room fell silent, filled only with their slightly hurried breathing.
Xiao Shuo. Wu Mengjing finally broke the silence, forcing herself to speak. It's getting late. Why don't you go rest first? Alright, I'll go to bed then.
Lin Shuo felt a pang of disappointment as he started walking back to his room, but Wu Mengjing called out to him.
Xiao Shuo. Wu Mengjing watched his retreating figure, hesitation flickering in her eyes before she couldn't hold back. When you wake up tomorrow, you won't forget what happened tonight, will you? Even Wu Mengjing felt a bit embarrassed after saying that. What about tonight?
Seeming to catch Wu Mengjing's implication, Lin Shuo gave a sly wink and feigned ignorance. Well, it's just the thing you mentioned earlier. Wu Mengjing said, her face flushing slightly. Oh, Lin Shuo deliberately drew out the last syllable.
Sis Jing, you mean that thing earlier where you kept pretending not to hear me clearly, making me repeat my confession over and over?
Wu Mengjing froze instantly. She felt mortified, wishing she could sink into a hole. She hadn't expected her little scheme to be completely exposed by Lin Shuo.
No way. I genuinely didn't hear you clearly back then.
Wu Mengjing insisted stubbornly, though her voice betrayed her guilt.
She avoided meeting Lin Shuo's eyes entirely. Really? Lin Shuo asked with a hint of amusement in his voice. Of course it's true. And, you're not allowed to bring this up again. Fine, I won't mention it again, Lin Shuo replied with a smile. Then he continued, so, Sister Jing, will you forget about today's incident? Do you want Sister Jing to forget?
Wu Mengjing blushed, nervously twisting her nightgown.
Of course I don't.
At this point, Lin Shuo paused suddenly, his expression turning earnest.
It took me so much courage to confess.
Not only will I never forget it, but I'll cherish it in my heart forever.
Hearing Lin Shuo's confession, Wu Mengjing couldn't contain her blush any longer. She covered her face with her hands and buried herself deep under the covers, but the crescent-shaped corners of her eyes were impossible to hide. Chapter 156, It's all Lin Shuo's fault. At that moment, in a luxurious villa in Jiangcheng City,
Lu Yulan bustled about, placing plate after plate of exquisite delicacies before Lin Fengyu. With a rare tender smile on her face, she said, Fengyu, you must be exhausted. I had the chef prepare all this especially to your taste. You're in the critical phase of college entrance exams now. You can't let your nutrition slip, you need to nourish yourself properly. Lin Fengyu looked at his biological mother with unease, a surge of uncontrollable dread rising within him. He cautiously sipped the chicken soup from his bowl, glancing sideways at Lu Yulan as he drank. To him, the soup before him seemed less like a nourishing delicacy and more like a bowl of poison he could scarcely swallow. If you like it, have a few more bowls. Lu Yulan offered a faint smile, but to Lin Fengyu, it was terrifying and unsettling. It sent a chill down his spine. Hearing this, Lin Fengyu kept his head bowed, as if performing a task of utmost importance. He sipped the chicken soup with deliberate care, his movements and posture meticulously restrained, daring not to overstep in the slightest. It felt less like eating and more like completing a mission. But perhaps due to his extreme nervousness, he momentarily lost focus. A spoonful of soup accidentally dripped onto the table. That single action instantly made him feel a piercing, icy gaze fixed upon him, sending a cold sweat soaking through his entire back. Fengyu. Lu Yulan's voice instantly turned icy. How many times have I told you to mind your manners at the table? To follow the rules. You're my son, Lu Yulan's son. Didn't that old fool Lin Shuo teach you any manners at the table? Why do you eat like a country bumpkin? Kneel against the wall immediately. Hearing these words, Lin Fengyu shuddered violently. Fear flickered in his eyes, an instinctive dread that made him want to refuse. Mom. Before he could finish, Lu Yulan cut him off. Her tone brooked no argument. Fengyu, do I need to say this twice? I won't dare. Lin Fengyu obediently lowered his head and knelt in the corner. Unlike the smooth floorboards elsewhere, this surface was uneven and bumpy, resembling a gravel path. The moment he knelt, sharp pain shot through his knees, making him gasp sharply. But this was only the beginning. Lu Yulan picked up a clock and began timing him. According to her rules, he was not permitted to stand until he had knelt for a full hour. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 10 minutes. Half an hour. Every single second felt like an agonizing torture to Lin Fengyu. The relentless pain radiating from his knees caused cold sweat to pour down his forehead uncontrollably. But he dared not utter a sound. Clenching his fists tightly and gritting his teeth, he endured the agony, desperately trying to stifle any noise. He knew that if he made a sound, an even more brutal punishment awaited him. Only when his knees had nearly lost all sensation did the clock finally stop ticking, signaling him to rise. Do you know your mistake now? Lu Yulan paid no heed to Lin Fengyu's agonized expression, instead demanding coldly and sternly. I know. Lin Fengyu trembled as he pushed himself up from the floor, clutching the wall for support. Seeing his apology, satisfaction finally spread across Lu Yulan's face. She gently took his hand and patted it. Fengyu, this is all for your own good. You are part of the Lu family now. Every word and action from this day forward represents the Lu family. You absolutely cannot retain any of those country bumpkin habits from the Lin family. Understand? Understood. Lin Fengyu dared not argue. Alright, now that you understand, hurry up and eat. Lin Fengyu sat back down at the table, but this time he was even more cautious. He moved like a robot programmed to precise settings, daring not to overstep or make a single mistake. Only after half an hour had passed did he finish the entire spread of food. Seeing no mistakes this time, Lu Yulan nodded with satisfaction and smiled. Finished? Then get ready for your evening routine. You must rest early and regulate your schedule. Never again act as carelessly as you did at the Lin household. Yes. Throughout the entire process, Lin Fengyu dared not voice the slightest objection. He could only obediently follow Lu Yulan's instructions, washing his face and brushing his teeth like an emotionless machine.
Throughout the entire process, Lu Yulan stood behind him, watching coldly. Only after he methodically completed everything did Lu Yulan tuck him in and turn off the light. Rest well, Fingyu. I'll wake you for breakfast tomorrow. Good night, Mom. Click. With the sound of the door closing, the entire room plunged into darkness. Yet lying on the soft bed at that very moment, Lin Fingyu felt not the slightest bit of comfort. Instead, it was as if a massive weight pressed down on his chest, leaving him gasping for breath. He felt Lu Yulan's eyes all around him, coldly watching him every moment. It was suffocating and oppressive. He dared not even open his eyes, knowing a night vision camera hung directly above him, monitoring his every move. The moment he opened his eyes, his mother would storm in to punish him. The mere thought of Lu Yulan's severity made Lin Fingyu's body tremble uncontrollably. This was his other home. And also his prison. A prison where every move was monitored, treating him like a convict. Here, he was like a prisoner. Every action and gesture was subject to Lu Yulan's scrutiny. The slightest misstep would earn him corporal punishment like a convict lightly, kneeling severely, worse. The mere thought of that terrifying scene sent another shiver down Lin Fingyu's spine. It was a memory he desperately wanted to erase. Yet deep within, he dared not harbor the slightest resentment toward Lu Yulan, only profound dread remained. Thus, he could only curse Lin Shuo silently in his heart. Damn Lin Shuo! If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have ended up here. Why isn't it you who came here instead? I clearly didn't have to endure any of this. It's all your fault. It's all Lin Shuo's fault. Chapter 157, Mom, you're just making things easier for the other woman. Jiang City Hospital. Su Dinglan lay weakly in the hospital bed, her face pale and bloodless. Her eyes stared unfocused out the window, tear stains still visible on her cheeks, her expression one of utter despair. Mom, please, eat something. If you don't eat, your body won't hold up, Lin Wanwan pleaded anxiously from the bedside, holding a boxed meal. Ever since returning from Lin Shuo's place, Su Dinglan had refused even a drop of water or a morsel of rice, her entire being reduced to utter frailty. Eat. How can I possibly eat? At least eat a little. Starving yourself won't do you any good. Lin Wanwan pushed the meal forward gently, her heart aching. Despite everything that had happened yesterday, Su Dinglan was still her mother, no matter what. I won't eat. Take it away. Su Dinglan's words were tinged with sorrow. My own son refuses to acknowledge me as his mother. My husband cheated on me with a mistress. The son I raised for over a decade turned out to be the mistress's child. What meaning is there in my life now? I might as well just die. Mom, you can't talk like that, Lin Wanwan urged gently. Xiao Shuo is still furious. After all we've put him through these years, how could he possibly forgive us so easily? Even if he does forgive, it takes time to make amends. You can't just wave it away with a few words. Besides, Mom, don't you think you acted too rashly? Just barging in on Xiao Shuo like that, without any preparation, who would agree to that? Lin Wanwan sighed. Clearly, Lin Shuo harbored deep resentment toward the Lin family, something that couldn't be resolved overnight. So you think it's all my fault too? Su Dinglan abruptly stood up, her eyes burning with emotion as she stared at Lin Wanwan. Even if I've wronged Xiao Shuo over the years, I only want my biological son back. What's wrong with that? Alright, Mom. Lin Wanwan sighed helplessly. Fine, it's all my fault. Just eat your dinner first. Her mother was clearly beyond reason now. I won't eat. Not a single bite until Xiao Shuo acknowledges me as his mother. Su Dinglan declared with unwavering resolve, leaving Lin Wanwan no chance to feed her. Hearing this, Lin Wanwan could only let out a bitter laugh. For a moment, she didn't know how to comfort her mother. Getting Xiao Shuo to come back and acknowledge her as his mother wasn't something that could be resolved in a day or two. Was her mother really going to refuse food for that entire time? Lin Wanwan could only turn to her younger sister with a pleading look. Lin Xinchuan sat down beside the bed, her brow furrowed in equal confusion. After a long moment, she finally spoke softly, Mom, even if you're angry, you don't have to take it out on your own health, do you? If you really refuse to eat and something happens to your health, wouldn't that just make Lin Changhong and that mistress happy? Just think how delighted they'd be then. At these words, Su Dinglan's eyes widened instantly, and her breathing became rapid. Seeing this, Lin Xinchuan's eyes lit up. Realizing her words had struck a chord, she pressed her advantage. Mom, the situation with Xiao Shuo isn't something we can resolve overnight. After all, we've wronged him for so many years. We can afford to put that matter on hold for now. Take today, for instance. The more we push, the more resistant Xiao Shuo becomes. We need to take it slow and steady, letting him gradually feel our sincerity. Only then can we subtly help him forgive us in his heart. But tell me, who's hurt us the most over the years? That would definitely be Lin Changhong and that damn mistress, plus that little Lin Fingyu. Don't you want to get back at them for all the wrongs they've done to us over the years? By refusing to eat like this, you're only harming your own body. In the end, it'll just make those three bastards even more arrogant, Mom. As soon as Lin Xinchuan finished speaking, Su Dinglan's expression changed instantly. After a moment, as if suddenly realizing something, she sat up straight in bed.
Though she remained silent, it was clear Lin Shuo's words had swayed her. All that remained was to gently guide her thoughts, and she would follow naturally.
Mom, think about it. If you really collapse, everything in our family will go to Lin Shuo and that mistress. Then not only me and sister Wan, but even Xiao Shuo will be completely helpless. Who knows how long that mistress will ride roughshod over us. After bullying us, they'll turn on Xiao Shuo. How could a child his age possibly handle their schemes? If it messes with his college entrance exams, his whole future could be ruined. So ultimately, it'll still be up to you, Mom, to take charge. So Mom, let's eat first, okay? We'll figure out how to deal with that mistress later.
After saying this, Lin Shuo knew her work was done. She placed the prepared meal in front of Su Dinglan.
This time, Su Dinglan didn't refuse. Instead, she began eating heartily, taking large bites.
Poof. I won't dwell on yesterday's incident for now, Su Dinglan snorted coldly before turning to Lin Wan. Wan, you go find out everything you can about that mistress, her background, identity, where she lives. Mom's going to settle the score with them first.
Lin Wan nodded. Don't worry, Mom.
Xiao Lu should know who that mistress is. You eat first.
I'll contact Xiao Lu.
She then turned to Lin Shuo. Shuo, stay here and take good care of Mom at the hospital today.
I'll go find Xiao Lu.
Lin Shuo nodded in response.
Lin Wan picked up her bag. Once outside the ward, she pulled out her phone and dialed Lin Xiolu's number. After a few rings, the call connected. Hello, Xiolu. What's up, sis?
Lin Xiolu's voice sounded distinctly weary on the other end. Lin Wan knew it was likely another flare-up of Lin Xiolu's chronic condition.
Xiolu, how's your health? How have you been these past few days? Big sis, just get to the point.
I'm perfectly fine, you don't need to worry about me, Lin Xiolu replied wearily. Yesterday, Mom took us to see Xiao Shuo. She wanted to reclaim him, but he refused. Lin Wan said bitterly.
Lin Xiolu on the other end fell silent for a long moment.
When she spoke again, her tone was clearly tinged with irritation. Mom is still the same as ever, only ever thinking about her own feelings. The more she acts like this, the less likely Xiao Shuo is to accept her.
Doesn't she understand that by now? Chapter 158, Collecting Interest.
Lin Xiolu's words betrayed a loss of composure, her expression twisted not only by Su Dinglan's unilateral decision to seek out Lin Shuo. It was also because of the attitude her mother had adopted when persuading Xiao Shuo to return home. She had already pieced together a rough picture of the situation in her mind. I tried to reason with Mom too, but she wouldn't listen. In the end, she even fainted over this, Lin Wan sighed helplessly. You know Mom's temperament, once she sets her mind on something, no one can stop her.
Lin Xiaolu took a deep breath. How is Mom doing now?
Well, she just woke up from the hospital. Now she's muttering about going to settle accounts with that mistress.
That's why she called me to ask you who exactly is that mistress?
Lin Wan said bitterly.
Hearing this, Lin Xiaolu couldn't help but press her hand to her forehead. That mistress has quite an unusual background. She's not someone you can deal with in a single encounter. I've got some unfinished business with her too. Not an ordinary person? That's right. That woman is Lu Yulan from the Lu family, a notorious Black Widow. Black Widow? Lu Yulan? Lin Wan was stunned. That woman is actually my husband Lin Chenghon's mistress Lin Fingyu's birth mother? It's as good as certain. When I went to retrieve Lin Fingyu's paternity test report, that woman intercepted me midway.
Lin Xiolu continued, the injury on my head was inflicted by her.
Lin Wan paused, then a surge of anger welled up inside her.
You were beaten like this just for trying to get the paternity test report?
Yes.
After I woke up that day, I reported it to the police. But they said there was no surveillance footage from that night, so it couldn't be used as evidence, Lin Xiolu said bitterly. Although everyone in the circle says this woman was kicked out of the Lu family, according to my sources, she still holds significant assets within the Lu family and thus retains considerable influence there. And to protect those interests, the Lu family certainly won't let Mom easily go after that woman. Hearing Lin Xiolu's words, Lin Wanjuan's brows instantly furrowed deeply. Truth be told, she didn't know much about the Lu family, but she'd picked up bits and pieces from the gossip circulating in their social circles. The Lu family had once been a formidable force in Jiang City. Though not as powerful as in their heyday, their hidden strength behind the scenes was still far beyond what the current Lin family could hope to match. Therefore, confronting Lu Yulan meant facing the Lu family as an insurmountable mountain behind her.
So are we just going to let Lin Chenghong and your affair slide like this?
Lin Wan seethed, her knuckles turning white from the force of her grip.
Of course it can't be left at that. The Lu family may be formidable, but they're not monolithic internally.
Especially since she's conceived a child outside the family, the Lu clan won't let her off easily. If this scandal were to break, the Lu family might want Lu Yulan dead even more than we do.
Why? Have you forgotten how she earned the nickname Black Widow? Lin Wan pondered for a moment before the memory surfaced.
The origin of the Black Widow moniker stemmed from a long-standing rumor circulating within their circles. Years ago, before Lu Yulan had adopted that name, she married into the Lu family. Soon after, whispers spread that she had poisoned her husband to death. Even after she deliberately changed her surname to Lu, conflicts with the Lu family persisted. Rumor had it she nearly lost her life on several occasions. At this realization, Lin Wanwan suddenly understood. Calculating their ages, Lin Fengyu and Lu Yulan's husband had died around the same time. This meant that while her husband was still alive, she and Lin Shenghong had already been having an affair.
Perhaps the death of that Lu family member was inextricably linked to Lin Shenghong and Lu Yulan.
It was highly probable that Lu Yulan's husband had discovered their affair, prompting the two to go all the way and kill him.
Though no concrete evidence existed at the time, the Lu family couldn't openly confront Lu Yulan. But if the truth about Lu Yulan's illegitimate child were to surface, the outcome would be entirely different.
Once the Lu family learned of this, they would undoubtedly seek revenge immediately.
No wonder Lu Yulan had immediately blocked Lin Shuo from obtaining that paternity test report. But second sister, how did you figure all this out? And where did you get all the evidence of Lin Fengyu's crimes? Lin Wanwan couldn't help but ask.
Many of these details, especially the videos of Lin Fengyu, weren't something one could just casually obtain. If Lin Shenghong had told her all this, she wouldn't have found it strange. But she knew Lin Qiulu like the back of her hand. Before Lin Shuo ran away from home, this sister of hers had been completely immersed in her own hobbies. She barely paid attention to the family business, let alone put her mind to finding evidence from years ago. Yet now, Lin Qiulu seemed to have suddenly unlocked some hidden potential, which struck her as deeply peculiar. It was the Wu group that helped me out.
After a moment's hesitation, Lin Qiulu replied. The Wu group? Lin Wanwan froze in surprise.
She had certainly heard of the Wu group, but she had no idea when her younger sister had become involved with them. To be precise, I'm currently in a cooperative relationship with the Wu group, and the sole purpose is to make things right for Xiao Shuo as much as possible.
Seeming to detect the confusion in Lin Wanjuan's tone, Lin Qiulu explained slowly. Xiao Shuo now has an older sister named Wu Mengjing, who is the sole heir to the Wu group. What?
The revelation sent a shockwave through Lin Wanwan, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief.
So now you understand why I'm collaborating with the Wu group? Lin Qiulu replied calmly.
Lin Wanwan remained silent on the phone, but her silence spoke volumes.
Now that you know the answer, will you help me? Lin Qiulu pressed on. Our family ended up like this because of Lin Shenghong and Lu Yulan.
I can never forgive them for what they did to Xiao Shuo and Mom. Of course I'll help you, Lin Wanwan agreed without hesitation.
If you need anything, you can contact me anytime. Good.
Mom must be itching to confront that mistress. Lin Qiulu paused before continuing. Tomorrow, you bring Xinchuan alone.
I'll lead you to Lu Yulan. Let's make them pay us back with interest. Chapter 159, liking her means getting her attention. Ring ring ring. A crisp alarm rang out.
Wu Mengjing rubbed her sleepy eyes through her pajamas and sat up in bed. Glancing at the time, she was about to call Lin Shuo to wake up and get ready, but the memory that surfaced in her mind made her abruptly hold back.
Last night, it couldn't have been a dream, could it?
Wu Mengjing murmured softly, her lovely face flushing slightly as she recalled the moment Lin Shuo had confessed his feelings. She still felt so shy she wanted to bury her head in the pillow. Suddenly, she heard movement coming from the living room. Hurrying off the bed, she cautiously opened a crack in the door to peek outside. Through the gap, she could just make out Lin Shuo, who had apparently gotten up at some point and was now preparing breakfast in the kitchen. She could vaguely make out Lin Shuo, who had gotten up at some point, now preparing breakfast in the kitchen. After a flurry of activity. Jing, get up and have breakfast, Lin Shuo called out to Wu Mengjing's door. After a long pause, Wu Mengjing feigned just waking up and stepped out of her room. Her face flushed slightly the moment she saw Lin Shuo. Sis Jing, why are you blushing so early in the morning? Lin Shuo asked with a hint of amusement. No way. Wu Mengjing retorted immediately, then hesitated before continuing, Xiao Shuo. Do you remember what happened last night? Lin Shuo pondered for a moment before saying, Sis Jing, are you referring to last night when you pretended not to hear me clearly and made me repeat my confession? No, not that. Wu Mengjing flushed again as she protested. We agreed not to bring this up. Why are you mentioning it again? Because Sister Jing looked absolutely adorable back then. Lin Shuo blinked innocently, though the hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth betrayed his true thoughts. Oh, you. Wu Mengjing's face flushed so brightly she wanted to crawl into a crack in the wall. Instantly, she couldn't resist grabbing Lin Shuo's ear. Tell Sister Jing, will you ever dare bring this up again? I won't. I won't. I promise I'll never bring it up again. Lin Shuo immediately shrunk back, begging for mercy. That's more like it. Wu Mengjing snorted, then turned to head toward the bathroom to wash up. But after taking just 2 steps, her hand was abruptly grabbed by Lin Shuo. The warm, smooth touch sent a jolt through her entire body. Xiao Shuo, what are you doing? Wu Mengjing stammered, her skin tightening with nervousness, though deep down, a faint flicker of anticipation stirred within her. I can't bear to let Sister Jing leave me, Lin Shuo murmured softly into Wu Mengjing's ear. Those words sent a wave of electricity coursing through her entire body, leaving her tingling and weak, unable to muster the strength to pull away.
What nonsense are you talking about?
Sister Jing isn't leaving you, Wu Mengjing murmured softly. Besides, Sister Jing is just going to wash up, not leaving you.
Do you think I could run away from the bathroom? You never know. You smart aleck.
Wu Mengjing playfully flicked Lin Shuo's forehead, both amused and exasperated. Now that you're older, you've learned how to tease your big sister.
Sis Jing, haven't you ever heard the saying?
What saying? When a guy falls for a girl, he'll do everything he can to catch her attention, to make her notice him, Lin Shuo said with a smile.
And? That's why I like Sister Jing.
Wu Mengjing stared at Lin Shuo with wide eyes, utterly stunned. Her heart seemed to skip a beat. It took her a long moment to process his words. By then, her face was flushed crimson, and she could feel the heat radiating from her entire body.
Jing, did you not hear me clearly again? Lin Shuo's eyes twinkled with amusement. Do I need to repeat myself like last night before you get it?
Hearing this, Wu Mengjing wished she could just throw herself at Lin Shuo. But the expression on her face betrayed her thoughts. She didn't want to hear it again, especially coming from Xiao Shuo's own lips. Fine then, Wu Mengjing retorted stubbornly, say it to Sister Jing as many times as you like.
I love hearing those words. Say them more often, I'll love listening. Best if you say them several times a day.
At this point, she was just throwing caution to the wind. After all, they'd already confessed their feelings and were together now. There was no need to worry about all that nonsense anymore.
Ha!
Lin Shuo froze, clearly taken aback by Wu Mengjing's sudden abandonment of restraint and her decision to play this game.
What? Now you're embarrassed? Wu Mengjing raised an eyebrow, her face alight with amusement. So everything you said earlier was just to deceive me? Or did you not want to tell me these things? No. I just... This time, it was Lin Shuo's turn to blush. Seeing this, Wu Mengjing felt triumphant, her own shyness fading. She pressed on, so now you're embarrassed? Where'd all that swagger go when you were flirting with your sister just a moment ago? Ha! Why aren't you answering? Watching Wu Mengjing draw closer, Lin Shuo panicked and stumbled backward. Such a small detail couldn't escape Wu Mengjing's keen eyes.
She immediately closed the distance, smiling as she looked at Lin Shuo. Come on, look me straight in the eyes and say what you just said to me 10 times.
No breakfast until you finish.
As if she discovered his weak spot, Wu Mengjing suddenly seemed energized.
Sis Jing, I really want to tell you, but I have to go to school soon.
Lin Shuo's eyes darted around, unable to meet Wu Mengjing's gaze as he tried to find an excuse to escape.
That's no problem. If you don't have time, I can get you excused from class. But I have the college entrance exams coming up soon. Isn't that a bit much? Nothing's wrong with it.
If you're worried about your studies, it just so happens that I graduated from university not too long ago.
Tutoring a high school student is more than within my capabilities.
Lin Shuo was speechless.
He hadn't expected that he'd accidentally flipped Sister Jing's switch.
He'd only meant to tease Wu Mengjing a little, but now look, he'd ended up being teased by her instead. It proved what he'd said earlier, the more you like someone, the more you want to do things to catch their attention. Clearly, Wu Mengjing had grasped this point now. That's why she kept teasing Lin Shuo. Seeing no escape, Lin Shuo steeled himself, grabbed Wu Mengjing's hand, pulled her close, looked into her eyes, and repeated what he'd said earlier.
I like you, Sister Jing. Chapter 160, An Unexpected Surprise.
Feeling Lin Shuo's intense gaze on her face, Wu Mengjing's heart began to race wildly, as if it might leap out of her chest. Why are you suddenly so close to me? Wu Mengjing stammered, her voice faltering.
Of course I'm close because I like you, Sister Jing.
Lin Shuo blinked innocently, then tossed the question back at her.
Don't you want me to be closer? I didn't.
Wu Mengjing grew flustered. She admitted she'd only intended to tease Lin Shuo at first, but the teasing had taken an unexpected turn. As the atmosphere in the living room grew increasingly suggestive, she realized she might be the one being teased by Lin Shuo now.
No way.
She had to find an excuse to get past this hurdle.
And she had to tease him back.
As these thoughts raced through her mind, Wu Mengjing found her eyes involuntarily drawn to Lin Shuo's lips. In that instant, an overwhelming urge to kiss him surged through her, but her rational mind swiftly reined in this absurd impulse.
Xiao Shuo, I see right through you, you're just trying to tease your big sister, aren't you?
Wu Mengjing feigned anger.
Seeing her anger, Lin Shuo panicked and quickly explained, No. Sister Jing, I was just joking. I don't care if you were joking or not. Now I have to punish you. Wu Mengjing pouted.
Otherwise, you'll never know who's in charge around here.
Fine. As long as Sister Jing isn't angry, I'll accept any punishment.
Then, Sister will punish you by making you clean the entire house.
Ha? That's it?
Lin Shuo froze for a moment.
Simple? Not at all.
That includes the kitchen, bathroom, walk-in closet, under the bed, and under the sofa, every single spot.
You think that's easy? It'll take you a whole day just to finish. Don't worry, Sister Jing. Just leave it to me.
Lin Shuo smiled. Since there were no classes today, I had plenty of time to focus on this one thing, especially since I could spend the whole time with Sister Jing.
This punishment was a bit different from what I'd imagined. Was it just her imagination?
Wu Mengjing thought she detected a hint of disappointment in Lin Shuo's expression.
Was it because her punishment was too simple? Or did Lin Shuo envision a different kind of punishment? Or perhaps, Xiao Shuo actually hoped to be with her?
The thought made Wu Mengjing's face flush hot again. She dared not let her imagination run any further.
No!
Xiao Shuo was just a kid who had barely turned 18.
How could she even consider kissing him?
Besides, they'd only just started dating and had already kissed.
Wasn't this progressing a bit too fast?
At the very least, they should wait until after Xiao Shuo finished his college entrance exams. Wu Mengjing shook her head vigorously, finally banishing those chaotic thoughts from her mind. Only after calming down did she speak. Alright, Xiao Shuo was just joking with you earlier.
It's getting late. You need to hurry to school or you'll be late.
Fine. I was hoping to spend the whole day at home with Sister Jing, Lin Shuo pouted helplessly. He changed into his clothes and prepared to leave. Just before stepping out, he suddenly added, "Oh, by the way, Sister Jing, I prepared a little gift for you.
It's by the door. Remember to check it out later."
Huh?
A gift? What kind of gift?
Wu Mengjing froze, but before she could ask more, Lin Shuo had already closed the door.
Seriously?
Seeing this, she shook her head helplessly. Lin Shuo probably thought she wouldn't accept it, so he decided to act first and ask questions later.
Yet, a faint flicker of anticipation stirred within her. This was the first time Lin Shuo had ever given her a gift. She wondered what he could possibly have chosen for her.
With that thought, Wu Mengjing abandoned her remaining breakfast and hurried to the door. She opened it cautiously, and the sight of a large cluster of bright red blooms immediately froze her in place. It was a bouquet of bright red roses, their petals still glistening with dewdrops clearly delivered just moments ago. As she drew near, the distinctive fragrance of roses wafted up to her nose. In that instant, Wu Mengjing felt her heart skip a beat. A jolt like an electric shock coursed through her body, leaving her tingling all over. Her eyes brimmed with uncontrollable emotion and joy.
Xiao Shuo.
Wu Mengjing crouched down, carefully cradling the bouquet in her hands. She moved with the utmost care, afraid the slightest movement might damage the delicate blooms. She had imagined all sorts of little surprises Lin Shuo might send her. But even after running through every possibility in her mind, she never imagined it would be a bouquet of flowers. She could almost picture Lin Shuo sneaking out early in the morning, knocking on the florist's door, and carefully selecting a bouquet for the one he loved.
"Thank you."
Wu Mengjing stood dazed at the doorway, murmuring softly as she cradled the bouquet. She loved this gift. Or rather, it was the happiest gift she had received in years. Though not expensive, she could feel the young man's heartfelt intentions and thoughts through them. Recalling how hurriedly Lin Shuo had left, she guessed he was probably afraid she wouldn't accept the bouquet.
Silly boy. How could I not like a gift from you?
Gazing at the roses in her hands, Wu Mengjing couldn't help but let the corners of her mouth turn up slightly. A flood of strange thoughts began to swirl through her mind. These thoughts, once they sprang from her mind, raced like wild horses breaking free from their reins, one after another. Within mere minutes, she found herself already pondering what kind of wedding ceremony they might choose if they were to marry someday.
Oh my goodness, what am I thinking?
Startled by her own thoughts, Wu Mengjing quickly slapped her cheeks, refusing to let her imagination run wild any longer. If she kept going, she'd probably even start naming their future children. First, arrange the flowers, then head to the shop. Calming down, Wu Mengjing found an empty vase and carefully placed the blooms inside. She positioned it in the most prominent spot in the living room so that the moment Lin Shuo walked in, it would catch his eye immediately. Then she hurriedly ate a couple bites of food before rushing off to the shop. She had to keep herself occupied, only then could she become a proper girlfriend.
Chapter 161, exactly what you're thinking. 20 minutes later.
Wu Mengjing arrived at the internet cafe with a smile on her face. She had initially planned to keep the roses in the living room, but then realized she spent most of her time at the cafe. Freshly bought flowers like these would likely wither quickly if she didn't spend time nurturing them properly. Besides, this was the first gift Lin Shuo had ever given her.
Its significance was entirely different from other presents.
She wanted to cherish this hard-won gesture of his affection.
"Jing, why are you here so early today?"
As soon as she entered, Wu Mengjing spotted Manhwa, who had already been at the internet cafe for a while. This girl was just too bored, showing up here every day with more enthusiasm than even the owner herself.
"Morning, Manhwa."
Wu Mengjing nodded with a smile, but her eyes never left the vase before her.
At first, Manhwa was engrossed in her computer, oblivious to anything else.
But the moment she saw Wu Mengjing carefully arranging a bouquet of roses at the front desk, her eyes lit up instantly.
Her earlier frustration from losing the game vanished instantly, replaced by pure excitement.
She hurried over to Wu Mengjing.
"Oh, you. As my bestie, you kept such important news from me? All these years of friendship mean nothing?"
I suggest you spill the beans about who sent these roses, or else you're dead meat today. Fang Mingyue declared, her eyes sparkling with excitement, practically itching to lock Wu Mengjing up for a thorough interrogation. Seeing this, Wu Mengjing's heart sank. She felt a pang of regret. How could she have forgotten about Fang Mingyue? Once this gossip queen got started, there was no stopping her. If she found out about her relationship with Lin Shuo, wouldn't she be grilled about it 100 times a day? What are you talking about? I bought these flowers for myself, Wu Mengjing blurted out a lie on the spot. Wu Mengjing, do you think I just met you yesterday? I've known you for years and never once seen you buy flowers for yourself, especially roses. Now you're acting all love-struck and claim these are a gift to yourself? Fang Mingyue snorted dismissively, clearly not buying it. So what? Just because I never bought them before doesn't mean I can't buy them for myself now? Wu Mengjing dug her heels in. After all, no one had proof these were from Lin Shuo. As long as she denied it, who could prove her wrong? I don't buy it. You practically had "I'm dating" written all over your face just now. Fang Mingyue narrowed her eyes, trying to catch any telltale signs from Wu Mengjing. You're crazy. Wu Mengjing snapped, her embarrassment turning to anger. What did she mean, writing "in a relationship" all over my face? That was pure happiness. Forget it. Explaining to a lifelong single person was pointless. Just then, Lu Changren, who had just finished breakfast, walked over. Spotting the roses on the front desk, he exclaimed in surprise, "Oh. So that's why Lin Shuo got up early to buy flowers there for you, boss lady?" I was wondering why he was carrying a bouquet of roses so early in the morning. I was trying to figure out who they were for. Hearing this, Wu Mengjing's expression froze. Her originally snow-white cheeks flushed visibly, and she instantly grew flustered and angry. Lu Changren, no one thinks you're mute if you don't speak. Caught off guard by the sudden outburst, Lu Changren quickly ducked his head and slipped away, leaving behind a flushed and flustered Wu Mengjing. Guess you really can't guard against your own family. I was wondering why someone was acting all lovey-dovey this morning. Turns out it was because Xiao Shuo gave you roses. Fang Mingyue exclaimed excitedly, then grabbed Wu Mengjing's hands tightly, adopting an interrogative stance. Spill it, suspect Wu. When did this all start? Give this officer the full story, the cause, the course of events, and the outcome. Let me reiterate, truthful confession gets leniency, resistance gets severity. Wait. What the heck? There's nothing between us. Stop imagining things. Wu Mengjing was suddenly flustered by Fang Mingyue's reaction. I don't buy it. Xiao Shuo got up early to buy roses for you. Based on my years of experience, he's definitely trying to tell you he likes you by giving you roses. Why else would he give them to you and not me? Fine, I admit Xiao Shuo did give me roses, but it's definitely not what you think. Cornered by Fang Mingyue's relentless questioning, Wu Mengjing had no choice but to confess. I knew it. Jing, did Xiao Shuo say anything else after giving you the roses? Like, confessing his feelings or something? Fang Mingyue's eyes lit up with gossipy excitement. He didn't say anything. He just put the roses down and went to class. At this point, Wu Mengjing couldn't be bothered to hide anything anymore. Their relationship would come out sooner or later anyway, and whether her best friend found out now or later made no difference. Besides, Xiao Shuo and she were mutually attracted. Though there was an age gap, older women dating younger men was common nowadays. She wasn't breaking any laws, so there was no need to hide it. What's more, Fang Mingyue was her best friend of over a decade. Is that all? Fang Mingyue looked surprised, then suddenly seemed to grasp something. She tapped her forehead with a look of sudden realization. I get it. Xiao Shuo must be shy because he's younger. He was afraid you'd reject him outright, so he just secretly sent flowers instead. He's probably terrified right now, dreading that you'll reject him. Ah. Is this what youthful infatuation feels like? Like a midsummer night's wilderness, endless and indestructible. A gust of wind sweeps through, and the wild grass stretches to the sky. As she spoke, a look of longing spread across Fang Mingyue's face. But immediately afterward, she caught Wu Mengjing staring at her with eyes like she was looking at a cute little puppy. Why are you staring at me like that? Did I say something wrong? Fang Mingyue instantly felt annoyed. She always prided herself on being a love guru without ever having been in a relationship, and she thought she understood puppy-like guys like Lin Shuo perfectly. And Wu Mengjing's expression clearly questioned her expertise. Day in and day out, you've never dated a soul, yet you spout all these little phrases. Wu Mengjing curled her lips. You're absolutely right, it's exactly what you think. Xiao Shuo and I are now in a relationship. This bouquet of roses is simply a little surprise he gave me. The moment Wu Mengjing finished speaking, Fang Mingyue froze in place, staring at her in utter disbelief. Chapter 162, Trust me, you won't regret it. Wait, hold on. Did you just say you're already with Xiao Shuo? Fang Mingyue's face was frozen in shock. Her expression went far beyond mere surprise. She never imagined her best friend would actually go through with it. Xiao Shuo was only 18. How could this be? Yeah, I confessed to him last night, and he said yes. Wu Mengjing said calmly. Holy crap. Is it really that exaggerated? It's just dating, isn't it?
Wu Mengjing looked utterly unfazed. How is this not exaggerated? Fang Mingyue couldn't help but rub her temples. Clearly, this news was still too much for her to process right away. For a moment, she felt like she was still dreaming. She pinched her cheeks hard until a sharp pain shot through them, finally convincing herself this wasn't a dream. This dramatic gesture made Wu Mengjing roll her eyes. If you really want to confirm whether you're dreaming, I can help you out. No. How did you even do that? Fang Mingyue stared at Wu Mengjing with wide-eyed excitement before blurting out, so, are you two a couple now? I guess you could say that? What do you mean sort of? Are you two sleeping in the same bed or separate beds? Of course we sleep separately. Wu Mengjing looked at Fang Mingyue as if she were a little cutie. You'd better rein in that brain of yours filled with nothing but trash. Xiao Shuo just turned 18. That sounds so boring, Fang Mingyue said, clearly disappointed. Why is your mind filled with such nonsense? Xiao Shuo and I are just holding hands at most. We're nowhere near that step yet, Wu Mengjing said impatiently. Then why did you suddenly confess? Wasn't there some specific process or steps involved? Fang Mingyue asked urgently. It's just confessing. What steps could there be? Seriously, get your facts straight. This is your first time dating, how can you not even remember the basic steps? Fang Mingyue was practically losing her mind, as if she were the one in the relationship, not Wu Mengjing. Seeing this, Wu Mengjing knew she couldn't brush off her best friend today. She steeled herself and began recounting the events of the previous night. 10 minutes later, having devoured all the juicy details, Fang Mingyue sat back in her chair at the front desk, looking thoroughly satisfied. So this is what it feels like to be in love. Your whole process is just too sweet. I'm totally shipping this couple from now on. Seeing Fang Mingyue lost in her own little world, Wu Mengjing shook her head helplessly. She couldn't fathom her best friend's thoughts, but the memory of last night still made her cheeks flush involuntarily. Just as Wu Mengjing was still lost in her thoughts, Fang Mingyue suddenly seemed to remember something and blurted out, wait, weren't you planning to confess after Xiao Shuo finished his college entrance exams? Why did you suddenly decide to do it earlier? Fang Mingyue's words caught Wu Mengjing off guard. It suddenly dawned on her. Right. Her original plan had been to make her confession after Xiao Shuo finished his college entrance exams. How had she ended up rushing it forward by so many days? What if she'd caused Xiao Shuo to neglect his studies because of her? The thought sent a wave of panic through Wu Mengjing's expression. She often saw news stories about boys whose grades plummeted after falling in love. Now was Xiao Shuo's critical period. If her actions caused him to fail his college entrance exams, she would truly be a villain for all time. Seeing Wu Mengjing's face suddenly change, Fang Mingyue seemed to have anticipated this all along. She patted Wu Mengjing's shoulder and comforted her, don't worry, Jing. I have a bold idea in mind. She leaned close to Wu Mengjing's ear and whispered something conspiratorially. Within seconds, Wu Mengjing's face flushed crimson. She looked at her best friend skeptically, unsure. Wait, Mingyue, are you really sure this plan will work? Of course it will. When have I ever given you a bad idea? Fang Mingyue immediately patted her chest in assurance. If you want to keep dating Xiao Shuo and also make sure his studies aren't disrupted, I think this is the best solution. She then began to explain, think about it. Xiao Shuo just started dating you, so he's head over heels for you right now. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten up early to prepare roses for you. You need to give him a little taste of sweetness to ensure he has a steady stream of motivation to study. Guys need a goal to stay motivated. Trust me, this plan is foolproof. Put. What kind of rotten idea is that? Wu Mengjing retorted, her face flushing. All I'm asking is for you to kiss Xiao Shuo. Fang Mingyue shot back immediately, then added in a tempting tone, don't tell me you don't want to kiss him? Don't say you don't want to at all, okay? But, it still feels a bit wrong. Xiao Shuo's only in his senior year. Wu Mengjing hesitated. So what if he's in senior year? He's an adult now. Back in ancient times, someone his age would probably already have 3 kids. Besides, you two are officially a couple, what's wrong with a kiss? Even middle schoolers are kissing these days. You're in your 20s, what are you still being shy about? Wu Mengjing was momentarily speechless, unable to find words to counter. What was even more terrifying was that she now found Fang Mingyue's reasoning somewhat convincing. Deep down, she even felt a stir of her own desire. Enough with the I and you nonsense. It's settled. Fang Mingyue cut off Wu Mengjing's hesitation. So I should tell Xiao Shuo when he gets home today? Wu Mengjing asked uncertainly, her beautiful face flushing bright red. Speed is of the essence, got it? As soon as Xiao Shuo gets out of school tonight, you tell him directly. Fang Mingyue patted her chest emphatically, guaranteeing, just do exactly as I say, and I promise Xiao Shuo's grades won't drop because of dating. If they do drop, you'll be the one coming to me. You better be telling the truth or I'll beat your butt to a pulp. Wu Mengjing clenched her fists threateningly at Fang Mingyue, her mind already replaying all the things that would happen with Xiao Shuo tonight. Chapter 163, No attitude when talking to your brother. Meanwhile,
Lin Shuo, rushing to class early in the morning, had just reached the school gate when he ran into Fei Shuwen. "Good morning, Lin Shuo." Fei Shuwen greeted him the moment he saw him. "Morning to you too." Lin Shuo gave a slight smile. He had long grown accustomed to encountering Fei Shuwen at the gate every single time. It was only because their homes were in different neighborhoods that prevented him from wondering if he might bump into him the moment he stepped outside. But just as Lin Shuo finished his greeting and prepared to enter the school gates, Fei Shuwen suddenly leaned in and tugged at his sleeve. "What's up?" Lin Shuo raised an eyebrow, looking at Fei Shuwen with confusion. Why was this guy acting so strange first thing in the morning? "Did you see that guy crouched on the opposite street corner?" Fei Shuwen murmured softly. Lin Shuo immediately followed Fei Shuwen's gaze and spotted a young man with a gloomy expression, chain smoking at the corner. When the man noticed Lin Shuo looking at him, he showed no surprise whatsoever. Instead, he gave Lin Shuo a faint, mocking smile. A hint of provocation flickered in his eyes. "That's the guy. He's been watching you since the beginning," Fei Shuwen whispered. "Do you know him?" "I don't know him." Feeling the man's hostile gaze, Lin Shuo couldn't help but frown. He had never seen this person before, but judging by the look in his eyes, the man definitely recognized him. "Ignore him. Let's just go into the school," Lin Shuo replied quietly. His instincts told him the man was targeting him. Though he didn't know who the man was or why he'd come looking for him, it was likely nothing good. Lin Shuo's approach to dealing with such people was to ignore them outright, though he did keep a slight guard up internally. The two quickened their pace and walked straight through the school gates. The moment Lin Shuo's foot crossed the threshold, he suddenly felt a piercing, venomous gaze fixed firmly on him. Lifting his head, he recognized the source of that gaze, an old acquaintance Lin Fengyu. This surprised Lin Shuo. After all, with the turmoil that had erupted in the Lin family, he'd assumed things would be in complete chaos. Yet here was Lin Fengyu, seemingly unfazed, showing up for class. Especially since the last time he'd been thoroughly taught a lesson by Lin Shuo, Fengyu had rarely come looking for trouble. But today, Lin Fengyu seemed like a different person entirely. That gaze, brimming with malice, stared directly at him without any pretense, as if he wanted to devour him alive the very next moment. Had this guy just been quiet for a while before stirring up trouble again? "You're asking for another beating?" Lin Shuo cut him off without mercy. "Was the last lesson not enough? Want a refresher?" Lin Fengyu remained silent, but his eyes burned with even more venom after hearing Lin Shuo's words. His fists clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white. Moreover, Lin Shuo noticed that gaze wasn't fixed solely on him, it was also locked onto Fei Shuwen. After a moment's thought, Lin Shuo instantly understood. Lin Fengyu's unusually erratic behavior today was likely tied to recent events within the Lin family, fueling his resentment toward Lin Shuo. Once everything clicked into place, Lin Shuo delivered a merciless jab. "So that's who's been glaring at me with those dead fish eyes since morning, it's young Master Fengyu. But it seems young Master Fengyu hasn't been having the best time at home lately, huh? Could it be he got kicked out?" This utterly humiliating remark struck Lin Fengyu like a dagger to his tail. His already darkened expression turned even more sinister as he instantly shed his usual harmless, innocent facade. "Lin Shuo, I'll make you pay for this." With that, he strode past Lin Shuo, his shoulder slamming heavily into the younger man's side. But the Lin Shuo of today was no longer the weakling he once was. Almost the instant Lin Fengyu charged forward, Lin Shuo spun around and countered with a shoulder charge of his own, sending Lin Fengyu crashing face first into the dirt. Thud! Lin Fengyu lay sprawled on the ground in utter disarray, instantly drawing the stares of countless passing students. They hadn't witnessed what had just transpired, only seeing Lin Fengyu sprawled on the floor, covered in bruises. "Lin Fengyu, don't get so worked up when talking to your big brother, understand?" Lin Shuo's face wore a smile, but his words were laced with mockery. His words pierced Lin Fengyu's heart like steel needles, especially that condescending tone of an elder. An overwhelming sense of shame washed over Lin Fengyu. How dare this little brat, whom he had always humiliated, act so brazenly now? That stern, superior tone instantly brought back memories of that night when he had been utterly dominated. "You!" Lin Fengyu instantly lost control of his emotions, erupting into a torrent of curses at Lin Shuo. He scrambled to his feet, ready to teach Lin Shuo a brutal lesson. But before he could fully rise, Fei Shuwen shot him a menacing glance. "Lin Fengyu, what's gotten into you? You're going to start hitting people in front of all these people now?" He suddenly began bellowing at the top of his lungs. "You can't just take revenge on your classmates because you got screwed over last time." Each sentence dripping with sarcasm instantly made Lin Fengyu's face flush crimson with rage as he glared intently at Fei Shuwen. "What exactly did Lin Shuo give you to make you defend him like this? Or is your entire family just mentally ill?" Lin Fengyu erupted in a furious tirade, standing at the school gate like a woman whose defenses had crumbled. Though he hated Lin Shuo, Fei Shuwen now drew his equal hatred. If he could, he'd have skinned Fei Shuwen alive and torn him limb from limb. Upon hearing Lin Fengyu's words, Fei Shuwen's expression suddenly shifted. His previously refined face darkened instantly, his eyes flashing with ferocity as he glared intently at Lin Fengyu on the ground. Lin Fengyu's expression froze, suddenly overcome with fear. Fei Shuwen's expression at that moment seemed utterly intent on devouring him whole, triggering an instinctive dread within him.
Fei Shuwen, stop it.
Lin Shuo, seeing Fei Shuwen's ferocious expression for the first time, rushed forward to intervene, fearing the man might suddenly do something reckless.
Chapter 164, Staking Out.
At that moment, Lin Shuo suddenly felt sympathy for Lin Fengyu, not because of Lin Fengyu himself, but because countless eyes were fixed on the school gate right now. If he had merely bumped Lin Fengyu's shoulder earlier, no one might have noticed it was him. But now, with Fei Shuwen about to strike, it was an entirely different matter. Countless eyes were fixed on them.
Among them were teachers and homeroom advisors from the school.
If things came to blows, he could probably find some excuse to brush it off, or at worst, only he would face disciplinary action. But with so many people watching now, it was an entirely different story. Fei Shuwen, boiling with rage, was about to strike. Lin Shuo could guarantee that Lin Fengyu's fate wouldn't be much better than his own last time. Especially with so many teachers watching, he wouldn't escape unscathed. Even if he talked himself blue in the face, he wouldn't avoid disciplinary action from the school.
Moreover, Fei Shuwen's parents had already been summoned once over Lin Shuo's previous incident. If he made another mistake now, who knew what punishment awaited him at home? It's fine, don't worry about me. Fei Shuwen took a deep breath.
He had indeed been provoked by Lin Fengyu's words earlier, his emotions running high. Fortunately, his reason had prevailed. Though he still yearned to teach Lin Fengyu another lesson, the current setting seemed decidedly inappropriate.
What are you lot doing? Get to class. Just then, a teacher noticed the commotion and immediately barked an order, frowning as he approached.
Upon closer look, his face seemed familiar. It was the head of student affairs who had handled their previous incident.
The moment he spotted Lin Shuo and his group, the principal's frown deepened.
Both Lin Shuo and Lin Fengyu had parents who were no pushovers, making dealing with them a constant headache. He still felt a lingering unease about the previous incident, almost to the point of leaving a lasting shadow. His initial plan to call them in for administrative assistance vanished instantly.
Good morning, Dean. Fei Shuwen greeted him warmly.
After the previous incident, he and the dean were now somewhat acquainted. The principal shook his head helplessly, his tone sharp.
Show some respect. I'm asking you a question. What have you lot gotten yourselves into this time? What trouble have you caused?
Fei Shuwen was about to take full responsibility when Lin Shuo stopped him. Lin Shuo smiled and patted Lin Fengyu's shoulder. We just accidentally bumped into each other and fell down.
There was no conflict, right, Lin Fengyu? Then he whispered, Lin Fengyu, you don't want your mom showing up at school now, do you? Ha?
The dean looked at Lin Fengyu in surprise.
Is that really what happened?
Lin Fengyu had intended to stubbornly deny it, but upon hearing Lin Shuo's words, his expression immediately changed.
He quickly amended his statement. Yes, that's right.
I accidentally bumped into Lin Shuo earlier. There was no conflict.
That's all? The principal raised an eyebrow.
He glanced at Lin Fengyu, who was lying on the ground looking resentful. Though he had some doubts, he nodded.
Well, since there's nothing serious, don't disrupt class.
You two should get back to your classroom quickly.
Got it.
Fei Shuwen nodded promptly.
The principal nodded in return, finished his instructions, and turned to leave.
Since the three had resolved the matter themselves, it was no longer his concern as principal.
He preferred to handle things simply whenever possible. Ultimately, it was because he didn't want to see a repeat of the last incident in his office.
Only after the dean vanished from sight did Lin Shuo arise. He turned to Lin Fengyu, his gaze tinged with amusement.
Well, little brother, seems you're quite afraid of your mother, huh? None of your business.
Feeling the mockery in Lin Shuo's words, Lin Fengyu instinctively wanted to retort. But the memory of Lu Yulan's various punitive methods made him shudder involuntarily, forcing him to swallow his words. Seems you're telling the truth, Lin Shuo chuckled thoughtfully. Your mother must be quite extraordinary to have you so terrified. Well, I thought you were fearless, but one mother scares you this badly?
Even Fei Shuwen couldn't resist teasing him upon hearing Lin Shuo's sarcastic remark. You too.
Lin Fengyu glared at them, a wave of intense shame rising within him, making him want to tear them both apart right then and there.
This won't end so easily. You'll all pay for this.
After spitting out his threat, Lin Fengyu stormed off, his rage boiling over as he brushed past the two men. Lin Shuo made no effort to stop him, merely narrowing his eyes as he watched Lin Fengyu's retreating figure.
This guy just walked off so easily. He's definitely cooking up something nasty under his breath. Meanwhile, on the other side of Jiang City,
at the entrance of a luxury residential complex, a black luxury sedan was parked. Inside, a woman of imposing stature stared intently at the exit, fearing she might miss the figure that filled her with envy.
Xiaolu, do you think that surnamed Lu will actually show up today? Su Dinglan asked impatiently from the back seat.
Early this morning, she had rushed here without even stopping for breakfast, bringing along Lin Wanwan, Lin Xiaolu, and Lin Xinshuan.
As far as she knew, this was the residence of that little Lu Yulan. Don't worry, Mom. She'll definitely show up today.
Lin Xiaolu replied simply, saying little else.
Why aren't we going straight to that S house? Why must we wait here? Su Dinglan couldn't help asking again.
Her mind was consumed with settling accounts with that woman, calculating exactly how much that owed her over the past decade.
Mom, I know how you feel right now, Lin Shuo replied. But haven't you forgotten that breaking into someone's private residence is illegal? What if she calls the police? Wouldn't our whole family end up rotting in jail? Besides, they definitely have security guards. How could they just let outsiders like us walk in? Chapter 165, Confronting the Other Woman. Hearing Lin Xiolu's words, Su Dinglan fell silent.
On the way here, she had already learned the mistress's identity, a woman of considerable standing. Knowing this, she couldn't press further and resigned herself to waiting patiently at the gate as hour after hour passed.
Just as Su Dinglan's patience was nearly exhausted, a black minivan slowly came into view.
The moment she spotted it, Su Dinglan sprang from her car like a starved wolf, her urgency palpable. The three sisters accompanying her hurriedly followed suit. They knew exactly what was about to unfold. If they didn't keep a close eye on Su Dinglan, something unexpected could happen. As the four women stepped out, the van came to a smooth halt. A dozen bodyguards who had been waiting nearby immediately streamed out, forming a tight perimeter around the vehicle. The door slowly opened. A woman with furrowed brows stepped out slowly, flanked by two bodyguards who shielded her fiercely in the center.
Su Dinglan recognized the woman instantly.
They had met more than once before and even dealt with each other professionally. Back then, Su had no idea this woman was having an affair with her husband and had treated her with considerable courtesy. Now, realizing she had not only raised this woman's son for over a decade for nothing but also that the woman had been sleeping with her husband, Su Dinglan was seething with rage. She wanted to tear the woman to shreds right then and there.
With that thought, she finally couldn't hold back any longer and hurled a torrent of abuse at Lu Yulan. You damn! You're the one who had my husband, aren't you?
The sudden tirade stunned Lu Yulan. She instinctively looked toward the source of the voice and saw a woman she knew all too well leading a group of people surrounding her car. After a moment of disorientation, she recognized Su Dinglan, and her expression changed instantly.
Stop that woman immediately. Lu Yulan hurriedly ordered her bodyguards to escort her back into the residential compound. But clearly, Su Dinglan had come prepared today and had no intention of letting Lu Yulan off easily. Su Dinglan bellowed, "Seize that woman. I'll reward you handsomely when we get back." Two bodyguards stood no chance against such a fierce and numerous mob. After just a few shoves, they were pushed aside, leaving Lu Yulan alone in the center of the crowd. Su Dinglan lunged forward with a vicious expression, yanking Lu Yulan's hair and delivering a merciless slap across her face. Smack! A resounding slap echoed through the air, leaving an instantly crimson handprint on Lu Yulan's cheek. The stinging pain on her face momentarily stunned Lu Yulan. But as she snapped back to her senses, a surge of rage erupted from within her, completely overwhelming her reason. He grabbed Lu Yulan's hand and screamed wildly, "You dare hit me? Even your husband wouldn't dare hit me. What gives you the right, you, to strike me? I'll beat you to death today." Lu Yulan lunged at Su Dinglan, clawing wildly. But Lin Xiolu, as if anticipating Lu Yulan's move, instantly grabbed her hair and yanked it hard. Aya! The searing pain in her scalp made Lu Yulan scream in agony. But clearly, Lin Xiolu's retaliation didn't stop there. She delivered a sharp slap to Lu Yulan's other, unblemished cheek. "Lu Yulan, remember who I am?" Lin Xiolu's voice was cold, as if she were looking at a corpse. After speaking, she delivered another hard slap to Lu Yulan's face. "It doesn't matter if you don't remember. I'll help you recall this memory properly." She grabbed Lu Yulan's hair, yanking her head violently against the glass. Thud! 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 The repeated thuds sent shivers down everyone's spine. Even Lin Wanwan and Lin Xinchuan were stunned by Lin Xiolu's uncharacteristic violence. As she struck, Lin Xiolu gritted her teeth, snarling, "You!" Su Dinglan wasn't idle either, slapping her own face as she shouted. "You'll pay for being the other woman. You'll bear my child and raise it for over a decade. You think you can be the other woman? You hit my daughter. Today, I won't let you off easy no matter what. You're a complete and utter who ruined our whole family." Su Dinglan screamed with a hideous expression, even starting to tear at Lu Yulan's clothes. At this moment, Lu Yulan had already been beaten into a dazed stupor by Lin Xiolu and Su Dinglan, leaving her utterly unable to resist. Soon, Lu Yulan's clothes were torn to shreds. Except for her underwear, Su Dinglan had stripped her completely naked. "Hold this filthy down. I'm going to teach her a lesson she'll never forget." Su Dinglan took a few deep breaths before pulling out a bottle of superglue from her bag. Standing nearby, Lin Wanwan and Lin Xinchuan suddenly realized what was about to happen. They instinctively took a few steps back, seemingly unable to bear watching directly. "You filthy! You like being a mistress, huh? I'll make sure those two pieces of rotten flesh of yours never open again. See how you'll go about seducing men then." With that, Su Dinglan crouched down and began unscrewing the cap. At that moment, Lu Yulan seemed to finally grasp what was happening. She struggled violently, screaming at the top of her lungs as she tried desperately to break free from Su Dinglan's grip. "You're insane. You're absolutely insane." Lu Yulan was overcome with terror. She had no doubt this woman would go through with it. She tried to escape, but Lin Shuo and Su Dinglan held her arms down with iron grip. A searing, gut-wrenching pain made Lu Yulan collapse to the ground, her body trembling uncontrollably as her face contorted in agony. Even after inflicting this, Su Dinglan still felt unsatisfied. She then began beating Lu Yulan's face relentlessly with her handbag. Only when she conceived an even more vicious plan was she stopped by Lin Shuo. "Mom! That's enough." Her reason for coming today was twofold: first, to protect Su Dinglan and prevent her from getting hurt. Second, to prevent the situation from spiraling completely out of control. Su Dinglan's prepared superglue had clearly caught her off guard. If Su Dinglan continued, Lu Yulan's very survival today would be in serious jeopardy. Chapter 166, Siblings in Name Only. Speaking of Lu Yulan, she was quite notorious in certain circles, earning the moniker Black Widow. As such, Lin Shuo was well aware of her background. Primarily, she was the daughter-in-law of the Lu family. Though for various reasons, she wasn't particularly well regarded within the Lu household. She was still a member of the Lu family and, to some extent, represented their face in public. Therefore, even though she had brought Su Dinglan along today to teach Lu Yulan a lesson, it was only meant to be a fitting punishment enough to leave her with a harsh reminder. Today's just a little interest payment on what you owe us. Mark my words, this isn't over between us. Just wait. I'll deal with you and that Lin Shuo together. Su Dinglan cursed and kicked Lu Yulan's face several more times before reluctantly stopping. She followed her bodyguards out. However, after Su Dinglan left, Lin Shuo deliberately lingered a little longer. Head bowed, she stared at the battered Lu Yulan. Lifting her bangs, a startling scar revealed itself on her forehead. "Lu, this is the scar you left me before. And now, I'm returning this scar to you." With that, she pulled a sharp dagger from her bag and, under Lu Yulan's horrified gaze, slashed it viciously across her own cheek. Lu Yulan's wail grew even more piercing. Just 10 minutes ago, she had been the center of attention, but now she lay in tatters, her body covered in bruises and cuts. Most horrifying of all, a gruesome gash now marred her face. But the scream lasted only a few seconds. Overwhelmed by the pain, Lu Yulan lay motionless on the ground, completely unconscious. "Boss!" The two bodyguards, who had been held back for a long time, were finally released. Seeing Lu Yulan's blood-soaked face, their expressions changed abruptly. "Don't worry, the cut isn't deep. She won't die." Lin Shuo walked away calmly. "I'm not the type to run from my responsibilities. If your boss really meets with some misfortune, just come find me directly." The two bodyguards exchanged glances before swiftly hoisting their boss onto their shoulders and rushing him to the hospital. Meanwhile, Lu Group headquarters. Inside the top-floor office, a frantic ringtone cut through the ongoing meeting. Lu Kai, who had been in the meeting, answered the call. His expression gradually darkened until it seemed as though it could drip with gloom. "All right, I understand. I'll handle this personally. Arrange for her to be taken to the best hospital in Jiangcheng City first." Even after the call ended, the room held its breath, not daring to make a sound. They feared that a single misplaced word might provoke the middle-aged man. After a long pause, one of them hesitantly asked, "Mr. Lu, what happened?" Lu Kai paused briefly before replying, "Mr. Zhang, your sister Yulan has been involved in an incident. She's currently in the hospital." "Huh? Yulan had an accident?" Zhang Yi frowned in surprise. His sister, Lu Yulan, was always accompanied by bodyguards. How could something like this happen suddenly? Lu Kai rubbed his temples, took a deep breath, and said, "Well, it's a bit complicated. Let me explain slowly." He then repeated the details he had just heard over the phone. Zhang Ye's expression shifted repeatedly as he listened, until finally, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curve upward slightly, appearing almost schadenfreudig. That woman from the Lin family is quite something. To think she could come up with a method like this. Lu Kai smiled faintly, dismissing the others and keeping only Zhang Yi behind. "But Mr. Zhang, don't overthink this. Honestly, hearing about it didn't make me angry, just surprised by her actions. Besides, didn't we already agree? Everything proceeds according to our prior agreement." These words caught Zhang Yi off guard. He had expected the Lu family to react with fury after such an incident, yet they seemed utterly unconcerned. Indeed, in the business world, profit always came first. But your sibling relationship here, well, that's what I find truly perplexing. Lu Kai regarded Zhang Yi with a faint, ambiguous smile. "She's your own sister, yet you seem to relish her suffering. What a wonderful pair of siblings you are." Zhang Yi chuckled, his mind drifting back to memories from years past. He absent-mindedly touched a 3-inch scar on his hand, a fleeting look of ruthlessness flashing across his face. He concealed it well, however, and even Lu Kai failed to notice the fleeting change in his expression. Zhang Yi continued, "But I should mention one thing. While I don't particularly care about my sister's life or death, she's not the type to take a loss lying down. She's always been someone who holds grudges. Having suffered such a heavy loss this time, she'll definitely seek revenge. I expect G City won't be peaceful for a while." Lu Kai laughed heartily.
If she seeks trouble, it'll likely be directed at Wu Changqiu. Word is he played no small part in orchestrating this mess. All we need to do is make our stance clear when the time comes.
You're absolutely right, ha ha ha.
Jiang City First Hospital. Lin Shenghong hurried to the hospital ward entrance but was stopped by several bodyguards before he could step inside.
How's the situation inside?
The doctors said it's quite complicated. Even if they manage to fix it, there will likely be some lasting complications. The bodyguards had clearly recognized Lin Shenghong and quietly briefed him on Lu Yulan's condition.
Hearing this, Lin Shenghong couldn't help but frown, preparing to push the bodyguards aside. Mr. Lin, perhaps you should come back in a few days. The boss is extremely unstable right now.
If you go in, it might lead to some unpleasantness. The bodyguard tried to stop him, but Lin Shenghong stubbornly pushed open the door and walked in.
The moment he entered,
Lin Shenghong saw Lu Yulan lying painfully on the hospital bed. The long, narrow scar on her face made him gasp involuntarily.
The commotion at the door caught Lu Yulan's attention.
The moment she recognized the intruder as Lin Shenghong, a long-suppressed rage and sense of injustice erupted from her chest.
Lin Shenghong, you bastard! I'll never let you off the hook for this. Chapter 167, Call Me Grandpa.
Inside the hospital room, Lu Yulan unleashed a torrent of curses at Lin Shenghong without restraint. If not for the throbbing pain in her lower body and the scars on her face, she would have grabbed a knife and stabbed him repeatedly. Instead, she frantically grabbed items from the bedside table, hurling one after another at Lin Shenghong. Lin Shenghong dodged repeatedly, but several objects still struck him. The pain made him want to curse, but seeing Lu Yulan's pitiful state, he forced himself to suppress the urge. Only after Lu Yulan had vented her fury, smashing everything within reach, did Lin Shenghong take a deep breath and speak slowly.
Alright, you've had your vent. Now we can talk properly, can't we? Talk? Talk to you, Lin Shenghong. Lu Yulan screamed. You have the nerve to talk to me?
I'll tell you this, I'm not done with you yet. Your ING wife, and your 4 worthless daughters, every last one of them, I'll kill them all, one by one. If you dare try to stop me, I'll kill you too.
Lu Yulan's hysterical screams echoed through the hospital room. Lin Shenghong's expression darkened as he listened to Lu Yulan's tirade.
Yet, seeing her pitiful state, he forced himself to calmly say, Yulan, please calm down. Rest assured, I will give you a proper explanation for this.
Account? Look at me now, and you expect to give me an account? Lu Yulan's expression was dark and twisted, like a demon risen from hell. Do you even know what they did to me today? Your good wife cornered me at the community gate, ripped my clothes, slapped my face, and poured superglue into my body. And then your good daughter left me with a permanent, unforgettable souvenir on my face. Want me to pull back the covers right now and show you what my body looks like down there? Lin, unless you bring every single one of them before me so I can make them pay double for what they did to me today, you have no right to talk about accountability. Lu Yulan's words instantly left Lin Shenghong speechless. He never imagined his wife and daughter would find her today and do such things. After a long pause, Lin Shenghong opened his mouth and said helplessly, well, take care of yourself first. With that, he turned to leave. He knew full well that no matter what he said to Lu Yulan today, he couldn't change her mind. Knowing her as he did, she had the nerve to kill her own husband. What would stop her from targeting his daughters and wife? The only thing he could do now was keep a close watch on his daughters to prevent them from falling victim to this madwoman's vengeance. Take care of your mother's health? You worthless piece of trash, Lin Shenghong, you think you can hide your few worthless women? Why don't you just go die already? As if sensing Lin Shenghong's impending action, Lu Yulan's tone grew even more frenzied. If she could move, she would tear Lin Shenghong to shreds. Lin Shenghong ignored Lu Yulan's curses and walked straight out of the hospital room. After he left, Lu Yulan covered her face and began sobbing quietly. Boss, are you okay? A bodyguard peered in cautiously. You useless fools. Can't you see for yourselves? Lu Yulan roared impatiently. Get out. All of you, get out. A bunch of good-for-nothings. After the bodyguards fled in panic, Lu Yulan dialed a number she hadn't called in ages. After a series of busy tones, the call connected. You need money, right? Name your price. But I don't care what methods you use within 3 days, I want every woman in the Lin family dead. Lu Yulan's hysterical voice echoed through the hospital room. The bell signaling the end of class rang. Lin Fengyu rushed out of the classroom, walking alone through the school gates. Having been seething with anger since early morning, all he wanted now was to take a few deep drags on a cigarette and properly unwind. Glancing around, he finally entered an alley about 100 meters from the school. He stripped off his school uniform and stuffed it into his backpack. Damn it, that bastard Lin Shuo! Lin Fengyu cursed under his breath as he stripped off his clothes. If he were still at the Lin residence, smoking wouldn't require such trouble. The Lin family trusted him implicitly, never questioning his smoking habits or checking his clothes for cigarette odor. But now, the mere thought of his terrifyingly controlling birth mother sent a shiver down Lin Fengyu's spine. The thought of her discovering his smoking made him dread the unimaginably miserable fate awaiting him. That was why he had to hide in this place, changing all his clothes to avoid even a trace of smoke odor. As these thoughts flooded his mind, resentment filled Lin Fengyu's thoughts. It's all that damn Lin Shuo's fault. Damn it, I wish he'd died out there sooner. I'll kill him with my own hands someday. He cursed incessantly while changing clothes, completely unaware the two figures had already followed him into the alley. Just as he reached for his cigarette, darkness suddenly engulfed his vision. A sack was instantly pulled over his head. Before he could react, a brutal kick to his leg forced him to his knees. Then came a barrage of heavy blows. Intense pain flooded his senses, forcing a wail from his throat. But there was no response, only punch after punch raining down. Only then did Lin Fengyu realize he had been ambushed. Though he didn't know who was attacking him, the ferocity of the assault made it clear they were trying to kill him, even seeking his life. Overwhelming terror and excruciating pain shattered his mental defenses. He cried out, "Stop! Please, stop hitting me! I'll give you anything you want. My family has a lot of money. I can give it all to you. I beg you." His pleas seemed to finally sway his attackers, who slowly stopped their assault. But immediately after, he heard a low, hoarse voice. "Now kneel down and call me grandfather. I might consider sparing your life." Chapter 168, A Grand Gift. The words had barely left his mouth. Lin Fengyu froze in shock. Yet, a sharp pain instantly shot through him. Despite the words, the man's hands never paused, striking his back with the wooden stick. Without time to think, Lin Fengyu immediately begged for mercy. "Brother, please stop hitting me. If you hit me again, I'll really die. I have money. I'll give you whatever you want. Let me go. I beg you." Lin Fengyu's voice trembled with a hint of tears. He was genuinely terrified by these two men. Who had ever beaten him like this before, from childhood to now? After this relentless beating, he truly felt he couldn't endure it any longer, his entire body on the verge of passing out. "I told you, if you want mercy, hurry up and call me grandpa. Otherwise, we'll beat you to death today." The man's words carried a heavy threat. It seemed that if Lin Fengyu didn't speak up, he might truly be beaten to death right here. Immediately, several more blows landed, sending Lin Fengyu wailing and crying out in pain. "I'm sorry. Grandpa. Grandpa. I truly made a mistake, Grandpa. Grandpa. Please stop hitting me, Grandpa." The excruciating pain stripped Lin Fengyu of any remaining dignity. All he wanted now was to beg for mercy quickly, hoping the man before him would spare him. After several cries of grandfather, a series of shrill, mocking laughs followed. "Useless piece of trash. Just a couple of hits and you're already calling me Grandpa? I thought you had some backbone, but this is it? Lin Fengyu, you're going to make me laugh myself to death. Rest assured, I'll make sure your family gets to see this video and hear this recording." The man before him no longer muffled his voice, instead laughing unrestrainedly. Instantly, Lin Fengyu felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. "You're Fei Shuwen?" After a momentary daze, Lin Fengyu snapped back to reality, finally recognizing the man before him. But before he could finish speaking, a solid blow landed squarely on his stomach. The pain made Lin Fengyu curl up into a ball. "Who gave you permission to call my name? How disrespectful. From now on, you'll address me as grandfather, understand? Didn't your father teach you to respect your elders and cherish the young?" Hearing Fei Shuwen's tone, which sounded like he was lecturing a junior, Lin Fengyu felt a wave of humiliation wash over him, igniting a furious rage within him. "Fei Shuwen, you son of a... I'm not done with you yet." Lin Fengyu erupted in a torrent of curses, unable to contain himself any longer. But the words had barely left his mouth when a hail of blows rained down, knocking him flat onto the ground. "Oh, you're all tough now? Where was that toughness earlier?" Fei Shuwen sneered. "If I recall correctly, you were just crying and begging for mercy. Cry some more, and maybe I'll consider letting you off today. You! Fei Shuwen, I'll kill you someday." Lin Fengyu yelled from the ground, kicking wildly to try and stop Fei Shuwen. But with a sack over his head, he couldn't see Fei Shuwen's movements at all, and he took two more brutal blows to the head. The excruciating pain in his abdomen instantly triggered a wave of violent nausea. Ugh! His stomach churned violently, expelling a mixture of unidentifiable food remnants. The stench was so foul that even Fei Shuwen himself grimaced at the smell. "Damn it, Lin Fengyu, you're disgusting. Could you at least give a heads up before you puke next time? You're literally trying to make me sick to death." Fei Shuwen took a few steps back with a look of disgust. The entire sack was now filled with Lin Fengyu's vomit, making it utterly impossible to handle. The unrestrained mockery echoed through the alley. Lin Fengyu felt so humiliated and enraged that he could barely breathe. He wanted nothing more than to fight Fei Shuwen to the death right then and there. He frantically grabbed at the ground, snatching up a brick lying nearby. Just as he prepared to pick it up, a foot crushed his hand. Immediately followed by Lin Shuo's cold voice, "My dear grandson, what do you intend to do to your grandfather?" Lin Shuo stomped down hard on Lin Fengyu's hand, deliberately increasing the force. This caused Lin Fengyu, already beaten to a pulp, to cry out in pain. "Ah! Lin Shuo, you son of a..." Before he could finish, Lin Shuo delivered another kick directly to Lin Fengyu's groin, forcibly cutting off the profanity that had been on the tip of his tongue. You've got some nerve saying that. You think I won't cripple you right now? Lin Shuo's tone was calm as he planted his foot squarely on Lin Fengyu's groin.
If Lin Fengyu dared utter another word, he wouldn't hesitate to crush him. Instantly, Lin Fengyu fell silent, gasping for breath inside the sack. His face caked in filth, he seemed to lose his senses. Meanwhile, Fei Shuwen wasn't idle either. He produced a rope from somewhere and tightly bound Lin Fengyu's hands. What are you going to do to me? A wave of intense unease surged through Lin Fengyu. He spoke cautiously, trying to wriggle free from the ropes. Fei Shuwen offered no reply, instead busily stripping Lin Fengyu's clothes off. Only now did Lin Fengyu grasp Fei Shuwen's true intent. Panic seized him as he shouted, Fei Shuwen, are you insane? Stop this at once. Do you truly wish to become my mortal enemy? Having been pampered since childhood, how could he possibly endure such humiliation? He tried to fight back, but he was no match for Lin Shuo and Fei Shuwen. He was kicked flat on the ground in an instant, utterly powerless to resist. In mere moments, his entire body was stripped bare. What do you want from me? We've stripped you naked, do you really need to ask? Of course we're going to make you lose face properly. Fei Shuwen declared. Immediately after, Lin Fengyu felt his body being lifted up. Then, with a sudden jerk, he was flung into the air and landed face first in a nearby trash bin. The intense stench hit his nostrils instantly, triggering an overwhelming urge to vomit. He could even feel various foul-smelling liquids flowing over his entire body. Lin Fengyu had never endured such a scene before. Both physically and mentally, he had reached his limit. With a retching sound, he passed out completely inside the trash bin. But just then, a sinister voice suddenly echoed in Lin Shuo and Fei Shuwen's ears. Chapter 169, Identity. Both men turned simultaneously to see a man with a sinister expression slowly emerging from the alleyway exit. A cigarette dangled from his mouth as his unabashed gaze swept over them. Quite the commotion. It's you? Lin Shuo frowned, instantly recognizing the man as the one who had been watching him at the door earlier that morning. He hadn't expected the man to show up here at this moment. Are you here to cause trouble? Fei Shuwen asked. Yep, you're sharp. The man grinned, though the smile looked fake no matter how you looked at it. And judging by his gaze, he seemed to recognize Fei Shuwen. Lin Shuo, you go first. I'll hold him off while you get out and call the police. Fei Shuwen instantly grew wary. The man before them was almost certainly going to attack them, and it was clear he'd come prepared. Only if one of them escaped first would they have a chance to turn the tables. Hold my ass. If we're leaving together, Lin Shuo declared firmly. Yet just as the two had declared their resolve, the man gave a helpless smile, his expression bordering on exasperation. You two really have zero sense of humor. I'm just standing here, and you two are ready to send me inside? Seriously. My dear brother, Fei Shuwen. The moment the words my dear brother left his lips, both Lin Shuo and Fei Shuwen froze in place. Fei Shuwen, in particular, was utterly baffled, his eyes darting back and forth over the man before him. Because in this world, the only person who could call him brother was currently locked up in prison, there was absolutely no way he could be out here. Who the hell are you calling my brother? Fei Shuwen blurted out. Seriously? How many years has it been since we last met, and you don't even recognize me? The shadowy man's expression was clearly displeased. Have you forgotten when you used to run around naked following me, calling me Brother Wang? The moment the words Brother Wang left his lips, Fei Shuwen's eyes widened in disbelief. He stared at the man before him, utterly stunned, his voice trembling with shock. Wang Dahui? You're Wang Dahui? Holy, how did you end up looking like this? Back when I was trailing after you, you were twice my size. And weren't you locked up in juvenile detention? How'd you get out already? Fei Shuwen fired off a barrage of questions. Wang Dahui didn't answer. He just took a slow drag on his cigarette, blew out a smoke ring, and smiled. You know how time flies, right? Inside, the food's nowhere near as good as what you get out here. After a few years in there, this is what I look like now. But even if I'm skinny now, I'm still your big brother. Fei Shuwen rolled his eyes, utterly exasperated. That was ages ago. Why bring it up now? Back then, you were just a precocious kid with a head start, so I called you big brother. But who's really the boss now? You want me to spill the beans about you peeping on girls in the bathhouse, don't you? Put. Eeny nain spat. That embarrassing incident happened ages ago. How the hell do you still remember it? Don't you know to spare your big brother some dignity in front of outsiders? There are no outsiders here, Fei Shuwen shrugged. Well, except for that thing in the trash can. Why isn't that guy surnamed Lin an outsider? Wang Dahui snorted. He's my only good brother in this school. How can he be an outsider? Fei Shuwen retorted, clearly annoyed. Fine. Since you're such good buddies, what else can I say? Wang Dahui waved his hand dismissively. Honestly, I don't have anything against him personally. The one I really have an issue with is his dad, Lin Changhong. Lin Changhong? Fei Shuwen frowned in confusion. He knew Lin Shuo's father wasn't a good man, but how could this guy possibly be connected to Wang Dahui?
He couldn't imagine these two even knowing each other. How could they have crossed paths? Yes, him. I ended up in prison thanks to this guy. A flash of venom crossed Wang Dahui's eyes. You know why I was thrown in there for no apparent reason, right? Fei Shuwen nodded. Memories of the past flooded his mind.
He and Wang Dahui had been inseparable childhood friends.
But one day, police descended on Wang Dahui's home. After that, Wang Dahui vanished without a trace until now. He had inquired about it.
According to Wang Dahui's parents, he had made a mistake and ended up behind bars. At the time, he hadn't thought much of it, and the matter had simply faded away until it was brought up again today.
But what you're saying probably has nothing to do with Lin Shuo, right?
Indeed, it has nothing to do with him.
Because the one who harmed me was his father all along.
Wang Dahui continued, his words carrying a sense of shock. Back then, I accidentally stumbled upon a man and a woman plotting to murder another man. I was discovered, framed, and sent to the police station, where I'd been locked up all this time. After much inquiry, I finally learned that the man was Lin Chenghong of the Lin Group, and the woman was Lu Yulan of the Lu family. And the man they killed was Lu Yulan's husband.
What?
Clearly, this was the first time Fei Shuwen had heard such gossip.
He couldn't help but turn to glance at Lin Shuo beside him. Lin Shuo's expression was one of utter shock.
While he knew Lin Chenghong had kept a mistress on the side, he never imagined that mistress would be Lu Yulan from the Lu Group.
Wait, hold on. Fei Shuwen couldn't help but rub his temples.
The sheer volume of information Wang Dahui had just dropped was overwhelming. He couldn't process it all at once.
Dahui, where did you even get all this information? Wang Dahui took a deep breath, drew the last drag from his cigarette, and spoke slowly. I gathered it. From the day I went in, I started digging into these events.
Over the years, I've managed to piece together quite a bit. But debts must be repaid to their rightful owners.
I'd never lay a finger on your brothers. Besides, I hear you and the Lin family have some pretty serious beef between you.
Lin Shuo didn't know how to respond, only that the situation had become rather complicated. He sorted through every detail in his mind, piecing it all together. Chapter 170, Debts must be settled with their rightful owners. While the others were talking, Lin Shuo was about to speak when he saw Lin Fengyu sneakily climbing out of the trash bin, taking advantage of their conversation. Wang Dahui, standing nearby, clearly witnessed the scene. Without hesitation, he delivered another kick directly to Lin Fengyu's body. Thud! With a dull thud, Lin Fengyu, who had just crawled out of the trash bin, was kicked flat on his back, tumbling right back onto the edge of the bin. Holy! Fei Shuwen looked astonished. Dahui, when did you get so brutal?
No big deal, Wang Dahui snorted.
After all these years inside, I had to pick up a few tricks. No sooner had the words left his mouth.
Wang Dahui was about to say something else when a sudden, urgent wail of police sirens pierced the air.
Damn it, someone must have called the cops. Wang Dahui's expression darkened as he recalled how loud the commotion had been when he'd just beaten up that kid Lin Fengyu.
Isn't that obvious? Fei Shuwen scoffed.
The noise we made earlier probably reached the next street over. Of course they'd call the cops.
But it's fine. We've already scouted the area. We'll just climb out through the alley later. You're the steady one, Wang Dahui nodded, holding back further words. You guys go ahead. I'm staying here a bit longer. I've got some unfinished business with this kid. What if they arrest you? Lin Shuo asked.
Worst case, I'll serve a few days.
It's not like it's my first time inside.
For injuries like this, they'll just lock me up for a few days, slap me with a fine, and I'll be out.
Don't worry about me.
Wang Dahui waved his hand dismissively, looking utterly unconcerned.
That's not wise.
Lin Shuo tried to persuade him further, but Fei Shuwen had already grabbed his hand and was pulling him into the alley.
Don't worry about him. If he says it's fine, it means there's absolutely no problem, Fei Shuwen called out as they ran.
Besides, he has a deep grudge against the Lin family.
I doubt he came here today with any other intentions. This is now a matter for the adults to handle.
Only after the two figures vanished completely into the alley did Lin Fengyu struggle to climb out of the trash bin.
He lay naked on the ground, gasping for breath.
Wang Dahui's kick earlier had nearly shattered his ribs, leaving him still reeling from the impact. But just as he regained a bit of his senses, he saw Wang Dahui crouching before him with a mocking smile. That terrifying grin made Lin Fengyu shudder instantly. What are you going to do? Lin Fengyu backed away in terror. But Wang Dahui swiftly kicked him back to the ground. A pair of pliers appeared in his hand, and he stared at the prone Lin Fengyu with a smirk.
No, don't. As if sensing Wang Dahui's impending actions, a sudden sense of dread gripped Lin Fengyu. Come on, open your mouth nicely. It'll be quick, over in a flash. Wang Dahui crouched down.
His tone was ostensibly gentle, yet to Lin Fengyu's ears, it sounded like the chilling murmur of a demon, sending shivers down his spine. Lin Fengyu clenched his jaw tightly, determined not to open his mouth even if it killed him. Unfazed by Lin Fengyu's resistance, Wang Dahui casually swung the pliers in his hand and slammed them down hard onto Lin Fengyu's hand.
Ah!
The excruciating pain in his hand instantly blanked Lin Fengyu's mind, nearly robbing him of all control over his body. He felt dizzy and on the verge of passing out. Seizing the moment of Lin Fengyu's scream, Wang Dahue grabbed his jaw, forcing his mouth open. Simultaneously, he shoved the pliers deep into Lin Fengyu's mouth. Honestly, I'm generally a reasonable person, Wang Dahue said as he continued his actions. But your parents offended me so deeply. Taking a little interest from you over the past decade isn't unreasonable. If you must blame someone, blame the fact that you're the offspring of those two. So don't blame me. I'll be quick about it. As he spoke, a flash of ferocity flickered in Wang Dahue's eyes. Over a decade behind bars had stripped him of nearly everything. The only thing that had kept him going until now was his vengeance against Lin Shuo and Lu Yulan. Please spare me, I beg you. I apologize on behalf of my parents. I'm innocent. I didn't know anything. I swear I'll never do anything bad again, okay? Just give me a chance, I'll do anything you ask. Lin Fengyue pleaded incessantly, begging for mercy. His entire body trembled slightly from intense fear, tears and snot already smearing his face. He desperately wanted to run, but he was already covered in injuries from the beating. Worse, he was pinned to the ground, unable to move. His fate now rested entirely on Wang Dahue's whim. Well, you're not entirely wrong. After all, what your parents did had nothing to do with you. Besides, you couldn't choose which family you were born into. But unfortunately for you, to me, you're the son of my enemy. The son pays for the father's debts, it's only fair. If you must blame someone, blame the fact that you were born into the Lin family. And you should count yourself lucky that these matters have nothing to do with you. Otherwise, what you're facing now wouldn't be just a simple little interest payment. As he spoke, the urgent wail of sirens grew closer, drawing nearer to the alley. It seemed only a matter of time before police officers emerged from outside. Wang Dahue knew time was running out. He cut off the idle chatter with Lin Fengyue and clamped the pliers already in his mouth directly onto Lin Fengyue's front teeth. "Ah!" The piercing scream instantly echoed through the narrow alley. Wang Dahue showed Lin Fengyue no mercy whatsoever. He held Lin Fengyue's struggling body down with one hand while the pliers in his other hand clamped down on another of Lin Fengyue's teeth. Snap! With a sharp crack, Wang Dahue brutally wrenched out one of Lin Fengyue's front teeth with the pliers. But the screams abruptly ceased. For at that moment, Lin Fengyue had already fainted from the overwhelming pain. "Useless," Wang Dahue muttered, shaking his head. Just then, several police officers streamed into the alley from outside. "You! Get down on your knees with your hands behind your head." Chapter 171, The Rift Between Father and Son. Jiangcheng City First Hospital. Upon receiving the news, Lin Shuo rushed to the hospital without delay. The anxiety etched on his face was impossible to conceal. His mood was filled with irritation. He couldn't fathom why, within a single day, not only had Lu Yulan suffered an accident, but now his own son had also been rushed to the hospital for some inexplicable reason. "Fengyue." Lin Shuo pushed open the ward door and immediately saw Lin Fengyue lying on the bed, his entire body wrapped in bandages. Lin Fengyue was covered in bruises, his face swollen beyond recognition. Seeing Fengyue in this state, an inexplicable rage surged within him. "Dad!" Lin Fengyue struggled to speak. The moment he saw Lin Shuo, his tears spilled over and he burst into loud sobs. But with his front teeth broken off, his speech was slurred and incomprehensible, making him look almost comical. "Fengyue! Who did this to you?" Lin Shuo demanded furiously. "It was Lin Shuo and Fei Shuwen plus another guy I don't know, but he seems to have a grudge against you, Dad." Lin Fengyue managed to say with great effort. "They caught me off guard, pulled a sack over my head, and dragged me into an alley where they beat me up badly. One of them kept ranting about you and Mom, bringing up things from years ago." By the time he heard the first part, Lin Shuo was already boiling with rage. In his mind, Lin Shuo's temperament was far too timid to lay such heavy blows on Lin Fengyue. But just as he prepared to explode, he heard the latter half of his son's words. His hands froze instantly, and he stared at Lin Fengyue with a look of grave concern. "Fengyue, what did you just say?" Lin Shuo's expression darkened. In that moment, he realized someone must have discovered the truth about his affair with Lu Yulan and had come specifically to exact revenge. He never imagined the retaliation would come so swiftly so fast that even he hadn't had time to react. "Dad! Could it be that what that person said is true?" Lin Fengyue seemed to sense something was amiss and couldn't help but ask. "Don't concern yourself with this matter for now. Starting today, you're not going to school. Stay home." Lin Shuo's face darkened as he spoke. "After you're discharged from the hospital, I'll find you a tutor. You'll study at home. Without my permission, you absolutely cannot step outside the house. Understand? But what about what Lin Shuo did to me?" Lin Fengyue tried to continue. But Lin Shuo cut him off abruptly. "Forget about Lin Shuo for now. I'll deal with him later. Right now, you're in serious danger. You saw what happened today. You guessed right, I do have some enemies from back in the day. Now that our Lin family has emerged, all these demons and monsters have crawled out of the woodwork. Even your mother is hospitalized with injuries. Do you want to die out there?
These words stunned Lin Fengyu into silence. If even someone like his mother could be beaten and hospitalized, what chance did he have? If he really went out, it would likely be just as his father said, even his own life could be in danger. Thinking of this, Lin Fengyu could only suppress all the resentment in his heart and swallow all his unwillingness. But about this incident, Lin Changhong interjected, "Keep it from your mother for now. She's emotionally unstable right now. If she finds out, who knows what kind of scene she'll make. I know you want her to take revenge for you, but you must understand her temperament. After today's events, she's beyond reason. Learning about this will only make things worse." "Dad." Lin Fengyu gritted his teeth. "Are you deliberately making excuses to protect Lin Shuo? What nonsense are you spouting?" Lin Changhong frowned. "Isn't it obvious?" Lin Fengyu's voice rose with agitation. "Why else would you forbid me from telling Mom? Given her temper, what could possibly happen to her? Besides, Mom will find out eventually. What difference does it make if she knows sooner or later? You just want Lin Shuo to have time to prepare so he can escape, right?" Lin Fengyu shouted. "You feel you've wronged Lin Shuo all these years, so you want to make everything right for him. My mom was absolutely right. If she hadn't kept a close eye on me, I'd probably be the one homeless right now." The moment those words left his mouth, Lin Changhong's entire body tensed, veins bulging. If Lin Fengyu hadn't looked so pitiful right then, he would have slapped him across the face. "What do you know? Don't listen to your mother's nonsense. This isn't about Lin Shuo or not Lin Shuo." Lin Changhong forced himself to calm down. "I told you not to tell him for a reason. With your mother's temper, once she goes off the rails, our entire family would be ruined. Do you really think I don't care about your affairs?" Lin Fengyu cried out, "Dad. I can tolerate everything else, but Lin Shuo? I can't stand him. He's got no background whatsoever. Why can't we take revenge on him? It's obvious you just can't bring yourself to hurt him. You and your mother are beyond redemption." Lin Changhong was so enraged he could barely speak. The hand he just lowered nearly flew back up to slap Lin Fengyu across the face. But he was his own flesh and blood. Lin Changhong forced himself to suppress his rage, stepped out of the hospital room, and lit a cigarette to calm his nerves. "Mr. Lin, it's been a while." Just as he was about to step out the door, a slightly teasing voice suddenly drifted from outside the ward, accompanied by a familiar figure slowly stepping inside. Lin Changhong's gaze was instantly drawn to the entrance. A middle-aged man approached leisurely, strolling into the room. He glanced at Lin Fengyu on the hospital bed before patting Lin Changhong on the shoulder. The moment Lin Changhong recognized the man's face, his initial look of surprise was instantly replaced by anger. He recognized the middle-aged man before him, of course. This man was none other than Wu Changqiu, the wealthiest man in Jiangcheng City. Chapter 172, The Contract. "Mr. Lin, you seem rather surprised to see me?" Wu Changqiu chuckled. "It's been quite some time since we last met. Could it be that you don't welcome my visit?" Wu Changqiu feigned hesitation for a few seconds before suddenly seeming to recall something. He teased, "Oh right, what a memory I have. I almost forgot Mr. Lin's illegitimate son got beaten up today. No wonder you're in a foul mood. My fault, my fault. It's all on me. Here, Mr. Lin, calm down. I brought this fruit basket especially to cheer you up." As he spoke, Wu Changqiu pointed to the fruit basket in his hands with a hint of showmanship. "Mr. Lin, did you see that watermelon? It's big, round, and sweet as can be. Would you like to try a slice, Mr. Lin? This fruit basket cost a pretty penny, so please don't go wasting any, Mr. Lin." Wu Changqiu spoke as he placed the basket on the table beside Lin Fengyu's hospital bed. "Get lost." Lin Changhong's face darkened as he flung the basket onto the floor with a slap. He could easily detect the sarcasm in Wu Changqiu's tone. If not for his fear of Wu Changqiu's methods and the financial clout of the Wu Group, he would have slapped Wu Changqiu across the face right then and there. "Mr. Lin, I understand your anger, but there's no need to destroy things." Wu Changqiu sighed softly before picking up the basket from the floor. "Hey, you came from humble beginnings too. You should know how hard it is to earn money." Lin Changhong's face darkened with irritation. "Mr. Wu, what exactly are you implying? If you're here just to offer cold, unhelpful remarks, you can leave immediately." "Oh, what do I mean? Honestly, I don't mean anything. I just heard about your recent troubles and came to see how you're doing." Wu Changqiu flashed a faint smile. "Oh, and by the way, I think I saw the Lu family on my way here. Not sure if they'll come looking for you." Hearing this, Lin Changhong's breathing instantly grew ragged. He knew all too well the deep-seated conflict between himself and the Lu family. He understood that his years of relative peace had only been possible because the Lu family lacked concrete evidence against him. Even Lu Yulan had narrowly escaped death at the hands of the Lu clan multiple times. If the Lu family uncovered his secrets now, what good could possibly come of it? Though the Lu family had fallen on hard times in recent years. But everyone in the circle knew that even the now faded Lu family wasn't someone to be trifled with. The truth about his affair with Lu Yulan was likely impossible to conceal from the Lu family. The reason they hadn't moved against him yet was probably because they were brewing something.
This thought suddenly filled Lin Shuo with regret. Perhaps he should never have listened to Lu Yulan's lies in the first place, boarding that ill-fated ship and becoming irrevocably entangled with her.
Mr. Lin, why are you so surprised by this news? Wu Changqiu asked, feigning ignorance. What's it to you?
Lin Shuo snapped, forcing himself to speak. He knew that whatever he said now would only give his adversary more ammunition to mock him. As for the Lu family's issue, he understood it all too well. At this point, no words he uttered could dissuade them from seeking revenge. Yet, given his dire circumstances, he had no choice but to attempt a solution. Wu Changqiu lurked like a predator ahead, while the ruthless Lu family closed in from behind. Caught between these two enemies, he had no choice but to find a way out.
Otherwise, death was his only fate.
Of course, the Lu family remained the most critical threat.
After all, money could be earned again.
He had already stashed a substantial sum in overseas banks. Even if forced into bankruptcy by Wu Changqiu, he could withdraw that portion and quietly live out the rest of his days.
But the Lu family was clearly different.
The Lu family now wasn't merely coveting the assets of his Lin group. They genuinely intended to destroy Lin Shuo. Even if he managed to flee overseas, the Lu family would stop at nothing to track him down and eliminate him.
This included Lu Yulan and Lin Fengyu. It has nothing to do with me? Wu Changqiu chuckled coldly. Mr. Lin, have you forgotten? We're rivals. We're in a race to destroy each other. What do you think? Might I join forces with the Lu family to finish you off, Mr. Lin?
Lin Shuo's face turned as sour as if he de-swallowed a fly at Wu Changqiu's sharp retort. He desperately wanted to argue back, but the man had hit the nail on the head. If these two factions truly joined forces, he would be left with absolutely no room to maneuver. Mr. Wu, show mercy where you can. There's no need to push things to such extremes. Lin Shuo took a deep breath, forcing himself to speak calmly. Being threatened like this by Wu Changqiu was nothing short of a public humiliation. He wanted nothing more than to slap Wu Changqiu across the face right then and there. But for the sake of the bigger picture, he gritted his teeth and swallowed his anger for now. Mr. Lin, you've suddenly become quite the smooth talker, Wu Changqiu remarked with a mocking smile. Just moments ago, you looked like you wanted to devour me whole. What exactly do you want? Lin Shuo's expression darkened. For a moment, he couldn't tell whether Wu Changqiu had come to seize the opportunity for revenge or was merely being sarcastic. You've hit the nail on the head, Mr. Lin. Wu Changqiu chuckled, then waved his hand. Soon, a young man approached and handed Wu Changqiu a document. Mr. Lin, I can agree not to go after you, but there's one document you absolutely must sign. Wu Changqiu handed over the papers with a broad smile. Lin Shuo glanced down. The contents nearly sent him into a rage. After a long moment, he finally controlled his emotions and gritted out, "Isn't this a bit too much?" Only upon seeing the contract Wu Changqiu presented did Lin Shuo grasp the full extent of his opponent's intentions. Signing this contract wouldn't necessarily bankrupt the Lin Group outright, but it would essentially strip away the majority of its core businesses. What remained would be nothing more than a handful of insignificant subsidiaries. What's the matter, Mr. Lin? You're reluctant? Wu Changqiu nodded toward the contract with his finger. Perhaps you find some of the clauses in this agreement rather excessive. But let me remind you, Mr. Lin. Signing now at least secures you decent compensation. Once I truly join forces with the Lu family, you'll be left with nothing. Chapter 173, Wu Changqiu's Plan. Creak. Hearing Wu Changqiu's slightly threatening tone, Lin Shuo's fingers clenched tightly, cracking audibly, his face turning ashen with rage. It seems you're rather displeased with this contract, Mr. Lin. Wu Changqiu gave Lin Shuo a light pat on the shoulder. But then again, it's only natural you wouldn't want to sign it. After all, your son is still in the hospital bed, and your mistress is seriously injured. How could you possibly agree to these terms lightly? Sigh. I suppose I've been too straightforward. Perhaps what Mr. Lin truly desires is to confront the Lu family and our Wu group directly. Who knows if Mr. Lin will even be alive the next time we meet. This thinly veiled taunt pushed Lin Shuo to the brink of explosion. Wu Changqiu, don't push me to the point of mutual destruction. Sink or swim? Mr. Lin, what exactly do you have left to sink or swim with? You don't seriously believe refusing this contract will cause any real damage to the Wu group, do you? Isn't that exactly what I'm saying? Since that's how you see it, Mr. Lin, then I have nothing more to say. Wu Changqiu wore an expression of utter indifference. Anyway, the Lu family is itching for revenge right now. I might as well sit back and observe how you handle this crisis. I wonder if the Lu family will stay calm once they learn it was you, Mr. Lin, who killed their second son. You? Lin Shuo trembled with rage. He knew Wu Changqiu was threatening him. But the reality was that their positions were fundamentally unequal. The leverage he held was utterly useless against Wu Changqiu. So, Mr. Lin, sometimes you just have to let go of what needs to be let go. Sign the contract, and you'll eliminate one less adversary. It's only me who's willing to give you this chance today. If it were the Lu family, I doubt they'd be so reasonable. Just sign the contract, and I promise I won't cause trouble for your Lin family for a while. How about it? Why should I trust you? Lin Shuo retorted, his face darkening. The fact that I came to see you directly today, rather than sabotaging you from the shadows, is the best proof. Wu Changqiu paused, then added temptingly, Mr. Lin, the Lu family has no patience left. If you don't prepare in advance, I might just come looking for you in the ICU tomorrow. Inside the hospital room, Lin Fengyu, who had been listening to their conversation the entire time, was now completely panicked. Though he didn't fully understand the feud between his father, the Lu family, and Wu Changqiu. But what happened today has left him with a lasting psychological scar. Had it not been for a kind soul calling the police, it's doubtful he would have walked out of that alley standing upright today. By then, he might have been missing more than just those two front teeth. And this was merely the work of someone his own age. If the Lu family or Wu Changqiu had personally intervened, he doubted whether he'd even be alive now. It would have been a major question. Dad! Sign it already! Lin Fengyu blurted out, his body trembling uncontrollably with fear. He was genuinely terrified. He was still young and didn't want to die so unjustly. Bring me the pen. I'll sign. Lin Xinghong's face was ashen. He knew full well the Lu family was capable of such actions. Right now, he was like fish meat skewered on a rack, roasting over an open flame. He had no choice in the matter. Wu Changqiu immediately understood and beckoned with a smile. A pen was swiftly handed over. Lin Shuo took the pen, glanced over the contract once more, and swiftly signed it. Alright, I've agreed to your terms. From now on, you are forbidden from taking any adverse actions against the Lin family, Lin Shuo declared, his face still grim. Seeing the contract finalized, Wu Changqiu burst into laughter. Rest assured, Mr. Lin. I may not have many virtues, but I am a man of my word. Mr. Lin, all you need to do now is figure out how to deal with the Lu family. Lin Shuo clenched his fists tightly, his heart filled with utter humiliation. Alright, Mr. Lin, I won't disturb you any longer. Get some rest now. Wu Changqiu collected the contract with a smile. No need to see me out, Mr. Lin. He waved his hand and headed toward the hospital entrance. Lin Shuo watched with a dark expression as Wu Changqiu gradually disappeared from view. Suddenly, an uneasy feeling gripped him, a sensation he'd first felt when Wu Changqiu produced that contract. Now, as Wu Changqiu walked away, that feeling intensified to an extreme. It felt as though he himself had become a flying ant caught in a spider's web, sinking deeper and deeper. Dad! Lin Fengyu, sitting on the hospital bed, started to speak, but before the words left his mouth, Lin Shuo cut him off harshly. Shut up and focus on recovering. Outside the hospital, Wu Changqiu sat back comfortably in the car, then casually tossed the contract onto the back seat. A faint, almost imperceptible smile lingered on his face throughout. The reason he'd managed to gain such an advantage over Lin Shuo this time was purely because the kid was scared. He feared Wu Changqiu, but he also feared the Lu family going berserk and dragging his entire family to their deaths. But the notion of keeping one's word held no weight with Wu Changqiu. Merchants never rise early without profit. This item in his possession was precisely what would allow him to secure greater gains. He then pulled out a phone and silently dialed a number. Beep, beep, beep. The busy tone gave way to a connection. Hello, Mr. Lu. I have something here that might interest you. School. After evening study hall ended, most students had already begun to file out of the classroom. The once spacious room now held only 2 people. Is Wang Dahui okay? Without bothering to tidy up, Lin Shuo immediately sought out Fei Shuwen and asked. Ever since the incident in the alley, he'd been constantly worried about Wang Dahui's condition. No word yet, but it's probably nothing serious, Fei Shuwen immediately reassured him, though truthfully, he too felt a twinge of worry. After all, he was his childhood friend. Now that he'd finally made it out, he couldn't just go back in again. Just then, Fei Shuwen's phone suddenly vibrated. A familiar voice instantly came through the phone. Chapter 174, You like Jinger? Buzz. The sound of the phone vibrating filled the air. Fei Shuwen quickly picked up his phone to check. The moment he saw the name displayed, a delighted expression spread across his face. I knew he'd be fine. He's already sorted things out and is waiting for us at the school gate. I told you this kid staying behind was a sure thing. Fei Shuwen let out a rare, excited curse. Upon hearing the news, Lin Shuo exhaled a long breath of relief, his heart finally settling. He quickly gathered his things and said, let's go see how he's doing. Let's go, let's go. Fei Shuwen gathered his things as well, then grabbed Lin Shuo's hand and sprinted straight out of the school. Soon, they were out the school gates. After a few steps, they spotted Wang Dahui standing across the street smoking a cigarette. As soon as he saw Lin Shuo, he waved cheerfully, over here. How did you manage to get out so fast? It's a long story. Why don't we find a place to sit down first, then we can talk properly. Sounds good, my treat. Fei Shuwen slapped Wang Dahui on the shoulder generously. Actually, I know a great milk tea shop. Order whatever you want. Just as the three were discussing, a black minivan pulled up slowly. The window rolled down and a warm voice called out, Xiaoshua, Ahui, Awan. Hearing their names, the trio instantly turned their heads, their gazes unconsciously following the direction of the voice.
Ha! Uncle Wu? Wang Daihui was the first to react, surprise evident on his face. He certainly recognized Wu Changqiu.
After all, it was largely thanks to him that he'd been able to get out of juvenile detention early all these years. He just hadn't expected to run into him at this moment, much less that he would recognize Lin Shuo and Fei Shuwen.
Uncle Wu, hello.
Lin Shuo spoke with a hint of embarrassment, his voice tinged with nervousness.
First, he had mistakenly thought the man was mentally unstable. Second, he was currently dating the man's daughter.
Meeting his future father-in-law now made him feel somewhat nervous, like he'd been caught doing something wrong.
Wu Changqiu greeted the two, his gaze sweeping over Wang Dahui and Fei Shuwen.
Though Fei Shuwen didn't recognize Wu Changqiu, seeing how familiar he was with Wang Dahui, he offered a friendly greeting as well.
Uncle Wu, what brings you here today?
Wang Dahui asked, instinctively sensing that Wu must have some business to discuss, given his sudden appearance. Nothing much, Wu Changqiu replied with a smile.
Just handling some minor business. Then I happened to see you two and thought I'd say hello. Wang Dahui nodded. I see. Well then, Uncle Wu, you go ahead with your business. We're going to grab a drink. He was about to lead the others away, when suddenly, Wu Changqiu spoke up. Lin Shuo, do you have time to chat with me?
The moment those words left his mouth, all eyes instantly turned to Lin Shuo. Wang Dahui seemed to catch on too, giving Lin Shuo a slightly peculiar look. Lin Shuo, meanwhile, felt tense all over, like he was about to meet the parents.
How are things going with my daughter? Sure enough, the very first question sent a chill down Lin Shuo's spine. Ha!
Wang Dahui and Fei Shuwen froze, taking a moment to process the meaning behind the words.
So Lin Shuo was already dating Mr. Wu's daughter? It's been okay.
We haven't had any conflicts during this time living together, Lin Shuo scratched his head awkwardly. Truth be told, once he learned of this Mr. Wu's identity, he knew this day would come sooner or later.
Relax, no need to be so tense, Wu Changqiu interjected. Ah, okay. Has Jinger mentioned anything about me? Hesitating for a few seconds, Lin Shuo nodded. Yes. Then what did she say about me?
Wu Changqiu immediately perked up with interest.
Well, Lin Shuo hesitated again.
The answer he knew Wu Changqiu wouldn't want to hear made him pause, unsure whether to reveal the truth to this Mr. Wu.
Seeing Lin Shuo's reaction, Wu Changqiu instantly understood.
A wry smile spread across his face. Alright, I already know the answer.
Lin Shuo. Silence fell between them.
After a long pause, Wu Changqiu finally spoke, his tone tinged with apology, about last time.
I'm sorry.
He was referring to their chance encounter on the road last time.
It's fine, Uncle Wu. These are just minor things.
Wu Changqiu shook his head.
No need to call me uncle specifically. Just call me whatever you like. Don't be too formal.
If Jinger finds out you're calling me that, she'll probably sulk for days.
But since you did call me uncle. Actually, I have a question I've been dying to ask you. Are you and Jinger really just siblings? An unexpected question.
Lin Shuo's breathing immediately grew ragged. He never imagined he'd run into Sister Jing's father today, much less that the man would ask him this question. Though his heart raced with panic, drawing on his experience from 2 lifetimes, he quickly regained his composure. Of course. Jinger and I are nothing more than siblings.
Is that so?
Wu Changqiu narrowed his eyes, seemingly searching for the slightest flicker of emotion on Lin Shuo's face.
Uncle Wu.
Lin Shuo smiled.
I'm just a high school student. Aren't you overthinking this?
Sister Jing treats me like a younger brother.
She doesn't have those kinds of feelings for me. Even if I did have those feelings, Sister Jing might actually reciprocate them. Think about it, what girl would be interested in a boy so much younger and immature? Unless Sister Jing has some kind of unusual preference? Hearing Lin Shuo's words and seeing no trace of suspicion in his expression, Wu Changqiu finally nodded with satisfaction. You're young. It's perfectly normal to have feelings for older women.
He paused, then added sternly, but no matter what, even if you harbor countless thoughts, I advise you to nip them in the bud right now. I have only this one precious daughter. If I ever find out you've crossed any boundaries and Uncle discovers it, he won't be happy. By this point, Wu Changqiu's words carried a clear warning.
Chapter 175. Do you want to ruin the Lin family? I understand, Uncle Wu.
Lin Shuo nodded, his eyes avoiding Wu Changqiu's gaze entirely, afraid the older man would see his unease.
Wu Changqiu naturally noticed this tension, though he hadn't actually seen Lin Shuo's eyes, so he didn't connect the dots.
Seeing the young man's nervousness, he immediately offered reassurance, but then again, since Jinger treats you like her own brother, you're practically my son now. Truthfully, the last time I met you, I sensed your nature isn't inherently bad, you were simply born into the wrong family. So don't take what I said personally. When you have a daughter of your own someday, you'll understand why I had to speak that way. I now consider you my own son. If you ever need anything, you can come to me for help. But I ask nothing else of you, only that if I'm no longer here, you take good care of Jinger and don't let anyone bully her. By the end of his words, Uncle Wu's tone had grown wistful.
Lin Shuo could even detect a hint of melancholy in his voice, as if hinting at something deeper.
Sensing the underlying meaning, Lin Shuo couldn't help but ask, "Uncle Wu, you're still so young. You'll have plenty of time to be with Sister Jing.
Why worry about this now? Is it your health?"
Wu Changqiu chuckled.
"What nonsense are you thinking, you silly boy? My health is perfectly fine."
He paused before continuing, "It's just that as one grows older, one becomes prone to melancholy.
Over the years, I've failed Jinger so many times.
She never asked for my money, never sought my help, and didn't even want me by her side.
After much thought, what choice do I have?
I can only try to make other arrangements for her, hoping she'll live a safe and healthy life in the future. This way, even if something truly happens to me and I'm no longer in this world, there will be someone to take my place and care for her."
At this point, Wu Changqiu couldn't help but light a cigarette.
Having lived 2 lifetimes, Lin Shuo could somewhat sense the depth of his father's emotions in that moment, yet he didn't know what words to offer to comfort him. Though Wu Changqiu might not have been a perfect father in some respects, at least from an outsider's perspective, he truly loved his daughter. All these years, she had remained in his heart, never forgotten. Thinking of this, Lin Shuo's mood suddenly grew complicated. From childhood onward, he had never experienced familial affection within his own home. Instead, he had been wounded beyond measure by the so-called love of both his adoptive and biological parents. Neither his foster parents nor his birth parents had ever shown him even a shred of what they called love.
"Alright, I've digressed too far," Wu Changqiu patted Lin Shuo's shoulder, pulling him back from his thoughts. "In any case, now that you've left that home, you shouldn't dwell on it anymore. People must always look forward. There will always be others in this world who can love you in place of your parents. At least in my view, Jinger truly loves you." Thinking of Wu Mengjing, Lin Shuo felt a sudden warmth in his heart. It was precisely her appearance that had given him the courage to rebuild his life. "Uncle Wu, thank you," Lin Shuo nodded his gratitude.
"You're welcome."
Wu Changqiu waved his hand dismissively. He understood Lin Shuo's experiences all too well.
Over the past decade, he had considered himself the most unfit father imaginable. That was, until he encountered the eccentric bunch from the Lin family. "Now let's talk about something serious," Wu Changqiu said, unwilling to dwell on the topic. He shifted the conversation.
"I imagine you're eager to get revenge on the Lin family, right?"
"Yes,"
Lin Shuo nodded.
"While I don't know exactly what you have in mind, personally, I think now is the best opportunity for you to get back at the Lin family."
As he spoke, Wu Changqiu pulled out a stack of documents. These detail recent events concerning the Lin family and the current state of their company.
If you can target specific actions, it should cause the Lin family significant distress. That way, your goal of revenge against them can be achieved. But there's one thing I doubt anyone has ever told you: back when you were abandoned and taken in only to be beaten, the person responsible for your tragic life wasn't just Lin Shenghong. There was also a vicious old woman.
Lu Yulan? Lin Shuo raised an eyebrow. "Huh? You actually know her?"
Wu Changqiu seemed surprised.
"How much do you know about her?" "Not a great deal."
Lin Shuo pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. "When the Lin family tried to lure me back, I learned some things about Lu Yulan. But all I know is that she was Lin Qinghong's mistress and Lin Fengyu was their child."
"That's quite a bit, actually."
Wu Changqiu smiled. "But you probably don't know that this woman once conspired with Lin Shenghong to kill her own husband. She forced Lin Shenghong to divorce her. Even you were sent to your adoptive parents entirely by Lu Yulan's hand. Everything you've endured these past years is inextricably linked to her. In short, the majority of your misfortunes over the years can be traced back to her. I've included this information in the files. Feel free to look through them if you're interested." With that, Wu Changqiu handed over the stack of documents. Lin Shuo remained silent. Judging by his slightly trembling body, his emotions were far from calm. Even the hand holding the documents had turned slightly white from the tight grip. 10 minutes later. Having read every word, he lifted his head, his expression now uncontrollably twisted with rage. "Uncle Wu, by suddenly showing me this, are you suggesting I use this opportunity to exact revenge on that woman too?" Lin Shuo clenched his teeth tightly, struggling to contain his emotions, though a fiery rage still simmered within him. If he could, he'd tear that woman named Lu Yulan limb from limb.
"Good. You understand." Wu Changqiu nodded. "Then what should I do?" Lin Shuo asked, taking a deep breath.
The other party had given him all this information for no apparent reason. It couldn't just be to stir up his emotions. Given the man's ability to become the richest in Jiang City, there was undoubtedly another layer of meaning behind his words.
Chapter 176, a test?
Actually, exacting revenge on both families at once isn't difficult, Wu Changqiu began. The truth is, behind Lu Yulan stands not only the Zhang family but also the Lu family, who harbor a deep, seething hatred for her. Back when the two families joined forces, Lu Yulan was the pivotal figure.
Unfortunately, she went too far in her actions.
Neither the Lu family nor the Zhang family today is likely to forgive her deeds. So the simplest approach would be to expose everything the Lin family did to you, along with the relationship between Lu Yulan and Lin Shenghong. With that as the catalyst, I'll give you a push from behind to set the fire burning directly at the Lu family. After all, Lu Yulan's actions over the years have long been a source of discontent within the Lu family, though they lacked concrete evidence. Therefore, if you target Lu Yulan for retaliation, the Lu family will inevitably intervene in the process. That way, your goal of revenge will be achieved naturally.
At this point, Wu Changqiu gestured toward the documents.
These papers contain plenty of dirt on Lu Yulan from back in the day.
Once it's dug up. I can't even imagine how satisfying that would be.
The only catch is this: though the Lu family has fallen from grace, they still rank among the top families in Jiangcheng City. They're in a completely different league compared to the Lins. If you plan to take action against Lu Yulan, you must be fully aware of this fact. But how you proceed is entirely up to you.
I won't interfere with your decision. After hearing this, Lin Shuo's brows furrowed deeply. He shot Wu Changqiu a meaningful look and said, "Uncle Wu, you wouldn't be testing me with this, would you?"
"Oh?
Why would you think I'm testing you?"
Wu Changqiu chuckled. "Because what you just described, Uncle Wu, was far too detailed.
Unlike the Lin family, the Lu family wields immense influence in Jiangcheng City and maintains a cooperative relationship with the Zheng family. Though you assured me not to worry about the Lu family. But in reality, this is a trap. Given the Lu family's influence, they couldn't possibly be unaware of those past events. Yet over the years, they've coexisted peacefully with Lu Yulan. It's clear she holds extraordinary value to them.
At the very least, they won't stand idly by if I make a move against her. If I actually went after Lu Yulan, it would undoubtedly provoke the displeasure of the Lu family's leader.
And right now, I'm completely alone. Thinking I could leverage this little thing I have to take on the Lu family is nothing short of wishful thinking. I'm not like you, Uncle Wu, with your influence and standing. I'm just an ordinary person, someone who didn't even finish high school. If the Lu family comes after me, given our relationship, I doubt I could even persuade you to help. In fact..."
Lin Shuo paused, studying Wu Changqiu's expression before continuing with weighty words. "It's quite possible you'd use this as an excuse to drive me away from Sister Jing altogether."
"Am I absolutely right in my analysis, Uncle Wu?"
Clap clap clap. After hearing Lin Shuo's analysis, Wu Changqiu immediately clapped his hands, unable to hold back his praise. "I have to admit, kid, your analysis is spot on.
Honestly, that's exactly what I was thinking when I gave you those things. But you're wrong about one thing. Given your relationship with Jinger, if it ever came down to the final moment, I couldn't just abandon you. After all, I don't want to give Jinger another reason to hate me for the rest of her life. But what I must emphasize is this: if you intend to take on the Lu family, now is absolutely the best opportunity. Once this chance is missed, who knows how many more years you'll have to wait." "Thank you, Uncle Wu. I have my own considerations." Lin Shuo took a deep breath.
"The Lu family may seem like a colossal force to me now, but that's only for the moment. Taking them down, that's something I'll accomplish on my own terms, sooner or later."
"Very well." Wu Changqiu nodded. "You young people do need time to grow. I admire your attitude. Still, I'm curious, where does this confidence come from? Both the Lu and Zhang families are worlds apart from you. That gap isn't something you can bridge overnight."
"I never intended to take them down all at once." Lin Shuo shook his head.
"My goal has remained unchanged from the very beginning, to focus solely on the Lin family and make them pay the price.
The road ahead stretches long, so opportunities for me aren't necessarily best just because they come later. Perhaps better ones lie in wait.
Fortunes change over time.
For now, I'm solely focused on dealing with the Lin family and making them pay the price they deserve."
Wu Changqiu smiled, seemingly quite pleased with Lin Shuo's earlier subtle maneuver. A hint of admiring amusement lingered in his eyes. "In that case, I'll take you to meet someone." "Who?" "Lu Yulan." Hearing that name, Lin Shuo froze in shock. "Uncle Wu, I haven't decided how to deal with her yet." "I know. Everything that happens next won't be attributed to the Lu family.
Besides, as I mentioned earlier, since you regard me as your uncle and Jinger treats you like her own brother, you are now considered our own son. As our own child, if you're bullied outside, how could we as parents just sit idly by?" At this point, Wu Changqiu grinned mischievously. "Get in the car."
"Don't tell me you don't want to spend a single penny on that old woman's flowers."
Only now did Lin Shuo suddenly realize this current situation is the help and favor Wu Changqiu intended to offer him.
"Uncle Wu," Wu Changqiu said meaningfully, "I only hope you'll remember what I've told you. When I'm gone, take good care of Jinger. Don't let anyone bully her.
Beyond that, don't push things too far with anything else. So even if you hate Lu Yulan now, don't break the law.
Understand?" Wu Changqiu's slightly grave tone brought Lin Shuo back to his senses, and he immediately grasped the meaning behind his words.
As long as he stayed within the bounds of the law, he could do whatever he wanted. Even the Lu family couldn't touch him as long as Lu Yulan remained alive.
Chapter 177, When Did I Ever Wrong You? "I understand, Uncle Wu."
Lin Shuo nodded, then shifted his gaze to a bodyguard beside Wu Changqiu. Though seated in the car, Lin Shuo could tell from his vantage point that this man wasn't particularly muscular. He was rather lean, a stark contrast to the typical bodyguard physique.
Yet upon closer inspection, Lin Shuo sensed a faint yet distinctly dangerous aura emanating from him.
This sense of danger wasn't something anyone could fake with a few martial arts moves. It felt more like an animal encountering its natural predator. Therefore, he sensed this bodyguard was no ordinary man. In fact, his hands might even be stained with blood. Lin Shuo stole a couple of quick glances but wisely refrained from asking questions, promptly averting his gaze. He understood that anyone serving as Wu Changqiu's personal bodyguard couldn't be ordinary, especially considering how the man had risen from being a penniless youngster to becoming the wealthiest individual in Jiangcheng City in such a short span.
To becoming the wealthiest man in Jiangcheng City.
Lin Shuo didn't believe this man would be as easygoing behind the scenes as he appeared now. But what occupied his mind more now was the anticipation of meeting someone Lu Yulan of the Lu family, the very person responsible for 18 years of his suffering.
The hospital where Lu Yulan was staying wasn't far from their current location.
After getting in the car, it took them only 10 minutes to reach their destination. A few minutes later, Lin Shuo followed Wu Changqiu to the door of Lu Yulan's hospital room. Just then, a woman with her hair hanging down walked out from the doorway. The moment she saw Lin Shuo, the woman's expression clearly shifted to one of startlement. Especially after she recognized his face, her expression shifted to one of utter disbelief, as if Lin Shuo's presence here at this very moment was something utterly inconceivable.
Lin Shuo naturally noticed the woman's unusual expression. He immediately surmised that she was likely someone close to Lu Yulan and quite possibly even knew him personally. Otherwise, she wouldn't have reacted this way upon seeing him. Perhaps she was even involved in his abduction as a child. At this thought, Lin Shuo's expression darkened instantly. Before he could react, the bodyguard who had been trailing behind Wu Changqiu sprang into action. In a flash, he lunged forward like a cheetah, moving so swiftly that Lin Shuo barely registered the motion. The woman clearly hadn't had time to react. In the blink of an eye, she was pinned to the ground, utterly immobilized. Stay quiet, and you won't be harmed. But if you resist, I can't guarantee your face or your body won't be missing a piece. The bodyguard spoke with a blank expression, his tone utterly cold. What do you want? The woman gasped in terror. Her instinct was to struggle free from the man's grip, but she froze mid-motion, remembering his earlier warning. She knew this man was capable of doing exactly what he threatened. What's going on? Why all the noise? In the hospital room, Lu Yulan, who had been resting in bed, was suddenly awakened by the commotion. She opened her eyes groggily and muttered a few words of displeasure, but she still hadn't noticed the unusual activity in the room. She merely shifted into a more comfortable position and lay back down. It wasn't until the figures of Wu Changqiu and Lin Shuo suddenly appeared before her that. Only then did Lu Yulan sense something was terribly wrong. She sat up in bed, her eyes wide with terror. What do you think you're doing? Who are you? Lu Yulan's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Wu Changqiu and Lin Shuo before her expression as though she'd seen a ghost. She never imagined she would encounter these two men at this moment. Ms. Lu, long time no see. Wu Changqiu greeted her with familiar ease, casually pulling up a chair and sitting beside her. Wu Changqiu, what brings you here? Surely there's no deep-seated grudge between us? Lu Yulan eyed the man warily, her gaze also falling on her personal bodyguard pinned to the floor, unable to move. His presence here, in this manner, clearly wasn't a friendly visit. Me? Nothing much, really. Just wanted to introduce President Lu to an old friend. Wu Changqiu smiled, then gestured toward Lin Shuo beside him. I'm sure President Lu is quite familiar with him, right? Lu Yulan's gaze slowly shifted to Lin Shuo. Instead of responding directly to Wu Changqiu, he mimicked Wu's actions, fetching a stool and sitting down beside Lu Yulan with deliberate calm. It was precisely this utterly calm gesture that immediately stirred unease within Lu Yulan. She couldn't fathom why, at this critical juncture, two seemingly unrelated individuals would simultaneously appear in her hospital room. Yet, judging by the look Lin Shuo gave her, perhaps he already knew something. More likely, he had come to seek revenge at this very moment. At this thought, Lu Yulan's skin instantly tightened. She instinctively reached for her phone to call for help, but Wu Changqiu stopped her hand. Ms. Lu, no need to be nervous. We're just here for a chat, no need for such a big fuss, Wu Changqiu said, his face still wearing a smile. So I suggest you try to stay calm. What do you think? The bodyguard standing nearby immediately shot her a warning glance, causing Lu Yulan's hand to freeze in midair. That's the spirit, Wu Changqiu continued with a smile. Since you're already injured, Madame Lu, there's no need for such a commotion. If your illness isn't properly nursed back to health and leaves you with lasting complications, that wouldn't be good at all. Oh, I almost forgot to check on you, Ms. Lu. How are your injuries? Would you like me to find a better doctor for you? This seemingly caring yet thoroughly sarcastic remark instantly made Lu Yulan's face flush alternately crimson and purple. She gritted her teeth and glared fiercely. At the same time, she sensed something was terribly wrong. She hadn't told anyone about her injury, yet from Wu Changqiu's remarks, it was clear he not only knew she'd been hurt but also possessed detailed knowledge of the specifics. This forced her to consider certain possibilities. Damn it, Wu! Did you put them up to this? You're a ing piece of. I just want to ask you one thing, when did I ever cross you? Chapter 178, Auntie, look at this. Lu Yulan couldn't help but erupt in curses.
Originally, she hadn't quite understood why that woman, Su Dinglan, had come to her house today acting like a madwoman, even nearly taking her own life. But now, after hearing Wu Changqiu's explanation, she finally realized this incident was undoubtedly connected to Wu Changqiu. It was highly likely he de-orchestrated it behind the scenes. Ms. Lu, what do you mean by that? I came here with the best of intentions to check on your condition, yet you accuse me of all this. It truly breaks my heart. Wu Changqiu sighed softly. And you've got one thing wrong. Mr. Lu, you truly have never wronged me. But that doesn't mean you haven't offended some of your juniors. Lu Yulan froze, then turned to look at Lin Shuo. Junior colleagues? What juniors? Are you referring to him? You bet I am. You've wronged my junior, so don't you think I should collect some interest from you, his senior? Wu Changqiu retorted. At this, Lu Yulan exploded in rage, cursing, Wu Changqiu, you must be insane. That kid is Lin Qinghong's offspring. What the hell does that have to do with you bearing the Wu surname? Well, we may not share blood, but that doesn't negate our elder-junior relationship, does it? Wu Changqiu retorted with solemn earnestness. You're out to get me, aren't you? Lu Yulan gritted her teeth. Fine, Wu Changqiu. I'll remember this. From now on, you better watch your step, you Wu bastard. Keep walking down dark paths like this, and I'll bet you'll meet your ghost. You're telling me. Madam Lu, I've heard these kinds of threats so often over the years, my ears are practically calloused. Wu Changqiu chuckled indifferently. But you should know, the fact that I've risen to this position means I couldn't care less about such threats. Besides, let's be honest, Mr. Lu. You're barely keeping your head above water yourself. How you find the energy to threaten me is beyond me. If I were you, I'd be figuring out how to survive the Lu family's retaliation. Every word dripped with Wu Changqiu's scorn. This suddenly stirred a fierce sense of humiliation within Lu Yulan's heart. Mr. Wu, this isn't over between us. Mark my words. Lu Yulan erupted in a torrent of curses. Just then, Lin Shuo, who had been sitting quietly nearby, suddenly spoke up. Uncle Wu only came to check on you out of kindness. He meant no harm. Perhaps you've misunderstood, Auntie. Besides, you're Lin Fingyu's biological mother. No matter how you look at it, we're family. How could we possibly hold any grudge against you? The slightly sarcastic tone caught Lu Yulan off guard at first, but then a sudden chill crept over her heart. Damn it, who the hell are you to call me family? You'd better get the hell out of my sight. I don't want to see you for even a second longer. A torrent of curses poured forth, yet not a flicker of emotion crossed Lin Shuo's face. He remained seated calmly beside the hospital bed. Auntie, please don't let this upset you so much that it harms your health. After all, you are Lin Fingyu's mother. And over the years, Lin Fingyu has taken such good care of me. Without him, I wouldn't be where I am today. So don't overthink it, I'm just here to visit you. These words fell on Lu Yulan's ears like another crushing mockery. She knew full well how Lin Fingyu treated Lin Shuo and the Lin household and what he had done. In fact, many of those actions had been orchestrated by her own hand. So from the very beginning, there was never any notion of Lin Fingyu looking after Lin Shuo. Now, this old man and young man had clearly joined forces to come watch her make a fool of herself. I get it now. You two just want to ruin me. You two bastards, don't think I don't know what kind of dirty tricks you're cooking up behind my back. Mark my words, if a single hair on me or Fingyu's head is harmed, I'll make you pay with your lives. Especially you, you little bastard surnamed Lin. Think you can mock this old woman? Just wait and see how long you can keep jumping around like that. Forget Wu Changqiu saving you, even a god couldn't save you now. Facing Lu Yulan's threats and insults, Lin Shuo merely sighed softly. Auntie, I call you Auntie now purely because you're my senior. That's why I came to the hospital to see you. Yet you've completely misunderstood my intentions. And if I'm not mistaken, Auntie, I don't believe I've ever wronged you, have I? That slightly innocent tone instantly sent Lu Yulan's anger boiling over, even turning her embarrassment into rage. She understood perfectly well. Back when Lin Fingyu was in the Lin family, he had used this exact tactic against Lin Shuo. And now, Lin Shuo was clearly employing Lin Fingyu's playbook to provoke Lu Yulan. You little brat, try saying another word like that to me. I guarantee you won't live to see tomorrow's sunrise. Lu Yulan's face flushed crimson, her fierce gaze practically devouring Lin Shuo whole. Saying it again isn't impossible, Lin Shuo chuckled. But Auntie, do you know why I spoke that way just now? As he spoke, Lin Shuo pulled out his voice recorder again. Open your eyes wide and take a good look at this. Chapter 179, each gets what they want. Lin Shuo smiled faintly, handed over the recorder, and stated, Auntie, actually, I started recording everything you said to me the moment I walked in. Thank goodness I kept my wits about me. Otherwise, if you really threatened me later, I wouldn't have known how to handle it. So to ensure my personal safety going forward, I'll take this recording directly to the police station to file a report. That way, if anything happens to me, the police will come looking for you immediately. That said, I'm more inclined to believe you're a rational person who wouldn't do anything to a defenseless high school student like me.
But it's better to be safe than sorry. You should understand why I'm taking precautions to protect myself, right? The moment Lin Shuo finished speaking, Lu Yulan's expression froze in shock.
She never imagined that Lin Shuo, a mere high schooler, would have such a trick up his sleeve. Only now did she realize that from start to finish, their entire conversation had been entirely guided by Lin Shuo. He had baited her into uttering those threatening words. You've played your cards well. Lu Yulan gritted her teeth in fury, feeling blood rushing to her temples.
Her instinct was to continue with more threats.
But the thought of the recording device still in Lin Shuo's hand forced her to swallow those words.
The realization that after all these years of navigating Jiangcheng City, she'd been outmaneuvered by a mere high school student sent a wave of humiliation washing over her.
She glared at Lin Shuo, speechless for a long moment, but the hatred in her eyes spoke volumes. If she could, she would tear Lin Shuo apart right then and there. It's not like I did anything special, Lin Shuo said with a faint, indifferent smile. It's just that when Auntie dumped me at that family's place all those years ago, I figured I'd better keep my guard up.
But to Lu Yulan's eyes, that smile looked utterly despicable.
Even Wu Changxiu, who had been standing nearby, couldn't help but glance over. He'd assumed Lin Shuo's earlier words were merely venting years of pent-up grievances and resentment, a way to get back at Lu Yulan.
But even he hadn't expected
that Lin Shuo had been secretly harboring such a hidden hand.
Only because Lu Yulan had been so numbed by repeated shocks did she not immediately fly into a rage.
Ms. Lu, have you forgotten something?
I just mentioned that Lin Shuo is my junior. It seems rather inappropriate for you to declare your intent to persecute my junior right in front of me, don't you think? I am Wu, and I still carry some weight in Jiangcheng City.
It seems you're starting to disregard me. If you're truly set on this, don't blame me for not giving you face. Though Wu Changxiu wore a smile, the threat in his words was unmistakable, sending a shiver through Lu Yulan's entire body. Only then did she recall that this man had once fought his way up from nothing among Jiangcheng City as sharks. When it came to tactics, even the Lu family held him in some measure of awe. What puzzled her was why Wu Changxiu, who shared no blood ties with Lin Shuo, seemed so determined to protect him. As Lu Yulan pondered this, Lin Shuo suddenly spoke up. Oh, Auntie, there's one more thing I forgot to tell you. Today at school, I happened to run into Feng Yu.
And as luck would have it, I ended up looking after him for a bit.
Of course, this wasn't some revenge for you taking me away back then, it was just a coincidence. Though I can't say for sure if I'll keep running into him. The word struck Lu Yulan like a dagger to her most vulnerable spot. She screamed hysterically, you little bastard.
What did you do to Feng Yu?
Lin Shuo blinked innocently.
Nothing much, really. Just looked after him in the literal sense.
Lu Yulan scrambled off the bed, her face contorted into a terrifying grimace.
You little. Explain yourself. What did you do to my Feng Yu?
Wu Changxiu opportunistically added fuel to the fire. Your son, I've heard about him too. He just lost a few teeth, broke a couple of bones, and spent some time in a trash bin. He'll probably be fine after 10 days or so in the hospital. He's missing some teeth, so I suppose you'll need to find a hospital to get them replaced, Mr. Lu. The words had barely left his mouth.
Lu Yulan nearly fainted from rage.
She never imagined that in just one short day, not only would she end up hospitalized, but her precious son would suffer such humiliation outside. Worst of all, the people responsible for inflicting such humiliation on both mother and son were all members of the Lin family.
Feng Yu is still in school. Why would he suddenly encounter something like this? It must be you.
Wu Changxiu, you're the one stirring up trouble behind the scenes. After a moment of stunned silence, Lu Yulan finally snapped out of it, glaring furiously at Wu Changxiu.
Wu Changxiu, however, wore an innocent expression. What did I do?
Wu Changxiu, don't play dumb with me.
Do you really think I don't know anything just because I'm lying here?
Whether it's the mess I ran into today or my son Feng Yu, you're definitely involved in both.
Lu Yulan gritted her teeth.
If you're not behind this, I'll change my last name to yours.
Unexpectedly, Wu Changxiu waved his hands repeatedly in refusal. Ms. Lu, that's unnecessary.
After all, while I may not be a saint, I haven't done anything that bad.
Wu Changxiu. You son of a.
Already teetering on the edge of collapse, Lu Yulan lost all control at Wu Changxiu's sarcastic tone. She began smashing everything around her in a fury.
Wu Changxiu. You ing bastard, did you give birth to a son without an asshole? I've never done anything to you. Why are you doing this to me?
If looks could kill, Wu Changxiu would have died 1,000 times over in that moment.
Wu Changxiu chuckled. Ms. Lu, that's a bit naive of you. We're all in business. In the business world, it's all about interests. There's no room for personal grievances.
As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
You've been in Jiangcheng's business circles for so long, you should understand this principle. The essence of commerce is mutual benefit.
So, it seems you, Mr. Lu, have been a bit too complacent these past years.
Chapter 180, Trouble. You've partnered with the Lu family?
Lu Yulan clenched her jaw as this possibility suddenly flashed through her mind. She believed she and the Wu group had maintained a neutral relationship all these years. The only reason Wu Changqiu would suddenly target her out of nowhere was one possibility. He had partnered with the Lu family. As for the specifics of the collaboration, there's no need to speculate, it will inevitably involve her interests. That's not something you need to worry about, Mr. Lu, Wu Changqiu smiled. Besides, even if I said it had nothing to do with the Lu family, you wouldn't believe me anyway. Why should I trust you? Look at my current state, and you show up at this moment with this little in tow. What else could it be for? Surely you, Wu Changqiu, with your massive conglomerate to manage, wouldn't bother with such trivial matters? Why shouldn't you be concerned? Wu Changqiu countered. I said today's visit is purely to see you. If you insist on interpreting my intentions in that light, I can't help it. Seeing Wu Changqiu still refusing to admit it, Lu Yulan clenched her teeth and blurted out, Wu Changqiu, I don't care what promises the Lu family made to you. I, Lu Yulan, will give you double that amount. All I ask is that you join me in taking down the Lu family. Lu Yulan was now truly cornered. First, the events from years ago had been exposed. Then, Wu Changqiu was stirring trouble behind the scenes. Regardless of whether the Lu family would retaliate against her once they learned of that incident from the past, the current situation alone was already more than she could handle. Though she couldn't swallow her pride at Wu Changqiu's provocation, she had to admit he was stronger than anyone else. Besides, even if there was animosity between them, it wasn't the kind of mortal enmity she shared with the Lu family. There was still room for reconciliation. But if she kept butting heads with both families, she'd eventually be driven into a corner with nowhere to turn. Between the two sides, she chose Wu Changqiu. Once she had resolved the Lu family's issues completely, she could always take her revenge for today's humiliation later. Mr. Lu, that's quite an interesting statement, Wu Changqiu chuckled. Even if you wish to court my favor, you should first consider your current bargaining chips. From what I understand, your position doesn't seem particularly strong at the moment. You? Lu Yulan couldn't miss the deliberate mockery in Wu Changqiu's words. From the very beginning, he had never intended to cooperate with her at all. Wu Changqiu, you son of a... Lu Yulan's curses erupted once more, her composure clearly shattered. Wu Changqiu, however, remained utterly unfazed. He merely remarked calmly, Ms. Lu seems to have a short memory, forgetting the huge loss you suffered. Without another glance at Lu Yulan, he added, Alright, Ms. Lu, stop wasting your energy on pointless struggles. You'd be better off tending to your injuries. I'll be going now. Perhaps we'll meet again another time. With that, he stood up and called to Lin Shuo, Shuo, let's go. Lin Shuo nodded and followed behind Wu Changqiu. But as they walked away, he turned back to add, Auntie, don't worry. While you're in the hospital, I'll take good care of your son. Ignoring Lu Yulan's hysterical screams behind him, Lin Shuo walked straight out of the hospital without looking back. Watching their receding figures, Lu Yulan's expression darkened further. With nowhere to vent her seething rage, she could only tear at the bedsheets with both hands. One old beast, one little. I'll remember you two today. Mark my words, you two will regret the day you were born. Just you wait. A deafening crash of shattering glass followed, so intense that even the nurse at the door, who had been about to investigate, froze in place, too terrified to step inside. Only after a long while did Lu Yulan's emotions gradually settle. She slowly rummaged through the pile of clutter and found her phone, still powered on. Beep, beep, beep. After a series of keystrokes, Lu Yulan dialed a familiar number. A slightly weary voice answered, Hello? What's wrong? Did something happen over there? You bastard Lin, you have the nerve to ask me that. Lu Yulan's roar instantly filled the phone. Why can't I ask? Lin Chunghong frowned, clearly displeased. Hell, don't you know what's going on? Lu Yulan cursed. Did you eat gunpowder? Lin Changhong forced himself to stay calm. Go ask your precious son yourself. I damn well like to kill both of you bastards right now. Lu Yulan, I know you've suffered today, but you'd better watch your tone with me. My patience has its limits. Lin Changhong said in a deep voice. So what if I'm not polite? Lu Yulan shouted angrily. If you've got the guts, come kill me right now. Otherwise, this isn't over. Let me tell you this, everything I'm going through now is all thanks to your good-for-nothing son. That son of yours has really grown into something, he even dares to scheme against me. Hearing this, Lin Chunghong finally sensed something was amiss. He narrowed his eyes and asked, what happened over there? Did Xiao Shuo go looking for you? Who else could it be besides that little bastard? Do you even know that your precious son has gone and found himself a new father out there? Lu Yulan spat. Xiao Shuo found himself a new father? What do you mean by that? Exactly what it sounds like. You know Wu Changqiu, the chairman of the Wu group? He's your son's new father now. He brought Lin Shuo here today to confront us. What? Lin Qinghong's voice faltered, his tone tinged with disbelief. Is there any doubt? Your son's father is now Wu Changqiu. Everything this old woman is suffering is thanks to them, do you understand? Lin Changhong fell silent on the other end of the line. He never imagined things would escalate to this point. Even more shocking was Lu Yulan's implication that Wu Changqiu was now entangled with her. Now he couldn't help but wonder if all this had been orchestrated behind the scenes by Wu Changqiu.
Wu Changqiu, just how many things have you been doing behind my back?
Lin Shuo pondered inwardly.
Chapter 181, Siblings.
Lin Shuo, I told you long ago you should never have brought that little bastard back.
If you hadn't taken him back then, none of this would have happened now. Great. Not only am I suffering, but Feng Yu is suffering too.
What we're up against now isn't just the Lu family, there's that bastard Wu Changqiu too.
I doubt even the Jing family will let me off the hook.
It's all your fault, you bastard. If you'd listened to me back then, things wouldn't have turned out like this. If I'd known this day would come, I should have strangled that little bastard Lin Shuo to death back then. Lu Yulan ranted and raved over the phone, making Lin Shuo's mood grow increasingly irritable.
He couldn't help but shout, Lu Yulan, will you shut the hell up? Even with injuries like that, you still can't shut your damn mouth?
Shut your mother's mouth. Hearing Lin Shuo's words only fueled Lu Yulan's rage. She immediately retorted, Lin Shuo, mark my words, you'd better deliver Feng Yu to me in one piece. Or I'll never let you off the hook.
In your current state, what good would Feng Yu do you? What time is it now? What good does your raving do?
I've already made up my mind, I'll confront the Zhang family head on when the time comes.
Confront them?
Lin Shuo's voice shot up several octaves.
Are you out of your mind? Have you forgotten what we two did back then? Do you think confronting the Zhang family will make you die any faster? Have you forgotten your own ties to the Zhangs? Do you think they don't already want you dead enough? So what? Then you tell me how to fix this. The Lu family and Wu Changqiu, neither of them are pushovers. If I don't confront the Zhangs, how am I supposed to handle all this as a woman? Am I supposed to rely on you, you useless piece of trash? Don't you have any idea what hell I've been through? Don't think I'm unaware. Feng Yu was beaten into the hospital today too. You can barely protect yourself now, what good is keeping Feng Yu around? Don't forget, you were involved in that Lu family death. They won't let you off the hook. Our only way out now is to negotiate with the Zhang family. Otherwise, we're both finished and Feng Yu will be dealt with directly by the Lu family. Hearing this, Lin Shuo fell silent. Lu Yulan was right. Feng Yu had been hospitalized today. While the Lu family hadn't directly carried out the attack, who could guarantee similar incidents wouldn't happen again?
Not only could he not protect Lin Feng Yu, but if the Lu family truly moved against them, even his own safety might be in jeopardy. Even though Wu Changqiu had promised after their negotiations that he wouldn't take further action, who could guarantee that this old fox wouldn't have other tricks up his sleeve? Therefore, the best course of action now was exactly as Lu Yulan suggested, negotiate with the Zhang family. Only the Zhang family could protect Lin Feng Yu. Only the Zhang family could properly measure their strength against the Lu family or Wu Changqiu in a fair contest of wits.
Alright, I understand. Feng Yu is currently resting in the hospital.
Once his injuries heal, I'll consider sending him over, but only if you can truly secure an agreement with the Zhang family. Otherwise, bringing Feng Yu back will only make him a liability. After much deliberation, Lin Shuo finally relented. Outmatched by the situation, he had no choice but to accept this reluctant solution.
Damn it!
Lu Yulan had intended to say more, but Lin Shuo had already hung up on the other end. Furious, she cursed under her breath and tossed the phone aside. But truthfully, she had no energy left to argue with Lin Shuo. The Lu family's crisis was about to engulf her too. Negotiating with the Zhangs was now her top priority.
Huff. With that thought, Lu Yulan exhaled deeply, her face betraying a rare hint of tension.
She then pressed a few buttons on her phone and dialed the number.
Beep, beep, beep. As the ringtone echoed, Lu Yulan's breathing grew unconsciously rapid.
Memories flooded her mind of the day she'd been driven out of the Zhang family compound. Had things not reached this critical juncture, she would never have dialed this number.
Hello? Who is this?
After a long pause, the call finally connected, revealing a slightly deep voice on the other end.
It's me. Lu Yulan clenched her teeth, struggling to speak. Who is this?
The voice on the other end sounded puzzled. After all these years, there's no need to play dumb with me.
Lu Yulan's voice instinctively rose several degrees. Sorry, I really don't know who you are.
Zhang Ye's voice carried a distinct hint of amusement.
To Lu Yulan's ears, this nonchalant tone felt like needles piercing her skin. Zhang Yi, what exactly do you want? Lu Yulan shrieked. What do you mean, what do I want? Get your facts straight, lady. You're the one who called me in the dead of night, and now you're asking me what I want. Zhang Ye's tone was tinged with mockery. You.
Lu Yulan was clearly furious, but she forced herself to calm down.
Fine, I won't beat around the bush. I need your help with something right now.
Help?
A cold laugh came from the other end of the line. Are we that close? Why should I help you? Zhang Yi. Lu Yulan's voice rose several octaves, tinged with agitation. All these years have passed, don't you really intend to acknowledge me as your sister? Have you forgotten what mom and dad told you before they passed? Are you really going to abandon me? Silence fell on the other end.
After a long pause, Zheng Yi finally spoke again. It's precisely because of mom and dad's instructions before they passed away.
Otherwise, do you think you'd have been able to live this long?
All these years, not coming after you has been the height of kindness and righteousness on my part. If not for me, the Lu family would have skinned you alive for all the things you've done.
Do you really think your schemes were flawless? That the Lius knew nothing? Wake up. Look at yourself now. Don't you find it laughable?
Seeing Zhang Yi truly had no intention of helping her, Lu Yulan suddenly cried out, "But no matter what, I'm still your sister."
Are you really going to abandon me like this? Hearing this, Zhang Yi immediately sneered coldly, "Sister? Have you forgotten what you did to me back then for the inheritance?" Chapter 182, Bargaining Chip.
At this point, Zhang Yi could no longer contain the rage boiling within him.
Lu Yulan, you haven't forgotten how desperate you were to kill me back then, just to get your hands on mom and dad's inheritance? Why didn't you think of me as your brother back then?
If I hadn't been lucky enough to scrape by with my life, you'd probably be standing over my grave laughing right now. The fact that I didn't send you to prison was already out of respect for mom and dad. I thought after all these years, you might have some remorse. But it seems I was deluding myself. You, Lu Yulan, are still the same rotten person you always were.
A leopard can't change its spots.
Lu Yulan was instantly rendered speechless by Zhang Yi's words. She knew her actions back then had been excessive, and she understood these events had never left Zhang Yi's mind. Otherwise, she wouldn't have to worry about the Lu family at all.
Brother. I was wrong back then. I was blinded by foolishness back then. It was all my fault.
But at this point, even though every fiber of her being resisted, she had no choice but to speak up and admit her mistakes. After all, in the entire city of Jiang, the only person who could help her with this matter was Zhang Yi.
And
the voice on the other end remained cold. He seemed utterly unmoved by Lu Yulan's apology, as if he were merely listening to a stranger speak.
Brother. I truly know I was wrong. Seeing Zhang Yi's indifferent tone persist, Lu Yulan grew desperate. The Lu family is really coming after me. You can't just ignore me. Lu Yulan, you've got some nerve. You didn't clean up the mess you made back then, and now that troubles come knocking, you think you can just come crawling to me? Come begging your brother for forgiveness? Where were you all those years ago? But no matter what, I'm still your sister. So what? What would mom and dad think if they knew how you're treating me now? Don't you care about them at all?
Lu Yulan, you have no right to bring up mom and dad in front of me.
How long had they even been gone before you were already trying to kill me? And all these years since they passed, have you ever once visited their graves? Lu Yulan was rendered speechless.
All these years, she truly hadn't visited their graves even once.
So Lu Yulan, clean up the mess you made.
You have no connection to the Zhang family anymore.
And please don't bother me again. I'm busy. Goodbye. Zhang Yi. You can't hang up.
Seeing Zhang Yi prepare to end the call, Lu Yulan shrieked urgently, "Zhang Yi, you have a nephew, your own flesh and blood nephew. Even if I've made mistakes over the years, your nephew is innocent.
Are you really going to stand by and watch him get killed? Nephew? You dare call that bastard my nephew?
If I recall correctly, that little bastard has done plenty of wrong over the years.
Now karma has caught up with him.
He got what he deserved." Zhang Yi wasn't particularly surprised by Lu Yulan's words.
To ordinary people, Lu Yulan's affairs might be secrets.
But for Zhang Yi, who knew her well, a little digging was all it took to uncover the whole truth.
Zhang Yi. You're heartless. Is there any trace of family affection left in your eyes? He's your own nephew. Is this how you treat him? Lu Yulan remained unwilling to accept it. Lu Yulan, have you forgotten one crucial thing?
Not only is your son no longer connected to the Zhang family, but neither are you.
What business is it of mine to meddle in the affairs of two strangers? Don't forget you changed your very surname to prove your loyalty to the Lu family. Lu Yulan was instantly speechless, her expression as if she'd swallowed a fly.
Though she long suspected this outcome, facing the cold, hard truth still felt unbearable.
Alright, I'm going to sleep now. Zhang Yi prepared to hang up. No. Wait. I want to make a deal with you. A deal?
Zhang Yi on the other end sounded as if he'd heard a joke, his voice dripping with scorn.
What bargaining chips do you have left? That laughable little stake you hold?
Zhang Yi, don't forget I still hold the shares my parents left me.
Don't you want them? Lu Yulan retorted fiercely. So you plan to use those shares to save your own life and your son's? Don't even think about it, Zhang Yi. Don't assume I don't know what you're really after. What do you mean, showing mercy for my parents' sake? If I hadn't been smart enough to make preparations back then, how could you have let me off so easily? You're right. I do covet those shares. Otherwise, you'd have been dead by my hand long ago. So, Lu Yulan, don't beat around the bush.
Hand over the shares willingly, and I'll ensure your son and your remaining years are unharmed.
Zhang Yi chuckled lightly. Don't even think about it, Zhang Yi. Do you think I don't know what kind of person you are? If I actually handed over the shares to you, it wouldn't even take the Lu family, you'd be the first one to come for my life. Lu Yulan snapped. I have something else in my hands. I'll trade it with you. What else could you possibly have? I hold shares in a biotech company. I'll trade them with you. Lu Yulan pressed urgently. You know Manhwa Biotech, don't you? Ha! Zhang Yi, who had been ready to refuse outright, was suddenly taken aback. After all, Manhwa Biotechnology was indeed a major tech company with some renown even domestically.
He just couldn't quite grasp how Lu Yulan had become connected to this company, let alone acquired shares in it.
Don't worry about that.
Suffice it to say, I do hold shares in them. You should know better than I do what Manhwa Biotech is all about, so I needn't elaborate on its value.
Lu Yulan's tone now brimmed with confidence. So that's how it is. Zhang Yi instantly understood why Lu Yulan was so confident.
Not long ago, Manhwa Biotech had achieved a major breakthrough in a certain technology, causing the value of its shares to skyrocket.
If everything Lu Yulan had said was true, this truly presented an opportunity he couldn't afford to miss. Chapter 183, Hidden Agendas.
In truth, Lu Yulan's acquisition of shares in Manhwa Biotechnology had been a stroke of luck. Years ago, when Lu Yulan had just been expelled from the Jing family, she still had some money. By a stroke of luck, she met the current chairman of Manhwa Biotechnology and invested a small sum. Had Manhwa Biotech not grown increasingly prominent over the years, Lu Yulan herself would have nearly forgotten she still held shares in the company. And now, the value of those shares had grown substantial enough to catch Zhang Yi's attention.
Zhang Yi, Lu Yulan said coldly, I ask you now, do I have the standing to negotiate a deal with you?
She knew Zhang Yi valued profit above all else, so she wasn't worried her offer wouldn't sway him. After all, the shares were in her hands. Even if Zhang Yi harbored any ulterior motives, they would be powerless to sway her. I suppose I underestimated you, Zhang Yi replied slowly. But why are you so certain this will sway me? What if I refuse?
Enough. We've known each other for decades. Don't you think I know your character? Would you really pass up such a golden opportunity right before your eyes?
I trust you'll make a wise choice, Lu Yulan sneered coldly.
Zhang Yi couldn't help but sigh. You truly are my dear sister. You know me inside out. But have you considered this?
From the start, this deal was unfair. Even if I refuse you, I stand to lose nothing.
And with the Zheng family's current financial standing, we might still find ways to engage with companies like Manhwa Biotech. Perhaps we don't need their shares to collaborate. But you, Lu Yulan, are different.
If I refuse your deal, you and your son have no way out but death.
Hearing this, Lu Yulan's expression darkened instantly.
She had long been aware of the unequal terms between them. Yes, she did hold shares in Manhwa Biotech. And they were highly valuable. But the problem was precisely this, she had no other choice. Only the Zhang family could possibly protect her and her son. That was precisely why she had called Zhang Yi today, because she had been driven into a corner. Since you remain silent, it proves my point perfectly, Zhang Yi remarked with a faint smile, his lips curling with confidence.
If you understand me, then I certainly understand you too, my dear sister. At the very least, I do hold the cards, don't I? Lu Yulan retorted coldly. Don't you want those shares?
Collaborating and becoming a direct shareholder of Manhwa are two entirely different matters.
You should understand that. Of course I want them. Why wouldn't I?
Zhang Yi paused before continuing, but I don't believe you and your son are only worth that price.
Zhang Yi.
Lu Yulan snapped, her voice rising.
Don't be so greedy. This is only possible now.
If it were before, I could only give you half of Manhwa's shares at most. Hearing this, Zhang Yi merely smiled without responding directly.
Yet his silence made Lu Yulan feel deeply disrespected. Zhang Yi, don't push me. Lu Yulan snapped. How am I forcing you? From the very beginning, haven't you been the one pressing me relentlessly? Stop playing word games with me. Bottom line, you have to agree this time. Otherwise, I'm cornered. I can't guarantee what I might do. So you're threatening me, huh?
Zhang Yi's voice suddenly turned icy. Lu Yulan instinctively wanted to deny it, but with things having come to this, she had no choice but to push forward. Yes, I am threatening you.
You'd better cooperate with me properly. Poof. Zhang Yi, what are you laughing at? What exactly do you mean? Nothing much.
The shares in Manhwa Tech are indeed tempting, but they're still too few.
Not enough. How could the shares in Manhwa Biotechnology be enough? Do you really think your Zhang group is that much stronger than Manhwa? What else do you want?
The Zhang family shares you hold.
Zhang Yi, don't push your luck.
Then you and your mother can fend for yourselves.
Zhang Yi, don't think I'm afraid to take action against the Zhang family. If I'm truly cornered, I'm capable of anything. I know. How could I not know? From childhood onward, how many messes did you create?
Every single time, Mom and Dad cleaned up after you.
Otherwise, why would they have instructed me to take good care of you before they passed away? At this point, Zhang Yi let out a light laugh, so go ahead and do whatever you want. Let's see if I'll still be the same as before this time. You.
Lu Yulan felt her hair stand on end. She understood the hidden meaning in Zhang Yi's words. If she truly went after the Zhang group, only one outcome awaited her, death. In other words, this time, her brother would show no mercy, no regard for family ties.
20%. No more than 20%. Lu Yulan gritted out.
She dared not threaten Zheng Yi any further.
40%.
After this is settled, out of pity for you and your son, I might graciously spare you 10%.
Zheng Yi. Have you lost your mind? Why don't you just rob people outright? Lu Yulan screamed. Lu Yulan, understand this, I'm solving the Lu family's major problem for you. Do you think you've survived all these years solely because of yourself? Without me covering for you, you'd have been dead long ago. This is merely paying back the interest on your debt over the years. You? How am I supposed to guarantee my own safety with just 10%? How could it not be guaranteed? Isn't a 10% stake still a stake? Besides, Fingyu is my own nephew. As his mother and my sister, do you really think I'd kill you both with my own hands? Zheng Yi reasoned step by step. But you're asking for far too much. I can't trust you.
Lu Yulan, understand this, it's only because I value family ties that you're still alive today.
If I wanted you dead, you wouldn't even have this chance to negotiate.
And I have countless ways to make you hand over those shares willingly, like taking your precious son away. The moment Zheng Yi finished speaking, Lu Yulan felt a chill run down her spine. She could tell Zheng Yi was now threatening her in return. If she refused, Fingyu would likely be in danger next, and she herself might not even be safe.
Chapter 184. Actually, your daughter is my girlfriend. It's getting late. I have a meeting tomorrow. I'm going to bed. Zheng Yi spoke, preparing to hang up. I agree.
Lu Yulan collapsed onto the bed, exhausted, as if finally releasing a pent-up breath. Everything will be done as you say, but I must ensure my son's safety. Zheng Yi smiled faintly. Rest assured. Once you sign the contract, I'll guarantee the safety of both you and your son. Also, come to my place tomorrow to sign the contract. In truth, Zheng Yi felt little emotional fluctuation upon hearing the outcome. The result had been inevitable the moment Lu Yulan made the call. He understood his sister's nature. She would never have come to him unless she had nowhere else to turn. Therefore, he was absolutely certain of this matter.
Tell me how I should come over tomorrow to sign the contract? Oh? Is it inconvenient? If so, I can have the driver pick you up. Zheng Yi, this is enough. I've already handed over my shares to you. What more do you want now?
Lu Yulan shouted at the top of her lungs. She refused to believe Zheng Yi was unaware of her current predicament. Given his usual tactics, he would have been the first to know if anything happened to her. His actions were likely meant to mock her. My apologies, I completely forgot you're hospitalized right now. Zheng Yi offered a faint smile, his tone devoid of any remorse. There was even a hint of schadenfreude in his voice. Zheng Yi, you did this on purpose. Impossible. We're partners now. I'll personally deliver the contract tomorrow and visit you while I'm at it, Zheng Yi replied before hanging up.
At that very moment, outside the hospital,
Lin Shuo sat in Wu Changqiu's car and expressed his gratitude. Uncle Wu, thank you so much for everything today. To be honest, today's events had unfolded completely beyond his expectations. First, he'd unexpectedly encountered Sister Jing's father, and second, he'd finally learned the truth about his own disappearance years ago. For him, this revelation carried significance no less profound than making amends for the regrets of his past life. I've told you many times, consider me family from now on, Wu Changqiu patted Lin Shuo on the shoulder. And your performance earlier was impressive. It even surprised me a bit. But let me remind you, no matter what, never let your emotions cloud your judgment. Before you have sufficient strength, it's always wise to protect yourself. Especially when dealing with someone as extreme as Lu Yulan. Provoking her too much will only backfire. Lin Shuo pondered these words earnestly before nodding.
I understand, Uncle Wu.
Truth be told, he still felt a twinge of embarrassment. Earlier in the hospital room, upon seeing the very person responsible for his tragic fate, he'd nearly succumbed to the urge to strangle her on the spot.
But considering his current circumstances,
and Wu Changqiu's position, he could only proceed with caution. After all, if something truly happened, a verbal promise might not hold water. He might end up having to handle the fallout himself.
That was why he'd improvised the recording scheme. It gave him an escape route while also getting back at Lu Yulan. Alright, I won't keep you talking.
I'll take you back first, Wu Changqiu said.
Wait.
Uncle Wu, Lin Shuo hesitated, his expression growing solemn. He desperately wanted to confess the truth about his relationship with Wu Mengjing.
Why are you stammering like that? Seeming to detect something off in Lin Shuo's tone, Wu Changqiu immediately pressed him.
As Wu Changqiu's gaze swept over him, Lin Shuo suddenly felt a pang of unease, his eyes darting away unnaturally. He feared that revealing his connection to Sister Jing might enrage Uncle Wu, severing all ties with her forever. But then again, he understood perfectly well how a father would feel if his daughter suddenly started dating some outsider.
He might even want to kill him on the spot.
Despite these worries, Wu Changqiu had done so much for him that keeping silent felt unbearably guilty. Besides, as a future son-in-law, he would inevitably have to face his father-in-law sooner or later. So even if he faced Wu Chancho's wrath later, he had no choice but to steel himself and confront him.
Speak your mind freely. What could possibly be off limits between you and Uncle Wu? Wu Changqiu said nonchalantly. Is that so? Lin Shuo took a deep breath before offering a preemptive warning. Uncle Wu, whatever you hear later, please don't get angry.
Lin Shuo cautiously shifted his buttocks back toward the rear seat, establishing a safe distance before preparing to speak.
Seeing Lin Shuo's posture, Wu Changqiu suddenly felt an extremely ominous sensation.
How to describe it? It was like the feeling of having your cabbage, nurtured for so long, about to be stolen. Actually, the relationship between Sister Jing and me isn't exactly straightforward, Lin Shuo stammered. Just yesterday, I confessed my feelings to her.
Technically speaking, we're now boyfriend and girlfriend.
The moment the words left his mouth,
Lin Shuo could distinctly feel the entire car's atmosphere freeze solid.
Ha! Wu Changqiu froze in place, his mind seemingly crashing like a computer system. It took him a long while to slowly recover from this shocking news, his gaze now sharp enough to devour someone.
Jing actually accepted your confession? Wu Changqiu practically gritted out the words.
Yes. Lin Shuo lowered his head guiltily, unable to meet Wu Chanqiu's murderous glare.
Fine.
Wu Chanqiu's face flushed bright red as if he'd eaten a jar of chili peppers, his eyes narrowing menacingly at Lin Shuo.
Uncle Wu, are you okay?
Lin Shuo's heart pounded in his chest. He tried to offer some comfort, but Wu Chanqiu's furious outburst cut him off. You little bastard.
How dare you? Do you have any idea how many years I've doted on this daughter of mine? And now you tell me she's your girlfriend?
Wu Chanqiu's face flushed crimson with rage. He reached to unbuckle his seatbelt, ready to leap into the backseat and beat the living daylights out of Lin Shuo. Simultaneously, he barked orders at his bodyguard, hold this little bastard down for me.
Don't let him get away.
Today I'll make him learn the consequences of being a punk. Instead of learning the good, he chooses the bad. Today, I'll beat the crap out of you.
Chapter 185, He's my boyfriend.
Inside the car, Wu Changqiu was seething with rage, determined to teach Lin Shuo a brutal lesson. But the bodyguard beside him looked awkward, unsure what to do. He'd heard it clearly, the kid in the back seat had apparently become the young Mrs.'s boyfriend behind his boss's back. While the boss's orders must be followed, the young miss mustn't be offended either. After all, having served as Wu Changqiu's bodyguard for so many years, he understood the young lady's affairs well. Especially given her temperament, if she ever found out about this matter, she'd most likely come to the big boss's office to make a scene. He couldn't even imagine how delightful it would be if she came looking for the boss to settle the score. Boss, I think you should have a proper talk with this kid. After all, not everything needs to be solved with force. The bodyguard cautiously advised from the side. If the young miss finds out about this, your relationship with her will only get worse. Given the current situation, the young lady will undoubtedly side with this kid. As for you, boss. Though the bodyguard didn't finish his sentence, his tone made it clear that Wu Mengjing clearly didn't hold her father in high regard. Otherwise, Wu Changqiu wouldn't need to tread so carefully around his own daughter.
Hearing his bodyguard's words, Wu Changqiu calmed down somewhat. Yet a knot of resentment still gnawed at his gut.
The mere thought of that kid stealing his precious cabbage made his blood boil. Not long ago, he had been so eager to look out for this kid, thinking he'd nurture him properly. Yet the brat had the nerve to raid his home while he was away. You little. Wu Changqiu blared fiercely at Lin Shuo. He was about to unleash a torrent of curses, but the thought of those words reaching Wu Mengjing's ears made him force himself to stop. But just then, a voice he recognized all too well suddenly rang out. Wu Changqiu. What the hell are you doing? The familiar tone of accusation made Wu Changqiu's body stiffen instinctively. His eyes narrowed involuntarily, and a forced, awkward smile spread across his face. Jinger. Why are you suddenly here? His expression was clearly uneasy, his face betraying utter panic. Wu Mengjing approached from a short distance away, her face flushed with visible anger. Wu Changqiu. I asked what you're doing. Wu Mengjing strode purposefully to the car, yanked open the door, and pulled Lin Shuo behind her like a mother hen shielding her chicks. Her gaze was warning as she fixed it on Wu Changqiu. Seeing he had already unbuckled his seatbelt, she immediately demanded, Are you planning to lay a hand on Xiao Shuo? I wasn't. Jinger, let me explain. Wu Changqiu stammered out his explanation, a far cry from his earlier confident demeanor. I'd love to hear your explanation. Wu Mengjing fixed him with a dangerous stare. Though she despised this man who had abandoned his wife and daughter, she maintained her composure. It's just that. Wu Changqiu stammered, unable to articulate a coherent explanation. He knew full well his daughter would resent him meddling in her romantic affairs. Any explanation would inevitably circle back to this issue. And once laid bare, it would only stir up another major conflict, potentially worsening the already strained father-daughter relationship. Just as he agonized over how to respond, Lin Shuo suddenly spoke up, Sister Jing, you misunderstand. Uncle Wu didn't cause me any trouble. Ha? Wu Mengjing raised an eyebrow. Xiao Shuo, did that man threaten you earlier? Telling you not to say anything? Don't be afraid.
Sister Jing is here to back you up. I want to see what he's really up to. No.
Lin Shuo hurriedly explained.
Uncle Wu really didn't threaten me.
In fact, he helped me a lot today.
Helped you? Wu Mengjing looked skeptical. Then why was he holding a belt like he was about to hit you?
He just had some discomfort with his belt earlier, so he undid it and asked me to check if it was broken.
It was just a joke between us, nothing else.
Lin Shuo replied.
Is that really it?
Wu Mengjing remained skeptical.
Have you two met before? How come you're so close? We have met before. A while back, we crossed paths near an internet café. Back then, I didn't know Uncle Wu's identity and actually did him a small favor. Right, Uncle Wu?
Lin Shuo immediately gave Wu Changqiu a knowing glance.
Think about it, what kind of person is Uncle Wu? How could he possibly have a conflict with a high school student like me?
After all, Uncle Wu is someone with status and standing.
Listening to Lin Shuo's clumsy explanation, Wu Mengjing felt some doubt but couldn't find a reason to refute it.
Her eyes, however, darted suspiciously back and forth over Wu Changqiu before finally settling on the bodyguard.
Brother, tell me, did Uncle Wu really give Xiao Shuo a hard time? No, no way.
How could the boss give a high schooler a hard time? The bodyguard hastily explained.
His reaction was quick. He could tell Lin Shuo was covering for his boss, so he naturally went along with Lin Shuo's version of events. Fine, you're off the hook, Wu Mengjing snorted coldly.
Seeing all three men say the same thing, she couldn't very well pursue the matter further. Otherwise, she'd just look like she was making unreasonable demands.
Jinger. Wu Changqiu cautiously inquired. What is it?
Wu Mengjing shot him a cold glance.
Dad doesn't mean anything by it. I just wanted to ask why you suddenly came here.
Wu Changqiu wore a flattering smile. Despite his daughter's cold treatment, not a trace of impatience showed on his face. Instead, he went out of his way to be accommodating. After all these years, he owed his daughter far too much. Being treated this way by Wu Mengjing was only what he deserved. He couldn't blame anyone else.
What do you mean? Can't I come here?
Wu Mengjing retorted indignantly.
Of course not. Dad would never mean that.
Wu Changqiu hurriedly explained, his flustered demeanor bearing no resemblance to the tycoon who commanded the business world.
Enough.
What you mean has nothing to do with me, Wu Mengjing cut him off with a dismissive wave.
I'm taking Xiao Shuo home now. Ah, fine.
Wu Changqiu opened his mouth, but the words he wanted to say stuck in his throat. His eyes filled with resignation. How he wished his daughter would say just a few more words to him, even if it was to scold him. Oh! Just before leaving, Wu Mengjing suddenly stopped. Then, under Wu Changqiu's stunned gaze, she reached out and took Lin Shuo's hand.
Xiao Shuo is my boyfriend. You're not allowed to bully him anymore. Chapter 186, what do you want me to say?
The words fell, and Wu Changqiu froze in place as if struck by lightning.
His mouth hung open for a long moment, unable to form words. Alright, Xiao Shuo, let's go home. Ignoring Wu Changqiu's reaction, she took Lin Shuo's hand and walked straight toward their home.
Lin Shuo nodded awkwardly, following behind Wu Mengjing. He gave Wu Changqiu an embarrassed farewell, partly because Wu Mengjing was holding his hand, partly out of consideration for Wu Changqiu's feelings.
He dared not display excessive intimacy with Wu Mengjing in front of Wu Changqiu.
If he really provoked this doting father, he might one day find himself quietly bagged and dumped into the river by Wu Changqiu.
Boss, she's gone.
Even after Wu Mengjing had departed, Wu Changqiu remained frozen in place.
It took several shouts from his bodyguard to finally snap him back to reality. Regaining his senses, Wu Changqiu watched Lin Shuo's retreating figure and immediately began cursing through gritted teeth. Damn it, that little bastard. If Jinger hadn't been here, I would have beaten that little bastard to death.
After a few more curses, Wu Changqiu stood there helplessly, a wave of powerlessness washing over him. He remained frozen in place for a long time, lost in thought. Only when the streetlights began to fade one by one, he reluctantly climbed back into his car, letting out a resigned sigh. Ah! Jinger has grown up after all, living her own life now. What I just can't figure out is what the hell is so great about that little bastard. Why did fate have to pair him with Jinger? Tell me, did that kid just sweet-talk Jinger into liking him? At this point, Wu Changqiu couldn't help but clench his teeth in frustration. The bodyguard sitting beside him felt a bit helpless. Not long ago, he had praised the boy as decent, but upon learning he was his daughter's boyfriend, his entire attitude had shifted. Now he couldn't find a single thing about him to like. Even if he had admired him before, once their relationship changed, it was all for naught. Ha! Why aren't you saying anything? Don't you think I have a point? Wu Changqiu pressed on, his voice tinged with irritation, as if venting his pent-up frustration. The bodyguard felt awkward. It was obvious his boss desperately needed someone to validate his views. But he couldn't respond too hastily either, lest he risk his boss's displeasure, thinking he was being dismissive. At the same time, he couldn't afford to offend the future young mistress and her husband-to-be. In his panic, he quickly changed the subject. Boss, have you considered something? What is it? What exactly are your expectations for your future son-in-law? Wu Chanxiu's expression froze, and he fell into a moment of silent contemplation. He had never truly contemplated what his future son-in-law should be like. Perhaps deep down, he believed such a figure shouldn't even exist. At this thought, Wu Changqiu gave a cold snort before gazing out the window with a touch of melancholy. He wasn't opposed to his daughter dating. In fact, he felt more favorably than unfavorably toward Lin Shuo. Rather, it was an unconscious avoidance of the reality that his daughter would one day start a family. He feared his daughter might end up with someone like himself, an irresponsible husband and an even more irresponsible father. By the way, what do you think of that guy's character? Wu Changqiu suddenly asked out of the blue. The bodyguard pondered for a moment before replying slowly, overall, he seems like a decent person. His character is sound, and he's sharp enough. What else? Perhaps someone who's been caught in the rain might offer an umbrella to others. Wu Changqiu froze, recalling Lin Shuo's experiences. Indeed, in terms of life's hardships, he had endured far more than most of his peers. Yet it was precisely this misfortune that had forged his current character. Perhaps, from certain perspectives, this kid really was a decent person. But the moment he thought of his own daughter being in love with him, an inexplicable rage surged within him, making him want to strangle that little bastard right then and there. Forget it. Don't mention that little bastard. Just thinking about him makes me furious. Wu Changqiu grew increasingly irritated the more he thought about it. If he'd known things would turn out like this, he never would have brought this kid here in the first place. It's all those bastards from the Lin family's fault. Later, find a few men to keep an eye on that brat. If you catch him doing anything to wrong Jinger, break that little bastard's legs. Meanwhile, Lin Shuo and Wu Mengjing walked hand in hand on their way back. Though they said nothing, their hearts overflowed with sweetness. Xiao Shuo, did that Wu Changqiu really not bully you? If he did, you must tell your sister, okay? Wu Mengjing squeezed Lin Shuo's hand tightly as she couldn't help but ask. He really didn't, Lin Shuo explained with a smile. Actually, Uncle Wu did me a huge favor today. I should be thanking him. Really? Wu Mengjing asked curiously. What could he possibly do for you? Well, it went something like this. Lin Shuo began organizing his thoughts, recounting the day's events to Wu Mengjing in broad strokes, omitting some of the more unpleasant incidents and remarks. So that's how it was. Wu Mengjing nodded thoughtfully before adding, that guy finally did something decent for once. But that woman is truly despicable. Enough about that gloomy stuff. Lin Shuo said, moving closer to Wu Mengjing. Ha? What's up, Xiao Shuo? Wu Mengjing caught his subtle move, her cheeks flushing involuntarily. She pretended not to notice, letting him draw closer. It's just. I didn't catch that earlier. What did you tell Uncle Wu I was to you? Lin Shuo asked, feigning ignorance. Hearing this, Wu Mengjing's face flushed even redder, and her grip on Lin Shuo's hand tightened. She didn't believe for a second that Lin Shuo hadn't heard her clearly. He was clearly using the same trick she'd once used on him, playing a mischievous trick on her now. What a little rascal. With that thought, Wu Mengjing mentally pouted playfully before batting her beautiful eyes and feigning ignorance. So what do you want your sister to say I am to you? Chapter 187, of course I'm teasing you. You rascal. Oomph. Wu Mengjing huffed twice, pouting, I'm not telling you. Hearing this, Lin Shuo instantly put on a dejected expression and sighed, I knew it. Of course you don't remember, Sister Jing. Never mind, it's fine if you don't. What can I do? I'm just pining away for you. What the hell? Wu Mengjing fumed. Why wasn't this rascal playing by the usual script? Shouldn't he be following up with something like, I'm your boyfriend, and you're my girlfriend? Thinking this, Wu Mengjing pinched Lin Shuo's waist in annoyance. Ouch, easy there. Lin Shuo sucked in a sharp breath and quickly pleaded, alright, Sister Jing, stop pinching me. I know I was wrong. Just let it slide this once. Then tell me what you did wrong. Wu Mengjing lifted her chin. My mistake was teasing Sister Jing. So what exactly were you planning to do to trick me just now? I was going to pretend I didn't hear what Sister Jing said. So what did Sister just say? Ah, well. Lin Shuo suddenly felt embarrassed and awkward. Oomph. Not a shred of sincerity. Wu Mengjing feigned anger, though her eyes sparkled with uncontrollable amusement. She never expected Lin Shuo to suddenly blurt out, Sister Jing, I like you. Wu Mengjing's eyes widened instantly. Though it wasn't the first time she'd heard those words, hearing Lin Shuo say them aloud now still made her heart race so fast it felt like it would leap out of her throat. An indescribable emotion flooded through her body. Almost instinctively, she replied, Xiao Shuo, what did you just say? I didn't catch that. Ha? Lin Shuo looked puzzled. I didn't say anything just now. Ha? Wu Mengjing was so flustered she reached out to pinch Lin Shuo's waist. But Lin Shuo, now fully prepared, swiftly grabbed both her hands. The next thing she saw was a pair of eyes sparkling with amusement. Xiao Shuo, what are you doing? Her hands held firmly, Wu Mengjing felt a surge of nervousness, her cheeks flushing as she avoided Lin Shuo's gaze. If you want to hear what I said earlier, Sister Jing, then repeat what you just said in front of Uncle Wu. Lin Shuo grinned, his smile dazzling.
How could you be so mischievous? Wu Mengjing never expected Lin Shuo to pull this stunt, and she instantly felt both annoyed and embarrassed. All you know how to do now is tease me. I'm not talking to you anymore.
Wu Mengjing huffed indignantly, yet her hands remained in Lin Shuo's grasp.
But Sister Jing, you were the one teasing me just now.
Lin Shuo blinked innocently.
Nonsense. I didn't do anything.
Wu Mengjing insisted stubbornly.
Then whose hands were wandering all over my waist just now? Well, how should I know? Maybe it was just a mosquito bite. Oh, and did that mosquito happen to have 2 hands that I caught? Put. You're the mosquito.
Wu Mengjing snapped irritably. If I were a mosquito, I'd bite you every single day.
And what would you use to bite me? Well, obviously with.
Halfway through the sentence, Wu Mengjing suddenly realized something was off, her face flushing bright red. She quickly snatched her hand back and stomped hard on Lin Shuo's foot.
You little brat. What kind of nonsense is running through your head?
I told you to tease your big sister, and now look what happens when I stomp on you.
Ouch. Sister Jing, I'm sorry. What did you do wrong?
I shouldn't have called Sister Jing a mosquito.
And what else?
And I shouldn't have flirted with Sister Jing. Seeing Lin Shuo begging for mercy, Wu Mengjing finally snorted and stopped kicking him. Truthfully, she wasn't really angry, it was just that for a split second, her mind had conjured up a few embarrassingly vivid images.
But upon reflection, maybe kissing her wasn't such a bad idea after all. Put.
Wu Mengjing shook her head repeatedly, spitting out a soft pft as she forced her mind to stop dwelling on those thoughts.
Just then,
Lin Shuo, who had been running ahead, suddenly turned around without warning. Wu Mengjing, who hadn't stopped moving, found herself lunging forward unexpectedly.
Ah!
Hearing Lin Shuo's cry, Wu Mengjing finally realized she must have collided with him. She wondered if she'd hurt him somewhere. Panic rising, she frantically scanned Lin Shuo's condition. As she checked, she suddenly noticed something amiss. She seemed to have fallen right into Xiao Shuo's arms. Realizing this, Wu Mengjing instantly flushed crimson, her entire body turning as red as a boiled shrimp. She could even catch the scent of his body wash. Her rational mind told her this was inappropriate. She hastily adjusted her clothes and stood up, blushing. Yet, driven by an instinctive craving, she found herself utterly reluctant to leave Lin Shuo's embrace.
Lin Shuo seemed to sense the awkwardness too.
He instinctively wrapped his arms around Wu Mengjing's waist, greedily inhaling her scent. Wu Mengjing, understanding without words, pressed her body closer to his. The two embraced each other like this, neither saying a word. But Wu Mengjing knew for certain that if anyone saw her now, her face would be burning bright red. After a moment of embrace, Wu Mengjing finally spoke softly, "Xiao Shuo.
Did you get hurt just now? Maybe just a hug from Sister Jing would fix it. Is a hug really all it takes?
Wu Mengjing felt Lin Shuo teasing her again, but nestled in his embrace, she found herself secretly enjoying this playful banter.
Maybe just leaning against Xiao Shuo's embrace wasn't so bad after all?
And listening to Lin Shuo's heartbeat, she knew he must be blushing too, probably even redder than she was. This thought stirred a mischievous spark in her heart. She quietly lifted her head, drew close to Lin Shuo's ear, and gently breathed warm air onto it.
Feeling the sensation near his ear, Lin Shuo reacted as if jolted by a shock. His entire body trembled involuntarily, and he instinctively pulled his neck back.
His normally pale ears instantly flushed crimson.
Jing, what are you doing?
Lin Shuo's voice trembled slightly. He was terribly ticklish. Especially now, with Sister Jing nestled in his arms, breathing on his ear, it stirred an unbearable itch within him, a sensation far more uncomfortable than the tickle on his ear.
Of course I'm teasing you.
Wu Mengjing flushed with a shy smile, her pearly teeth suddenly nibbling lightly on Lin Shuo's ear.
Chapter 188, Moved.
Feeling the warm sensation on his ear, Lin Shuo was suddenly overcome by an indescribable feeling. He could sense Wu Mengjing's lips right beside his face. Though he hadn't seen them, he could feel their warmth. "Sis Jing, your lips are so soft." As if possessed, Lin Shuo blurted out this sentence.
Hearing the teasing tone, Wu Mengjing instantly grew annoyed.
She gently pinched his waist and threatened in a lowered voice, "Are you trying to tease your sister back?"
"Ha? I didn't. You were the one who said you wanted to tease me."
"Yes, you did."
"I didn't. Everything requires evidence. Sister Jing, do you have proof to back up your claim?"
Wu Mengjing was momentarily speechless, her teeth itching with frustration at Lin Shuo's stubborn logic. To vent her frustration, she dug her fingers into Lin Shuo's waist with all her strength. But instead, Lin Shuo bit her ear. That single bite instantly sent a wave of weakness coursing through Wu Mengjing's body.
"Xiao Shuo, stop messing with my ears."
Wu Mengjing's voice carried a hint of surrender. Her ears had always been sensitive since childhood, and Manhwa, knowing this, often targeted them. "Sis Jing, I'm just copying you." Lin Shuo feigned innocence, but Wu Mengjing detected a hint of smugness in his tone.
This Xiao Shuo.
He was learning to be more and more mischievous. Wu Mengjing thought, her anger rising until she could no longer swallow her pride. She wanted to retaliate fiercely, so she couldn't hold back any longer and bit down hard on Lin Shuo's hand.
Ow. Lin Shuo sucked in a sharp breath.
Seeing his reaction, Wu Mengjing felt a wave of panic wash over her, mixed with a pang of regret. "Did I hurt you, sis?" she asked urgently, quickly wiping away the saliva from the bite mark. Even she felt a twinge of pain seeing the mark she'd left. "It stings a bit," Lin Shuo replied softly. "I'm sorry," Wu Mengjing said, feeling guilty.
"I shouldn't have bitten so hard. It's all my fault. How about this, you can bite me back?" "No way." Hearing Lin Shuo's refusal, Wu Mengjing felt a pang of panic. "Xiao Shuo, you're not angry, are you?" Lin Shuo shook his head. "Then what do you mean?"
"What I mean is, I want Sister Jing to give me a different kind of compensation." Lin Shuo blinked mischievously.
"What kind of compensation do you want?" Wu Mengjing didn't think much of it.
"Well, I just want to keep punishing Sister Jing like I did earlier."
"Huh?"
Wu Mengjing froze for a moment before snapping out of it. Her face flushed crimson as anger replaced her embarrassment.
"You little rascal. You're getting more and more mischievous.
Now you're bold enough to tease Sister Jing whenever you please.
All you think about is teasing your sister."
Wu Mengjing couldn't help but pout a few times before reluctantly pulling away from Lin Shuo's embrace and shifting slightly to the side. During this process, she caught sight of a bystander discreetly observing them. This discovery nearly made her wish she could sink through the ground.
"Ahem. Shuo, it's getting late. Let's head home first."
Wu Mengjing tugged at Lin Shuo's sleeve, feeling a bit guilty. She'd been so caught up in their playful banter that she'd completely forgotten about the onlookers. "Okay." Seeing so many eyes on them, even Lin Shuo, who usually had thick skin, felt the pressure. At that moment, both he and Wu Mengjing shared the same feeling.
The lingering romantic tension instantly turned awkward.
They continued walking toward home, but in perfect unspoken agreement, neither spoke a word. Perhaps because the walk felt too stifling. Lin Shuo couldn't hold back any longer and broke the silence. "Sis Jing."
"HM? What is it?"
Wu Mengjing visibly tensed. She didn't know if Lin Shuo was up to his old tricks again, teasing her. If that were the case. At that thought, she bit her lower lip and glanced cautiously at the roadside.
"Ah, nothing really."
Lin Shuo pursed his lips.
"I was just a bit curious, how did you know I went to the hospital with Uncle Wu today?" "Oh, you mean that?"
Wu Mengjing felt a wave of relief wash over her, mixed with a hint of disappointment. She composed herself slightly before explaining, "Your classmate came to our shop today and mentioned that Wu Changqiu had picked you up. I was worried about you, so I asked the bodyguards at home to tell me where Uncle Wu Changqiu was." At this point, Wu Mengjing paused before continuing, "You actually know that bodyguard, he was the one in the car with you at the beginning. He watched me grow up since childhood, so we're very close."
At this point, Lin Shuo suddenly understood.
It all clicked why Wu Changqiu had spoken kindly to him just moments ago in the car, even as he was about to strike him. So it was because of Sister Jing's connection. Then I really should thank him properly. If not for him, I might have. Realizing he'd blurted out the wrong thing, Lin Shuo quickly shut his mouth. "Huh? Why?" Nothing. It's just that without him, I might have been bullied by that poisonous woman Lu Yulan today." Lin Shuo made up a flimsy excuse on the spot.
"Then you really should thank him more."
Wu Mengjing, who hadn't picked up on the subtext in Lin Shuo's words, agreed.
"Phew. That was close." Seeing Wu Mengjing didn't press further, Lin Shuo silently breathed a sigh of relief. If Sister Jing ever found out that Wu Changqiu nearly beat him up because he almost became her boyfriend, who knew what kind of mess that would cause? As they chatted, they had already returned to the shop. As soon as they reached the entrance, they spotted Fei Shuwen and Feng Manhwa waiting outside the internet café. Seeing Lin Shuo return, the tense expressions on their faces finally relaxed. Witnessing this scene, Lin Shuo felt a complex mix of emotions he couldn't quite pin down. "Lin Shuo, you're finally back." Fei Shuwen exhaled deeply, rushing over to give him a hearty hug. Meanwhile, Feng Manhwa pulled out several cans of beer and a pile of late-night snacks, shouting excitedly. "Yay, finally time to eat. You guys?" Lin Shuo sniffed, his voice muffled. He hadn't expected that just because Wu Changqiu had taken him away for a while, so many people would be so concerned about his situation. These people weren't even related to him by blood. Yet their concern for him far surpassed that of blood ties. For a moment, Lin Shuo was so moved he couldn't speak. Chapter 189, Words are superfluous. "Hey, everyone, what are you all standing around for? Eat and drink already." Seeming to sense the heavy atmosphere, Feng Manhwa waved her hands urgently, urging everyone to get moving. Though she appeared carefree and light-hearted on the surface. But in truth, upon learning of Lin Shuo's situation, she'd rushed here immediately. She'd even contacted her own father, asking if there was any way to rescue him. Had she not learned that the person who took Lin Shuo away was Wu Mengjing's own father, she would likely have charged straight ahead to find him herself. "Lin Shuo, are you really okay? Did Uncle Wu give you a hard time?" Fei Shuwen asked. "I'm fine, thank you all for your concern," Lin Shuo replied, offering his gratitude to each person before recounting the entire incident to everyone. After hearing his account, everyone visibly relaxed. Looks like Jingjing's dad actually did something decent for once, Fong Mingyue nodded. As Wu Mengjing's best friend, she was well aware of the father-daughter dynamic. She was also aware of the issues between them. However, Lin Shuo was slightly taken aback by Fong Mingyue's choice of words.
Wu Mengjing explained from the side, the first time I left home, I lived with Mingyue. Ever since then, every time my dad came looking for me, Mingyue would give him a piece of her mind. Hearing this, Lin Shuo was taken aback. He hadn't expected Fong Mingyue to be so fiercely assertive, even treating Wu Changqiu, a formidable figure who ruled the roost in Jiangcheng City, with such defiance. The image of a teenage Fong Mingyue fiercely berating Wu Changqiu. Lin Shuo couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. A man in his 40s being berated by a teenage girl must have been pretty humiliating. Thanks for all your concern for Xiao Shuo today, Wu Mengjing said, glancing around at the gathered crowd before offering a faint smile. So, I'm planning to treat everyone to a night of drinking until we drop. How about it?
Hell yeah! That's awesome.
Fei Shuwen was the first to cheer.
Fong Mingyue, who loved a good spectacle, chimed in immediately, hell yeah. I'm gonna get every single one of you drunk. Sis Mingyue, how many dishes did you have to get this drunk? What do you mean? Don't you know I'm the drinking champion of Jiangcheng City? You're clearly not giving me face. I'll drink you under the table later. Fong Mingyue retorted irritably. Her banter with the internet cafe manager Lu Changrun instantly drew laughter from everyone present. Don't both get so drunk that I have to carry you home, Wu Mengjing couldn't help but laugh. Sis Jing. Just then, Lin Shuo suddenly spoke up, but before we drink and eat, there's something I want to do first. Huh? What is it?
Wu Mengjing asked, puzzled. But when she saw the serious look in Lin Shuo's eyes, her curiosity was piqued.
Sis Jing, remember why I told you I wanted to build a portal website? Lin Shuo asked. Xiao Shuo, you.
Wu Mengjing's expression shifted. She remembered the reason perfectly well and instantly grasped what Lin Shuo intended to do now.
But even the Lin family now isn't something you can take on lightly. There's really no need to rush into this.
Wu Mengjing felt a pang of reluctance. She knew all too well that if Lin Shuo truly intended to seek revenge against the Lin family, he would be plunged into a vortex of hatred for a very long time to come. Though she trusted him completely, revenge was never something that yielded results overnight. If this incident truly disrupted his entire academic journey, she would carry the guilt for the rest of her life.
Sis Jing, trust me, I'm prepared. This is something I must accomplish in my lifetime. Otherwise, how could I bid farewell to all those years of my past? How could I ever account for it to my former self?
Lin Shuo smiled faintly. He understood Wu Mengjing's concern.
Wait, what exactly are you two secretly preparing for? What kind of reckoning? I don't get it. Fong Mingyue, standing nearby, was completely baffled by their conversation and couldn't help but ask. Fei Shuwen also leaned in curiously. How should I put this?
Lin Shuo paused to gather his thoughts before explaining his plan to the group. Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone present immediately turned grave. They had all intended to offer some words of advice, but remembering Lin Shuo's hardships over the years, they swallowed their words. One shouldn't advise others on virtue without having endured their own suffering. This was a truth they all understood. The scars covering Lin Shuo's body alone spoke volumes. The trials he had endured far exceeded anything they could imagine. Perhaps only this path could finally dissolve the unyielding hatred lodged deep within his heart. Alright, but these matters won't be resolved overnight. There's no need for this to dampen our spirits today, Lin Shuo said, shifting the topic with apparent ease. The others exchanged glances, clearly still caught in the weight of the earlier somber mood.
Let's eat barbecue. Let's eat barbecue.
Fei Shuwen was the first to respond. He sensed Lin Shuo didn't want to dwell on the subject and stepped in to lighten the mood.
I'm starving. Don't try to stop me, I'm grabbing 10 skewers first. Fong Mingyue declared loudly. Can you even eat that much? Even if I do, are you going to make me pay for the drinks later? Fong Mingyue scoffed dismissively, underestimating me? A few bottles of liquor? I'll show you a waterfall drinking performance in no time. And you, kid, we'll see who passes out first. With that, she grabbed Fei Shuwen's hand and shoved a bottle of liquor into his grasp. Whoa. Sis, please don't. I know I was wrong. No. I really can't drink anymore.
Fei Shuwen's wails echoed throughout the shop, instantly dissipating much of the atmosphere that had been hanging over the place.
Lin Shuo could see right through their well-intentioned antics.
He silently thanked them in his mind before casually glancing at the crowd.
Let's go, everyone. Time to drink.
By the time the group finished their late-night snacks and drinks, it was already past midnight. Fei Shuwen and Fong Mingyue had long since passed out drunk. As for the others, they too had drunk their fill before heading home one by one. Lin Shuo and Wu Mengjing were also slightly tipsy, but neither felt sleepy. Leaning against each other, they gazed at the bright moon in the sky. Words were unnecessary.
Chapter 190, A Kiss. The night was still and serene. Lin Shuo and Wu Mengjing nestled close together, savoring the night's tranquility.
Only at moments like this could they feel free from the concerns of the outside world.
Xiao Shuo. What is it, Sister Jing? Why aren't you holding my hand?
Wu Mengjing blinked her eyes and pressed her body closer to Lin Shuo's. At her words, Lin Shuo's cheeks flushed slightly, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth before he wrapped his arms around Wu Mengjing.
Jing. What is it? I really like you. I know that, of course. Why bring it up now? Don't you like hearing it? Of course I do. How could I not? I'd love to hear you say it 10,000 times a day. Wu Mengjing's eyes curved into crescent moons.
Whether it's 1 year, 10 years, or 100 years, I'll never tire of hearing those words.
Alright, I'll say it to Sister Jing for 100 years. Lin Shuo smiled and nodded, unconsciously slipping Wu Mengjing's hand into his own. By the way, Xiao Shuo, you've been so busy lately. How's your studying going?
Wu Mengjing suddenly asked.
As things stand now, getting into a top-tier university shouldn't be a problem at all.
Lin Shuo smiled. With the foundation of his past life and the advantage of knowing the exam questions in advance, it would be truly strange if he didn't get into a top university.
Really? Little Shuo, you're so talented.
Wu Mengjing blinked her large eyes, genuinely delighted for him. Actually, the reason I asked is because I'm worried about something. Wu Mengjing hesitated before continuing.
I'm afraid that dating you might affect your studies. How could that be?
Lin Shuo chuckled softly before replying, since being with Sister Jing, I've actually felt more motivated to study.
Are you serious? Don't lie to me.
Wu Mengjing wasn't sure if this was just him comforting her, but a sweet warmth still spread through her heart. Of course it's true. Sister Jing is so outstanding that I have to work harder to be worthy of her, Lin Shuo said earnestly. These were his true feelings. Even though Wu Mengjing currently appeared to be just an ordinary internet cafe owner, she would eventually inherit Wu Chanxiu's Wu Group. Besides, if he wasn't good enough, his future father-in-law wouldn't trust him with Wu Mengjing.
Silly boy, why say such things now? Wu Mengjing gently tapped Lin Shuo's forehead with her finger.
Don't you dare think so little of yourself. Besides, Xiao Shuo, in my heart, you'll always be the most outstanding one. I'm not underestimating myself, Lin Shuo shook his head.
Everyone has their own reasons to strive. For some, it's family.
For others, it's chasing dreams. Or perhaps it's simply to build a better life. My reason for striving used to be escaping that dysfunctional family. But now, my reason for striving is to be able to stay by your side from now on. And I'll make sure you have the best life possible. You will never be worse off than anyone else. As soon as Lin Shuo finished speaking, Wu Mengjing felt a stinging sensation in her nose. An overwhelming emotion welled up inside her. She couldn't tell if it was deep emotion or pure joy. She gazed into Lin Shuo's sincere eyes for a long moment, unable to speak. Sis Jing, what's wrong? Lin Shuo grew anxious, fearing he'd said something wrong to upset her. Just as he stood there at a loss, Wu Mengjing suddenly drew closer to him, bringing her face near his. Then, Lin Shuo felt a warm, soft mouth press against his cheek. Sis Jing, you. Lin Shuo's eyes widened in disbelief, wondering if his eyes were playing tricks on him. He simply couldn't believe it. The scene he'd longed for in his dreams was unfolding right before his eyes.
Sister Jing actually kissed his cheek?
Wu Mengjing turned her head slightly, her face flushing red in an instant. She dared not let Lin Shuo see her blush.
Xiao Shuo, you must remember what you said. Sister will wait for you to get into a good university. And sister believes you'll become an incredibly outstanding person in the future. What just happened was sister giving you an advance payment. So, do you understand what I mean?
Wu Mengjing's voice trembled slightly, as if uttering those words had drained her of all her courage.
I understand. Lin Shuo nodded blankly, still seemingly lost in the afterglow of that kiss. At the same time, inside a black sedan, Su Dinglan sat in the passenger seat while Lin Wenqian occupied the back seat. Lin Wanwan drove, patiently addressing them both. Fasten your seatbelts first. We'll be leaving shortly. Alright, got it. Just drive already, Su Dinglan grumbled impatiently. Ever since hearing that Lin Shuo had met Lu Yulan, she couldn't contain her curiosity any longer. She absolutely had to see Lin Shuo face to face. Lin Wanwan, unable to resist her mother's persistence, reluctantly brought her along. The car soon began moving down the road. As the scenery outside the window sped by, Lin Wanwan felt an uneasy premonition growing in her heart for some reason. Mom, do you think that woman Lu Yulan might come looking for trouble? Lin Wanwan asked uneasily. Her? Impossible. With the injury she sustained, she's probably still bedridden in the hospital. How could she possibly have the energy to seek revenge on us? Su Dinglan replied dismissively. All right. Lin Wanwan nodded, then shook her head to dismiss the uneasy feeling. Probably just overthinking it, Lin Wanwan reassured herself. But as the car drove on, that uneasy feeling not only failed to fade but grew stronger with each passing moment. It even made her breathing feel short and rapid. Mom, why do I keep feeling this uneasy sensation in my heart, like something bad is about to happen? After hesitating for a moment, Lin Wanwan couldn't help but speak up.
even though she knew it would surely upset Su Dinglan.
What's there to be uneasy about? What's making you uneasy about seeing Xiao Shuo? You're just talking nonsense. Sure enough, Su Dinglan's displeased words immediately rang out. Sis, stop overthinking. It's just a short drive, what could possibly go wrong?
Lin Wenxian muttered under her breath.
Chapter 191, Car Accident. Alright, just drive already. Su Dinglan snorted lightly, then couldn't help but frown. Wan, we didn't take this route last time, did we? Did you get lost?
Looking out the window, she felt like the further they drove, the farther they seemed to be getting from Lin Shuo's house.
Mom, I'm taking a shortcut. It's different from before.
Lin Wan, who had planned to turn back, felt a pang of guilt and hurriedly explained.
Don't be ridiculous. I clearly saw this was the way home just now. Wan, tell me honestly, did you never intend to take me to see Xiao Shuo from the start? Su Dinglan's expression darkened as she studied the recently passed scenery through the rearview mirror. Of course not, Mom. We're definitely on our way to see Xiao Shuo. Where else would I take you? Lin Wanjuan's words grew increasingly uneasy.
At the same time, she silently cursed herself for being so foolish. She'd been so focused on getting back that she'd forgotten to take a route her mother wouldn't recognize. But it was okay, they'd be home soon, and the problem shouldn't be too big.
Stop the car. Pull over immediately. Su Dinglan suddenly shouted.
We're almost there, Mom.
Why stop? Lin Wanwan replied, steeled for the confrontation. Lin Wanwan, are you trying to drive me to my grave today?
Su Dinglan immediately screamed at the top of her lungs.
Do you really think your mother is some kind of pushover? Either you turn around right now and go find Xiao Shuo, or I'll get out and find him myself. Mom, listen to me.
Lin Wanwan tried to reason with her, but Su Dinglan had already unbuckled her seatbelt and was reaching for the door handle, clearly ready to jump out at the slightest provocation. This action startled Lin Wanwan into slamming on the brakes, pulling the car to a stop at the roadside.
Mom, please listen to me. We don't have to see Xiao Shuo tonight. Besides, it's so late now. He might be asleep. Waking him up in the middle of the night wouldn't be right, would it? I don't care. Su Dinglan refused to listen.
She reached for the door handle. Seeing this, Lin Wanwan could only turn to her fourth sister for help.
Wanxian, please talk some sense into Mom. You know she won't listen to reason right now. Lin Wanwan, let go of me this instant. Su Dinglan grew increasingly agitated. If you don't release me right now, don't ever call me mother again. Mom. Lin Wanjuan's face was filled with distress.
Seeing this, Lin Wenxian in the backseat quickly called her second sister, fearing the two would erupt into a loud argument on the road. But just as the call connected, a flash of light streaked past nearby. Instantly, a black truck careened toward their position.
Amidst Lin Wanjuan's stunned gaze. Crash!
It slammed heavily into the car where the three women sat. The thunderous collision awakened the motion-activated lights throughout the nearby residential complex. Many residents rushed out of their bedrooms upon hearing the crash. A black sedan lay overturned on the ground, its entire front end mangled from the force of the impact. Lin Wanwan, Su Dinglan, and the third woman lay sprawled on the pavement, blood streaming down their faces, their fates unknown.
Hospital ICU.
Outside the emergency room door, Lin Shuo sat on the floor, her eyes vacant and her entire demeanor utterly exhausted. Wu Changxiu, who had just arrived, had intended to offer some words of comfort. But upon seeing the vacant look in Lin Shuo's eyes, he could only sigh helplessly. Truth be told, today's events had caught him off guard too. He had anticipated that Lu Yulan would seek revenge. But he never imagined her retaliation would come so swiftly, so decisively, so fast that even he hadn't had time to prepare before ending up in the hospital.
How could this be? Lu Yulan is clearly in the hospital now. Could it be?
A possibility suddenly flashed through Wu Changxiu's mind. Before he could fully process it, the doors to the emergency room swung open. Several doctors emerged from inside.
Doctor, how is my mother?
Lin Shuo rushed forward, her voice trembling slightly, laced with a hint of tears, her entire being teetering on the edge of collapse.
The surgery was successful. Both patients are out of immediate danger for now.
The doctor's words finally brought a slight sense of relief to Lin Shuo's heart. Yet the emotion she had suppressed for so long finally broke free. Tears streamed down her cheeks. As long as she's okay, as long as she's okay. Her sobs, tinged with relief, echoed in everyone's ears.
What about the other one?
The other patient's condition isn't looking good, the doctor shook his head helplessly.
She's still undergoing emergency treatment, and even if she survives, her prognosis isn't promising. What do you mean? Lin Wanjuan's body trembled, a wave of unease washing over her.
The older patient arrived in critical condition with multiple fractures, particularly severe damage to the skull.
Even if she survives this, there's a high risk of irreversible brain damage. What could happen?
In the best-case scenario, she may experience frequent headaches. If the prognosis is unfavorable, the patient could develop motor impairments, speech difficulties, or even become a vegetable. At these words, Lin Shuo felt as if the world before her eyes had suddenly collapsed.
Her entire body trembled uncontrollably. Wu Changqiu, noticing her distress, quickly helped her to her feet. Xiulu, the doctor only mentioned the worst-case scenario. What if things turn out better? Wu Changqiu comforted her immediately. I know some renowned neurosurgeons in the country. If you need help in the future, I can connect you with them. Thank you. I'm fine, Lin Qiula managed to steady herself, her voice still trembling. What about the other two? The other two are in better condition. Their vital signs are stable for now, but we can't rule out the worst-case scenario. It all depends on how their recovery progresses, the doctor stated honestly. Hearing this, Lin Xiulu thought of her eldest sister and fourth sister still lying unconscious in their hospital beds, and her emotions instantly broke down. Doctor, I beg you must save them. I can't live without them. Please, please. Lin Xiulu began to kneel. But the doctor stopped her immediately. Family member, please rest assured. We will do everything in our power to save the patients. The doctor had seen this kind of situation many times before. Just as Lin Xiulu was about to say more, a familiar voice echoed down the hallway. Chapter 192, Disfigurement. Lin Xiulu was about to speak again when a familiar voice echoed through the corridor. Second sister. Mom. How's my little sister doing now? Everyone present turned to look. There sat Lin Wanwan in a wheelchair, being pushed by a nurse. Half her face was wrapped in gauze, and the exposed side bore numerous scrapes. One arm and one leg were immobilized in casts clearly, her injuries were severe. In the recent car accident, she had been the luckiest of the three. Thanks to the seatbelt and airbag protection during the initial impact, her injuries were the least severe, and she hadn't been admitted to the ICU. Yet when Lin Qiulu saw her in the emergency room, a gruesome wound stretched from her jawbone all the way to her forehead. Even after healing, it would likely leave a long scar. Wan. At this thought, Lin Xiulu's tears spilled uncontrollably, her body trembling uncontrollably. Xiulu. How are mom and my little sister now? Lin Wanwan asked again, her voice thick with emotion as if she had suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. Mom and little sister are fine. The doctor said they pulled through the emergency treatment and are out of danger. We're just waiting for them to wake up. Lin Qiula wiped her tears, unable to bring herself to repeat the doctor's full words. She didn't want to inflict more pain on her disfigured sister. That's good. As long as they're okay? Lin Wanwan murmured, unable to hold back. Then, she buried her face in her hands and broke down in tears. It's all my fault. If only I'd come back sooner, if only I'd held on a little longer, mom and little sister wouldn't have ended up like this. It's all my fault. Why couldn't I have held on just a little longer? By this point, Lin Wanwan was so overcome with self-blame she could barely speak. If only she had held on a little longer, none of this would have happened to the three of them today. Witnessing this scene, Lin Xiulu's heart twisted in pain. She knew Lin Wanwan had always been the most mature of the four sisters, burdened with an exceptionally strong sense of responsibility since childhood. But now, faced with this sudden tragedy, Lin Wanwan would undoubtedly blame herself to death. It would become an unforgettable, profound trauma in her life. Especially since mom might never wake up again, she couldn't bear to think how Lin Wanwan would react upon hearing the news. The mere thought of that scene made Lin Xiulu's tears threaten to spill, but she forced herself to hold them back. With her youngest sister unconscious and their mother still fighting for her life, Lin Wanwan had only one person left to rely on, her sister. If even she showed weakness, the situation would only worsen. It's okay. This isn't your fault. No one could have predicted this happening. Lin Xiulu took a deep breath, forcing down her own pain, and stepped forward to embrace Lin Wanwan. Medical technology is so advanced now. Mom and the others will definitely be okay. I'll also contact the police. We'll find that hit-and-run driver and make sure they get what they deserve. Hearing this, Lin Wanwan felt a tiny bit better, though guilt still gnawed at her heart. She knew Lin Xiulu was just trying to comfort her. After such a severe accident, especially with mom being so old, no matter how advanced the medical technology, she could never return to her former self. No one could change what had already happened. Sis, don't dwell on it. Lin Xiulu quickly interrupted Lin Wanwan's racing thoughts and continued to reassure her, you shouldn't blame yourself. Everything will be okay. Trust me, and trust the doctors too. But these words did nothing to lift Lin Wanwan's spirits. Instead, they only deepened her sorrow for the future. Just then. Where is she? How are my daughter and wife? A deep, familiar voice echoed through the corridor, accompanied by hurried footsteps, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Lin Xiulu looked up at the approaching figure, her eyes instantly filling with rage ready to erupt. Lin Changhong. You have the nerve to show your face here. Get out. You're not welcome here. The shrieking scream instantly halted Lin Changhong in his tracks. Facing Lin Xiulu's furious expression, he stood awkwardly frozen in place. I just got a call from the hospital, Lin Changhong stammered, flustered. How are your mother and the others doing now? They're perfectly fine, and they don't need your phony concern. Lin Xiulu snapped, striding forward and delivering a sharp slap across Lin Changhong's face. I told you, no one here wants to see you. Get out! The harsh curses and the sharp crack of the slap echoed through the hallway. Lin Shuo froze completely in place. This was the second time his own daughter had struck him like this, and especially now, in front of so many people. The searing pain instantly snapped Lin Shuo back to reality, unleashing an indescribable surge of rage and humiliation. Lin Shuo, what exactly do you want? Even if I made mistakes in the past, you're still my flesh and blood. I provided for your every need, raised you to adulthood, and sent you to study all those useless things. And this is how you repay your father? Even if you have no filial piety toward me, now that your mother and sister are in such dire straits, don't I have the right to come see them? And what gives you the right to tell me to get lost? Do you only feel satisfied when you see me dead? One accusation after another poured from Lin Shuo's mouth, but Lin Shuo shot back without mercy. Yes, I'd be happy to see you dead. And so what if I have no filial piety? Don't you have any idea why Mom and Wenxian ended up in a car accident in the middle of the night, fighting for their lives? All of this happened because you went out and found that Lu Yulan. If you hadn't cheated, our family would still be whole, enjoying our time together. But because of you, now we're all lying in hospital emergency rooms. Without Lu Yulan, little Shuo wouldn't have been taken away. And that damn Lin Fengyu wouldn't have come into our home. You ask why you have no right? Because you, Lin Shuo, are the one who started all this. You don't deserve to be a father. If you had any shred of decency, you wouldn't dare come here to see Mom and Wenxian. So why aren't you getting the hell out of here? Chapter 193, Not the Guts. The barrage of accusations left Lin Shuo frozen in place, utterly unable to find any words to defend himself. His face flushed crimson with rage. Raising his hand in a fit of anger, he prepared to teach this disrespectful daughter a lesson. But before the blow landed, a strong hand seized his wrist. Well, who could this be, raising a hand against a young woman? Ah, it's Mr. Lin. No wonder then, Wu Chancho's sarcastic voice rang out immediately, gripping Lin Shuo's wrist tightly. Mr. Wu, how did you get involved in this? Lin Shuo couldn't help but curse. I gave you everything you wanted. This is my family's business now. What does it have to do with you? Mr. Lin, let's keep things separate, Wu Chancho replied with a faint smile. I agreed not to meddle in your company affairs, but this hospital has nothing to do with your company, right? And when I saw someone attacking a young woman on the street, stepping in had nothing to do with your company either, correct? So what if I showed up here and meddled in someone else's business? What's wrong with that? But haven't you overstepped your bounds? Lin Shuo forced himself to keep his anger in check. If he weren't afraid this old fox of a Wu Chancho would deny everything, he'd have slapped that repulsive face to death right then and there. This is my family business. You meddling in it is a bit much, don't you think? Wu Chancho narrowed his eyes slightly. Mr. Lin, first of all, this is a public place. I only stopped you because you were attacking my business partner. Besides, as I recall, you're divorced now, aren't you? Which means what's happening here can hardly be considered your family affair. At most, Ms. Lin Shuo is merely someone you're somewhat acquainted with, wouldn't you agree? As the words fell, Lin Shuo's expression darkened visibly. Dealing with the Lu family had already left him overwhelmed, and now this unexpected complication had suddenly arisen. You bastard! Wu Chancho, you better not wait until I catch my breath. Lin Shuo gritted his teeth, struggling to suppress the urge to strangle Wu Chancho right then and there. He knew he couldn't touch Wu Chancho right now. Otherwise, all the sacrifices made recently would be utterly wasted. For now, he had no choice but to swallow his pride. Otherwise, the situation would only worsen. Fine, I'll be waiting for you, Mr. Lin, Wu Chancho chuckled. Though I wonder if you'll even survive long enough to deal with me. You might collapse before you get the chance. Lin Shuo nearly lost his temper. He understood Wu Chancho's meaning perfectly well, and knew exactly what he was implying. The Lu family's current silence spoke volumes. The quietest dogs often bite the hardest. Once they truly moved, it would mean they were absolutely certain of victory. You just wait. Lin Shuo spat out the threat, unwilling to concede defeat. He shot a furious glare at Lin Shuo before storming off, radiating pure rage. After he departed, Lin Shuo staggered several times, nearly collapsing. Wu Chancho, standing nearby, quickly caught her. Miss Lin Shuo, have you been up all night? Wu Chancho frowned. Seeing her current state, he knew she hadn't slept a wink. It's fine. I'll be okay after resting a bit. Lin Shuo leaned against the wall to steady herself, then turned to thank Wu Chancho. Thank you, Mr. Wu. Oh, it was nothing. No need to thank me. Besides, I've had some issues with Lin Shuo anyway. Wu Chancho waved it off casually, though he didn't voice certain thoughts aloud. His willingness to intervene earlier stemmed from thoughts of his own daughter. That's why the moment he saw Lin Shuo attack, an uncontrollable impulse surged within him. Regardless, you did help me just now, Lin Qiulo nodded slightly in gratitude. Mr. Wu, while we have a business partnership, in reality, you've been the one assisting me most of the time. The kindness you've shown my family, I'll keep it firmly in my heart. No matter what happens in the future, I will find a way to repay you properly. But now I have an unreasonable request. I hope you'll agree to it for me. If you're willing to grant this request, I'd gladly be your servant forever.
Wu Changqiu suddenly found himself torn by Lin Shuo's unexpected plea. Still, he replied, speak freely.
If it's within my power, I'll certainly do my utmost to help you. But I can't guarantee I'll be able to fulfill whatever you ask. Lin Shuo nodded, her voice trembling with emotion.
Mr. Wu, I need you to protect my younger brother, Lin Shuo.
Today, Lu Yulan attacked my mother and sister.
Given her nature, I can't imagine how far her revenge might go.
Please, you must protect my brother. Whatever conditions you set, Mr. Lin, I'm willing to agree to them. I only ask that you protect him well. I cannot bear another accident happening to Xiao Shuo. If anything were to happen to him, I fear our entire family would truly lose our minds. Hearing Lin Xiolu's words, Wu Changqiu's expression instantly turned peculiar. Lin Shuo? That little bastard who seduced my daughter? So her request is for me to protect him? Are you kidding me? Does that little bastard even need my protection? After that tape recorder incident, does Lu Yulan even have the guts to lay a finger on that little bastard Lin Shuo now?
And even if we take a step back, given that little bastard's current relationship with my daughter, I couldn't ignore him even if I wanted to.
If anything happened to that little bastard, the first person to come looking for me would probably be my own daughter. At this thought, Wu Changqiu couldn't quite control his expression, his eyes gradually darkening with irritation.
But given the current atmosphere, he couldn't just blurt out the real reason. Seeing Wu Changqiu's expression grow increasingly grave, Lin Xiolu panicked. She quickly grabbed his sleeve and pleaded, Mr. Wu. I beg you. I'll kneel before you.
All right, get up. Did I ever say I wouldn't help?
Wu Changqiu sighed helplessly. Besides, even if I didn't assist, Lu Yulan wouldn't dare harm your brother now.
Chapter 194, Lin Qinghan's Rage.
Ha? Why would you say that, Mr. Wu?
Lin Xiolu's eyes flickered with doubt.
Her brother was just a high school student. How could he possibly pose a threat to someone like Lu Yulan, let alone one so significant she wouldn't dare retaliate? Because your brother possesses evidence proving that woman, Lu Yulan, threatened his life, Wu Changqiu explained.
If Lu Yulan actually harms your brother, the police will track her down immediately.
She can't afford that kind of trouble.
My brother has evidence like that? Lin Xiolu remained uneasy, fearing this might be an excuse Wu Changqiu had concocted to reject her. Things have already reached this point. What purpose would it serve to deceive you now?
Wu Changqiu shook his head. Besides, my daughter has some connection to this man. For her sake, I can't just stand by and do nothing.
If anything happens to that kid, my daughter would be the first to hold me accountable.
Given how much I care about my daughter, there's no way I'd let something like this happen. So you really have no need to worry about that.
Hearing this, Lin Xiolu suddenly recalled the female owner of the internet cafe on the small street.
Recalling how fiercely she had shielded Xiao Shuo before, Lin Xiolu felt her heart settle.
Yes, with that woman around, how could anything happen to Xiao Shuo?
Then she thought of her own useless sisters, and a bitter smile crept onto her face. Taking a deep breath, she bowed her head to Wu Changqiu in gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Wu.
Wu Changqiu could only wave his hand helplessly. Don't worry about Lin Shuo anymore.
Just focus on taking care of your mother and sister. I have some matters to attend to and won't disturb you further. If anything comes up, feel free to call me anytime.
All right, Mr. Wu.
Thank you for your hard work.
Lin Qiulu nodded slightly.
After Wu Changqiu left, Lin Qiulu collapsed beside the chair as if all her strength had been drained from her body.
Xiolu, go rest now.
You haven't slept all night, Lin Wanwan urged with concern.
Mom and your sister are under the doctor's watch.
Once they wake up and you've rested, the doctors will notify you if there are any developments.
Lin Qiulu shook her head. Big sis, can you tell me about what happened today? Can we find evidence of that bastard's crimes? We can't just let what happened to Mom and you go to waste.
Lin Wanwan shook her head regretfully.
It's probably difficult. The police collected evidence from the scene immediately after the accident.
The driver who caused the accident insists he was drunk driving when he crashed into them. Based on the evidence gathered so far, nothing linking Lu Yulan has been found. Plus, I heard Lu Yulan has reconnected with the Zhang family.
They've already taken her away. So trying to ambush and retaliate against her like last time? Probably impossible now. After hearing Lin Wanjuan's explanation,
Lin Xiolu clenched her fists so tightly that her fingernails nearly dug into her palms. A tangled web of frustration and regret swirled within her, threatening to shatter her entire being. Xiolu, this has nothing to do with you.
Don't blame yourself so harshly.
Lin Wanjuan's face showed concern, fearing her younger sister might lose her mind and do something foolish in a fit of impulse.
I'm fine, big sister. Don't worry. Lin Xioluo gritted her teeth. Before that Lu Yulan dies, I won't do anything reckless. But once I get the chance, I'll kill that without hesitation. At the same time,
Lin Changhong, who had just stormed out of the hospital in anger, was about to drive back to his company.
Just then, a call suddenly rang in. Hello, what is it? Lin Shuo answered.
Mr. Lin, your son was just picked up by someone at the hospital.
Our staff couldn't stop him. Hearing this, Lin Shuo immediately erupted in a torrent of curses. What the hell are you lot doing? Can't you even keep an eye on a kid? It's not like that, boss.
We tried to stop them, but there were too many of them, and your son went with them willingly.
What?
Lin Shuo slammed on the brakes, pulling over to the side of the road.
His face twisted with shock and disbelief as he demanded, who the hell went to pick up Fengyu? How could Fengyu possibly go with them willingly? He's still in the hospital.
The other side hurriedly explained, the people over there said it was someone surnamed Zhang.
They said just mentioning that surname would make you understand.
And after Fengyu took a phone call, he immediately followed them.
We had no choice.
We tried to notify you, but they smashed our phones right there. As soon as these words were spoken, Lin Shuo's expression darkened instantly, his face turning so grim it seemed ink might seep from his pores.
Boss,
are you okay? Came the cautious inquiry from the other end.
So boss, what should we do next?
You guys go back first. I'll handle this matter myself. After a long silence, Lin Shuo finally spoke slowly. After speaking, he immediately hung up the phone. He then stomped on the gas pedal, turned the car around, and sped straight toward the hospital where Lu Yulan was located.
Half an hour later.
Jiangcheng City First Hospital. The door burst open with a loud kick as Lin Shuo stormed into the hospital room, his face dark with fury.
Lu Yulan, get out here.
The bodyguards inside the room were startled by Lin Shuo's ferocious expression, but quickly regained their composure and attempted to intervene.
Get out of my way.
Lin Shuo shoved one of the guards blocking his path hard enough to send him crashing to the floor. The other guards nearby froze in place at the sight, too intimidated to continue their attempts to restrain him. They stood there, their faces flushed with embarrassment.
Lu Yulan, you tell me what the hell you think you're doing.
Lin Shuo strode purposefully toward the hospital bed, grabbing Lu Yulan by the collar and demanding angrily.
What do you mean? What do I mean? Lu Yulan's face twisted with irritation. What the hell are you doing here in the middle of the night, acting like a lunatic? Don't play dumb with me.
Lin Shuo slammed his fist into the wall, sending a dull thud echoing through the room.
Did you orchestrate everything that happened today? And Fengyu, why did you suddenly have him taken away?
Chapter 195, The Zhang family steps in. I have no idea what you're talking about, Lu Yulan snorted coldly, her eyes fixed intently on Lin Shuo, showing no fear of his ferocious expression.
I advise you to calm down. This is a hospital, not your company, Mr. Lin. Stop playing dumb with me.
Lin Shuo roared, his face flushed. After learning today that his wife and daughter were in trouble, he knew Lu Yulan was undoubtedly involved. He had originally planned to handle some matters at the company first before settling accounts with her. But seeing Lin Fengyu taken away had shattered his composure.
What? You think you can lay a hand on me here? Lu Yulan sneered coldly. Go ahead if you dare. Let's see if you walk out of this hospital alive today. Lu Yulan, stop threatening me. Lin Shuo's eyes bulged with rage. You really think I won't dare?
Why would I doubt your courage?
Lu Yulan sneered.
You were the one who went all in back then, ruthlessly eliminating the man who put you in power. But I hear you sold off part of the company's operations to that old fox, Wu Mengjing.
Looks like your situation isn't looking too rosy now, huh?
Before you touch me, I advise you to think carefully. In all of Jiangcheng City, who else but me could pull you out of this mess right now? Hearing this, Lin Shuo, who had been seething with rage, froze instantly. His raised hand slowly dropped. His face darkened as he glared at Lu Yulan before reluctantly releasing her collar. Now that's the Lin Shuo I know, Lu Yulan chuckled smugly, as if everything unfolded exactly as she'd anticipated.
But don't you think, what you did today, was a bit too much?
Lin Shuo forced himself to speak calmly, the rage nearly consumed him. The gravity of the situation compelled him to lower his voice.
Over the top? Lu Yulan sneered coldly, her expression darkening instantly. Lin, have you forgotten how your so-called good wife and those lovely daughters treated me before? The fact that I'm lying in the hospital right now is all thanks to those ES. Wasn't what they did to me back then going too far? And where were you then? Now that they're hurt, you come looking for me. But what about me back then? Let me tell you this, they brought it all upon themselves. After crossing me back then, they should have seen this coming. If you say another word in defense of those women in front of me today, you'd better get the hell out of here right now.
Listening to Lu Yulan's tirade, Lin Shuo felt his teeth grinding so hard they might shatter. But considering the company's current predicament, he had no choice but to swallow his anger. Forcing himself to calm down, he asked, so you've reached an agreement with the Zhang family? What else could I do? Wait for you to come save me? That bastard Zhang Yi? As if he'd be so kind. He wanted to kill you with his own hands before. I have my own ways, you needn't concern yourself. Suffice it to say, Zhang Yi won't touch us now. He'll even step in to resolve my issues with the Lu family, Lu Yulan declared. So Fengyu was taken away by him too? Yes. Fengyu is with the Zhang family now, and they'll be responsible for his protection going forward.
Lu Yulan replied matter-of-factly. How could you let Feng Yu stay alone at the Jiang residence? Hearing this, Lin Chenghong couldn't help but frown. But no sooner had the words left his mouth than a sarcastic voice cut in. What's the matter, Mr. Lin? Seems you're not too pleased about your son staying with me?
Lin Chenghong stiffened, turning his head to look at the newcomer. Without warning, Zhang Yi had materialized in the hospital room, a faint, ambiguous smile playing on his lips.
Why are you here? Lin Chenghong's face flushed with embarrassment.
He had just berated Lu Yulan in Zhang Yi's presence. The awkwardness was palpable.
Zhang Yi slowly walked to Lu Yulan's bedside and spoke calmly, as her older brother, isn't it perfectly normal for me to be here taking care of my sister while she's injured and hospitalized?
But Mr. Lin, you, on the other hand. I was only gone for a bathroom break and you came in and berated my sister.
That hardly seems appropriate, does it?
Lin Chenghong was momentarily speechless, utterly at a loss for words. He never imagined Lu Yulan and Zhang Yi would reconcile, much less that he'd be caught red-handed berating Lu Yulan by Zhang Yi himself.
What's the matter, Mr. Lin? Lost your voice?
Zhang Yi waved his hand dismissively.
Never mind. Sit down first. I'm not that petty.
After all, in a way, we're in-laws.
But in all these years, this is our first proper meeting, isn't it? All right, Mr. Zhang.
Lin Chenghong sat down awkwardly. He knew that now that Lu Yulan and Zhang Yi had reconciled, Zhang Yi must be fully aware of the situation between him and Lu Yulan. Facing his brother-in-law, he genuinely didn't know what to say. If his current situation weren't so dire, he'd be itching to grow an extra pair of legs and bolt right now.
Mr. Lin, no need to be so formal. We're all business people here. Why don't we discuss business matters?
Seeming to sense Lin Chenghong's thoughts, Zhang Yi broke the silence.
I've also heard some things about your current situation, Mr. Lin. So I imagine you could use some assistance right now?
After all, you are Feng Yu's biological father, and Feng Yu is my own nephew. As family, I can't just turn a blind eye. Hearing Zhang Yi's words, Lin Chenghong was taken aback. He couldn't quite grasp why Zhang Yi would suddenly offer such unsolicited kindness. After all, from what he knew, this man didn't seem like the type with such a generous heart.
Mr. Zhang,
What I mean is, I can help you, Mr. Lin, navigate through this crisis.
Zhang Yi cut straight to the point. At these words, Lin Chenghong's entire body trembled with excitement. He was well aware of the Zhang family's vast holdings and Zhang Yi's formidable capabilities. Though Wu Changqiu was currently Jia City's wealthiest man, when it came to actual financial clout, the Zhang family was likely not far behind. After all, established families like the Zhangs held many assets hidden from public view, creating that very illusion.
Only the older generation truly understood, within Jiashur City, the Zhang family was the real colossus.
Chapter 196, The Humiliating Offer. Mr. Zhang, what is your plan?
Lin Chenghong asked, forcing himself to remain calm despite his inner turmoil.
It's quite simple, actually.
All you need to do is sell your shares in Lin Group to me, Zhang Yi replied with a faint smile. Once I acquire those shares, the problems you currently face will be resolved effortlessly.
What do you think, Mr. Lin?
The moment Zhang Yi finished speaking, Lin Chenghong's expression froze. The excitement that had filled his heart moments before vanished instantly, as if doused with a bucket of cold water. He never imagined that Zhang Yi's offer of assistance would suddenly involve outright acquiring all his shares. Even Lu Yulan, lying in her hospital bed, couldn't help but show a look of shock on her face. Clearly, she too hadn't anticipated Zhang Yi's assistance would take such a form. Mr. Zhang, please don't joke with me, Lin Chenghong said stiffly, only now noticing the mocking and contemptuous expression on Zhang Yi's face.
Mr. Lin, we're all business people here. Who has time for such jokes?
Zhang Yi dropped his expression and produced a contract that had clearly been prepared in advance. I had originally planned to discuss this matter with you at a later date, but since we've met today, I'll give you advance notice. I genuinely intend to take over all your current business operations, Mr. Lin.
If you're interested, why not review the contract now?
Watching Zhang Yi pull the contract from his briefcase, Lin Chenghong's face darkened instantly, his expression turning as grim as could be.
Mr. Zhang, what exactly do you mean by this?
Exactly what it says on the tin, Zhang Yi replied with a faint smile. I'll provide the funds and personnel to acquire your company. This way, you resolve your immediate issues and secure a substantial sum, a win-win situation.
Why wouldn't you agree?
Besides, I can't imagine any better solution for you right now, Mr. Lin.
Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Zhang.
I haven't yet reached the point where I need to sell my company, Lin Chenghong said, suppressing his anger.
If he weren't currently outmaneuvered by Zhang Yi, he would have unleashed a torrent of curses by now.
Mr. Lin, it seems you haven't fully grasped the gravity of your situation, Zhang Yi sneered coldly. The crisis you face now extends far beyond mere corporate troubles.
From what I understand, your greatest enemy now is the Lu family. And the current head of the Lu family, well, I've had some dealings with him.
Given his temperament, if he were to make a move against you, it would mean he's absolutely certain he can take you down.
Mr. Lin, you may have held some standing in Jiang City over the years.
But you seem to have forgotten one crucial point, who truly held the reins in Jia City back then.
Surely you haven't forgotten, Mr. Lin?
And I'm sure many others have their eyes on the juicy prize that is Mr. Lin's empire. So with the Liu family stepping in, the collapse of your company is only a matter of time.
No matter how you try to salvage it, it'll be futile. The terms I'm offering you now stem purely from our in-law relationship. This is how we're minimizing your losses. Otherwise, bankruptcy would be your only path.
Hearing this, Lin Shuo's fists clenched so tightly they nearly shattered.
Having battled in the business world for so many years, how could he not understand this logic? But how could he accept it? All his years of hard work reduced to nothing, ending in such a miserable outcome? Worst of all, even if he sold the company to Zheng Yi, the Liu family's retaliation would still come. Without preserving the Lin Group empire, he would have no means to confront the Liu family. Mr. Lin, please give this some serious thought. There's no need to refuse so hastily, Zheng Yi continued. Take this money and find a place where no one knows you. Live a quiet life as an ordinary wealthy man. It's far better than being a stray dog in Jiang City. You? Lin Shuo's expression darkened further. He could easily detect the scorn in those words. Though Zheng Yi claimed to have his best interests at heart, the man had never held him in high regard. What frustrated Lin Shuo most was that no matter how furious he felt, he couldn't find a single retort to counter Zheng Yi's argument. Just as Zheng Yi had said, this was his best chance to extricate himself. Perhaps leaving Jiang City isn't such a bad choice after all. Lin Shuo thought to himself, forcing down his humiliation as he opened the contract Zheng Yi handed him. But after just a glance, his expression shifted from humiliation to shock, then to fury. Mr. Zhang, are you joking with me about the price in this contract? Of course not. Why not just rob me? Is this price meant to send me packing?
Lin Shuo finally exploded, his voice thick with fury.
Mr. Lin, that's a bit unfair. I'm actually helping you here. What kind of help is this? This price is outrageous. Given Mr. Lin's current situation, this price is already quite generous. I believe you won't find a higher offer anywhere else in the market. Zheng Yi smiled faintly. The Lin Group was now like a hot potato. Besides him, Zheng Yi, he was certain no one else in the entire city would be willing to pay this price. Bull. Even if I'm down and out, I'd never sell this company for such a pittance. Lin Shuo slammed the contract onto the floor, his face darkening as he prepared to storm out. Zheng Yi showed no surprise at Lin Shuo's reaction. Instead, he casually picked up the contract from the floor and remarked indifferently, Mr. Lin, you'd better think this through carefully. Once this opportunity is gone, it might never come back. Think my ass. Whoever wants this piece of junk can have it. Lin Shuo turned and walked away. Zheng Yi made no move to stop him, merely watching Lin Shuo walk away in silence. Only after Lin Shuo was gone did Liu Yulan finally speak up. Zheng Yi, this is a bit much, don't you think? Sure, I had a grudge against you before, but what does that have to do with him? Why are you picking on him like this? Zheng Yi shook his head with a cold smile. It really takes a certain kind to stick together. No wonder you two got involved back then and ended up killing the second son of the Liu family. Instead of wasting your breath on that, why don't you focus on yourself? Take care of your injuries. I've got business to attend to. I'll be leaving now. Zheng Yi sneered, then turned and walked out of the hospital without looking back. Chapter 197, Utterly Helpless. Damn the Zheng family. Damn Zheng Yi. Lin Shuo, leaving the hospital, thought about the contract Zheng Yi had presented. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, unable to resist cursing loudly in his car. Only after exhausting every curse in his vocabulary did he gradually calm down and begin to assess his situation. It was true, just as Zheng Yi had said. Now that the Liu family had set their sights on the Lin Group, it had become a juicy target. Everyone wanted to take a bite while he was at his weakest. If anyone truly uncovered his vulnerabilities, utter ruin would be his inevitable fate. With that thought, Lin Shuo pulled out his phone and began scrolling through his contacts. Only when he spotted a familiar number did he slowly stop his hand, hesitating as he stared at the call button before him. This was the last resort he had left for himself, one of his final options. Hello? After a moment of busy tone, the call connected. Lin Shuo spoke hurriedly, Old Wang, it's me, Lin Shuo. The other end seemed to have anticipated this situation long ago. After a moment of silence, the voice replied, I'm aware of your situation. Come to my company now. We need to talk. Mr. Wang's response instantly lifted Lin Shuo's spirits. He immediately replied excitedly, Yes. Yes. I'll be right over. 1 hour later. Wang Group headquarters. Mr. Lin, please sit. Wang Changming, who had been waiting for some time, immediately poured him a cup of tea upon seeing Lin Shuo arrive. Mr. Wang, let's cut to the chase. You know why I'm here. Lin Shuo skipped pleasantries, getting straight to the point the moment he sat down. Though Wang Changming had anticipated Lin Shuo's request, a look of genuine difficulty still flashed across his face. Mr. Lin, it's not that I don't want to help you, but I'm truly powerless in this matter. Wang Changming sighed, his words heavy with resignation. Mr. Wang, after all these years of friendship, are you really going to stand by and watch me fail?
I helped you out quite a bit back in the day, Lin Shuo said, his voice tinged with displeasure.
For old time's sake, surely you can lend me a hand?
Mr. Lin, please don't put me in this position.
Do you really think I don't want to help you? Wang Changming sighed again, then shook his head. Do you even realize how deep the water is this time? If I get involved, I'll probably lose everything I own.
You must understand you're not just facing the Zhao family now, but the entire Jiang city.
Countless families are waiting for you to show weakness, ready to devour you in the end.
As the saying goes, cutting off someone's livelihood is like killing their parents.
If I step into this long game, what awaits us is a pack of ravenous wolves.
Besides, the Zhao family is dead set on destroying you. I won't lie, they've already rallied a bunch of Jiang city bigwigs. You wouldn't believe how many people are out to get you. Essentially, half of Jiang city is waiting for you to fall so they can carve up a piece of your flesh.
So in this situation, you ask me how I can help you?
When the Zhao family tried to recruit me, I refused out of respect for our long-standing friendship. I have family too, a wife and children. They've endured hardships alongside me all these years to get where we are today.
I can't let them go down with me.
As for you, my advice is this: sell off what you can, grab the money, and get out of Jiang city.
That's all the help I can offer.
With that, old Wang handed over a bank card.
Here's 5 million.
Consider it a token of our long friendship. Beyond this, I truly can do nothing more for you. Hearing old Wang's words, Lin Shuo's face turned ashen.
Old Wang, is there truly no other way? Is our friendship over all these years worth only 5 million?
At this point, it wasn't about the money anymore. He was clinging to the last shred of hope, no matter how desperate it seemed.
Mr. Lin. Wang Changming sighed. Leave as soon as possible. From what I understand, they'll move against you within days. At least you have a chance if you're alive, don't you?
Lin Shuo's expression froze instantly, his hands clenching unconsciously.
He refused to accept it. He absolutely refused to accept it. How could he have plummeted from heaven to hell in less than a month? There had to be another way out of this predicament. But now, who would be willing to come forward and help him at this moment? Even old Wan was like this, let alone his other friends. It would be a miracle if they didn't band together against him. Damn it!
Lin Shuo slammed his fist hard on the table, his weathered face etched with resignation to reality. Mr. Lin, I know you're frustrated, but if you truly want to strike at the root of the problem, I do have a method you could try, Wang Changming suddenly mused.
What method? Lin Shuo's eyes lit up instantly.
Truthfully, your greatest predicament isn't the company's current issues, but those foolish mistakes from years ago.
Wang Changming paused. Though I don't know the specifics of what happened back then, it's clear they're inextricably linked to that woman, Lu Yulan. You might consider offering a pledge of loyalty. Perhaps it could create a turning point. You want me to kill Lu Yulan? Old Wang, what kind of madness are you spouting? Do you think Zheng Yi would let me off if I killed Lu Yulan?
Lin Shuo jumped up from his seat in shock.
Then what other options do you have?
Besides, that woman Lu Yulan nearly killed Zheng Yi back then.
Do you really think these two would just reconcile so easily? Wang Changming shook his head helplessly. Forget it. Consider it never said. But honestly, I've no other way to help you now. Mr. Lin, you're on your own.
Lin Shuo fell into silence, his face darkening. He knew staying any longer served no purpose, so he offered a brief farewell. After leaving the Wang group, Lin Shuo returned to his car. In decades of business dealings, he had never felt such utter despair or helplessness as he did today. Could it be that this time, he really was wrong? Or was he truly forced down the path of extremes, as old Wang had suggested? Chapter 198, The Revenge Begins. Jiang City First High School. Xiaoshua, was what you said the other day all true? Are you really prepared to throw caution to the wind and take revenge on them? Lin Shuo nodded without hesitation. Of course. What meaning would my life have had these past 10 years if I didn't take revenge? But won't this put you in danger? Fei Shuwen asked with concern. Ever since that night, he'd worried that if Lin Shuo became consumed by his hatred, it might affect him in the future. He knew about the feud between Lin Shuo and the Lin family. He had always thought that no matter how much Lin Shuo wanted revenge, he should wait until he was an adult and had built up some resources before acting. Clearly, he had underestimated Lin Shuo's resolve. So how exactly do you plan to get back at them? Fei Shuwen asked curiously. Simple, Lin Shuo replied. Expose them. Expose them? Exactly. I plan to approach newspapers and television stations to expose their actions, Lin Shuo answered. The TV stations? Fei Shuwen's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you ready, sir? After some adjustments, the TV crew aimed their camera at Lin Shuo. Yes, I'm ready. Let's begin. Lin Shuo shifted his posture slightly in his seat and flashed a smile at the camera. Hello, viewers at home. My name is Lin Shuo, and I am also the son of Lin Shenghong, chairman of the Lin Group. I apologize for taking up your public resources today. I'm here today with no ulterior motives, only to speak out about what I've endured in the Lin family over the years and to seek justice for myself. Some here might think I'm making unreasonable demands.
I was born into a wealthy family. Lin Changhong is a renowned tycoon in Jiangcheng City. What possible grievance could a spoiled rich kid like me possibly have? But the truth is quite the opposite. Shortly after my birth into the Lin family, I was abducted by traffickers and endured a deeply tragic childhood. It wasn't until several years ago that I was finally reunited with the Lin family. I once thought that marked the beginning of a happy life. For years, I carefully nurtured that hard-won family bond within the Lin household. Little did I know, that was actually the beginning of my descent into hell. At this point, Lin Shuo rolled up his sleeve, revealing an arm covered in scars. Fei Shuwen, watching from the backstage, couldn't help but close his eyes and sigh deeply. Wu Mengjing felt as if her heart had been stabbed, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. If only she could. How she wished she could take Lin Shuo's place and bear all he had endured. Every scar on my body is a gift from the Lin family, especially Lin Changhong's illegitimate son, the heir to the Lin group Lin Fengyu. Some who know him might think he's a gentle, kind-hearted high school student. But all of that is nothing but a false facade. Behind closed doors, he's deceitful and cunning, with a vicious mind. He'll stop at nothing to achieve his goals. Over the years, he's fabricated a string of baseless accusations against me, while also taking credit for everything I accomplished within the Lin family. During the years I was brought back to the Lin family, I endured unimaginable torment. The Lin family members were equally complicit in my abuse. From the day I entered their household, they never treated me as one of their own, repeatedly aiding Lin Fengyu in his verbal assaults and isolation tactics. And my so-called father, the chairman of the Lin group, knew all along about Lin Fengyu's treatment of me over the years. Yet, to protect his illegitimate son, he not only failed to stop Fengyu's actions but consistently condoned his behavior toward me. As the saying goes, even a tiger won't eat its own cubs, but this adage seems to have been proven false in the Lin family. That's why today I'm exposing everything the Lin family has done to me to seek justice for myself. With that, Lin Shuo bowed deeply toward the camera. The television crew wrapped up their filming at that moment. Though the entire filming process lasted only a few minutes, they all knew that once this interview aired, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the entire city. "Thank you all, brothers and sisters," Lin Shuo said gratefully. You're welcome, you're welcome. This is what our station should do." After the recording, many station employees sighed deeply, their expressions heavy. Several female staff members even had tears welling up in their eyes. They couldn't even begin to imagine that such a family existed in Jiangcheng City. Especially since the man behind it all was a renowned entrepreneur in Jiangcheng City. Xiao Shuo. After the recording ended, Wu Mengjing immediately approached him, her eyes reddened. "Don't worry about me, Sister Jing," Lin Shuo said with a faint smile. "I'm fine now, even better than I've felt in years. After sharing all this, I feel so much lighter, like I've finally broken free from shackles." But Wu Mengjing tried to say more, but Lin Shuo gently took her hand, stopping her words. "Sis Jing, truly, there's no need to worry about me. I've endured all these years of hardship. Now that the bitter has given way to sweet, how could I possibly be in a bad mood?" Lin Shuo smiled. "Actually, I'm free tomorrow. Why don't we go shopping? It's been ages since we've had a proper outing." "All right." Wu Mengjing sniffed back tears. She tried to convince herself to relax, but the more carefree Lin Shuo appeared, the heavier her heart grew. "Do you need me to help you with this matter?" "No, thank you," Lin Shuo shook his head. "Sister Jing has already done so much for me in this matter." After leaving the Lin residence, he had encountered Wu Mengjing. It could be said that without her, whether he would even be alive now was a huge question mark. For Lin Shuo, that alone was the greatest help imaginable. "Really?" Wu Mengjing asked again, uncertain. She genuinely wanted to help Lin Shuo with this matter. "Really?" Lin Shuo nodded earnestly. He knew that once this interview aired on television, those with grudges against Lin Changhong would immediately target him for retaliation. Moreover, although Wu Changxiu certainly disliked him now as his prospective son-in-law, but for his daughter's sake, he would surely offer quiet support. Chapter 199, The Interview. Soon. The segment featuring the recorded interview was rushed into the late-night slot on Jiangcheng City television. Simultaneously, the newspaper presses were working overtime to typeset and print the interview content. Jiangcheng City Hospital. In the hospital lobby. Lin Xiolu, who had been unable to sleep for some reason, sat on a chair in the lobby. Just as she was about to head to the ward to check on Su Dinglan's condition, she suddenly heard other patients talking nearby. "Hey, look! Isn't that the wealthy guy from our Jiangcheng City? Yeah, that Lin guy, right? I think his name was Lin Changhong or something. Who would have thought their family turned out like this? You really can't judge a book by its cover." The whispers grew louder, instantly capturing Lin Xiolu's attention. When she saw the familiar face of Lin Shuo on the television screen, her entire body began to tremble uncontrollably. Xiao Shuo. In that moment, no other thoughts existed for her. Her eyes were fixed intently on the television screen. "They're all abusers." After Lin Shuo uttered those words, Lin Xiolu felt as if her heart had been clenched in an iron grip. An indescribable emotion spread through her entire body. It made breathing difficult.
Tears fell steadily down her cheeks. Even after the interview program ended, Lin Shuo remained sitting in her chair, her mind blank. It took her a long while to pull herself out of the emotional vortex. She wiped away her tears. She began searching for the replay of that interview segment. Seeing the familiar face in the video, Lin Shuo nearly lost control of her emotions again. She trembled her lips, forcing herself to endure the pain within as she continued watching. When Lin Shuo rolled up his sleeves, revealing the gruesome scars on his arms, Lin Shuo's heart trembled uncontrollably. She could no longer hold back her emotions and began to sob uncontrollably. Those gruesome scars seemed to narrate Lin Shuo's ordeal over the years, mocking her own actions all this time, pushing her to the brink of emotional collapse.
Xiao Shuo. I'm sorry. It's all my fault.
Lin Shuo murmured uncontrollably, her fingernails digging deep into her palms from the force of her grip. Minutes later, after watching the video, Lin Shuo sat dazed and disoriented in her chair. Though Lin Shuo hadn't deliberately mentioned the Lin family's name during that interview, she could still deeply sense his hatred and disgust toward the entire Lin family.
Xiao Shuo.
If this is your Lin family's revenge,
then I'm willing to help you.
After a long pause, Lin Shuo made her decision. She sought out a television station employee and, just like Lin Shuo, sat before the camera to begin recording.
Hello everyone, I am Lin Shuo, the second daughter of the chairman of Lin Group. I'm here today to prove one thing.
I'm sure you've all seen my brother's interview. Yes, Lin Shuo is my brother and also the person I felt most guilty toward all these years.
Inside the villa,
Lin Changhong, who had been sound asleep, was suddenly jolted awake by the ringing of a phone. Already irritable from lack of rest due to company matters these past few days, Lin Changhong grew increasingly agitated after being roused from his hard-won sleep.
You better have a damn good reason, or you're handing in your resignation tomorrow. Lin Changhong barked.
Boss, this time it's a major crisis, the voice on the other end said urgently.
Turn on the TV. Our company is all over the news right now.
At those words, Lin Changhong instantly perked up, all traces of sleepiness vanishing.
He frantically turned on the television.
At first, he wondered why his company was suddenly in the news. But the moment he saw Lin Shuo's face on the screen, he froze, his expression turning blank. Only after watching the replay several times did he slowly come to his senses, his eyes blazing with fury.
That little bastard has gone completely mad.
He must be stopped at all costs. Lin Changhong slammed his fist on the bed frame in fury, his entire being consumed by restless agitation. The Lin Group had already been reeling from the Lu Group's relentless attacks, causing its stock price to plummet continuously and spreading panic throughout the company. And now, at this critical moment, this incident erupted. With public opinion turning against them and the Lu family's relentless attacks, Lin Changhong finally felt utterly powerless.
Why? Everything I've done was for this family. Why must they target me? Why? All of you. Just die. All of you, just die. Lin Changhong smashed the television in fury. The crashing sound immediately alerted the bodyguards downstairs. Only after seeing Lin Changhong raging in a fit of rage did they cautiously retreat. The next day, Lin Shuo had barely stepped into school when he noticed his classmates buzzing with chatter about him. The speed at which this incident had spread was beyond even Lin Shuo's expectations. It had escalated with astonishing rapidity. Even some classmates he wasn't close to approached him without thinking, asking about the Lin family and the scars on his body. If they asked politely, Lin Shuo would patiently explain. But it was obvious these people were just thrill seekers, looking for trouble to stir up. Furious, Lin Shuo promptly shooed them all away. Fei Shuwen was even more furious. If Lin Shuo hadn't stopped him, he would have grabbed a chair and confronted them head-on. It's not all bad, you know, Lin Shuo said with a smile, trying to comfort him. Not everyone is so bored they go looking for trouble. There are still plenty of kind-hearted classmates around. Like over here, for instance. Saying this, Lin Shuo slid his chair back slightly, revealing his desk drawer to Fei Shuwen. Fei Shuwen leaned in for a closer look and froze in place. Inside the drawer, it was packed with all kinds of snacks, and there were even numerous letters that clearly had been handwritten by girls. Damn! Who gave you all this? No idea. It was already piled up like this when I got here. If you're interested, I can show you. Lin Shuo replied with a faint smile. Truth be told, even he was a bit surprised that so many people at school cared about him. Chapter 200, Father and Son Reunited. No idea. I just found them in the desk when I arrived today. Want me to open them up for you? Lin Shuo gestured toward the drawer, signaling Fei Shuwen to look for himself. Come on, just share some snacks with me. The sympathy letters? No thanks. Fei Shuwen's tone carried a hint of envy. You know, maybe I should go to the TV station for an interview too, expose the crimes in my own family? What? Were you also raised by foster parents? Lin Shuo was skeptical. Fei Shuwen didn't seem like someone with a tragic past. Could there really be some hidden story? It's mostly my mom. Fei Shuwen sounded genuinely distressed. After I got called in for that parent-teacher meeting, she actually bought me a whole box of 3-year college entrance exam practice tests and 2 years of mock exams. She even confiscated my computer, saying I needed to focus on studying for the college entrance exam and stop doing anything unrelated to my studies. Do you think she's still a real mother? Lin Shuo shot Fei Shuwen a speechless look. If not for the crowd, he would have slapped him across the face twice. No way. The more I think about this, the angrier I get. I'm going to expose her on TV. What kind of mother treats her own son like this? Not only does she refuse to lighten his load, she actually buys him all these extra practice papers. As he spoke, Fei Shuwen genuinely started dialing the TV station's number. Lin Shuo, standing nearby, immediately stopped Fei Shuwen from this suicidal act. Give it a rest. Do you think your parents combined couldn't beat you to death? If your mom found out you were thinking like this, you wouldn't see tomorrow's sunrise. You might have a point there, Fei Shuwen nodded thoughtfully. Fine, she is my mom after all. I'll let her off this time. Alright, let's go eat first. If we wait much longer, there won't even be any food left. Lin Shuo stood up and urged them. Alright, food comes first. Fei Shuwen nodded in agreement. High schoolers had terrifyingly big appetites. If they really went late, the cafeteria would probably only have leftovers by then. The two walked out of the classroom together. As they left, Lin Shuo glanced back at the classroom where Lin Fengyu was. Seems like that kid really didn't come to school today, Fei Shuwen muttered. Probably got beaten up so badly last time he's too scared to show his face. But ever since you were on TV, people been talking about him all over campus. His reputation's totally ruined now. Who cares? Lin Shuo shrugged nonchalantly. If Lin Fengyu showed up at school, he'd make sure the kid paid dearly. Too bad, Fei Shuwen sighed regretfully. But he quickly dismissed the thought. After all, Lin Fengyu had only ever been a minor disruption in their lives. The two headed to the cafeteria, finding seats to grab a bite. After a casual chat over their meal, they stopped by a shop off campus to buy 2 cups of bubble tea before returning to campus for evening study hall. What were your parents thinking, abandoning such a decent son like you to choose that good-for-nothing Lin Fengyu instead? In all the years I've known him, I've never found a single redeeming quality in that kid. On the way back, Fei Shuwen couldn't resist venting again. Lin Shuo didn't comment on this, just smiled and listened. Lin Fengyu had been tormented badly enough lately. He didn't feel the need to take revenge on him every single day. Holy crap! Am I seeing things? That guy looks like your dad. Wait, ex-dad? Just as they were about to enter the school gates, Fei Shuwen rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Lin Shuo frowned and looked in the direction Fei Shuwen was pointing. Sure enough, not far away, a figure he detested intensely appeared at the school gate. Lin Shuo, who had clearly been waiting at the gate for some time, spotted Lin Shuo. He stubbed out his cigarette and strode purposefully toward him. Well, isn't this Lin Fengyu's father? How come you have time to visit the school today? Sorry to disappoint you, Uncle Lin Fengyu isn't here. You've come all this way for nothing. Fei Shuwen immediately launched into a barrage of sarcastic remarks. Naturally, he couldn't possibly have a kind word for this father who had abandoned his wife and child. Get lost. Lin Shenghong shot Fei Shuwen a cold glance. Ever since Lin Shuo left home, a series of events had unfolded, leaving him with no favorable impression of this kid named Fei. Still, he simply didn't have the energy to argue with a high schooler right now. Uncle Lin, why start with insults? I meant well. Fei Shuwen grinned, stepping forward to block Lin Shenghong from reaching Lin Shuo. With so many people at the school gate, he wasn't afraid Lin Shenghong would dare do anything to him. Who the hell said I was being nice? I don't have time to argue with you right now. Lin Shenghong's tone was impatient as he shoved Fei Shuwen aside. Go stand over there. But at that moment, Lin Shuo stepped forward and grabbed Lin Shenghong's arm. Spit it out. Don't lay a finger on my friend. The cold words stunned Lin Shenghong. Despite his mental preparation, Lin Shuo's gaze like that of an enemy stirred a surge of irritation within him. Lin Shuo, don't worry. I'll go find the teacher. Fei Shuwen shot a wary glance at Lin Shenghong. It's fine. He won't dare do anything to me here. Lin Shuo gave Fei Shuwen a reassuring look. He could tell Lin Shenghong had come here specifically to talk to him today, and he already had a rough idea of what Lin Shenghong wanted to discuss. Seeing this, Fei Shuwen didn't press the issue. He stepped aside a few paces, keeping a close eye on their movements. Cut to the chase. Just say what you need from me. Don't waste my time with nonsense like missing me, Lin Shuo said coldly. Some things aren't convenient to discuss here. Let's find somewhere else to talk, Lin Shenghong said in a low voice, glancing at Fei Shuwen beside them. I disagree. What business can't be discussed in public? If you won't speak, I have other matters to attend to and won't waste my time here with you. Lin Shuo replied expressionlessly, showing no intention of giving Lin Shenghong any face. You! Lin Shenghong nearly lost his temper, struggling to contain his rage. Even though he knew full well he was the one responsible for this mess, he still couldn't accept that the son who once obeyed his every word was now speaking to him in such a tone. Chapter 201, Are you even fit to be a father? Lin Shuo, despite our differences, shouldn't you at least speak to your father with some respect? Lin Shenghong forced himself to calm down. After all, I am your biological father. If not for me, you wouldn't even exist in this world. Ha! Lin Shuo scoffed coldly. Lin Chenghong, don't you blush when you say things like that? If I'd known I'd be born to you, I'd have been better off dead. With all the things you've done, how does any of it resemble a father's actions? Do you even deserve to speak to me like this? You little bastard, what nonsense are you spouting?
Lin Chenghong's anger turned to fury, his tone growing harsher.
What? Is there anything wrong with what I said? Lin Shuo stared intently at Lin Chenghong's face. Allowing the mistress to kidnap your own son, condoning the illegitimate child's relentless humiliation of your biological son, permitting the mistress to abuse me for over a decade. Tell me, is this what a real father does? You. Lin Chenghong clenched his fists, yet no words of rebuttal came out. Because he knew all too well that every word was true. Wait, I did get one thing wrong.
Lin Shuo suddenly corrected himself.
I shouldn't have called you my biological father.
A piece of like you doesn't deserve to have offspring. I don't know how you even have the nerve to show your face to me. If I were you, I'd find a wall and smash my head against it.
Shut your mouth. Lin Chenghong's face flushed crimson with shame as he snapped back. I didn't come here today for you to lecture me on fatherhood.
You carry my blood in your veins.
No matter how much you hate me, that fact won't change. So what?
Lin Shuo replied coldly.
Didn't you ever think you'd face this day when you treated me like that?
Lin Chenghong, how you treated me then is how I treat you now. No, I'll repay you double.
You little bastard.
Lin Chenghong, utterly enraged and humiliated, raised his hand, unable to restrain himself from striking out.
But how could Lin Shuo give him that chance? The moment he saw the hand rise, he stepped back.
Fei Shuwen, standing nearby, immediately grabbed his phone. Uncle Lin, if you dare lay a finger on him, I'm calling the cops right now.
Assaulting a minor will land you at least 10 days to a month in jail, won't it? Off!
Lin Chenghong roared, enraged.
I'm disciplining my own son. This is my family's business. What's it got to do with you? Even if the cops show up, they can't tell me what to do.
Despite his words, Lin Chenghong's raised hand ultimately fell. At this critical juncture, landing in jail over such a matter would only make his current situation worse.
Especially since the Lu family wouldn't hesitate to kick him while he was down. With that realization, Lin Chenghong gritted his teeth and swallowed his anger.
Seeing Lin Chenghong lower his hand, Fei Shuwen finally spoke up.
That's more like it. This is a society governed by law. There are cameras everywhere here. If you'd laid a hand on him, Uncle Lin, you wouldn't have gotten away with it. And let me tell you, Uncle Lin, how could you even bring yourself to do it?
The things you've done, even an outsider like me feels ashamed. Ing veins bulged on Lin Chenghong's temples with rage. If not for the surveillance cameras overhead in the school entrance, he would have slapped Fei Shuwen across the face right then and there. In all his years in business, when had anyone ever dared to talk down to him like this? Especially some wet behind the ears kid. So Lin Chenghong, you came all this way just to get yelled at? Lin Shuo poured fuel on the fire without mercy.
If that's the case, I've had my fill of yelling. You can get the hell out now. Shut up. Lin Chenghong snapped.
I came here today to discuss serious business with you.
Then get on with it. Don't waste my time. Lin Shuo urged impatiently.
Fuming so hard his chest nearly burst, Lin Chenghong had no choice but to grit his teeth and speak, despite the constant verbal assault.
I saw your TV interview yesterday. Name your price. Do another interview immediately to turn public opinion around.
Today alone, no fewer than 10 TV stations had sought interviews with him.
Some troublemakers had even splashed paint at his company's entrance, screaming that he was a bastard.
Even many of his own employees had resigned over this incident.
This was nearly the final straw that would break the camel's back. TSK, TSK, TSK. Is this how you beg for favors?
Lin Shuo's words dripped with contempt.
Then what do you want me to do?
Lin Chenghong fought back his rage, his entire being on the verge of exploding.
Fei Shuwen chimed in from the side. You've done so many things to wrong Lin Shuo, and now you expect him to let you off?
At the very least, kneel down and kowtow a few times to show some sincerity.
Damn it, you little bastard, you're everywhere.
Lin Chenghong's eyes turned bloodshot. There's no such thing in this world as a father kneeling before his son. But I've never heard of a father abandoning his own son at birth, then indulging his bastard son to bully his biological child with impunity, Fei Shuwen retorted mercilessly.
You?
Lin Chenghong was rendered speechless.
Cut it out.
With your attitude right now, anyone watching would think Lin Shuo is begging you.
Damn it.
Lin Chenghong cursed furiously.
He felt like he could kill Fei Shuwen right then and there. Lin Shuo.
Lin Chenghong forced himself to calm down.
These matters are between us as father and son.
I know I've been the one at fault all these years as your father.
I admit it. So, on this matter, I'm apologizing to you. Here's the deal, name your price. Once I resolve this company crisis, I'll make it up to you properly. Whatever you want to do in the future, I, as your father, will support you wholeheartedly. Hearing this, Lin Shuo couldn't help but laugh out loud. What are you laughing at?
I'm laughing at how utterly hypocritical you are spouting such deceitful nonsense.
Hypocritical? Do you think everything I just said was a lie? Then what else could it be? Then tell me, what exactly must I do for you to believe me? Lin Shuo demanded in a deep voice. Simple.
Lin Shuo smiled faintly, then spoke slowly and deliberately in front of Lin Shuo. Just kill Lin Fengyu and Lu Yulan right here in front of me, and I'll believe every word you just said.
Chapter 202, The Agreement. Lin Shuo, have you lost your mind?
Lin Shuo's face paled at the demand, utterly stunned by the outrageous request.
Now you think I'm crazy?
Lin Shuo sneered coldly.
So you expect me to magnanimously let go of everything I've endured over the years, then bail you out of your hopeless predicament all without paying any price? Where in this world do such good deals exist?
Lin Shuo, I know Fengyu has done many things to you over the years that were out of line. But don't push things to the extreme, you two are brothers after all.
Lin Shuo gritted his teeth.
He is your own flesh and blood, no matter what. You could have handled this differently, made him apologize to you, for instance. There was absolutely no need to take it this far.
No, you old fool, how dare you say such things?
Fei Shuwen lost his composure on the spot.
And you're telling Lin Shuo not to be so ruthless? You didn't get the hint until the whip cracked on your own back, did you? If you're so magnanimous, why didn't you apologize to Xiao Shuo earlier? Someone like you should stay indoors during thunderstorms.
Otherwise, I'd worry you'd get struck by lightning. Hearing this, Lin Shuo's face flushed alternately crimson and purple, his desire to beat Fei Shuwen to death growing ever stronger.
Lin Shuo, oh Lin Shuo, Lin Shuo sneered. You keep calling Fengyu my own brother, but when did you ever consider me your own son? Why did he get to enjoy all your favors while I was left alone to rot in that hellhole for over a decade? And over the years, you know full well what Lin Fengyu has done to me. Never mind what's going on in your head, but even now that you're so desperate you've come crawling to me, your words still show favoritism toward him. I'm starting to wonder if you were Lin Fengyu's servant in a past life, devoted to him for eternity, only to be reborn to serve him again in this one. Such scathing words made Lin Shuo's face flush with embarrassment.
He opened his mouth to retort, but Lin Shuo cut him off again without mercy.
Enough. Lin Shuo, there's nothing left to discuss between us. Since you want my help this time, I'll assist you for the sake of my father. So you won't accuse me of being unfilial later.
At these words, even Fei Shuwen's face froze in disbelief, staring at Lin Shuo with utter astonishment.
The sun rising in the west? Xiao Shuo, you.
Before Fei Shuwen could stop him, Lin Shuo blurted out, Good.
Father hasn't raised you in vain. Once this matter is resolved, whatever compensation you want, I'll give it to you.
Lin Shuo's expression remained unchanged.
But I haven't finished speaking yet. While I'm willing to help you this time, shouldn't you show some sincerity in return? After all these years of suffering, you can't expect me to just let it go so easily, can you?
Lin Shuo seemed to grasp something and immediately offered, I have some cash on hand.
I can put up 10 million yuan as compensation for now.
Once the company resolves all the follow-up issues, I'll gift you a villa worth over 10 million as well. Lin Shuo's expression remained unchanged. He spoke calmly, you must understand that turning public opinion around in your favor now is no simple task.
And you should know this isn't just my doing.
While I may have been the spark that ignited this whole affair, the current trend of public opinion has already taken shape. If I were to tell them that you've spent all this money only to see their efforts go to waste, I doubt this matter would be resolved.
Lin Shuo's face darkened instantly. He understood the subtext in Lin Shuo's words perfectly well. In short, he had offered too little, leaving Lin Shuo unwilling to assist. You know Dad's situation right now. The company is facing numerous problems. So I simply can't offer more than this. How about this? Dad and you sign an agreement. Once the problem is resolved, I'll transfer some company shares to you. How does that sound? Truthfully, I've wanted to gift you some company shares since you came of age years ago. But work has been overwhelming these past years, and then we had that unpleasant falling out recently, so it kept getting pushed aside. Now that the opportunity has presented itself, I'll transfer the shares rightfully yours, plus give you a little extra. What do you think? Lin Shuo's demeanor softened considerably, a stark contrast to the menacing figure who had just raised his hand to strike. Because the only chance to turn the situation around was right before him, and he didn't want to let it slip away. Even if it meant losing some face, he didn't care. After all, as long as the company remained intact, any sacrifice would be worthwhile. Lin Shuo nodded thoughtfully. All right. Considering you're my biological father, this gesture is barely sufficient. I have no objections on my end. But when exactly will those promises of yours materialize? If you're in a hurry, I can arrange the funds today. The shares might take a few more days, though. Beyond that, I'll need you to sign a guarantee agreement. It's not that I don't trust you, Dad. After all, I've been in business for so many years that I've developed this habit. Without a contract, I might feel uneasy. You should understand, right? So basically, you're worried I'll renege and screw you over? Lin Shuo grinned. Xiao Shuo, you can't put it that way. Business has its principles. Signing an agreement is just for security. Enough. You're basically saying you don't trust me. Why all the beating around the bush?
Lin Shuo waved his hand, cutting him off. I'll sign the agreement, but you need to deliver on your promise ASAP.
Alright, it's settled then.
Lin Changhong, fearing Lin Shuo might change his mind, hurriedly added, I'll transfer the money to you before tonight.
Then we can all have dinner together as a family. Family?
Lin Shuo sneered inwardly. His expression remained impassive as he nodded.
Let's skip the dinner. I'm preparing for the college entrance exams and am quite busy. You go about your business. Alright. Focus on your studies. Once you get into a top university, Dad will give you a huge reward.
For the first time ever, Lin Changhong flashed a genuine smile at Lin Shuo.
Chapter 203, You're the one getting screwed. Watching Lin Changhong's hypocritical facade, Lin Shuo grabbed Fei Shuwen and headed straight back to school without looking back.
He knew Lin Changhong's character all too well. Had he not agreed to help shift public opinion earlier, Lin Changhong would never have adopted this attitude, let alone put on such an unprecedented show of concern.
Xiao Shuo, have you lost your mind? Why would you agree to something like that? Fei Shuwen blurted out the moment Lin Changhong left.
Knowing Lin Shuo as he did, Fei Shuwen was certain that behind the decision lay some ulterior motive.
Yet despite this understanding, a lingering worry nagged at him. Had Lin Shuo suddenly lost his mind, genuinely intending to aid Lin Changhong? How could I be crazy?
Lin Shuo smiled faintly, signaling Fei Shuwen to relax.
He then pulled something out and waved it in front of Fei Shuwen. Take a look at this. What do you think it is?
Staring at the jet-like object resembling a pen, Fei Shuwen's expression froze in surprise before shifting to utter disbelief.
A voice recorder? The recorder in Lin Shuo's hand was clearly pressed against the record button.
Evidently, the entire conversation he just had with Lin Changhong had been captured.
Nice move, kid. I knew you weren't up to anything good.
Fei Shuwen's eyes lit up as he slapped Lin Shuo on the shoulder. With this, we can really put that old bastard Lin Changhong through hell.
What do you mean I'm up to no good?
Lin Shuo shot Fei Shuwen a disapproving look.
I've been preparing for this all along.
Right after the TV interview, I knew Lin Changhong would come after me sooner or later. He's in a tight spot now, so he'd be desperate to turn the tables on me. That's why I kept this recorder on me, waiting for him to walk right into it. Lin Shuo explained slowly.
So that's how it was. Fei Shuwen nodded in sudden understanding. So now you're planning to use this recorder to screw that old bastard Lin Changhong over one more time, right?
Of course.
Did you really think I'd help him escape public scrutiny?
Lin Shuo sneered. I told you however he treated me back then, that's exactly how I'll repay him. Not only that, I'll make him pay double.
Excellent. That's just like you.
Fei Shuwen patted Lin Shuo's shoulder with satisfaction, then added with a hint of schadenfreude, that old bastard Lin Changhong is in for another big loss. But the guy's pretty cautious, at least he had you sign the agreement first.
Too bad about that money though. That's no small sum.
10 million in cash if spent wisely, it could easily sustain a comfortable life for a lifetime. I should still consult Uncle Wu about this, Lin Shuo mused for a moment. After all, he has more experience with these kinds of matters. Plus, this recording needs some editing to make it more impactful. As for the money and shares, it depends on whether Uncle Wu can pull something off. But even if we can't get them, it'll still be good to screw Lin Changhong over.
After all, you can't bite off more than you can chew.
The ultimate goal is to make sure Lin Changhong takes a proper fall. Fei Shuwen nodded in agreement after hearing this. He too felt entrusting this matter to Wu Changqiu was the best course. After all, the man was a seasoned veteran at setting traps. At the same time, he couldn't wait to see Lin Changhong's furious expression once he realized he'd been set up by Lin Shuo.
But are you sure you can sway Uncle Wu? Fei Shuwen voiced his concern.
Lin Shuo scratched his nose awkwardly.
He couldn't very well mention that he was practically Wu Changqiu's son-in-law now. Who else would help him if not him?
Even if Wu Changqiu wanted to punch him in the face right now, he'd have to help for his daughter's sake. Lin Shuo then pulled out his phone, found a number, and dialed it immediately.
After a few rings, the call connected. Wu Changqiu's familiar voice came through. Hey, you little bastard, what do you want? Thinking of getting stuffed in a sack and dumped in the river? Wu Changqiu's tone was clearly annoyed. He'd recognized Lin Shuo's voice. This little punk who'd stolen his daughter, he'd love to whip him with a belt. He never expected the kid to have the nerve to call him himself. That familiar tone left Fei Shuwen momentarily stunned. He glanced at Lin Shuo with utter bewilderment in his eyes. What had this kid been up to behind his back? Why did the moment the call connected, the other end immediately start hurling insults? Ahem. Actually, I have something I'd like to ask Uncle Wu about. Lin Shuo cleared his throat awkwardly. Damn it, I knew you wouldn't call me for anything good. Just wait till you break up with Jinger, then you'll see what I do to you. Wu Changqiu barked over the phone without holding back. Spit it out. What's on your mind? Spill it already. Well, Uncle Wu, I don't think I'll be breaking up with Sister Jing, Lin Shuo said awkwardly.
Fei Shuwen, standing nearby, looked as though he'd just swallowed a giant watermelon seed. He stood frozen in place, his mouth agape, unable to utter a word for a long moment.
Fine, fine. You little bastard, send me the address and I'll sink you to the bottom of the river today.
Wu Changqiu replied through gritted teeth. Hearing Wu Changqiu's words, Lin Shuo showed no sign of panic. After all, he was bound to meet Wu Changqiu today. The matter involving Lin Changhong couldn't be explained in a few sentences.
So he replied, Uncle Wu, I'm at school right now. Why don't you wait for me after evening study? Meet me at the school gate? Fine. The school, right? I'll drive over now. You just wait for me.
After saying that, Lin Shuo heard a clatter of sounds on the other end of the line, clearly the sound of Wu Changqiu getting dressed.
Xiao Shua, are you really okay?
Fei Shuwen asked with concern. Even through the phone, he could sense the anger in Wu Changqiu's voice, yet Lin Shuo showed no sign of panic. He simply hung up. He knew Wu Changqiu was just talking tough, venting his emotions verbally. After all, if he had a daughter someday, he'd probably find his son-in-law unsettling too. But once they actually got to the school, he didn't think Wu Changqiu would do anything to her. Otherwise, the one getting threatened with a sack over his head wouldn't be Wu Changqiu on the phone, it would be a few black-clad bodyguards showing up to dump him in the river.
Chapter 204, Yes, we have a child.
Wait, Xiao Shua, what did I just hear?
Only after Lin Shuo hung up did Fei Shuwen snap out of his shock, asking incredulously, You're really dating Sister Jing?
Yeah, why?
No, when exactly did this happen?
Just the other day.
Weren't you still here then? Damn it.
Fei Shuwen finally couldn't hold back a curse.
Didn't you say before that you treated Sister Jing like your own sister? How did she suddenly become your girlfriend?
This is just too crazy.
Ahem.
That was true before, but things have changed now, haven't they? Lin Shuo shifted his gaze nervously. Besides, you know how it is with feelings, sometimes you just can't control them. Cut to the chase.
Get to the point.
Well, first it was like that, then it went like this, and then we ended up together.
What exactly happened?
Fei Shuwen was utterly baffled.
Alright, that question isn't important. We can talk about it next time we have a chance. Damn it.
Fei Shuwen snapped irritably, no wonder every time I see you and Sister Jing together, something feels off between you two.
Turns out you've been dating her all along. It's nothing like you think.
Lin Shuo sighed helplessly. Sister Jing and I just started seeing each other these past couple of days. Before that, we were absolutely nothing.
I don't buy your bull. One minute she's my good sister, the next she's your girlfriend. Who knows if you're even telling the truth now?
Fei Shuwen rolled his eyes.
Spill it. How far have you two gone?
At this point, Lin Shuo suddenly felt a twinge of guilt. Images of Wu Mengjing involuntarily flashed through his mind, and it felt like the warmth of her touch still lingered on his cheeks. His words stumbled out, and nothing at all.
Is that so?
Fei Shuwen shot Lin Shuo a skeptical look, her face full of doubt.
What else could it be? I'm just a high school student. What could possibly happen?
Lin Shuo replied, forcing himself to keep his composure.
But speaking of which, are you sure it's okay for Uncle Wu to come over later?
Fei Shuwen casually brought it up. Truth be told, he was a bit worried. As far as he knew, Wu Changqiu had only one precious daughter. Now that Lin Shuo had taken her, it would be a lie to say Wu Changqiu didn't want to strangle him.
How did the saying go?
Fathers-in-law and sons-in-law are natural enemies. If he had a precious daughter who finally grew up, only to be snatched away by some greenhorn son-in-law, he'd lock that kid up and beat him senseless for 10 straight days. Don't worry, we get along just fine, Lin Shuo assured him with a reassuring glance.
Half an hour later.
With a screech of brakes, a black Mercedes skidded to a halt right at the school gate. Such a dramatic entrance even startled the dozing security guard in his booth, who sprang to his feet, eyeing Wu Changqiu warily as he stepped out of the car. Especially since the man sported a menacing dark complexion and carried a woven bag whose contents were unknown.
Oh no, Xiao Shua, you better run.
With this setup, you won't make it through today, Fei Shuwen exclaimed, immediately starting to pray for Lin Shuo's safety.
You little brat. Wu Changqiu's furious voice echoed through the air.
Uncle Wu, long time no see, Lin Shuo grinned as he walked over.
Enough. No need for pleasantries.
Put this sack over your head yourself. Wu Changqiu tossed the woven bag onto the ground, his voice thick with irritation.
Don't make me do it myself. Ahem. Uncle Wu, it's not like we have such deep-seated issues between us, right?
Lin Shuo cleared his throat awkwardly to mask his unease.
Uncle Wu? You little brat think you can call me that?
Wu Changqiu blared, ready to devour the kid before him alive.
Then, father-in-law?
Lin Shuo didn't know if he was getting carried away or if some nerve had suddenly snapped, but those words slipped out of his mouth as if possessed.
Holy, you're ruthless. Even Fei Shuwen beside him couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. The man addressed, Wu Changqiu, froze momentarily, staring blankly at Lin Shuo.
Only then did his face slowly turn a deep purple.
What did you just call me? Uncle. Uncle Wu.
Lin Shuo immediately played dumb, his heart pounding wildly. Thankfully, he hadn't uttered that other word earlier, otherwise, he'd have been stuffed into a burlap sack and sunk to the riverbed for sure.
You little brat. Wu Changqiu exploded in rage. Just wait till I get my hands on you. Uncle Wu, calm down. Lin Shuo didn't run.
Instead, he raised his hands to shield his vital areas.
Things unfolded exactly as he'd anticipated.
Wu Changqiu merely needed to vent his anger and had no intention of actually striking. His raised hand merely tapped Lin Shuo lightly on the head before stopping.
You brat. Wu Changqiu sighed helplessly.
The kid really didn't know when to run, making his little show of force look utterly ridiculous.
Uncle Wu, how about we just forget about this?
Lin Shuo tentatively suggested.
Forget it, my ass. Wu Changqiu couldn't hold back the curse. If you've got the guts, don't tell Jinger about this.
That might be a bit difficult, Lin Shuo pondered seriously.
I don't have any enemies at school right now.
If Sister Jing sees my injuries, she'll definitely suspect you, Uncle Wu.
Can't you just say you fell? Would Sister Jing really buy such a lame excuse?
Given her sharp mind, she'd definitely connect the dots back to you, Uncle Wu, Lin Shuo replied noncommittally.
So Uncle Wu, let's sit down and talk this through properly.
Besides, Uncle Wu, I genuinely have something to discuss with you today.
Consult my ass. Wu Changqiu erupted without a moment's hesitation. Don't even think about marrying Jinger. Give up that notion for good.
Lin Shuo instantly felt embarrassed. Well, I did have that thought, but what I'm here to discuss has nothing to do with that.
Then what is it? Wu Changqiu raised an eyebrow.
As if suddenly struck by a thought, his expression turned vicious. You better not tell me you and Jinger already have a child.
Chapter 205, Trouble Brewing in Lincheng.
Hearing Wu Changqiu's harsh words, even Lin Shuo couldn't help but shudder. He was certain that if he'd nodded in agreement just now, Wu Changqiu would have stuffed him into a burlap sack.
No. Absolutely not.
Lin Shuo hurriedly explained.
Jing and I haven't progressed that far yet. We're only at the stage of holding hands. Really? You're not lying to me? Wu Changqiu shot Lin Shuo a skeptical look. Ahem. Of course not. Lin Shuo cleared his throat. Let's get back to the serious matter at hand. Fine. You better have something important to say, kid. Wu Changqiu grunted.
Here's the thing, Lin Shuo began. Lin Shenghong came looking for me today. The moment those words left his mouth, Wu Changqiu's expression immediately turned serious. He clearly recognized the gravity of the situation.
Tell me exactly what happened. Well, it happened like this.
Lin Shuo began recounting the day's events in detail. You're actually being pretty cautious, kid. After listening, Wu Changqiu nodded with some surprise. Even though he disliked Lin Shuo intensely, he had to admit at this moment that the kid showed a level of maturity completely uncharacteristic of a high school student. At least, many of his own acquaintances at this age fell far short of such composure.
So Uncle Wu, do you think there's any room for me to maneuver in this situation?
Lin Shuo pressed on. Wu Changqiu stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before replying, there is room to maneuver, but it'll be tricky. After all, Lin Shenghong may not be the most upstanding character, but he built his empire from the ground up in his early years. So his company definitely employs a professional legal team.
Finding loopholes in such an agreement would be tough unless there's a mole within his company. So this is impossible? Lin Shuo sounded disappointed.
On the surface, it seems impossible. But you should still take all the money in the agreement he offered. After all, why pass up a free lunch?
Lin Shuo raised an eyebrow. He suspected this might be another one of Wu Changqiu's inexplicable tests. As for him, he probably won't have time to bother you anymore.
Wu Changqiu paused, his tone suggestive. If I told you he's likely to encounter an accident soon, would you believe me?
An accident? Lin Shuo frowned. What do you mean?
It's rather complicated.
How should I put this? It's likely connected to events from many years ago. Did you know Lin Shenghong had a younger brother before this?
And there was also a childhood friend who grew up with him.
And then? Lin Shuo's interest was immediately piqued.
During his years with the Lin family, he had never heard of such matters, let alone seen the two individuals Wu Changqiu mentioned. Later, the company grew increasingly prominent in Jiangcheng City, and these three individuals gained some notoriety within the city's elite circles, Wu Changqiu continued. Until the day before the company went public, the other two met with an accident. Which means only Lin Shenghong survived among the three. Hearing this, Lin Shuo finally sensed something was amiss, otherwise, Wu Changqiu wouldn't have brought it up specifically. Lin Shenghong's parents passed away early. His younger brother, though married, had little affection for his wife due to business demands. After his death, his wife remarried quickly. As for Lin Shenghong's childhood friend, he was an orphan raised by his grandparents. After they passed away, he was left without anyone to care for him. Although the police had suspicions about both cases at the time, due to lack of evidence and various complicated factors, both cases ultimately went unsolved.
It wasn't until 10 years ago that another incident befell Lin Shenghong. Guess what happened? Lin Shenghong killed again? Lin Shuo frowned.
It was indeed a murder case, but this time Lin Shenghong was the one who was stabbed to death.
Wu Changqiu suddenly took on a meaningful tone. Lin Shenghong was stabbed by my uncle's wife?
Lin Shuo pondered for a moment before speaking.
Not quite.
It was your uncle's son, your cousin named Lin Tian.
Lin Tian.
Lin Shuo murmured the name softly to himself before asking, so what happened afterward? The plan failed, of course. But committing such a crime meant he was arrested by the police. Moreover, Lin Shenghong specifically used some means to extend his sentence to 10 years. Wu Changqiu paused here before continuing. But he was released from prison not long ago. The moment he walked out, he was immediately taken away by the Lu family. Hearing this, Lin Shuo could already foresee what awaited Lin Shenghong next. The Lu family and Lin Shenghong had long-standing conflicts, and Lin Tian's release would undoubtedly become a sharp weapon in the Lu family's hands. He didn't know the specifics of what had happened back then, but now that Lin Tian had the Su family backing him, the outcome and direction of events would certainly not be the same as before. So you shouldn't get involved in this matter. The current situation is no longer just a conflict between you and Lin Shenghong. Moreover, if you get involved in certain matters, it won't look good if word gets out. Even Jinger might get dragged into it. Hand over the voice recorder later. When Lin Shenghong hands you the agreement, just sign it. This is what that bastard owes you after all these years. Leave the rest to me. You just focus on Jinger. Wu Changqiu suddenly slapped himself across the face. You better stay the hell away from Jinger, got it? Lin Shuo shifted his gaze nervously, pretending not to hear the remark. You little bastard, playing dead again. Wu Changqiu glared at Lin Shuo viciously before picking up the woven bag he'd tossed aside earlier. I've got business to attend to now. No time for this. In a couple days, I'll take you somewhere. And don't you dare tell Jinger about this, got it? Where? Lin Shuo couldn't help but lean forward to ask. None of your business. You'll find out when the time comes. Wu Changqiu muttered a few curses before climbing into the car under Lin Shuo's watchful gaze. Chapter 206, Voice Lost. The moment Wu Changqiu was gone, Fei Shuwen immediately sprang to his feet, grinning broadly at Lin Shuo. Hey, Shuo, you're something else, aren't you? Calling your father-in-law over like that. What nonsense, Lin Shuo rolled his eyes impatiently. I was just saying. You're overthinking it. Bull. I can see right through you, you're trying to make a done deal out of nothing. Spill it, when exactly do you plan to tie the knot? Fei Shuwen grinned mischievously. Not a chance, Lin Shuo retorted irritably. He couldn't understand why Wu Changqiu was thinking so far ahead, and now even Fei Shuwen was jumping to conclusions. I don't buy it. If it's not even close, how could you call him father-in-law? Fei Shuwen scoffed, clearly unconvinced. You'll find out soon enough, Lin Shuo replied before turning and striding back toward the school without looking back. Jiang City First Hospital. Lin Wanwan sat in her wheelchair, her heart heavy as she looked at Su Dinglan and Lin Wenxian, both still unconscious beside her. Wanwan, why don't you go get some sleep? No need, Lin Wanwan shook her head. Outside, the sky had grown dim, yet the ward remained brightly lit. Her bandaged face was reflected on the glass. Almost instinctively, she averted her gaze. The fragile peace she had managed to achieve was now shattered once more. I don't want to sleep now. Lin Wanjuan's voice trembled involuntarily. Every time she closed her eyes, her mind would uncontrollably conjure the hideous face beneath her bandages. Don't push yourself too hard. Lin Xiaolu sighed, understanding her sister's state of mind. She didn't press further. But when she turned her head, she noticed a slight movement on the hospital bed. Lin Wenxian, unconscious for 2 days, seemed to twitch her finger ever so slightly. The movement was so faint that even Lin Xiaolu herself wondered if it might have been a trick of the mind. Is my little sister waking up? Lin Wanwan seemed to have noticed the movement too, shifting her gaze to Lin Wenxian. Soon, the two of them truly saw it. Lin Wenxian's body seemed to have shifted slightly. She really seems to be waking up. Lin Xiaolu hurried over. Little sister. Lin Wanwan, setting aside her own emotions, rushed forward and called out anxiously several times. Though Lin Wenxian on the hospital bed offered no response, she seemed to have heard the calls. Her body stirred again, and this time the movement was clear enough for both sisters to see. Quick! Quickly call the doctor! Lin Wanwan cried urgently. Little sister, can you hear your sister's voice? I beg you, please wake up soon. Wake up! 1 minute. 3 minutes passed. 10 minutes passed. Time ticked by second, and the two sisters grew increasingly anxious. Finally, the unconscious Lin Wenxian stirred. She opened her eyes in confusion, as if emerging from an incredibly long dream, still unable to distinguish reality from illusion. She's awake. Wenxian, you're finally awake. Thank goodness, truly, thank goodness. Overcome with joy, both women wept, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Amidst the calls of concern, the awakened Lin Wenxian finally came to her senses. She turned her head, glancing at Lin Wanwan with her face wrapped in bandages, then at Lin Xiaolu, who looked utterly exhausted. Her mouth opened slightly as if to speak, but something seemed to dawn on her, and her expression changed instantly.
Little sister? What's wrong with you? Lin Wanwan quickly noticed Lin Wenxian's unusual state and hurriedly asked, Little sister, are you still in pain elsewhere? The doctor said you have multiple fractures. Don't move around. I'll have the doctor come in to check on you. But Lin Wenxian only waved her hands frantically, pointing at her throat and making muffled sounds, her eyes brimming with tears. Only then did Lin Wanwan grasp the gravity of the situation, panic flashing in her eyes. Wenxian, are you saying you can't speak anymore? Lin Wenxian nodded urgently, her mouth agape as she struggled to form words. Only broken syllables escaped her, pushing her to the brink of collapse. She even began choking her own throat in a desperate attempt to make a sound. How could she lose her voice? Lin Wanjuan's eyes reddened with panic. She rushed to the door and shouted, Doctor. Is there a doctor here? A few minutes later, the doctor arrived at the ward. Both women, already haggard from lack of rest, now looked even paler. Doctor, what's going on? Why can't my little sister speak? Lin Wanwan asked urgently. It's highly likely that the car accident caused brain damage, which in turn affected the neural centers controlling speech. However, we won't know the specifics until we run tests, the doctor replied. Then, is there any chance my sister will recover? She's so young she can't just stay mute like this. Doctor, please, I beg you, help her. Lin Wanwan pleaded desperately. Regarding that question, we can't give you any guarantees. We can only say we'll do our utmost to help her recover. The doctor paused before continuing, but based on our experience, her chances of recovery are actually quite promising. She really can recover? Lin Wanwan gripped the doctor's hand excitedly. Well, we'll arrange for the patient to undergo relevant tests as soon as possible. In the meantime, you must also do your best to support the pancreatic cancer patient. Help her establish a regular routine and schedule, and above all, ensure she maintains an optimistic outlook. After finishing, the doctor gave a few more instructions before leaving the ward. Wenxian, did you hear what the doctor said? He said there's a very good chance you'll recover. Don't worry. Lin Wanwan comforted her softly. Beside her, Lin Shuo gripped Lin Wenxian's hand tightly, her eyes betraying an unmistakable sadness. Lin Wenxian nodded silently. But deep down, she knew all too well. The doctor's words were nothing more than comforting rhetoric. A condition involving nerve damage like hers wasn't something that could be cured with a few reassuring phrases. Perhaps she never have the chance to speak again. The thought that she had only just started college, yet would never speak again, filled Lin Wenxian with overwhelming sorrow. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Had she truly committed too many misdeeds over the years, only to receive this retribution today? Chapter 207, Su Dinglan's Amnesia. At this thought, Lin Wenxian unconsciously clenched the quilt in her hands tightly. Agony spread across her face, and finally, she couldn't hold back any longer. She bowed her head and began to weep bitterly. Little sister, don't cry. The doctor said this illness can be cured. Lin Wanwan tried to wipe Lin Wenxian's tears, but her own tears flowed uncontrollably from her eyes, her voice breaking with her own sobs. Hearing her sister's comforting words, Lin Wenxian lifted her head to look at her younger sister. Seeing Lin Wanwan, half her head wrapped in bandages, crying even more pitifully, Lin Wenxian's own tears flowed freely. Lin Shuo remained silent for a long while, her heart aching as she watched the tear-stained sisters. She wanted to speak words of comfort, but her throat felt constricted, unable to produce a single sound. The relentless succession of events threatened to shatter her emotionally, yet she dared not show even the slightest sign of weakness. With Mom still unconscious, she remained the only one among her sisters capable of holding things together. If even she were to break down now, she didn't know who else in this family could care for their injured sister and unconscious mother. Nurse, could you please keep an eye on them for me? Perhaps sensing the oppressive atmosphere in the ward, Lin Qiulu instructed the nurse about the doctor and prepared to step outside for some fresh air. But whether it was her imagination or not, a faint sound suddenly reached her ears. At first, she thought it was just her nerves playing tricks on her from lack of rest. Only as she neared the door did the feeling grow unsettling. She turned to look towards Su Dinglan's bed. Mom! The sight froze Lin Qiulu in her tracks. At some point, Su Dinglan had woken up on her own, staring blankly at the ceiling. Lin Qiulu's call of Mom instantly caught the attention of Lin Wanwan and Lin Wenxian. Mom's awake? Seeing Su Dinglan's open eyes on the hospital bed, Lin Wanwan instantly pushed aside her grief and hurriedly wheeled her wheelchair towards Su Dinglan's bedside. Though unable to speak, Lin Wenxian gestured that she too wanted to get out of bed. But she forgot her body hadn't fully recovered yet, with multiple casts still in place. Just trying to turn over nearly sent her tumbling off the bed. Thankfully, the nurse noticed in time and prevented her from falling. Mom! Look at my face. Do you still recognize me? Lin Wanwan gripped Su Dinglan's hand tightly, her eyes fixed intently on the person before her. You are. Su Dinglan looked at Lin Wanwan blankly, as if she hadn't recognized the person before her at all. This reaction froze all three of them in place. Mom, don't scare me. It's Wanwan. Don't you recognize me? Lin Wanwan shook Su Dinglan's hand in disbelief, but the other showed no reaction. Lin Shuo also sensed something was terribly wrong. Mom, it's Shuo. Do you remember me? You also have a son named Xiaoshua, do you remember him? It seemed that Lin Shuo's words finally elicited a response. Su Dinglan suddenly spoke as if jolted awake. Xiaoshua? Where is Xiaoshua? I need to find Xiaoshua. Mommy hurts so much. My Xiaoshua. Where are you?
These words, spoken like a whisper, instantly turned Lin Shuo's face deathly pale. Lin Wanwan, who had barely managed to hold back her tears, now burst into tears once more.
Mom, look at us.
We're your daughters.
Mom, don't scare me. You must still remember me, right?
Lin Wanwan shook Su Dinglan's hand desperately, her voice choked with emotion, trying to rouse Su Dinglan's memory through these repeated cries. Yet Su Dinglan seemed oblivious, repeating only one phrase over and over.
Where is Xiaoshua? Where is my little Xiaoshua? I've searched so hard for you. Do you know where my Xiaoshua is?
If you see my Xiaoshua, please tell him his mother is searching for him. The endless repetition of these words made Lin Wanwan burst into uncontrollable sobs. Even the usually strong Lin Shuo now had reddened eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks.
At this moment, they couldn't fail to recognize Su Dinglan's condition. It was clearly amnesia caused by the car accident.
In her current state of mind, only the memory of Lin Shuo, the person most deeply etched in her mind before the accident, remained.
Doctor! Quick, call the doctor! Lin Shuo, snapping out of her daze, cried out immediately. The doctor had just stepped into the ward when Su Dinglan, lying in the hospital bed, suddenly became agitated. Xiaoshua! You finally come back to find mommy.
Come closer, let mom see how you look now.
Look at the clothes you're wearing now. Mommy will take you to buy a new outfit, okay?
This sudden turn of events left even the doctor momentarily stunned.
Doctor, my mother. Please, help us.
Lin Wanwan pleaded in a near desperate tone.
Xiaoshua, why aren't you moving? Mom will take you to the park, okay?
Seeing the motionless doctor, Su Dinglan was so excited she nearly started gesticulating wildly.
Mom, this isn't Xiaoshua. This is the doctor.
Lin Wanwan, standing nearby, tried to stop her, her voice choked with emotion. Unexpectedly, this remark seemed to strike a nerve with Su Dinglan, instantly setting her off.
Who are you people? Why are you making Xiaoshua not recognize me? I get it now. You're the ones who snatched Xiaoshua away back then, and now you're coming back to take him again, right? You evil people. I'll beat you to death.
Su Dinglan screamed at the top of her lungs, her voice echoing through the hospital room. She wildly raised her hand, ready to strike Lin Wanwan and the others.
Please calm down, patient.
The doctor spoke with a hint of resignation.
He could see Su Dinglan's emotions were extremely unstable.
To get her to settle down, he had to play along first.
Okay. Mom will listen to you. Mom won't move. Xiaoshua, don't be angry. Please don't leave Mom again. Su Dinglan lay back down, but one hand clutched the doctor's tightly, refusing to let go.
This scene tore at the hearts of the three sisters present.
It's my fault. All my fault.
Lin Wanwan buried her face in her hands, sobbing.
If only I'd stopped Mom back then. Maybe she wouldn't be like this now. It's all my fault. Everything is my fault. Wanwan, don't say that. Lin Qiula forced herself to speak through the pain in her heart. No one could have predicted what happened.
If anyone is to blame, it's that bastard Lin Chenghong and that damned Lu Yulan.
It's not all my fault. Lin Wanjuan's voice suddenly rose several decibels, clearly teetering on the edge of emotional collapse. Chapter 208. Don't use the Lin family's tactics. Second sister and little sister, you must take good care of Mom.
Lin Wanwan seemed to have made a sudden decision. She turned her wheelchair and was about to leave the hospital room.
Wanwan, what are you doing?
Lin Shuo sensed trouble brewing and rushed forward to block her path.
Don't act impulsively. None of us can afford to make mistakes now. Lin Wanwan gave a bitter smile. Mom and little sister are in this state now. It's all because of that Lu Yulan.
I'm going to find her right now and avenge Mom and them. Wanwan, calm down, Lin Shuo pleaded urgently.
In your current state, you can't accomplish anything.
Even if you confront her, it won't solve anything.
Besides, don't you still need to compensate Xiaoshua? If you go and risk your life, how will you ever make it up to him? But my face is ruined. Lin Wanwan broke down completely, sobbing. Xiolu, I'm beyond saving. My face can't be fixed. I'll be a monster for the rest of my life.
I don't want to live like this, disfigured.
Let me go kill that Lu Yulan. I don't want to live anyway. If I kill that, we'll finally avenge Mom and little sister.
No sooner had Lin Wanwan finished speaking than a thud sounded beside her. Lin Wenxian, who had been lying on the bed, had fallen off at some point. She lay there, mouth agape, emitting muffled cries.
Little sister.
Lin Wanwan frantically pushed her wheelchair toward her, forgetting her own injured leg. In her panic, she nearly toppled over herself.
Fortunately, Lin Shuo reacted quickly, preventing Lin Wanwan from falling. At that moment, the two women understood the meaning behind Lin Wenxian's frantic gestures. She clearly didn't want Lin Wanwan to leave. Wan, look, even when Xian won't let you go, Lin Shuo sighed, shaking her head. Look at yourself, you can't even move freely now. How are you going to avenge Mom? Trust me. Leave this matter to me. I will give you both a satisfactory answer. For now, just stay here quietly. Don't go anywhere, understand?
Hearing Lin Xiolu's words and glancing at Su Dinglan and Lin Wenxian on the hospital bed, Lin Wanchuan's emotions finally began to settle. It was as if all her strength had been drained from her body in an instant.
All right. I agree.
Lin Wanwan bowed her head dejectedly, her voice thick with self-reproach and guilt. I'll have the doctor come in to thoroughly examine Mom's condition. Seeing Lin Wanwan had calmed down, Lin Xiolu dared not linger any longer. She hurried out of the ward, fearing her own emotions might collapse and erupt at that moment.
At the same time, Zheng family villa. After the door clicked shut, Zheng Yi entered the room.
The girl who had been watching TV on the sofa turned around happily the moment she heard the movement at the door.
Dad, you're back.
But upon seeing Lin Fengyu standing behind Zheng Yi, her expression froze in surprise.
Dad, who is this?
She examined Lin Fengyu, who was wrapped in bandages, with a look of pure curiosity on her innocent face.
Xiaoyu, this is your aunt's son, Lin Fengyu. I mentioned him to you a few days ago.
He'll be staying with us for a while.
Zheng Yi replied.
Upon hearing Zheng Yi's explanation, the look on Zhang Xiaoyu's face instantly shifted from curiosity to deep disgust and contempt. It was as if seeing this person had somehow sullied her very eyes. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Lin Fengyu quickly bowed his head to greet her, his face wearing the usual flattery and ingratiation he practiced at home. Hello, cousin.
Oh.
Zhang Xiaoyu merely gave a slight nod before promptly turning her gaze away, focusing entirely on the television in front of her. Lin Fengyu, naturally, noticed Zhang Xiaoyu's coldness.
A wave of resentment surged within him. He clenched his fists tightly, looked up at Zheng Yi, and spoke with feigned hurt. Uncle. Sister doesn't seem to like me very much. If I've upset my sister, I can leave. I don't want to ruin your family's relationship.
Hearing Lin Fengyu's affected words, Zheng Yi merely smiled faintly before resting her head on his neck.
Fengyu, didn't your mother tell you about the story between her and me? Huh? What story?
Lin Fengyu's expression froze momentarily, seemingly still processing Zheng Yi's words. But when he turned to meet Zheng Yi's icy gaze, a shiver instantly ran through his entire body.
Oh, so that's how it was. But it's better you don't know about these things. After all, they're grudges from our generation.
As your uncle, I don't want to take out all that past resentment on you, my younger relative.
But there's a lesson I want you to learn.
Since you're staying under someone else's roof to hide from enemies, you must adopt the attitude of a guest.
Never treat this place as your own home.
And I'm not your foolish father or your brainless mother. You'd be wise not to try any of their tricks with me.
Zhang Ye's icy words fell, instantly causing Lin Fengyu's face to stiffen.
He dared not meet Zhang Ye's gaze anymore, unconsciously lowering his head.
Uncle. I understand. Good.
Zhang Yi nodded, his tone still icy. And from now on, don't bring any of those bad habits from the Lin household into this place.
Like what just happened.
Otherwise, I won't hesitate to step in and teach you a lesson in place of your mother.
Understand?
Lin Fengyu felt as though his throat was being choked shut. But he dared not speak, dared not show any reaction. He could only bow his head in terror and endure. If your mother ever comes here and asks how you're doing,
I trust you know how to respond? I know. Good. Good to know. Zheng Yi finally loosened his grip. Your room is the second one on the second floor. Go to bed early.
Lin Fengyu said nothing more, laboriously and awkwardly pushing his wheelchair toward the elevator, inch by inch. When he reached the second floor and sought his assigned room, he almost thought he'd gone to the wrong one.
Chapter 209, Targeting Me?
Lin Fengyu stared at the scene before him in disbelief. The cramped room contained only a wooden bed cobbled together from planks.
A single, worn-out sheet lay haphazardly across it, not even a quilt or blanket was provided.
Beside the bed stood a desk, seemingly scavenged from somewhere.
The entire room lacked even a wardrobe. It looked exactly like a storage room with two beds hastily added. He instinctively opened his mouth to confront Zheng Yi, but the memory of Zheng Yi's icy demeanor earlier sent an involuntary shiver down his spine, forcing him to swallow his words. Just then, a maid happened to pass by. He hurriedly called out, "Hey, you! Did they mess up this room? How could my uncle possibly arrange for me to stay in a place like this?"
Hearing this, the maid stopped immediately, rolling her eyes at Lin Fengyu. Zheng Yi had already briefed her days ago. How rude, the maid muttered inwardly before responding with growing impatience. This is the room the boss assigned you.
He said if you have any issues, you should take it up with him.
Lin Fengyu opened his mouth, about to say something, but upon hearing it was Zheng Yi's instruction, he forced the words back down his throat. Oh, and the boss asked me to tell you apparently you lived too comfortably at the Lin household before. Now he wants you to experience ordinary life, so you don't grow up spoiled and extravagant.
Just before leaving, the housekeeper added coldly. What did you say?
Hearing this, Lin Fengyu nearly doubted his own ears. What kind of ridiculous excuse was that? He was about to ask more questions, but the nanny had already descended the stairs.
What the hell gives some damn maid the right to act so high and mighty? Lin Fengyu finally couldn't hold back and cursed under his breath. He finally understood his uncle hadn't rescued him from dire straits at all. He was clearly here to deliberately torment him. The room he was staying in now? Even a dog wouldn't sleep in it, let alone him. What kind of uncle is this? Why the hell do I have to sleep in this doghouse? Why is the whole world out to get me?
Zheng, I hope you get hit by a car the day you step outside. Lin Fengyu raged inwardly, choking on his frustration.
And you, Lin Shuo, you bastard. I'll make sure you pay for this someday. If it weren't for you, you piece of, I wouldn't be in this mess today. You'd better just die, Lin Shuo. Meanwhile, in the first floor lobby.
After seeing Lin Fengyu enter his room, Zhang Xiaoyu, who had been holding back all along, finally couldn't contain herself any longer.
Dad, why did you let someone like him stay in our house? Just looking at him makes me sick.
He's only staying here temporarily, Zheng Yu replied gently. Once I handle these matters at hand, he'll never set foot in this house again.
That'll take forever.
Zhang Xiaoyu pouted in displeasure. It's all because of him that Mom went back to her parents' place. Your mother had business to attend to at her parents' home, Zheng Yu replied gently.
Dad promises you, in a little while, I'll take you to pick her up together, okay? Now we're talking. Zhang Xiaoyu nodded contentedly at this promise.
But then, remembering something, she blurted out, oh, and my brother's coming home on vacation in a few days. If he sees this guy, he'll beat him to a pulp. If anything happens, don't blame my brother or me.
How could Dad possibly blame you too?
Zheng Yi affectionately stroked Zhang Xiaoyu's forehead.
As long as you don't go too far, Dad won't blame you. At least keep up appearances, understand?
Humph. Just the thought of letting that scumbag stay in our house makes me sick, Zhang Xiaoyu retorted, glaring at Zheng Yi. Seeing his daughter's disdainful look, Zheng Yi could only smile helplessly. Before Zhang Xiaoyu could head upstairs, Zheng Yi quickly added, oh, and when you have time, try to get to know that Lin Shuo from your school. You're both from the same school. You should have plenty to talk about.
What for?
I still have the college entrance exams to take. Zhang Xiaoyu shot him a wary glance.
What nonsense are you talking about? Dad would never be that kind of person.
Zheng Yi shook his head helplessly.
Then why are you suddenly telling me to get to know him?
Zhang Xiaoyu was puzzled.
Though they both attended the same school, they'd never crossed paths before.
After the TV program aired, she even felt a bit sorry for this Lin Shuo guy.
But that didn't mean she had any particular fondness for him.
Of course, if it was in certain situations, she wouldn't mind interacting with him and maybe becoming friends. He's been tinkering with this thing called a portal website lately.
It looks promising.
Plus, he's got a good rapport with that guy Wu Changqiu, who seems to be grooming him. Zheng Yi paused before adding, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. When you inherit our family business someday, you might have to deal with him too.
Leaving a good impression can't hurt.
Pfft, more business talk, Zhang Xiaoyu pouted.
I might meet him if the chance comes up, but inheriting the family business? No thanks. Are you kidding me? I'm only 18. I don't want to talk about this stuff with you old folks.
If you mention inheriting the family business again, I'll go tell Mom on you.
Fine, fine. Dad won't say another word. It's all up to Xiaoyu.
At the mention of his wife, Zheng Yi finally conceded with a sigh.
Alright, it's getting late. Get some rest, you have school tomorrow. Good night, Dad.
Meanwhile, after returning home from evening study, Lin Shuo rushed straight to the internet cafe. His eyes instinctively scanned the room, searching for Wu Mengjing, who had been on his mind all day.
Xiao Shuo, you're back?
Wu Mengjing, who had been chatting with someone at the counter, couldn't help but break into a delighted smile the moment she saw Lin Shuo return.
Sis Jing.
Lin Shuo responded happily, hurrying toward the counter. But at the same time, a tall, buzz-cut man standing beside the counter instantly caught Lin Shuo's attention.
Chapter 210, Cousin.
The man sported a simple crew cut and was dressed entirely in monochromatic black from head to toe. As he approached, a menacing scar became visible on his arm, adding a distinctly fierce aura to his appearance. Lin Shuo froze, his gaze lingering involuntarily on the man for a moment. Only when the man's eyes met his did Lin Shuo's face flush with embarrassment. Despite the man's intimidating appearance, Lin Shuo sensed an inexplicable familiarity emanating from him. Far from feeling afraid, Lin Shuo instead felt a strange sense of closeness. Sister Jing, is this a guest? Lin Shuo asked politely. You could say that. He's a friend I just met, Wu Mengjing replied with a faint smile. His name is Lin Tian. He's been thinking about opening a breakfast shop around here lately, so he came to ask me about it.
Hearing the name Lin Tian, Lin Shuo's expression froze momentarily.
He stared at the man with the crew cut in surprise, suddenly recalling that not long ago, Wu Changqiu had mentioned having a cousin he'd never met one who shared this very name. Could it be that coincidental? Lin Shuo's mind instantly grew wary. Such coincidences simply didn't exist. His cousin had only just been released from prison, and now he encountered a Lin Tian here. Almost instinctively, Lin Shuo shielded Wu Mengjing behind him, his gaze fixed warily on the man before him as he spoke in a low, guarded tone.
Cousin? Whom? Lin Tian seemed surprised that Lin Shuo had recognized him so quickly. Did Lin Chenghong show you what I look like?
Lin Shuo shook his head, his voice guarded.
I've never seen you, but I've heard your name.
The grudge between you and that bastard Lin Chenghong has nothing to do with Sister Jing.
If you really want revenge, take it out on me. Bastard? Yet upon hearing Lin Shuo's words, a faint smile touched Lin Tian's lips and his gaze gradually softened.
That's good. At least someone in the Lin family finally hates that bastard Lin Chenghong.
Being Lin Chenghong's son, these past years must have been pretty rough for you, huh?
This abrupt remark left Lin Shuo utterly bewildered. He frowned at his cousin, guarding himself at all times, fearing that the man might vent his personal grudge against Lin Chenghong by taking it out on those connected to him.
Ha? You two know each other? What's this about being cousins? Wu Mengjing's eyes widened, suddenly bewildered by the scene unfolding before her.
As Lin Shuo mentioned earlier, I am indeed his cousin. Lin Tian nodded apologetically toward Wu Mengjing. I was so engrossed in our conversation just now that I meant to tell you this directly, but kept putting it off.
So you really are Xiao Shuo's cousin?
Wu Mengjing's expression shifted strangely, momentarily at a loss for words. Don't be so wary of me just yet, Lin Tian explained, observing the visibly tense Lin Shuo. First off, you didn't speak up when Lin Chenghong committed those despicable acts. Second, I'm aware of your situation with the Lin family.
In a way, we're on the same side.
We both wish Lin Chenghong were dead.
That deep? Wu Mengjing asked in surprise. Exactly.
I was sentenced to 10 years for failing to kill Lin Chenghong. I've only just been released, Lin Tian nodded.
Attempted murder. Wu Mengjing gasped. But damn it, I should have finished that bastard off back then. If I had, none of this would have happened.
A hint of regret flickered in Lin Tian's eyes, clearly directed at Lin Shuo. Wu Mengjing was momentarily speechless. He sounded like a murderer straight out of a TV drama, making killing seem like the most ordinary thing in the world.
Xiao Shuo, don't be nervous. Debts are owed to their rightful owners.
My grudge is with Lin Chenghong, not you.
Lin Tian smiled.
Besides, when you were little, I even held you myself.
Remember back then?
You even peed on my face.
Lin Shuo instantly felt embarrassed, his expression turning awkward.
Thankfully, he wasn't wearing diapers now, otherwise, he might have wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Honestly, I came over today with no ulterior motives, just to see my little cousin.
Lin Tian glanced at Lin Shuo, seemingly lost in recollection.
Truthfully, my parents always adored Xiao Shuo.
After Xiao Shuo went missing, they were more frantic than anyone else in the Lin family.
They spent years trying to find him. Unfortunately, despite trying every possible method, they never managed to bring him home. During that time, my father constantly blamed himself, saying he hadn't watched Xiao Shuo closely enough, which is why he went missing. If he had the chance, he would take good care of Xiao Shuo and never let something like that happen again. Now that Xiao Shuo is still alive, I've come to fulfill the wish my father and uncle had when they were alive. But I'm sorry I've been locked up in prison all these years. So during your toughest times, I, your cousin, still couldn't help you. Lin Tian's tone gradually grew tinged with remorse. This remorse felt sincere, stirring an indescribable mix of emotions within Lin Shuo. He couldn't quite define his feelings toward this cousin, yet he could sense the genuine sincerity behind his words. You really don't need to apologize to me, Lin Shuo gradually lowered his guard and offered comfort. The one who should be apologizing is that bastard Lin Chenghong. He killed our uncle and had that mistress steal me away. Ultimately, it's all his fault. This time, I'll settle everything with him, Lin Tian declared solemnly, then turned to Lin Shuo. I'll avenge my parents and you, settling every grievance from these past years. Lin Shuo found himself at a loss for words, his heart filled with complex emotions. He had never imagined that all these years, someone had still been thinking of him. Alright, Xiao Shuo, don't overthink this or put pressure on yourself. Lin Tian patted Lin Shuo's shoulder. As your older brother, I've never done my part well, letting you suffer so much all these years. How does the saying go? After hardship comes reward. I believe your life will only get better from here on out. As for everything else, I'll handle it as your older brother. Also, can I let you call me brother? Maybe I won't get another chance to hear it. Chapter 211, out of the question. Hearing this, Lin Shuo suddenly felt a slight sting in his nose. Meeting Lin Tian's expectant gaze, he couldn't help but speak. Brother. This trip was worth it after all. Lin Tian grinned, his nearly 6-foot frame trembling slightly despite his size. He wrapped his arms tightly around Lin Shuo's shoulders, took a deep breath, then turned to Wu Mengjing. Mengjing, though we've only met today, from our few hours of conversation, I can tell you're a person of great integrity. So I feel at ease and trusting Xiao Shuo to you. Xiao Shuo is my boyfriend. I'll definitely take good care of him, Wu Mengjing replied earnestly. Boyfriend? Lin Tian looked at Wu Mengjing in surprise, then glanced at Lin Shuo. Seeing the latter's embarrassed smile, he immediately understood, his expression shifting to one of sudden realization.
No wonder your eyes lit up whenever you mentioned Xiao Shuo. With that kind of relationship in place, I can rest easy. Even if I pass away someday, Xiao Shuo won't be left without someone to care for him. Death? Lin Shuo blurted out. Brother, what are you planning to do? Lin Tian shook his head without answering, simply picking up his phone and dialing a number. Got it. I'll be there soon. Oh? Understood. I'll be right over. Lin Tian hurriedly ended the call, then offered an apologetic smile to Lin Shuo and Wu Mengjing. Sorry, I can't stick around to chat with you guys anymore today. We'll catch up next time. With that, Lin Tian slipped out of the internet cafe under cover of night, disappearing into the darkness. Xiao Shuo. Do you get the feeling your cousin was laying his final arrangements? Wu Mengjing couldn't help but ask as she watched Lin Tian's retreating figure. Lin Shuo remained silent beside her, staring motionless at the figure fading into the night. A vague suspicion stirred within him about what his cousin might be heading to do. Jing, let's head back first. Perhaps not wanting to worry Wu Mengjing too much, Lin Shuo deliberately changed the subject. What's up? You actually want to head back this early? Wu Mengjing asked in surprise. Well, I'm a bit tired today, and Lin Changhong came looking for me at school, Lin Shuo replied. Lin Changhong? Wu Mengjing's expression froze, then she frantically began checking Lin Shuo's body. Did he do anything to you? Are you hurt, Xiao Shuo? Lin Shuo looked at the flustered Wu Mengjing with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Relax, Sister Jing, I'm fine. He needs something from me now, how could he dare do anything to me? In fact, I gave him a good scolding. Really? Don't lie to me. Hearing Lin Shuo's explanation, Wu Mengjing slowly exhaled in relief. So why did he come looking for you? Well, I'll explain later. You might even see him soon enough. The moment Lin Shuo finished speaking, a black minivan slowly approached from the distance, finally coming to a stop at the entrance of the internet cafe. Both of their gazes were drawn to it involuntarily. The arrival was exactly as expected, none other than Lin Changhong, the very person they had just mentioned. Upon seeing Lin Changhong step out of the vehicle, Wu Mengjing's expression froze momentarily before instantly clouding over with disgust, even though this was her first encounter with him. But judging by his appearance and Lin Shuo's description, she instantly recognized him as the very Lin Changhong who had abandoned his own son for years. Xiao Shuo, your contract dad brought it over for you. Spotting Lin Shuo, Lin Changhong immediately greeted him warmly, completely oblivious to Wu Mengjing's murderous glare. If I'm not mistaken, this must be Ms. Wu's daughter? Lin Changhong fixed his gaze on Wu Mengjing before cheerfully presenting several boxes of carefully selected gold and silver jewelry. Since this is our first meeting, I'm Xiao Shuo's father. You can call me uncle. Also, thank you for looking after our Xiao Shuo these past few days. These are a token of my appreciation, please accept them. Hearing Lin Changhong's insincere pleasantries, the disgust on Wu Mengjing's face deepened. Having grown up witnessing such behavior, she could easily discern the utter insincerity in Lin Changhong's words, not a shred of genuine emotion. That phony smile, in particular, made her want to vomit. You've got two things wrong, Wu Mengjing finally blurted out, unable to contain her anger any longer. First, I am not the daughter of some Mr. Wu as you claim. He doesn't deserve that title. Second, what gives you the nerve to show your face here claiming to be Xiao Shuo's father? Have you ever taken the slightest responsibility for him all these years? And you expect me to call you uncle? Where on earth did you get such audacity? Now take these things and get out. We don't welcome hypocrites like you here. Wu Mengjing's fiercely accusatory words instantly froze the smile on Lin Changhong's face. Recalling all the things Wu Changqiu had done to him, his anger flared up. He had thought lowering his stance was already enough, yet this was the treatment he received in return. You. Just as Lin Changhong raised his hand to strike, Lin Shuo swiftly shielded Wu Mengjing behind him, his eyes locked on Lin Changhong. I warn you, think carefully about what you're doing. Lin Shuo's words poured over Lin Changhong like a bucket of cold water. The thought of Wu Changqiu standing behind Wu Mengjing and the impending contract signing brought his rationality back to the forefront. He forced down his anger, squeezing out an awkward smile. That's a bit of an exaggeration. As his father, I admit there were some unpleasant moments between us in the past. But today, we've cleared up all those misunderstandings. Let bygones be bygones. I'm here today to sincerely apologize to Xiao Shuo. I've been reflecting on my actions over the years. Yet his renewed conciliatory stance did nothing to soften Wu Mengjing's expression. Her face darkened as she continued, I won't repeat myself. Take your filthy things and leave. Lin Changhong's expression froze once more, and he nearly let a curse slip out. But Lin Shuo, his face cold, stopped him. Apologize to Sister Jiangcheng. Otherwise, there's no discussion between you and me. Chapter 212, Long Time No See. What, are you deaf? Didn't you hear me? Lin Shuo spoke, his tone dripping with disgust. I told you to apologize to Sister Jing. Otherwise, forget about any deal between us. Hearing this, Lin Changhong's face instantly turned beet red.
Though seething with anger inside, mindful of the company's current situation and Wu Qingshuo's presence, he gritted his teeth and bowed his head to say to Wu Mengjing,
"I'm sorry. I didn't think things through."
He then loaded all the gifts back into the car and steeled himself to address Lin Shuo again.
"Xiao Shuo, I've done everything you asked. So about my situation. Hand over the contract."
"Sign it and get out immediately," Lin Shuo said with utter disdain.
"All right."
Lin Shenghong clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles turned white. Suppressing his humiliation, he pulled a pre-drafted document from his briefcase and placed it before Lin Shuo. Lin Shuo glanced at it briefly before carefully reading through the contract's contents.
"Jing, could you print another copy of this document for me?"
Hearing this, Wu Mengjing was slightly puzzled but complied with Lin Shuo's request, printing 2 copies of the document.
2 copies. Lin Shuo promptly signed both documents before requesting Wu Mengjing's bank account number and the location of the issuing bank. "All right, the contract is signed. Transfer the money to this account immediately." With that, Lin Shuo flung the contract into Lin Shenghong's face.
Having never endured such humiliation, Lin Shenghong suppressed his rage and called his assistant. Soon after, a text message popped up on Wu Mengjing's phone. Wu Mengjing glanced down at the numbers in the message with confusion. Upon seeing the figure, she even rubbed her eyes in disbelief. The amount was enough to ensure a lifetime of financial security for an ordinary person.
Would Lin Shenghong be so kind as to send Lin Shuo such a large sum? She didn't believe it. "Xiao Shuo, what did you sign just now?"
Wu Mengjing asked with concern, worried that Lin Shuo might have signed some agreement with Lin Shenghong that could be detrimental to her.
"Don't worry, Sister Jing.
I've got this under control," Lin Shuo explained.
"It's just an agreement between him and me. Rest assured, there's no downside for me." Hearing his explanation, Wu Mengjing finally relaxed. "All right, the contract's signed. Now get lost." After finalizing the agreement, Lin Shuo promptly issued his dismissal.
Every extra second spent with Lin Shenghong filled him with disgust.
"Remember to follow the contract terms."
Lin Shenghong took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and left without looking back after uttering those words. As the black sedan faded into the distance, Wu Mengjing immediately grabbed Lin Shuo's arm, her voice urgent.
"Xiao Shuo, tell me what's going on. Why did he suddenly give you so much money?"
"Sis Jing, calm down and listen to me," Lin Shuo said, understanding her concern. He proceeded to recount their conversation with Lin Shenghong and the details of the contract in full.
He did omit the part about Wu Qingshuo bringing a woven bag to the school intending to drown him in the river.
Wu Mengjing listened intently at first, but her brows gradually furrowed. She pinched Lin Shuo's ear.
Well,
you make such a big decision without consulting your sister first.
If you do this again, I won't speak to you." I'm sorry. "Sister Jing, I was wrong."
Lin Shuo quickly pleaded.
"If I ever do something like this again, I'll definitely consult you first. Now that's more like it."
Hearing this, Wu Mengjing finally released Lin Shuo's ear. She then turned to him and said, "But with that guy Wu Qingshuo involved, it should be fine. He may be a terrible father, but he's competent."
"If he says it's fine, then it probably is. But..."
At this point, Wu Mengjing shot Lin Shuo a surprised look.
"When did you and that guy Wu Qingshuo become so close? Just one phone call, and he drives all the way to campus to strategize with you?
That doesn't sound like his usual style at all."
"Don't tell me you two planned this all along."
Wu Mengjing scrutinized Lin Shuo with a searching gaze.
No. Uncle Wu and I just hit it off." Lin Shuo avoided Wu Mengjing's gaze, feeling a bit uneasy. "Fine." Wu Mengjing didn't dwell on it, quickly moving past the topic.
She turned her attention back to her phone and, holding up the long list of figures, asked Lin Shuo, "Xiao Shuo, what do you plan to do with all this money?"
"Well, I have some ideas. Remember how I mentioned starting a game company? This money would be perfect as seed funding. But everything will have to wait until after the college entrance exams."
Lin Shuo replied after a moment's thought.
"Ha? You've already made up your mind so quickly?"
Wu Mengjing knew about Lin Shuo's game company plans, but she hadn't expected him to decide so fast.
"Yeah." Lin Shuo nodded, then turned to Wu Mengjing and asked, "Jingjie, is there anything you've been wanting? Think of it as a gift from me." "Silly boy."
Wu Mengjing gently pinched Lin Shuo's nose and smiled softly.
"Sister's been out in the world for so many years now. Is there anything Sister Jing can't buy?
This money is what you worked so hard to secure from Lin Shenghong.
You should definitely spend it on yourself.
Oh, and about that ID card I mentioned earlier, it should be ready within the next couple of days.
After that, I'll take you to open a bank account. Then Xiao Shuo will be an adult too, and from now on, we'll be a real family." The black sedan sped down the highway.
Lin Shenghong gripped the steering wheel grimly, flooring the accelerator. The pent-up frustration he'd suppressed toward Lin Shuo finally erupted.
Hell. What the hell is this? You little bastard, I'll make you pay for this someday. Once I've settled things at the company, I'll come back for each and every one of you."
Just as Lin Shenghong was venting his fury, a call suddenly rang in. Lin Shenghong answered the phone with some irritation. Immediately, a familiar voice, one that sent a chill down his spine, came through.
Uncle Lin, it's been a long time. Chapter 213, please let me go. Uncle Lin, it's been a while.
Hearing that familiar yet icy voice on the line, Lin Shuo froze for a moment. When he finally realized who the voice belonged to, it felt like a bucket of cold water had been dumped over him. Even his volatile temper calmed instantly. "You're
Lin Tian?
Lin Shuo asked, his voice trembling slightly, tinged with both shock and irritation.
It's me, Uncle Lin. How have you been all these years since I went inside?
Lin Tian greeted him as if catching up on old times. Yet these words sent a chill down Lin Shuo's spine.
Lin Tian, 10 years behind bars, still hasn't knocked some sense into you. What the hell do you want?
I told you that incident had nothing to do with me.
Why won't you believe me?
Lin Shuo snapped, his voice thick with frustration.
Ha! Lin Tian let out a cold laugh. Uncle Lin, do you really believe that yourself?
My parents hadn't had any trouble all these years, but right after talking with you about that matter, something happened. Tell me, how could such a coincidence exist in this world? All for that money, those shares the company he built with his own hands.
You just went and killed him. Don't think I don't know.
You'd already pulled strings long ago.
Otherwise, why would you have been hunting my mother down all these years?
And in the end, you drove my mother to take her own life. Lin Shuo, mark my words, one of us has to die.
Hearing this, Lin Shuo's eyelid twitched involuntarily.
Facing a madman who wanted nothing but his death, he was utterly helpless.
What do you want? What do I want? Take a good look behind you.
At those words, Lin Shuo shuddered violently, a wave of intense unease washing over him. He immediately glanced up at the rearview mirror, where a large truck slowly came into view. It was closing in at a terrifying speed. Before he could react, crash! The truck slammed into him with tremendous force, the deafening crash echoing across the empty road. In that instant, Lin Shuo felt the world spinning violently around him. His body, along with his car, began tumbling and rolling across the road before slamming hard into the guardrail.
A wave of intense dizziness washed over him. Lin Shuo's vision blurred, and he couldn't make out anything clearly.
Something unknown seemed to cover his face, making it hard to breathe. After about 30 seconds, Lin Shuo's mind slowly regained focus.
He painstakingly pulled his face free from the deployed airbag, finally able to survey his surroundings.
The cabin was severely dented, the windshield shattered into a spiderweb pattern. Shards of broken glass had embedded themselves into Lin Shuo's body, causing intermittent sharp pains. Driven by an instinctive urge to survive, he unbuckled his seatbelt. He frantically searched for the door handle, desperate to crawl out of the wreckage. Click! With a sharp click, Lin Shuo rolled out of the wrecked driver's compartment like a pile of mud. Before he could react, a boot slammed down on his leg. The intense pain made him cry out in agony.
Ah!
Lin Tian stared coldly at the man before him, speaking calmly, "Uncle Lin, you're incredibly lucky.
A crash like this didn't kill you."
The icy tone pierced Lin Shuo's ears, jolting him slightly back to his senses. The moment he recognized the figure before him, a wave of overwhelming terror surged through his heart. "You?" Lin Shuo managed to utter, attempting to explain himself, but the boot struck his face without mercy.
"Uncle Lin, do you like how I greet you?"
Lin Tian's tone was utterly flat, yet it carried a thick layer of hatred. He wanted nothing more than to tear Lin Shuo limb from limb to appease the spirits of his parents in heaven. But death alone was too easy for this bastard. He delivered 3 brutal kicks to Lin Shuo's face in quick succession. The blows sent the already dazed victim teetering on the edge of unconsciousness, his mouth now filled with the taste of blood.
"Why are you so damn lucky? Why haven't you died after all these blows? Why didn't my parents have this kind of luck, yet you bastard, got to live?"
Lin Tian kicked Lin Shuo repeatedly, as if venting all his pent-up rage in that moment.
"My father looked after you so much, and this is how you repay him? He thought of you in everything he did.
He poured his heart and soul into this company, and when it grew, he made sure you became its chairman. But what did you do? Instead of showing gratitude, you pushed my father to his death for that money, those shares. He was your own flesh and blood. Why did you have to hurt him like this?"
"Lin Shuo, answer me." The roar gradually turned into a wail.
Lin Tian's eyes were bloodshot, his voice filled with rage and incomprehension. But his question was destined to go unanswered. Lin Shuo was already on the verge of unconsciousness. His face was swollen from the kicks. His eyes remained open, staring at his dazed nephew before him. Gone was the former's imposing demeanor, now he was nothing but a man begging for mercy.
I'm sorry. This is all my fault. Please, just let me go. I have a wife. I have children. I'm the one who wronged your father. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. You'll give me anything, is that it?"
Lin Tian's face twisted into a savage grimace as he pulled a dagger from his pocket and pressed it ruthlessly against Lin Shuo's throat.
"You said you'd give me anything, right? What if I want your life? I want your life. Can you give it to me? No, don't kill me."
Lin Shenghong stared at Lin Tian before him in sheer terror.
I can't die. Lin Tian, calm down. Even if your father is in the grave, he wouldn't want you to become a murderer. I beg you, for the sake of being your uncle, please spare me. Chapter 214, The Death of Lin Shenghong. Lin Shenghong pleaded desperately, blood spilling from his mouth. Yet Lin Tian's face remained utterly expressionless.
Suddenly, he seized the dagger and plunged it through Lin Shenghong's palm.
Spare you? What right do you have to say such things to me? When you killed my father, did you ever consider sparing his life?
Ah! The excruciating pain made Lin Shenghong cry out in agony.
Please, it's all my fault, give me another chance. Spare me. I'll make it up to you properly.
The terror of impending death made Lin Shenghong tremble uncontrollably as he begged for mercy. But Lin Tian remained utterly unmoved by Lin Shenghong's pleas. He gripped one end of the dagger and twisted it in Lin Shenghong's palm, the excruciating pain nearly causing Lin Shenghong to pass out. He then walked over to the wrecked truck, retrieved a nylon rope and a large barrel of gasoline from inside, and dragged Lin Shenghong directly into the mangled wreckage.
No, please. Lin Tian. Uncle, please. Stop.
Lin Shenghong seemed to grasp something, struggling more violently as terror flashed in his eyes. He appeared to have guessed what Lin Tian intended to do next. He struggled relentlessly, but the car crash and Lin Tian's beating had left him utterly drained of strength.
He could only let Lin Tian drag him onto the train.
Lin Tian opened the truck door, then wrapped Lin Shenghong's body around the driver's seat, coil after coil.
Uncle Lin, do you remember? That's how my father was burned alive inside his car.
It was you who tampered with his car, making the doors impossible to open normally. He could have escaped from inside.
Lin Tian spoke as he poured gasoline over Lin Shenghong's body. Do you know how much I've wanted these years to make you experience the agony my father endured? Ever since my father died, I've been haunted by recurring nightmares. In those dreams, my father is engulfed in flames, screaming it hurts. It hurts, over and over, begging me to kill him. I wonder if you've had dreams like that over the years, Uncle Lin?
Hearing this, Lin Shenghong's mind was on the verge of collapse.
I have. Uncle Lin, I really have.
In the dream, your father and I had resolved the grudge from back then.
But all these years, I've been filled with guilt. I killed your father out of selfishness. I've been repenting all this time. I know I was wrong. Please just let me go.
Before Lin Shenghong could finish speaking, an enraged Lin Tian plunged a dagger into his leg.
He roared. Liar. You're lying. How could my father ever forgive you? He has me. We will never forgive you for the rest of our lives.
If you truly feel remorse, you should have gone down to apologize to him long ago.
Instead of living on like this.
You're clearly enjoying the life my father provided you with a clear conscience.
You bastard.
Immediately, Lin Tian pulled out a lighter.
An orange flame shot out with a hiss.
Just one more inch closer, and it would ignite the gasoline soaked into Lin Shenghong's clothes, instantly engulfing him in flames.
No, don't.
Lin Shenghong screamed in terror. Perhaps his screams truly had an effect, or perhaps Lin Tian hesitated in that instant. His hand, holding the lighter, hesitated, refusing to come down. Seeing this, Lin Shenghong clung to a glimmer of hope and pleaded urgently, no.
Xiao Tian, don't act impulsively. You're still young. You have so much time ahead of you. Put down the lighter now. Uncle can pretend nothing ever happened. I can give you a large sum of money, return everything I've taken from you over the years, with interest, alright?
But Lin Tian paid no heed whatsoever to Lin Shenghong's words.
Uncle Lin, do you know why I'm doing this now? Why?
Lin Shenghong asked, his voice trembling, a sense of impending doom already settling in his heart. For Xiao Shuo, of course. At these words, Lin Shenghong's eyes whitened instantly. He stared at Lin Tian before him in disbelief, as if suddenly understanding. You too. This has nothing to do with Xiao Shuo, Lin Tian shook his head. I'm just his cousin, and I've grown tired of watching how you've treated him all these years. Therefore, this is the price you deserve to pay.
You. Lin Shenghong's emotions teetered on the brink of collapse.
The relentless pain radiating through his body had nearly robbed him of his ability to think. Realizing he was doomed to face this fate, Lin Shenghong erupted into a torrent of curses.
You son of a. You'll die a miserable death. I'll be waiting for you down there. Your fate won't be any better than mine. The Lu family is just using you. Soon you'll be just like me. The incessant curses echoed in Lin Tian's ears. Lin Tian merely gave them a cold glance before flicking the lighter into the sky and walking away without looking back. Enjoy it, Uncle Lin. Boom!
The words had barely left his mouth.
The scorching flames instantly spread across Lin Shenghong's entire body like a ravenous beast. The terrifying heat and flames engulfed him in an instant. Ah!
He wailed incessantly within the cockpit, his body contorting violently. Yet no matter how fiercely he struggled, he could not break free from the confines of the driver's seat.
Death finally arrived in that moment.
Compared to other deaths, being burned alive inside a vehicle is undoubtedly one of the most agonizing ways to perish.
In those final, agonizing seconds,
Lin Shuo's brain throbbed violently, his thoughts spiraling into chaos as he reflected on his past actions. If only he hadn't killed his own brother because of his momentary greed.
If only he hadn't gotten entangled with Lu Yulan. If he hadn't abandoned Lin Shuo. Would everything now be different from before? Resentment, regret, agony. Countless complex thoughts swirled incessantly in Lin Shuo's mind until the searing flames finally consumed him entirely. Chapter 215, Suicide. Boom! With that final, thunderous explosion, the very root of all this sin finally vanished into thin air. Dad, you can rest in peace now.
Staring at the heat wave in the distance, Lin Tian murmured in a daze. The scorching flames had singed his hair curly, simultaneously burning away the hatred he'd carried for over a decade. A profound emptiness and loneliness instantly overwhelmed Lin Tian's heart. He suddenly felt lost. Only the distant wail of police sirens slowly pulled his thoughts back.
Mom and Dad, your son is coming to join you.
Lin Tian glanced down at the dagger in his hand, suddenly smiling with resignation before pressing it against his own chest. All these years, hatred had been the sole force keeping him alive. Now that he was free, there was no longer any reason to live. But just as he was about to thrust the blade into his chest, a frantic ringtone suddenly sounded. His movement froze momentarily. After a brief hesitation, he glanced at the caller ID and answered the call.
What are you doing?
The voice on the other end sounded reproachful.
Nothing much.
Just killed someone as per our agreement. Now our deal is done, Lin Tian replied.
That's not what I asked. I asked what you're doing right now, the voice repeated, its tone thick with frustration. I'm getting ready to go downstairs to keep my parents company.
There was a noticeable silence on the other end.
After a long pause, the voice came back, since the vengeance is done, why commit suicide?
Because I died over a decade ago.
What remains is merely a shell that lives solely for vengeance.
Lin Tian's tone was calm, as if death had long been a prepared matter for him.
Perhaps you have other choices?
At the very least, your parents, if they have spirits in heaven, wouldn't want you to do this. Uncle Lu, I appreciate your concern, but life truly holds no meaning for me anymore.
How can it be meaningless? Haven't you forgotten you have a cousin? His life has only just begun. Don't you want to see him grow up? Didn't you go see him today specifically to check on how he's doing?
As he spoke, the voice on the other end softened.
And you've forgotten.
Your parents' greatest wish was to find this cousin and care for him properly.
Now that he's alive, are you going to abandon him like this?
Hearing this, Lin Tian fell silent once more. Lu Kai, growing impatient with the lack of response, snapped, Lin Tian.
I won't let you die, you hear me? How old are you anyway? Why are you always talking about dying all the time? Don't worry. I'll personally get you out of this mess.
You won't be stuck in there for long.
No matter what, you must stay alive. Despite Lu Kai's persistent pleas over the phone, Lin Tian remained silent, his mind haunted by the relentless flashes of his father's death. Hello? Lin Tian.
You little bastard, say something.
Damn it. Wait for me there.
Lu Kai on the other end refused to give up. Lin Tian simply placed the phone down quietly, tossed it into the flames, then lowered his gaze to the dagger in his hand.
Everyone. I'm sorry.
In the dimly lit bedroom, Lin Shuo, who had been sound asleep, suddenly jolted awake. He gasped for breath, as if something profoundly important had vanished from his life in that instant. Staring blankly at the empty ceiling, a growing sense of unease washed over him, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. Clang! Lin Shuo instinctively reached for his phone but accidentally knocked over the teacup on the bedside table.
What's wrong?
Startled by the sudden noise, Wu Mengjing hurried out from the adjacent room.
I'm fine.
Lin Shuo's face was pale, and even he didn't know what had come over him.
Did you have a nightmare?
Wu Mengjing gently rubbed his forehead, offering comfort.
Xiao Shuo, don't worry. I'm here. No one can bully you.
Lin Shuo shook his head.
No nightmare. Just this strange feeling suddenly came over me. How strange. How to describe it?
It was like a momentary void in my heart, as if I'd lost something.
Stop overthinking it. Nothing bad will happen. Wu Mengjing affectionately pulled Lin Shuo into her embrace. With me here, don't worry. Just rest well.
But before she could finish her sentence,
a series of urgent knocks echoed through the room. In the middle of the night, who could be knocking?
Wu Mengjing was puzzled, but she still walked to the door to take a look. At the door stood an unfamiliar figure.
Hello? Who might you be? Wu Mengjing asked cautiously.
I'm here to see Lin Shuo.
You must be Wu Changqiu's daughter? My name is Lu Kai. I know your father. Hearing the voice outside, Wu Mengjing's suspicions weren't entirely dispelled.
She turned to glance at Lin Shuo, who shared her puzzled expression.
What brings you here? Lin Shuo asked.
Come with me to the hospital, Lu Kai urged urgently.
Your cousin's in trouble. He's in the emergency room right now. What?
Lin Shuo's expression changed abruptly. Wu Mengjing, standing nearby, was also startled. Just a few hours ago, he seemed perfectly fine.
How could he suddenly be in the hospital undergoing emergency treatment? What happened to him? How did he end up in the hospital? Did Lin Shuo attack him? The barrage of questions came like cannon fire, and Lu Kai could clearly sense Lin Shuo's turmoil. He quickly explained, "Your cousin attempted suicide. Fortunately, he was revived. But his mental state is unstable now, and he might try again at any moment. Why would he suddenly attempt suicide?" Lin Shuo grew even more perplexed. "Well, it's complicated, hard to explain in a few words, but this incident is connected to your father." Lu Kai stopped there, unable to continue. Seeing this, Lin Shuo immediately understood. He forced himself to suppress his questions and didn't press further. After all, this matter involved too many tangled threads. He didn't want Wu Mengjing to be dragged into it unnecessarily. "Anyway, you need to come with me to the hospital right now. There's still a chance we might change his mind," Lu Kai sighed. "You're one of the few family members he has left in this world. Right now, you might be the only one who can persuade him." "I understand, Uncle Lu. I'll go with you right now," Lin Shuo replied. But before he could finish, Wu Mengjing couldn't help but interject, "Uncle Lu, please take me too. Lin Tian is my friend as well, and he's Lin Shuo's cousin. I want to try persuading him too." Chapter 216, I'll wait for you. On the way to the hospital, Lin Shuo sat in the back seat of Lu Kai's sedan. The moment he got in, he couldn't wait to ask, "Uncle Lu, what exactly is going on with my cousin? Can you tell me anything?" Lu Kai sighed before explaining slowly, "It was suicide. Tonight he went to assassinate Lin Shuo. Now that Lin Shuo is dead, he feels there's no point in living anymore." Hearing this news, Lin Shuo froze in shock. Lin Shuo is dead? And killed by his own cousin's hand. My cousin. How did he do it? After a long moment, Lin Shuo finally spoke again, his gaze complex and inscrutable, making it impossible to guess what was going through his mind. Same way as his father rear-ended by a truck, then burned alive inside the vehicle, Lu Kai sighed. That's exactly how his father died years ago. All these years, he was consumed by the obsession to avenge his father. I suspect he'd long since wanted to end his own life, but he was purely sustained by that drive. Now that Lin Shuo is dead and that obsession is gone, he has no reason left to live. That's why your cousin chose to kill himself immediately after taking Lin Shuo's life. At this point, Lu Kai couldn't help but let out a lone, drawn-out sigh. So what about him now? Lin Shuo pressed. He's still clinging to life. The police arrived just as he attempted suicide, so they rushed him to the hospital immediately. Thanks to the doctor's efforts, he's now out of immediate danger. Even the doctors said it was a miracle he survived after losing so much blood. That's why I feel even heaven itself doesn't want to take him. It would be a shame for someone like him to die like this. I hope you can persuade him." Hearing Lu Kai's words, Lin Shuo felt a sudden wave of dazed relief wash over him. Dazed by the realization that his despicable father had finally met his end, yet overwhelmed by the suddenness of it all. Relieved that his cousin had miraculously survived. Now he finally understood why he'd been jolted awake at night and what had caused that inexplicable emptiness in his heart. But let's be clear, Lu Kai added, even if he wants to live this time, he'll have to serve a few years inside. After that, though, I'll find a way to get him out. Thank you, Uncle Lu, Lin Shuo nodded lightly in gratitude. The car rolled slowly along the highway, reaching the hospital entrance in just 10 minutes. Following Lu Kai, Lin Shuo arrived at Lin Tian's hospital room. However, the room was now surrounded by several police officers, and even the emergency exit corridor was packed tight. Seeing this scene, Lin Shuo didn't need to be told to understand the situation at hand. The two entered the hospital room. The moment they entered, Lin Shuo saw Lin Tian lying on the bed, his face blank and eyes vacant. At the same time, Lin Shuo noticed a pair of heavy metal handcuffs secured around Lin Tian's wrists. I've already made the introductions. Go talk to your cousin, Lu Kai said, patting Lin Shuo on the shoulder and gesturing for him to approach. Lin Shuo gave a slight nod and slowly walked over to sit beside Lin Tian. Sis. Just as Lin Shuo began to speak, Lin Tian opened his eyes on the hospital bed. Pale-faced, he weakly addressed Lin Shuo, Xiao Shuo. Why are you here? Cousin. Why did you do this? Lin Shuo stepped closer. You never did anything to wrong anyone. No. I'm sorry, cousin. Lin Tian's voice was faint, tinged with guilt. I killed your father without ever discussing it with you. That bastard, even in death, he got what he deserved, Lin Shuo murmured softly. As the old saying goes, what goes around comes around. Given all the things Lin Shuo did, even if you hadn't confronted him, someone else would have eventually. So you shouldn't feel guilty about this at all. But I have no reason to live anymore. Cousin, I want to ask you something. Is living an extremely painful thing for you? Lin Tian nodded almost imperceptibly. Yes. Living is a painful thing for me. I'm tired. I want to go find my parents. Besides that, I feel terribly guilty toward you. Lin Tian lay numbly on the hospital bed, his eyes vacant as he stared at the ceiling. Cousin, do you truly feel guilty toward me? Lin Shuo suddenly asked again. If you feel guilty, then please live on for my sake. For me? Lin Tian looked puzzled. Yes, for me. Lin Shuo paused before continuing. Cousin, do you know? You're actually the only relative in this world who has ever truly been kind to me. Before meeting you yesterday, I never truly understood what it felt like to be cared for by a family member. Now that I've finally experienced it, I don't want to lose this feeling so easily. You may have suffered greatly before, but now it's different. You have me. Lin Shuo clasped Lin Tian's hand and said earnestly, Cousin, if you were to die like this, I would be truly, deeply heartbroken. I don't want to lose you. Hearing Lin Shuo's words, Lin Tian's eyes flickered with a faint light. His once lifeless gaze seemed to sparkle for a moment. Cousin, in the life ahead, there are so many ways I'll still need you. If you're gone, I'll be utterly alone in this world once more. Yesterday you told me uncle and aunt miss me terribly. I believe if they could see us now, they wouldn't bear to leave you alone with me. What do you think, cousin? After hearing Lin Shuo's words, Lin Tian closed his eyes, tears welling up and spilling over his eyelids. After a long moment, he seemed to have finally made a decision. Xiao Shuo. I'm counting on you. Could you wait for your cousin a few more years? All right. I'll wait for you, cousin. Chapter 217, The Bad News. Much later. Outside the hospital room, Lu Kai finally saw Lin Shuo emerge. How is he? Lin Tian. He's calmed down considerably now and is willing to accept the doctor's treatment, Lin Shuo replied. That's good, that's good. Lu Kai finally exhaled, feeling as if a heavy weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Uncle Lu, after he leaves the hospital, will my cousin get a long sentence? Lin Shuo asked again. Lu Kai nodded inside. He has a criminal record, and this time it's a cumulative offense. Legally, his sentence will be increased. Plus, the scale of his revenge this time was enormous. Once it goes to court, he'll likely face at least 20 years. But don't worry. I've hired the best lawyer for him. We'll fight for the lightest sentence possible. Lu Kai patted Lin Shuo's shoulder reassuringly. I swear, I won't let him wait too long inside. After a moment of silence, Lin Shuo pondered, if we present a letter of forgiveness, could that help with sentencing? It would certainly help, Lu Kai nodded. But as I said, the incident was too high profile. Even with a sentencing recommendation, its impact would likely be quite limited. Still, something is better than nothing. Uncle Lu, in that case, I'll prepare the letter of forgiveness. Could you help me deliver it to the lawyer? No problem. Lu Kai seemed to suddenly understand, nodding eagerly in agreement. Thanks, Uncle Lu. You're welcome. It's the least I can do. An hour later, Lin Shuo dragged his weary body back home. Before he even entered the door, he spotted Wu Mengjing waiting at the entrance. Xiao Shuo, you're back. How's your cousin doing? Wu Mengjing rushed over the moment she saw him, her concern evident in her urgent question. She had been waiting at the door since Lin Shuo left home, only breathing a sigh of relief when she saw him arrive safely. Don't worry, Sister Jing. My cousin is fine. I've talked him out of it, Lin Shuo replied with a slight smile. That's good. Wu Mengjing patted her chest. Since that's settled, let's find a free day soon to go visit him. It might be a while, Lin Shuo shook his head. He's currently undergoing treatment, and his emotions have only just stabilized. It's best we don't disturb him for now. I see. It's probably best not to disturb him. But the fact that he's okay is the best news. Whether we see him sooner or later, it's all the same. Wu Mengjing didn't dwell on it further and turned to retrieve a package from the front desk. Oh, by the way, Xiao Shuo, your ID card is ready. From now on, we're family. Hearing this, Lin Shuo froze for a moment before taking the document envelope from Wu Mengjing's hand. His fingers trembled slightly as he opened it. Only after confirming its contents did he finally let out a sigh of relief. So, isn't it handsome? Wu Mengjing had quietly slipped behind him and wrapped her arms around him, beaming with pride. Just like our Xiao Shuo, even his ID card is this handsome. Hearing this, Lin Shuo snapped back to reality, a touch of embarrassment flushing his cheeks. Xiao Shuo, now that you're an adult, is there anything you've always wanted to do but never got around to? Wu Mengjing asked with a playful smile. Things I wanted to do but never got around to? Lin Shuo felt a bit dazed. He couldn't quite recall how many extra years it had taken him in his previous life to finally obtain his own ID card, nor could he remember what the very first thing he did after getting it actually was. He only remembered enduring immense hardship to obtain that ID card. It wasn't until the day he graduated high school that he finally mustered the courage to take that ID card to an internet cafe and play games all night long. Thinking of this, Lin Shuo opened his mouth, then slowly spoke, Sister Jing, do you remember what you were doing when we first met? Wu Mengjing paused, her mind drifting back to that first encounter. Lin Shuo had appeared in her internet cafe then, gaunt and disheveled. If she remembered correctly, she should have been playing StarCraft with Fang Manhwa at the time? Of course I remember. You weren't even as tall as you are now back then, Wu Mengjing smiled faintly, seemingly recalling something very pleasant. Lin Shuo mustered his courage and asked, so, Sister Jing, can we play a game together again? Is that all you want? Of course you can, silly. Wu Mengjing playfully tickled Lin Shuo's nose. Jiangcheng City First Hospital.
Lin Shuo stared blankly at Wu Changxiu before her, her voice trembling as she asked, Mr. Wu, what did you just say? I'm sorry to say your father has passed away, Wu Changxiu sighed.
When did this happen? Just a few hours ago. Then, how did he die? It's a complicated story. You know you have a cousin, right? Lin Shuo nodded. I know. Lin Tang. He's my uncle's son.
But after my uncle died in a car accident, he never showed up again. Lin Shuo murmured to herself as if suddenly grasping something.
She couldn't help but blurt out, Mr. Wu, are you saying my cousin did this? Wu Changxiu nodded. Actually, your uncle didn't die in an accident back then.
Your father orchestrated his death to seize the company shares and money. Lin Tian had come looking for your father to exact revenge before, but he failed that time and ended up locked up for many years. But after he was released this time, the Lu family approached him and offered substantial support, so... Hearing this, Lin Qiula seemed to lose her soul, slumping lifelessly into her chair. Yes, she did hate Lin Shenghong with a passion. She even wished this man would suffer terribly one day, just like Lin Shuo had. She even wished he would die sooner rather than later. Yet upon finally learning this news today, an inexplicable ache suddenly welled up in her heart. Chapter 218, Name Your Conditions. In the hospital room, Lin Shuo sat in gloomy silence, her entire being as if devoid of spirit, utterly despondent. Her already frail body grew even weaker. Bear with the grief and accept the change. Wu Changxiu couldn't help but sigh. In truth, he hadn't intended to tell Lin Shuo about this matter so soon. But Lin Shenghong had been in the eye of the storm lately. A locally renowned businessman, especially after the television station incident, he had been under constant media scrutiny.
Thus, the moment Lin Shenghong died, news of his death began circulating across major media outlets utterly unstoppable. Moreover, once the police confirmed the deceased's identity, they would contact the family immediately.
Therefore, rather than letting Lin Shuo discover this on her own, it was better to inform her directly and avoid any future misunderstandings.
What about Lin Tian? After a long pause, Lin Shuo seemed to slowly snap back to reality, asking in a dazed voice. Lin Tian attempted suicide after taking revenge on your father, but he survived. He's currently in the hospital undergoing emergency treatment, under the watch of several officers. Wu Changxiu paused here, then tentatively asked, Do you hate your cousin?
Lin Shuo lowered her head, a trace of bewilderment flickering in her eyes. After a long moment, she spoke slowly, truthfully, I don't know if I should hate him. By worldly standards, he killed my father, so I should hate him with every fiber of my being. But when I think of all the things Lin Shenghong did, I feel like everything that happened to him was just what he deserved. And my uncle, if I remember correctly, he was such a kind man. He had a happy family. Why did Lin Shenghong have to destroy them like that? In this matter, brother Lin Tian is also a victim. Because of that bastard Lin Shenghong, his family was torn apart. But why did brother Lin Tian take action? If it were possible. I wish I could bear all this guilt myself. Her voice cracked as she spoke, her entire being worn down by the relentless blows that threatened to shatter her completely.
Wu Changxiu, seeing her state, patted Lin Shuo's shoulder in consolation.
At this point, he knew no words could truly soothe her heart. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the room. Wu Changxiu instinctively turned his head and saw Lin Wanwan pushing a wheelchair, her face etched with panic.
Xiaolu, have you seen Mom? Mom's gone. Lin Wanjuan's words instantly snapped Lin Xiaolu out of her grief-stricken daze. She jerked her head up, a wave of intense unease washing over her.
Seeing Lin Wanjuan's frantic state, she realized she too had no idea where Su Dinglan had gone.
Without another word, she grabbed Lin Wanjuan's arm and rushed toward the hospital exit. How did Mom leave? Why didn't she give any warning? Lin Xiaolu asked anxiously. I don't know either. I just heard Mom constantly murmuring Xiao Shua's name.
Then, the moment I stepped away to use the restroom, she vanished, Lin Wanwan replied sadly.
Come on. Mom must have gone to find Xiao Shua. Let's head to his house and wait near his school right now. The next day. At the milk tea shop near the school entrance.
Lin Shuo and Fei Shuwen each held a cup of milk tea, sitting on chairs and drinking silently.
Xiao Shua, are you really okay? Fei Shuwen asked cautiously.
The news of Lin Shenghong's death had spread across nearly every newspaper early that morning, prompting him to rush over immediately to comfort Lin Shuo.
Lin Shuo shook his head. I'm fine.
I couldn't have wished for that man to die sooner. Now that he's gone, I can only say he brought it upon himself. It's just a shame he dragged down what should have been a wonderful family.
Glad to hear it.
Fei Shuwen didn't know how to comfort Lin Shuo in such a situation, so he simply sat silently beside him with his head bowed. Lin Shuo understood why Fei Shuwen had called him over and said nothing more. As he sat there, he suddenly felt a pair of eyes watching him from the corner. He followed the gaze and caught sight of a furtive figure.
The figure seemed to sense Lin Shuo's gaze and scrambled frantically to the side, trying to hide.
But that silhouette was far too familiar to Lin Shuo. With just one glance, he recognized the person.
Lin Xiaolu?
Lin Shuo raised an eyebrow, glancing at the figure hiding behind a tree not far away. Over there, Lin Xiaolu, upon sensing Lin Shuo's gaze, not only failed to reveal herself but instead lowered her head and hid, seemingly very reluctant to meet Lin Shuo. Surprised, Lin Shuo immediately walked over.
Lin Xiaolu, what are you hiding for? I have something to discuss with you.
Let's talk outside, Lin Shuo said calmly, looking toward the tree where Lin Fengyu was concealed.
But silence was his only reply.
After waiting for a while, Lin Shuo couldn't hold back any longer and stepped forward to stand directly in front of Lin Xiaolu.
Lin Xiaolu, seemingly hearing his approach, hurriedly spoke up, I'm sorry.
I didn't mean to appear before you. Her voice trembled with nervousness. Though she looked weak and haggard, Lin Shuo recognized her instantly.
It's fine. I actually needed to talk to you about something. Hearing this, Lin Xiaolu's body trembled.
She couldn't fathom why Lin Shuo would seek her out at this moment, but the long silence between them stirred an unexpected flutter of excitement within her.
Xiao Shuo. What did you want to talk about? Lin Xiaolu asked, her voice trembling with uncertainty.
Though uncertain of what Lin Shuo wanted to discuss, she had already resolved within herself that whatever terms he proposed, she would agree to them. Perhaps this was a golden opportunity to mend their relationship. Even if there was only the slightest glimmer of hope, she refused to let it slip away.
I need you to provide me with several letters of understanding.
If you have conditions, feel free to state them. Hearing Lin Shuo's words, Lin Xiaolu paused slightly before immediately grasping his meaning.
You mean, a letter of forgiveness from brother Lin Tian? Yes. Lin Shuo nodded. After receiving Lin Shuo's confirmation, Lin Xiaolu suddenly fell into a long, deep silence.
An indescribably complex mix of emotions surfaced in her heart.
First, she had never fully processed the news of Lin Qinghong's death.
Second, she never imagined Lin Shuo would choose to reach out to her a distant cousin he'd never met for the sake of that man.
Chapter 219, Zhang Yan.
Xiao Shuo is willing to connect with me just for the sake of a cousin he hasn't seen in years.
Lin Xiaolu mused gloomily.
She never imagined that after all these years as his own sister, she would ultimately be overshadowed by a cousin he hadn't seen in ages. This thought stirred a bitter ache in her heart. She couldn't tell if this feeling was envy or resentment, but perhaps it was simply the karmic retribution for all the years she'd misunderstood Xiao Shuo.
What's your decision? Lin Shuo pressed impatiently, his patience clearly wearing thin. All right. I agree. I'll convince the others to sign too.
Lin Xiaolu forced herself to answer, suppressing the bitterness in her heart. She didn't understand why she'd agreed to this, as if compelled by some unseen force. Perhaps it was the guilt she'd carried all these years. Or maybe she was just losing her mind. Or perhaps her feelings for Lin Shuo had long since become an obsession. But she knew this much, in her current state, she could no longer refuse any of Lin Shuo's demands even if this letter of forgiveness would forever tarnish her family's name. Yet she chose this path without hesitation.
All for the faintest glimmer of hope that Lin Shuo might forgive her. What are the conditions? Lin Shuo pressed. There's no need.
Lin Xiaolu took a deep breath, forcing a faint smile onto her face. I'll repeat myself, the conditions. Lin Shuo said impatiently. At this, Lin Xiaolu's face paled slightly. She understood perfectly well Lin Shuo simply didn't want to owe her any favors. By leaving this condition, he was deliberately denying her any chance to mend their relationship. But she had no choice but to force herself to endure the bitter ache in her heart.
Then could you at least call me?
She had intended to say sister, but in that instant, images flashed through her mind, her eldest sister confined to a wheelchair, her fourth sister who had lost her voice, and her mother now suffering from dementia. So she quickly changed her words, Xiao Shuo, could you accompany me to see the rest of our family? Just one visit. It won't take much of your time. A hint of pleading crept into Lin Xiaolu's voice. Though this might be her last chance in this lifetime to hear Lin Shuo call her sister, she chose to let it go without hesitation. Because perhaps her sister and mother were the only remaining connections to Lin Shuo in this life. As the sole remaining figure capable of holding the Lin family together, she simply couldn't bear to harbor any selfishness. She had to fight for opportunities for the rest of her family. Are you sure? Lin Shuo frowned, for this condition seemed far too simple to him. I'm certain. Lin Xiaolu replied without hesitation. She feared that any hesitation might cost her this one chance in a lifetime.
When? Tomorrow. Tomorrow, is that okay? Then tomorrow it is. Alright, I'll contact you tomorrow. Alright. Don't contact me before then. With that, Lin Shuo turned and walked away without looking back. Lin Xiaolu watched his retreating figure.
Though countless words churned in her throat, she could only stare as his back grew smaller and smaller until he vanished completely from sight. Only then did tears spill uncontrollably from her eyes.
Xiao Shuo, what were you two talking about just now? Fei Shuwen couldn't help but ask as soon as Lin Shuo returned. Nothing much. Just agreed to one of her conditions. Lin Shuo didn't hide much about the matter, recounting the entire story to him in detail. After listening, Fei Shuwen couldn't help but frown. What devilish scheme is she up to now? Why did she suddenly want you to meet with them out of the blue? Who cares about them?
Lin Shuo shrugged indifferently. At worst, it's just meeting them once.
It won't cost me anything. You're not going to get soft-hearted and just restore things with them, are you? Do I look like I'm out of my mind? Guess you're right. Fei Shuwen immediately relaxed upon hearing this and said no more. Meanwhile, Zheng family villa. As usual, Jiang Xiaoyu lay on the sofa watching TV. Suddenly, a commotion erupted near the doorway. Instantly, a massive black figure burst through the entrance, knocking Jiang Xiaoyu off the sofa. Ugh! Big White, get off me! Jiang Xiaoyu pushed the dog's head away with a look of disgust as it kept licking her face, then smacked its head impatiently. Dabai, are you asking for a beating? The dog called Dabao seemed to understand Jiang Xiaoyu's words. It immediately lay down on the floor with a look of grievance, staring at her with pleading eyes. Jiang Xiaoyu couldn't help but laugh at Dabao's expression. Alright, get up. I won't be mean to you anymore. Hearing this, Dabao cheerfully scrambled to his feet, wagging his tail incessantly at Jiang Xiaoyu. Big White was a purebred Alaskan Malamute. Because his coat was pure white, he earned that name. Why are you back alone? What about my brother? Jiang Xiaoyu glanced toward the doorway in confusion, only then noticing a tall figure carrying heavy luggage through the door. Xiaoyu, hurry over and help your brother with his luggage. Zheng Yin muttered at the doorway. Then, spotting Dabao with its obsequious expression, he immediately started grumbling, you good-for-nothing mutt. I spoiled you rotten with good food and treats while I was away, and now you come back and recognize my sister, huh? The scolded dog merely chuckled softly before immediately sticking out its tongue and plopping down beside Jiang Xiaoyu. You stupid mutt, playing dumb, huh? Zheng Yin cursed a few more times before finally giving up on arguing with his dumb dog. He plopped himself down on the sofa. Hey, bro, weren't you supposed to be back in a couple of days? Why'd you come back early? Jiang Xiaoyu tossed Zheng Yin a bottle of ice water and couldn't help asking. Heard there was a new annoying dog around the house. Worried you might get bullied, so I came to see what kind of creature this is. Zheng Yin glanced upstairs before asking, is he staying upstairs now? Jiang Xiaoyu nodded. Right in the storage room on the second floor. They actually gave him a storage room? Zheng Yin scoffed. Someone like him deserves a doghouse at best. And they let him inside the house? Hearing this, the boy beside him immediately let out an indignant grunt. Chapter 220, Teaching Him a Lesson. Zheng Yin shot Dabai a glare. What are you grumbling about? When have you ever slept in our doghouse? You're always either in my room or Xiaoyu's. What gives you the nerve to grumble? After being scolded, Dabao turned his face away, clearly playing dumb again. Zheng Yin nearly lost his temper and slapped him across the face. What can I do? It was Dad's idea, Jiang Xiaoyu said helplessly. I have no idea what he's really up to. Otherwise, there's no way I'd ever let that disgusting guy into our house. Did Dad say anything else besides that? Oh, he did say as long as we don't go too far, he'll let us handle it. Jiang Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. Got it. Dad basically means don't kill him, right? Zheng Yi immediately understood, then headed toward the elevator, rubbing his hands together eagerly. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaoyu quickly asked, Bro, where are you going? To give that guy a little welcome gift, of course. Zheng Yin grinned, baring his teeth. To be honest, his loathing for Zheng Yin ran deep, stemming from something far more complex than what Lin Shuo had revealed on TV. It stemmed more from the stories his biological mother had told him about the grudge between his father and his aunt. Though these were grudges of the previous generation. But as the saying goes, the son repays the mother's debts. His father's vengeance would be settled by his own hand. Recent online rumors only reinforced his conviction that Lin Fengyu was no good, a menace left to fester within their family. If Lin Fengyu had no connection whatsoever to his family, that would be one thing. He could have simply ignored him and avoided unnecessary trouble. But since Lin Fengyu had moved into his home, he felt it would be a betrayal of his own name if he didn't take action. Especially. Upon returning home, he overheard Xiaoyu complaining that Lin Fengyu had tried to impose his ways on the Lin household from the moment he arrived. This only fueled his anger further. No matter what, he was determined to make that kid pay. Be careful, Jiang Xiaoyu still worried about her brother. Don't you trust me? Zheng Yin flexed his bulging biceps. With his scrawny frame, I'm afraid one punch might kill him. Watch closely. From now on, that kid won't dare speak loudly in our house. Waking from his sleep, Lin Fengyu struggled to climb off the hard wooden plank bed. The aching in every bone of his body made him suck in a sharp breath of cold air. Damn it, is this even fit for a human to sleep on? Lin Fengyu cursed under his breath, his resentment toward Lin Shuo growing fiercer by the second. Never in his life had he endured conditions as harsh as these. Why the hell? Why did he have to endure all this misery at the Zhang family's hands? Why wasn't that bastard Lin Shuo bearing it all instead? Sooner or later, I'll make every bastard who ever bullied me pay. Just as Lin Fengyu was consumed by bitter resentment, his door was violently kicked open from the outside. Bang! A deafening crash. The impact sent Lin Fengyu, who had just settled into his wheelchair, tumbling backward onto the floor. He scrambled awkwardly to sit up, propping himself up with his hands while instinctively glancing toward the doorway.
A burly man stood in the doorway, glaring at him with utter contempt. Beside him stood Zhang Xiaoyu, whom he had seen before. Upon closer inspection, the man bore a striking resemblance to Zhang Yi 7 or 8 parts alike, only significantly younger.
Hello, brother Zhang.
Lin Fengyu managed timidly. Judging by the man's expression and the violent way he'd thrown open the door, it was clear he, like Zhang Xiaoyu, was extremely unhappy about Lin Fengyu staying in this house. It was highly likely he'd come specifically to cause trouble. The thought made Lin Fengyu lower his head in irritation. He had once lived in luxury and comfort, yet now he was forced to bow his head just to survive.
Who the hell are you calling brother Zhang?
Zhang Yan shot him a disgusted glance at the greeting before striding forward in two-step bursts. His hand shot out, landing a hard slap across Lin Fengyu's face.
Do you think you're worthy of addressing me that way? Smack!
The forceful blow struck Lin Fengyu's cheek, instantly swelling it up and leaving a bright red handprint.
Stop trying to cozy up to me. The thing I hate most in this life is two-faced bastards like you.
Zhang Yan cursed without restraint, his words dripping with contempt for Lin Fengyu.
Don't think I don't know what you're made of. This slap is to make you understand, in this family, even if you're a dragon, you'll have to curl up for me. If you ever try to pull any shenanigans with Xiaoyu again, I'll pry every single one of your teeth out, got it? Understood.
Lin Fengyu snapped back to his senses, his voice barely a whisper. He kept his head bowed, his eyes burning with venom. In that moment, he wanted nothing more than to flay the man before him alive.
Do you truly understand, or are you just pretending?
Zhang Yan seemed to know exactly what Lin Fengyu was thinking. After receiving no response for a long while, he grabbed Lin Fengyu's hair and slammed his head hard against the floor.
Tell me, why aren't you speaking?
Furious and enraged, Lin Fengyu forced himself to hide his expression. Yet the venom that flashed in his eyes was caught by Zhang Yan.
What's that look in your eyes mean? You're not convinced? You want to kill me? Zhang Yan's expression darkened instantly.
As the words fell, he delivered another unhesitating slap across Lin Fengyu's face. The blow sent Lin Fengyu reeling, his ears ringing with a deafening buzz. Let me tell you this, I let you into this house, so you should be grateful. If you don't want to stay, pack your bags and get out anytime. Don't think our family will pamper you like those little darlings from the Lin family. If I catch you looking at me like that again, I'll tie you up and shove you into the doghouse, got it? The stinging pain on his face and the sharp sting on his skin instantly snapped Lin Fengyu out of his dizziness. Seeing Zhang Yan before him, panic seized him, and fear grew within his heart.
I'm sorry. It was my fault. I'll change from now on.
Lin Fengyu answered, trembling as he sat on the ground. Those two slaps had jolted him completely awake from his delusion.
He now understood he would never be the same person he once was in the Lin family. Chapter 221, Humiliation. Good to see you get it. Zhang Yan snorted coldly.
Seeing Lin Fengyu no longer dare to meet his gaze, he finally released the boy's hair and tossed him back onto the floor. Then, taking a wet wipe from Zhang Xiaoyu, he wiped his hands clean as if removing some filthy substance. Witnessing this, Lin Fengyu felt profound humiliation. Yet, recalling Zhang Yan's ruthless methods, he dared not let even a trace of resentment or dissatisfaction show on his face.
Because he knew the man was serious about locking him up in a doghouse.
Mark my words, Zhang Yan growled.
No matter how you behaved in the Lin household, in the Zhang family, you'll keep your tail between your legs. If I hear a single word of criticism about you from anyone, you'd better prepare to die. Seeing Lin Fengyu offer no resistance, Zhang Yan lost interest in further tormenting him. He merely shot Lin Fengyu a look of disgust before turning and walking away, leaving the man alone, trembling on the cold floor. Though Lin Fengyu was so enraged at that moment he could have slaughtered every last member of the Zhang family, circumstances forced him to swallow his fury whole. Zhang Yan, huh? I'll remember you.
Sooner or later, I'll settle this score with you all.
Just as Lin Fengyu was brooding with venomous thoughts, a sneaky dog head suddenly peered in through the doorway. It crept silently into Lin Fengyu's room, eyeing him with curiosity.
Driven by its instinct for friendliness, it approached a few steps closer and sniffed at the scent on Lin Fengyu's body.
A dog?
Lin Fengyu froze at the sight of the furry figure. Recalling Zhang Yan's words, a wave of dread washed over him. He took a deep breath, then forced a smile as he beckoned to Debeo. Seeing this, the unsuspecting dog immediately bounded over happily, its snow-white tail rubbing against Lin Fengyu repeatedly. Completely unaware of the venom lurking in Lin Fengyu's eyes. Xiaoyu, did you see that bastard's look just now? He actually dares to play these games with your brother. Zhang Yan, back in the living room, still grumbled with lingering resentment.
In my opinion, people like that should be beaten to death outright.
Keeping them in the house is nothing but trouble. It's only a matter of time before something bad happens.
Agreed, Jing Xiaoyu nodded in agreement.
But those two slaps you gave him earlier were seriously badass. After speaking, Zhang Xiaoyu glanced around the living room.
Weird. Have you seen Debeo? He came downstairs earlier and I haven't seen him since. Who knows? Probably hiding in some room having fun again. It's not like this is the first time it's done this. Zhang Yan didn't seem too concerned and flopped down on the sofa.
Just then, a sound came from the doorway.
Zhang Ye's figure slowly walked in from the doorway. Dad, why are you home so early today? Zhang Xiaoyu asked curiously. Based on past patterns, Zhang Yi usually came home very late, but today he had arrived before the end of the workday, a rare occurrence. I heard your brother was back, Zhang Yi replied with a faint smile, his gaze shifting to his son. What's this? The young master sulking the moment he walks in the door? Oomph. Zhang Yan shot his father a disapproving look. Alright, Dad has his reasons. Once things settle down, that person won't be around our house anymore. Zhang Yi smiled reassuringly. Look, I brought back your favorite treat. Zhang Yi placed a box of desserts on the living room coffee table. Your favorite Haagen-Dazs cake. Zhang Yan's eyes lit up, though his tone still carried a hint of resentment. Dad, don't think you can bribe me with a box of cake. I'll let this slide this time, but don't expect it to happen again. With that, Zhang Yan eagerly tore open the packaging, ready to dig in. While eating, he didn't forget to ask Zhang Yi, by the way, Dad, I slapped that little brat twice. That should be okay, right? What could possibly happen? Zhang Yi smiled. Xiaoyu probably told you as long as you didn't go too far, I'll let you two handle it. That's good. Zhang Yan nodded, shoving a piece of cake into his mouth without looking back, his eyes softening. He knew his son better than anyone. Though he'd claimed he wouldn't eat, the fact that he was now willing to try what Zhang Yi had brought meant his anger had subsided. Oh, by the way, where's Dabeo? Didn't you bring him back? Zhang Yi glanced around, not seeing the familiar white figure, and couldn't help asking. Of course I brought him back. He adores Xiaoyu, how could I leave him behind? Zhang Yan muttered. He's probably causing a ruckus in someone's room right now. Oh, I see. Hope the little guy didn't get skinny from hunger, Zhang Yi said with a smile. Skinny? You have no idea how big it is now. Standing up, it's almost as tall as Xiaoyu. Zhang Yan grumbled indignantly, clearly displeased with Zhang Ye's perceived slander. Just as the family chatted cheerfully, a blood-curdling scream suddenly pierced the air from upstairs. Ha? What's going on? Zhang Yi looked up. Sounds like that kid Lin Fengyu. I just dealt with him earlier. What's he up to now? Zhang Yan frowned, clearly annoyed at being interrupted during his meal. Let's go check upstairs first. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow, sensing something was off. He stood up and headed toward the stairs. Zhang Xiaoyu and Zhang Yan exchanged a glance before hurrying after him. As soon as they reached the second floor, Zhang Yi heard Debai's low, whimpering growl, causing his footsteps to quicken involuntarily. When he opened Lin Fengyu's door, the scene inside left him frozen in shock. Lin Fengyu sat huddled on the floor, trembling uncontrollably with fear. Debai, looking ferocious, was pinned on top of him, baring his teeth. His face bore a rare, vicious glint, ready to strike at any moment. Help, help me! The moment he saw someone arrive, Lin Fengyu lost all control, screaming frantically for help. The moment the words left his mouth, Dabeo let out a displeased growl. Terrified, Lin Fengyu immediately froze, holding his breath as still as a frozen frog, not daring to move an inch. In that instant, he even wondered if Dabeo might bite him to death outright. His body trembled uncontrollably as a pungent, foul odor wafted from his lower body, spreading rapidly. An orange-yellow liquid instantly filled the entire room. Chapter 222, A Lesson. The Zheng family members who rushed to the door witnessed this scene and instinctively covered their noses and mouths. Especially when they saw the orange-yellow stain on Lin Fengyu's crotch, they instantly understood the source of the odor, their faces immediately contorting with disgust and revulsion. Dabai, that's dirty. Come here quickly, Zhang Xiaoyu called out, frowning. Hearing the call, Dabeo instantly shed his earlier ferocious demeanor. He glanced at Zhang Xiaoyu, then trotted over to her like a fawning lapdog, his tail wagging like a giant feather duster as he reverted to his usual goofy self. But halfway there, as if remembering something, Dabeo abruptly turned back. With a backward lift of its leg, a stream of yellow liquid arched gracefully through the air, landing precisely on Lin Fengyu's face. Lin Fengyu, still reeling from the earlier fright, had no time to react before the pungent stench nearly made him retch. Looking up, he realized the despicable big white dog was actually urinating directly at his face. Caught completely off guard, a significant amount of urine splashed into his mouth. Ugh! The overpowering stench made Lin Fengyu retch uncontrollably. The culprit, Big White, grinned widely before scampering over to stand behind Zhang Xiaoyu. Its almost human expression seemed to say, I did it, what are you gonna do about it? That smug look, combined with the humiliation of being peed on by a dog, nearly sent Lin Fengyu into a faint from sheer rage. His mental state completely shattered. Dabai, you're something else. You're getting an extra treat tonight. Zhang Xiaoyu, though unaware of the incident's origin, couldn't help but feel amused by Lin Fengyu's furious and humiliated expression. Woof woof. Dabai barked excitedly twice, turning to dash back toward Lin Fengyu, ready to drop a massive pile right on him. But Zhang Yi stopped him immediately. Enough, go wait downstairs. Dad. Zhang Xiaoyu immediately protested. You can't blame Dabeo. You know his temper. He wouldn't do this without reason. That jerk Lin Fengyu must have provoked him. I know. I'm not blaming Dabeo. Zhang Yi gave her a reassuring look.
Ever since his daughter brought DeBeo home, he'd watched the dog grow up from puppyhood.
He understood its temperament and habits better than anyone.
While it could be mischievous at times, it had never even made a move to bite anyone in all these years, let alone suddenly fly into a rage and lunge at someone like it did today.
This meant Lin Fengyu was definitely behind it.
The last time he'd seen DeBeo like this was when traffickers had drugged him, trying to kidnap him.
You two take DeBeo out for a walk. Lin Fengyu and I need to talk.
Hearing Zhang Ye's words, Zhang Yan instantly understood what his father intended to do.
He promptly pulled Zhang Xiaoyu downstairs.
Soon, only Zhang Yi and Lin Fengyu remained in the room.
You have 5 minutes to get yourself together. Then come meet me in the next room.
Zhang Yi slowly lit a cigarette, his tone leaving no room for argument.
Uncle, I.
A sense of impending trouble immediately rose in Lin Fengyu's heart, and he hurriedly tried to explain. But Zhang Yi merely waved him off coldly, then pointed at the clock on the wall. Realizing something was amiss, Lin Fengyu dared not delay. Suppressing his discomfort, he forced himself to rise from the floor, hastily grabbed clothes from the wardrobe, and rushed into the bathroom.
1 minute. 2 minutes.
Finally, as the 5 minutes were about to pass, Lin Fengyu managed to get himself together at the last moment and entered Zhang Ye's study.
Speak. What exactly did you do to DeBeo?
Zhang Ye's gaze was cold, his eyes fixed on Lin Fengyu with an unblinking, scrutinizing stare.
Uncle. I didn't do anything. I just wanted to play with it.
I don't know why it suddenly pounced on me. Lin Fengyu kept his head bowed, unable to meet Zhang Ye's gaze. His voice trailed off nervously, betraying his guilt. But before his words had even finished echoing, Zhang Ye's palm struck his face without mercy.
Smack!
The sharp crack echoed throughout the entire room. Lin Fengyu nearly stumbled backward from the force, standing dazed in place, unsure what he'd said wrong.
I don't like people lying to me. I'll give you one more chance. What exactly did you do to DeBeo?
Zhang Ye's tone was icy as he repeated the question, his voice chilling to the bone.
Uncle. I was wrong.
Lin Fengyu, who had barely regained his composure, immediately shrank back in terror, unable to control his panic.
Uncle. I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. I remember telling you before, when you're under someone else's roof, you should behave like you're under someone else's roof. Don't bring those bad habits from the Lin family into this household. Yes. Since you know, why did you still do it? I need a reason. I'm sorry. Uncle. I truly regret it. Please don't hit me anymore. Lin Fengyu couldn't stop sobbing.
This wasn't the feigned innocence and grievance he'd once put on at the Lin household. This time, he was genuinely terrified. The coldness emanating from Zhang Yi was unlike anything he'd ever encountered in all these years. He even wondered if, were his mother not still alive, Zhang Yi might actually slap him to death.
Kneel. Zhang Yi said calmly. Lin Fengyu's body trembled slightly.
A sense of impending doom washed over him, and he hesitated, unable to bring himself to kneel.
I won't repeat myself twice.
Hearing this, Lin Fengyu couldn't help but shiver. Trembling, he finally knelt before Zhang Yi. The next moment, Zhang Yi drew a spiked rod and without hesitation, lashed it across Lin Fengyu's back.
Ah!
Lin Fengyu let out a piercing scream of agony and collapsed onto the ground. Yet Zhang Yi showed no sign of stopping, lashing out again and again until Lin Fengyu's entire back was covered in bloody welts. The excruciating pain nearly sent Lin Fengyu into unconsciousness. Kneel properly. Zhang Ye's tone carried an undeniable coldness. Terrified, Lin Fengyu stared at Zhang Yi before him, unable even to beg for mercy.
A massive shadow descended once more, and piercing screams echoed relentlessly through the second floor. Chapter 223, Coincidence. In the first-floor living room, the Zhang siblings faintly heard the continuous cries of agony coming from upstairs. They exchanged a sullen glance. It's been ages since I've seen Dad this angry, Zhang Xiaoyu muttered, shrinking her neck with a hint of schadenfreude in her eyes. In her memory, Zhang Yi had always been an exceptionally patient man. At least, growing up, she had rarely seen her father lose his temper, let alone deliver such a harsh lesson as today. Serves him right. People like that need a few more lessons before they learn to behave. Zhang Yan showed no sympathy, busily checking DeBeo for any injuries Lin Fengyu might have inflicted. That kid must have done something to Big White earlier. Otherwise, Big White would never act like that. Woof woof. As if understanding the conversation, Big White immediately responded with 2 affirming barks. See? I knew he did something to Big White. Zhang Yan thoroughly examined Big White's body from head to toe. Only after confirming there were no issues did he finally relax inwardly. Alright, give Big White a few extra chicken legs later, Zhang Xiaoyu added. The moment DeBeo heard chicken drumsticks, it was like a switch had flipped. His tail began wagging wildly like a dandelion, his tongue flicking out as he grinned like an idiot. The siblings watching nearby couldn't help but burst into laughter at the sight, completely ignoring the screams coming from upstairs. This is so noisy. I'm taking DeBeo out for a walk. I'll come back when you're done upstairs. Zhang Xiaoyu covered her ears, shot a disapproving glance at the second floor, then gave DeBeo a nod before heading for the door. Don't leave me alone. I'm coming too. Zhang Yan immediately sat up from the sofa. I found this really interesting game recently. How about we hit up the internet cafe? Sure. Zhang Xiaoyu nodded. Her mood had been ruined by that jerk Lin Fengyu anyway. A trip to the internet cafe sounded like a good idea. Outside the internet cafe. Xiaoyu, we're here. This is the internet cafe. Zhang Yan parked the car and got out, leading Debao with him. Zhang Xiaoyu followed closely behind, glancing at the internet cafe's sign. She was certain she'd never been here before, yet the place felt strangely familiar. Zhang Yan, still holding Debao's leash, couldn't wait to dash into the internet cafe. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoyu looked around curiously. Truth be told, this was Zhang Xiaoyu's first time in an internet cafe. Unlike boys who seemed naturally drawn to gaming, her interest stemmed more from curiosity. Suddenly, a woman in a beige long dress walked in through the door. Though her face was bare of makeup, her exquisitely striking features still made the Zhang siblings pause in surprise. She's so beautiful. Zhang Xiaoyu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Ha! Caught off guard by the sudden compliment, Wu Mengjing froze, her cheeks flushing pink. Though she'd heard many compliments throughout her life, this was the first time a stranger had praised her so directly to her face. I said you're really beautiful, sister. Zhang Xiaoyu blinked her eyes, her face full of admiration. No, you're pretty too, little sister. Wu Mengjing quickly replied. Oh. I'm not even half as pretty as you, sister. Zhang Xiaoyu leaned her face close to Wu Mengjing's. Sister, your skin is so flawless. Could you tell me what skincare products you use? Well. Although Wu Mengjing didn't mind sharing some tips, encountering someone so forward for the first time left her a bit flustered, momentarily at a loss for words. Ah, sorry, boss. My sister's a bit, well, you know. Don't mind her. Zhang Yan, standing nearby, quickly pulled his embarrassing sister toward him. We're here to use the internet. Boss, could you set us up with 2 temporary cards? No problem, no problem. Wu Mengjing smiled. Temporary cards, huh? Just hand me your IDs and I'll take care of it. And I'll throw in a free drink for each of you. No need, no need. You're too kind, boss, Zhang Yan said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Just then, Zhang Yan felt the leash in his hand tug. Looking down, he saw that Debai had sneaked up to Wu Mengjing's side. The dog's huge head was rubbing against Wu Mengjing's leg repeatedly. Looking closer, Zhang Yan saw that Wu Mengjing was holding a bowl of freshly simmered bone broth. Debai. Zhang Yan felt his face flush crimson with embarrassment. His dog was such an embarrassment. As always, the sight of food rendered him completely immobile. Oh, is this sled dog yours? He's so adorable. Wu Mengjing glanced down at Debai, who was still rubbing against her legs. She immediately understood what he wanted. Squinting, she pointed to the bowl in her hands and asked with a smile, is this what you want? Woof woof. Debai barked immediately, drool practically dripping from its mouth. Can I feed him? Wu Mengjing asked. Of course, Zhang Yan replied sheepishly, giving Debai a stern look that was promptly ignored by the dog, now practically crying with hunger. Hearing this, Wu Mengjing immediately crouched down and tossed the meat bone from her bowl into Debao's mouth. Debai opened wide, swallowing the bone whole in one gulp, eyes closed in pure bliss. Why don't you guys go play first? I'll watch it for you, Wu Mengjing suggested. Ah, wouldn't that be too much trouble? Zhang Xiaoyu hesitated. Taking Debao along would definitely ruin her chance to play computer games properly. She wasn't worried about Debao getting lost, but rather that, given his personality, he'd probably end up begging others for more food. It's fine. I've got plenty of bones stashed here anyway. I can feed him some. Hearing Wu Mengjing's suggestion, Zhang Xiaoyu finally let Zhang Yan release the leash. The liberated Debao immediately seemed to unleash its true nature, circling around Wu Mengjing with such affection that anyone watching might mistake Wu Mengjing for its owner. You sycophant. Why aren't you this affectionate with me normally? Zhang Yan grumbled discontentedly. Well, that's because the lady is both beautiful and kind-hearted. I didn't think everyone was like you, Zhang Xiaoyu added, then turned to Wu Mengjing. By the way, sis, can I come play here often? Of course, no problem at all. I don't even know your name yet, little sister. My name is Zhang Xiaoyu. What about you, big sister? Chapter 224, Debai Goes Missing. Wu Mengjing. You can just call me Sister Jing from now on. It feels a bit awkward having you keep calling me sister all the time. Wu Mengjing said with a gentle smile. Upon hearing Wu Mengjing's name, Zhang Xiaoyu suddenly froze, her expression shifting to one of startled confusion. A flood of memories surged into her mind. Only now did she understand why this place had felt so familiar before arriving. A few days ago, she had seen a news interview on TV that seemed to mention Lin Shuo's current connection to the owner of this internet cafe. Out of curiosity, she had specifically looked up the location of this place, but had forgotten about it later due to the incident involving Lin Fengyu. Piecing all the information together instantly made Zhang Xiaoyu's expression turn. If she remembered correctly, the woman before her was Wu Changqiu's only daughter, the sole legal heir to the Wu group. Beyond that, her father had even instructed her to avoid any contact with Lin Shuo. At this realization, Zhang Xiaoyu's expression turned distinctly peculiar. She had never intended to deliberately interact with Lin Shuo in the first place. Yet, completely unexpectedly, she had stumbled into this place today and befriended someone closely connected to him. Could it be that Zhang Yan had secretly colluded with her father? Zhang Xiaoyu shot Zhang Yan a suspicious glance, but seeing him completely absorbed in the game before him, she knew she was overthinking it. Xiaoyu, what are you spacing out for? This game is seriously fun, you've got to try it. Zhang Yan nudged her arm, puzzled. And nothing. I was just lost in thought. Zhang Xiaoyu snapped back to reality, offering a casual excuse. After all, she couldn't very well discuss those matters in front of so many people. Alright then. Zhang Yan didn't press further, turning his attention back to the computer screen before him with renewed focus. Zhang Xiaoyu had no mind for gaming now, so she headed to the front desk to chat with Wu Mengjing. Wu Mengjing gradually grew accustomed to Zhang Xiaoyu's outgoing nature, and the two found themselves laughing more and more as they talked, discovering they had a lot in common. By the end, Wu Mengjing even learned about Debai's dietary preferences. They chatted about everything from amusing school stories to trending online topics, makeup and skincare products, and even couldn't resist discussing celebrity gossip from the newspapers. Meanwhile, Debao lay bored on the floor, listening to the two women chatter endlessly. He even took advantage of their distraction to sneak out the door and start wandering around. Meanwhile, on the other side, the bus pulled up slowly at the stop. Lin Shuo got off as usual, walking toward the internet cafe under the fading daylight and newly lit street lamps. But as he walked, a pure white sled dog suddenly appeared before his eyes, crouched intently in front of a street vendor selling roasted chicken legs. The sight of it drooling profusely made even Lin Shuo pause for a double take. But noticing the leash around the dog's neck, Lin Shuo realized it likely had an owner. He quickly averted his gaze and continued toward the internet cafe. But the aroma wafting from the chicken legs at the stall made Lin Shuo hesitate. Maybe I should buy one to take back for Sister Jing? Lin Shuo's eyes lit up slightly. He remembered Sister Jing mentioning before how much she loved the chicken legs this vendor grilled. It was so late now, Sister Jing was probably hungry too. One chicken leg, please, Lin Shuo asked the vendor. Sure thing, the vendor replied promptly, wrapping a fragrant chicken leg in greaseproof paper before handing it to Lin Shuo. The moment Lin Shuo took it, he felt a burning gaze fixed on him. Looking down, he saw it was the big white dog, drooling eagerly. The dog now gazed at the drumstick in his hand with eager anticipation. Hey, whose dog is this? Lin Shuo couldn't help asking. The owner, clearly a talkative sort, launched into a lengthy explanation the moment Lin Shuo spoke. This dog? Well, it's a long story. It was sitting right here when I first set up my stall. No idea whose pet it is, but it's grown so sturdy. I gave it a chicken leg once, and it just decided to stay here and keep me company ever since. Lin Shuo chuckled to himself, guessing it was probably someone's lost, greedy little dog. He then said to the boss, "Hey, boss, give me another one. Looks like it's getting pretty hungry." "Sure thing, kid. You're a good soul," the vendor beamed, his mouth stretching wide at the prospect of more business. "Here, have some." Lin Shuo tore off a piece of chicken leg meat and tossed it to the big white dog. The dog immediately pounced excitedly, catching the meat in its mouth with the precision of a dog catching a frisbee. Without even chewing, it swallowed the entire chicken leg whole. Lin Shuo chuckled helplessly. Now he understood how this big white dog had gotten so fat. Having tasted the reward, the dog promptly wagged its tail and trotted cheerfully behind Lin Shuo, whimpering inly as if seeking favor, its eyes constantly darting toward the chicken leg in Lin Shuo's hand. "Want some?" Lin Shuo felt a sudden urge to play. He held out his hand and said, "Come on, shake hands." Upon hearing the command, the dog promptly sat down and placed its paw in Lin Shuo's palm. "Roll over." Another new command, yet the dog showed no hesitation. It rolled over in front of Lin Shuo, tongue hanging out, gazing at him with obvious flattery. Chapter 225, This meal must be paid for. Seeing this, Lin Shuo chuckled softly, patted the dog's head, and prepared to leave. But after taking just a few steps, the dog followed closely behind, as if it had accepted him as its master, its face beaming with flattery. "What's with you? I only gave you a chicken leg. You're not worried I'll just take you away?" Lin Shuo shook his head helplessly. "I haven't seen you around here before. Your owner probably lost you by accident. Tell me, where's your owner? I'll take you home. If you don't know your way home, you can follow me for now." Whether the big white dog understood Lin Shuo or not, the moment he started walking, it immediately followed. Soon, the man and the dog were back at the internet cafe. "Xiao Shuo, why are you back so early today?" As they passed near the internet cafe, Lin Shuo suddenly heard a familiar voice calling out. Turning his head, he was surprised to see Fong Mingyue, whom he hadn't seen in days. "Sis Mingyue." Lin Shuo greeted her, but saw Fong Mingyue's eyes suddenly widen as she hurried toward him. "Hey, Xiao Shuo, who's this dog? What's up?" Lin Shuo was curious, not understanding why Fong Mingyue had such a strong reaction all of a sudden. Fong Mingyue scrutinized the large white dog following Lin Shuo, then pulled out her phone and studied a color message photo on its screen.
Moments later, as if confirming something, she snapped her fingers against her forehead and urgently asked Lin Shuo, Shuo, did you just pick up this big white dog?
Lin Shuo nodded in surprise. Yes, how did you know? Do you know this dog's owner? Then there's no mistake.
After receiving confirmation, Manhwa immediately made a call.
Mengjing, I found the dog you mentioned. It's right here with Xiao Shuo now. Alright, I'll bring Xiao Shuo back right now. With that, Manhwa hung up immediately. Lin Shuo quickly caught on and asked, the owner of this dog, could it be someone Sister Jing knows?
Pretty much. To be specific, it's connected to a friend Mengjing just met.
They happened to be gaming at Mengjing's internet cafe and left the dog there.
Before they knew it, it ran off.
Manhwa replied, both of them are nearly frantic right now. I see, Lin Shuo nodded in understanding. Just then, the frantic Jing siblings rushed over from the internet cafe. Spotting Big White trailing behind Lin Shuo like a loyal lapdog, they instantly flew into a rage. Dubai. Are you trying to get yourself killed? As if sensing trouble, the big white dog suddenly tucked its tail between its legs and hid furtively behind Lin Shuo. Dubai, stop hiding behind someone else. Get over here this instant. Zhang Xiaoyu arrived first and immediately yelled at the dog in a furious voice. Before finding Dubai, she'd nearly worried herself sick. But look at this damn dog now, happily hiding behind someone else. And judging by that greasy mouth, he definitely hadn't skipped a single snack. Woof woof woof. Dabeo cringed, burrowing deeper behind Lin Shuo's back. He dared not look at Zhang Xiaoyu, seemingly aware he was in for a thorough thrashing today. Come out. Zhang Xiaoyu hurriedly stepped in front of Lin Shuo, trying to pull Dabeo out from behind him. But Big White, acting like a clever little devil, started playing a game of hide and seek around Lin Shuo's legs. For a moment, Zhang Xiaoyu couldn't do a thing about it. By the time Zhang Xiaoyu was panting heavily, she hadn't even touched a single hair on Dabeo. Throughout this ordeal, Lin Shuo stood awkwardly between the girl and the dog, frozen in place, afraid the slightest movement might lead to misunderstanding. Fine, you big white dog. If you don't come out now, you're not coming home with me today. Zhang Xiaoyu trembled with anger. Hearing this, Dabeo immediately panicked. He gave a quick bark and cautiously poked his head out from between Lin Shuo's legs. Only after confirming Zhang Xiaoyu wouldn't hit him did he dejectedly rest his head by her legs. Woo woo woo. Hearing Dabeo's continuous whimpering, Zhang Xiaoyu's heart softened instantly. The raised hand hesitated, unable to bring itself to strike. Xiaoyu, maybe we should just let it go. Dabai was just being playful. Nothing serious happened anyway. We can deal with him properly when we get back. Zhang Yan, standing nearby, quickly interjected. Besides, someone just brought Dabai back. We should thank them first. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoyu finally lowered her hand, glaring at Dabeo. You got off easy this time, dog. Just wait till we get home, I'll deal with you properly. After saying this, she turned apologetically to Lin Shuo. I'm so sorry. Our Dabai caused you trouble. Thank you so much for finding him. If he'd really gotten lost, I wouldn't have known what to do. No problem, Lin Shuo waved his hands dismissively. I just happened to spot him by the roadside. He looked so cute I gave him a chicken drumstick and before I knew it, he was following me. But it was pure luck. Otherwise, this dog might have been lost for good. Regardless, you're the one who found him. If we'd had to search ourselves, who knows how long it would have taken. If he'd encountered someone bad, we wouldn't even have time to regret it. Zhang Xiaoyu looked earnestly at him. If I can't properly thank you, I'd feel guilty to my dying day. Ah, well. Faced with such enthusiasm, Lin Shuo felt a bit awkward and didn't know how to respond. Truth be told, he hadn't really done much to help in this matter. It was purely because this big white dog had been so friendly from the start. As soon as it met Lin Shuo, it asked for a chicken leg and then followed him around like they'd known each other forever. Throughout the whole thing, he felt more like the one who'd kidnapped the big white dog. Manhwa, standing nearby, seemed to notice Lin Shuo's awkwardness. She clapped her hands and said, oh, come on, it's no big deal. Why don't we invite Mengjing to join us for a meal at the restaurant next door later? It'll be a great chance to meet a new friend. What do you think? Sounds good, that's a great idea. Let's see what Sister Jing says when she gets here. Zhang Xiaoyu nodded immediately. Huh? Isn't that a bit awkward? Lin Shuo scratched his head. What's there to be awkward about? Sister Jing and I hit it off instantly anyway. I'm definitely treating everyone to dinner tonight. Zhang Xiaoyu declared with unwavering conviction. Chapter 226, Stray Talk. Inside the restaurant. Just as Zhang Yan was about to order, Zhang Xiaoyu suddenly seemed to notice something. Her gaze fixed strangely on Lin Shuo's face as she asked. Hey, young man, why do you look vaguely familiar? Hearing this, Zhang Yan, who had been ordering, also turned to look. Xiaoyu, now that you mention it, you're right. This guy does look familiar. Where have I seen him before? Oh, right. I remember now. You're the one from the Lin family who went missing, the one featured on TV a few days ago. Before he could finish, Zhang Yan realized his mistake. It seemed inappropriate to bring this up now.
He quickly covered his mouth, his movements betraying his flustered state. Zhang Xiaoyu, upon hearing her brother's words, immediately understood. So the person who found Big White was Lin Shuo from the TV report. She'd been suspicious earlier, and now her brother's confirmation solidified her suspicion. But her brother really did speak without thinking. She couldn't stop him even if she wanted to. Oh, sorry about that. Zhang Yan scratched his head awkwardly, realizing his earlier words had been a bit offensive. He quickly apologized. I tend to speak before thinking. Just now, my brain short-circuited for a second. I never imagined I'd see the real person here, and that you'd happen to be the one who found Big White.
It's fine, all water under the bridge now.
Lin Shuo chuckled lightly. I went on TV voluntarily, so I was prepared for people to recognize me. Besides, it wasn't a big deal to begin with. The one who messed up was Lin Chenghong.
You're absolutely right. Zhang Yan agreed wholeheartedly.
The Lin family really are scum, especially that little brat Lin Fengyu.
Seeing him in person makes you want to punch him. Ah, thanks. Lin Shuo chuckled, finding this brother-sister duo quite entertaining. Oh, no need to thank us. I've always hated Lin Fengyu. As it happens, that little bastard is staying at my place right now. I just gave him a good scolding when I left earlier. Especially Dabai, he even peed all over his face. Zhang Yan turned to Dabai as he spoke. Right, Dabai? Woof. Dabai seemed to understand Zhang Yan's words and gave a supportive bark. At those words, Zhang Xiaoyu instantly wished she could sink through the floor. Bro, did you have to bring this up right when we were having fun? Couldn't you have waited a little longer? Oh? Lin Fengyu is actually staying at your place now?
This statement caught Lin Shuo off guard.
Not only that, but even Wu Mengjing and Manhwa wore expressions of surprise. Yeah. Zhang Yan nodded.
Lin Fengyu's mom is actually my dad's younger sister, so technically he's my cousin.
But honestly, I can't stand that whole family.
I don't want anything to do with such jerks. Zhang Yan paused before continuing, but my dad seems to have struck some kind of deal with Fengyu's mom, so for now, he's staying at our place. Before he could finish, Zhang Xiaoyu quickly covered her brother's loose lips and apologized. I'm so sorry, everyone.
My brother doesn't always think before he speaks. Let's reschedule this dinner for another time.
I need to take him home to get his head checked. Hold on, Lin Shuo interjected. Actually, I'd quite like to discuss these matters with you.
Huh?
Now it was Zhang Xiaoyu's turn to feel awkward.
Don't you mind these things at all?
Although her family had never been involved in the actions of Lin Fengyu and his mother, they were still blood relatives. Facing Lin Shuo, she felt too ashamed to even bring up these matters. Her father had urged her to spend time with Lin Shuo when she could, likely for this very reason.
This has nothing to do with you at all.
Why would I care? Lin Shuo explained slowly. Besides, as far as I know, your family is actually victims of theirs too.
To be precise, we're on the same side. I'm glad you see it that way.
My father was indeed badly wronged by that family when he was young, Zhang Xiaoyu exhaled softly.
Besides, what would you like to talk about? I can tell you everything I know.
No need to be so formal, Lin Shuo smiled.
Finding Debao means we're meant to be friends. I'd love to get to know you both better. By the way, what are your names? Well, I'm Zhang Xiaoyu. As for this.
Zhang Xiaoyu paused, then released her hand from covering Zhang Yan's. This loose-lipped fellow is my brother, Zhang Yan. Don't let his thoughtless words fool you, he's actually a genuinely good person at heart. Alright, little you, and brother Yan, Lin Shuo replied politely.
Hey! Zhang Yan's eyes widened with delight at the address.
Brother Lin, let me tell you, chatting with you is way more pleasant than talking to that jerk Lin Fengyu. That dog-faced bastard makes me want to slap him silly every time I see him. Zhang Xiaoyu rolled her eyes silently beside him.
Did she have to put it that way?
She cautiously glanced at Lin Shuo's expression. Seeing no reaction, she relaxed inwardly and spoke up to defend her brother.
Lin Shuo, see? I told you. My brother just blurts things out without thinking. Don't take it to heart. It's fine, it's fine.
Lin Shuo replied with a smile.
I can tell brother Yan is just straightforward by nature.
There's no malice in his words. And I can see he genuinely despises that Lin Fengyu.
Exactly. You're the one who understands me, Lin Shuo.
Zhang Yan felt so gratified by this compliment he nearly pulled Lin Shuo into a sworn brotherhood on the spot.
Xiaoyu, did you hear that? You just lack Lin Shuo's ability to see through appearances to the truth. Learn from him more often, okay?
That's what you call not thinking before speaking. Your brother here is just speaking his mind.
Straight talking my ass.
Zhang Xiaoyu rolled her eyes in exasperation, nearly giving Zhang Yan the silent treatment. Only she knew her brother's true nature. Thankfully he de-mellowed somewhat over the years, otherwise who knew what gems might tumble from that mouth.
Right, there's one more thing I need to tell you both.
Lin Shuo suddenly seemed to remember something, his expression turning serious and solemn.
Chapter 227, Zhang Xiaoyu wants to kill someone. What is it?
Seeing Lin Shuo's expression, Zhang Xiaoyu also grew serious, pricking up her ears to listen. You two must be extremely careful around Lin Fengyu.
I suspect he'll definitely try to pull some shady tricks in your house. Before Lin Shuo could finish, Zhang Yan cut him off. Oh, that punk Lin Fengyu? He's got no chance against my dad. He doesn't even need to lift a finger. My dad's got him under complete control. Before I left, I heard him screaming in pain for half an hour straight. No. That's not what I meant. Lin Shuo waved his hands. I know Lin Fengyu has a tendency to abuse animals. When I was staying at the Lin residence before, he secretly poisoned one of our dogs and framed me for it. I'm worried he might target Dubai. Hearing this, the Zhang siblings' expressions instantly darkened. Because they both recalled how Big White had suddenly become unusually aggressive this afternoon. Damn it! I knew that little bastard was up to no good. Zhang Yan couldn't hold back his angry curse. Even he felt a chill of dread now. He thought Lin Fengyu had only bullied Dubai at home, eventually provoking Dubai's resistance. But he never imagined the little bastard would actually try to poison Dubao. If not for Big White's intelligence and his previous experience being kidnapped by dog traffickers, he might have truly been poisoned to death by that little bastard Lin Fengyu today. Lin Shuo, thank you so much for telling us about this, Zhang Xiaoyu said gratefully. This information was incredibly important to both of them. After all, their family had already accepted Dubao as one of their own. If anything had happened to him, they would have regretted it too late. You're welcome. It's what I should do, Lin Shuo replied with a shake of his head. Dubai is adorable and so well behaved. I truly don't want him to end up like our previous dog, falling victim to that bastard Lin Fengyu's poisonous hands. If he dares, I'll personally break his legs. Zhang Yan snapped fiercely. I'll tell my dad about this as soon as we get home. He'll never dare entertain such twisted thoughts again. Bro, calm down. Don't always be so impulsive. Zhang Xiaoyu tugged at her brother's sleeve, then apologized to Lin Shuo and the others. Sorry about that. My brother's temper is a bit hot-headed. It's fine. I actually think that kind of temperament is great. Wu Mengjing couldn't help covering her mouth and giggling. Your brother's personality is far better than someone two-faced like Lin Fengyu. Besides, Dubai is part of your family too. If someone with a criminal record like Lin Fengyu were living in my house right now, I'd probably be even more upset than your brother is. After speaking, Wu Mengjing shot a sympathetic glance at Lin Shuo. If even a dog had endured such treatment, how much more so for Lin Shuo, who'd spent years under the Lin family's roof? She couldn't fathom how he'd managed to survive all this time. With that thought, Wu Mengjing's hand slipped under the table and clasped Lin Shuo's tightly in hers. Feeling the sudden softness in his hand, Lin Shuo froze for a moment. Then, seeing Sister Jing's pained expression, he instantly understood. A wave of warmth flooded his heart. Jing, I'm fine, Lin Shuo reassured her. With you here, how could anything possibly go wrong? That's good. Alright, you two, stop showing off, Fong Minhua shot her best friend a disapproving look. It's getting late. Why don't we grab a bite to eat first? If you have anything to discuss, do it privately. I don't want to hear it. The moment the words left her mouth, Lin Shuo and Wu Mengjing both lowered their heads in embarrassment, their cheeks flushing slightly. Ha ha ha. The Zhang siblings joined in the laughter. Soon, a table laden with dishes was brought over by the waitstaff. Over dinner, the Zhang siblings chatted with Lin Shuo about their own lives, and the atmosphere was surprisingly harmonious. Especially Fong Minhua, who was straightforward and outspoken, found herself bonding with Zhang Yan in a way that felt like kindred spirits. They even ordered a dozen beers and started guzzling them down. By the end, fueled by alcohol, they nearly went so far as to swear brotherhood and sisterhood. Had Zhang Xiaoyu and Wu Mengjing not rushed to stop them, the pair might have actually performed the ritual right in front of the restaurant's god of wealth statue. What a pair of clowns. Watching Zhang Yan and Fong Minhua puking on the sidewalk, the others sighed helplessly, feeling much like parents raising unruly children. Don't you have any idea how much you can drink? Why did you have to drink so much? Zhang Xiaoyu scolded her brother without mercy. What do you know? I'm just happy, got it? Zhang Yan slurred as he took the bottle of mineral water Lin Shuo handed him. Haven't you heard the saying, 1,000 cups are never enough when drinking with a true friend? Fine. At least it's you throwing up, not me, Zhang Xiaoyu retorted irritably. Hey, wait. Did we pay for dinner? We were supposed to treat them. You absolutely can't let our guests foot the bill. Zhang Yan slurred as he staggered back toward the restaurant. Fine, stop fretting. I already settled the bill, Zhang Xiaoyu rolled her eyes, then reluctantly steadied Zhang Yan, afraid he might stumble into the stinking ditch by the roadside. Alright then. Zhang Yan slumped completely as if his wish had been granted. Upon receiving Zhang Xiaoyu's confirmation, his entire body went limp and he promptly collapsed onto the ground, snoring loudly as he fell asleep. As a girl, Zhang Xiaoyu obviously couldn't carry the weight of a grown man, especially since her brother was larger than average. Seeing Zhang Yan sprawled on the floor, she suddenly felt troubled. How on earth was she supposed to carry such a large person back home? Xiaoshua, go to the shop and call someone to help us take the Zhang siblings home. Seeing Zhang Xiaoyu's predicament, Wu Mengjing promptly offered a thoughtful solution. Got it.
So Lin Shuo, who had just finished helping settle Manhwa, dashed off to the internet cafe to call for reinforcements. This is really too much trouble for you all, Jiang Xiaoyu said, feeling a bit embarrassed.
It's fine. We didn't have much else to do anyway. You should keep a close eye on your brother when you get back.
Tell him not to drink so much next time, Wu Mengjing replied with a faint smile.
Before long, Lu Changrun was called out from the internet cafe. The two of them exerted tremendous effort to lift the drunk Zhang Yan into the car.
As soon as he got in, Zhang Yan predictably vomited immediately. Ugh! As the foul-smelling acidic liquid and food scraps splattered onto her skirt, a shrill scream pierced the night sky. Zhang
Yan, I will kill you. Chapter 228. Want to sleep together tonight? About half an hour later,
Lin Shuo returned home feeling exhausted. It had to be said that Zhang Yan was indeed heavy. Even with him and Lu Changrun working together, they'd nearly been worn out. Only after collapsing onto the sofa did Lin Shuo finally exhale a slow breath of relief. Listening to the steady sound of running water from the bathroom, Lin Shuo knew Sister Jing was washing up. Given her temperament, she'd likely be occupied in there for quite a while before emerging.
So he picked up a broom and began sweeping the house. He even found a moment to brew a cup of honey water for Wu Mengjing.
Finally, he retrieved a blanket from his wardrobe and spread it over the living room sofa. Since Sister Minyu had already fallen asleep in Sister Jing's room, he planned to give up his own bedroom and make do on the couch for the night. When Lin Shuo finished all this, Wu Mengjing had just finished washing up and emerged from the bathroom. Thick steam billowed out, carrying a faint scent of jasmine. As Wu Mengjing emerged with her long hair still dripping wet, Lin Shuo, who had been about to hand her the hairdryer, found himself staring at her in a daze.
Sis Jing, you look so beautiful. For some reason, the words slipped out of Lin Shuo's mouth as if by some unseen force.
The moment the words left his lips, regret washed over him, and a faint blush crept onto his cheeks. Flirt! Wu Mengjing flushed slightly, playfully scolding him before sitting down on the sofa. Lin Shuo immediately turned on the hairdryer, ready to dry her hair. Listening to the humming noise by her ear and feeling Lin Shuo's skilled fingers working through her hair, Wu Mengjing couldn't help but recall the first time he'd dried her hair. A ripple of emotion stirred within her, lifting her spirits considerably. Only when the sound of the dryer ceased did Wu Mengjing slowly snap back to reality. She also noticed the blanket on the sofa and instantly realized Lin Shuo intended to sleep there tonight.
Xiao Shuo, she asked, are you planning to sleep on the sofa tonight? MHM.
Lin Shuo nodded, packing away the dryer as he replied, Sis Jing, you should sleep in my room tonight.
I've already tidied it up. You can just go straight to bed. That's out of the question. To her surprise, Wu Mengjing's pretty face turned stern as she protested, what if you don't rest well and it affects your studies? I'll sleep on the couch tonight and you sleep in the room.
It'll be fine, Sister Jing, Lin Shuo explained.
I used to sleep on wooden planks, let alone a sofa.
Besides, our sofa is big and soft, sleeping on it is just as good as sleeping in a bed.
No way. A sofa can't compare to a bed. But I can't just let you sleep on the couch, Sister Jing. If you do, I'll be tossing and turning all night, unable to sleep. Lin Shuo insisted earnestly. Seeing Lin Shuo's earnest expression, Wu Mengjing felt a sudden warmth in her heart. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she playfully scolded, you're such a smooth talker. I wonder who taught you that. Not true. Sister Jing, I'm being completely sincere. Lin Shuo blinked his innocent eyes. He genuinely didn't want Wu Mengjing to sleep on the couch, otherwise, he'd be so worried he wouldn't sleep a wink all night. No way. You absolutely cannot sleep on the couch. Seeing she couldn't persuade Lin Shuo, Wu Mengjing resorted to stubbornness, flopping down onto the sofa and refusing to budge. Sis Jing, if you're going to be stubborn like this, I might have to resort to some forceful measures. Lin Shuo felt both amused and exasperated, then suddenly straightened his face with a serious expression. What are you going to do to me? Wu Mengjing seemed to sense something, her face flushing even redder as her body tensed slightly. She looked like a shy young girl. Lin Shuo didn't answer. Instead, he suddenly bent down in front of the sofa, one arm sliding around Wu Mengjing's back while the other gently lifted her calf. Xiao Shuo, wait. Before Wu Mengjing could resist, Lin Shuo abruptly lifted her off the sofa in a princess carry. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around his neck. The moment she lifted her head, her gaze locked with Lin Shuo's. In that moment, her heart seemed to skip a beat. What are you doing? Wu Mengjing nervously lowered her head, unable to meet Lin Shuo's gaze. She had never imagined she'd be carried in a princess carry by him. The masculine scent steadily wafting from his nose made her head spin, her breathing growing increasingly ragged. What else could I be doing? Carrying Sister Jing to rest, of course. Lin Shuo blinked innocently, his tone matter of fact. You're getting naughty. Wu Mengjing pursed her lips. If she weren't still in his arms, she'd have bitten him hard right then and there. You started it, Sister Jing, Lin Shuo teased as he carried her back to the room. You're so light. Have you been skipping meals? Of course not. I eat on time every single day.
Wu Mengjing retorted immediately, but upon seeing Lin Shuo's teasing, smirking expression, she instantly realized she'd been playfully taunted.
Frustrated and embarrassed, she dug her nails into his waist. Fine. See what you get for teasing your big sister. Mercy, mercy. I won't dare again.
Feeling the stinging ache in his side, Lin Shuo quickly surrendered.
If there's a next time, I won't forgive you.
Wu Mengjing huffed, feigning anger. It wasn't until Lin Shuo carried her into the room and gently laid her on the bed that she noticed his arms trembling slightly. Am I really that heavy, sis? She asked, a hint of concern in her voice.
No way.
Sister Jing is so light, I could lift you with one hand anytime, Lin Shuo insisted stubbornly. Nonsense, I'm not that light, Wu Mengjing pouted playfully.
Well, you are light, that's all.
Tomorrow, I'll make you a bone broth to help you build up your strength.
You're still growing. If you don't eat properly, how will your body keep up?
Lin Shuo felt a wave of warmth wash over him. He gently lifted the corner of the quilt and tucked it around Wu Mengjing.
Got it, Sister Jing. Good night.
After saying that, Lin Shuo prepared to turn off the light and return to the living room. But before he could take a single step, a hand as smooth as jade pulled him back. He heard Wu Mengjing whisper in a voice so soft it was barely audible to anyone but the two of them.
Xiao Shuo. Why don't we sleep together tonight? Chapter 229, Get in bed already.
After uttering those words, Wu Mengjing's cheeks flushed crimson. She kept her head bowed, too shy to meet Lin Shuo's gaze.
The room echoed only with the rhythmic rise and fall of their breaths.
Lin Shuo couldn't help but swallow hard, his heartbeat accelerating involuntarily.
The atmosphere gradually grew charged with tension. Jing. I'll just sleep in the living room. Lin Shuo finally forced himself to suppress the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind.
He hurriedly turned off the bedroom light and dashed toward the living room as if fleeing.
Damn it.
He dared to hug me, yet he's still so timid.
Sis isn't going to eat you or anything.
Wu Mengjing stared at the closed door, biting her lip. She couldn't tell if she felt happy or disappointed. Meanwhile, back in the living room, Lin Shuo's heart still pounded wildly. Truth be told, when Wu Mengjing had made that request earlier, he'd nearly agreed without a second thought. But reason told him that even just sleeping in the same bed with Wu Mengjing felt premature at this stage. Moreover, at his age, if he experienced any uncontrollable physical reactions, it would be utterly embarrassing. Huff. Only after splashing cold water on his face did Lin Shuo's heartbeat finally begin to slow.
He pushed the earlier events from his mind and lay down on the sofa, ready to sleep.
But just then, Fang Mingyue, who had passed out drunk, suddenly woke up. Unsteadily, she staggered toward the living room.
Ugh. Bathroom.
Fang Mingyue mumbled incoherently, her mouth twitching with the urge to vomit.
Witnessing this, Lin Shuo's heart jolted.
He shot up from the sofa.
Sis Mingyue, wait. But before Lin Shuo could finish his sentence, Fang Mingyue seemed to reach her breaking point.
With a gurgling sound, a torrent of vomit erupted onto the living room floor like a burst dam.
A pungent, sour stench instantly filled the entire living room.
Lin Shuo stared at the sofa now stained with vomit, frozen in place for a long moment, speechless.
Fang Mingyue, having just finished vomiting, now seemed considerably more lucid.
She wiped her mouth, stretched lazily, and appeared utterly oblivious to what she had just done.
Xiao Shuo, what's wrong? Hearing the commotion, Wu Mengjing emerged from her room.
The pungent smell immediately drew her attention to the mess on the sofa and floor. She glanced at Fang Mingyue, then surveyed the living room, standing silently for a long moment. Lin Shuo, however, couldn't help but shiver. He sensed a faint aura of murderous intent emanating from Sister Jing.
Sister Jing, calm down.
Lin Shuo hurriedly grabbed Wu Mengjing's arm.
I'm fine. I'm perfectly fine. Wu Mengjing's words came out almost one by one, as if forced through gritted teeth. Seeing the situation take a turn for the worse, Lin Shuo quickly pulled the blameworthy Fang Mingyue back into the bedroom. He tried to smooth things over as he said, Sister Jing, go back to your room and rest. I'll take Sister Mingyue back to her room. I'll clean up here later. After he finally managed to get Fang Mingyue settled, he noticed Wu Mengjing had already quietly cleaned up the vomit in the living room. Sis Jing, why did you clean it up yourself? Didn't you say you'd let me handle it? Lin Shuo hurried over to help. It's fine. Just mop the floor and change the sofa covers, nothing major. I can't have you doing everything, Wu Mengjing sighed helplessly. Next time Mingyue drinks, I'll definitely call her dad to pick her up. Lin Shuo nodded in agreement. At least it was only on the sofa. If it had been on the bed, Lin Shuo couldn't even bear to imagine how delightful that scene would have been. Looks like the smell's already soaked in. Changing the cover now won't do much good. Wu Mengjing sniffed the sofa, her frown deepening into a worry line. Xiao Shuo, you really shouldn't sleep on the couch tonight. This stench is too strong. But there's nowhere else to sleep, Lin Shuo blurted out instinctively. Why wouldn't there be? Just come back to my room with me later and sleep together. Wu Mengjing said matter-of-factly. Ah. Lin Shuo froze in place, his face instantly flushing crimson. He stammered awkwardly, that's not really appropriate, Sister Jing. What's wrong with that? Wu Mengjing feigned annoyance. Do you think your sister isn't worthy of sharing a bed with you? Or do you think I'd do something to you?
No, I didn't mean that, Lin Shuo hurriedly explained.
Alright, it's settled. First, throw all the sofa cushions out onto the balcony. Tomorrow, have Feng Mingyue clean everything up for me. With that, Wu Mengjing didn't give Lin Shuo any chance to protest. She grabbed his wrist and dragged him back into the room. Wait. Sister Jing, shouldn't we prepare first?
Lin Shuo panicked, his mind involuntarily conjuring images of sharing a bed with Wu Mengjing.
His entire body flushed with embarrassment. Prepare what? It's just sleeping. Besides, it's not like you've never shared a bed with your sister before.
Wu Mengjing gave a light snort.
Could it be you have some ulterior motive, making you feel guilty? How could I possibly have such thoughts?
Lin Shuo denied hastily.
Then what are you afraid of?
Wu Mengjing turned her body, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Lin Shuo's.
I don't really know how to put it.
Lin Shuo suddenly stammered nervously, unsure how to explain.
Xiao Shuo, think about what our relationship is now. We're dating. Then will you marry me someday?
Of course.
Lin Shuo nodded firmly.
I'll marry no one but Sister Jing in this lifetime.
Then that settles it.
Since you're going to marry me sooner or later, we'll inevitably end up sharing the same bed. Wu Mengjing felt a flush of embarrassment as she spoke these words, but she steeled herself and pressed on.
Unless you're saying you'll marry me just to deceive me. Impossible.
I would never lie to Sister Jing about this.
Lin Shuo looked utterly serious. Then that's settled. Now hurry up and get into bed.
Wu Mengjing's face flushed bright red. She felt like some strange older sister tricking a child into eating candy, her face flushed with embarrassment and indignation so intense it felt like it might bleed.
Chapter 230, I'm a little cold.
Hearing Wu Mengjing's words, Lin Shuo hesitated for a moment where he stood. But finally, as if he'd made up his mind, he took a deep breath and tiptoed over to the bedside. Wu Mengjing was already lying on the bed. Whether intentionally or not, she had deliberately left a space beside her large enough for another person to lie down. Well, I'll sleep now, Sister Jing. Lin Shuo slowly climbed onto the bed, settling at the very edge, keeping a distance of about half a meter from Wu Mengjing.
Why are you so far away? Do I have thorns on me or something?
Wu Mengjing's tone carried a hint of irritation.
And no. I just haven't gotten used to it yet.
Lin Shuo stammered, feeling flustered.
What's there to get used to when sleeping? Haven't you ever slept before?
Wu Mengjing snorted lightly.
Move over here. Alright, I'll move over.
Lin Shuo responded as if talking to a child.
I really don't want to deal with you anymore.
Wu Mengjing turned away in frustration, muttering to herself with a pout, everyone else is trying their hardest to get their girlfriends to sleep in the same bed. Why is it that when it comes to me, I have to go out of my way to trick my not-so-old husband into sharing a bed? The late night was already quiet, so even though Wu Mengjing's voice was soft, every word fell clearly into Lin Shuo's ears. Lin Shuo understood perfectly well that these words were meant for him. He smiled faintly but deliberately pretended not to hear, leaning close to her ear and asking softly, Sis Jing, what were you just saying?
Wu Mengjing's body tensed, offering no reply.
The hand beneath the covers nearly gave in to the urge to pinch Lin Shuo's waist. She knew this was just Lin Shuo playing his mischievous tricks, deliberately trying to trick her into saying it a second time. She wasn't falling for it.
Sis Jing, are you asleep?
Lin Shuo gradually grew accustomed to the atmosphere, his boldness increasing. After a long silence with no reply from Wu Mengjing, he gently poked her cheek with his finger.
No, I can't sleep. This pillow is so uncomfortable.
Wu Mengjing let out a soft grumble, venting her frustration.
Should I go get you a pillow from the room?
Lin Shuo asked tentatively.
No need.
Just as Lin Shuo was about to get up, Wu Mengjing suddenly turned over, grabbed his hand, and placed it directly under her neck.
This will do just fine.
With that, she closed her eyes, still facing Lin Shuo without turning over. Lin Shuo held his breath, staring motionless at Wu Mengjing before him.
He could even see her eyelashes trembling ever so slightly. Nervous?
Seeing this, a faint smile slipped onto Lin Shuo's face.
Sis Jing.
What? Wu Mengjing snapped irritably.
Aren't you cold wearing so little? How could it possibly be cold in the middle of summer? But I feel like, maybe a little chilly? Did someone set the AC too low?
Wu Mengjing opened her eyes, reaching for the remote by the bed. But just as she turned, a strong arm suddenly wrapped tightly around her back, pulling her close into his embrace.
Hold me tighter and you won't feel cold.
Hearing Lin Shuo's voice so close to her ear, Wu Mengjing pressed her lips together, her heart pounding so hard it felt like it might leap out of her throat. She could feel Lin Shuo's breath just inches from her own.
Xiao Shuo, what are you doing?
In the dim light, Wu Mengjing's voice trembled with tension, her cheeks burning hot.
Didn't you say you wouldn't do anything bad to Sister Jing?
This isn't a bad thing, Lin Shuo replied with a hint of mischief. I just feel a bit cold, that's all. Hearing the slyness in Lin Shuo's voice, Wu Mengjing bit her lip in annoyance before digging her nails into his waist.
You've gone bad, Xiao Shuo. We agreed you wouldn't tease your sister anymore.
Yet as she spoke, Wu Mengjing leaned her head closer to Lin Shuo.
Promise me you won't do anything bad, okay? Of course not. Then, shall we sleep? Good night, Sister Jing. At that very moment,
at the Zhang family villa, Zhang Yi, who had been waiting in the living room for the siblings to return home, heard movement at the door. Turning around, he saw Zhang Xiaoyu supporting a drunken Zhang Yan as they entered.
How could you drink so much?
Zhang Yi frowned, taking the completely wasted Zhang Yan from his daughter's arms.
Ugh, don't even ask.
That brother insisted on swearing brotherhood with someone, and now look at him, Zhang Xiaoyu snapped irritably as soon as she sat down on the sofa.
Sworn brothers? Zhang Yi couldn't help but frown.
He wasn't particularly opposed to his son drinking, but in his memory, his daughter, though straightforward in nature, had always been quite sensible in such matters.
How could she suddenly drink herself into this state out of nowhere today? Had someone set her up? The thought made Zhang Ye's expression darken instantly. Xiaoyu, tell Dad. Who were you drinking with tonight? And who was the person Zhang Yan swore brotherhood with? Did someone set you up? Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoyu couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. Don't worry, Dad.
The person who became sworn brothers with brother Zhang is a girl.
And I bet you know her. I know her? Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow in surprise.
So Zhang Xiaoyu proceeded to recount everything that had happened today to Zhang Yi in meticulous detail. After listening, Zhang Ye's expression turned strangely peculiar. He never imagined that while he was lecturing Lin Fengyu, his own children would happen to go online and meet Wu Changqiu's daughter and that Lin Shuo would coincidentally pick up their dog. The most absurd part was, his daughter had actually sworn sisterhood with old Fang's daughter? And ended up getting drunk and passed out because she couldn't hold her liquor? Anyway, that's pretty much how it went, Zhang Xiaoyu shrugged helplessly. Even she found today's events rather bizarre when she thought back on them. Perhaps some things were like fate when the time was right, they just happened naturally.
Well, at least we made some friends. Zhang Yi chuckled wryly. Though the events had unfolded unexpectedly, at least the new acquaintances were decent people.
Especially old Fang's daughter, maybe he could set her up with his own son someday. With that thought, Zhang Yi added, we should keep in touch when we have time.
But next time, remember to bring the family driver. If you get drunk, you won't be able to handle everything on your own. Alright, I got it.
Zhang Xiaoyu nodded, then continued, but before that, I have one more thing to take care of.
Chapter 231, Sister Wants a Kiss. Xiaoyu?
Watching Zhang Xiaoyu's hurried retreating figure, Zhang Yi felt puzzled. He couldn't figure out what was wrong with his daughter, rushing upstairs the moment she returned.
Could it be related to Lin Fengyu?
Dad, come with me.
Hearing Zhang Xiaoyu's request, Zhang Yi instantly understood and followed her upstairs.
The moment they reached the second floor, he saw Zhang Xiaoyu kick Lin Fengyu's door with all her might.
Lin Fengyu, you good for nothing. Who gave you permission to lie there? Get your ass up right now. Zhang Xiaoyu's shouts jolted Lin Fengyu awake.
He'd barely managed to fall asleep through the pain, and now he stared at Zhang Xiaoyu, who had barged in, with a look of panic.
Get down here.
The moment she saw him, Zhang Xiaoyu roughly yanked Lin Fengyu off the bed. Already covered in injuries, the impact sent shivers of pain coursing through his body.
I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry. Please don't hit me. Like a reflex, Lin Fengyu instantly dropped to his knees, begging for mercy. Do you even know what you did wrong?
Zhang Xiaoyu spat, slapping him across the face before grabbing his hair and dragging him toward the door. Though she had no idea why Lin Fengyu had suddenly become so meek and submissive, she couldn't be bothered to think about it now. Her temper flared, and all she wanted was to throw this piece of trash out of the Zhang household.
Xiaoyu, what are you doing?
Zhang Yi, who had just reached the doorway, saw the scene and immediately stepped in to stop her. Dad, keeping this dog of a man in our house will only lead to Debai's death sooner or later.
Zhang Xiaoyu yelled, ignoring Lin Fengyu's pleas and cries as she dragged him by the arm toward the exit. Wait a moment.
First, tell your father what exactly happened. I know you dislike Lin Fengyu, but even if we kick him out, we need a reason. Zhang Yi stepped in to stop Zhang Xiaoyu. Although he doted on his daughter, he didn't let her have her way in everything. Dad, this bastard nearly poisoned Debao to death. Zhang Xiaoyu immediately grabbed Zhang Ye's arm and began recounting Lin Fengyu's previous acts of cruelty toward the dog at the Lin residence.
Sure enough, after hearing Zhang Xiaoyu's words, Zhang Ye's expression darkened instantly. He glanced at Lin Fengyu lying on the ground and asked in a deep voice, is everything Xiaoyu said true?
Lin Fengyu choked, unable to form a coherent response for a long moment. Seeing Lin Fengyu's reaction, Zhang Yi instantly understood his daughter's words, his own expression darkening. Dad, I told you. Someone like him can't stay in our family. He'll only become a menace if he stays too long. For Debai's sake, he has to get out of our house. Zhang Xiaoyu grabbed Lin Fengyu by the hair and dragged him toward the door without a word.
No, don't kick me out. I swear I won't do it again. Lin Fengyu cried out in desperation. I won't act like this anymore. I truly understand my mistake. Uncle, please give me another chance. Seeing Lin Fingyu's pleading expression, Zhang Xiaoyu didn't hesitate to slap him across the face, silencing him. Put. People like you never change their ways. How could anyone believe anything coming out of your filthy mouth? Alright, Xiaoyu, calm down. Leave this to me. Lin Fengyu can't be kicked out of our home just yet.
Zhang Yi stepped in to restrain Zhang Xiaoyu.
Zhang Xiaoyu didn't press further.
She vaguely understood there was some deal between her father and her aunt, and that deal seemed to involve their family's conglomerate.
But what can we do?
We can't just keep this menace in the house forever, Zhang Xiaoyu pouted. If he dared poison Debao today, he'll poison our whole family tomorrow.
Dad, aren't you afraid he'll poison us all to death?
Zhang Yi fell silent for a moment. Truthfully, he'd considered the same thing. After all, Lin Fengyu wasn't fundamentally a good person. His actions at the Lin residence had long proven his character. And he was his own sister's biological son.
Dad, don't you think I have a point? After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Yi finally shook his head. He can't be kicked out yet. After all, your aunt still comes by occasionally to check on him.
Hearing Zhang Yi's answer, Zhang Xiaoyu's face immediately fell, her whole demeanor becoming listless.
Alright, I'll come up with a compromise.
Zhang Yi glanced at his daughter and sighed with a helpless smile. Tomorrow, I'll have someone install a surveillance camera in his room and assign someone to monitor him around the clock.
What do you think?
The moment Zhang Yi said this, Lin Fengyu immediately thought of his control freak mother. His face drained of color in terror. Uncle, please don't install a camera. I swear I'll behave myself.
I promise I won't cause any trouble, okay? Shut your mouth.
Zhang Xiaoyu delivered a merciless slap across her face.
Is this your decision to make? It's settled.
I'll buy the camera myself tomorrow. If I catch you causing trouble behind my back again, I'll beat you to death.
Early the next morning,
Lin Shuo woke from his sleep and opened his eyes to find Wu Mengjing curled up in his arms like a little rabbit. Her snow-white profile looked especially sweet in the sunlight, and the sweet scent wafting from her nose made Lin Shuo unable to tear his gaze away.
Xiao Shuo. The soft murmur jolted Lin Shuo out of his reverie.
He quickly averted his gaze and instinctively closed his eyes, pretending to sleep. But moments later, something felt off. They were officially a couple now. What was he afraid of? He opened his eyes again, only to realize upon looking at Wu Mengjing's face that she hadn't woken up at all. The murmur had been nothing more than a dream. Just a dream, Lin Shuo chuckled helplessly, recalling that Wu Mengjing had a habit of talking in her sleep. After watching her for a while longer, he reluctantly pulled his gaze away. He carefully removed Wu Mengjing's hand resting on his arm, slipped his own hand out from beneath her neck, and prepared to get up. But the moment he stirred, Wu Mengjing murmured again, Xiao Shuo. Sister wants a kiss.
Chapter 232, Mom, look who it is.
Upon hearing those words, Lin Shuo's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Wu Mengjing before him.
Had he misheard? Or did Sister Jing really say that in her sleep? Lin Shuo looked down.
Wu Mengjing still appeared to be fast asleep, save for her pink little mouth slightly pouting, as if seeking a kiss from Lin Shuo in her dreams.
Gulp. Witnessing this scene, Lin Shuo couldn't help but swallow hard, his heartbeat accelerating involuntarily.
In that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to kiss her right then and there. After a long while, Lin Shuo finally forced himself to suppress the urge. He carefully got out of bed, tucked the covers around Wu Mengjing, and then tiptoed out of the room. But as soon as he reached the living room, he noticed Fang Mingyue had already woken up.
Morning, Xiao Shuo.
Fang Mingyue mumbled a greeting while brushing her teeth. Morning, Sister Mingyue, Lin Shuo nodded before heading to the kitchen to prepare a cup of honey water for her. Seeing this, Fang Mingyue waved her hand decisively.
I don't need that. But Sister Mingyue, yesterday.
Lin Shuo looked at her with confusion. There was no me yesterday.
Or did you plan to sleep in? Fang Mingyue batted her large eyes, instantly adopting a knowing look.
Seeing this expression, Lin Shuo's face froze for a moment before shifting to utter astonishment. He stared incredulously at the smug Fang Mingyue.
Sis Mingyue, you. Oh, no need to thank me. It's what a big sister should do. Fang Mingyue patted Lin Shuo's shoulder, then winked mischievously and asked, Did you too do anything last night? Lin Shuo's mouth twitched involuntarily.
Suddenly, he understood why Sister Jing always wanted to beat Fang Mingyue senseless. With a personality like that, 10 beatings a day wouldn't be enough.
Little Shuo, no offense, but even though you're still young, you're a boy. You really need to take the initiative sometimes. Fang Mingyue seemed completely oblivious to Lin Shuo's changing expression, continuing unabated, I can't keep setting you up forever.
I'll help out a few times, but you need to step up yourself.
Sis Mingyue. Just then, Lin Shuo saw his bedroom door crack open slightly.
He immediately shot Fang Mingyue a warning glance.
What's wrong? Do you think I'm wrong?
If you don't take the initiative, with Mengjing's temperament, when do you think you two will ever end up in the same bed? Feeling the air behind her grow increasingly icy, Fang Mingyue froze.
Seeing Lin Shuo's helpless expression, her face instantly drained of color. Her smiling features turned pale in an instant. Well.
Sister Manhwa has something to attend to today, so she won't be joining you.
Don't try to contact her anytime soon.
No sooner had she finished speaking than Fong Manhwa, not even bothering to change out of her pajamas, scrambled out of the living room in her slippers, stumbling and groping her way. Behind her came Wu Mengjing's furious shouts.
Fong. Min. You.
Hearing this, Fong Manhwa shuddered violently, not daring to turn her head. She knew full well that if her act yesterday hadn't been fake, it might have been okay. But now that Wu Mengjing had discovered the truth, she wouldn't rest until she'd skinned her alive.
Watching Fong Manhwa's retreating figure, Lin Shuo shook his head helplessly.
After calming Wu Mengjing down, he finally stepped out the door. The moment he stepped outside, a black business sedan pulled up before him. The window rolled down, revealing Lin Shuo's haggard face.
Xiao Shuo.
Lin Shuo greeted him excitedly the moment she saw him. Lin Shuo, as always, gave a cold nod without saying much. The only reason he agreed to meet Lin Qiulu again was because of the conditions he had set that day. Seeing Lin Shuo's silence, a hint of disappointment flashed across Lin Qiulu's face, but she quickly regained her composure. The car moved slowly toward the hospital. Seated in the back, Lin Shuo felt a complex mix of emotions, unsure what to say. Half an hour later, the car pulled up slowly at the hospital entrance. The moment he stepped out, Lin Shuo spotted Lin Wanwan, who had been waiting for quite some time.
Xiao Shuo, you're here.
Lin Wanwan pushed her wheelchair forward the moment she spotted him, her voice tinged with nervousness. Lin Shuo shot her a complicated look but said nothing, brushing past her and heading straight toward the inpatient ward.
Though mentally prepared for this, Lin Wanwan still felt a sharp pang of pain in her heart at the sight of Lin Shuo's cold demeanor.
Big sis, go inside first, Lin Qiulu followed behind and offered a soft word of comfort.
All right. Lin Wanwan forced a faint smile onto her face before following Lin Shuo into the elevator.
Standing at the ward door, Lin Qiulu paused briefly before pushing it open. Forcing a smile, she called inside, Mom, come see who's here to visit you. As the words fell, several pairs of eyes in the room immediately turned toward Lin Shuo.
Lin Wenxian opened her mouth with a complex expression, but no words came out. Su Dinglan, lying in the hospital bed, clutched the doctor's hand tightly after a moment of startled silence. Don't be afraid, Xiao Shuo. Mommy's here. No one can hurt you. Good boy, Xiao Shuo. Mommy will take you home. In that instant, Lin Qiulu finally couldn't hold back her tears. Mom, come see. This is the Xiao Shuo you've been longing for. Mom, don't tell me you don't recognize him? Hearing this, Su Dinglan looked up in confusion. What Xiao Shuo? Xiao Shuo is right beside me.
And who is that person with you?
Don't let him near my Xiao Shuo. The words fell, and the hospital room instantly fell into a deathly silence.
Even Lin Shuo, who had long since felt no attachment to the Lin family, found himself overwhelmed by an indescribable mix of emotions. Even though he didn't know the specifics of what had happened to this family, their current state made this situation abundantly clear. It seemed that after parting ways with Lin Chenghong, this family hadn't fared well either. Chapter 233, Just give me a little more time. As Su Dinglan's words faded, the entire hospital room plunged into a deathly silence. Lin Qiulu gripped Su Dinglan's hand, her voice trembling. Mom, stay with me. It's Xiao Shuo. Xiao Shuo came to see you, Mom. She could accept that Su Dinglan didn't recognize the others, could accept that Su Dinglan mistook them for someone else, but she absolutely couldn't accept that Su Dinglan didn't recognize Lin Shuo himself. How utterly ironic was that? What nonsense are you talking about? Xiao Shuo is right here beside me. Don't let any strangers frighten my little Shuo, Su Dinglan scolded Lin Qiulu with displeasure, then pulled the awkward-looking doctor aside. Be a good boy, Shuo. Mommy will always be with you. Don't be afraid, I'm right here beside you. Watching this scene unfold, Lin Qiulu was overcome with anguish. She could only turn to Lin Shuo, forcing a faint smile. Xiao Shuo, Mom was in a car accident. That's why I don't recognize people anymore. It's definitely not that I don't recognize you. Lin Shuo stared at Su Dinglan in the hospital bed, silent for a long moment. Truthfully, even he couldn't pinpoint his own emotions. If there was hatred, it certainly remained. A single accident couldn't erase the resentment he'd harbored for over a decade. To him, hadn't Su Dinglan been an accomplice to Lin Fengyu? Moreover, he had never forgotten how, in his previous life, Su Dinglan had lured him with sweet talk, only for him to ultimately die in the hospital. He was the flesh and blood she had carried for 10 months, yet he had suffered such treatment. If one were to say he felt a sense of satisfaction after exacting his revenge, perhaps there was some of that. Had Su Dinglan fulfilled even a fraction of a mother's duty in his past life, showing him more understanding, more care, he would never have met such a tragic end. Yet she did none of these things, like a little darling trapped in a web of lies. Only when someone finally exposed the entire deception did she suddenly awaken. Lin Shuo couldn't help but wonder if even the heavens had grown weary of Su Dinglan's actions over the years, ultimately condemning her to this fatal life of senile dementia where she couldn't even recognize those closest to her. Thus, Lin Shuo felt no particular emotion towards Su Dinglan's fate. At best, it was a tragedy, but not for Su Dinglan herself. It was a tragedy for all the suffering he had endured over the years. He couldn't fathom what he had done wrong to be born into such a family. Fortunately, hope for the future had never left his heart, giving him the drive to leave this household immediately after his rebirth. In a daze, Wu Mengjing's face suddenly appeared before his eyes.
And Feng Mingyue, Fei Shuwen, Lu Changren, Wu Changxiu, and others.
In that moment, he felt profoundly fortunate to have encountered Wu Mengjing during his darkest despair.
Xiao Shuo.
Seeing Lin Shuo unresponsive for a long while, Lin Shuo cautiously asked.
Alright, I've fulfilled everything I promised you. Now it's your turn to keep your end of the bargain. Lin Shuo's call snapped Lin Shuo back to reality.
Since Lin Xinghong's death, he had truly severed ties with that family. Now, he refused to have any connection with his past. His new life had only just begun, and the past should be forgotten. As for the Lin family, whatever became of them henceforth was none of his concern. Lin Shuo never considered himself magnanimous, so he certainly wouldn't forgive everything out of pity after seeing the Lin family's misery, like characters in TV dramas or movies. His sole focus now was seeing the mother and son who had started it all receive their just punishment before moving forward with his new life. Xiao Shuo, stay a little longer. Lin Qiulu mustered her courage and tugged at his sleeve. Wan, Wen Shen, and the others still have so much they want to tell you.
What does that have to do with me?
Lin Shuo shook his head coldly. Besides, in your current state, what you need most is rest and a doctor, not someone like me, a phantom who never truly belonged to the Lin family.
At these words, Lin Qiulu and Lin Wanzhuan's expressions froze instantly.
Before they could speak, Lin Shuo cut them off. I do express regret for what happened to you, Lin Shuo stated.
But that doesn't mean I can forgive your actions over the years.
Hearing Lin Shuo's words, Lin Qiulu froze in place, unsure what to say at that moment. Her heart was filled with nothing but bitterness. Lin Wenxian struggled to get out of bed, fetched paper and pen, and shakily wrote a few words before handing them to Lin Shuo.
Lin Shuo took it and read. The top line boldly declared 3 words, I'm sorry.
As for the rest of the content, Lin Shuo merely gave it a cursory glance before handing it back.
Saying I'm sorry to me now holds no meaning whatsoever.
If you could go back in time now and prevent everything that happened at the Lin residence, perhaps it might still be of some use. As for now, instead of wasting your breath apologizing to me, you'd be better off figuring out how you're going to live from here on out. Hearing Lin Shuo's words, the 3 turned ashen-faced, their hearts stung like needles piercing their flesh. After speaking these words, Lin Shuo didn't spare them another glance, walking straight out of the hospital room.
Xiao Shuo, wait. Lin Qiulu rushed out of the room in panic. What is it?
Lin Shuo frowned, glancing at her.
Do you want to be scolded too? If it weren't for the deal between us, I wouldn't even glance at you right now. Hearing this, Lin Qiulu's heart ached unbearably.
How she wished Lin Shuo could be gentler with them now. But she knew she had no right to speak up. She understood clearly that everything they were enduring now paled in comparison to what Lin Shuo had suffered over the past decade. Even during those 3 years at the Lin family, what they had inflicted upon Lin Shuo remained nothing short of hellish torment. This was their retribution, their revenge. Don't forget what you promised me. With those final words, Lin Shuo turned and walked away. Wait, Xiao Shuo. Lin Qiulu struggled to speak. There's still someone you haven't seen. Our agreement isn't over yet. Xiao Shuo, can you give me a little more time? Chapter 234, Baby, I was wrong. Who else? Lin Shuo frowned. If you're talking about Lin Xinxuan, save yourself the trouble. I don't want to see her. Lin Qiulu fell silent. Unexpectedly, Lin Shuo refused to grant them even the slightest bit of time. All right. I'll fulfill the promise I made to you. Lin Qiulu wiped away her tears. Let me walk you out. No need. All that remained for Lin Qiulu was Lin Shuo's retreating figure. After leaving the hospital, he returned to school by noon. The moment he stepped through the school gates, a figure darted out from the side. Spilled, where the hell were you? Why didn't I see you all morning? I went to the hospital, Lin Shuo replied expressionlessly. Oh right, I almost forgot you had a deal to settle. Fei Shuwen slapped his forehead as the memory surfaced. Glancing at Lin Shuo's expression, he noticed the boy seemed downcast and quickly changed the subject. Something bothering you? How could I be unhappy? Lin Shuo shook his head in denial. Really? You practically had unhappy written all over your face, Fei Shuwen shrugged. Is it that obvious? Lin Shuo asked, sounding somewhat exasperated. Just then, Fei Shuwen suddenly tilted his head back at a 45-degree angle to gaze up at the sky. What are you doing? Haven't you read any coming-of-age literature? Don't you know that looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle stops your tears from falling? Fei Shuwen asked with a deadpan expression. Lin Shuo could only feel speechless. Still, he couldn't help but chuckle helplessly. He understood perfectly well that Fei Shuwen was just trying to distract him and cheer him up. Shuwen. What? Why do you think your mom named you Fei Shuwen? What do you mean? Because with your logic skills, Shueli would probably die a miserable death. Damn it! That's a personal attack. Fei Shuwen jumped up with a startled expression. If you keep this up, I won't hold back.
No, ha ha ha. But seriously, thanks.
Lin Shuo suddenly turned serious.
Psycho. Why the sudden deep feelings? It's making me uncomfortable. Fei Shuwen shuddered and pouted. But since you seem genuinely sincere, I'll buy you a bubble tea. Oh? The sun's rising in the west? Or did you pinch your mom's allowance again? What nonsense! Can scholars like us even call it pinching? Time flew by.
Before they knew it, evening had fallen.
After finishing evening study hall, Lin Shuo walked home alone.
As he stepped onto this familiar street once more, a sudden sense of disorientation washed over him.
Xiao Shuo, you're back?
The moment he stepped through the door, a familiar voice greeted him, followed by Wu Mengjing's radiant smile. In that instant, Lin Shuo felt an overwhelming urge. After a brief hesitation, he took a deep breath, then strode forward in two-step leaps to stand before Wu Mengjing. He pulled her into his arms.
Xiao Shuo.
Wu Mengjing startled, but as she regained her composure, her cheeks flushed crimson. Soon, she sensed that Lin Shuo seemed a bit off today. He just held her tightly without saying a word, so she quickly asked, Xiao Shuo, what's wrong?
Nothing. Lin Shuo shook his head. Just feeling a bit stifled. Feeling down?
Wu Mengjing glanced at the silent Lin Shuo.
Then, would you like your sister to keep you company?
Yes. Wu Mengjing took Lin Shuo's hand and led him to the sofa.
Glancing at his gloomy expression, she felt a pang of unease.
She guessed something must have happened to him, causing him to act this way.
If you're tired, would you like to lie down on me for a bit?
Hearing this, Lin Shuo hesitated for a few seconds before finally following Wu Mengjing's guiding hand and resting his head on her lap.
Sleep for a bit.
Wu Mengjing gently cradled his head in her arms, her voice tinged with concern.
Okay.
Truthfully, Lin Shuo hadn't felt particularly sleepy at first.
But once Wu Mengjing's embrace enveloped him, an overwhelming wave of exhaustion began to wash over his body.
Even the tension that had been tightening his nerves gradually began to unwind.
Feeling any better? Hearing this, Lin Shuo pursed his lips without responding. Wu Mengjing gently tapped his cheek and asked, Little Shuo, are you hiding something from your big sister? No. Then you don't like your sister anymore, right? Of course not.
Lin Shuo denied immediately.
Then what's troubling you that you can't share with your sister? Do you already see me as an outsider?
Lin Shuo instinctively wanted to spill today's events, but feared inadvertently dragging Wu Mengjing into it. He didn't want her exposed to such dark matters, so he changed his tune. Actually, the academic pressure's been pretty intense lately.
I'm worried I won't get into a good university. That's all? Wu Mengjing couldn't help but chuckle as she gently pinched his nose. Why overthink it? Just relax. For exams, doing your best is enough. If the pressure really gets to you, I'll take you on a trip for a few days. Wouldn't traveling be a bit inappropriate at this time? Lin Shuo hesitated. Why not? You know my sister Minyu, right?
She was traveling the day before her college entrance exams. She almost didn't make it back in time for the test and had to beg the proctor to let her in. Wu Mengjing said matter-of-factly.
That's so typical of Sister Minyu. Lin Shuo chuckled.
That kind of behavior was exactly what Fong Minyu would do.
Alright, relax. I was pretty anxious during my exams too, but I got through it in the end, didn't I? Which is why you ended up scoring dozens of points lower than Sister Minyu on your college entrance exam? Oh, you little brat. I'm trying to comfort you with good intentions, and you go and stab me right in the heart?
Wu Mengjing laughed in exasperation, reaching her hand straight for Lin Shuo's waist.
Ow. I'm sorry. Sister Jing. I know I'm wrong.
Lin Shuo begged for mercy as he was squeezed, trying to wriggle free from Wu Mengjing's grasp. But afraid of hurting her, he could only curl up into a ball and struggle.
Cut the crap. Today, I'm teaching you a lesson. Wu Mengjing was dead serious and had no intention of letting Lin Shuo off the hook. Stop. Sister Jing, I really know I'm wrong.
Lin Shuo cried out repeatedly, but Wu Mengjing showed no sign of stopping. Driven to desperation, he steeled himself and blurted out, Baby, I know I was wrong. Sure enough, the moment those words left his mouth, Wu Mengjing instantly halted her assault, staring at Lin Shuo in disbelief.
Chapter 235, Going Against the Grain.
Wu Mengjing's eyes widened, her lips parted slightly. She stared at Lin Shuo, her face frozen in disbelief.
Xiao Shuo, what did you just call me? Sis Jing? What's up?
Lin Shuo feigned confusion.
Bull. That's not it.
Wu Mengjing grew impatient, grabbing Lin Shuo's ear and snarling, Repeat what you just said to me.
You really want me to say it?
Lin Shuo sighed helplessly.
How come after falling in love, people's personalities seem to change?
Sister Jing used to be so shy, but now she was acting like a bully, trying every trick to make him repeat those words.
Wasn't that a bit too bold? Turns out what they say online is true.
Only after falling in love could one truly see a person's true nature.
Then what? When do you plan to say it?
Wu Mengjing pressed him fiercely, sliding her hand back onto his waist.
If you don't say it now, sister won't let you sleep tonight, no matter what. Baby.
Lin Shuo steeled himself and uttered the pet name he'd just called out. Faced with Wu Mengjing's boldness, he felt a bit embarrassed himself.
No good, too quiet. I didn't hear you. Say it again.
Wu Mengjing's tone was displeased, yet the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curve upward slightly.
You have to speak louder and look into my eyes. Jing, you're getting naughty. No way. You were the one who started it. Now you're playing the victim. Are you going to say it or not?
Wu Mengjing pouted, wrinkling her delicate nose as her hands reached out toward Lin Shuo.
Lin Shuo jumped in fright, looking at Wu Mengjing with pleading eyes. Baby. Ah, good boy.
Triumphant, Wu Mengjing's eyes crinkled into crescent moons, and a faint blush spread across her fair cheeks.
Sis Jing, now it's your turn. What? Sister's tired. Off to bed first. I don't care, I'm just sleepy. Oomph. Faced with Wu Mengjing's stubbornness, Lin Shuo could only huff twice before settling back onto her lap. Upset? No. Hearing Lin Shuo's sullen reply, Wu Mengjing smiled even more brightly.
She understood more and more why people said that the more you like someone, the more you enjoy teasing them. Watching Lin Shuo's profile as he lay across her lap, Wu Mengjing fought back the urge until he seemed on the verge of sleep. Only then did she lean in, pressing her face close and gently kissing his cheek. The moment her lips touched his,
Lin Shuo's eyes snapped open.
As if anticipating this, Wu Mengjing immediately pushed him off her lap.
Alright, it's so late. Big sis needs to wash up and go to bed.
She then dashed off to the bathroom without looking back. This time, it was Lin Shuo who felt flustered and at a loss, his face flushing crimson as he struggled to find words. In the end, he could only resign himself to brushing his teeth and returning to his room. But as he was about to enter his bedroom, he saw Wu Mengjing suddenly walk in, clutching her own pillow. The AC in my room is broken, so I'm sleeping here tonight. Wu Mengjing tossed her pillow onto the bed and boldly claimed the spot that should have been Lin Shuo's.
Ha!
Lin Shuo stared at the scene, still a bit dazed.
How could the air conditioner just break out of the blue?
He instinctively started to walk out the door to check what was wrong with the air conditioner, but Wu Mengjing immediately followed behind him.
I don't know how it broke either. It just stopped working. Probably you broke it while sleeping last night.
Lin Shuo shot Wu Mengjing a skeptical look, picked up the remote control in the room, and tried it.
Sure enough, no matter how he pressed the buttons, the air conditioner remote showed no response whatsoever. Could it really have been broken by Sister Minyu?
Lin Shuo pondered aloud as he instinctively removed the batteries from the back of the remote. Wu Mengjing, watching nearby, gasped in alarm. Her face flushed with panic as she tried to stop him.
No batteries? Lin Shuo turned to look at Wu Mengjing.
Wu Mengjing stood flustered in the corner like a child caught in a lie, finally managing to stammer out, "Well, it must be your sister Minyu who secretly took the remote's batteries."
Yes. That's exactly it.
She always takes things whenever she comes over.
This time must be the same. Is that really the case? Lin Shuo shot Wu Mengjing a skeptical glance. Until he saw the two AA batteries that had just been pried out on the table. In that instant, the atmosphere froze completely. Wu Mengjing's face flushed crimson in an instant. Sis Jing. Lin Shuo opened his mouth to speak, but Wu Mengjing stepped forward abruptly, pulling him into her arms. Her face flushed crimson as she whispered, "Baby." "Ha? Sister Jing, the wind was loud earlier and I didn't catch that." Lin Shuo paused in surprise before teasingly replied. "Xiao Shuo, don't push me." Wu Mengjing lowered her head, overcome with shame and fury. She'd only intended to find some flimsy excuse to share a bed with Lin Shuo, never expecting her little schemes to be completely exposed by him. Damn it! It was all her fault for not covering her tracks properly earlier. "Sis Jing, looks like I might be able to fix your AC after all," Lin Shuo said with a hint of a smile. Wu Mengjing understood Lin Shuo's meaning perfectly well. Without hesitation, she reached out and pinched his waist. "Try fixing it if you dare." After pinching him, she added, her face flushed with embarrassment and fury, "If you dare tell anyone about what happened today, you're dead meat." "No way, no way. This AC is definitely beyond repair." Lin Shuo quickly dropped the remote control as if begging for mercy. "Well, since the AC is definitely broken, Sister Jing, would you like to sleep in my room? My AC works fine. And what about you?" "Of course I'm sleeping here," Lin Shuo said matter-of-factly. "Ha?" Wu Mengjing was baffled. Why was this scenario so different from what she'd imagined? Shouldn't he sleep wherever she slept? "What's wrong, Sister Jing?" Lin Shuo blinked innocently, feigning confusion. "It'll get really hot here without air conditioning." "It's fine. I don't mind the heat. But if you sweat, the sheets will get all smelly. I'll take care of washing them." Seeing this, Wu Mengjing was utterly speechless. So all her careful planning was just so he could sleep here? She knew perfectly well that Lin Shuo was deliberately contradicting her. Chapter 236, College Entrance Exam. The two remained locked in this standoff for quite some time until Wu Mengjing finally couldn't hold back any longer. She gently tugged at Lin Shuo's shirt hem and whined, "Baby. There's no AC here and it's so hot. Can you sleep with me?" At that, Lin Shuo lost all composure. His face flushed bright red in an instant. All right. No sooner had the words left her mouth than Wu Mengjing took Lin Shuo's hand and led him back inside. Soon, just like yesterday, the two of them lay side by side on the same bed. This time, however, Lin Shuo was quite considerate. He immediately reached out and placed his hand under Wu Mengjing's neck, while she curled up into a ball and nestled gently against his chest. Sis, it's only because the air conditioner in my room broke down that I'm sharing this bed with you. I absolutely have no ulterior motives, you understand? Wu Mengjing murmured softly. How could I not know? Lin Shuo replied with a faint, ambiguous smile. Then, shall we sleep? Wait a moment. Jing, I actually have something else I want to tell you. What is it? I often wonder, if I hadn't met you in this life, where would I be now? What would I be doing? Lin Shuo's voice carried a hint of sadness. Silly boy, why dwell on that now? Wu Mengjing gently wrapped her arms around Lin Shuo's waist. The world isn't built on what-ifs. The fact is, I met my little Shuo. And I believe that even without me, with your talent, you would have grown into an amazing person. Thank you, Sister Jing. Lin Shuo took a deep breath and pulled Wu Mengjing tightly into his embrace. Actually, I've thought about this question too, little one, Wu Mengjing murmured softly. Sometimes I wonder if I hadn't met you, what would I have become? Sister Jing would have become an outstanding adult too. Not at all. Wu Mengjing shook her head. Truthfully, before meeting you, I lived in constant agony. Who knows? Maybe one day I wouldn't have been able to bear it anymore and ended up choosing suicide like Lin Tian did. Don't ever say that. Lin Shuo quickly covered Wu Mengjing's mouth. I won't let you say things like that. Alright. Sister won't say it anymore. Wu Mengjing pulled his hand away from her mouth. From now on, sister will live well with Xiao Shuo. It's getting late. Go to sleep, Xiao Shuo. Stop filling your head with all that messy stuff. Good night, Sister Jing. As the words faded, the steady rhythm of their breathing filled the room, gradually enveloping the space in a soft, tranquil atmosphere. Time flew by. Soon, the day of the college entrance exams arrived quietly. Since finally settling things with the Lin family last time, life seemed to have finally returned to its proper course. No one disturbed him anymore. No more messy troubles. Life was so peaceful and happy that even Lin Shuo found it hard to believe. Fei Shuwen kept muttering whether this was the calm before the storm. During this period, the Zhang siblings would occasionally drop by the internet café. This led to Lin Shuo unconsciously taking on an extra task, walking the dog. The beloved Dubai of the Zhang family now roamed like a wild horse set free, quickly becoming the undisputed ruler of the neighborhood. It loved chasing cats and scaring birds whenever it felt like it. Each time, it left the Zhang siblings both exasperated and amused. Especially that one chicken drumstick Dubai couldn't stop obsessing over it. If he didn't get one for a day, he'd howl like a ghost at home. It got so bad that the siblings started considering whether to just invite the grilled chicken drumstick vendor to live with them. As for Wu Changqiu, he'd gone completely off the grid lately, nowhere to be found. The place he'd promised to take Lin Shuo to remained unfulfilled. If not for the occasional phone call, Lin Shuo would have suspected his future father-in-law had offended someone and vanished into thin air. As for Lin Xiolu, she kept her word and delivered several letters of forgiveness to Lin Shuo. Whether the process was arduous or smooth, he couldn't say, and frankly, it wasn't his concern. Fortunately, the Lu family had also kept their word, hiring the country's top legal team to handle Lin Tian's case. With the mountain of favorable evidence and the letters of forgiveness in hand, it was practically a certainty that Lin Tian would be released from prison before long. Unfortunately, due to certain special circumstances, Lin Shuo wouldn't be able to see Lin Tian during this period. Only once he had actually begun serving his sentence would visits to the prison be permitted. While still in custody, upon learning about the upcoming college entrance exams, Lin Tian had the Lu family send Lin Shuo his best wishes. Lin Shuo responded with gratitude, promising he would definitely achieve excellent results. Soon, the college entrance exams arrived as scheduled. For most people, these 2 short days passed in the blink of an eye. But for the students about to take the exams and the parents waiting anxiously, these 2 days felt like an eternity. Even the usually bustling streets grew unusually quiet during this period. Worried about distracting Lin Shuo, Wu Mengjing decided to temporarily close her internet cafe for the entire period. She personally handled all his transportation needs and didn't make any strange excuses to deliberately sleep in the same bed with him. This finally prompted Feng Manhwa to tease her, pointing out that it was Wu Mengjing taking the exams, not Lin Shuo. Finally, the 2 days passed. The tense days were finally over. Fei Shuwen, fresh out of the exam hall, couldn't help but roar to the heavens, "I'm finally free." He then proceeded to tear up all the exam papers he'd prepared earlier into shreds inside the exam hall. It wasn't until the cleaning lady chased him around beating him that he finally calmed down. "You deserve it. Think this is your own home?" Lin Shuo shrugged with schadenfreude. "If I were that cleaning lady, I'd give you a couple swats before letting you go. I just got carried away in the moment," Fei Shuwen muttered resentfully, glancing back to see if the lady was still chasing him.
But it's understandable to let loose after the exams. Wu Mengjing smiled faintly.
By the way, what are your plans? We haven't decided yet, but probably go on a trip? Fei Shuwen suggested. Xiao Shuo, do you have any plans?
Nothing yet, Lin Shuo shook his head. More than where to go or what to do, he just wanted to stay quietly by Wu Mengjing's side and savor these rare moments of peace.
Chapter 237, Get Lost. Shuwen, besides traveling, what else are you planning to do?
Lin Shuo turned his gaze to Fei Shuwen.
What else could I be planning?
My mom will probably drag me off to learn how to drive, Fei Shuwen said with a sour expression.
He'd almost forgotten about it until Lin Shuo reminded him. Learning to drive? That's great.
Boys should learn to drive early, Fong Manhwa chimed in with a smug smile. She recalled how, after finishing her college entrance exams years ago, her first plan had been to go traveling.
Instead, her father dragged her straight to driving lessons, forcing her to endure a painfully long summer under the scorching sun. Now seeing someone else endure the same fate, she couldn't help but feel a surge of delight. What about you, Xiao Shuo? Should you consider learning to drive too? At that moment,
Wu Mengjing suddenly turned to look at Lin Shuo. Lin Shuo hesitated for a moment before finally nodding.
Sure, though he'd hoped for a quiet, leisurely vacation. He realized that learning to drive now would free up time later to take Wu Mengjing on trips. After pondering for a moment, he agreed. Then I won't feel so bad. Fei Shuwen's previously gloomy expression instantly brightened. Enduring hardship alone was one thing, but having a brother to share it with was entirely different. His mind was already filled with visions of the two of them sneaking off to surf the web together. At the same time, at the Zhang family villa, a sudden, urgent ringing of the doorbell jolted Zhang Xiaoyu awake from her lazy nap on the sofa. Too lazy to move, she simply yelled at the top of her lungs for the maid to answer the door. Aunt Zhou, go answer the door. The words had barely left her mouth when the maid's hurried footsteps echoed through the room. Seeing Zhang Xiaoyu lying less than 10 meters from the door, the maid felt both amused and exasperated. Thanks for your trouble, Aunt Zhou, Zhang Xiaoyu replied cheerfully, her tone warm and affectionate. Though Aunt Zhou was technically their family's housekeeper, after all these years together, she had become practically family to Zhang Xiaoyu. A deep bond had formed between them. Xiaoyu, lying around like this every day, aren't you afraid no boys will like you if you get fat? Aunt Zhou shook her head with amusement, helplessly heading toward the front door. No way, I'll never get fat. Zhou Xiaoyu paled in fright and immediately glanced down at her waist. Sure enough, where her waist had once been flat, a ring of flabby flesh now hung like a small life preserver. I've actually gotten fat, Zhou Xiaoyu screamed suddenly, grabbing the ear of Big White, who was sleeping beside her. Tell me, is it because you've put all your fat on me that I've gotten fat? Dabai was jolted awake, utterly bewildered. He gave his owner a puzzled look, his dazed expression seeming to say, who am I? Where am I? You dare look at me like that? You won't get any chicken drumsticks tomorrow. You hear me? Woof woof woof. Hearing no chicken drumstick, Dabao immediately barked several times in protest. Barking won't help. Woof woof woof. The man and dog began wrestling playfully on the sofa, while Aunt Zhou hurried to the villa's front door. Through the intercom, she politely inquired, hello, who might you be looking for? I'm your boss's sister. Open the door this instant. The woman outside showed no courtesy whatsoever, bellowing through the intercom. The familiar voice instantly made Aunt Zhou's expression change. She clearly recognized the woman before her. In her younger days, she had even been bullied by Lu Yulan on more than one occasion, yet she never imagined that this woman, who had nearly ruined her boss back then, would personally come knocking after all these years. Just as she hesitated over whether to open the door, Zhang Xiaoyu seemed to sense something was amiss and asked, Aunt Zhou, who's at the door? Well, Aunt Zhou hesitated for a moment before slowly replying, it's your father's sister. Who? Zhang Xiaoyu nearly doubted her own ears, her expression filled with shock. Your father's sister. Only after Aunt Zhou repeated it did Zhang Xiaoyu realize she hadn't misheard. That poisonous woman? Why would she suddenly show up here? Zhang Xiaoyu's expression darkened instantly as she realized what was happening. She pushed Dabao off her body and practically ran to the door in 3 strides. She pressed the intercom button and shouted angrily, get lost. You're not welcome in my house. Outside, Lu Yulan, who had been waiting for the door to open, stood frozen in shock. Only after a moment did she realize who had just cursed at her. Rage nearly drove her to ram the gate open with her car. You little brat, do you know who you're talking to? You think I won't beat you senseless for your father's sake? You really don't know your place. After hurling a few more curses, Lu Yulan pulled her phone from her bag and dialed a number. Hello? I'm at your doorstep right now. Get your damn daughter to open it immediately. Oh, you're already out of the hospital? Zhang Yi sounded surprised on the other end. What else? Did you expect me to stay in the hospital forever? Lu Yulan retorted. cursing under her breath. Zheng Yi, you're no better than her. Lu Yulan, are you sure you want to talk to me like this? Zhang Yi's voice grew colder, causing Lu Yulan, who had been ready to curse some more, to shiver instantly. She swallowed the words she was about to spit out. She forced down her anger and lowered her voice. Get your daughter to open the door for me right now. I need to see Feng Yu. Then tell her to open it. Am I stopping you? If your daughter would open the door, would I be calling you right now? What did she say? She told me to get lost. Oh, I see. That's it? Just got it? Lu Yulan nearly fainted from anger at Zhang Yi's attitude. If it weren't for Feng Yu still being in his hands, she would never have let this matter drop today. What else did you expect me to say? Should I scold my own daughter for cursing at you? Why can't I scold her? I'm her elder, her aunt. Now she tells me to get lost the moment she opens her mouth. What am I supposed to do as her relative? Open the door now. I'm going to teach your daughter a lesson. Chapter 238, Mom's taking you away. Ha, you want to discipline my daughter? Zhang Yi sneered coldly, then mocked without mercy. Lu Yulan, did they treat your brain so badly in the hospital that it turned stupid? How dare you think you have the right to discipline my daughter? Zhang Yi, what did you say? Lu Yulan was so enraged by Zhang Yi's words that she nearly exploded. If you didn't catch that, I can repeat it. Zhang Yi said calmly, repeating his words. I said, what kind of person are you to think you have the right to discipline my daughter? And let me remind you of something, I tolerate your shouting at me only because of my parents. But if you dare utter those words to my daughter again, I'll send your entire family straight to the Lu residence. Got it? Hearing this, Lu Yulan was so furious she slammed her fist on the steering wheel, wishing she could drive straight over and run Zhang Yi over. But all she could do now was swallow her anger. Are you calm yet? If you are, wait at my doorstep. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Zhang Yi's voice was cold as he hung up. After the call ended, Lu Yulan could no longer contain her rage. She slammed the phone down hard on the dashboard. Damn you, Zhang Yi, why didn't I just kill you back then? Now you're nothing but a curse left alive. What you've done to me today, I'll make you pay back 100-fold someday. Nearly 2 hours later, the black sedan finally pulled up slowly in front of Lu Yulan. Lu Yulan, who had long since grown impatient, rolled down the window without hesitation and demanded angrily, wasn't it agreed to be 10 minutes? Why did I have to wait 2 hours? Zheng Yi merely smiled faintly in response, isn't 2 hours still after 10 minutes? You bastard. Lu Yulan gritted her teeth in fury. The rage she had barely suppressed flared up again instantly, especially at Zhang Yi's contemptuous gaze, which left her with an indescribable sense of humiliation. Only when Zhang Yi stepped out of the car and opened the villa's gate did Lu Yulan finally manage to enter the Zhang family's property. Dad, you're back. Zhang Xiaoyu jumped up at the sound of the gate, her face lighting up with joy. But when she saw the woman trailing behind Zhang Yi, her expression instantly darkened. Dad, why did you bring this person to our house? Hearing the tone dripping with disgust and resentment, Lu Yulan felt the emotions she had suppressed for so long nearly erupt uncontrollably. Had Zhang Yi not been present, she would have unhesitatingly stepped forward to slap this niece who showed no respect for elders. She's here to see Feng Yu, Zhang Yi replied, his voice tinged with resignation. Then why not just tell that bastard Lin Feng Yu to get lost? Why let her in? This whole family is a bunch of disgusting scum. Zhang Xiaoyu showed no regard for Lu Yulan's feelings, clearly intending her words to be heard. Do you have any manners? What do you mean by disgusting scum? Lu Yulan couldn't hold back her anger. She could see right through this little, she was deliberately trying to provoke her. So what if I say it? Zhang Xiaoyu snorted. This is my house. I can say whatever I want. If you don't like it, you and your little bastard son can get the hell out. You. Lu Yulan trembled with rage, unable to utter a word. She feared she might lose control and tear this brat apart at any moment. Are you going to see him or not? Zhang Yi's voice carried a hint of impatience. If you are, hurry up. He's in the innermost room on the second floor. Lu Yulan was genuinely on the verge of losing her mind over this family. Gritting her teeth, she finally climbed the stairs. But no sooner had she reached the second floor than her roar echoed through the hallway. Zhang Yi, are you human? How could you make my son live in this hellhole? Amidst the commotion, a furious Lu Yulan was seen dragging a terrified Lin Feng Yu down the stairs. What hellhole? Zhang Yi sat calmly on the sofa, not even lifting an eyelid, as if he'd anticipated Lu Yulan's reaction all along. Don't you dare play dumb with me. Lu Yulan screamed at the top of her lungs. Tell me, is that room fit for human habitation? Feng Yu is your own nephew. Even if there's some grudge between us, do you really have to drag him, a junior, into this? Zhang Yi remained silent, merely glancing indifferently at Lin Feng Yu. Feng Yu chose this room himself, to focus better on his college entrance exams. How can you say I, as his uncle, dragged past grievances into the next generation? Bull ********. Zhang Yi, You think I'm some naive little girl?
You're clearly taking advantage of my absence to bully you.
If this room wasn't deliberately arranged by you, I'll kneel down and apologize. Then you can kneel right now. You. Zhang Ye's response left Lu Yulan speechless once more,
her face flushing crimson with fury.
Very well, Zhang Yi. Is this how you treat us, mother and son? Lu Yulan gritted her teeth. Mark my words, this isn't over between us. So what? So I'm taking Fingyu away right now. I can't stand this godforsaken place for another second.
You're more than welcome.
The front door is right over there. Feel free to leave anytime. Zhang Yi laughed indifferently. Zhang Yi, don't think I can't make you pay for this.
Our agreement clearly states you must protect our safety at all times.
If anything happens to us, you won't get a single penny. Relax.
Not everyone is as ruthless as you.
I agreed to this deal,
so I'll protect you.
Besides, have you heard anything about the Lu family lately? I hope it's as you say. Lu Yulan snorted heavily.
She knew Zhang Yi would honor their agreement, but she simply couldn't swallow her pride right now.
Enough. If you're done talking, get out. Zhang Yi's tone grew impatient once more.
He couldn't wait for Lu Yulan to pack up and leave with Lin Fengyu, sparing him the constant nagging from his son and daughter about this matter. Sometimes they even argued over it, driving him utterly mad.
Fengyu, come. Mom's taking you home right now.
We won't put up with this nonsense here. Lu Yulan grabbed Lin Fengyu and dragged him away, leaving him no room for negotiation.
Chapter 239, Listen to Mom.
Watching Lin Fengyu and his mother walk out the front door,
laden with bags,
Zheng Xiaoyu nearly jumped off the sofa in delight.
Uncharacteristically, she even walked to the villa entrance and called out from afar, "Goodbye, don't ever come back." Lu Yulan,
who had just pressed the gas pedal, nearly lost her composure upon hearing those words. She knew full well her niece was being sarcastic again, and suddenly felt an urge to slam on the gas,
turn around,
and run her over.
You little, just you wait. You'll get your comeuppance soon enough.
Just you wait, someday I'll make you beg me on your knees.
The car slowly pulled away. Only when Zhang Xiaoyu vanished from the rearview mirror did Lu Yulan's anger begin to subside. Moments later,
she composed herself slightly before turning to Lin Fengyu and asking softly,
"Fengyu, how's your health? Have you been taking care of yourself these past few days?" "I'm almost fully recovered. The doctor said a little more rest and I'll be fine."
Lin Fengyu lowered his head nervously,
unable to meet Lu Yulan's gaze. Despite the tenderness in Lu Yulan's tone,
Lin Fengyu felt no warmth whatsoever.
In fact,
it sent a chill down his spine. For in this world, no one understood his mother's near-paranoid need for control better than she did. Compared to his life with Lu Yulan, the seemingly austere Zhang household now felt like paradise. Life with the Zhangs, though frugal, offered relative freedom as long as he didn't make mistakes. The Zhang family wouldn't interfere. But here with Lu Yulan, it was pure hell. At this very moment, he even entertained the thought of escaping back to the Zhang household.
"I'm glad you're okay," Lu Yulan said gently, brushing his forehead. "Did you miss me during this time? If I hadn't been hospitalized,
I would never have let you endure such hardship at the Zhangs."
"You don't blame me, do you?" "No, how could I blame you? Everything you did was for my own good." Lin Fengyu stammered. "My good son,
you're so much more sensible than that little brat from the Zhang family."
Lu Yulan smiled, then retrieved something from the back seat. "Fengyu, come see. This is a gift from Mom."
Lin Fengyu nervously took the gift, feeling no trace of the excitement one might expect upon receiving a present. Nervously, he unwrapped the box to find a brand new cell phone inside.
"Do you like the gift your mother gave you?" I like it. I like anything Mom gives me."
Lin Fengyu forced himself to speak, suppressing his discomfort.
"Then why aren't you trying out your new phone?"
Lu Yulan's voice grew colder, tinged with doubt.
"I'm sorry. I was so excited I completely forgot."
Lin Fengyu hurriedly swapped out his old phone and inserted the SIM card into the new one. Once he had the phone switched,
the smile on Lu Yulan's face seemed to soften again. "Such a good boy for your mother."
Lu Yulan patted Lin Fengyu's head.
"From now on, wherever you go, you must take the phone I gave you. Understand? And never let it out of your sight. If I ever find it missing, I'll be very upset. Got it?" These words, which sounded like concern, sent another wave of goosebumps down Lin Fengyu's spine. He stared at the phone in his hand with a look of dread, as if suddenly realizing something. A wave of despair washed over him. I understand."
Lin Fengyu lowered his head in despair, his voice trembling slightly.
"Good to know." Lu Yulan seemed oblivious to his unease, her eyes twinkling with amusement. "By the way, Fengyu, is there anything else you'd like for your college entrance?" I want a computer, so I can play games in the dorm,"
Lin Fengyu managed to say with difficulty. He wanted to numb himself by diving into the online world, to distract himself from the constant awareness of being under Lu Yulan's control.
However, Upon hearing Lin Fingyu's request, Lu Yulan's voice immediately rose several octaves, and her expression darkened instantly. A computer? And for gaming? Do you have any idea how harmful computer games are for people your age? Just entering adulthood? Once you get hooked, you'll never escape it for the rest of your life. Mom recently heard about people abandoning their homes just to play games. Do you want to end up like them? Instead of wasting time on the computer, why not sign up for some extracurricular classes to learn something useful? Do you really want to end up worse off than that good-for-nothing Lin Shuo? If I catch you playing those damn computer games again, don't blame me for breaking your hands. Hearing Lu Yulan's merciless scolding, Lin Fengyu quickly lowered his head in terror and apologized. I'm sorry. I'll never even think about it again. Seeing that Lin Fengyu seemed genuinely remorseful, Lu Yulan's tone softened. It's not that I'm being too strict with you. I just want you to become someone who can make a difference in the future. So I expect more from you. That's why you can't be like other kids, just playing all day. You can't slack off just because you finished the college entrance exams. I've already made arrangements for you. First, you'll learn to drive, then take a few computer classes. I hear this field has a bright future, so I can't let you fall behind at the starting line. Hearing Lu Yulan's words, Lin Fengyu felt utterly hopeless. It suddenly dawned on him that to Lu Yulan, he was nothing more than a tool with no say in anything. Every move he made was like a puppet on strings, controlled by her. There was no chance of escape. Mom, I understand. I'll do as you ask. Lin Fengyu nodded mechanically. Such an obedient boy. A smile returned to Lu Yulan's face, but she failed to notice that, unseen by her, Lin Fengyu had stolen a glance at her. His eyes burned with an intense hatred and madness. Chapter 240, please give your brother a hand. Good heavens, why must I start cramming again when I've only just finished? When will this endless cycle of studying ever end? Inside the internet cafe, Fei Shuwen clutched a Subject 1 practice book and let out a wretched cry. Ever since deciding to get his driver's license, he'd been coming to Lin Shuo's place almost every day to drill through Subject 1 questions, and every single time, he complained, just like today. Lin Shuo hadn't counted how many times this guy had complained, but a rough estimate put it at over a dozen times. Listening to him made Lin Shuo want to punch him twice. Hey, kid, there aren't that many questions. Why do you keep complaining endlessly? Lin Shuo said irritably. I'm just venting, man, and it's the weekend. For crying out loud, Fei Shuwen grumbled, then sighed while counting on his fingers. Ah, this is the downside of having time off. I can't even tell weekends from weekdays anymore. Stop being so pretentious. Lin Shuo rolled his eyes in exasperation. Wu Mengjing, seemingly sensing Lin Shuo's exasperation, couldn't help but laugh. Alright, get back to studying. Otherwise, you won't even pass the first subject in a few days. Then you won't be able to drive me around anymore. At that, Lin Shuo immediately resumed his practice questions, daring not to delay any longer. Meanwhile, Wu Mengjing sat quietly at the front desk, propping her chin with one hand, her beautiful eyes fixed on Lin Shuo, motionless, as she imagined kissing that handsome profile. The thought made her cheeks burn. Oh dear, what nonsense am I thinking about now? Xiao Shuai is still so young, but maybe a kiss wouldn't be such a bad thing. Wu Mengjing couldn't help but drift off, her mind completely filled with such fantasies. Xiao Shuo. Just then, Fei Shuwen, who had been working through practice problems, suddenly called out again, interrupting Lin Shuo mid-exercise. What are you freaking out about now? Lin Shuo put down his book and glared at Fei Shuwen. Stop studying. Let's go play a few rounds of games. Fei Shuwen tempted him. Wait, you think you've already aced it? Subject 1 is a piece of cake. If I really need to study, it won't make a difference if I do it now or later. And one thing I'm absolutely certain of is that if I don't relax soon, I'll completely break down. Lin Shuo sighed helplessly, then turned his gaze toward Wu Mengjing. Wu Mengjing had also snapped out of her daze by then. Alright, you do need to relax. After all, the college entrance exams are over. It's important to balance work and rest. Alright then. Lin Shuo nodded, unable to find a reason to refuse. Come to think of it, it had been quite a while since he'd properly played a game. This was the perfect chance to thoroughly beat Fei Shuwen and give him a good dose of reality to cure his gaming addiction. Power up! Power up! Seeing Lin Shuo finally agree, Fei Shuwen was thrilled and immediately flashed his ID card, which had only recently been issued upon reaching adulthood. Soon, both machines were up and running. Just as Lin Shuo was about to find 2 seats to sit down, Fei Shuwen suddenly looked like he'd discovered something incredible. His eyes widened in shock. Holy crap! What is it now? Lin Shuo frowned. Do you believe in true love in this world? Fei Shuwen blurted out, seemingly out of nowhere. I suppose so. Though baffled, Lin Shuo nodded. In that moment, he thought of Wu Mengjing. If that wasn't true love, then what in this world could be? So what does that have to do with what you just said? Lin Shuo pressed. Of course it does, because I feel like I've found my true love. Fei Shuwen's eyes remained fixed, staring intently in one direction. Lin Shuo turned his head and followed Fei Shuwen's gaze. There, quietly seated in the corner of the internet cafe, sat a girl in a white dress with her hair pulled back in a high ponytail. Her slender fingers danced rapidly across the keyboard. What? You know her? Lin Shuo asked, his face filled with surprise. He usually spent most of his time with Fei Shuwen, yet he'd never heard Fei mention knowing a girl like this. Of course, I don't know her, Fei Shuwen declared matter-of-factly, his eyes still fixed unblinkingly on the girl. But then why are you making such a big deal out of it? You don't even know who she is. Lin Shuo rolled his eyes. Do you realize how creepy you're acting right now? Don't you know what love at first sight is? Fei Shuwen murmured dreamily, already lost in his own world. I think I've fallen in love. Lin Shuo, Xiao Shuo, tell me, how has your brother treated you? He's okay. Why? Then would you be willing to get her contact info for me? Damn it, why don't you go yourself? If I dared to go myself, why would I need you? Lin Shuo looked utterly stunned, as if he'd seen a ghost. He couldn't believe such a shy demeanor could come from Fei Shuwen, who was usually such a social butterfly. Wasn't this guy supposed to be fearless? Why was he suddenly acting so shy? The more Lin Shuo thought about it, the more off it felt. Spill it. If someone's threatening you, just blink. Lin Shuo said with dead seriousness. It's not that. Why did I suddenly get kidnapped? Fei Shuwen couldn't help but flinch. Then why do you look like you're possessed? Lin Shuo asked, deeply skeptical. Damn it, after all these years as brothers, you suspect I'm possessed? I won't even bring up that time we skipped class together in sophomore year. Let's just start with freshman year. Shut up. Lin Shuo quickly covered Fei Shuwen's chattering mouth. Enough. Just tell me if you'll help or not. Xiao Shuo. No way. If you want to go, go by yourself. Lin Shuo refused without hesitation. Fine. Guys gotta fend for themselves when it counts. Fei Shuwen took a deep breath. Then, as if summoning courage, began walking step by step toward the girl. But before he could speak, the girl merely glanced at Fei Shuwen. Instantly, he spun around and sprinted back to Lin Shuo, panting heavily. No way. I'm too nervous. Xiao Shuo, I've got no big dreams in this life. Just this once. Can you do me this one favor? Chapter 241, The Iron Tree Blooms. Hearing Fei Shuwen's almost pleading tone, Lin Shuo finally realized this kid wasn't possessed by someone else, he was genuinely, unprecedentedly shy. Honestly, until today, I never would have believed you'd have a day like this. Lin Shuo couldn't resist teasing. If it weren't for today, I'd be asking who possessed you. After all, I haven't really interacted much with girls before. Isn't it normal to be a little shy? Fei Shuwen scratched his head and hurriedly added, Bro, can't I just call you bro? Please help me out this one time. Fine, I'll go ask for it. Lin Shuo grinned, finally putting aside his teasing mood. Under Fei Shuwen's anxious gaze, he walked step by step toward the girl. Excuse me, Lin Shuo said as he approached her. Noticing her intense focus on the screen, he'd intended to ask for her contact info outright. But for Fei Shuwen's sake, he adjusted his approach. Are you playing StarCraft? Huh? The girl paused, then nodded immediately. Yeah, why? You don't seem very familiar with the controls. Would you like me to teach you? Lin Shuo asked again. Really? That'd be amazing. The girl exclaimed excitedly. I can never beat that Protoss player. They keep harassing me with dropships, and I can't even farm properly. Easy fix. Build some radars or scouts early on. And keep some defensive units like stalkers. That'll force them to spread their resources thin and stop harassing you. Lin Shuo began explaining over the screen. Really? I'll try it right away. With that, the girl began frantically following Lin Shuo's instructions on the screen. Sure enough, under the guidance of this StarCraft pro, the opposing Protoss were pushed back relentlessly. Before long, the screen displayed the two capital letters GG. We won. Seeing the victory screen, the girl jumped up excitedly and high-fived Lin Shuo. Wow, you're so amazing. Can you teach me how to play StarCraft? Her eyes lit up with stars. Sure, but I have a friend who's even better at this game. He taught me everything I know. Why don't I introduce you to him? I guarantee you'll win every single match. With that, Lin Shuo immediately waved over Fei Shuwen. So, what's up? Why did I suddenly see that girl high-fiving you? Did it work out? Fei Shuwen couldn't wait to ask the moment he spotted Lin Shuo. Ahem. Well, it's a bit complicated. Anyway, I've connected you with her. Whether you can strike up a conversation depends on your own skills. Lin Shuo patted Fei Shuwen on the shoulder, looking like he'd done his part. Seriously? My entire future happiness depends on you now. Bro! Fei Shuwen immediately hugged Lin Shuo excitedly. Later, you teach her how to play the game. If you run into anything you don't understand, just text me directly. Got it? Got it. Got it, bro. From now on, you're my real big brother. Seeing Fei Shuwen acting so shamelessly, Lin Shuo shook his head helplessly. Young boys were like that. The moment they met someone they liked, love would cloud their judgment. Not like him, so mature and steady. But then he thought about himself. He wasn't exactly skilled at this sort of thing either. Lin Shuo decided to keep quiet. With that thought, Lin Shuo shook his head and found a seat not far from Fei Shuwen. An hour later. Wow, you're so awesome. Amidst an excited cheer, the girl won the game again, successfully forcing her opponent to type GG. No, you're really good too. Fei Shuwen immediately replied modestly. Truth be told, while he hadn't played much StarCraft competitively, having a master like Lin Shuo quietly coaching him made teaching a beginner a breeze. I'm not that good. I only won because of your guidance. Master, the girl exclaimed excitedly. Ah, no need to thank me. Fei Shuwen felt a bit flustered. Normally, he'd boast without hesitation, but when faced with this girl, he couldn't muster his usual brash confidence. Oh, by the way, I haven't even asked your name yet. Expert. The girl looked at him with admiration. Ah, well, my name is Fei Shuwen. Fei as in troublesome, Shui as in not studying, and Wen as in uneducated. Fei Shuwen replied nervously. His awkward explanation made the girl burst out laughing on the spot. Who introduces themselves like that? She giggled, covering her mouth. But, I'll remember the name Fei Shuwen. She flashed a gentle smile, two dimples instantly appearing on her cheeks, almost turning Fei Shuwen into a complete fool. My name is Lu Chanqian. Lu as in willow tree. Qian as in depth. It took Fei Shuwen a moment to process her introduction. He quickly pulled out his phone and asked, "May I have your phone number?" "Sure." Lu Chanqian pulled out her phone, her face beaming. "I had so much fun today, especially with a pro like you teaching me how to play. When I play alone, I always get beaten to a pulp. Now that you're here, I'm not scared at all." "Ah, that's great." Fei Shuwen nervously jotted down her number, then cautiously asked, "Will you come back here to play again?" "Of course. Now that the college entrance exams are finally over, I'm going to play my heart out all summer." Lu Chanqian nodded. Upon hearing this, Fei Shuwen's eyes instantly lit up. "You just finished your exams too? What a coincidence. I'm done too, so I come here to relax and play games when I have free time." Surprise flashed across Lu Chanqian's face as she studied Fei Shuwen closely. "You're a pro gamer, and you just graduated too? Ha, do I look that old?" "Ha ha, not at all." Lu Chanqian grinned from ear to ear. "How should I put it? You just give off this aura of being incredibly skilled. We're all around the same age, but I never imagined you'd be this good at gaming." "Not at all. I just happen to be good at it." Fei Shuwen nearly burst out laughing. Meanwhile, Lin Shuo, who had been quietly observing from the side, and Wu Mengjing, who was just watching the show, exchanged glances the moment they saw this scene. They both saw the same look of surprise in each other's eyes. Who would have thought that Fei Shuwen, of all people, would finally blossom? Chapter 242, Places We've Been. Soon, the two exchanged contact information. Lin Shuo turned to look and noticed Fei Shuwen and Lu Chanqian were chatting away like old friends. It was strange, they hadn't known each other long, and one of them had been too shy to speak just moments ago. Now, however, they seemed to have endless topics to cover, jumping from video games to school life, and then to their respective hobbies and interests. Throughout this process, Fei Shuwen seemed to have shed the nervousness born of shyness, reverting to his usual carefree self. He even cracked a joke or two, making Lu Chanqian laugh nonstop. It wasn't until Lin Shuo, who'd been sitting there like a third wheel for ages, finally cleared his throat that Fei Shuwen remembered he had a buddy sitting right next to him. "Oh, almost forgot about you. Chanqian says she hits it off with us and wants to grab dinner together. What do you think?" Fei Shuwen suggested. Hearing this, Lin Shuo's eyes nearly rolled back into his head. They'd only just met, and already he was calling her Chanqian? Lin Shuo felt like snatching their household registration books and forcing them to get married on the spot. "Forget it. I've got dinner plans with Sister Jing later. It's rare I get time off to spend with her. You two go ahead without me." Though inwardly rolling his eyes, Lin Shuo still wanted to give Fei Shuwen a chance to spend time alone with her. "Alright then." Fei Shuwen didn't insist. One reason was recognizing his brother's goodwill, and the other was that alone time was indeed a great way to strengthen their bond. "Oh, you're not coming? Big shot?" Lu Chanqian looked disappointed. "I was hoping to properly thank you two for teaching me how to play games." "No worries. We can grab a bite next time I'm free. We're all in Jiang City anyway, no rush." Lin Shuo replied casually. "Alright then." Lu Chanqian nodded. not questioning Lin Shuo's excuse. In her eyes, both Lin Shuo and Fei Shuwen were top-tier players. She could always seek their guidance on gaming techniques later. Since Xiao Shuo isn't going, then just the two of us will go, Fei Shuwen said. I happen to know a really great place nearby. Why don't we eat there? Sure. Lu Chanxian agreed without hesitation. She was also curious to see if there were any good places to eat nearby. If there really was a great restaurant, she'd have to make sure to remember it. Should we head out now? Let's go. Let's go. The two had barely walked a few steps away from Lin Shuo when he faintly heard them start discussing another game. Fei Shuwen happened to be a gaming enthusiast too, and the two seemed to hit it off incredibly well. How do those two come up with so many topics? Lin Shuo couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Could it be that Fei Shuwen has been secretly studying how to interact with girls all this time? Could be. Wu Mengjing giggled, covering her mouth. Or maybe he got inspired by us too and decided to step up his game. As she spoke, a hint of envy flickered in Wu Mengjing's eyes. If only Xiao Shuo could be as proactive as Fei Shuwen someday, then she wouldn't have to sleep in his room and come up with such lame excuses every time. Lin Shuo watched the two disappear from view. But soon, his attention was drawn to a black sedan, its license plate instantly recognizable. Jing, I forgot to tell Shuwen something. I need to step out for a moment. After making up a casual excuse, Lin Shuo left the internet cafe. While Jing wasn't paying attention, he quietly approached the black sedan and tapped on the window. 1 second later, the window rolled down slowly, revealing a face Lin Shuo recognized all too well. Jing didn't notice us over here, did she? Wu Changqiu asked cautiously. Uncle Wu, don't worry. Lin Shuo got into the car without hesitation. He wasn't concerned about any danger following Wu Changqiu. After all, whether the other party liked it or not, he still held the title of prospective son-in-law. Stop calling me Uncle Wu. Who are you to be so familiar? Wu Changqiu shot Lin Shuo a disapproving glare. Then should I say, father-in-law? Lin Shuo started to correct himself, but saw Uncle Wu's face darken instantly. You dare say that last word, and I'll toss you into the river to feed the fish. Lin Shuo promptly shut his mouth, knowing better. While Wu Changqiu might not actually toss him into the river, whipping him with his belt in the car was entirely within the realm of possibility. And today's situation clearly felt different from usual. He could tell that today, Wu Changqiu seemed weighed down by something heavy. So Lin Shuo wisely changed the subject. Uncle Wu, you misunderstood. I just wanted to know if you came looking for me today to take me to that place we talked about last time? Something like that. Wu Changqiu grunted, offering no further explanation. The entire drive passed in unspoken understanding. The car's atmosphere growing so heavy that Lin Shuo felt slightly uncomfortable. Yet his instincts told him something unusual was afoot. Is it to meet someone from the Lu family? Or has something else gone wrong with Lu Yulan? Question after question bubbled up in Lin Shuo's mind, but he wisely kept his mouth shut. Knowing Wu Changqiu well, if he hadn't brought it up himself, it meant he didn't want Lin Shuo to know. Asking would likely be futile. Thus, he could only speculate based on the faintest clues before him. An hour later, the car entered an extremely dilapidated residential complex. Judging by its location, they had likely already left Jiangcheng City. Get out! Wu Changqiu's words snapped Lin Shuo back to reality. He opened the car door and silently followed behind Wu Changqiu. After winding through a series of twists and turns, they finally arrived at a somewhat dilapidated door. Wu Changqiu pulled a well-worn key from his pocket and inserted it into the lock with practiced ease. Inside, the decor radiated vintage charm. Both the furniture and furnishings clearly dated back at least 2 decades. What surprised Lin Shuo, however, was the immaculate cleanliness, not a speck of dust in sight. This is where Jinger's mother and I first lived together. Chapter 243, Talking Business? Hearing Wu Changqiu's words, Lin Shuo was clearly taken aback. He had expected the other man to introduce him to someone or discuss some matter, but never imagined Wu Changqiu would bring him to a place like this. Wu Changqiu seemed lost in recollection, murmuring to himself, you know, Jinger's mother and I lived here for over a decade. It wasn't until I had money that we moved out. Not long ago, I had it renovated exactly as I remembered it. Lin Shuo understood. No wonder it was so spotless. With that thought, Lin Shuo tentatively asked, Uncle Wu, are you trying to mend your relationship with Sister Jing through this house? Nonsense. Wu Changqiu laughed dismissively. The issues between us are complicated. Even if I tried to make amends now, things could never go back to how they were. I just wanted to satisfy a lingering memory. So what exactly are you trying to say? Uncle Wu, Jinger's birthday is coming up soon. You know that, right? Wu Changqiu asked. I know. Lin Shuo nodded. He had already inquired about Wu Mengjing's birthday from Feng Mingyue and had even prepared a special gift. Good. Wu Changqiu said as he walked up to Lin Shuo and placed a key in his hand. I want you to give this key to Jinger for me. but I won't be there on her birthday. And as for me, you don't need to pass on any birthday wishes from me either. It's better not to disturb her mood. Uncle Wu. Lin Shuo fell silent, unsure how to offer comfort. Finally, he carefully tucked the key away. I understand. The innermost room was where Jinger's mother used to live. If you have time, you can pay your respects. Wu Changqiu paused here. She might want to see you too. All right. Lin Shuo nodded in agreement, then walked straight toward the room Wu Changqiu had mentioned. Whether it was an illusion or not, the moment he stepped inside, Lin Shuo felt a gaze fall upon him. It reminded him of some folk tales he'd heard as a child. They said that the souls of those who died by suicide lingered in the place where they took their own lives until their unresolved attachments faded. He didn't know if Jinger's mother was one of those cases, but Lin Shuo wasn't particularly afraid. First, he believed that if Sister Jing's mother truly had a spirit in the afterlife, she wouldn't harm him. Second, he genuinely cared for Wu Mengjing. Hello, Auntie. My name is Lin Shuo. I don't know if you can see me or hear my words, but there are some things I feel I must tell you. Though Jing and I haven't known each other long, to me, she's already become the most important person in my life. I, Lin Shuo, promise you this, I will take good care of Jing from now on and never let her suffer the slightest injustice. If you don't believe me, keep a close eye on me. If I ever do something wrong, feel free to punish me severely. With that, Lin Shuo bowed deeply. Whether Sister Jing's mother truly heard his words or not, he could sense the room's temperature rise noticeably, and even that initial gaze softened considerably. It felt as though Sister Jing's mother truly was present in the room, witnessing everything. Uncle Wu, I've paid my respects. When Lin Shuo returned to the living room, he found Wu Changqiu deeply sunk into the sofa, his eyes heavy with exhaustion. Understood. You may return on your own. I shan't see you off. Wu Changqiu murmured, his eyes half closed in drowsiness. All right, Uncle Wu, goodbye. Lin Shuo said nothing more and turned to leave. Long after Lin Shuo had departed, Wu Changqiu remained frozen in the same position. He called softly toward the room Lin Shuo had just left. Yuji, after all these years, do you still blame me? Only deathly silence answered him, until a ringtone snapped him out of his reverie. Boss, the hospital wants you to schedule another checkup when you have time. His assistant's voice came through the phone. All right, I know. I'll rest a little longer. Wu Changqiu replied. The call ended. The room fell back into a deathly silence. Wu Changqiu rested on the sofa for a long while, seemingly only just regaining his composure before slowly rising to his feet. Yuji, whether you hate me or not, if your spirit can still hear me from heaven, then please bless me to hold on a little longer. Bless me to see our daughter find a truly good home, a reliable support, so she won't end up like me. At this point, Wu Changqiu gave a self-deprecating chuckle. Though I can't stand the sight of that boy, I have to admit he's truly outstanding. He's far more responsible and dependable than I ever was. So entrusting my daughter to him leaves me with no regrets. I just don't know if I'll live to see their wedding day. Ahem. At the very least, let me pave the way for her, so she can walk her path safely for the rest of her life. Time flew by. Warm, peaceful days always passed too quickly. Before he knew it, the day of the Subject 1 exam had arrived. Thanks to his consistent practice and repeated reviews, Lin Shuo passed the test with flying colors, scoring a perfect score. On the same day, Fei Shuwen, however, suffered a crushing defeat. After all, he'd been completely immersed in the whirlpool of romance lately. Most of his time was spent chatting with Lu Qianqian and scheming ways to go on dates, completely forgetting about the Subject 1 exam. It wasn't until the day before the exam that he suddenly remembered. Unsurprisingly, he ended up getting stabbed in the back by Subject 1. You're something else, kid. Love got so good you forgot about the exam. Lin Shuo teased as they chatted. What do you mean for love? It's clearly just bad luck. I studied the questions, but the exam didn't test any of them. What could I do? Fei Shuwen explained, putting on a brave face. I bet you didn't study at all, you were too busy figuring out how to beat StarCraft. Lin Shuo said, stifling a laugh. As his best friend, he knew exactly what Fei Shuwen had been up to lately, either gaming or on his way to a date. Where would he find time to study? So the outcome was pretty obvious. But Shuwen, tell me, how are things going with you two lately? Lin Shuo pressed on, his curiosity piqued. Chapter 244, The Rivals Are Coming. Ah, don't even get me started. Fei Shuwen couldn't help but sigh when the topic came up. You know my personality, these things aren't exactly easy to talk about openly, so I'm still in the pursuit phase. Haven't made it official yet. Are you sure it's pursuing her and not just being a suck-up? Damn it. What do you mean? Do I look like that kind of person? Fei Shuwen protested indignantly. I'm just being nice to her. How could that make me a suck-up? Lin Shuo was speechless for a moment before finally replying weakly. So what exactly is your relationship now? Just like I said earlier, we're pretty good friends of the opposite sex. We chat, grab meals together, that sort of thing. As Fei Shuwen answered, a sudden image flashed through his mind, and he flushed with embarrassment. I didn't say anything. Why are you suddenly getting shy? Lin Shuo only tolerated this because he knew the girl personally. She had a decent personality, and there was no way he was being a suck-up. Otherwise, no matter what, Lin Shuo would have torn them apart. That said, he didn't oppose Fei Shuwen dating. In fact, he was somewhat amused by the situation. After all, he was no longer single himself, and it felt a bit unfair to keep making Fei Shuwen eat dog food every time. Just as the two were still chatting, a phone rang abruptly. Wu Mengjing answered it. Hello? Yes, this is Lin Shuo's parent speaking. May I ask who's calling? What? Are you serious? Our Xiao Shuo really got accepted into Jiangcheng University? The moment those words were spoken, they instantly drew the attention of everyone in the internet cafe. Even Fei Shuwen, after a brief moment of shock, rushed over in a single stride, frantically gesturing for Wu Mengjing to press the speakerphone button. Immediately, a slightly deep, middle-aged male voice came through the phone. Yes, Ms. Wu. Although Jiangcheng University's official admission cutoff scores haven't been released yet, after reviewing Lin Shuo's academic record, we have great confidence in his eligibility for our university. Therefore, after deliberation by our university leadership, we have decided to offer Lin Shuo a special arrangement. Should he agree to sign an agreement with Jiangcheng University, we will admit him through our early admission batch. The words hung in the air, leaving everyone present, including Fei Shuwen, stunned into silence for a long moment. This was the legendary Jiangcheng University, ranked among the nation's elite institutions. Its student body comprised mostly provincial top scorers on the college entrance exam. For ordinary students, it was an unattainable dream. Yet now, over the phone, they heard Jiangcheng University was willing to admit Lin Shuo through early admission. This news was nothing short of explosive. After a long moment, Wu Mengjing finally spoke up, her voice steady. Hello, we've received your suggestion. However, we'd like to discuss this with Lin Shuo first and respect his personal wishes. May I get back to you later? With that, Wu Mengjing hung up immediately, breathing heavily to steady her nerves. Fei Shuwen, standing nearby, grew anxious at once. Sis Jing, why didn't you accept? This is Jiangcheng University, the only one of its kind in the entire country. Don't worry, Sister Jing is actually helping me. Lin Shuo replied with a faint smile. Ha, how does this help you? Fei Shuwen was baffled. Of course it matters, Lin Shuo patiently explained. Think about it, if the admissions office at Jiangcheng University called me in advance, that means my college entrance exam scores must be exceptionally good. That's true, but then what? Fei Shuwen didn't quite grasp it immediately. Just as Lin Shuo was about to elaborate, another call came in. Must be Manhwa calling, Lin Shuo said with a confident smile. After all, he'd already experienced this admission scramble once in his previous life, now he was simply going through it again. Sure enough, as soon as the phone rang, the caller immediately identified themselves. Hello, are you Mr. Lin Shuo's parent? This is the Tsinghua University admissions office. Fei Shuwen froze, staring at Lin Shuo in utter shock. He hadn't expected events to unfold exactly as Lin Shuo had predicted. After a moment's hesitation, Wu Mengjing spoke slowly. Hello, I am Lin Shuo's parent. My surname is Wu. Hello, Ms. Wu. The situation is this, Lin Shuo's exam results are exceptionally outstanding and very likely meet Tsinghua's admission cutoff. However, since our official cutoff scores haven't been finalized yet, hearing nearly identical words, Fei Shuwen couldn't help but gape in disbelief. So this is how admissions work? But it was only now that he recalled hearing years ago that Jiangcheng University and Tsinghua University, two of the nation's top institutions, were often fiercely competing for students. He had dismissed it as mere gossip, never imagining it held any truth. Alright, I understand. Jiangcheng University just called me too, but their offer is far more generous than yours. Not only did they provide the scores, they also promised to waive tuition and fees plus a full scholarship. Tsinghua University really lacks sincerity. What? The voice on the other end erupted in fury. How dare Jiangcheng University play so dirty this year? Ahem. Realizing his slip, he quickly explained. My apologies, ma'am. Actually, Tsinghua can match those terms. Plus, we offer additional incentives Jiangcheng University doesn't provide. Our representative in Jiang City will discuss the specifics with you. What do you think? But, Wu Mengjing feigned hesitation. Wouldn't this be unfair to Jiangcheng University? After all, they spent so much time discussing with us earlier. Don't worry about Jiangcheng University. They're nothing. Ms. Wu, you shouldn't concern yourself with them at all. Our Tsinghua University holds a clear advantage in the sciences. Choosing us will undoubtedly be a better path for your future. Well, I'll need to think about it. No problem, Ms. Wu. Take your time. Our representative in Jiangcheng City is already on their way to your home. We'll sit down and discuss everything properly then. We guarantee the terms will satisfy you.
Some choices require comparison to see which is truly better,
don't they? Alright, great, Ms. Wu. We'll leave it at that for now. Whatever you do, don't agree to Jiangcheng University's offer yet.
Hearing the repeated assurances on the other end,
Wu Mengjing finally couldn't hold back her laughter and hung up. Yet as she turned away,
a flicker of worry crossed her eyes.
Chapter 245, Reluctance. Though the look was fleeting, her best friend Fong Mingyue caught it. Curious, she asked, Mengjing, what's wrong? You should be happy on such a great day.
Ha? Wu Mengjing froze, taking a moment before replying slowly.
Nothing.
I was just thinking about which school would be better for Xiao Shuo.
That's it? Fong Mingyue teased. Honestly,
from my perspective, both schools are top tier domestically. It doesn't make much difference which one Xiao Shuo chooses, it's just a change of scenery.
Of course, the final decision rests with him.
That's true. Wu Mengjing nodded thoughtfully, then turned her gaze to Lin Shuo and asked, Xiao Shuo, have you decided which school you want to attend?
Not yet.
Lin Shuo shook his head. He then looked expectantly into Wu Mengjing's eyes and asked,
Jing Jie, which school do you think I should go to? Wu Mengjing clearly hadn't expected this question. She paused, then replied, I don't have any specific advice either. After all,
I didn't get into either of these universities myself.
If you really can't decide, why not wait until you meet with representatives from both schools before making your choice? Alright, Lin Shuo nodded slightly, saying nothing more.
His face betrayed no trace of the joy one might expect at being courted by two universities simultaneously.
Instead,
his mind was elsewhere.
At the same time,
he keenly noticed the fleeting look of melancholy that crossed Wu Mengjing's face, as if she were harboring some difficult decision.
Noticing the awkward tension,
Fong Mingyue immediately pulled her best friend aside and whispered,
Mengjing, tell me honestly, is there something else on your mind about the schools?
No, I don't have any worries,
Wu Mengjing replied,
a flicker of panic crossing her face as she avoided Fong Mingyue's gaze.
Feeling slightly guilty. Stop pretending, don't you think I know you?
You're upset because Xiao Shuo got accepted into two universities in Beijing,
right? Fong Mingyue clearly saw through Wu Mengjing's feelings. Come on, we've known each other for years. You think you can hide something like this from me? Wu Mengjing desperately wanted to explain,
but the emotions churning inside her were overwhelming.
After a moment's hesitation,
she finally voiced her true feelings.
Actually, I am a little unhappy. I knew it. Fong Mingyue looked as if she'd anticipated this all along. Let me guess, you feel Beijing is just too far from our city, right? You don't want to be in a long-distance relationship with Xiao Shuo? Wu Mengjing gave an almost imperceptible nod, though she hated to admit it. That was precisely her inner truth. When she first heard Jiangcheng University had accepted Lin Shuo, she genuinely felt happy for him from the bottom of her heart. But then it hit her, if Lin Shuo chose either Jiangcheng University or Tsinghua, it meant they'd be apart for the next 4 years. She certainly didn't want to be too far from Lin Shuo, nor did she want to be apart from him. To be selfish, she hoped Lin Shuo would stay at Jiangnan University, just as he was now, so she could be by his side every day. But reason wouldn't allow it. After all, these were Jiangcheng University and Tsinghua University, the pinnacle of higher education, the dream of countless students. Hadn't 12 years of grueling study been for this very moment? Therefore, she refused to let her own thoughts influence Lin Shuo's decision, even if it meant she'd be sad for a long time. Why don't I try persuading Xiao Shuo? While Jiangnan University may not match Jiangcheng or Tsinghua, it's still among the top 10 institutions. The difference isn't that great. Besides, I heard Fei Shuwen's first choice is Jiangnan University too. It'd be nice for the two of them to be together. Absolutely not. Fong Mingyue's words were cut short by Wu Mengjing's immediate refusal. Xiao Shuo has worked so hard for over a decade. How could I let my own thoughts affect his future? You absolutely mustn't interfere with Xiao Shuo. But what about you two? That's 4 years apart. If Xiao Shuo goes to grad school, it'll be 7 years. How many years will you have to spend alone in Jiang City? Fong Mingyue sighed. Though she'd never been in a relationship herself, she'd picked up enough from others to know how many long-distance couples ultimately broke up because of the distance. Min Yu, have you ever thought about opening an internet café? After a long silence, Wu Mengjing finally spoke, as if she'd made up her mind. Why would I run an internet café? Fong Mingyue froze, instantly realizing Wu Mengjing's plan. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at her friend. Mengjing, you wouldn't be planning to hand the internet café over to me so you and Xiaoshuo can go to Beijing, would you? Wu Mengjing nodded slightly. Are you absolutely sure? Fang Mingyue suddenly grew serious.
Having known each other for years, she understood what this decision meant for Wu Mengjing. This place held Wu Mengjing's years of hard work and her memories. If it were her, she doubted she could make such a decision lightly.
Given how fast things were changing in this era, who knew what this place would become in 4 years? Of course I've thought it through.
Wu Mengjing took a deep breath,
glancing at the internet cafe she'd run for years.
Though I'll miss this place dearly,
something more important now occupies my heart. Xiao Shua just turned 18.
I can't let him go to Beijing alone. And he's so outstanding, what if some girls start trying to steal him away?
As his girlfriend, I have to be there to keep an eye on things.
So that's what you were worried about.
Fang Mingyue looked as if a light bulb had gone off in her head. What? Is that not okay?
Wu Mengjing felt a bit embarrassed, like she'd been caught red-handed.
Fine. He's your boyfriend anyway. Whatever you say goes. So, do you have any interest in running an internet cafe now?
Wu Mengjing quickly asked.
I wasn't really interested before, but considering we've been best friends for so many years, I guess it's not impossible. Plus, managing an internet cafe isn't exactly hard work.
I can just get 2 people from my dad's place to watch over it during the day, Fang Mingyue said after a moment's thought.
Once you come back, I'll give this place back to you. Chapter 246, do you remember? Meanwhile, on the other side of the internet cafe, Fei Shuwen pulled Lin Shuo into a corner of the internet cafe and whispered, Xiao Shuo, have you decided whether you're going to Yinjing University or Qingdao University?
I think both are great options,
and their rankings aren't that different. I've already made up my mind I won't be going to either of them. To everyone's surprise,
Lin Shuo shook his head flatly.
Damn, are you that cocky? Both admissions officers are coming to meet you, and you just say no? Or do you have a better option? Fei Shuwen couldn't help but ask. So what if I don't go?
These universities aren't going to tie me up and force me to attend. Lin Shuo shrugged indifferently.
So where exactly do you plan to go? Same as you. Staying in Jiang City. Going to Jiangnan University.
Lin Shuo replied matter-of-factly.
Holy crap. No way. You're playing that big? Fei Shuwen was instantly stunned by Lin Shuo's choice. Could this be the magic of love? Why can't you have a little faith in yourself? Can't it be that I'm doing this to be with you?
Lin Shuo retorted with a slight pout.
Yeah, right. You can fool me, but don't fool yourself. Fei Shuwen looked utterly unimpressed.
I'll stake my own happiness on it. The real reason you're going to Jiangnan University is because of Sister Jing.
Fine, I admit it. That's exactly why I chose Jiangnan University.
Lin Shuo conceded with a shrug.
And to be honest,
I made up my mind about this long before the college entrance exams even happened.
Ah, I get it. How could I not? After all, I'm just your insignificant little bro. Fei Shuwen adopted a sorrowful expression. It's fine, Xiao Shuo. I don't mind.
Lin Shuo pushed Fei Shuwen away with a look of disgust, then suddenly turned serious.
Right, there's one more thing I need your help with. Could you get in touch with the admissions office at Jiangnan University for me? That's no problem at all. My uncle happens to be the department chair at Jiangnan University. I'll put in a good word for you. With your grades, they'd be willing to pay top dollar for you. That'll work. Lin Shuo nodded, adding a reminder.
But don't tell Sister Jing about this yet.
If she finds out now, she'll probably refuse.
Oh,
so you're planning to act first and ask for permission later? Fei Shuwen raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised. You know Sister Jing's personality. She'd probably prioritize my interests.
If I told her I wanted to stay in Jiang City,
she'd likely refuse outright. Lin Shuo explained. Don't worry, I promise to keep this completely to myself. Before long, Wu Mengjing returned to the internet cafe.
Spotting Lin Shuo and Fei Shuwen whispering together,
Fang Mingyue couldn't help but ask. What are you two sneaking around about? Nothing much.
I was just asking Xiao Shuo for tips on the Subject 1 exam.
Fei Shuwen blurted out an excuse. Wow, it's rare to hear that come out of your mouth. Has your girlfriend been ignoring you lately? Fang Mingyue looked skeptical.
Bull *******.
We're still going strong. Don't jinx us. Still going strong? How shameless can you be? Humph. That's what love is. Soon, evening arrived. After dinner,
Lin Shuo and Wu Mengjing strolled home hand in hand.
Back home, after washing up,
Wu Mengjing sat on the sofa. Her silky hair fell naturally over her shoulders as she leaned her head gently against Lin Shuo's.
Xiao Shuo, I want to sleep in your room tonight. After the previous mix-up,
Wu Mengjing had grown bolder.
She now dared to directly ask to sleep together. Then let's go rest and sleep soon,
Lin Shuo said gently,
pulling Wu Mengjing into his embrace. Xiao Shuo, do you remember what day it is in a few days? Wu Mengjing didn't answer his question but asked another instead. Could it be the Dragon Boat Festival?
Lin Shuo replied,
feigning thought. No, not that one. Then Father's Day. Think harder. Wu Mengjing pouted, slightly annoyed. Oh, I remember now. It's the college entrance exam results, right? Lin Shuo feigned sudden realization. But no sooner had the words left his mouth than Lin Shuo felt a sudden twinge of pain in his waist. Looking down, he saw that Wu Mengjing's small hand had somehow found its way back onto his waist again. Xiao Shuo, you did this on purpose. Wu Mengjing huffed, her beautiful eyes glaring at him. Mercy, mercy, Lin Shuo quickly pleaded. How could I possibly forget your birthday? Sister Jing? I even prepared a gift already, just to surprise you. Humph, that's more like it. Wu Mengjing pouted, though the corners of her eyes betrayed a hidden smile. But how did you even know my birthday? I asked Sister Minyu. Of course. Then why didn't you ask me? Would it still be a surprise if I asked you? True enough. Hearing Lin Shuo's answer, Wu Mengjing seemed thoroughly satisfied. The smile on her face hadn't faded since earlier, and she couldn't resist planting a kiss on Lin Shuo's forehead. Xiao Shuo, can we talk about something? What is it? On my birthday, could it just be the two of us? Wu Mengjing asked softly. We don't need to invite Sister Minyu and Shuewon? Lin Shuo was a bit surprised. Of course we have to invite them. Otherwise, Sister Minyu would never let me off the hook. What I really mean is, we'll celebrate with them during the day, and then just the two of us can sneak off for another celebration in the evening. Wu Mengjing explained. Oh, I see. Lin Shuo nodded, not entirely sure he understood. Oh dear, will you agree? Sister just wants to create some special memories with you. Wu Mengjing wrapped her arms around Lin Shuo's arm and began to act coy. She batted her eyelashes at him innocently. Little Shuo would surely grant sister this little wish, right? Lin Shuo couldn't resist such sweet talk. He nodded almost without hesitation. Of course I'll grant it. Not only will we celebrate, but we'll make it extra special. Yay! I get to celebrate my birthday with Xiao Shuo. Wu Mengjing, her promise secured, danced around like a child who'd just gotten candy, her whole body radiating joy. Seeing her like this, even Lin Shuo couldn't help but smile, feeling an urge to kiss her. But just then, Lin Shuo suddenly remembered something crucial. He leaned close to Wu Mengjing's ear and whispered, Jing, do you remember what you told me before the college entrance exams? Chapter 247, Not Kissing Enough. What was it? Wu Mengjing's eyes widened in confusion. I remember you said, Sister Jing, that if I got into a good university, you would. Lin Shuo looked at Wu Mengjing with a hint of a smile. Wu Mengjing suddenly seemed to recall something. Her entire face flushed bright red in an instant, and she urgently interrupted him. Alright, I remember now. Don't say another word. So, now that I've gotten into a good university, shouldn't you show your appreciation? Sister Jing? Lin Shuo looked at Wu Mengjing earnestly. Feeling his intense gaze, Wu Mengjing instantly grew flustered, her words becoming incoherent. Well, sister suddenly feels a bit tipsy, probably from drinking water with too high an alcohol content earlier. Sister's going to bed now. She lowered her head, attempting to make a hasty exit. Trying to run away? Lin Shuo seemed to have anticipated this moment entirely. He grabbed Wu Mengjing by the arm, pulling her into his embrace with a mocking smile. I'm afraid I won't allow it. After struggling briefly, Wu Mengjing's face had flushed so bright red it looked like it could bleed. Xiao Shuo, you're picking on your big sister again. I'm not bullying you. You're the one trying to back out. You were the one who suggested this agreement in the first place, and now you don't want to honor it. Of course not. How could I possibly back out? Wu Mengjing hurriedly explained. I'm just feeling a bit sleepy today, so I thought we could talk about it tomorrow, but it's only 8 o'clock at night. Sister Jing, if you're going to lie, at least make it believable. Wu Mengjing bit her lip, resigned to her fate. Closing her eyes, she said, Fine, close your eyes first. Okay. Lin Shuo immediately closed his eyes. Behind his seemingly calm exterior, he was already nervous beyond belief. You're such a rascal. Wu Mengjing opened her eyes just a sliver. After taking several deep breaths, she finally gathered her courage and slowly leaned toward Lin Shuo's cheek. Then, a warm, soft sensation touched Lin Shuo's lips. In that moment, time seemed to freeze for Lin Shuo. Only after those sweet lips had parted from his for a long while did he hazily come to his senses. When she opened her eyes again, Wu Mengjing was nowhere to be seen. Instead, her face flushed crimson as she darted toward Lin Shuo's room like an ostrich burying its head in the sand. Watching her retreating figure, Lin Shuo couldn't help but smile. The night passed without incident. As usual, Lin Shuo awoke early from his bed. Wu Mengjing, still fast asleep, lay quietly on his arm, gazing at her familiar, exquisite profile. Lin Shuo's mind involuntarily revisited the image of their lips meeting the previous night. The warm, soft sensation and the intensely intimate atmosphere continued to swirl relentlessly in his thoughts.
Perhaps it was his restless heart playing tricks on him. Gazing at Wu Mengjing's lips, tempting like ripe fruit, Lin Shuo couldn't resist leaning in for a kiss. The familiar sensation returned through his lips, like an electric shock, causing him to pull back immediately. That very collision was enough to gently rouse Wu Mengjing from her slumber. Xiao Shuo. Her voice still carried traces of half-sleepy haze. Why are you awake so early? The college entrance exams are over. Sis Jing, you forgot I passed the written test yesterday, so I have to go practice driving today. Lin Shuo smiled gently. I'll get up first. You can sleep a little longer. Just as Lin Shuo started to rise, he saw Wu Mengjing clutching the hem of his shirt tightly with one hand. What's wrong? Lin Shuo asked, puzzled. Did you forget something? Wu Mengjing murmured shyly, though her eyes remained closed. Lin Shuo could sense her cheeks flushing visibly. Looks like Sister Jing didn't get enough kisses yesterday. Lin Shuo realized, his tone teasing. No way. Wu Mengjing flushed with embarrassment at his words. I was just keeping my promise yesterday, it wasn't kissing. That may be true, but I distinctly remember someone sneakily sticking out their tongue yesterday. Ah, Xiao Shuo, you're dead. Wu Mengjing's drowsiness vanished instantly. Like a cat whose fur had been ruffled, she leaped off the bed, swiftly pounced on Lin Shuo, and pressed her lips firmly against his. MMMPH. With his mouth covered, Lin Shuo couldn't utter a word, but the mischievous smile playing at the corners of his eyes looked like pure provocation. This only infuriated Wu Mengjing further. Last night, I was teaching you. I was afraid you'd think I was being careless. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll never kiss you again. Mum. Lin Shuo shook his head vigorously in protest. Humph. Admit you're wrong. Wu Mengjing finally released her grip, letting out a satisfied little snort. Go practice driving now. I'm ignoring you for the rest of the day. She buried her face in the covers as if sulking. Witnessing this, Lin Shuo finally couldn't hold back his laughter. He quietly slipped around to the other side of the covers, then with lightning speed, burrowed under the sheets and pressed his lips against Wu Mengjing's. Mum. Wu Mengjing, who had only been pretending to be angry, put up a token struggle before immediately wrapping her arms around Lin Shuo's neck. An intimate atmosphere swirled between them. Only when they were nearly breathless from kissing did Wu Mengjing finally release him with satisfaction. She rolled over and continued her nap. Lin Shuo, meanwhile, stared at his nearly bitten swollen lips, torn between laughter and tears. Left with no choice, he hurriedly grabbed a bottle of ice water from the fridge to reduce the swelling before rushing off to the driving school. By the time Lin Shuo arrived at the driving school, it was already 10 in the morning. Hey, Shuo, what a coincidence. As soon as he entered the driving school gates, Lin Shuo spotted Fei Shuwen with a smug grin plastered across his face. How did you get here? Lin Shuo stared at Fei Shuwen in surprise. If he remembered correctly, the guy hadn't even passed the written test yet. How had he suddenly skipped the exams and ended up here? Chapter 248, go ahead. Call the cops. Why wouldn't I come? Fei Shuwen seemed to read Lin Shuo's thoughts, snorting in displeasure. Studying by rote memorization is so boring and inefficient. That's why I came to watch you practice driving. It'll really help me pass the written test. Lin Shuo was speechless for a moment before curling his lips in disdain. Your mom probably made you come, right? Holy crap. Fei Shuwen jumped. Are you reading my mind? How did you even guess that? Mainly because I know your little ways too well. Lin Shuo retorted with a curled lip. I failed the written test, right? Then you started driving practice again. My mom doesn't want me sitting around at home alone, she thinks I'm an eyesore when I'm by myself. Fei Shuwen explained. Looks like you'll be sunbathing with me for a while then. Lin Shuo gave him a sympathetic look. You can say that again. Fei Shuwen nodded in agreement. And now even my dating time is getting squeezed. If I'd known I'd failed a written test, I would have spent more time studying back then. Too late. Just stay put and sunbathe with me here, so you won't have your mind filled with thoughts of Lu Chanshan. Lin Shuo patted Fei Shuwen's shoulder. Otherwise, after 2 rounds of the second stage driving test, I bet you'll be sunburned to a crisp. Don't worry, I brought a sun umbrella. With that, Fei Shuwen unfurled the distinctly feminine-style sun umbrella like he was showing off a prized possession. If your mom finds out you stole her umbrella for work, she'll probably beat you to death. Lin Shuo could almost picture Fei Shuwen being pinned to the floor by his mother that evening, begging for mercy. No way I'd use my mom's. Fei Shuwen scoffed dismissively. You didn't actually go out and buy a women's sun umbrella, did you? Lin Shuo asked skeptically. Wrong. Even you can be wrong sometimes. Fei Shuwen suddenly gloated. This umbrella was given to me by Jiangcheng specifically for my trip here. Lin Shuo froze. Lu Jiangcheng? Yeah, who else could it be? Fei Shuwen's face couldn't hide his smugness. Just admit it, bro, you're jealous, aren't you? Not a bit. Lin Shuo replied with unusual composure. Sun protection gear? Wu Mengjing had already prepared a full set for him. It was just that a minor mishap had occurred when he left home, preventing him from bringing it along.
But just admit you're jealous. Even though this was meant for Jiangcheng, it's a shame there's only one umbrella.
Look at your swollen lips, you're clearly so jealous it's giving you a fever.
Fei Shuwen seemed lost in his own world. Maybe if you mention it to Sister Jing, she'll send you one too.
Lin Shuo was speechless,
unsure how to respond.
He didn't even want to deflate Fei Shuwen's confidence after all. He was his good buddy. Just as Lin Shuo was about to find a cooler spot to rest, a familiar figure suddenly caught the corner of his eye.
No worries, bro. What's mine is yours.
I'll share half with you for shade.
Fei Shuwen held out his umbrella with a generous gesture,
as if determined not to forget his brotherly bond. But when he saw Lin Shuo's gaze fixed elsewhere,
he couldn't help but follow where Lin Shuo was looking. What are you looking at? An old acquaintance has arrived, Lin Shuo remarked indifferently.
Ha? Who?
Fei Shuwen froze,
then slowly recognized a familiar figure appearing in his line of sight.
The person seemed equally out of place, standing alone in a corner. Damn it, isn't that Lin Fengyu? That bastard's taking driving lessons too? And at the same school as us? Fei Shuwen cursed the moment he spotted Lin Fengyu. Damn it, even that kid passed the written test. The thought made Fei Shuwen even more furious. But come to think of it, haven't we gone ages without seeing him since last time? Lin Shuo suddenly asked.
Ha,
now that you mention it,
after we beat the crap out of him last time, he hasn't been seen around campus. Probably scared less and avoiding us on purpose.
Fei Shuwen analyzed. Let's go say hello to this old friend.
Ha,
with so many people around, isn't it a bad idea to start something right here? Fei Shuwen froze.
Who said I was going to fight him?
Lin Shuo replied oddly. Did his brothers really see him as such a violent person?
Fei Shuwen looked skeptical, but immediately followed behind Lin Shuo. Soon, the two approached Lin Fengyu silently.
At that moment,
Lin Fengyu seemed completely immersed in his own world,
endlessly playing a mobile game on his phone.
Utterly unaware the two figures had silently taken their places behind him.
Seeing this, Lin Shuo gently tapped Lin Fengyu on the shoulder. Startled by the sudden interruption,
Lin Fengyu jumped back several steps. Once he regained his composure and looked up, his expression turned as sour as if he'd swallowed a handful of flies upon recognizing Lin Shuo and Fei Shuwen.
Lin Fengyu, long time no see,
Lin Shuo murmured with a faint smile. Yet to Lin Fengyu's eyes,
that smile was utterly unsettling. Lin Shuo, what are you doing here? Don't come near me. What exactly do you want?
Lin Fengyu backed away repeatedly, his face a mix of fear and anger. Even after avoiding him this thoroughly, he still wouldn't let him be.
I'm here to practice driving.
Of course. What else could it be? Lin Shuo smiled faintly,
continuing to advance.
And you, my own brother, why are you so afraid of me? I remember back at the Lin residence, you used to call me Brother Shuo all the time. Lin Shuo's words instantly sent a chill down Lin Fengyu's spine. He instinctively took a few steps back, desperate to distance himself, but a wall blocked his retreat.
Because he never fit in,
Lin Fengyu had forgotten he always stayed in the corner, leaving him nowhere to run now.
Lin Shuo, what the hell do you think you're doing?
Lin Fengyu yelled, his voice cracking with fear. If you dare lay a finger on me today, I swear I'll call the cops and have you arrested.
Go ahead and call them.
Lin Shuo replied calmly.
If you think it'll do you any good, feel free.
Before the words had even faded,
Fei Shuwen, standing nearby,
swiftly snatched the phone from Lin Fengyu's hand and without hesitation tossed it into the nearby sink.
You,